Why me, why me? I don't want to enter the world of strange tales. Mom and Dad, where are you? I'm so scared, boo-hoo. Damn it, damn it. With so many people in the country, why did it have to be me? Why wasn't I this lucky when buying lottery tickets? Damn it. Sun Kai furrowed his brows as he looked at the people in front of him shouting and screaming. He was a bit confused. Where is this place? Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and some memories that didn't belong to him appeared out of nowhere. World of strange tales? And a chosen national fortune bearer? Through these memories, Sun Kai learned one thing: he had crossed over to a strange world that had a world of strange tales, and he had become the national fortune bearer of this generation. Don't think that being a national fortune bearer is some kind of good title. They are chosen by the world of strange tales, special individuals who will represent a country in a competition. They gain benefits through the world of strange tales, which benefits both themselves and their entire country. But if they fail, it's not just their death, the world of strange tales will descend into reality. While they couldn't see it, people all over the country were watching them live through broadcasts. We're doomed. It's already a difficulty level for 5 people. Are we going to be wiped out? Yeah, the data left behind mentioned that the easiest level is for 1 person, and the hardest is for 10. A 5-person level is no joke. 2 old people, 2 men, and 1 woman. This combination doesn't seem too good. Is our Xia country going to go through another long dark age? Sun Kai didn't know that every word and action of his was being watched. He looked around, and this was just a seemingly normal 3-bedroom apartment, with 5 people in it. There were people of all ages, from old to young. The old man wore glasses and had a scholarly air, looking like a professor. The old woman had a kind face, dressed very simply, and her body was slightly hunched. A woman who appeared to be around Sun Kai's age, very beautiful, but her face was streaked with tears, making her makeup run. The last one was a young boy, about 17 or 18 years old, with an angry look on his face. He kept kicking the sofa beside him, and swearing non-stop. At that moment, some information automatically appeared in their minds. Welcome to the world of strange tales rules. Please follow the rules instructions here. Do not attempt to break the rules. Whether true or false, it's all part of the rules. Please note that your final result will affect your country. Sun Kai waited a moment and found that there was no further information. It seemed that the others were experiencing the same thing. So, what should we do next? It was the old professor speaking, and he seemed fairly calm. According to past data on the world of strange tales, what we need to do is complete this world side quest. The one responding was the simple old woman. Sun Kai raised an eyebrow. Past data? He recalled for a moment and then remembered that the world of strange tales appeared every 500 years, and its duration was unknown. I don't want to complete any side quest. I just want to go home. The young woman sobbed, looking as if rain fell with her tears, but no one paid attention to her. The boy sneered and spat. What are you crying for? Do you think crying will get you out of here? Stop wasting time talking. Hurry up and think of a way to complete the side quest. I don't want to die here. Although the boy's words were harsh, they were the truth. I suggest we search this house first and see if there are any clues. The world of strange tales threw them here with no hints. That was the most troubling part. Sun Kai's suggestion was agreed upon, and each of them chose a place to search. Sun Kai chose the master bedroom. He pushed the door open and walked in. This was a very typical couple's room, with a double bed placed in the center. There was also a wardrobe and a computer desk beside it. The computer monitor looked bulky, seeming like a very old model. But Sun Kai's gaze instantly landed on a wedding photo placed on the headboard of the bed. The man was wearing a black suit, and the woman was in a white wedding dress. Both were smiling brightly. What made his scalp tingle was that the man and woman in the photo were actually him and that young woman. What is going on here? Why is the wedding photo showing me and that woman? We don't even know each other. Sun Kai leaned in and looked carefully, confirming that the man indeed looked exactly like himself, and the wife looked exactly like that woman. He took a deep breath, and temporarily stopped looking at the wedding photo. He walked over to the computer desk and tried to turn on the computer, but unfortunately failed. The computer had no reaction at all. It seemed to be broken somewhere. Is this a diary? Suddenly, Sun Kai's eyes lit up. He saw a small notebook placed beside the computer desk and quickly picked it up to take a look. Rule horror story, playing house. A family must be neat and complete, peaceful, and harmonious, not a single one can be missing. Rules. 1. You are a father. You must play the role of a father well. Please remember, you are only a father. 2. Do not tell anyone your name. 3. There must be no conflict between husband and wife. You must sleep in the same bed, even if the other person is not your wife. 4. After the lights are off, do not believe any sound. 5. Remember to send your son and daughter to school on time. Do not talk to the teacher. There were only these contents written. Sun Kai memorized all of them. According to the previous information, these rules must be followed, but it was also mentioned that some rules could be true or false. He had no way to prove whether these rules were real or fake. If he failed, the price he might have to pay would be his own life. At the same time, in a very secret place in Xia Nation, a group of people were sitting here, watching the image in front of them. They've already begun to come into contact with the rules. I didn't expect 5 rules to appear right away. Have the think tank analyze them immediately and find the problems in the rules. We only have 3 chances to remind them. We can't waste any. A middle-aged man spoke in a steady voice. He was Xia Changqing, the leader of the special team formed by Xia Nation to support these fate bearers. Received. The first rule, playing the role of a father is extremely important. And the father's role in a family is very significant. This also means the man playing the father cannot have anything happen to him. To be cautious, we should at least leave him 1 or 2 reminders. The second rule, you cannot tell anyone your name. This means the name is very important to them. We don't yet understand why such a restriction exists. The third rule is a bit strange. If the other person is not your wife, how is she considered your wife? This rule might be a fake one. But even if it is fake, part of it is real and must be carried out. At night, be especially careful, and be ready to remind the father at any time. The fourth rule. Every rule was being analyzed in great detail. On their screens, they could also see the images of several other people, each of whom had found the rules they needed to follow. But strangely, the number of rules others had was not as many as Sun Kai's. Just as Sun Kai was about to search somewhere else, he suddenly saw something from the corner of his eye. Under the second rule, there was a newly added small line of text. A name is just a code. You can call yourself Zhang San or Li Si. As long as you don't say your real name, it's fine. A look of surprise appeared on Sun Kai's face. What was going on? Was this a new rule? But he clearly remembered, that line wasn't there just now. Did I imagine it? Sun Kai shook his head, his gaze once again falling on the wedding photo. This time, he noticed something strange. When he stood at the door of the bedroom, he felt as if the 2 people in the wedding photo were staring at him. But even as he stood by the computer, he still felt those eyes upon him. This situation made his scalp tingle. He didn't linger and took the diary with him as he left the bedroom. Outside, the 2 elderly people and the boy were already waiting in the living room, but the young woman was nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? Sun Kai asked. I remember she went to the bathroom, the boy said, a hint of disdain in his voice. Sun Kai furrowed his brows. The bathroom was small and shouldn't take too long to use. Just as he was about to go check, a sharp scream came from the bathroom. Sun Kai reacted quickly, rushing over and opening the bathroom door, and then he saw. The young woman was huddled in the corner, holding her head, and sitting on the nearby toilet was a girl who looked to be about 10 years old. She tilted her head and, with an innocent voice, said, Mom, what's wrong? Why are you scared of CC? Chapter 2, Keeping the Home Clean is a Mother's Duty. Suddenly, Sun Kai remembered that the 5th rule in the diary told him to take the son and daughter to school on time. Earlier, he had wondered, the son must be that boy, but what about the daughter? To his surprise, the daughter was here. Logically, the bathroom was so small that the woman should have seen her when she entered, so why did she look like she had been frightened by the little girl? Or was it that the little girl secretly ran in while the woman was checking the bathroom? Cece, Mommy was just scared by you. You mustn't prank me again next time. Sun Kai did not forget the rule, as he was now a father, and naturally, he had to act like one. After casually scolding the little girl, he walked over to help the woman up. But the woman seemed to have weak legs and couldn't stand up no matter what. He could only reach out to support her. When the other 3 people saw the little girl, they clearly showed signs of surprise. They never expected there to be a little girl in the room. She's so small, and yet she's chosen as a national athlete? Isn't she just going to drag us down? What kind of garbage world is this? Put. The older boy sneered when he saw the little girl and spat on the floor. But he didn't notice that the little girl's gaze towards him was strange. The older boy noticed the little girl's look and walked over with a displeased expression, grabbing her collar. You little brat, do you have a problem? Ha? The little girl's smile was bright, her lips almost reaching her ears. Brother, are you playing with me? Playing with you. Put. A small knife was stabbed into his neck, and the boy's arrogant expression froze in place. A large amount of blood spurted from his neck, staining everything around him red. Sun Kai felt his heart stop for a moment. This scene was just too sudden. No one expected that the person who had been fine just a moment ago would be stabbed the next. He saw clearly that the little girl held a fruit knife, which she had stabbed directly into the boy's neck. The boy released his grip on the little girl and held his neck, but blood continued to pour out. "Brother, let's play house together?" The little girl's face was covered in blood, but her smile remained innocent and sweet. This scene made Sun Kai and the others swallow hard. You. The boy, terrified, took a few steps back, but his neck had been severely injured. After just a few steps, he collapsed to the ground. The two old people had long collapsed on the ground in fear, trembling all over. Sun Kai was also holding on with all his strength to stay standing. This scene was simply pushing the limits of human senses. If the woman hadn't been sent to the room by him, if she had seen this scene, she would probably have fainted on the spot. At this moment, among the people watching the live broadcast, more than 80% were so frightened by what they saw that they vomited all over the place. Even the members of the support team felt their stomachs turn, their faces looked extremely ugly. How long has it been? Not even half an hour, and 1 out of the 5 people is already dead. This is simply a major blow. You have to know, the Strange Talk world is entered by countries as units. Each country randomly selects 5 people, but no one from other countries has died, only Xia country is the first. A bad start. Look, Xia country already lost one, I'm laughing to death. TSK, didn't Xia country always act so awesome, why aren't they awesome now? The only ones who can pass the Strange Talk world this time are us, the Foot Basin country. Nonsense. Clearly it's us from the Eagle country. At this time, Sun Kai suddenly discovered a line of text appearing above the big boy's head. As a big brother, you should maintain a good relationship with your sister, not use violence against her. Now Sun Kai finally understood, the big boy didn't fulfill the responsibility of a brother, he violated the rule of being a brother, and that's why he got killed. According to this rule, the 2 old people should be his parents, and the young woman is his wife. Each person must play their role well. Once someone fails to play their role, the end will be the same as the boy, killed by the so-called daughter. The girl seemed bored, casually threw the heart to the side, then turned her head with an innocent smile and looked at Sun Kai. "Daddy, brother doesn't want to play with me, how about you play with me?" Sun Kai's whole body tightened up, he knew his answer would decide how the daughter treated him. He barely squeezed out a smile. "Cece, be good, mommy isn't feeling well, daddy still needs to take care of her, you play by yourself for now." A clear disappointment appeared on the girl's face. "Alright then, when daddy has time, come play with Cece again." Sun Kai let out a sigh of relief, this round was considered passed. But looking at the boy's torn-up corpse in front of him, Sun Kai didn't know what to do. Should he go help collect the body, or pretend he saw nothing? He looked at the 2 old people, but they were already hugging each other in fear, clearly couldn't be counted on. Just then, another line of text appeared above the boy's head. "Keeping the house clean is the mother's responsibility." Sun Kai realized, it must be the mother who comes out to clean up the body. The problem is that woman is so timid, can she really do it? The little girl Cece was sitting alone on the sofa, quietly watching TV. Sun Kai took the chance and quickly entered the bedroom. "What happened outside? I heard someone shouting?" The woman grabbed Sun Kai's arm in panic and asked, her face was terribly pale. Sun Kai patted her arm, and said in a very low voice, "Out of the 5 of us who came in together, that boy is already dead." "Dead?" The woman was shocked and was about to scream. Luckily Sun Kai reacted fast and immediately covered her mouth with his hand. At this moment, they absolutely couldn't alarm the little girl. "Don't scream, unless you want to die together." The woman nodded in fear, only then did Sun Kai release his hand. The woman swallowed hard, her face full of panic. How did he die?" "Killed by our daughter, this time we are probably playing our respective roles." Sun Kai briefly told the woman some of the information he knew, otherwise, the more people die, the less help he could get from these companions. The boy purely brought his own doom. "So, does that mean I need to play the role of a good mother?" The woman finally understood what she was supposed to do. But asking her to interact with a daughter who had just killed someone. She couldn't do it. Exactly, once you do something out of line, your fate will be the same as that boy's. By the way, this is just my guess, but the chances are high. For a mother, it's essential to keep the home clean, so, I have to deal with the boy's body? The woman said in a dazed voice. Sun Kai nodded. The woman looked utterly devastated, tears falling straight down, and she looked at Sun Kai with pleading eyes. But Sun Kai couldn't do anything. What he had seen in the prompt said this was the mother's duty. If he did anything beyond what a father should do, his fate probably wouldn't be much better than the boy's. The woman had no choice. If she didn't want to die, she had to do her part as a mother. But when she walked out of the bedroom and saw the boy's body with his chest opened, she couldn't help but vomit directly. "Ah, mommy, why did you throw up?" The little girl saw the woman throwing up, and her little feet pattered as she ran over, trying to support the woman. But the woman had already learned from Sun Kai that it was this harmless little girl who had killed the boy. She instinctively shrank back, dodging the little girl's outstretched hand. Not good. Sun Kai was startled. If the little girl went berserk, who could stop her on the spot? Sure enough, the smile on the little girl's face froze, and she showed a heartbreaking expression. Mommy, don't you like CC? The woman suddenly realized she shouldn't have retreated just now, but she had already developed a fear of the little girl, and her action was purely instinctual. How could that be? CC is so cute, Mommy likes her the most. The woman said the words against her will, and even her smile had a slight twitch. The little girl immediately stopped crying and smiled, opening her arms and rushing over. This time, the woman gritted her teeth and did not back away, hugging the little girl. However, her whole body was stiff, worried that the next second, the little girl would stab her with a knife. Luckily, the little girl didn't do that. After a quick hug, she happily went back to watch cartoons. Mommy, brother made the house so dirty. I'll clean it up right away. Although the body was still as horrifying as before, the woman knew she had to deal with it properly, or death would be waiting for her. But soon, a problem arose. The boy had bled so much when he was killed that many places in the house were stained with blood. To restore it to its former state, it might take more than a whole day. Suddenly, the woman realized a very serious problem. This was a body, and it couldn't just be thrown into a trash heap. If the police found it, this time, she would definitely fail in the world of ghost stories. The only result of failure was death. The woman didn't want to die, so she could only look at Sun Kai with a pleading gaze. She didn't expect help from the two old people. The only one who could help her was Sun Kai. How could this woman be so stupid? Just throw the body anywhere. This is the world of ghost stories, not the real world. I feel like this woman is doomed. She's totally holding back the team. The two old people are useless, and now we can only rely on this man. You should go check the Eagle Country, their team has a movie king father who made the little girl incredibly happy. Sun Kai couldn't help directly, but offering advice was still fine. Find something to wrap the body up, then take it out at night to bury it. Remember, this is the world of ghost stories. The woman's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized something, went inside and found a bedsheet, wrapped the corpse in it, and placed it in the bathtub in the bathroom. Then he started cleaning the bloodstains in the house. Not long after, the little girl suddenly said, "Daddy, I'm going to be late for school." Only then did Sun Kai remember that the fifth rule said he had to take his daughter and son to school. Just as he was about to take the little girl to school, his face changed. Oh no. First, he didn't even know where the school was. He couldn't just randomly find a school and send her in. Second, the rule said to take daughter and son to school. But his son was already a corpse. What should he do now? This is bad. The fifth rule for Father Sun Kai has run into a real problem. It can't be solved at all. The support team panicked immediately. Out of the 5 people, Sun Kai was the only one who still had hope to survive. If he failed, what could the 2 old people and 1 woman do? The son is already dead. What should we do? We can't just find someone to pretend to be the son, right? This rule has no solution. It's all the fault of that guy who played the son. He had to act recklessly, and now he's dragged down the whole team. Many people watching this scene scolded the dead boy. Because of him, the others were now in danger too. Sun Kai looked calm on the outside, but deep down he was panicking. He could maybe find a way to ask about the school's location. But the role of the son was gone. What now? The 2 old people sat on the sofa, not daring to say a single word. Luckily, their role as an old couple didn't require them to do anything. He couldn't fail here. Suddenly, Sun Kai had a quick idea and immediately thought of a reason. "Cece, be good. Your brother doesn't feel well. I will go help him ask for leave later." "Oh, I see. No wonder brother didn't play with me just now. Then Daddy, take me to school." Seeing Sun Kai dodge this deadly situation with such a method, many people in Xia country finally let out a sigh of relief. Since it was school time, things like a school bag had to be brought. Sun Kai used this chance and finally found the school's name in one of the bedrooms. Kuei City First Elementary School. He thought carefully. In real life, there was definitely no city with that name. "Mom, Dad, I'm taking Cece to school." Before leaving, Sun Kai called out to the old couple. "Take your time on the road," the 2 waved and replied. Once outside, Sun Kai knew he had one important thing to pay attention to now. The 5th rule said, take the daughter and son to school, but don't talk to the teacher. The son was already gone. He couldn't create another son. That meant he had already broken half of the rule. If nothing else happened next, that meant the 5th rule was actually a fake rule. Whether it was all fake or partly fake, he didn't know. He had always kept the small notebook with the rules written in it. Just now, he took a quick look. No warning appeared. That made him feel a bit relieved. He also noticed that the warnings usually showed up only at key moments. Sun Kai didn't know if his role had a car. He just assumed there wasn't one and flagged down a taxi to take the little girl to school. "Sir, take us to First Elementary School," Sun Kai said. The driver looked at him and started the car, casually asking, "Isn't today Sunday? What are you going to school for, all by yourself?" Just as Sun Kai was about to speak, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body, his face frozen in shock. He had heard it very clearly just now. The driver said, "All by yourself." But the little girl was clearly right next to him. Did the driver not see her? Not just Sun Kai, everyone watching the livestream in Xia country at that moment felt a cold chill run through them. The little girl kept staring at Sun Kai, with a smile that looked pure and innocent, but gave him a very strange feeling. The support team analyzed with full effort. Not good, this little girl might not be human at all. We were wrong from the beginning. If Sun Kai says something wrong here, he might trigger a plot kill immediately. We must warn him. Just as team leader Xia Changqing was preparing to use a precious warning chance, Sun Kai opened his mouth. Chapter 4, Do Not Talk to the Teacher. Driver, is there a law that says we can't go to school on Sunday? Sun Kai's counter question made the driver choke up. The driver snorted, and didn't say another word the whole way. That was exactly what Sun Kai wanted. He didn't want the driver to cause any more trouble. If his daughter really lost control, his life might not survive it. The best choice was for the driver to shut his mouth. Sun Kai noticed that the smile on his daughter's face seemed back to normal, without that creepy feeling from before. It looked like the danger from earlier had passed for now, but he knew there would definitely be more trouble ahead. Judging from how the driver acted just now, he probably can't see my daughter, which means she's very likely not human. If she's not human, then some things can finally be explained. Before, Sun Kai already felt it was strange. A 3-bedroom apartment was at most just over 100 square meters, not big. The 5 of them each went to a different place to check. How could none of them see her? And in the bathroom, his wife was clearly frightened by the daughter, meaning she wasn't there at first. Thinking back, she might have suddenly appeared, which is what scared his wife. Another thing, where did she pull out a knife and kill the boy? His daughter was wearing a dress, and no matter how you looked, it didn't seem like it could hide a knife. The strangest part is, the knife she used to kill the boy seemed to have disappeared again. All of this shows that the daughter is not human. Seeing Sun Kai dodge another plot kill, the support team all let out a sigh of relief. They realized the one playing the father role this time might be even better than they imagined. This was good news for their country, Xia Nation. The ride was silent, and the taxi stopped in front of the First Elementary School. Just like the driver said, it was Sunday, and there wasn't a single person inside. The school gate was also closed. So here comes the question, how could he let his daughter go to school on a Sunday? Sun Kai noticed that his daughter was once again looking at him with that innocent and pure expression, which gave him a headache. "Daddy, the teacher will come get me soon." His daughter's sudden words made Sun Kai confused. Where would a teacher come from on a Sunday? Very soon, he was proven wrong on the spot. A plain-looking female teacher came walking out from inside. She wore round glasses, her long hair falling freely on her shoulders. Her looks were above average. "You must be Cece's father. Cece always says her dad is very handsome, and I didn't expect it to be true." The female teacher walked over and said warmly. Just as Sun Kai was about to speak, he suddenly remembered the 5th rule, don't talk to the teacher. But the first part of the 5th rule had already been proven false, so is the second part true or not? It wasn't just Sun Kai who was struggling, many people in Xia Nation were also struggling. What now? Should he answer the teacher or stay completely silent? If he talks, he might break the rule and die on the spot. But if he doesn't talk, that might also break the rule. This is seriously a trap. The support team quickly analyzed and believed that answering the teacher had a higher chance of being correct. After all, the 5th rule had already turned out to be a fake rule. This has already been confirmed. Good, use the first reminder opportunity. Summer Changqing decisively said. At this moment, Sun Kai heard a voice in his mind, Sun Kai, I am Summer Changqing, from Xia country. Based on our analysis, the possibility of talking to the teacher is higher, but you can make your own decision. This is the first reminder, we still have 2 chances left. Don't worry, the entire Xia country is behind you. Sun Kai was slightly stunned, then showed a faint smile. Although he wasn't from this world, the fact that the other side used a precious reminder opportunity made him feel something different. At this moment, Sun Kai made his choice. He ignored the other person. He directly held Cece's hand and walked toward the school gate. Summer Changqing was stunned, what was going on? Although he said Sun Kai could make his own judgment, how could he choose to ignore the other person so quickly? What if it triggered a plot kill? The female teacher, seeing Sun Kai ignore her, angrily chased after him, Cece's daddy, why are you ignoring me? Sun Kai still didn't speak, and at this moment, the little girl tilted her head, looking at him curiously. Daddy, why are you ignoring the teacher? Sun Kai still didn't say anything. He glanced at the top of the female teacher's head, where there was a line of text. Is anyone here? There's clearly just a bunch of air here. It was this reminder that made Sun Kai choose to ignore the female teacher. Compared to Summer Changqing's reminder, he was more inclined to believe the prompt he saw. After all, this prompt had saved him several times. Seeing Sun Kai continue to ignore her, the female teacher's body gradually twisted, and her face became terrifying. Why won't you answer me? Why won't you look at me? Like a broken tape with noise, it periodically passed through Sun Kai's eardrums, and the distorted face was about to press against his face. But he remained unmoved, firmly walking toward the school gate. When Sun Kai placed his hand on the school's iron gate, the sound disappeared, and the female teacher vanished, as if she had never appeared. At the same time, other countries' national luck users also encountered this female teacher. Some of them made the same choice as Sun Kai. They didn't know that the female teacher was problematic, they just followed the rules. But there were also some who thought they were clever, believing that the rule might be fake, and decided to gamble, responding to the female teacher. Then, accompanied by a scream, the screen went black. Hey, what are you doing? There's no class today. A security guard saw Sun Kai and quickly walked over. Oh, I used to graduate from this school, I just wanted to come back and see my alma mater. Can you make an exception? Saying this, Sun Kai skillfully took out a cigarette and handed it to the security guard. Oh, that's how it is. Well, fine. The security guard, who had hesitated before, immediately agreed when he saw the cigarette offered. Sun Kai noticed that the security guard's gaze didn't even look at the little girl beside him, which again confirmed one thing: the little girl wasn't human. Sun Kai took the little girl inside. He squatted down, smiling, and said, "Cece, you go ahead, Daddy is leaving now." The little girl, as if the female teacher had never appeared, didn't ask anything, and instead nodded. "Daddy, remember to pick me up tonight, I'm going to school now, bye-bye." Watching the little girl happily run into the school building, Sun Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a strange voice sounded, "You're not a teacher at this school, how did you get in?" Sun Kai turned around and saw, to his surprise, it was the same female teacher. He smirked slightly, the same trick wouldn't work on him. Sun Kai pretended he didn't hear her and kept walking toward the outside. The female teacher immediately felt something was wrong and blocked his way. "Who are you exactly? If you don't speak, I'll call the security." Sun Kai gave a scornful smile, as if to say, "You think talking like that will make me answer you?" This time, the female teacher was very decisive and shouted loudly, "Security! Security!" Sun Kai was stunned. If he remembered correctly, when that other female teacher came out earlier, she didn't call for security, did she? Could it be that this time she's not fake, but real? Hearing the female teacher's voice, the security guard rushed over. "Teacher Jean, what's wrong?" The female teacher pointed with her hand. "This person was sneaking around just now. I suspect he's a thief." After seeing Sun Kai, the security guard smiled and said, "Teacher Jean, it's a misunderstanding. He's a former graduate who came back to visit his old school." At once, an awkward expression appeared on the female teacher's face. The person she thought was a thief was actually a former graduate of the school. "Sorry, I misunderstood you." The female teacher lowered her head and apologized. At this point, Sun Kai still didn't see any hint on the female teacher's body. He figured this female teacher was probably fine. "Oh, it's nothing, just a misunderstanding." Seeing that Sun Kai was so understanding, Teacher Jean felt a bit ashamed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing that this female teacher was real, a thought suddenly popped into Sun Kai's mind. Should he take this chance to ask about the little girl? Even if the little girl wasn't human, she still wanted to come here to study. That means one thing: when she was alive, she was probably a student at this school. "Teacher Jean, can I ask you something?" "What is it?" "Go ahead." "I want to ask, is there a little girl named Cece in your school?" Before Sun Kai finished his words, Teacher Jin's face suddenly changed, her expression filled with a trace of fear. How do you know the name Cece? What's your relationship with her?" Sun Kai felt a little puzzled, but still said, "I'm Cece's father." "Impossible!" Teacher Jean yelled out, cutting him off. Her face was full of disbelief. Cece had no parents. She was only supported in school by an old couple who weren't her real family. "You're lying to me." "What?" A shocked look appeared on Sun Kai's face. He had always thought the role he was playing was the father of the little girl, and that this identity was real. But what Teacher Jean said seemed completely different from what he knew. What's going on here? Sun Kai knew that if he kept claiming to be Cece's father, Teacher Jean probably wouldn't tell him any more information. "So? Alright, Teacher Jean, actually I'm a relative of that old couple." I lied just now about being her father. I'm really sorry. This reason was finally something Teacher Jean could accept. Sigh, it's a long story. Let's talk on the playground. The two of them came to the school's playground. Teacher Jean spoke. Cece used to be my student. She was very obedient, a good child, but... Tears suddenly fell down Teacher Jin's face. Her voice even choked. It was my fault. I didn't think it through. She was always bullied by other kids in class. But every time I asked her, she said she was fine. But just last year, Cece jumped from the rooftop and killed herself. Sun Kai's face slightly changed. So the little girl Cece committed suicide by jumping because she had been bullied for a long time and couldn't take it anymore? If that's the case, she must have a lot of resentment. But from beginning to end, unless certain points were triggered, the little girl would act. Most of the time, she was just an obedient child. And one more thing was very strange. Since there was an old couple, why haven't they appeared until now? Teacher Jean, do you know the specific whereabouts of the old couple? Teacher Jean was stunned, looking at Sun Kai with some confusion. Aren't you a relative of the old couple? How could you not know where they are? Sun Kai, without changing his expression, replied, I recently learned about Cece's situation by accident, so I came to check things out. The old couple doesn't know yet. Teacher Jean didn't suspect him. After all, no one would usually take the initiative to get involved in such matters. The old couple lives in Building 4, Room 404, Huatian Mansion. After learning the location, Sun Kai exchanged some pleasantries with Teacher Jean and quickly left. He hailed a taxi and directly said, Driver, take me to Huatian Mansion. Okay. After some time, the car stopped. Just as Sun Kai was about to get out, he looked outside and thought he had come to the wrong place. Driver, did you make a mistake? The driver glanced at him and pointed to a stone sign at the entrance of the community, which had the 4 big characters Huatian Mansion written on it. At that moment, not only was Sun Kai stunned, but all the people from Xiaguo were stunned as well. Because they remembered clearly, Sun Kai had walked out from this community, and when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that when Sun Kai had come downstairs, he was on the 4th floor. A creepy feeling spread all over Sun Kai's body. He remembered clearly that when he opened his eyes, there were 5 people present, including an elderly couple. The elderly couple, both in their speech and actions, made it seem like they were also participants in the strange talk of rules, like those who benefited from the national fortune. But Teacher Jean had just mentioned that an elderly couple had adopted a little girl, and their address was in Huatian Mansion. If what Teacher Jean said was true, that meant the elderly couple had big problems. Sun Kai knew that he had to go back to verify this. He couldn't run away. Following the direction from his memory, he arrived at the ground floor of his building. The big number 4 on the wall made him realize something. The house he lived in was the address of the elderly couple that Teacher Jean had mentioned. This meant that the elderly couple, whom he had thought were among the 5 national fortune bearers, might have big issues. Not only did Sun Kai realize this, but the support team also quickly recognized that this problem was too serious. Is there anything abnormal in the live footage of the elderly couple? Xia Changqing immediately asked. Captain, the elderly couple's footage is completely normal. They act just like a real elderly couple, watching TV, tending to flowers, and chatting with each other. Xia Changqing frowned. Every national fortune bearer has their own personal footage. Since theirs was fine, did that mean this elderly couple wasn't the one Teacher Jean had mentioned? With too little information, Xia Changqing couldn't make a decision and could only continue observing Sun Kai's actions. At this point, Sun Kai had already arrived at his front door. The door plate clearly showed 3 numbers. 404. It's indeed here. Sun Kai recalled that none of the 5 rules mentioned anything about the elderly couple. But that didn't mean the elderly couple was free of problems. Since suspicions had already arisen about them, Sun Kai wouldn't miss this opportunity. He took out his key and opened the door. Chapter 6, The Mother's Rule. Seeing Sun Kai return, the woman who was cleaning the house showed a look of joy. She seemed a little excited, as if she was about to say something, but quickly realized one thing: her current identity was Sun Kai's wife. She then revealed a shy expression and softly called out, "Hubby, you're back." That word hubby almost made Sun Kai's whole body go weak. Having been single for over 20 years, he never imagined that in the world of rule-based strange tales, he would have a wife. But he also understood that she was playing the role of a wife, otherwise, who knew if the little girl might be spying on them here. I'm back, where are Mom and Dad? Sun Kai casually closed the door, took off his suit jacket, and the woman immediately took it from him. Mom and Dad are on the balcony, soaking up the sun. They said that as they get older, if they don't get some sun, they don't have any energy, the woman said with a smile. Sun Kai nodded and moved closer to the woman, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Have you found any clues at home? He had been out for almost an hour. If the woman hadn't found anything, he would have to consider whether or not to bring this burden along. Fortunately, the woman knew that she had to show some value. She hurriedly said, "I did find something. Look." She took out a pink phone and opened the memo on it. Rules. 1. You are a mother, and you are also a wife. 2. Do not tell anyone your name, except for your husband. 3. Out of the 5 people, 1 is not human. Sun Kai's breath caught. To be honest, he had thought that the rules for each person might be slightly different, but this big of a difference was something he had never imagined. The first rule, where the woman was not just a mother but also a wife, meant that her role was even more difficult. If any part of this rule was violated, the consequences were obvious. The second rule was similar to his own, but it said that she could tell her name to her husband. What did this mean? Were the others untrustworthy? Or was this rule a fake rule? Would the woman be doomed if she said her name? The third rule was the most terrifying. 1 of the 5 people was not human. This rule conflicted somewhat with his suspicion about the elderly couple. If the old couple was problematic, there should be 2 who were not human, not just 1. Could this rule also be a fake rule? Sun Kai examined it carefully and confirmed that no hidden hint had appeared this time. It seemed like he would have to rely on himself for now. He closed his eyes and thought carefully. First, this rule was discovered by the woman, and her ability to show it to him meant that she trusted him. Therefore, the possibility that she was not human was almost ruled out. The boy was dead, and his body was still in the bathroom, so the possibility of him not being human was also ruled out. As for the elderly couple, Sun Kai had already suspected them, but the problem now was whether both of them had issues, or if just one of them did. Finally, Sun Kai looked at his own hands, and a chilling thought suddenly surged in his mind. What if, out of the other 4 people, he himself was the one with a problem? This possibility was not out of the question. Forget it, thinking about these things is useless. There's still too little information in hand, and I can't analyze how to get through this rule-based ghost story. The most important thing now is to test the elderly couple and see if they are human. Having made up his mind, Sun Kai whispered, "I'll go and test them, you stay alert." The woman nodded repeatedly. If Sun Kai hadn't helped her several times before, she wouldn't have given him the rule to look at directly. She wasn't stupid, she was just panicked at first. She knew that only by passing the rule-based ghost story could she survive. And Sun Kai's performance made her feel that the only way for her to survive was to hold on to him. Sun Kai adjusted his expression, smiling as he walked to the balcony. The elderly couple was leisurely soaking up the sun, and when they saw Sun Kai, they called out, "Son, you're back?" "Mom, Dad, I'm back. How are you 2 feeling?" "Ah, it's the same as always. At this age, how well can the body be?" The old grandmother smiled kindly. "Exactly, you didn't come back earlier to chat with us," the old grandfather said with a smile as well. Sun Kai was very clear that both of them were playing their roles, it was what the rules required. He just didn't know what exactly the rules for the old couple were. After talking with the old couple for a while, Sun Kai left. He went to other rooms and searched again, but didn't find anything special. He secretly observed the old couple's behavior, and everything seemed normal. They had exchanged some information quietly, but nothing significant was discovered. So, when school was over, Sun Kai went to school to pick up the little girl who was happily walking out the school gate. "Dad, school is so fun, but the teacher said we have to go home as soon as school is over." "What did the teacher teach today?" "We learned a lot today." Their conversation sounded like a typical father-daughter chat, but if someone were standing nearby, they'd realize that Sun Kai was talking to himself. Back at home, the woman had already prepared dinner, and the family was happily enjoying their meal together. But at that moment, the little girl suddenly said, "Why isn't brother coming out to eat?" Sun Kai's face stiffened slightly. "Why isn't he coming out to eat? Don't you have any idea?" Of course, he couldn't say that, saying it would be the end of it. "Brother isn't feeling well. I'll take food to him later. Let's eat first." Sun Kai's answer was flawless. The little girl obediently nodded and began eating. I must admit, the woman can actually cook, and the food was quite good. This caught Sun Kai a bit by surprise. After they finished eating, Sun Kai noticed a reminder above the woman's head. Putting the child to sleep is the mother's responsibility. Sun Kai twitched his lips. Putting the child to sleep? Anyone could do that, right? But here, it was determined to be the mother's job. How narrow-minded. Sun Kai took the opportunity to remind the woman. She gave him a grateful look and took the little girl to her room. After a while, the woman came back. "She's asleep." Now there's only one thing left to deal with, we need to get rid of the boy's body. Sun Kai had not forgotten the body in the bathtub and the bathroom. If they didn't deal with the body soon, it would start to smell in 2 days, and they wouldn't be able to stay here. If someone found it, they would even call the police. They couldn't afford for such an external factor to ruin this time's rule weird story. If they failed, they would pay with their lives. But when they opened the bathroom and pulled back the waterproof curtain of the bathtub, they were horrified to find the boy's body was gone. Chapter 7, All Lives Are Equal. Sun Kai and the woman stared at each other, their bodies frozen, as if frozen with cold. This can't be. I've been at home all day, haven't gone anywhere. How could the body be gone? The woman's teeth were trembling as she spoke. Sun Kai believed that the woman wasn't lying about this, especially with the old couple still in the house. If the woman had moved the body, they would definitely have seen it. Sun Kai carefully looked again. The bathtub was very clean, not a trace of blood to be seen. It was as if the body had truly disappeared. Don't panic, this is the weird story world, anything can happen. Sun Kai comforted her, and the woman nodded, seeming to believe his words, though the fear in her eyes remained. With the body gone, they no longer needed to dispose of it and bury it themselves. When it was time to sleep, Sun Kai and the woman, as a married couple, had to sleep in the same bed, as the rules required. But just as they were about to enter the room, Sun Kai noticed that the elderly couple was still watching TV on the sofa, so he called out. Mom and Dad, time to sleep. It's okay, you two go ahead, we'll sleep soon after watching a little more. The old grandmother said with a cheerful smile. Sun Kai nodded and entered the bedroom, closing the door behind him. At this point, the woman was very nervous. After all, she had never been in a relationship before. She had never even held a boy's hand before. And now, she had to act like a wife, even sleep on the same bed at night. How could she stay calm? I can sleep on the floor. The woman couldn't hold back the shyness in her heart, and finally said this sentence. If it wasn't for the rule, Sun Kai wouldn't have minded this, but the rule was there. The rule doesn't allow it. You understand. With just this one sentence from Sun Kai, the woman understood everything. She knew this must be a rule from Sun Kai's side. The woman nodded, took off her outer clothes, and lay on the bed. Her heart was beating fast, and her cheeks were a bit red, making her already pretty face look even more beautiful. While Sun Kai was taking off his clothes, he glanced at the wedding photo on the bedside. This time, he noticed that the eyes in the photo didn't seem to be staring at him anymore. He lay on the other side, and just as he was about to turn off the light, he thought of something. After the light is off, no matter what sound you hear, don't believe it, even if it's my voice. The woman nodded again and again. She had already decided to follow him no matter what. Whatever Sun Kai said, she believed it. Click. Sun Kai pressed the button, and the bedroom suddenly turned pitch black. At this moment, he noticed that no light was coming in through the door gap, which meant the lights in the living room were also off. They went back to their rooms so quickly? Sun Kai was a bit surprised. After all, it had only been a few minutes since they entered and went to bed. He didn't think much and closed his eyes, ready to sleep. But just then, a faint voice, as if from very far away, came. Why didn't you save me? It's so cold here, I'm so cold, will you come keep me company? The voice came closer and closer, and by the last sentence, it sounded like it was speaking right next to Sun Kai's ear. Even though Sun Kai felt his scalp go numb, he still kept his eyes tightly shut and didn't say a single word. He remembered very clearly, the rule said, after turning off the light, don't believe any sound. If he answered this voice, he might be doomed. But Sun Kai felt that the voice sounded a bit familiar. Who was it? After thinking for a moment, cold sweat suddenly poured down his back. He remembered. The owner of the voice was the dead boy. And thinking about how the boy's body disappeared from the bathroom for no reason, a thought suddenly came up in his mind. Could it be that the boy came back to life? If this was the real world, Sun Kai would never believe in such a thing. But this was a strange tale world. Even a dead little girl had appeared, so what's so strange about a boy coming back to life? Suddenly, Sun Kai felt strong trembling beside him. It was the woman. She must have heard the boy's voice too and got really scared. Sun Kai reached out his hand and held the woman's hand, as if to give her some comfort this way. The woman's shaking finally slowed down, and she gradually calmed down. If the situation allowed, she might have even said thank you. As if angry at being ignored, the boy's voice suddenly became crazy. Why don't you answer me? I'm so cold, I'm in so much pain, where is my heart? Did you hide it? Sun Kai frowned. The boy's voice became more and more twisted, even sharp, making his head hurt. The woman's body started shaking again. Both her hands were holding tightly onto Sun Kai's hand. She looked like she was really struggling to endure. Sun Kai knew this couldn't go on. With this kind of noise, there was no way to sleep. He had to find a way to solve this. I remember the rule said, don't believe any voice. So as long as I don't make a sound to respond, it should be fine, right? Sun Kai squinted his eyes and slowly opened a slit. What made him breathe a sigh of relief was that he did not see the terrifying scene he imagined, but he saw something else. A line of glowing words. Under the light, all beings are equal. Sun Kai's eyes lit up. The rule only said not to believe any sound after turning off the light, so what if he didn't turn it off? Most people turn off the lights when they sleep, and Sun Kai did so out of habit too, but actually, there were many loopholes in the rules. Thinking of this, Sun Kai directly reached out his hand and turned on the bedside switch. The moment the light turned on, all the surrounding sounds disappeared. The woman also opened her eyes and saw Sun Kai with the light on, nervously asking, "That voice just now, was it the dead boy?" Sun Kai nodded. It was indeed him. The woman trembled in fear. Did he become a ghost and come to take revenge on us? I'm so scared. He didn't die by our hands. Whether emotionally or logically, he shouldn't come for us. Don't be afraid. As long as the light stays on, the voice won't appear. If we sleep with the lights on at night, there shouldn't be any problem. The woman was overjoyed. She felt that she had truly made the right choice. This man before her was indeed a strong support. But when she saw Sun Kai getting up and putting on clothes, she hurriedly asked, "Why are you getting up?" "To go to the bathroom." Sun Kai's voice carried a bit of helplessness. He had tried his best to drink less water, but the urge to urinate kept coming. He couldn't not go. Unless he was willing to pee in his pants. I'll go with you, the woman said, gathering her courage. The woman wasn't stupid. Going to the bathroom at a time like this could easily bring trouble. If something happened to Sun Kai, depending on her alone, there was no way she could get out of here alive. Chapter 8, Where do they live? Sun Kai thought for a moment and agreed. Even he felt uneasy about going to the bathroom alone. After all, this was a horror story world. Once the woman got dressed, Sun Kai opened the bedroom door, revealing the pitch-black living room outside. Standing at the doorway, he looked at the living room, as if looking at a beast hiding in the darkness, opening its mouth, waiting for him to walk in. Gulp. Sun Kai swallowed. He remembered the light switch for the living room was by the entrance, and the main bedroom door was about 3 meters away from it. If it were daytime, he would walk there in a few steps, but at this moment, he felt like once he entered, he wouldn't come back. I'll go turn on the light. If anything strange happens, be ready. Sun Kai told the woman, then stepped into the darkness. Just as his figure fully entered the darkness, a voice that made his scalp tingle came from beside his ear. Sun Kai, do you want to leave this instance? It was still the boy's voice, but with a hint of temptation. If Sun Kai wasn't walking close to the wall, he would really think someone was right next to him. You must know, this voice came from the side of the wall. Sun Kai firmly remembered the rule. He didn't say a word and walked toward the entrance. The boy's voice spoke again, Sun Kai, don't you want to know what the horror world really is? Of course I want to know, but I won't talk to you, a thing that might be a ghost. Sun Kai cursed in his heart, but his steps did not slow down. He knew very well that as long as he ignored the other side, it couldn't harm him. But what Sun Kai didn't know was that many National Destiny players from other countries responded to the voice due to various accidents after turning off the light at night, and then they blacked out instantly. Finally, Sun Kai reached the entrance and directly turned on the living room light. Instantly, the voice disappeared. Phew, it's fine now. Seeing that Sun Kai was indeed okay, the woman came out, and the two arrived at the bathroom door. The woman felt a bit scared, after all, a corpse had just disappeared in the bathroom. You need to be careful, the woman said, her eyes filled with a hint of worry. Sun Kai nodded, pushed open the door, and directly turned on the bathroom light. He closed the door, stood by the toilet, and prepared to flush. Suddenly, he heard the sound of running water and turned to see the sound was coming from behind the waterproof curtain. Sun Kai remembered very clearly that they had lifted the waterproof curtain when they entered. Who closed it? After flushing, Sun Kai did not approach, he had no intention of actively confronting danger. But when he tried to open the door to go out, he found the doorknob wouldn't turn. Are you out there? Sun Kai called out in a voice loud enough to be heard outside the door. Of course, he didn't dare to shout too loudly, he worried about startling the little girl. I'm here, what's wrong? The woman's voice came through, and it made Sun Kai relax slightly. The door won't open. Huh? The woman was stunned for a moment, then tried it and found it really wouldn't open. Instantly, she became a bit anxious. Wasn't it fine just a moment ago? How could it not open all of a sudden? I don't know, but there is a sound of water flowing from the bathtub, and the waterproof curtain has also been closed. Sun Kai remained very calm and informed the woman of his situation. The woman's eyes widened, she immediately thought of the missing corpse. Don't go over there, there must be danger. Sun Kai certainly knew there must be some issue over there, but with the bathroom door stuck, he could only go check the situation. He carefully looked over there, no hints appeared. Does this mean it's safe? Sun Kai walked over to the edge of the waterproof curtain, reached out, and suddenly pulled it open, revealing what was inside. There was nothing there, just the bathtub faucet slightly turned on, a small stream of water flowing down. It seems the elderly couple must have accidentally bumped into it. Sun Kai turned off the faucet, stood upright, and found nothing unusual around. He walked over and tried to open the door, this time it opened smoothly. Seeing Sun Kai walk out, the woman visibly sighed in relief. She had really worried something would happen to him. Let's hurry back to the room. The woman didn't want to stay outside at all, she felt that only being close to Sun Kai was the safest. Sun Kai nodded, casually turned off the bathroom light, and just as he was about to head back to the room, he accidentally caught sight of something on the coffee table. It was a half-smoked cigarette and a bottle of cola that had been half drunk. Cigarette and cola? Sun Kai remembered very clearly that he had not seen these two items when he greeted the elderly couple. The elderly couple was so old, they shouldn't be smoking or drinking cola. Who left these things behind? Following Sun Kai's gaze, the woman also noticed the items on the coffee table. Aren't these the cigarette and cola from the boys' room? How did they end up here? Those words changed Sun Kai's expression. He looked around and saw nothing unusual. Could it be that these two items were taken out by the boy? Could it be that the boy has turned into something like the little girl? In a world of strange tales, this possibility was not impossible. Logically, at this time, Sun Kai should return to the room, that would be the safest choice. However, he made a decision. Taking advantage of this time, he would go to the boys' room to see if there were any new findings. Everyone plays a role, everyone has their own rules. And regarding the boys' rules, he knew nothing. I'm going to check the boys' room to see if there's anything to find. Sun Kai expressed his thoughts, and upon hearing this, the woman hurriedly stopped him. I already checked during the day, I found nothing, I even searched the body's clothes. Sun Kai was a bit surprised that this woman had even learned such advanced skills of searching a corpse without any guidance. Day is day, night is night. After a pause, Sun Kai continued, if you're scared, you can go back first. I'll go see by myself. The woman shook her head, I'll go with you. Having made the decision, the two prepared to go to the boys' room, which was right next to the little girl's room. Fortunately, the switches for the lights in the room were located, one at the bedside and one near the door, easily accessible to turn on. This was a very ordinary room, with a single bed and a desk, and on the walls, there were many posters of basketball stars. Unfortunately, Sun Kai didn't recognize any of them. Just as Sun Kai was about to enter, the woman suddenly spoke up. Strange, our house is indeed a 3-bedroom apartment, right? Although Sun Kai didn't understand why she asked this, he still nodded, yes, that's correct. Now, I live with you in one room, the little girl lives in one, and the boy in one, so. Where do the old couple live? Chapter 9, The Boy's Rules. In an instant, a chill swept through Sun Kai's entire body. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Yes, a 3-bedroom apartment, each room occupied, yet there was still no place for the old couple. Where were they? Sun Kai clearly remembered when he went to bed, he hadn't heard any door closing at all. Why have I never noticed such an obvious thing? Sun Kai's expression turned very ugly, he had ignored such an apparent detail. If the woman hadn't reminded him, he might never have realized it. Could I be influenced by the rules? Or is there something I don't know? The house was only this big, besides the 3 rooms, there was just a kitchen and a bathroom. But both of those places were completely visible at a glance. Sun Kai checked the kitchen, and found nothing. This indicated one thing, the old couple was really not here. This made Sun Kai very suspicious that perhaps the old couple were not human, as the woman's rules mentioned that one was not human. Never mind that for now, let's go in and see if there are any clues, preferably the boys' rules. The woman nodded and followed Sun Kai into the room to begin searching. The room was small, and it took less than 5 minutes to finish searching, finding nothing. There's nothing here. The woman's face clearly showed disappointment. She knew that the more rules they understood, the better their chances of escaping. Now, they didn't even know the conditions to escape, so the chances of failure were very high. Sun Kai didn't believe that the boy had no rules. If the boy himself didn't have them, it meant the rules were still here. However, they had checked all the places they could think of, except. Sun Kai's eyes fell on the posters on the wall. He walked over, tore one down, and looked at its back. Immediately, he smiled. Rules. 1. You are a son, and also a good brother. 2. Do not tell anyone your name, except for your grandparents. 3. You cannot be the first to die, otherwise, terrible things will happen. 4. From 12 to 1 o'clock, take the cigarettes and cola from the coffee table to the kitchen for your grandparents. For rules, Sun Kai directly ignored the first one. The second one was different from theirs. The boy could tell his name to his grandparents. This made Sun Kai think of something. After they separated to search, when he came out. Outside, there were only the old couple and the boy. What if at that time, the old couple asked the boy his name, and the boy told them? This possibility was not out of the question. If he had said it, it meant this rule was true. But if he didn't say anything after the old couple asked, then it meant this rule was false. Sun Kai recalled the first hidden hint he saw. It is the second rule, which proves that his second rule is real. But he couldn't be sure whether the boy's rule was true or false. Skipping the second rule, Sun Kai looked at the third rule. This rule made his expression very serious. It's simple, the boy is the first person to die, and the rule stated that he cannot be the first to die, otherwise terrible things will happen. The missing body, the boy's voice appearing after the lights went out, all of this verifies one thing. The third rule is real. And the last rule made Sun Kai immediately think of the cigarettes and cola on the coffee table. Should he take these two things to the kitchen to give to the old couple? Does this mean the old couple lives inside the kitchen? The problem is, he checked just now, and there was no one in the kitchen at all. Is this rule real? What time is it now? Sun Kai suddenly asked. The woman looked at the clock in the living room and said, "It's 12:25 a.m., do you want to go to the kitchen?" The old couple is a breakthrough for us, your rule is probably false, they should not be human. The woman was puzzled, since they are not human, why not stay away from them? Isn't that safer? You must remember one thing, there is no such thing as a truly safe place in this world, we must find a way to pass through quickly, otherwise we will eventually die here. Sun Kai understood very well, the slow-boiling frog was the most terrifying method. Once they truly believed that following these rules would allow them to live, it would be dangerous. Once a person forms a fixed way of thinking, it is very difficult to move out of it. Sun Kai could not keep following the rules, he wanted to live. Of course, the reason he dared to do this was purely because he saw an extra line of text under the fourth rule. At this time, the old man's teeth are bad, and he doesn't eat meat. The meaning was clear, from midnight to 1 o'clock, the old couple wouldn't harm him. But beyond this time, it would be hard to say. Making up his mind, Sun Kai directly picked up the cigarettes and cola from the coffee table and walked to the kitchen. The kitchen lights turned on, and it was only about 10 square meters, which could be considered very small. When the support team saw Sun Kai preparing to go in, they were extremely worried. They didn't have Sun Kai's ability to see hints, instinctively feeling that this action was too risky. Of course, Sun Kai's previous adventures had already made them break into a cold sweat. "Captain, should we use the reminder to stop him?" "No need, since he is so confident, he must have seen something. I never expected that this time our national luck-bearer, Xiaogua, actually has such an outstanding person." Xiao Changqing's eyes were filled with praise, he had been watching Sun Kai's performance during the day, which gave him a lot of confidence in Sun Kai. At the moment Sun Kai stepped into the kitchen, he felt a flash in front of him, and two figures appeared in his sight. "Son, why are you still not asleep?" The old professor looked surprised when he saw Sun Kai walk in. "Yes, son, staying up so late will make you late for work tomorrow." The old lady spoke with a hint of reproach in her voice. The appearance of the two elders seemed like they were just chatting here, showing no signs of any problem at all. Sun Kai secretly glanced back, the woman behind him was still there, but her face showed no other expression. He had a bold guess, the scene the woman saw might be different from what he was seeing. Otherwise, with the woman's bravery, she would at least let out a scream, not showing any change at all. "I just went to the bathroom, and I happened to see the things on the coffee table, I was wondering if you dropped them, so I brought them over." Looking at the cigarette and cola in Sun Kai's hand, the old couple's eyes lit up, as if they had seen something they loved the most. Chapter 10, The Way to Pass. The old couple swallowed hard, staring at what was in Sun Kai's hand. This scene puzzled him a bit. "It's just a cigarette and cola, is it really that big of a deal?" "Son, put that down, it's getting late, hurry back to sleep," the old professor said. His eyes could not leave what was in Sun Kai's hands. The old lady didn't speak, but it looked like she felt the same way. Sun Kai was confused, what did the boy's rule mean? Was it just to give these two things to the old couple? He found it a bit strange. Instead of putting the items down, Sun Kai purposely asked, "Mom and Dad, can I ask you something?" "Get to the point, don't dawdle," the old professor snapped abruptly. "Son, hurry up and say what you need to say," the old lady added similarly. Sun Kai felt a bit nervous, but his presence proved that the boy's rules were real. In the face of true rules, everything must follow them. No one can defy the rules. It was this confidence that allowed Sun Kai to take the chance to ask a few questions now. He checked the time, there were still 20 minutes until 1 a.m., which was enough time. "I want to know, are you two people or ghosts?" In an instant, the temperature in the entire kitchen dropped sharply, as if summer had turned directly into winter, chilling to the bone. Not only did the temperature drop, but even the kitchen light seemed to dim considerably. "Son, do you really want to know?" a ghostly voice came from the old professor. At that moment, he was looking down, his face hidden in the darkness, making it impossible for Sun Kai to see his expression. "Son, sometimes it's better to be a little confused," the old lady said, standing next to the old professor in the same posture and voice. Sun Kai remained unfazed, as if he didn't notice their oddness. That's right, this is what I want to know most. I wonder if you two can tell me. At that moment, the members of the support team held their breath, afraid to make a sound. If this old couple exploded and took out Sun Kai, then the chances of success for the fortune bearer of Xia country would be doomed. No one expected that woman to pass, only Sun Kai had a chance. Time passed second by second, the old couple remained silent, and Sun Kai did not urge them. When there were less than 3 minutes until 1 a.m., Sun Kai became a bit anxious. If they didn't speak, he would have to leave the kitchen, otherwise, he would be breaking the rules and would be finished. Just then, the old professor spoke up. When did you start to doubt us? I was told by Cece's teacher when I dropped her at school that Cece has no parents, only an old couple who took her in. The old lady nodded, so it was Teacher Jean. She is a good person, it's a pity Cece doesn't have this fortune. What are you really? Why are you pretending to be fortune bearers? This was what Sun Kai found most puzzling. If it weren't for the old couple's flawless behavior at first, he wouldn't have overthought it. At first, no one doubted the identities of the old couple. It's simple, because we were the former fortune bearers. Sun Kai was stunned. This old couple was actually the former fortune bearers? While he knew the world of strange tales had appeared multiple times, he didn't expect former fortune bearers to show up here. This news shocked everyone watching the live broadcast. Xia Changqing immediately exercised his authority to have someone check all the past information regarding the world of strange tales. Leader, we found it. The only two people that match this old couple are these two. They were the chosen luck bearers from the last round, who failed in the first horror tale world and died on the spot. Xia Changqing touched his chin. I didn't expect that those who once died would also appear in the new rule horror tale world. Record this news. Yes. Sun Kai never imagined that the old man would give such an answer. But shouldn't you have died long ago? This time, it was the old professor who answered. He said, indeed, we are dead, but this time the horror tale world chose the two of us to mislead you luck bearers. If this world is a game, then we are the NPCs. This explanation was simple and easy to understand, and Sun Kai suddenly realized. There were originally 5 people. If the old couple was removed, there were actually only 3 luck bearers? Sun Kai glanced at the time. There was less than a minute left, so he could only ask the last question. How can I clear the game? There are several ways to clear it. To achieve the highest S-rank evaluation, you must fulfill the little girl's wish within a week. For an A-rank evaluation, play your role well and persist for 2 weeks. For a B-rank evaluation, collect the names of other luck bearers and give them to the little girl. For a C-rank evaluation, kill other luck bearers. When he mentioned the last evaluation, Sun Kai clearly saw something strange about the old couple. Their bodies twitched, their expressions were twisted, and their eyes bulged, looking like they wanted to eat people. Hurry, give me the stuff. The two stretched out their bony arms towards Sun Kai, their appearance terrifying enough to frighten anyone. Sun Kai saw that only 5 seconds were left on the clock. He immediately threw the cigarettes and cola aside and rushed towards the kitchen door. When he looked back, there was nothing in the kitchen, as if everything just now had been his illusion. The woman was startled by Sun Kai's action and almost screamed. Weren't you checking the kitchen? Why did you just run out all of a sudden? The woman looked at him with curiosity, and Sun Kai thought for a moment but didn't tell her everything. The reason was simple. 2 of the clearing methods were clearly meant to incite infighting among the luck bearers. He only mentioned the first 2 methods, either play your role well or fulfill the little girl's wish. Hearing Sun Kai's clearing methods, the woman was very happy. She found that following Sun Kai was indeed the right choice. If it were her alone, she definitely wouldn't have dared to go in, and naturally, she wouldn't know the way to clear the game. So, what should we do now? Choose the first one or the second one? The woman knew she had no decision-making power. All the power was in Sun Kai's hands. Sun Kai pondered for a moment. Let's first try to find out the little girl's wish. If we can fulfill it, that would be best. If not, we'll play our roles. The woman nodded again and again. This way, both methods could be considered. They found everything they needed and were ready to go back to sleep. But before leaving, Sun Kai took one last look at the kitchen. There was one thing he forgot to ask. Why did the old couple want cigarettes and cola so badly? Chapter 11, Suicide. Knowing the role of the lights, they kept the living room and bedroom lights on so there was no sound, and they slept soundly. The next day, Sun Kai came out of the bedroom and saw the 2 old ones outside the door. After some casual conversation, Sun Kai conducted a test and discovered something. It seemed that the elderly couple had no memory of last night, as if they had never seen Sun Kai at all. The little girl also woke up, and after washing up, Sun Kai took her to school. This day was Monday, and many parents were sending their children to school. Cece, you must listen to the teacher at school, understand? Cece is the best. Looking at Cece hopping into the school gate, Sun Kai did not rush to leave, but went to the teacher's office and found Teacher Jean. Hey, weren't you the one from yesterday? Teacher Jean was very surprised to see Sun Kai. Teacher Jean, I came for Cece's matter. Teacher Jean nodded and took Sun Kai to a separate empty classroom. What do you want to ask? I want to know more about Cece. Teacher Jean sighed slightly and told Sun Kai everything she knew about Cece. In Teacher Jin's words, Cece was a very lovable child, with good grades and a cute appearance. It can be said that every teacher likes such a child. But Sun Kai keenly sensed one thing, that this situation could make some children, who didn't receive love from teachers, feel jealous. If that's the case, Cece being bullied by other children has found its source. So you're saying, Cece's wish is to have me find these kids and give them some punishment? Sun Kai furrowed his brows. Last night, the old couple only mentioned that the condition to pass was to fulfill the little girl's wish. But what the little girl's wish was, he had no idea at all. He couldn't just go directly ask the little girl what her wish was, right? If he wasn't careful, he might end up being taken out by the little girl. The dead boy was a cautionary tale. Just as the two were discussing Cece, suddenly a series of screams came from outside. They exchanged glances and hurriedly ran out. Soon they found a group of children leaning over the railing, looking down. The two followed the gazes of these children and their faces changed drastically. Teacher Jean even turned around and started to vomit. Sun Kai had experienced the boy's incident and had some psychological endurance, but even so, his face still looked very pale. Because a body, mangled beyond recognition, was right in front of him. From the size, this body should be a student, and it seemed to have fallen from the rooftop. The problem was, how did a student end up on the rooftop in the first place? Such a big incident quickly alerted the school leaders, and the students were taken to the playground, with the police arriving shortly. After a simple investigation, the police concluded that this student committed suicide. Impossible, how could Xiaobei commit suicide? She was clearly so cheerful and lively. She even said she wanted to draw me a picture. Teacher Jean broke down in tears. The student who died was from her class. Teacher Jean, please accept my condolences. Sun Kai sat on the side comforting her. Due to the death, the area was temporarily controlled, and everyone was questioned about the situation. Especially as an outsider, Sun Kai was treated as the focus of attention. But the police couldn't find any relationship between Sun Kai and that student, so they could only take a record and finish. At this time, Sun Kai was recalling the scene he saw earlier. When he ran out, he seemed to have seen a somewhat familiar back on the rooftop. That was Cece. Could it be that this deceased student was pushed off by Cece? Recalling her death experience, Sun Kai felt he had grasped the key point. Teacher Jean, was the student who just died on good terms with Cece? Teacher Jean wiped her tears, her expression dim. I used to think they had a good relationship, but later I found out that Cece was always bullied by them. Now Sun Kai understood, the student who just died was likely involved with Cece. Teacher Jean didn't know that Cece had turned into a ghost, but he did. Is this her wish? But if it were so simple, it wouldn't be possible to easily get an S-rank evaluation. Sun Kai left the school. He needed to search for more clues. Based on the information he had gathered so far, there are only 3 people who hold the fate of the nation: him, a woman, and a dead boy. The rules for these 3 people are all here. There is nothing different at the moment. But if those 2 old people, acting as NPCs, also have their own rules, then he might know more things. Sun Kai returned home and walked in front of the 2 elders, directly asking, "What are your rules?" If they didn't remember last night, they would still consider themselves as the holders of the nation's fate. It is normal for the holders of the nation's fate to share information among themselves. Sure enough, the old professor spoke first, glancing around quietly, as if confirming whether the little girl was there or not. My rules are only 2, one is to play the role of a grandfather, and the other is that I can only tell my name to my partner. I'm the same as him, said the old grandmother. Sun Kai was a bit surprised. The rules of the 2 were surprisingly simple? Such simple rules seemed to lack any important information. Not only that, but until now, he had not seen any new hints, as if the hints had malfunctioned. Sun Kai returned alone to his room, his eyes subconsciously looking at the wedding photo, which showed no abnormalities. He sat in front of the computer, deep in thought. At that moment, the woman walked in and softly said, "Today while I was cleaning, I kept hearing dripping water in the restroom, but when I checked, there was nothing there." The biggest problem with the restroom was the missing boy's body. And the boy's rules also mentioned that he cannot be the first to die, otherwise terrible things would happen. This world has already proven that ghosts exist. Sun Kai strongly suspected that the boy might have turned into a ghost. As long as we do our own things well, he won't come after us. Sun Kai comforted the woman, for now, she was his only ally. The woman nodded, and then as if she thought of something, she said, "By the way, I actually wanted to tell you something last night." "What is it?" "Well, my name is Luin, what is your name?" Sun Kai instinctively said, "My name is Sun." Suddenly, Sun Kai stopped. Why on earth did the woman want to ask his name? He clearly remembered that his second rule stated he cannot tell anyone his name. Chapter 12, Food of the Ghost. Sun Kai looked at the woman, whose face bore a faint smile, as if what had just happened was just a normal greeting. However, his whole body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar, filled with coldness. It was simple, he had seen a long-lost hint on the woman's head. The person in the picture is not the same person. The person in the picture? In the entire room, the only portrait was the wedding photo. He caught a glance and found that the woman in the wedding photo was indeed gone. Sun Kai almost wanted to curse, this was truly full of surprises, and one careless move could be disastrous. If he hadn't been cautious, plus having the hint, if he had spoken his name earlier, he would have been finished. His rules clearly stated that he could not tell anyone his name. But at that moment, he couldn't say nothing. Sun Kai recalled the first hint he saw, he couldn't reveal his true name, but he could use a fake name. My name is Sun Ming. Sun Kai stared wide-eyed as he lied. Then I'll call you Brother Ming from now on. The woman playfully winked, exuding a hint of first love. After chatting with the woman for a while, she left the room. Until Sun Kai saw the woman from the wedding photo appear again, he finally let out a sigh of relief. There are too many dangers in this house, getting through 2 weeks peacefully is too difficult. Who knows what other dangers lie ahead? Sun Kai cursed inwardly, it seemed he only had one choice left, which was to help the little girl fulfill her wish. As he was deep in thought, he noticed the woman's figure appearing again. At that moment, Sun Kai wanted to curse, why are you back? I just thought of something, and I don't know if it can help. The woman spoke softly in a voice that only Sun Kai could hear. Sun Kai sneered internally, let's see how you try to trick me this time. What is it? Our first rule is to play our own role, this is very important and relates to whether we can clear the game. I understand that. But the second rule has always seemed strange to me. Why can't we casually tell our names to others? Is a name really that important? Just as Sun Kai prepared to say nothing, he suddenly showed a contemplative expression upon hearing the woman's words. Yeah, why is a name so important? What does a name represent? Why is a name so crucial that it becomes the second rule for every national fortune bearer? Even the elderly couple NPCs have 2 rules, and one is about the name. What exactly does a name represent? Seeing Sun Kai deep in thought, the woman quietly walked out, leaving him undisturbed. After thinking for a long time, Sun Kai still had no clue and could only give up. At that moment, he also realized that the woman from earlier was indeed real. He went to the living room, his gaze unintentionally falling on a room, the little girl's room. If anywhere could provide information about the little girl, it was likely her own room. But who went into the little girl's room during the search? Suddenly, Sun Kai became aware of this question. He entered the master bedroom, and the boy went into his own room. The woman went to the bathroom, but what about the elderly couple? He didn't ask, and they didn't tell him. As NPCs, perhaps they never searched any rooms at all. This suggests that the little girl's room might not have been looked at all. Wait, the woman has always been at home, she never went to the little girl's room? Sun Kai found the woman and expressed his confusion. The woman looked a bit awkward and said shyly, I'm sorry, I'm a little scared, I never went into her room even once. Sun Kai could understand, the woman was timid, and it was perfectly natural for her to be afraid to enter. Sun Kai wasted no time and walked directly into the little girl's room. It was a very typical girl's room, everything around was pink and filled with a dreamy atmosphere. After a few minutes, Sun Kai found a diary. He was very excited, this diary might contain information about the little girl's wishes. He opened the diary, which had some crooked handwriting, like that of someone who has just learned to write. Weather, sunny. I'm so happy today, I made my first friend, and Grandma and Grandpa are happy for me. Weather, overcast. Aren't we good friends? Why doesn't she play with me? Did I do something wrong? Weather, rainy. I've tried so hard, the teacher praised me, but why won't they play with me and instead bully me? Weather, snowy. I don't have any friends left. The content was brief and even random, but Sun Kai could feel the little girl's emotional roller coaster from happiness to sadness. He turned to the next page, which had no writing, just some abstract drawings made with colored pens. From Sun Kai's perspective, he couldn't make out what the drawings depicted at all. From this content, it seemed Cece really wanted a friend. Could this be her wish? His identity was Cece's father, and wanting to be friends with her was not a simple matter. Sun Kai put the diary back and suddenly let out a gasp. Because he found all kinds of snacks in Cece's little cabinet. The key point is, all these snacks were already opened, including half a bottle of cola he saw last night, and an opened pack of cigarettes. Last night, the cigarettes and cola appeared on the coffee table by themselves. Could it be that Cece put them there? What do these things mean to the old couple? Sun Kai discovered that the more he learned, the more confused he became about this bizarre world. Thinking of this, he reached out his hand, preparing to take a bag of potato chips. But at that moment, he saw a line of words. The food that ghosts like the most, eating it can keep your consciousness clear, humans cannot eat it. Ghost food? Sun Kai immediately recalled the scene last night. The old couple looked as if they hadn't eaten for several days when they saw the cigarettes and cola. Unexpectedly, this was actually food meant for ghosts, which also proved one thing: the old couple had indeed turned into ghosts. What does keeping clear consciousness mean? Does it mean that without eating these things, they can't even maintain their clarity? As for the last sentence about humans not being able to eat it, Sun Kai ignored it. He definitely wouldn't eat ghost food. Combining the incident of the cigarettes and cola being on the coffee table last night, Sun Kai concluded that the little girl was feeding the old couple. In this case, things became interesting. The matter of the cigarettes and cola is settled, now only the issue of the names remains. Chapter 13, Brother, You Are Too Loud. As for the names, Sun Kai currently had no clue. He secretly took a piece of gum and a chocolate bar. These two were the smallest snacks. These snacks were naturally for use at night. He planned to ask the old couple some questions again tonight. Just then, he heard a woman scream. Sun Kai rushed over immediately. The sound came from the kitchen. But when he saw the woman's appearance, he was at a loss for words. Because the woman was not attacked, she just accidentally cut her hand while chopping vegetables. I'm sorry, The woman blushed a bit trying to explain when she saw Sun Kai come over. Sun Kai waved his hand. He didn't mind this, as long as the woman was okay, that was the best. Do you have a band-aid at home? There's one in the top cabinet. Sun Kai took out a band-aid and helped the woman put it on. Just as he was about to leave, the woman's voice came. Do you think we can make it back alive? Sun Kai paused, replying without turning his head, I can't make promises, but I will do my best. The woman showed a slight smile. Sun Kai's answer had already satisfied her. Time quickly passed, and soon it was night. Once the little girl fell asleep, Sun Kai waited until midnight, and he walked out of the bedroom. However, this time, there were no snacks on the coffee table. It seems they don't need to eat these things every day. Sun Kai strode towards the kitchen, holding the gum and chocolate. Just as he entered, the old couple's figures suddenly appeared. Why are you here again? When they saw Sun Kai, the old couple's faces were filled with helplessness. Sun Kai was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that the old couple's figures seemed a bit transparent. What's going on with you? It's because we told you so many things yesterday, we were punished by the rules. We NPCs can't reveal too much, but we are also doing this for the first time, and we didn't know many rules, so we were punished afterward. Sun Kai didn't expect that revealing some information would actually lead to punishment. He hesitated, unsure if he should continue to inquire this time. But the old couple exchanged glances, and the old professor smiled and said, Anyway, we are already dead. Even though we are not from the same generation, by the calculation of time, I can also be considered your ancestor. How can an ancestor trip up their descendants? What do you want to know? In that moment, all the people in Shagwa watching the live broadcast felt their eyes sting with warmth. Xia Changqing stood up straight and saluted the live broadcast screen. Go find the descendants of these two elders, they are heroes of Shagwa, we cannot let the descendants of heroes bleed and cry. Yes, team leader. Sun Kai knew that he couldn't waste time at this moment, he had to know more information. Why can't people let others know their names? What does a name really represent? However, to Sun Kai's disappointment, the two elders actually didn't know the meaning of a name. Do you know what CC's wish is? The two elders still didn't know. Sun Kai asked again, I want to know, were the elderly couple who originally adopted CCU? This time, the two elders answered this question. To be honest, that was indeed us, but not exactly us. You must have seen us during the day, right? Sun Kai nodded. At night, we have all the memories, but during the day, we have the memories of NPCs. During the day, we don't know anything about what we did at night. In other words, during the day they truly were the elderly couple who adopted CC, and they were also playing the role of grandparents. Just as Sun Kai was about to ask more questions, a voice came from behind him. Daddy, what are you doing? Sun Kai felt a chill run straight to the top of his head. He turned stiffly to see little girl CC standing there holding a doll. Sun Kai never expected that the little girl, who had clearly fallen asleep, would wake up by herself. This was a problem. Sun Kai didn't know if the little girl could see the elderly couple at this moment. He couldn't take the risk. Daddy is a bit thirsty and came out to drink some water. Why did CC wake up by herself? It was brother who called me. As Sun Kai was about to nod, it turned out to be her brother. Then he was suddenly startled. Brother? The little girl's brother, isn't that the boy who has already passed away? How could he possibly wake the little girl? Just as he was thinking this, a figure appeared behind the little girl. That rebellious face was none other than the boy who had already died. In that moment, Sun Kai felt his breath stop. The boy was dead, he had seen it with his own eyes, blood splattering everywhere. But the boy in front of him, apart from being a little pale, looked as if he had come back to life. "Dad, what are you talking about with Grandpa and Grandma in the kitchen so late?" The boy spoke with a voice of filial piety, but it had a somewhat creepy feeling. Clearly, there was light in the living room outside, but the boy gave Sun Kai the impression that he carried shadows with him. Sun Kai was 100% certain that this boy was definitely not human. This was bad. He was blocked in the kitchen by the little girl and the boy who had turned into a ghost. He couldn't escape at all. If he couldn't get through this, he wouldn't have to worry about what came next. Xiao Changqing's face was equally bad. Quickly analyze how we can break this situation. Sun Kai cannot die. A group of people around were quickly analyzing, trying to find a solution to the current difficulty. But no matter how they analyzed, they reached one conclusion. Sun Kai was doomed. Sun Kai quickly calmed down. He knew the more critical the moment, the less he could panic. Panic would only make him die faster. Just as Sun Kai opened his mouth and prepared to speak, he saw a line of text appear above the boy's head. Did someone just speak? No, right? You must have heard wrong. Sun Kai's expression moved. He thought of Teacher Jin's situation. The Teacher Jin who appeared at first was just an illusion. So, this meant that the boy was also an illusion? When facing an illusion, once you answer the other party's question, you'll fall into the trap. Thinking of this, Sun Kai closed his mouth, as if ignoring the boy completely. Seeing that Sun Kai didn't pay attention to him, the boy's face fell, and his voice grew darker. Dad, why don't you talk to me? Why did you watch me get killed? Why? Why? One voice after another continued to slam against Sun Kai's eardrums, making him feel quite uncomfortable. But what Sun Kai didn't expect was that the little girl suddenly shouted, "Brother, you are too noisy." The piercing sound stopped abruptly, as if the previous noises had never occurred at all. Chapter 14: An Unusual Wife. The boy closed his mouth, looking at the little girl with a hint of fear, obedient as a quail. The little girl wore a smile again, and this time she didn't pretend not to see Sun Kai's two elders behind him. "Grandpa and Grandma, are you still comfortable living here? Do you want to change to another place?" Sun Kai noticed that the elders shivered slightly, as if they had heard something terrifying. "Cece, no need, we are old, living here is very good, no need to change places." The old professor's face was full of flattering smiles, and the old lady was about the same. Yes, this place is great, we really like it." The little girl nodded. "That's good, Dad, finish your water and hurry back to sleep, I'll make sure brother is quiet and won't disturb you." The little girl left, and the boy followed closely behind her. Only Sun Kai wiped away a cold sweat, realizing that it had been too dangerous just now. He didn't know if his actions would touch on some point for the little girl, leading to his demise. "You should hurry back, luckily you didn't break the rules just now, otherwise you would have died for nothing." Sun Kai turned around and saw the elders' figures dimmed a lot, as if they could disappear at any moment. "Your bodies." The old professor looked down and smiled. "It's nothing, we were just punished by her, but we won't disappear so soon, after all, this time the world of strange tales is still here." Sun Kai caught the hidden meaning in their words. As long as someone cleared the strange tales world, or if they were completely eliminated, they would disappear too. Sun Kai couldn't help them, so he could only put the chewing gum and chocolate aside and walked out. Outside, he could no longer see the figures of the little girl and boy, both doors were shut tightly. Back in the bedroom, Sun Kai felt a wave of fear. Just now was the most dangerous moment since he arrived here, truly a close call. "What's wrong?" The woman saw Sun Kai's expression and quickly asked. Sun Kai told her about what had just happened, and the woman also felt a wave of fear. One wrong move, and Sun Kai could have been finished. If Sun Kai was finished, she wouldn't be far from her end either. Did the boy really become a ghost? The woman tightly grabbed Sun Kai's arm, very scared. After all, the boy was like them, a national fortune bearer, but he died at the hands of the little girl on the very first day. Yes, he indeed died in front of me. The one who appeared just now should not be human. Sun Kai suspected that the boy's transformation into a ghost was related to his rule. After comforting the woman, they both lay in bed, ready to sleep. But Sun Kai's mind was still lost in thoughts. Among all the rules, the importance of names was obvious, but the old couple didn't understand the significance of names, and neither did he. But besides names, he remembered he had a rule that he hadn't verified until now. In a daze, he felt a cool little hand sliding back and forth on his chest. The small hand paused for a moment and gradually reached lower. Sun Kai suddenly woke up and grabbed this teasing little hand. Without guessing, he already knew who the owner of this small hand was. It must be the woman next to him. Sun Kai was a bit puzzled. Could it be that because of his help, the woman was planning to repay him in some special way? But every move they made was being watched in the live stream, with countless people looking at them. Sun Kai didn't have such a big heart to live stream a reality show in front of so many people. Just as Sun Kai opened his eyes and prepared to clarify things with the woman, he strangely found that everything in front of him was pitch black. Strange, I remember the lights in the room should still be on. Did she turn them off herself? Sun Kai felt something was off. He knew the woman well enough to be sure that her boldness made it almost impossible for her to turn off the light on her own. However, the darkness in front of him proved one thing: the light had indeed been turned off. Moreover, even without the lights, he did not hear the boy's voice near him. This reminded him of what the little girl had said before, telling the boy to be quiet at night. Sun Kai stretched out his hand, wanting to turn the light back on, but he fumbled for a while and could not find the switch. This is wrong. The switch should be right here. How come it's missing? Sun Kai immediately felt something was wrong. Could it be that he was facing something bizarre again? Thinking of this, Sun Kai hurriedly pulled his hand back, turned around, and quietly said to the woman, "Something's wrong. Did you turn off the light?" While he was speaking, the small hand he was holding still wanted to break free, struggling relentlessly. This made Sun Kai feel quite helpless. Didn't she know what the situation was? Why was she still pulling? Feeling a bit angry, Sun Kai pulled with some force, and then, he discovered that the other person's hand had come over. But the hand came over, while the body did not. What kind of situation was this? Sun Kai was completely confused, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, when suddenly, a seductive voice from the woman broke through the silence. "Honey, can you let go of my hand?" Sun Kai didn't know what to do for a moment. Should he return her hand or ignore her words? At that moment, he remembered one of his rules. There cannot be any conflicts between husband and wife. They must sleep on the same bed, even if the other person is not your wife. The key was in the last sentence, even if the other person is not your wife. At that time, he wondered what this meant. How could you sleep in the same bed with someone who was not your wife? Now he understood that the person next to him was definitely not his wife. How could a person's hand be severed without any consequence? This rule was real, meaning he could not leave this bed. Once he left, he would violate the rule. He had already seen the outcome of violating the rules. The boy's body was cut open and had died a terrible death. Taking a closer look, this rule actually mentioned 3 things. No conflicts, sleeping on the same bed, and regardless of whether the other person is your wife. The last 2 had already been verified, so for the first point, did it imply that he must maintain a good relationship with this wife? The corners of Sun Kai's mouth twitched as he forced out a smile. He didn't know if the other person could see his smile, but he had no choice. "Sorry, I was just a bit too forceful earlier." Sun Kai quickly returned her hand, and he heard a click, as if a bone had been set back into place. "No problem, whatever you do is fine, dear." If a normal woman had said this, every man would be overjoyed. But at this moment, Sun Kai had a bitter smile. After all, who could feel excited knowing that the person sleeping beside them was not a human? Chapter 15, These are all humans. Faced with this unknown wife, Sun Kai could only find a way not to anger her. The rules stated that he could not have conflicts with his wife. Once a conflict occurred, he estimated that he was not far from death. But staying so passive, Sun Kai was worried that something might go wrong. He didn't know where the woman had gone. At this moment, he couldn't care less about her safety. His own life was not under his control, so how could he have the mood to worry about others? Sun Kai clenched his teeth and said, "Wife." What's wrong, husband?" Her voice was still as tender as ever. It definitely was that woman's voice. "Actually, what I want to say is, let's go out and have fun together tomorrow. You've been staying at home as a housewife, you've worked hard." The wife was silent for a moment, and Sun Kai felt a bit nervous. Had he said something wrong? At this moment, the wife suddenly started to cry softly, which scared Sun Kai. Fortunately, the wife spoke up, "Husband, I always thought you would dislike me for not making money at home, even not taking good care of the child." "How could that be? You are my wife, you are my son. Ming's woman, how could you be lacking?" Sun Kai secretly wiped cold sweat. He almost blurted out his name just now. Clearly, the wife was very happy, so Sun Kai took the opportunity to chat with her about where they would go to play tomorrow. Seeing they had talked for quite a while, Sun Kai could hardly hold on, and said, "Wife, it's getting late, hurry up and sleep." A faint voice came, "Don't you want to talk to me?" Sun Kai jolted awake immediately, jokingly. If he said the wrong thing now, it would surely be the end. How could that be? I wish I could talk to my wife every day. At this moment, Sun Kai's survival instincts reached their peak. "That's great. Let's keep chatting. What do you want for lunch tomorrow?" The wife was very happy, but Sun Kai was not. He chatted with her all night long, and only when the sun rose outside did he realize that the wife seemed to have disappeared. And beside him was the woman sleeping soundly. When the woman opened her eyes, she saw Sun Kai with heavy dark circles under his eyes. She was very surprised. "What happened to you? Why do you have such heavy dark circles?" "Last night Sun Kai was just about to speak when suddenly he felt a chill on his back, as if something was watching him. Using his peripheral vision, he glanced over and found the woman in the wedding photo was looking at him with a half-smile, half-teasing gaze. Sun Kai instantly swallowed the words he was about to say, and changed his tone. "I had some insomnia, it's nothing." "Alright, if you're tired, just take a break at noon." The woman didn't suspect anything. After getting out of bed, Sun Kai realized something. It seemed there was always an unusual situation every day. If this continued, once he failed at some checkpoint, he would be doomed. No wonder the A-level clearance conditions seem so simple. The problem lies in those random dangers that pop up. Just a single mistake could lead to disaster, which meant wanting to survive for 2 weeks was not as simple as it seemed. At this time outside, there were less than 10 survived national luck bearers left. Originally, there were dozens of them, but due to last night's wife swap, many didn't realize the problem and directly blacked out. The man from the Eagle Country, acting as a father figure, was an Oscar-winning actor. He used his superb acting skills to well portray the father of a little girl. It seemed he had a great relationship with the little girl, and the other 2 national luck bearers didn't have any problems either. It can be said that Eagle Country was the only one without any losses. Many people believed that if anyone could clear this strange tale world, it would definitely be the national luck bearer of Eagle Country. Sun Kai didn't know the situation outside. He followed his usual routine, taking the little girl to school. But this time, the taxi driver smiled and said, "Young man, your daughter is quite cute. What grade is she in?" Sun Kai instinctively replied, "4th grade, huh?" He froze because he realized something. Why could the taxi driver see the little girl? One should know that before, no one outside the family could see the little girl, except for a few people at home. The driver was unaware of the problem and continued, "4th grade, huh? My daughter is in 5th grade, you're much better than me. If I had had kids earlier, they would probably have graduated from college by now, huh?" Sun Kai said nothing, quietly glancing at the little girl. To him, the little girl had not changed at all. But why could the taxi driver see the little girl? Although someone had jumped from the school building, the students still had to go to school. At the school gate, Teacher Jean stood there. Many students greeted her. When she saw Sun Kai approaching, she hurried over. "Cici, good morning." "Good morning, teacher." Seeing this scene, Sun Kai sneered in his heart. Here comes the same old routine, there's really nothing new. He directly ignored Teacher Jean, grabbing Cici's hand and walking inside. But this time, Cici looked at him strangely. "Daddy, did you have a fight with Teacher Jean? Why aren't you talking to her?" What could Sun Kai say? Should he directly say that Teacher Jean didn't exist at all? But Teacher Jean seemed to not give up, blocking Sun Kai's way, looking somewhat angry. "Sir, why aren't you talking to me? As Cici's father, is it so hard to greet me?" Sun Kai said nothing, sneering inside. "Do you really think I wouldn't speak? Also, shouldn't you be disappearing soon?" Sun Kai always felt that Teacher Jin's presence was lasting too long. Last time, she vanished quickly. Just as he thought this, a father sending his child to school approached and advised. "Friend, it's just greeting the child's teacher, not a big deal. This is also setting an example for the child." Sun Kai glanced at him but still did not speak. "Do you think just because there's one more illusion this time, I would reply to you? Dream on." As more and more people around urged him, Sun Kai felt something was off. This time, not only had the illusion lasted longer, but there were also more people, which felt strange. It seemed he couldn't stand the hint anymore, and Sun Kai found a line of words appearing before his eyes. "These are all people." Sun Kai's expression froze instantly, realizing that his previous performance had been completely in vain. In an instant, Sun Kai felt like he had died socially. Then, he suddenly realized a chilling fact. Since Cici was clearly already dead, why did Teacher Jean look undisturbed? Also, the taxi driver had seen her. What was going on? Chapter 16: Attack Poison with Poison. The little girl went inside to attend school, but Sun Kai did not leave. He found Teacher Jean, ready to have a talk. "Cici's dad, what can I do for you?" Teacher Jin's attitude was somewhat cold. Sun Kai knew this was because of what happened at the school gate earlier. Sun Kai awkwardly smiled. At that time, he thought Teacher Jean was an illusion, who knew she was a real person. "That, Teacher Jean, I want to ask about Cici." Upon hearing this, Teacher Jin's expression softened a bit, giving him a somewhat helpless glance. "Cici's dad, I know you might be very busy, but no matter how busy you are, you have to spend time with your child. The child is so small, they need their parents' company. But I heard Cici say that you and Cici's mom have always been busy with your own things, not spending much time with her." Teacher Jean spoke sincerely, saying a lot, roughly urging Sun Kai and his partner to spend more time with Cici. But strangely, throughout the conversation, there was no mention of the old couple, as if they didn't exist at all. "Teacher Jean, did Cici ever mention anything about her grandparents?" Teacher Jean looked at Sun Kai with a strange expression. "Actually, no. Do her grandparents live with you?" To be honest, if it weren't for confirming that this Teacher Jean was the same one he had met before, he would have doubted if she had been swapped for someone else. He deliberately asked Teacher Jean about some of their previous conversations, and found that everything had changed. In her words, Cici was not dead, but had always been her student. She didn't have any grandparents, only her parents. The only thing that remained the same was the student who committed suicide was indeed dead. Sun Kai felt a bit of a headache. He found that everything seemed different since that student died. Everyone around could see Cece, and it seemed like Cece had not died at all. What on earth was going on? With his head full of doubts, Sun Kai returned home and told the woman all these things. He had no clues at the moment and hoped to discuss with the woman to see if they could discover something. After listening, the woman was equally shocked by Sun Kai's words. How could a dead little girl come back to life? Since we don't know the little girl's wish, let's strive to live for another 2 weeks. It is already the 3rd day. Normally, since they couldn't get an S-level rating, getting an A-level rating would be good enough. But what the woman didn't know was that Sun Kai was facing some other problems. A suspected boy's ghost, and the eerie wedding photos in the bedroom, all of this did not guarantee that new dangers wouldn't appear in the future. 2 weeks' time would not just pass easily. Suddenly, Sun Kai thought of something. You didn't encounter any strange incidents at home today, did you? No, not at all. Those 2 old people have been quiet. The elderly couple seemed still kind and friendly, nothing had changed, but Sun Kai felt something was strange, as if it might be his illusion. He always felt that the light around the elderly couple seemed a bit dim, even though it was broad daylight. Then, Sun Kai grabbed 2 snacks, and waited until evening. He prepared to find the elderly couple again. Only the elderly couple was the biggest breakthrough. As former national fortune tellers, they were also willing to help Sun Kai. Sun Kai stood at the kitchen door. When the clock hand reached midnight, he walked in. This time, the elderly couple did not appear. What's going on? Why aren't they here? Sun Kai's face changed. He was counting on the elderly couple to give him more information, but this time they were nowhere to be found. No matter how he searched, there was no sign of the elderly couple in the kitchen, as if they had completely vanished. He tried again, stepping into the kitchen, but the result was the same. Could it be that Cece has gotten rid of them? That thought suddenly popped up, startling Sun Kai. He suspected that maybe he came too often, making the little girl feel that the elderly couple was a nuisance. That possibility wasn't non-existent. Since he couldn't find the elderly couple, Sun Kai returned to the bedroom. How is it? Seeing Sun Kai come back, the woman hurriedly asked. They are gone. The woman's face turned pale. She certainly knew what it meant for the elderly couple to be missing. It meant they no longer had a source of new information. In this place, without information meant that they could only passively face various difficulties. So what do we do now? Sun Kai did not speak. He was thinking, his eyes subtly glancing at the wedding photo. This time, he found that the wedding photo showed no abnormalities, so an audacious idea popped into his mind. The wedding photo was a strange thing, and ever since the boy appeared, his room had always been closed. So what would happen if he threw the wedding photo into the boy's room? This was called fighting poison with poison. After having an idea, Sun Kai immediately started taking action. He stood on the bed and took down the wedding photo, leaving the woman very puzzled. What are you taking down the wedding photo for? Although she was startled by her own image in the wedding photo at first, she didn't mind it anymore after seeing it many times. She couldn't understand what use Sun Kai had for the wedding photo. Sun Kai didn't explain, moving the wedding photo to the boy's room door. He had tried it before. All the doors in the house were unlocked, which meant he could open them directly. Sun Kai took a deep breath, suddenly opened the door, and threw the wedding photo inside before quickly closing it again. The action was smooth and without any pause. He thought there would be some noise when he threw in the wedding photo, but unfortunately, there was no sound from inside. Sun Kai didn't care, going back to sleep. On the 4th day, Sun Kai had gotten used to the fact that Cece was still alive. After sending her off to school, he began searching for clues everywhere. The old couple was still around during the day, but unfortunately, they had no useful information here. At night, there was still no sign of them in the kitchen. Moreover, while Sun Kai was in the bathroom, he was startled by the boy who suddenly popped up. But the boy didn't make a move, he just looked at him with a chilling smile. What made Sun Kai's scalp tingle was that the wedding photo had somehow returned to the head of the bed. This time he saw it clearly. The smiles of the 2 people on it were very eerie. Something's not right, the A-level evaluation is a pit. At that moment, both Sun Kai and Xia Changqing had the same thought in their minds. Looking at it on the surface, it seemed like an easy way to clear the level as long as they persisted for 2 weeks. The premise was that there were no other random troubles. At this point, Sun Kai had already sensed how much of a pitfall the clearing method for the A-level evaluation was. Chapter 17, You Must Not Die. First, the wedding photo was the first pitfall. This thing was like a sticky plaster. No matter how you tore it, you couldn't get rid of it. Even if you threw it away, it would bounce back on its own. Second was the boy's ghost. This guy really wouldn't leave, popping up to scare people from time to time. But apart from scaring people, he didn't act any further, which indicated he was also restricted by the rules and couldn't just act freely. This was Sun Kai's current advantage. That's right, and it's only an advantage for now. He remembered clearly that on the first day, the wedding photo only stared at him without taking action. But on the second day, the wedding photo acted, turning into his wife at night, almost causing him to fall into the abyss. And the boy's ghost was similar. After being dealt with by the little girl on the first day, he turned into a ghost. As soon as the lights went out, his voice would appear in Sun Kai's ears, filled with temptation. He believed that if he truly responded to the boy, he would end up dying a miserable death. This was just the current danger. Sun Kai didn't know if more dangers would appear later. It could be said that he had to clear this horror story world before he got tricked to death. The clearing method for the A-level evaluation was not that simple. There is indeed only one way, and that is to know the little girl's wish. Sun Kai felt a headache coming on. He recalled all the rules he had seen and still had no idea about the meaning of names. I remember her second rule said that her name could only be told to me. Should I give it a try? Sun Kai hesitated a bit. After all, he didn't know if this woman's rule was a fake one. If he made the wrong choice, not only would the woman be in trouble, but he would be in trouble too. I can't keep waiting, let's take a risk. Since there were dangers everywhere in the house, Sun Kai directly took the woman outside. What's wrong? The woman asked in confusion. Tell me your name. Sun Kai's serious expression surprised the woman. But she did not waste time and directly said her name. My name is Luin. Sun Kai's face changed. This name was exactly the same as the name mentioned in the wedding photo. What is going on? Why does a wedding photo know the woman's name? Suddenly, Sun Kai thought of another thing. It seemed that the woman in the wedding photo had directly called out his name. What is this situation? He had never told his name. How did the other person know? Could it be that the wedding photo has the ability to know their names directly? If that's the case, can he get other people's names from the wedding photo? Sun Kai remembered that for B-level evaluation, he needed to know the names of other countries' lucky ones to give to the little girl, then he would be able to pass. If the S-level method does not work, then he could only consider the B-level method. As for the worst C-level, defeating other countries' lucky ones, he didn't even think about it. Luin had no grievances with him, and even helped him. If he harmed Luin, the outside people from Xia country would surely condemn him. At the very least, I must ensure that I can pass. B-level will do. I must take a risk today. Sun Kai gritted his teeth and told Luin his plan. No. Luin and Xia Changqing said the same thing. Luin felt that Sun Kai's actions were too risky. One wrong step could lead to disaster. She had placed all her hopes on Sun Kai. If Sun Kai died, she probably wouldn't be able to live much longer. As for Xia Changqing, he considered it from Xia country's perspective. Among the remaining two lucky ones from Xia country, only Sun Kai had a chance to pass. As for Luin, Xia Changqing had no expectations for her at all. The truth is, her performance was simply unbearable. If you really want to go, let me. I'll go. Lu Yin's body trembled, yet she looked straight at Sun Kai and spoke those words. I have no capabilities. If you succeed, that's best. If you fail, our Xia country still has you. You can't die. Sun Kai was silent. He could see that Lu Yin was very scared, almost to the point of tears. But despite this, she was still willing to step up, just to give Sun Kai a slightly better chance of success. Don't act impulsively. Everyone in Xia country is your support, and whether the wedding photo knows names is just your guess. To stop Sun Kai from taking risks, Xia Changqing used his second reminder opportunity. Sun Kai smiled slightly. Thanks for the reminder, but I still insist on doing this. I believe you've seen it too. If we continue to delay, our situation will become even more dangerous. We don't have time. Xia Changqing said nothing. He could naturally see that as time passed, the situation for Sun Kai and the others was getting worse. Now the wedding photo had already started to act, and the boy's ghost would definitely act someday in the future. At that time, who could help them? Sometimes, not taking risks truly means waiting for death. After making the decision, Sun Kai remained in the bedroom, waiting for the wedding photo to act. And Lu Yin, following Sun Kai's instructions, would not enter no matter what happened inside. The waiting time was very torturous. Sun Kai had no idea how the wedding photo would appear this time. The first time, it pretended to be Lu Yin, pretending to come in to clean the room. The second time, it directly replaced Lu Yin. If he hadn't pulled off the other's arm, he might still have been unaware. Sun Kai sat in front of the old computer, looking as if he was in a daze, but in reality, he was waiting for the wedding photo to act. I wonder if the wedding photo was angry for being thrown into the boys' room last night? Is this time going to hold back a big surprise for me? Sun Kai's heart was a bit anxious, continuing to wait. But strangely, there was no movement from the wedding photo, as if it was sleeping. Could it have changed its mood, only coming out at night? Sun Kai didn't know the situation, and just as he was about to stand up, he heard Lu Yin's voice. Hubby, you were so cruel last night, you actually threw me out. Sun Kai's heart jumped. Here it comes. He turned around and saw a woman who looked exactly like Lu Yin, standing behind him. If he hadn't known in advance, he would probably have mistaken this person for Lu Yin. Huh? Did I? I remember we were sleeping, weren't we? Sun Kai pretended to be confused, scratching his head as he spoke. He understood in his heart that what she was referring to was the matter of him throwing the wedding photo into the boys' room, but how could he admit to such a thing? Of course not. Lewin smiled slightly, seemingly not caring about this matter, and directly sat on the edge of the bed, pulling to reveal half her shoulder. Luyin's looks were definitely star-level, and at that moment her face was slightly flushed, deliberately exposing her fragrant shoulder. The scene not only stunned Sun Kai, but all the men in the livestream were also mesmerized. Hubby, I'm so hot, please help me take off my clothes. Chapter 18, The False Rules. Is this really content we can watch without paying? Hurry, we want to see what happens next. Bro upstairs, can we talk for a moment? You all hurry up and leave, don't block me with your comments. Many people were looking forward to Sun Kai transforming into a beast, battling it out with the beauty for 300 rounds. But would Sun Kai fulfill their wishes? Of course not. It was one thing for it to just be a wedding photo. Even if Luin herself were here, Sun Kai would never do such a thing. Facing this critical situation, who had the mood to think about inappropriate things? It's okay, I'll turn on the air conditioning. Sun Kai picked up the remote control for the air conditioner, turned it on, and switched it to cooling mode. Lu Yin's expression froze, probably she had never encountered such an unromantic man. I'm like this, and you actually turned on the air conditioning? Am I hot? I'm a bit thirsty, I want to drink some water. Lu Yin stuck out her tongue and licked it near her lips, filled with seductive charm, making many men unconsciously swallow. They wished they could swap Sun Kai out for themselves. Which man could stand facing such a woman? I have mineral water here, you can drink it. Sun Kai casually opened the mineral water on the table and handed it over. Lu Yin's eyes twitched crazily. Was this man a problem? I've hinted so clearly, why does he have no reaction at all? Seizing this opportunity, Sun Kai decisively said, Wife, do you remember the name we gave our child back then? Of course I remember, what's wrong? I want you to talk about the meaning behind the name we chose for the child. Lu Yin raised the corner of her mouth, seemingly with a hint of mockery, which startled Sun Kai. Could it be that she saw through his intentions? Just as Sun Kai was thinking this, Lu Yin spoke up. What's so hard about this? Our son is named Sun Changlo, and our daughter is named Sun Shishir. You said you hoped our son could always be happy, so we named him Changlo. As for our daughter, her looks surpass Shishir, so we simply named her Shishir. Sun Kai's mouth twitched, the naming was a bit casual. Of course, that wasn't the focus was that the names of the son and daughter were both the same surname as him. This was a bit strange. Were the names really true? Or was it just a randomly made-up name from the wedding photo? As Sun Kai was thinking this, he saw a line of words appearing over Lu Yin's head. No one can say the names, and neither can the wedding photo. Sun Kai's face changed. The wedding photo was actually deceiving him? After realizing he had been tricked, Sun Kai immediately found a reason to leave the room. He discovered that the range that the wedding photo could influence was only the bedroom. Once he leaves the bedroom, the wedding photo is powerless. The method of getting a name from the wedding photo has failed. But Sun Kai has a backup method, which is to find the boy's ghost. He knows a bit about the wedding photo, but he knows too little about the boy's ghost. If he just goes in, the risk is very high. But at this moment, he has to try, no matter how great the risk. Did you succeed? Lu Yin saw Sun Kai coming out and hurriedly asked. Sun Kai shook his head, failed. Lu Yin's face showed disappointment, but soon she cheered up. It's okay, just one failure, we can definitely make it out alive. Yeah, I think so too. Waving at Lu Yin, Sun Kai came to the boy's door. Just as he was about to enter, the hint he saw earlier flashed in his mind. No one can say the name, and the wedding photo is no exception. The key is not the latter part, but the first half of the sentence. No one can say the name, but he remembers very clearly that not long ago, Lu Yin told him her name, and this is a rule. The rules cannot be wrong, but the hint has saved him several times, so it cannot be a problem either. What is going on? Assuming the hint is correct, then the name Lu Yin is actually a fake name, so Lu Yin's second rule is actually a fake rule. Why would she lie to me? What benefit does it bring her? At this moment, Sun Kai found it hard to understand. He and Lu Yin have a mutually helpful relationship, so why would Lu Yin deceive him here? It can be said that without the hint, he would not know about this at all. After all, the existence of the rules, along with Lu Yin voluntarily saying the name, has not led to any changes, which is worth trusting. Unless the rules she showed me are all fake. Sun Kai's heart was greatly shaken, but his expression remained unchanged. He knew very well that if he displayed any unusual behavior, Lu Yin would definitely notice. He carefully recalled and noticed something. Lu Yin's rules are on the phone's memo, and memos can easily be edited. So why would she modify the rules? Unless her rules are different from others, even to say that her rules are disadvantageous to herself. It seemed that Sun Kai had been standing at the door for too long. Lu Yin asked with concern, Are you okay? Oh, I'm fine, just a bit of a headache. Sun Kai casually found a reason to brush it off. At this moment he dared no longer underestimate this seemingly harmless woman. Now he even suspects that this woman's seemingly weak demeanor since entering was all a facade she set for herself. Sun Kai felt a headache. 3 national movement figures, one has kicked the bucket, another seems ready to become a Dark Lord, and he is the only one making an effort to clear the game. It's simply a pit. No matter what, the name is very important, otherwise, why wouldn't the woman dare to say her true name? Now his only breakthrough is the boy. Click. Sun Kai directly opened the boy's room and walked in. The boy's room hasn't changed much since last time, and there is no sign of the boy inside. Sun Kai casually closed the door and said to the empty room, "I know you're here, let's chat." The next second, a figure appeared before Sun Kai in the blink of an eye. Had he not been prepared, he would have probably been scared to death. After the boy appeared, he said nothing and just stared intently at Sun Kai. "Aren't you going to introduce yourself? After all, you died too quickly, not even giving a chance to communicate." Sun Kai said this to deliberately provoke the other party. He knows that the other party has certain restrictions and cannot act against him, otherwise, Sun Kai wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Sure enough, facing such a bad boy, provoking words had an effect. "Listen to me, I'm Zhang Xiaotian, and my dad is Zhang Gang." Sun Kai could see that the boy was telling the truth. After all, the boy didn't look like he was very cunning at all. This was a good start. Chapter 19, The Girl's Name. "Zhang Xiaotian, you should know that you are dead, right?" Zhang Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, and then his expression suddenly darkened. "Of course I know. Do you have any last words? I will take them back for you." As long as one is human, they will have feelings. Sun Kai believed that Zhang Xiaotian couldn't possibly have nothing to say. Zhang Xiaotian's expression was incredibly conflicted, as if he wanted to say something but was reluctant to do so. At that moment, Sun Kai thought of Zhang Xiaotian's impulsive demeanor when he first came in. Could it be that his family is quite complicated? "Sure enough," Zhang Xiaotian said, "just tell my dad to take care of himself. His son is already dead." He didn't mention his mother at all, clearly showing that there were family problems. What Zhang Xiaotian didn't know was that at that moment, a middle-aged man was watching the live broadcast, and when he heard those words, tears streamed down his face. Sun Kai chatted with Zhang Xiaotian for a while and felt that the other person might not be bad at heart. He just became impulsive because of family reasons. After chatting for a while, Sun Kai decisively spoke up, "Can you help me? Only I can go out alive and deliver your words to your dad." But what Sun Kai didn't expect was that Zhang Xiaotian shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that you have no possibility of going out alive." Sun Kai's expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, "Why? Do you not understand what she means to us?" Fear showed in Zhang Xiaotian's eyes, and even his voice involuntarily lowered. "She is the master of death." Sun Kai could see that the fear in Zhang Xiaotian's eyes was real. Was this statement too much? "No matter who she is, I have no intention of giving up. As long as you are willing to help me, I am confident I can make it back alive. Don't you wish for me to convey your message to your dad?" It seemed that the last sentence touched Zhang Xiaotian, and he nodded slightly. "What do you want to know?" "What I know may not be more than what you do. I want to know the names of others." Zhang Xiaotian scratched his head, looking at him with a puzzled expression. "How do you know that I can see other people's names?" Sun Kai was overjoyed. Originally, he just held some hope, but he never expected Zhang Xiaotian to really give him a surprise. "You can see other people's names? Then what about her?" Although Sun Kai didn't specify, Zhang Xiaotian still knew who she was. He shook his head. "Only I can see. She told me that this is a personal ability of each ghost. To be honest, the ability to see other people's names is very weak. But at this moment, for Sun Kai, it was the best ability possible." "Then tell me, what is my name?" Zhang Xiaotian said without hesitation, "Your name is Sun Kai." Now Sun Kai believed that the other person really could see his name. After all, he had never told anyone his name before. "What about the woman playing my wife?" "Her name is Lu Yun." Sun Kai narrowed his eyes. Indeed, that woman had deceived him. Now he knew the names of 2 other national fortune bearers, meaning he could pass at least at the B level, relieving his worries. Seeing this scene, Xia Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Sun Kai was already in an unbeatable position. He also understood that Sun Kai wanted to challenge the S-level rating, but the S-level rating was too difficult. He would rather Sun Kai choose the B-level rating to pass right now, but the last chance to remind him should not be wasted like this. The names of the elderly couple, Zhang Xiaotian also told him. The man is called Su Jiaqiang, and the woman is called Huang Lanfeng. For Sun Kai, the names of the elderly couple were not that important. The most important thing was the little girl's name. "What is her name?" Zhang Xiaotian seemed a bit timid and took a while to say in a very low voice, "Her name is Feng Sisi." This name is not particularly special, at least Sun Kai didn't see anything unique about it. "Zhang Xiaotian, thank you for your help. As long as I can make it out alive, I will definitely send your message to your father." "Thank you." Then, Zhang Xiaotian seemed to think of something and said, "You must pass through quickly, otherwise, the troubles you encounter will only increase." Sun Kai had already anticipated this. It seemed Zhang Xiaotian was limited by the rules and could not say more. Even so, Sun Kai still gained a lot. However, when he walked out of the room, his expression suddenly turned a little dark, as if he had faced failure. Lu Yun approached and asked, "How was it? Did he say anything?" Sun Kai glanced at her. This woman had been pretending since she walked in, and her scheming was truly frightening. If he hadn't accidentally discovered the truth about her, he probably would have been deceived by her all along. Indeed, the prettier the woman, the more likely she is to deceive. He didn't say anything. If not for the rules restricting him, he would probably have killed me already. It must be said that Sun Kai's acting was quite impressive. At least Lu Yun didn't notice anything unusual. Perhaps Lu Yun even thought that Sun Kai's chances of failure were higher. The current situation was already very clear. He had already grasped the conditions for passing through, and he could now pass with a B rating. But this was not what Sun Kai wanted. He wanted to try if he could pass with an S rating. His instincts told him that passing with an S rating might bring him great benefits. By the time school was over in the afternoon, Sun Kai arrived at the school gate, ready to take the little girl home. But it was already time for school to be out, yet not a single student came out, which puzzled the parents outside. "Master, isn't it already time for school to be out? Where are the children?" Someone asked the security guard at the gate, but the guard looked just as confused. "I don't know either. Let me go ask." Before the guard could ask about the situation, a police car sped over, with several police officers getting out. "Open the gate." The guard stood frozen for a moment before opening the small gate. Several police officers rushed in quickly. Seeing the appearance of the police, many parents became a bit tense. If nothing was wrong, the police would not be in such a hurry. Sure enough, things quickly unfolded. Another student had jumped from the building and committed suicide. This news made all the parents' faces turn pale. After all, this was the second student to jump to his death. One could call it an accident, but what about the second? The atmosphere of panic spread all around. Sun Kai's face also changed dramatically. If he remembered correctly, after the last student died, Cece became a living person. Everyone could see her, so what would happen this time if another student died? Chapter 20, Grave. By the time Sun Kai picked up Cece, the sky was nearly dark. Every parent held their child, hearts pounding with fear, until they saw their own child. Everyone wondered if the one who jumped would be theirs. But there was always one exception. "My child, my poor child, why did you leave like this?" A woman collapsed on the ground, crying out non-stop, her voice filled with heartbreak. Everyone knew it was her child who had committed suicide. "Cece, are you okay?" As a father, Sun Kai naturally needed to inquire about his child's condition. At the same time, he was observing Cece's reaction. Cece shook her head with a smile. "Dad, I'm fine." Sun Kai saw very clearly that Cece was truly very happy, not pretending. A student died, and she was instead very happy? There was obviously a problem. What was it that he didn't know? He thought carefully about the rules of everyone so far. He knew all except one person's rules. That was Lu Yun's rules, the rules she kept for herself, which must have been modified. If the rules above Lu Yun contained information related to passing the level, then missing these rules was very unfavorable for him. But he kept feeling that he seemed to have overlooked something, but couldn't remember what. Let's go home. Back home, Lu Yun cooked, and the family sat happily together at the dinner table, a peaceful scene. Sun Kai secretly looked at everyone and then was slightly stunned. He finally remembered what he had ignored. In this unusual rule matter, 3 national fortune bearers, plus 2 from the previous generation, meant that 5 people all had rules. So, as the 6th member of this family, what were Fong Cece's rules? What were her rules? Could it be that she can't harm the national fortune bearers at will? Or perhaps her purpose was to eliminate all the national fortune bearers? I've already searched her room, and there are no rules inside. Could it be that she has no rules? Sun Kai had a feeling that with every student that died, Fong Cece underwent a transformation. From the beginning, only they could see Fong Cece. After the death of one student, everyone around could see her. Now that the second student has died, who knows what will happen? If this continues, he wouldn't need to wait until later. Fong Cece herself could take action against them. No, I must think properly. If she really has rules, then where would her rules be placed? Even lying in bed, Sun Kai continued to ponder this question. He knew that all other clues had been cut off, only this one clue was still usable. As for Lu Yun, he did not plan to take action for the time being. When the time was right, he would have Lu Yun reveal her own rules. That night, the wedding photo appeared again. This time her initiative greatly increased. If it weren't for Sun Kai's indifferent attitude, he would likely have fallen for her tricks. During the day, Sun Kai sent Fong Cece to school, and this time surprisingly. The taxi driver who stopped him this time was the same one he had met on the first day. "Hey, young man, you already have such a big daughter? Wasn't your trip to school last time also for your daughter?" The driver seemed to forget what had happened last time and asked in surprise. "Ah, yeah." Sun Kai nodded, suddenly remembering something. When he first saw this taxi driver, he couldn't see Fong Cece at all. At that time, Fong Cece was just a ghost. From Teacher Jin's mouth, Fong Cece had been dead for some time. How did I not think of it? At that time, Fong Cece was already a dead person. Her rules could only be placed in one place. That place was naturally the grave. Sun Kai was extremely excited inside, but on the surface, he forced himself to stay calm, continuing to send Fong Cece to school, preparing to search for Fong Cece's grave. But soon he thought of something. Fong Cece was now alive, and even Teacher Jin didn't remember she was dead. How could Sun Kai find Fong Cece's grave under these circumstances? Moreover, in this situation, it was hard to say whether Fong Cece's grave even still existed. Wait, Fong Cece also committed suicide by jumping off a building. I can ask where the last student who committed suicide was sent. After half a day of inquiries, Sun Kai. He finally knew the location of the grave. It was in a cemetery on the outskirts of the city, where many people chose to be buried. Sun Kai arrived at the cemetery and looked at the astonishing number of tombstones before him, his lips twitching. With no other choice, he had to find the cemetery manager, an old man. "Sir, can you help me find where Fong Cece's grave is?" As Sun Kai spoke, he handed over a cigarette. The old man glanced at it, took the cigarette, and asked, "Who are you to her?" "I'm her relative, here to pay my respects." "I see, her grave is over there, you can find it yourself." Following the direction the old man pointed, Sun Kai finally found Fong Cece's grave, which made him sigh with relief. Before, he had worried that if Fong Cece's grave had disappeared, he would really have no way out. Fong Cece's grave was not much different from others. After all, it was a public cemetery. In the photo was a little girl about 10 years old, smiling brightly. On the tombstone, what should have been some words of remembrance had turned into a series of rules. Rules. 1. You are a daughter, merely a daughter. 2. You cannot tell anyone your name, unless the other person is your parents. Once your real name is known by your parents, you will become an ordinary person. 3. You can kill one student every 2 days. With each student that dies, a part of your power will be unlocked. 4. You must go to school every day. 5. Your wish will only be told to the first person who asks you. The 5 rules, the first one was very normal, just like theirs. But the second rule, if he and Lu Yun found out Fong Cece's real name, then she would lose all her powers and become an ordinary person? Was this rule true? He had already guessed the third rule. The fourth rule was a bit strange. Why did Fong Cece have to go to school every day? No wonder on the first day he came, even though it was Sunday, she still had to go to school. It turned out this was the rule. And the fifth rule made his eyes light up. It turned out that Fong Cece would tell the first person who asked her what her wish was. This provided Sun Kai with the final piece of the puzzle. Just as Sun Kai was getting ready to take action, a voice rang out behind him. "It's worth it for me to have followed you. I didn't expect you to really discover the key point." Sun Kai was startled. This voice was Lu Yun? Chapter 21, The Treacherous Woman. Sun Kai felt something was wrong and instinctively tilted his body, but then he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. A kitchen knife struck directly on his shoulder. If it weren't for his shoulder blade being strong enough and the person using the knife not having much strength, he would have doubted if his shoulder would be cut off. Sun Kai was covered in cold sweat, partly from the pain and partly from fear. Just a moment ago, if he hadn't tilted his body a little, that knife might have struck his neck. He quickly distanced himself from the attacker and finally saw that it was Lu Yun. But at this moment, Lu Yun had completely changed from her previous timid demeanor. It was still the same face, but the feeling she gave was like she had become a different person. She was filled with aggression. "You've surprised me so much. When I saw you eating yesterday, I suspected you had found some key clue, and it turns out I was right. I'm very curious, when did you realize I had a problem? Otherwise, with your personality, you would definitely have told me the clue." As Lu Yun spoke, her delicate pink tongue kept licking around her lips, her posture very enticing. Sun Kai's cold sweat kept flowing, with a kitchen knife pressed against his shoulder. This feeling was truly indescribably intense. But facing Lu Yun, he didn't dare to let his guard down. He endured the pain and said, "It was the boy who told me." He can judge whether someone is lying through observation. It was he who told me you have always been deceiving me. In fact, it is not like that. It was hints that revealed something to Sun Kai, and he linked it to Lu Yun. Zhang Xiaotian's words only confirmed it. "So that's how it is. I said my acting is flawless. How could you possibly discover it?" Lu Yun realized, confident in her acting, when she came in, she perfectly portrayed the image of a timid woman. But unexpectedly, she fell to someone who was already dead. This was something she never expected. If Sun Kai hadn't shown some flaws yesterday, she wouldn't have followed him here to discover the rules on the stone tablet. Sun Kai knew this time, he was in great danger. The only thing he could rely on now was the hint. Big brother, hurry and give me a hint. If you don't come soon, I'm really going to die. Sun Kai kept murmuring in his heart, as if even the hint thought he shouldn't die here. At this moment, he saw an arrow appear before him. That's right, it was. The arrow pointed directly at his back, seemingly urging him to run following the arrow. Sun Kai decisively ran in the direction indicated by the arrow, and Lu Yun sneered, "You're injured, where do you think you can run?" After running for a while, Sun Kai discovered that the arrow was actually pointing down from a broken edge. What is this supposed to mean, asking him to jump down to commit suicide, so Lu Yun wouldn't have to lay a hand on him? But Lu Yun was closely pursuing him. If she caught him, it would probably be the end. Thinking of this, Sun Kai gritted his teeth and chose to trust his hint, jumping directly from the broken edge. Whether by coincidence or not, a truck full of goods passed by, and Sun Kai landed on top without a scratch. Consider yourself lucky. Lu Yun let out a cold snort. Even though Sun Kai survived, she already knew the rules. This time, the only person who would pass the level would be her alone. Sun Kai knew that although he survived, getting an S-level evaluation for passing the level was probably out of the question. Sigh, it's fine, getting a B-level evaluation would also be good, at least I'm still alive. After the truck stopped, Sun Kai went straight to the hospital, asking the doctor to take the knife out and bandage him. His life was saved, but the pain in his shoulder wouldn't heal in a short time. It takes 100 days to heal an injury. This is not just talk. Everyone in Xia country witnessed the events between Sun Kai and Lu Yun, and many were angrily criticizing Lu Yun. Because she deceived everyone, even preparing to kill someone just for her own successful pass. Get Lu Yun's information. As soon as she returns to the real world, find her immediately. Even in the world of strange tales, it's not a lawless place. Xia Changqing's face was extremely gloomy. He too was fooled by Lu Yun's performance. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that she actually wanted to kill Sun Kai, hogging the rewards for herself. This set a bad precedent for all the national warriors. If future warriors were like her, Xia country would become a joke. At this moment, more people were focusing on Lu Yun than on Sun Kai. They all wanted to see if Lu Yun, after knowing the key rules, could successfully pass the level. At this time, there were not many people left alive. Currently, only people from 3 countries were still alive: Xia country, Eagle Nation, and Foot Basin country. After learning the rules, Lu Yun rushed to the school first and found the teacher. "Hello, teacher, I am Cece's mother. Today Cece forgot to bring something. Could you please call her over?" At this moment, Lu Yun was once again showcasing her acting skills, transforming into the virtuous wife and good mother. Teacher Jean didn't suspect anything and summoned Cece over. "Mom, what does Cece have to lose?" Facing Cece's gaze, Lu Yun displayed a motherly smile. "Cece, can you tell mommy what your wish is?" This sentence seemed to trigger some switch, and Cece responded without hesitation. "My only wish is to go to the amusement park with mommy and daddy." Lu Yun froze for a moment. This wish was too simple, right? But soon she frowned, because to go with mommy and daddy meant her husband had to be there too. However, she had just chased her husband away with a knife, and now she didn't know where he was hiding. This wish was almost impossible to fulfill. Seeing this scene, many people laughed. Ha, deserved it. This woman first used Sun Kai, then abandoned him, and even planned to kill him. She has no shame. Even as a woman, I have to say, this woman is really cheap. It serves her right. She never thought such a simple wish from a little girl would be so hard to achieve. Yeah, such a simple wish, and now she can't fulfill it at all. Many people were watching her joke. If she hadn't done those things before and acted with Sun Kai, then this wish would have been the simplest to achieve. But now, in Lu Yun's eyes, this simple wish had become impossible to fulfill. Lu Yun's face turned ugly. After calming Cece down, she immediately returned home to look for Sun Kai. But at this moment, Sun Kai was not at home. He was at the grave. That's right, Sun Kai made a round and returned. Chapter 22, Wish. No one knew why Sun Kai had returned. The rules were already laid out. Was there still something missing? The reason Sun Kai came back was that when he escaped earlier, he saw some extra words on the rules out of the corner of his eye. He knew this was a hint for him. But at that time, his life was in danger. He had no time to observe closely and could only wait until Lu Yun left to return. This time, he saw clearly. Under the last rule on the gravestone, there was an extra line. Who says ghosts can't lie? Sun Kai's eyes moved. The meaning of this was very clear. This rule was fake. Since it was fake, then Fang Cece's wish she told Lu Yun must also be untrue. In this way, Lu Yun knowing the false wish meant that even if she fulfilled it, she could never achieve the S-level clearance. This meant he still had a chance. Sun Kai wasted no time, returned home, and walked into Fang Cece's room. He opened the diary again, and at this time, there were unexpectedly some new entries in the diary. Weather, sunny. I have a daddy and mommy, and a brother, but unfortunately, my brother has a bad temper. I can only kill him to make him listen to me. Sun Kai could tell that this was clearly written about when they first arrived here. Weather, sunny. Daddy is so nice, he sends me to school. I have a good daddy. Mommy is okay too, but she's a bit timid. Weather. Sun Kai flipped quickly, and there was nothing special in between. He knew all the recorded content, and he kept turning to the latest page. Weather, sunny. I know they are not my real parents, but I still like the feeling of having parents, so I am not a child without parents. The content within the words made Sun Kai fall silent. It could be said that aside from being a ghost, Fong Sisi was just a poor child without parents. What does such a child need the most? Naturally, it is parental love, but he and Lu Yun were not Fong Sisi's true parents. That kind of love only a real parent has for their child could not be faked. Sun Kai thought back. This time, the strange talk world was like playing house, where everyone was playing their own role. And his first rule is to play the role of a father, and it specifically mentions this. Just a father. What does this imply? Why is it not the son of an old couple, but instead a father? Sun Kai's intuition tells him that this matter is very important and may relate to whether he can clear the S-level evaluation or not. A father, besides caring for his child, what else should a father do? If Lu Yun knew that Sun Kai, whom she was desperately searching for, was at home, she would probably break down. Lu Yun has been searching for a long time outside, but could not find Sun Kai's trace, yet she thought of something. Every time after school, Sun Kai must pick Fong Sisi up and go home. As long as she waits at home, she can find Sun Kai. So she went back and then saw Sun Kai at home. I didn't expect you had the courage to come back. Lu Yun's face was cold. Running around outside all day had exhausted her greatly. She never thought that Sun Kai had actually been at home all along. Why can't I come back? This is also my home, or are you planning to attack me at this moment? Sun Kai sat on the chair, seemingly not worried at all that Lu Yun would make a move. From the description in the diary, he realized something. Fong Sisi knew they were fake parents but still enjoyed this feeling. If Lu Yun really did kill him, Fong Sisi would probably be the first to disagree. Lu Yun seemed to think of something and did not make a move, but instead sat opposite Sun Kai. I already know her wish. Sun Kai raised an eyebrow. He did not understand what Lu Yun meant. Since Lu Yun already knew, shouldn't she first fulfill Fong Sisi's wish? Sun Kai knew that this wish was definitely fake, but Lu Yun couldn't possibly know. He was still waiting for Lu Yun to fulfill this so-called fake wish to see what would happen next. Her only wish is for her parents to take her to the amusement park. Sun Kai suddenly understood. No wonder this woman was willing to let him go. It turns out Fong Sisi's fake wish was actually this. For her parents to take her to the amusement park, this means that his role as a father must not be absent, otherwise Lu Yun would never be able to complete the S-level evaluation. As for other methods to clear the evaluation, she couldn't do any of them. This was her only chance. Lu Yun thought that Sun Kai would agree to help fulfill the wish, but she was shocked when Sun Kai said, I refuse. Do you know what you are doing? Do you want to die here? Or do you want to perish together with me? Lu Yun's gaze was extremely cold, like a poisonous snake. Sun Kai shrugged. I don't want to die, but I already have a way to clear the evaluation. There's no need to aim for an S-level clearance. Lu Yun's face changed dramatically. Impossible. You said yourself that an A-level evaluation is almost impossible. C-level evaluation, that boy is already dead. Does that mean you already know my name and his? You are lying. I never told you my real name. How could you possibly know my name? At that moment, Lu Yun could no longer pretend. She directly revealed that the name she told Sun Kai was fake. But what terrified Lu Yun was that Sun Kai's expression was very calm, as if he had long known that her name was false. Lu Yun's expression changed uncertainly. If Sun Kai really knew their names, as long as he told the names to the little girl, he could complete the B-level evaluation, though the reward might not compare to the S-level, but he could live to go out, while she was doomed. Lu Yun panicked. Evil surged from her courage, and she directly pulled out a fruit knife to stab Sun Kai to death. Since she couldn't survive, she didn't plan to let Sun Kai live either. But Sun Kai's expression was very calm, without even a movement to dodge. Just as the fruit knife was about to touch Sun Kai, a figure blocked in front of him. Stab. The front part of the fruit knife all entered the body of the other person. But strangely, not a drop of fresh blood flowed. Lu Yun stared in shock, lifting her head to see a pale face. Yo, Mom, your knife skills are so precise. Ah. Lu Yun let out a scream, rolling and crawling for several meters, but she found she couldn't open the door. She couldn't get out. Xiao Tian, thank you. Sun Kaiji remained calm purely because he had his own backup plan. Without Fong Sisi's order, Zheng Xiaotian was free. He just couldn't leave this house. He had promised Zheng Xiaotian that he would help him bring back his last words. Zheng Xiaotian certainly wouldn't just watch Sun Kai get killed. Lu Yun's face was full of terror. She realized she had underestimated Sun Kai, as he actually reached some kind of cooperation with the boy who had turned into a ghost. He can help you, and I can help you too. Chapter 23, If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. Luyan had no way out, she could only find a way to persuade Sun Xiaotian. Although Sun Xiaotian was a delinquent, he was not a fool. This woman could casually kill even Sun Kai, it was impossible to trust her promises. Moreover, due to his mother's issues, he had been filled with distrust towards women since childhood. He didn't believe a single punctuation mark of what Luyan said. Seeing that Sun Xiaotian didn't respond, Luyan bit her lip, she couldn't just wait to die. She focused her gaze on Sun Kai, the breakthrough was Sun Kai, not the boy. As long as you are willing to take me with you to clear the levels, I will tell you all my rules. Sun Kai laughed, at this time, you think I would agree if you back down? You will definitely agree because one of my rules is about you. Sun Kai's expression remained unchanged, he didn't believe this woman's words at all. This woman was too good at acting. From the moment she entered, she had been playing a role, building her own character, fooling everyone. How could Sun Kai dare to trust such a deceitful woman? He knew everyone's rules, but he had no idea what rules Luyan had. But this did not affect his decision, as long as he knew Fang Cici's wish, he could clear the level with an S rating. Watch her for me, don't believe anything she says. Can you do that? Sun Kai said to Sun Xiaotian. You can rest assured, I will keep a close watch on her, she can't trick me. Sun Kai left there and went to school. At this time, Fang Cici was in class, so he didn't go in to find her. He went straight to teacher Jean and talked to her about Fang Cici. At this moment, any information was of great importance to him. He hoped to learn Fang Cici's true wish from their conversation. Unfortunately, there wasn't much useful information in the dialogue. Just then, a male teacher rushed over in a panic. Teacher Jean, something bad happened. Fang Cici from your class has taken a student to the rooftop, wanting to throw her down. Teacher Jean was stunned, after all, she had never imagined such a thing. Sun Kai's gaze darkened, he knew Fang Cici was preparing to kill more students to restore her power. This was mentioned in the rules. Teacher Jean hurriedly ran towards the rooftop, and Sun Kai followed behind. When they arrived at the rooftop, they saw Fang Cici gripping the student's hands with one hand, while the other hand held a small knife against the student's throat. The student had long been scared, crying out continuously, with tears flowing down. Seeing this scene, Teacher Jin's heart shattered. Cici, you are the teacher's favorite child, why are you doing this? Put down the knife, okay? Teacher Jean kept persuading her, appealing to her emotions and reason, but Fang Cici's expression showed no change. Teacher, do you know how she talks about me behind my back? Fang Cici had a smile on her face. The small knife kept flashing back and forth across the student's face. She says, I just like to pretend to be good, to fool you teachers into liking me. When the teacher is here, she seems like a good friend to me, but when the teacher is gone, she has never spoken to me. Teacher, do you know? Every day the water I drink has their spit in it. My books are all covered with their doodles, and... Every word from Fang Cici deeply pierced Teacher Jin's heart. She always thought that Fang Cici had a good relationship with the other students, she never imagined that Fang Cici had always been bullied by them. Cici, it's the teacher's fault, the teacher didn't notice, but you can't do silly things. You are still young, and there is a long road ahead. Teacher Jin's eyes were filled with tears. If she weren't worried that Fang Cici would push the student down, she would have gone over to hug her. Standing by, Sun Kai did not speak, he knew he couldn't provoke Fang Cici at this moment. If she really threw the student down or if she trembled and cut the student's throat, it would mean she had killed someone again, no one knew how much stronger her power would become by then. If he angered Fang Cici, he would probably be killed on the spot. Sun Xiaotian was a cautionary tale. As it seemed the student was about to be pushed off the building, Sun Kai suddenly saw a line of text appear above Fang Cici's head. What are you staring at? Scold her. Sun Kai thought he had imagined it. The hint suggested he didn't want to die quickly enough and actually wanted him to scold Fang Cici? What a joke. Fang Cici was someone who could expose your heart at any disagreement, no, she was a cruel ghost. If he really dared to scold her, it was likely that another corpse would be added here. But he quickly realized that the hint had helped him many times before. Without the hint, he might not have survived until now. Thinking of this, Sun Kai gritted his teeth and spoke in a solemn voice. Fang Cici, stop. Fang Cici paused, turning to look at Sun Kai, her eyes clearly showing a hint of shock. She probably didn't expect that Sun Kai, pretending to be a father, would dare to speak to her like this. Sun Kai had a face full of anger as he strode towards Fang Cici, with a tiger-like stride, standing less than 3 meters away from her. Look at how you are now, do you still look like a student? Which student treats classmates like this? I know she has always bullied you. You can resist, and you can tell me, but you absolutely cannot do this. I know you don't view me as your father, but in this place, I am your father. If someone bullies you, I will stand up for you. If she made a mistake, a teacher will discipline her. If the teacher can't handle it, there's the law. And if even the law can't handle it, then there's me. Sun Kai didn't know why he said these words, perhaps it was because of Fong Cici's experiences that made him somewhat pity her. Maybe he didn't want Fong Cici to go through the same painful things again. All along, he had never taken his role as a father seriously, he only pretended to fulfill it. But after a scolding just now, he suddenly felt that being a father meant more than just caring for the child. It also means standing up for the child when they do wrong. Scold her awake fiercely. If a child is not taught, it is the parent's fault. Chapter 24, S-Class Evaluation Clearance. However, after the scolding, cold sweat broke out on Sun Kai's back. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. The person in front of him was not a real little girl, she was a ghost. And a very powerful ghost. When he was talking to Fong Cici before, he had spoken softly, afraid of raising his voice. He worried that provoking Fong Cici would get him killed. But this time, urged by the prompt, he actually scolded Fong Cici fiercely. Now he felt death was not far away. Teacher Jean, standing beside him, was stunned. Didn't this just provoke Fong Cici more? If Fong Cici really pushed the student down, Sun Kai would bear at least half of the responsibility. For a moment, it was incredibly quiet here. As Sun Kai waited for his death countdown, he heard Fong Cici's voice. Daddy, I'm very happy. Sun Kai was stunned. I scolded you, and you're very happy? What the heck? Sun Kai saw Fong Cici put down the small knife and directly release the student. The student cried and ran towards Teacher Jean, who immediately hugged him. Actually, I know you are not my real dad, but I have never experienced what it's like to have a dad and mom, so it doesn't matter if you are fake. Fong Cici's face was filled with a smile. This time, the smile looked very pleasant, without any creepy feeling. When I was in school, I envied others, they all had dads and moms to accompany them to school and back, but I was always alone. My grandparents are not in good health, it's already hard for them to support my schooling, so I cannot ask for too much. But I also wanted to know what it feels like to have a dad and mom. I didn't expect that while alive, I wouldn't have the chance, but after dying, I met this opportunity. Fong Cici's eyes suddenly burst with light, like a transformation from a black and white picture to a color one. These days' experiences have already satisfied me. Daddy accompanies me to school and back every day, and mommy cooks meals waiting for me to eat together. Although my brother has a bad temper, he has improved a lot afterwards. Sun Kai's mouth twitched. Wasn't Zhang Xiaotian doing this voluntarily? That was clearly being forced, okay? He couldn't even have peace in death, being turned into a ghost to be directed by her. I still feel something is missing. I just don't know what it is, but I realized it just now. Fong Cici's gaze turned to Sun Kai, and the smile on her face proved that she was truly happy. Because Daddy has never said that to me before. Other kids who make mistakes are always taught a lesson by their parents, but you have never done that. I know you all fear me and dare not be fierce with me, but I also want to feel what others feel. Sun Kai finally understood, his unintentional action had actually fulfilled Fong Cici's wish. But this wish was really a trap. Who knew that Fong Cici's desire was for her parents to scold her? At first, they all knew Fong Cici was a ghost. In that situation, who would dare to scold her? That would be looking for death. If he hadn't trusted the prompt, he probably wouldn't have figured out that Fong Cici's wish was this. Daddy, thank you. As soon as the words fell, new information appeared in Sun Kai's mind. Congratulations to the National Luck Bearer Sun Kai for completing the rule-based Weird Talk, Playing House. Clearance Evaluation, S-Class. Reward, National Luck Bearer Sun Kai's physical quality increases by 10 points, all citizens' physical quality in the Summer Nation increases by 2 points, and the national luck of the Summer Nation increases by 10%. National Luck Bearer Sun Kai, do you want to return to the real world immediately? Sun Kai instantly felt that his body had changed significantly, and his strength had obviously increased a lot. Physical quality increases by 10 points. How much is it? There's no standard given. As for whether to return to the real world, of course, the choice is to go back. He doesn't want to stay here any longer. Before leaving, he waved at Fong Cici. I'm leaving, goodbye. Choose to return. In the next moment, Sun Kai's figure disappeared from that spot. Watching Sun Kai disappear, Fong Cici's lips curled into a faint smile. Daddy, I hope we can meet again. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, who was being watched by Zhang Xiaotian at home, had a very dark expression. She had tried many methods, but Zhang Xiaotian was unyielding and ignored her completely. At that moment, her expression changed, and new information appeared in her mind. The rules of the country's fortunes. Sun Kai passed the level of the strange talk. Lu Yun failed to complete the final level by herself according to the third rule. You must complete it yourself, thus violating the rules, resulting in punishment. Permanently trapped in the world of strange talk. No! Lu Yun let out a heart-wrenching scream. When the people of Xia country saw Sun Kai pass, with an S-grade evaluation, the whole country cheered. When the rewards were distributed, every one of them felt their bodies suddenly become much stronger. Xia Changqing even smiled. As soon as Sun Kai comes back, invite him over immediately. Remember to have a good attitude, he is a hero of Xia country. As for Lu Yun, no one cared about her at all. She was left in the world of strange talk purely due to her own actions. At this moment, the national fortunes of the Eagle country and the Foot Basin country were still struggling. When the support team from both countries learned of the little girl's wish from Sun Kai, they immediately used their last chance to remind. It turns out the little girl's wish is to be scolded by her parents. That's too easy. The national fortune bearer of the Foot Basin country was ecstatic upon discovering this answer. He rushed into the school, pulled Fong Cici out of the classroom, and scolded her fiercely, even hitting her. His skilled actions made people doubt if he was also like this in real life. He just didn't notice that Fong Cici, who was being scolded and hit, always wore a strange smile at the corner of her mouth. As this national fortune bearer vented all his accumulated anger on Fong Cici, he suddenly noticed a group of people had gathered around. Students stood there, staring at him with wide eyes, saying nothing. This scene was chilling to behold. Beneath his feet came Fong Cici's faint voice, "Daddy, it hurts so much, it really hurts." "Does it hurt?" Before he could finish scolding, those students surged forward, tearing flesh from his body, and the scene quickly blacked out. The people of the Foot Basin country were cursing. Was this national fortune bearer an idiot? You're supposed to scold, not hit. What could have been an S-grade evaluation has now ended in total disaster. The Eagle country, on the other hand, stayed more composed. Instead of hitting, they scolded in a way that seemed more like affection. In the end, the Eagle country passed too, but they received a rating of C grade. Chapter 25 Return to Reality. This result was unacceptable to the people of Eagle country. Clearly their method was the same as that of the national fortune bearers of Xia country. Why was it like this? After analysis by the support team of Eagle country, it should be the occasion that was inappropriate. Sun Kai made such actions at a crucial moment, which was just right. But the national fortune bearers of Eagle country, while seeming to scold, were not actually scolding, and being able to clear the level was already a stroke of luck. In the first batch of national fortune bearers, there were nearly 600 in total, but only 2 survived in the end. Sun Kai from Xia country and Miller from Eagle country. Originally, there was another person alive from Eagle country, but his rules were the same as Lu Yun's. After Miller left, he would stay there forever. The first rule terror world ended, and everyone in the world was looking for Sun Kai and Miller. Only Miller, as the movie star of the Eagle country, was well known, but no one recognized Sun Kai. "This is my house?" Sun Kai opened his eyes and found himself in a rented room full of trash. Sure enough, this was his place in this world. The information in my mind was still too little. I must know more about the rule terror world. Thinking of this, Sun Kai found a phone on the bed, opened it, and went online to search. At that moment, news about the rule terror world suddenly dominated the trending searches online. The headline featured none other than himself. After searching for a while, he finally found some things he didn't know. It turned out that in this rule terror world, only he and one person from the Eagle country survived. The other hundreds all died inside. This result changed Sun Kai's expression. The death rate was too high. Thinking carefully, if he couldn't see the hidden hints, he would likely be one of those dead hundreds. Even with hints, he had worked hard to clear the game successfully. In the countries of those who failed, their national fortune was weakened by 10%, and even this time's rule terror world, playing house, descended upon their nations. Looking at the various videos and images online, Sun Kai's expression was grim. It was clear to see daughters suddenly turn killers, slaughtering their fathers, mothers, and everyone on the spot. These people's deaths were bizarre, not one of them was whole. He knew very well that this meant those people did not play their roles well and violated the rules. From others' descriptions, he clearly understood one thing: these daughters appeared out of nowhere. Even a single man would suddenly have a daughter. There was no solution. The only way was to play his role well. A day or two was one thing, but this was a lifetime matter. Who could guarantee they could play a role for a lifetime? If any issues arose in between, they would be killed by their daughters. Some even thought of resistance. They directly attacked their daughters, and then they died even more horribly. Now they all broke down. Looking at the situations in other countries and then at their own, the people of Xia country felt very fortunate. We must all thank Sun Kai. If it weren't for him clearing the rule terror world, we would be suffering like people in other countries. Yeah, seeing those people's tragic situations made me realize how fortunate we are. Not only that, don't you feel your bodies becoming a bit stronger? This is the reward Sun Kai's success brought us. Other countries are miserable, their national fortune has decreased by 10%, and their physical qualities have been weakened. It's terrible. Does anyone know what benefits national fortune brings us? To be honest, Sun Kai was also very curious about national fortune. Although he was a national fortune bearer, what special significance did the increase or decrease in national fortune have for the citizens? After watching for a while, he found an explanation on a website dedicated to rule terror in Xia country. National fortune is closely related to everyone. When national fortune is strong, citizens will be strong and healthy, things will go smoothly, the weather will be good, and there won't be various large natural disasters. In summary, the higher the national fortune, the more benefits there are. Once the national fortune drops to a certain level, disasters and calamities will continue. There is no need for the terror world to descend, a country will collapse on its own. According to some online information, the last rule terror world lasted for several years. In the end, Xia country barely maintained about 50% of its national fortune. There was no annihilation of nations. But many countries, after their national fortune fell below 30%, were not destroyed by the rules of the bizarre world. Instead, they perished due to natural disasters and human calamities. Globally, there were fewer than 10 countries that truly experienced the last arrival of the bizarre rules while not facing annihilation. As for the victors, there were none at all. Every bizarre rules world was different, with no patterns to follow. It was already difficult to barely guarantee a minimum evaluation for clearance, let alone achieving an A level or above for increasing national fortune. The more he observed, the more Sun Kai understood the world of bizarre rules. But just then, there was a knock on his door. "Mr. Sun, we are members of the support group from Xia country, inviting you to the headquarters." Sun Kai's expression was calm. It was too easy for a national apparatus to find him. Rather, it felt a bit late, nearly an hour had passed. Sun Kai opened the door, and 3 men in military uniforms stood outside. The leader looked quite young, seemingly only in his 20s, and he saluted Sun Kai. "Hello, Mr. Sun, I am Ling Xiao, responsible for protecting your safety." "Hello, I am here to meet Xia Changqing." Sun Kai hadn't forgotten, the person named Xia Changqing had given him 2 hints, though they weren't of much use. But Sun Kai accepted this favor, as the other party also hoped for his survival. "Yes, team leader Xia is waiting for you at headquarters." "Then let's go." With the protection of these men, Sun Kai arrived at the headquarters of the support group, located in a very remote mountain. And the headquarters was located within a mountain peak. They had actually hollowed out the peak. When Sun Kai first saw such an exaggerated project, he was stunned. He was escorted to a separate room, where only a calm-faced middle-aged man was present. "Mr. Sun, this is our first meeting, I am Xia Changqing." The middle-aged man reached out his hand as soon as he saw Sun Kai enter. "So it's team leader Xia." Sun Kai shook hands with him, and the two exchanged a few pleasantries before sitting down. "Team leader Xia, you had someone bring me here, it must be for the next bizarre rules, right?" Sun Kai skipped the small talk and went straight to the point. Chapter 26, The Hope of Xia Country. Xia Changqing felt a bit of fondness for Sun Kai's straightforwardness. After all, he came from the military and detested unnecessary chatter. "Mr. Sun, since you are so straightforward, I won't say too much. First, on behalf of the people of the nation, I would like to thank you for your clearance." As he spoke, Xia Changqing stood up and bowed slightly to Sun Kai. Sun Kai was startled, quickly standing up. "There's no need for this, I am doing it for myself." "That may be so, but Mr. Sun not only saved his own life but also saved countless lives of Xia country's children. I believe you have seen those videos online?" Sun Kai nodded, he had certainly seen them. It was precisely because he saw them that he realized this world was no longer the world he once knew. If it weren't for Mr. Sun, we would have faced such calamity in Xia country. Hundreds of years ago, we experienced it once. Xia Changqing didn't invite Sun Kai here just to talk about these matters. With a wave of his hand, a scene appeared on the wall. The content of the scene was a place that looked somewhat similar to this era, yet not entirely the same. The streets were filled with pitch-black shadows, and humans had almost no foothold. Anyone touched by these shadows would be entirely consumed. "This is..." Sun Kai's expression changed, and he instinctively clenched his fists. This is the first arrival of the bizarre rules world that Xia country experienced hundreds of years ago. Xia Changqing's expression was a bit somber, even though he had seen this scene before. He still couldn't suppress the anger inside him. Several hundred years ago, did the Xia kingdom have this level of technology? Sun Kai focused on this. After all, it was several hundred years ago. In fact, our current level of technology is not much different from several hundred years ago. The arrival of the rule creepy world destroys our knowledge inheritance every time, and we have spent a lot of time trying to restore the technology of the past. When we are able to surpass the past, the rule creepy world will appear again, as if deliberately holding us back. Sun Kai frowned, and hearing Xia Changqing say this, the rule creepy world did indeed have problems. But even knowing there were problems, they had no way to respond and could only passively accept it. Now Mr. Sun should understand how much your actions affect the Xia kingdom. Sun Kai scratched his head. At that time, he didn't think about the Xia kingdom at all. He only thought about one thing, survival. But his success benefited the entire Xia kingdom, making him realize for the first time the importance of being a national fortuner. "Alright, does team leader Xia have any more information? I want to learn more. After all, the next rule creepy world could start at any time." Of course, according to previous data, the intervals of the rule creepy world are usually between 1 to 3 days. The timing is not fixed, and the specific rules are currently unknown. Xia Changqing invited Sun Kai over to help him learn more about the information. Only in this way could Sun Kai survive in the upcoming rule creepy world. He saw Sun Kai's performance this time, which made Xia Changqing believe that Sun Kai might become the strongest national fortuner in the history of the Xia kingdom. From that day on, Sun Kai lived here, focusing intently on all the information the support team had. To the outside, the support team announced that national fortuner Mr. Sun Kai was focusing on dealing with the next rule creepy world and hoped no one would disturb him. He is the hope of the Xia kingdom. Unlike Sun Kai, Miller from the Eagle Nation became a hot figure, running around, showing off his achievements. The key was that the Eagle Nation's officials didn't seem to stop him at all. As the only two surviving national fortuners in the world, many people compared Sun Kai and Miller. But many believed that Miller only survived because he learned the clearance method from Sun Kai. Otherwise, he would probably have died in the creepy world, and this news reached Miller's ears, making him very unhappy. Just a lucky Xia person in the next creepy world, let me show him how to step on him. The second rule creepy world is about to open. National Fortuner Sun Kai, as the clearance are rated S in the last rule creepy world, you have the right to know part of the information in advance. While eating breakfast, Sun Kai suddenly received this information in his mind. He was somewhat surprised, an S-level clearance actually came with such a privilege? No wonder teachers in schools like good students, occasionally giving them extra help. Unexpectedly, the creepy world plays this game too. Second rule creepy world, hide and seek. Little cutie, make sure to hide well, so I can't find you. Rules. 1. In the dark, you cannot change your hiding place. After waiting for a while, Sun Kai realized it was over. Is that it? That's way too short. Sun Kai complained inwardly, but he had to admit that this information was enough for him to see some things. The next rule creepy world would require them to hide and then be found by something. Once found, there's no need to say what would happen next. But if they weren't found, does that mean they won? The question is, how many times must one evade the other's search to achieve victory? It's pretty much like last time, they don't directly tell you the conditions for clearing the levels. You have to find out for yourself. It's really troublesome. Though he said this, Sun Kai immediately found Xia Changqing and shared the news he had just received. What? An S-level evaluation has such privileges? We must quickly record this, it's brand new intel. Xia Changqing was greatly shocked and immediately instructed someone to take notes. Before this, no one in Xia country had ever completed an S-level evaluation, not a single person in the entire world. It can be said that Sun Kai was the first person to clear the S-level evaluation, and this news was invaluable. After recording it, Xia Changqing had everyone present analyze the information. Hide and seek, this is a game among children, where one child plays the role of the seeker while the others hide, trying not to be caught by the seeker. Generally, hide and seek has a limitation of space, there is a defined area. We just don't know what the extent of this area is or how big it is. From the available information on the first rule, it can be seen that hide and seek is divided into day and night, and you cannot change your hiding place during the night. Does this mean that during the day, you can move freely? One piece of useful information after another was analyzed by these people, leaving Sun Kai greatly surprised. So impressive is the support team that gathered the country's elite, they should not be underestimated. Chapter 27, Hide and Seek. In Sun Kai's mind, there was a countdown, only 1 minute remained. He knew that once the time was up, he would enter the world of the second rule's eerie tale. Mr. Sun, no matter what kind of world you will enter this time, please remember that Xia country will always be your support. Xia Changqing spoke solemnly, standing before Sun Kai. Sun Kai nodded heavily, he had noticed how much Xia Changqing and the others valued him since he arrived here. Rest assured, Team Leader Xia, I intend to return alive. By the way, the fried egg today was delicious. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Kai's figure suddenly vanished from view. At the same time, a live broadcast visible to everyone worldwide appeared once again. When Sun Kai opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a patch of grass, and around him, there wasn't a single person. Sun Kai's face lit up with joy. Could it be that this time he was lucky enough to enter a world of eerie tales suitable for one person? It is important to know that the data he saw on the support team was not fake. According to the records, they discovered that the fewer the number of national players participating, the simpler the corresponding eerie tale world tended to be. Of course, this is only relatively simpler. Even in a one-person eerie tale world, it was still filled with dangers, otherwise, why is the highest clearance record only an A-level? Sun Kai did not stay in place but carefully looked around, choosing a direction to walk. However, as he walked, he noticed that the grass was growing too tall, some even taller than him, which was simply unbelievable. Do I really have to play hide and seek in a place that's all grass? When does it start and when does it end? Sun Kai knew nothing of these matters, the rules he knew were too few. He looked up towards the sky, and according to his unskilled knowledge, he deduced that it should still be morning, probably around 9 o'clock. This meant there was still a long time before the sun would set, implying he could move freely. But come nighttime, he would have to stay in one spot, so he must prepare. Preparation for a prolonged battle. According to the rules of hide and seek, a person needs to act as the seeker to catch the others hiding. In the world of eerie tales, there was no need to play the ghost, just find a ghost. That means, once caught by a ghost, it would probably end very badly. After walking who knows how far, the grass seemed to be endless. Sun Kai saw nothing but grass. I have no clue at all. How do I get through this? Sun Kai felt a bit tired, plopped down on the grass, and prepared to rest for a while. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of an arrow in the air from the corner of his eye. His hint had appeared. Overjoyed, Sun Kai forgot about resting and hurriedly ran in the direction indicated by the arrow. Those who saw Sun Kai's actions were baffled. They could tell he was ready to rest, so how did he suddenly start running? At the same time, other countries selected new fortune bearers, who also appeared in this grassy place. Like Sun Kai, they were like headless flies, spinning around everywhere. Until, a fortune bearer from a small country pushed aside the grass in front of him and bumped into something. What is this? As soon as he finished speaking, the fortune bearer realized something, froze, and looked up to see a monster with a gaping bloody mouth. Yes, it was a monster. The creature had a human body, but its head was completely unhuman. Enormous, it opened its mouth and swallowed the fortune bearer's head, starting to eat hungrily. Each fortune bearer had a support team assigned to monitor them. When the ghost appeared, the person monitoring this fortune bearer immediately relayed the information back. A ghost has appeared? How could a human level difficulty be so high, or was he just really unlucky? Xia Changxing was puzzled. According to previous data, it shouldn't be possible for someone at the human level of difficulty to die so quickly. Except for this unlucky guy, no one else seemed to be in trouble. Following the arrow's hint, Sun Kai ran for at least half an hour and finally stopped at the edge of a wooden cabin. Why is there a wooden cabin in this place? Sun Kai couldn't help but scoff. This ghostly place had only grass, so where did the wood for the cabin come from? However, he also understood that seeking reality in the world of eerie tales was a sign of madness. This was the world of eerie tales, and everything abnormal was normal. Sun Kai did not rush in. He carefully peered through the glass window to look inside. There was not a single person inside. The hint shouldn't lead me astray, but it's still best to be cautious. Sun Kai quietly pushed the door open. The wooden door had no lock. As he opened it, a musty smell of dust rushed out, as if no one had been here for a long time. Inside were only some simple pieces of furniture, and on the table was an oil lamp. What caught Sun Kai's eye was a plastic box on the table, standing out starkly against the surroundings. The plastic box was not large, about the size of a laptop, and it seemed to contain something inside. Sun Kai hesitated whether to open it. After all, he didn't know if it was a trap. Once trapped, he would basically just be waiting to die in this place. But thinking that the hint had led him here, what was there to worry about? Sun Kai walked over, directly picked up the plastic box, took a deep breath, and opened it. Inside were only 3 items: a bottle of mineral water, a wrapped piece of bread, and a card? What is this? A transformation card? Looking at the 3 words on the card, Sun Kai was full of questions. Soon, he recalled the materials he had reviewed, where there was a world of eerie tales very similar to this one. The card he received could have effects beyond human imagination, just like in a game. It said it was a transformation card. Could it mean he could become something else? What limits are there in between? The most important thing is the transformation card a one-time use? When Sun Kai looked at the back of the card, his expression stiffened, because he saw the new rules. Rules 2. After dark, do not trust anyone, even if they are your acquaintance. This rule is somewhat bizarre. This time it's a human-level instance. Where would he find an acquaintance? Could it be that this is a false rule? Looking at the transformation card in his hand, Sun Kai hesitated, not knowing whether to use it or not. Just then, he heard a rustling sound from outside. He knew this was the sound made when something was moving. Could it be that outside is a ghost? Chapter 28, Transformation Card. Sun Kai hurriedly looked around the wooden cabin. This wooden cabin was very strange. It didn't even have a toilet, just one room. Who the hell built this house? Thank you very much. Sun Kai complained inwardly and quickly hid behind the door. As long as the other party opened the door, he would be blocked by the wooden door, allowing him to escape. The rustling sound got closer, and then suddenly it stopped. Sun Kai was startled. This ghost is not simple. It didn't even make a sound while walking. If he wanted to judge the ghost's location by sound, it was almost impossible. Sun Kai held his breath, waiting silently. But after a long time, the door remained motionless. He could almost imagine a ghastly-looking ghost standing outside the door, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. This is simply terrifying. At this moment, Sun Kai didn't dare to move at all. If the ghost came in, he would be trapped dead. 1 hour. 2 hours. Sun Kai stood rigidly for 3 hours, sweat covering his whole body. He could hardly hold on any longer. At this moment, he finally heard rustling sounds coming from outside. The ghost had left. Damn it! Sun Kai sat down hard on the ground. He felt as if his legs were not his own. While he was rubbing his legs, he noticed a line of text appearing on the door. Little bunny, open the door, I want to come in. Sun Kai froze for a moment, then his face changed drastically. What the hell? This ghost is actually lying. It never left. It pretended to make a noise just to make him let his guard down. Now he's done for. Seeing this scene, Xia Changqing's expression changed dramatically. Once encountered by a ghost in such a small space, Sun Kai could not escape at all. Team leader, transformation card. Quickly let Sun Kai use the transformation card, a team member shouted loudly. Xia Changqing's eyes lit up, and he directly used his first reminder chance. Sun Kai, transformation card. Xia Changqing's voice sounded as if it directly appeared in Sun Kai's mind. He subconsciously took out the transformation card, just a thought. A ray of light enveloped him completely, then he received a message in his mind. National Luck Bearer Sun Kai uses the transformation card. You can transform into anything in sight, lasting 30 minutes. Sun Kai was overjoyed, his gaze swept around and locked directly onto a mop behind him. Although it was strange that there were 2 mops in the room, he had no extra time to think now. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into an identical mop, leaning against the door. At the same time, the main door finally opened. A dark, massive figure walked in. At this moment, Sun Kai felt very strange. He clearly felt that his body had indeed turned into a mop. But surprisingly, he still had vision, and he could even move. It was just that his moving speed was somewhat unsatisfactory. In his eyes, he saw a gigantic monster walking in. This monster had a human body but a monster's head, a huge blood-gorged mouth almost occupied half of its face. It turns out this is a ghost. I never expected to encounter it so soon. Sun Kai was quite calm. He had transformed into a mop, and the ghost could never guess this. He also realized one thing: this game of hide and seek was indeed not simple. The transformation card could turn into anything in sight, lasting 30 minutes. The only regret was that this item was a one-time use. But he believed that since there was one, there must be a second. He needed to find more cards, only then could he survive and clear this haunted world. After the ghost entered, Sun Kai noticed that it was dragging a corpse. Sun Kai's eyes widened. Wasn't this supposed to be a ghost story at the human level? Where did the corpse come from? Could it be that he was not the only one this time, and there were other fortune bearers? Xia Changqing was also stunned by the scene before him. What's going on? Isn't Sun Kai the only one? Team leader, we don't know. Indeed, Sun Kai is the only fortune bearer from Xia country. There are no others shown. This live feed that appeared directly before their eyes was very magical. As long as they wanted, they could see the fortunes of bearers from all countries. But what's up with the corpse in the ghost's hand? Sun Kai observed carefully. This corpse seemed to be a man, about his height. Since he couldn't see the face, he didn't know what this person looked like or how old he was. Suddenly, the ghost casually threw the corpse onto the table, sat down on a bench, and then began to eat. This bloody scene made many viewers watching the live stream vomit. Nobody expected the ghost to do something so shocking right away. Eating humans. Sun Kai's expression changed. He finally understood what the outcome would be if caught by a ghost. They would become food for the ghost. It seemed that the cabin was the ghost's home and also the place where it dined. But Sun Kai always had a strange feeling. He just didn't know why it felt strange. After some observation, he finally noticed the source of the discomfort. It was in the ghost's physique. You see, the ghost looked to be about 2 meters tall, while the cabin was just a bit more than 2 meters. The ghost could easily reach the ceiling. No matter how one looked at it, this house didn't seem to be built for a ghost. The information currently available was too limited, so Sun Kai could only continue to wait. But the ghost kept eating, showing no intention of leaving. Sun Kai was very anxious, as his transformation lasted only half an hour. Once the transformation time ended, if he appeared as a big person here, his body would turn into the ghost's dessert after a meal. No, I must save myself. Fortunately, the ghost was facing away from Sun Kai. He tried to see if the mop could move. Surprisingly, it could move silently. This made Sun Kai feel overjoyed. Since the ghost hadn't closed the door when it entered, he slowly and quietly moved out. Once outside, Sun Kai immediately gathered his strength and frantically ran in any direction. A mop racing wildly on the ground looked utterly out of place. But Sun Kai couldn't care less, and he ran until his transformation card time ended and he returned to his original form, finally stopping. I should be a good distance from the cabin now. That was truly terrifying. Sun Kai felt a bit hungry. He took out the mineral water and bread he had on him and ate heartily. Compared to him, other fortune bearers were not so lucky, as they were still hungry. After eating, Sun Kai kept the bottle to prevent himself from running into a water source without anything to fill it. But looking at the grass around, he felt helpless. Which way should he go this time? Rustle! Sun Kai's ears perked up. He heard a rustling sound around him, which made him very nervous. Could it be that the ghost had caught up? Shouldn't we hurry? I just finished eating. At this moment, Sun Kai knew that it was best not to move, otherwise the sound of movement would expose him immediately. But staying here also carried certain risks. Wherever people have walked, there will be some traces left behind, and there is no way to erase that. Now, this is it, I'm done for. Sun Kai covered his mouth, worried about giving away his position, his ears straining to catch any sounds. Until the rustling noise suddenly stopped, and then a voice came from behind him. Friend, don't be afraid, I am a human, not a ghost. Sun Kai was taken aback and turned to look, seeing a plainly dressed man smiling at him with bright white front teeth. This man looked to be in his 40s, holding a long stick with a tied-up gun head at the front. Strangely, he was carrying a snakeskin bag on his back. That's right, he was carrying it. The snakeskin bag seemed to hold a lot of items, but Sun Kai couldn't see what was inside. Sun Kai was quite surprised. He didn't expect there to be other people in this world. He really thought he was the only one here. Who are you? Sun Kai pretended to be confused on the surface, while secretly remaining cautious. No one said that all the people in this bizarre world were good. I am Deku, from a nearby tribe. I was actually out collecting trash, and unexpectedly ran into you. Tribe? Sun Kai's eyes displayed a strange expression. Could this person be a savage? Regardless, the other party seemed to have no ill intentions, and he needed to gather some information about this place from him. I am Sun Kai, a lost person. Sun Kai instinctively reached out his hand, but Deku looked puzzled, thinking Sun Kai wanted something. He reached into the snakeskin bag and pulled out something, placing it in Sun Kai's hand. Here, you must be hungry, eat this and you won't be hungry anymore. I just ate. What the hell? Sun Kai was about to refuse when he saw what was in his hand. This was actually a burger. In such a place filled with grass, where did a burger come from? Suddenly, he thought of something. Earlier he had opened bottled water and bread from a plastic box. Could it be that the other party also found food in a plastic box? Brother, where did you find this burger? Sun Kai asked directly. This thing is called a burger? I thought it was called a meat pie. It tastes pretty good. Seeing Deku's off-topic answer, Sun Kai quickly reminded him. Brother, are you out of your mind? This thing is of course found in the divine box. Without the divine box, we would have starved to death long ago. From Deku's words, Sun Kai finally learned some information. First, this world has no name, and they are too lazy to name it. For now, Sun Kai referred to this world as the Grassland World. Secondly, the people here have always lived here, and in their impression, there is nothing but grass. All their food, clothing, daily necessities, etc., were found in the divine boxes. Divine boxes are indeed those plastic boxes that Sun Kai saw. These things come in various sizes, and the items inside them are all diverse. But it must be said, if it weren't for the divine boxes, the people here would have long been dead. Yet even so, they still face a natural enemy, which is the ghosts that hunt them. As for how many ghosts there are, they do not know, but so far, they have already discovered at least 9 ghosts. Generally speaking, most ghosts prefer to act at night, but there are some exceptions. They can only venture out during the day to look for divine boxes, using the food and items within to keep the tribe people alive. Since ghosts catch people at night, why do you still gather together? This is the most unbelievable thing for Sun Kai, although he does not know how strong a ghost's fighting ability is. But to be a ghost, it must be something humans cannot handle. If they gather together, won't humans be wiped out in one fell swoop by the ghosts? My friend, you must be dizzy, otherwise, how could you say something like this? The tribe is different from other places. Once night falls, it is the safest place. Ghosts will not enter the tribe. Sun Kai was taken aback. Is this true? But the other party had no reason to deceive him. If he stayed inside the tribe, would he not have to worry about the ghost threat? Brother, can I go to your tribe? Of course. Our tribe welcomes anyone who is wandering outside. Sun Kai followed behind Deku, noticing that Deku seemed to be randomly choosing a direction, sometimes turning left, sometimes turning right, with no pattern at all. Suddenly, he thought of something. How do these people outside judge direction? After he asked, Deku looked at him as if he were foolish. Can't you see the big sun? Using the sun to tell direction is something even a 3-year-old in the tribe can do. What's going on in your tribe? Sun Kai's mouth twitched. Oh, our tribe's teacher died early. So that's it, your tribe's knowledge is disconnected. What a pity. Deku did not dwell on it. In such a place, it was too normal for tribe members to run into trouble. Almost every day, people from the tribe died outside, otherwise, how could ghosts survive? On the road, Deku unreservedly shared everything he knew with Sun Kai. In this way, Sun Kai also learned how to tell direction using the sun. I didn't expect it to be 4 o'clock so soon. We must hurry back to the tribe, or else it will be troublesome when it gets dark. Deku glanced at the watch on his wrist and sighed. At this moment, Sun Kai no longer felt like complaining. A tribe member could casually mention the time, and wear a watch. It looked quite strange. Brother, what's the story behind this? Deku had already regarded Sun Kai as a newcomer who had just come out of the tribe and didn't even know the way, certainly lost. Fortunately, this world is very special. With the existence of ghosts, humans did not have any disorganized internal competition. Whenever they encounter humans outside, they will do their utmost to help, while also trying to pull the other into their tribe. In these times, talent is the most precious wealth. It will get dark by 5, once night falls. It is very dangerous outside. At that time, the ghost's power is even more terrifying compared to during the day. Sun Kai's eyes narrowed. This is an important piece of information. Ghosts in the darkness are stronger than ghosts in the daylight. Chapter 30, After Dark. Deku quickly determined the direction and led Sun Kai toward the tribe. As they walked, Deku suddenly laughed. Look, a divine box. Following Deku's pointing direction, Sun Kai saw a box about the size of a half-human tall suitcase sitting there. Deku walked over and expertly opened the suitcase. Inside it was filled with snacks. That's right, snacks. Biscuits, bread, and even spicy strips. Sun Kai glanced inside, but did not find any cards, which made him a bit curious. Could it be that only a national fortuner could open it and find a card? Or perhaps the cards are random too? Deku's mouth was grinning widely. With so much food, the tribe members can finally last a bit longer. Goodness, using snacks as the main food. But in such a peculiar place, this is the only way possible. There was only grass here, not even a single plant seed was available, making farming almost a dream. Not to mention, farming requires large areas of land and time. Once discovered by the ghosts, the cultivated land would become a display. The sun shines on me, the flowers smile at me, the little birds say good morning, good morning. A man in his 40s unexpectedly sang a children's song, and Sun Kai looked shocked. Brother, where did you learn this song? This is what the teacher in our tribe taught us. He said he learned it from a little singing box, but unfortunately that little box can't be used anymore. Sun Kai was certain that the little box must be a children's music box toy. It probably doesn't sing because it has no power left. So, the two walked for quite a distance, until it was nearly 5 o'clock. Suddenly, Deku excitedly rushed forward, and Sun Kai didn't know what he was doing but followed him. After pushing aside the last patch of grass, he found his vision suddenly opened up. This was a place without grass, filled with broken houses made from all sorts of strange materials, and people doing their things on the open ground. The materials for these houses included, but were not limited to, plastic barrels, fishing nets, phone boxes, and mud. It can be said that with so many random things built into houses, they were all talented people. So many people. Sun Kai couldn't help but exclaim. There weren't many people here, at most just 100, and that included the elderly and children. But you should know, when Sun Kai was walking in the grass, he hadn't seen a single person. Seeing about 100 people all at once made him feel different. Deku is back. Someone spotted Deku and shouted loudly. Many people surrounded them, and when they saw Deku bring back so much food, they were all extremely happy. I almost forgot, this is Sun Kai. He is a lost person from another tribe, who can't go back. From now on, he is one of us. Hearing Deku's words, the people around cheered. For the tribe, the most important thing is young people, especially males. Seeing that Sun Kai was a strong male, it meant their chances of survival had increased a bit, and everyone felt happy. On the other hand, the fortune teller of a small nation was an old man. He was lucky and had encountered the tribespeople early on, being brought into the tribe. However, his treatment compared to Sun Kai's was worlds apart. An old man could do very little. Aside from wasting food, he was not much use. After entering, not many people paid him attention, which was pretty realistic. Different people, different destinies. As a strong male, even if Sun Kai did nothing, the tribe still assigned him a small room. Yes, a literal small room. Looking at the cramped small room that could barely fit one person lying down, Sun Kai felt a mix of emotions. But after looking at others' living spaces, he found that his small room was actually quite nice. Many people were still living in large shelters, crammed together in groups. As night was approaching, Deku started distributing food, and what he gave to Sun Kai was a packaged chicken leg and a little bottled water. It looked quite ordinary, but after seeing some people eating junk snacks and even spicy strips, he could only say that the chicken leg was really delicious. After finishing, the sky outside was completely dark. It was almost pitch black. In such a dark night, if exposed outside, the danger is very great. Sun Kai immediately made a judgment and prepared to lie down in his small room to think about the next plan. So far, he hadn't found any other rules or the way to clear the levels. Staying here wasn't an option, he had to take the initiative. But just as he lay down, he felt something poking his waist. What is this? Wait, isn't this the divine box? Sun Kai reached out and touched it, the size and feel, what else could it be but the divine box? The question is, he had been sitting at the door without anyone coming close, where did the divine box come from? Never mind, with the divine box out, isn't this just a free card for me? Sun Kai excitedly opened the box, and as he expected, inside was still the classic combination. The combination of mineral water and bread. On the side, there was also a card. Unfortunately, the surroundings were too dark for him to see the words on it at all. Sun Kai didn't mind, he put the items in the innermost corner and lay down directly on the bed, ready to sleep. When he was dozing off, Sun Kai seemed to hear someone calling him. Sun Kai, Sun Kai. Sun Kai slowly opened his eyes, there was a shadow beside him, calling his name. That voice, are you Deku? Sun Kai instantly became alert. Though it was dark, a person who is used to the dark can always vaguely see some outlines. He could tell that the person in front of him was indeed Deku. Yes, it's me. What do you want at this late hour? Deku whispered mysteriously, I just made a new discovery related to the divine box. Hearing something related to the divine box instantly piqued Sun Kai's interest. But just as he was about to get up, the second rule he had seen during the day flashed in his mind. After dark, do not trust anyone, even if they are familiar to you. In that moment, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had poured over his head, making him feel chilled to the core. Thinking carefully, he had just met Deku today, why would Deku know about the divine box but not tell the tribe, instead telling him? This was clearly suspicious. At the same time, he also recalled the first rule. That was, at night, do not move around casually. He didn't know the truth of these two rules, but he preferred to believe they were real. If he really left with Deku, what would he face? Chapter 31, Deku, dead. At this moment, Sun Kai felt a surge of fear. Was this Deku in front of him really the Deku he had met during the day? Sun Kai was very suspicious. After all, in the last Strange Talk world, there was the illusion-like teacher Jean. Deku, I'm tired from walking today, I don't want to go out, let's talk tomorrow. Sun Kai waved his hand dismissively, ignoring him. Inside, Sun Kai felt a bit nervous. He didn't know if this Deku would take other actions, but he was willing to take a gamble. Deku stood by for a while, quietly watching Sun Kai, then left without a word. After Deku left, Sun Kai noticed he was soaked with sweat on his back. Fortunately, he guessed right, this Deku could not act against him casually, it had to follow the rules. As long as he didn't believe the others' words, they couldn't do anything to him. Sun Kai slept soundly here, but other country luckers didn't have such good fortune. Until dark, they had not found the tribe and could only hide in the grass outside. Not every lucker found the divine box and saw the rules on the card inside. Those who didn't know just moved around at night and then encountered ghosts. And some who knew the rules, who refused to move at night, instead escaped disaster. The support teams from various countries quickly came to a conclusion, if they didn't move at night, there was a chance of avoiding ghosts. But if they kept moving, they would soon meet ghosts. Of course, being able to enter the tribe would be the safest place. But in just the first day, nearly 200 luckers had died a quarter. This was just one person level of difficulty, and the death rate was so high. When morning came, Sun Kai woke up. He found that the people around him were all busy with their own things. The elders started doing some things they were able to manage, like tidying up the tribe, etc. The woman is responsible for washing clothes and other chores, and as for the children, no one asks them to do anything. However, these children have to attend 2 classes every day, taught by the wisest people in the tribe. Such people are called teachers by the tribe. As for the strong and sturdy men, most go out in search of the divine boxes, with only a few remaining in the tribe to be cautious. Sun Kai, you are a newcomer, today I will take you with me, and tomorrow you will have to act alone. Deku walked over and patted Sun Kai on the shoulder. Sun Kai recalled what happened last night and quietly asked, Deku, did you come to find me last night? No, I went home to sleep when it got dark. If I didn't sleep well, how would I have the strength to go out looking for the divine box today? Sun Kai could tell Deku was not lying, which indicated that last night's Deku was indeed not the Deku in front of him. The world of strange tales is indeed full of traps. The strangest part was that there were no hints at all last night. Did they think he could see through the other's identity, so there were no hints? Bring the bag, we are leaving. Deku handed Sun Kai a snakeskin bag, tied with 2 straps, which could be worn on the back. The two walked out of the tribe, wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, Sun Kai noticed something strange. He had heard that a tribe's surroundings often had people moving around, so the grass should be flattened. However, he saw that the grass around was still standing tall and firm, showing no signs of being trampled at all. He voiced his question, and Deku smiled, saying, "The grass here stands up again every hour and returns to its original state." Sun Kai was shocked. What kind of grass was this that was so amazing? But this time, he didn't know if it was their bad luck, as they couldn't find a single divine box for over 2 hours. Deku, on the other hand, remained calm and said, "This is normal. There was a time when the tribe couldn't find food for 3 days." Sun Kai's expression changed. He could see clearly that the food stored in the tribe was just a little bit. Not finding food for 3 days was a huge test for a tribe. Without Deku saying more, Sun Kai could guess that the scene must have been very cruel. Suddenly, Deku showed an expression of surprise. "There's a house ahead, there must be useful things inside." Sun Kai looked over and indeed saw a wooden house ahead, which was different from the last time he saw, as it was bigger and had a backyard. Looking through the fence of the backyard, Sun Kai was stunned. He actually saw plants other than grass, that is, various vegetables. In the corner, there was even a chicken coop with 2 hens inside. What's going on? Can the divine box also open vegetables and hens? Not just Sun Kai was confused, even the support team was very puzzled. They all knew that the divine box could produce many things, but vegetables and hens were something they had never seen before. Aren't these the vegetables the teacher talked about? And that fluffy thing, what was it called? Hen? Deku had a face full of joy. It was also his first time seeing these things. In excitement, he jumped over the fence, wanting to catch the hen. But the two forgot to check the situation inside the wooden house first. As the back door of the wooden house opened, a huge figure walked out. It was a ghost. Deku was stunned, and for a moment, he forgot to run away. Sun Kai reacted quickly and shouted, "Run!" Deku was jolted and hurriedly ran out. But the ghost was faster than him. The ghost took a few steps forward and slapped Deku on the back. Deku's body flew straight out, blood spewing from his mouth traced an arc in the air. "Don't worry about me, go." Blood kept flowing from Deku's mouth. He knew he couldn't survive, but he had to make sure Sun Kai lived. Sun Kai's eyes reddened. He had no complaints about Deku. If it weren't for meeting Deku, he wouldn't have gone to the tribe or learned so much information. But in this situation, if he charged in, he would only serve as a meal for the ghosts. Sun Kai clenched his teeth, tightened his fists, and turned to run away. Seeing Sun Kai run away, Deku smiled. One person surviving was still good. Sun Kai kept running. He was like a headless fly, darting everywhere until he felt tired and collapsed onto the grass. "Deku, even though we haven't known each other for long, I will definitely never forget you." Sun Kai took a deep breath. He looked at the sun and confirmed it was probably around noon. His stomach growled, indicating it was time for lunch. He pulled out a piece of bread from the bag behind him, and just as he was about to eat, he saw a purple object out of the corner of his eye. Curious, Sun Kai went closer to take a look. It turned out to be a purple divine box. Chapter 32, Unreasonable. The purple divine box was about the size of an average computer tower. Sun Kai remembered clearly that the divine boxes he had seen were all blue. Why was a purple one appearing here? He directly reached out and opened the divine box. It contained a large amount of compressed biscuits and mineral water, and in the corner, there was a purple card. Sun Kai was overjoyed. So much food would be enough for him to wander outside for a long time. With Deku dead, he even didn't know how to return to the tribe. Without food support, he would sooner or later meet his end. He picked up the purple card, which had the word Swift Wind Card written on the front, and new rules on the back. Rules: 3 days later, the tribe will lose any protective function, and the refresh rate of the Prairie Divine Box will increase. Sun Kai's expression changed. The tribe would lose its protective function in 3 days? Does this mean the ghosts can find Deku's tribe? How many people will be able to survive and escape then? Is this 3 days calculated from when I first arrived, or from now? Sun Kai felt a headache. The sudden rule seemed to be forcing everyone to flee for their lives. Facing the ghosts' hunt, the humans could really only hide everywhere. Hide and seek was literally correct. Just as Sun Kai was about to put the card away, he suddenly remembered that he had received a card last night. He had left too hurriedly in the morning and didn't have time to look closely. This card was different. It was called the Binding Card. From the name, it seemed to be able to bind the opponent, which would be very effective when fleeing. With a Binding Card and a Swift Wind Card, he at least had some capital to escape when facing the ghosts. At the same time, there was also a new rule on the back of the Binding Card. Rules: For the total population cannot drop below 100, otherwise, the ghosts will become real ghosts. When Sun Kai saw this rule, he almost exclaimed a greeting from his homeland. How is he supposed to play this? Even now he didn't know how many people were here. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to protect them. As long as the ghosts acted every day, the total population would surely decrease quickly. The so-called real ghosts in the rules were likely like Fong Sisi from the last horror world. That kind of ghost was simply unsolvable. Even with cards to help, it was almost impossible for him to escape from such ghosts. In other words, he had to find a way to keep the population above 100. This is simply unreasonable. Why does it feel like this horror world? Is it harder than last time? Sun Kai shook his head helplessly, counting the things he had on him, and confirming that if he saved enough, it could at least last him a week. But the biggest problem now was that he needed a place to stay for the night. Last night in the tribe, he didn't have to worry about this issue. But the rules had already stated that the tribe would become useless after 3 days, and now he couldn't find a way back to the tribe. He could only rely on himself. But in such a vast grassland, there were only 2 places to stay. One was the tribe, which he had already dismissed. The other was a wooden house inhabited by ghosts. Sun Kai didn't believe that all wooden houses were haunted. If he could find a wooden house without ghosts, that would be great. He put everything into the bag on his back and randomly chose a direction to walk. At that moment, he truly understood the benefits of having 10 extra points in Constitution. Even with such a heavy load, he felt light and almost didn't feel tired at all. He walked for an unknown amount of time, even as the sun was nearly setting, yet he still hadn't found a new wooden house. At most, he found a few small divine boxes, and aside from some food and supplies, there wasn't even a single card inside. Sun Kai suddenly realized that cards were very rare items. Not every divine box contained one. To have opened so many cards already counted as extremely lucky. Now it was around 4 o'clock, and Sun Kai decided that if he still hadn't found a wooden house in half an hour, he would give up the search. There's a saying that goes, if you care for flowers, they won't bloom. If you let willows grow carelessly, they will provide shade. It describes Sun Kai's situation perfectly. He was prepared to give up when unexpectedly, at the last moment, he really found a wooden house. And this wooden house was the very old kind, looking like no one had visited it in a long time. This time Sun Kai was very cautious, carefully looking outside, and he didn't see any signs of ghosts or other people inside the wooden house. Great, I'll rest here for the night, but just in case, I need to make some preparations. Sun Kai pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, aside from a lot of dust and slightly old furniture, there was nothing special. He placed the snakeskin bag on the table and found a small shovel from the corner of the wooden house. He came to the front of the wooden house and started digging quickly. In a short time, he dug a small pit, placing some wooden blocks he got from a chair inside. He layered a plastic bag on top, covered it with dirt, and a simple trap was done. The purpose of this trap was not to deal with ghosts, but to give himself some time to escape. He believed that even if ghosts stepped into this trap, they would definitely scream, and once he was startled awake by the sound, he would at least have a chance to run. He had noticed before that ghosts were always barefoot and never wore shoes. Then, Sun Kai sat on the chair, leisurely eating compressed biscuits. At this moment, the sky outside finally darkened. Although this wooden house was quite shabby, it brought Sun Kai a sense of safety. Thinking about sleeping outside in the wind and rain was already uncomfortable. After eating, Sun Kai lay down on a wooden bed. This bed was large and seemed meant for a ghost. He laid on it. It felt like a baby lying on an adult's bed. Gradually, Sun Kai entered a dream. But at an unknown time, a sharp scream suddenly reached Sun Kai's ears, waking him up instantly. What sound is that? Could it be a ghost coming? Sun Kai was terrified and instinctively pulled out a card, ready to use it. But soon he heard a ouch sound coming from outside the door. This made his expression very strange. Outside the door, it wasn't a ghost, it seemed to be a person. Without looking, he knew this person must have fallen into his trap. Originally, this trap was prepared for ghosts, but unexpectedly, a person from who knows where fell for it. Wait, could this be the second Deku? Sun Kai thought of what happened last night and felt a bit worried. But the person outside kept screaming, and if there was a ghost nearby, it would definitely be drawn over. At that moment, Sun Kai saw a line of words stretching in from outside the door. Chapter 33, The Merchant. This is a wild merchant, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A question mark appeared over Sun Kai's head. A wild merchant? What on earth is this? He had never seen the word merchant in the rules at all. If this was said by someone else, Sun Kai would definitely not believe it, but this was a hidden hint. Thinking this, Sun Kai did not hesitate. He directly opened the door and vaguely saw a person lying on the ground, a few thin pieces of wood inserted into one of his feet. Blood flowed like a river. Don't make any noise, do you want to attract the ghost? Sun Kai's voice was low, and the other party immediately shut his mouth. It seemed he also knew the horror of ghosts. Then, Sun Kai helped this person up and sat him down by the bed. After closing the door, Sun Kai directly asked, "Who are you, and why are you here?" Although the hint had already told him that the other party was a merchant, Sun Kai needed to understand by himself. "Friend, can you help me pull out these pieces of wood first? I have bandages and iodine in my bag, can I tell you later?" Sun Kai's eyes lit up. Bandages and iodine? This person actually had important medical resources on him? Let's be clear, even in Deku's tribe, the medical resources were pitifully few. Sun Kai's actions were quite rough, directly reaching out to pull out the wood from his foot, causing him to grimace in pain, almost crying out. After pulling them out, the other party took out a roll of bandages and a bottle of iodine from the bag beside him, and he bandaged himself. When he finished, the other party finally let out a sigh of relief. "Friend, thank you so much. I don't know which wicked thing put a trap at the door, it's really shameless." Sun Kai's expression did not change, as if he was not the one being cursed. "My name is Tatu, I am a merchant, I have traveled across the whole prairie, I know every tribe very well, and I also have many goods on me." Before Tatu could finish, Sun Kai hurriedly interrupted him. "What did you say, you know about every tribe?" The other party was taken aback, but nodded, saying, "Yes, this is the most basic thing for a merchant. If you don't know about the tribes, how can you survive? How many tribes are there in total here, and what is the population?" This was what Sun Kai wanted to know the most. He didn't want the population to be too low, because if ghosts turned into real ghosts, everything would be over. Originally, this information would have a fee, but since you saved me just now, I'll tell you for free. The other party had an expression as if you had made a great deal, saying, "There are a total of 9 tribes here, each tribe has a population of over 100, calculating all together, there are about 1,000 people. As for those who wander outside, I don't know, but there shouldn't be many." About 1,000 people? This population number was much more than Sun Kai had imagined. But once the tribes really lost their function, those people still staying inside the tribes would definitely be wiped out by ghosts. By that time, the population would sharply decrease. It was necessary to change this situation. Thinking of this, Sun Kai's eyes brightened. The merchant too knew the location of every tribe, so could he take him to the tribes and persuade those people to leave? But soon, Sun Kai threw away this idea. Those tribes were places where their ancestors had lived for generations. Can one just rely on their own mouth to make them leave the tribe? Sun Kai himself did not believe it. While he was struggling with it, Big Head asked, "Friend, do you want to buy something? I have many good goods here, you saved me, so how about an 80% discount?" Sun Kai remembered that the hint had told him that opportunities do not come again once missed. In other words, did this merchant have something good? "What good goods do you have?" Sun Kai's words made Big Head smile broadly. He took something out of his bag and placed it in Sun Kai's hand. From the feeling, it seemed like a bottle of water. The other party claimed to be a merchant, and yet gave him a bottle of water? Before he could ask, the other party said in a mysterious tone, "This is a bottle of gasoline, an absolute good item, not available outside." Sun Kai was shocked. This was actually a bottle of gasoline? What is the biggest characteristic of gasoline? Flammable. With just a tiny spark, gasoline can ignite instantly, and the combustion lasts a long time. If he threw this bottle of gasoline on a ghost and then set it on fire, would the ghost be burned to death? For a moment, Sun Kai was tempted. This thing was too useful. "Big Head, how much is this bottle of gasoline?" Naturally, it's a barter. "You take out your items, I will see if there is anything I need, and we can exchange." Sun Kai opened his bag, letting the other party check. After a glance, Big Head seemed somewhat dissatisfied. "You have nothing here, I can't trade with you." Saying this, he began to take back the gasoline. But Sun Kai could never give up the gasoline, this was his only means to deal with ghosts. "Wait. I can let you stay here for a night, in exchange for gasoline. What do you think?" Big Head was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that as a merchant, he would have to pay for a place to stay. You must know that in those tribes, he could stay for free in the best places. But this was not a tribe, just a broken house, and the person in front clearly arrived here earlier than him. "Alright, consider this bottle of gasoline as the accommodation fee. Having gasoline, not having fire wouldn't do. Do you have a lighter? Or anything that can ignite, I can trade you food." A lighter, though worthless outside, had some value in such a rundown place. In the end, Sun Kai used 4 pieces of compressed biscuits to exchange for a lighter that was only half full of gas. With a lighter and gasoline, Sun Kai finally had another weapon to deal with ghosts. Sun Kai was not the only lucky one. Among other fortunate ones, there were others who encountered merchants as well. Faced with so many items from the merchant, some people had evil thoughts, wanting to forcibly take away the merchant's goods. Then the merchant stopped pretending, tore off the surface layer, and instantly transformed into a ghost. The screen went black. Members who saw the scene immediately reported the situation to Xia Changqing. Xia Changqing's face changed dramatically. Sun Kai was in the same wooden house with a merchant. If the merchant transformed on the spot, Sun Kai would be doomed. Just as he was about to use his second reminder opportunity, someone stopped him. "Leader, don't panic, the ghost posing as a merchant seems to have limitations. That person attacked the merchant, which caused the merchant to turn into a ghost. And on Sun Kai's side, there has been no violent actions, only normal transactions, so I believe that as long as he makes legitimate purchases, there will be no problem." Xia Changqing immediately calmed down, looking at the nearly pitch-black screen, and did not continue to remind. Chapter 34, Killing Ghosts. If Sun Kai knew that the merchant sharing a roof with him was actually a ghost in disguise, he would probably be dumbfounded. For this suddenly appearing merchant, Sun Kai still held a trace of vigilance inside. Who would be in the wild? Do you trust the words of a stranger? He didn't know what time it was, but he thought dawn couldn't be far away. Sun Kai leaned against one side of the bed, while the merchant was on the other side. Neither of them spoke. Taking this moment, Sun Kai counted the rules he currently knew. 1. In the night, you cannot change the place you hide. 2. After dark, do not trust anyone, even if the other person is a familiar one. 3. After 3 days, the tribe loses any protective effect, and the probability of the grassland god box refreshing increases. 4. The total population cannot drop below 100, otherwise, the ghosts will become real ghosts. The night is the most troublesome, as can be seen from the first 2 rules. But it seems the second rule doesn't include the merchant? And the hint also told him that he could trade with the merchant. What is going on? Suddenly, Sun Kai's expression changed. The second rule said not to trust anyone, but what if the other party is not human? In an instant, Sun Kai felt a chill all over his body. Here, aside from humans, there were only ghosts. In other words, this merchant is disguised as a ghost? But why didn't he attack himself right away? Could it be that ghosts are also bound by rules? When they become merchants, are they unable to attack humans freely? Sun Kai quietly looked at the merchant, who seemed to be eating food, showing no other actions. This relieved Sun Kai. As long as the other party didn't make a move, everything was negotiable. Thus, Sun Kai persisted for a long time, and before dawn, the merchant stood up. I'm leaving, my friend. Thank you for your help last night. This is a gift I'm giving you. Receiving the card handed over by the other, the merchant smiled slightly and walked out. Sun Kai took the card and saw that it was actually the transformation card he had used before, and the back added a 5th rule. Rule 5. The last person alive is the winner. Sun Kai's eyes changed. This rule is equivalent to making him watch those people being killed by ghosts. Moreover, once the number dropped below 100, the ghosts would become real ghosts. Whether he could escape from the ghost's hands was still unknown. This rule is essentially useless. Just as he was thinking this, more words appeared above. There is only one truth: ghosts fear large numbers of people. Sun Kai's expression brightened. He recalled the situation in the tribe, where dozens of people gathered every day, and ghosts never went to the tribe's place. He previously thought the tribe had some special feature. Now it seems, it was purely because there were many people that they didn't dare to go there. Wait, what about the 3rd rule? Is it a false rule? For a moment, Sun Kai didn't know which rule was correct. It was very troublesome. Forget it, the most important thing now is to find more supplies, especially cards. These are life-saving items. Sun Kai walked outside the wooden house. The surrounding grass had returned to normal, completely showing no trace of where he had walked yesterday. What surprised him the most was that the merchant had gone out before him. Why were there still no traces of the grass being pressed down here? Sun Kai remembered that the position he had arrived at last night was in front of the wooden house, meaning this time he had to leave from the back. The grassland was very quiet, not even a whisper of wind. Sun Kai stopped to rest every so often, ensuring his stamina was plentiful. Otherwise, if he encountered a ghost without stamina, he could only wait to die. This time it seemed he was lucky, encountering 2 god boxes, but unfortunately, there were no cards inside. Suddenly, he felt his ears move, hearing rustling sounds ahead, the sound very hurried, as if someone was running. Sun Kai immediately stopped his movements, only to see a figure quickly running not far in front of him. But running in the grass needed to push aside the obstructive grass ahead. This will undoubtedly reduce their speed. Behind this person, a giant ghost is chasing him. Although it's not the first time encountering a ghost, this time Sun Kai's heart has some confidence. Even if he can't defeat it, he can escape. At that moment, the ghost suddenly threw the large club in its hand, directly hitting this person's head. Bang! The head burst open, and a strong stench rushed towards Sun Kai, almost making him vomit. The ghost seemed very pleased with the result, surprisingly not taking the body away, but instead squatting there to eat. It's important to know that Sun Kai was less than 2 meters away from the ghost. At this moment, Sun Kai's heart wavered. Should he take the opportunity to leave now, or kill this ghost? If he runs away, it will definitely make noise, and the ghost is not slower than humans. If he keeps being chased by the ghost, he will eventually be caught. With that, there is only one way. Kill this ghost. Having made a decision, Sun Kai immediately pulled out a bottle of gasoline from his body and took out a small piece of cloth as a wick. He lit it with a lighter, and in an instant, the gasoline bottle caught fire. Go! Sun Kai threw the gasoline bottle towards the ghost, and at this time, the ghost was still eating the body, completely unaware of the gasoline bottle. Even if it noticed, it wouldn't be able to dodge. Boom! Crash! The gasoline bottle exploded on the ghost, like flowers falling from the sky, its whole body engulfed in flames, causing it to let out a scream of pain. Thanks to the surrounding grass being lush and green, if it were dry grass, Sun Kai wouldn't dare to do this. If a large fire broke out, he would also be burned to death. Ah. The ghost rolled continuously in the grass, but this is gasoline, not so easy to extinguish. Not long after, Sun Kai smelled the scent of burning, and the ghost's screams grew weaker. Finally, the ghost lay on the ground, motionless, as if it were dead. Sun Kai did not rashly approach, but continued to hide in his original place, quietly observing. An hour passed just like that, and Sun Kai noticed one of the ghost's hands drop down. His heart was a bit scared. He didn't expect this ghost to actually have intelligence, trying to take him down in the end. Fortunately, he was always cautious, otherwise, it would be really embarrassing to be fooled by a ghost. After waiting a little longer, Sun Kai felt it was about time and walked over. This ghost was in a very miserable state, its hair completely burned to charcoal, and its face was utterly unrecognizable. What Sun Kai cared more about was whether the ghost had some information he needed. He crouched down and carefully searched the ghost, quickly finding a metal box. Chapter 35 Ghost Rules. The previous divine boxes were all plastic boxes. This is the first time I've seen a metal box. Sun Kai was very curious and slowly opened the box, revealing a card inside. This card had a strange name, called Daylight Card. What does this mean? Does this card only work during the day? Fortunately, a prompt appeared at that moment. This card can turn night into day. Sun Kai was greatly shocked. The effect of this card was incredible. It's important to know that during the night, humans are greatly limited, and only during the day can they possibly escape from the ghost's grasp. One could say this card could save lives at a critical moment. Each card has a rule on the back, and Sun Kai was very eager to know what the rule behind this card would be. Rule: Ghost. 1. There must always be 9 ghosts. If one ghost dies, a random human will be selected to become a ghost. 2. Ghosts must eat one person every day, otherwise, they will die. 3. Ghosts have very poor eyesight. 4. At night, 2 ghosts will be randomly chosen to become merchants. Facing the merchants must conduct normal transactions. Goodness, 4 rules popped up at once, and all about ghosts. Through these rules, Sun Kai finally knew the number of ghosts. There are a total of 9. In such a large place, having only 9 ghosts is honestly quite rare. Ghosts actually need to eat one person every day, otherwise, they will die, which is a very useful rule. If he focuses on one ghost, not letting it eat people, that ghost will also end up dying itself. But the probability of that is too low. If it weren't for the gasoline bottle this time, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill a ghost. Moreover, by the time a ghost turns into a real ghost, physical attacks would likely be ineffective. Ghosts have very poor eyesight. He is unclear about this because when he sees a ghost, he instinctively runs away, with no time to think. This rule has a very high possibility, otherwise, why would the rule specifically say not to move about carelessly after nightfall? Once you move, you will be discovered by ghosts. Only when you are still can ghosts not perceive you. The last rule, Sun Kai guessed last night. He felt a bit frightened. Luckily he didn't have any inappropriate thoughts. If he really attacked the merchant would probably reveal his hand immediately. Facing a ghost, especially in a house, he wouldn't be able to escape. As one of the last 2 national luck bearers, many people from various countries are naturally watching him. When they saw these brand new rules, they immediately wrote them down, informing their own national luck bearers through 3 reminders. At the very least, by knowing these rules, they wouldn't die so easily. And the other person, Miller, since finding the tribe, started to gain goodwill here. But he has no intention of leaving this place, as if he intends to stay here forever. However, when he saw the reminders from his country's support team, his expression changed. If the tribe is useless after 3 days, then all his preparations would have been in vain. Damn it! This rule is too unfavorable for me. I must find a way. Sun Kai knows nothing about Miller's thoughts, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Ghosts can't be killed endlessly, and humans will eventually be killed by ghosts one by one. This is a deadlock. He must find the way to clear this bizarre world. So far, the way to clear it is either within a certain tribe or on the bodies of the ghosts. But he has already used the gasoline bottle in his hand. Wanting to meet the merchant again to buy another gasoline bottle completely relies on luck. After walking for a while, he saw a new wooden house. On the surface, this wooden house seems to have not been used for a long time, similar to the previous one. Sun Kai guessed that these wooden houses should be the places where the ghosts reside. Only some ghosts have died, and new ghosts have appeared. This is why there are so many old houses here. This can be considered an opportunity for them, the national luck bearers. Basically, as long as they hide inside a dilapidated wooden house, they won't encounter ghosts. At night, 2 ghosts even turn into merchants, making it safer. But just as Sun Kai was about to approach, he heard a slight commotion coming from inside the wooden house. Ghost? Sun Kai was frightened and prepared to run away, but then heard a voice calling from behind. Friend, we are human, not ghosts. Sun Kai hurriedly stopped, turned back, and indeed saw 2 people walking out of the wooden house, 1 male and 1 female. Sun Kai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't ghosts, that was good enough. I'm called Big Stick. This is my sister Big Flower. What is your name? Sun Kai had long wanted to complain about the names of the people here, Why do they all start with big? Are they envious of the ghost's enormous size? I'm Sun Kai, how did you end up here? According to what Daku told him earlier, people from the tribe rarely enter ghost places. After all, no one can guarantee if the ghost is inside. Last time, Daku was so careless purely because the things behind the wooden house were too tempting, causing him to let down his guard. This is a house abandoned by ghosts. We occasionally come here to rest. Which tribe are you from? Dabang was very enthusiastic and even took out food from his own belongings. I am from the Daku tribe. That's right, the name of the tribe Sun Kai previously visited is exactly this. And Daku is also the chieftain of the tribe. So you are a friend from the Daku tribe, we are from the Dabang tribe. Sun Kai was somewhat surprised, this plain-looking man was also a chieftain? How come he keeps running into chieftains everywhere? After a brief exchange, Sun Kai learned that these siblings were out searching for food, as their tribe was having trouble with supplies. Brother Sun Kai, I wonder if your Daku tribe can help us? Faced with their eager eyes, he smiled bitterly and said, actually, I was a wanderer before, brought back by the people of the Daku tribe, but last time I encountered a ghost, he died, and I don't know how to return to the tribe. The two realized, usually, newcomers to the tribe indeed don't know how to return. In that case, do you have any thoughts about joining our Dabang tribe? Sun Kai felt a surge of joy, he needed to go to the tribe to see the situation, especially since today was the third day. If the rules were indeed calculated from when they first entered, then tonight, something would happen to the tribe. Of course. Seeing Sun Kai agree, the two were very happy, and the three of them searched outside for the divine box until it was about time to go back. Sun Kai noticed that the two moved quickly on the way back, as if there was a lighthouse ahead, without any pause. If not for his enhanced physique, he probably couldn't keep up with their speed. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Sun Kai found himself at a new tribe. The Dabang tribe was not much different from the Daku tribe, but relatively speaking, there seemed to be fewer young and strong men in this village. No wonder Dabang was so happy when he saw that Sun Kai was willing to join, their tribe really didn't have many young and strong men left. After some introductions, many people showed friendly smiles to Sun Kai. After dinner, Sun Kai lay on his bed, looking at the darkness outside. If the rules were not wrong, something would happen tonight. At this moment, it was very quiet outside, only faintly hearing some people snoring. Sun Kai picked up a liquid crystal watch in his hand and checked the time, this was something he exchanged with Dabang. It's 12 o'clock now, it won't be long before the ghost appears, right? However, Sun Kai waited all night and didn't see any trace of the ghost, leaving him dumbfounded. Something's wrong, could that rule be fake? If it were indeed fake, that would be nice, but the problem was that Dabang suddenly gathered everyone, holding a pager in his hand. Just now we received news from the Dashu tribe, their tribe has been destroyed by ghosts. This news shocked everyone, the tribe had always been the safest place, this truth was ingrained in their minds like a theorem. Now suddenly saying that a tribe was destroyed by ghosts, how could they believe it? Although I also don't want to believe it, but this is indeed a fact, each of our tribes has one of these, used only during significant events. Chieftain, what do we do now? The tribe is not safe, if we go outside, we will soon be eaten by ghosts. Someone let out a piercing cry, and others echoed in agreement. No one was willing to believe this matter. After all, the tribe is not safe, they have to go to the wild. But the danger in the wild is even greater, no one knows where the ghosts will appear. If you encounter a ghost outside, you can say it's a dead end. Seeing so many people chattering, the chief was a bit flustered, although he was the chief, his power in the tribe was not that great. More, he was just a manager, only this way could the tribe become better. But now, their tribe had lost its function, and no amount of good methods would work. Seeing this, Sun Kai knew he needed to step up. Everyone, I wonder if I can say a word. Seeing that the speaker was a newcomer who had just joined the tribe, others looked on with curiosity. Sun Kai, what do you want to say? Since the Big Tree tribe has been destroyed by the ghosts, this proves one thing, the tribe no longer has the function of protecting us, and we must take advantage of the daylight to find another place. I know this, but where can we go? Sun Kai smiled slightly, naturally to those abandoned wooden houses. Sun Kai had thought about it before, if they really abandoned the tribe, where else could they go? So he thought of those abandoned wooden houses, although he didn't know how many such houses there were, at least it was a place to stay. If they really stayed in the bushes, they would eventually be caught by ghosts. The chief's eyes lit up, they couldn't stay in the tribe, the abandoned wooden houses were the best choice. But the wooden houses are so small, how can they accommodate so many of us, someone asked. In response, Sun Kai was equally prepared, he looked at the chief, I want to know, why can the place where the tribe is located prevent the grass from growing and still protect this area? Clearly, only the chief was qualified to know this matter in the entire tribe. Faced with Sun Kai's inquiry, the chief hesitated a bit. His sister, Dahua, said unhappily, brother, how can you still hide something at a time like this? Do you have to wait until all the tribe members are dead before you say anything? Sun Kai secretly gave a thumbs up to Dahua, only she could say such a thing, and others probably wouldn't have the courage. Alright, this matter has always been passed down by the chief, I can only tell you one person. The chief took Sun Kai aside, looking at the edge of the tribe and said, "Did you know? Actually, in the beginning, there were no ghosts, it was later, we don't know what happened, that ghosts appeared." The chief thought that when he said this, Sun Kai would be very shocked. But Sun Kai already knew that ghosts were once humans, so he wasn't surprised. Ghosts eat humans, and humans need to avoid ghosts, but this vast grassland has no place for hiding. If this goes on, humans will eventually die out, and without humans to eat, ghosts will also die one by one. I don't know which hero negotiated with the ghosts, he needed the ghosts to give humans a place to thrive, and the price was that the ghosts could hunt humans elsewhere. The ghosts agreed, and thus there were several human tribes, but later another problem arose, which was that once the ghosts couldn't eat humans, they would die. The ghosts opened a position and needed to turn humans into new ghosts, so, the chief was born. Sun Kai was dumbfounded, he finally realized what the position of the chief meant. They were actually the reserves of the ghosts. Once a ghost died, the chief would take that position. Most importantly, he learned one thing, the tribe didn't protect humans at all. Instead, it was the ghosts that deliberately spared this area to avoid depleting their resources. There's one more thing I want to know, why hasn't the grass grown here in the tribe? The chief's eyes carried a hint of despondency. He said, using the mixed blood of humans and ghosts can stop the grass from growing. To create so many tribes, the number of dead humans and ghosts is unimaginable. Sun Kai had a head full of question marks. Were these ghosts out of their minds? To help humans create tribal residences, they had actually let many ghosts die? They actually could bear to let themselves die? You don't know, among 9 ghosts, there is one strongest ghost whom we call the Ghost King. It was he who negotiated with our human heroes, leading to the events that followed. Sun Kai suddenly understood. The Ghost King was the strongest, he could force other ghosts to die, as long as he himself stayed alive. After learning the secret about the tribe, Sun Kai thought about the ghost he killed yesterday. If they used the blood of the ghost and the humans, wouldn't they be able to expand the area around the abandoned wooden house? At that time, the people of their tribe could still gather together. Sun Kai had not forgotten that the hidden hint told him ghosts fear places with many people. For this hint, Sun Kai was willing to take a gamble. When Sun Kai told Big Stick about killing a ghost, Big Stick was shocked. Chapter 37, A New Tribe. According to the records of humans here, only the hero who negotiated with the Ghost King has ever killed a ghost alone. Since then, no one has done such a thing again. Sun Kai's actions left everyone in shock. You must be a hero sent by heaven. Seeing Big Stick excited, Sun Kai hurriedly got to the point. What I mean is, the ghost I killed is not far from the wooden house. If we look for it, we can use its blood along with ours to expand the area of the wooden house. Big Stick had no reason to refuse this idea, it was impossible to live among the grass. Spending half a day, a group of people tidied up their things and reluctantly left the tribe where they had lived for a lifetime. Big Stick knew that the ghosts had previously spared the humans due to an agreement with the hero. But this time, he didn't know what madness the Ghost King was in, as he actually ordered the ghosts to attack the tribe. This represented that the previous agreement had lost its effect. If they continued to stay here, there would be only one outcome: to become food for the ghosts. More than 100 people walked across the grasslands like a long snake. The people here seemed to have a good sense of direction, with just a few points of reference. They found the abandoned wooden house where they had rested before. Seeing their new living place, many people's eyes finally showed a glimmer of hope. This will be our home from now on. Everyone tidy up first, and a few people come with me. Big Stick gathered a few people, and based on Sun Kai's memory, spent quite some time before finally finding the dead ghost. Seeing the ghost's body, the tribe people were shocked. Chief, who killed this ghost? Big Stick pointed at Sun Kai, looking proud. That would be Brother Sun Kai. A few people were astonished, then looked at Sun Kai with admiration, nearly making him float away. Only Sun Kai knew that his ability to kill the ghost was purely luck. First, the ghost was eating a corpse and didn't notice him behind it at all. And once the gasoline bottle caught fire, it would cover the ghost's entire body. He had no outcome other than being burned to death. The group quickly moved the ghost's body, and although it had been placed there for a night, the ghost's body showed no signs of rotting. Back at the new tribe, the people saw them bringing back a ghost's body and all showed shocked expressions. When they learned that it was Sun Kai who killed the ghost, they all stood there dumbfounded. Big Stick took this opportunity to tell them how to expand the land. Then the group began to donate blood. Mixed with the blood obtained from the ghost, there was about as much as a plastic bucket. Is this enough? Sun Kai was a bit skeptical. It's enough. Although it might not be as large as before, it can barely accommodate all of us. Big Stick held the plastic bucket and went to the edge of the grass, then took out a ladle and scooped up some blood, directly sprinkling it. In an instant, the originally dense grass seemed to see a ghost, retreating wildly backwards, pulling back several meters. So magical? It seems this bucket of blood is about enough. After Big Stick sprinkled it, the blood expanded the area significantly. These people began to build a simple house for themselves, as they had too few supplies to carry. Big Stick, did you get any responses from the other tribes I told you to contact? Sun Kai asked Big Stick when he had a moment. All have responded, but 3 tribes refused to leave. Sun Kai nodded, understanding that not everyone could make the decision to leave a place they had lived their whole lives. Moreover, even if they found an abandoned cabin, without the ghost's blood, it would be impossible to expand the area for their residence. With over 100 people squeezed into a space that barely covered dozens of square meters, it would surely be even more uncomfortable. Sun Kai couldn't take care of everyone, as long as he could ensure that their numbers didn't drop below 100, that was enough. In other words, he had to at least ensure that the people of Big Stick's tribe would not have any accidents. Big Stick, can you bring out some useful supplies from the tribe for me to see? If it were someone else, Big Stick might not agree, but Sun Kai had already proven through his actions that he was a hero of humanity. Without hesitation, Big Stick took out all the resources from the tribe, letting Sun Kai choose freely. Sun Kai examined everything carefully, but disappointingly, while there were lighters and even candles, there was no gasoline. Trying to use fire to kill the ghost seemed impossible now. However, he still didn't give up. Since fire attacks wouldn't work, he would use numbers to overwhelm. Sun Kai found some scrap metal parts and tied them with a wooden stick to make simple weapons. Actually, such weapons were also available in the tribe, but there weren't many, and they were mainly used for clearing paths. As for dealing with ghosts, no one had thought of that. Brother Sun Kai, what are you doing? Big Stick, since the ghosts have decided not to spare us, we must find a way to save ourselves. Pick up your weapons. If we encounter ghosts, even if we can't defeat them, we must tear off a piece of flesh from them. Sun Kai had seen ghosts several times and had a simple understanding of them. Ghosts were very tall, about 2.5 meters, and looked extremely terrifying. Especially the strength of the ghosts, which could easily lift a person weighing over 100 kilograms and throw them away. Such strength was definitely beyond an ordinary person's capability. In a direct confrontation, they would need to have a large number of people along with attacking the ghost's weak points. Only with these conditions could there be even a tiny chance of defeating the ghost. Big Stick was not a coward either, he just had too much to consider before, but now that things had turned out this way, what did he have to worry about? Brother Sun Kai, if I ever become a ghost, my sister will be the next chief, she will take over for me as the new Big Stick. The tribe will be handed over to you in the future. Sun Kai was stunned, he could tell that Big Stick was sincere, which put pressure on him for a moment. To find a way to deal with the ghosts, Sun Kai turned on his brain and began to think of ideas. Then, he finally thought of something. That is, the cards. Right, how could I forget about the cards? Although I haven't drawn any cards capable of killing ghosts yet. There might be a possibility of this. Excited, Sun Kai directly found Dabang and asked him about the card. As a result, Dabang looked at him with a puzzled face. What card? We don't have such things in our tribe. What? No? Sun Kai was stunned for a moment and then remembered something. Deku was, after all, a chief, why didn't he have something to save his life? Chapter 38 Hero Card. Before, he thought that Deku had died too quickly and didn't have time to take it out. But now it seemed that the people in this world simply couldn't draw cards. So, Sun Kai made a request, asking everyone to gather all the divine boxes and give them to him to open. On one hand, he wanted to obtain more cards in this way to improve the survival ability of the people in Dabang's tribe. On the other hand, he wanted to see if there were more rules on other cards, especially the methods to pass the levels. So far, he still didn't know what the method to pass the level was, and other National Fortunes users were in the same situation. On the 4th day after entering this world, around 60% of the National Fortunes users were left, but none had received the method to pass the level. Even the rules of humans and ghosts, they were all copied from Sun Kai. It could be said that without Sun Kai, their performance would be even worse. After receiving Sun Kai's order, Dabang immediately instructed the tribe members to bring back the divine boxes for Sun Kai to open. Facing the chief's words, no one refused. This time, Sun Kai did not go out, he wanted to greatly increase the safety of this place. Dabang, if the soil is dug out, will the soil there still exist? This is what Sun Kai was most curious about. Even if the grass was pulled out, it would still grow back later, so, from another perspective, what about the soil? If it's the place we are in, the soil won't reappear after being dug out, and the same goes for the soil outside, but grass will still grow back from the dugout places. Sun Kai nodded, so that's how it was. Even so, he could still set up some simple traps. After dealing with the businessman, he realized one thing: ghosts could also be harmed. As long as the traps were well made, even by chance, it would make ghosts lose some fighting power. I need some manpower to set up simple traps in nearby places. Sun Kai shared his thoughts with Dabang, and Dabang immediately agreed. Since the young and strong had all been sent out to search for divine boxes, only the elderly, children, and women were left in the tribe. This time, concerning the safety of the tribe, they all expressed their desire to join in. So, a group of people started digging traps within 100 meters around the new tribe, making a total of 10, nearly covering all directions. Of course, they dug them first and would arrange the final setup once those people returned. Otherwise, if their own people stepped into their own traps, that would be funny. That day, no one encountered ghosts here, but Dabang received another piece of news. A tribe that hadn't left its original position was destroyed by ghosts. Originally there were 9 tribes, and now 2 tribes had been destroyed, with countless people dead. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for their tribe to be next. Upon learning of the fate of the second tribe, the remaining 2 tribes that hadn't left finally came to their senses and chose to leave their original tribe. In a place as vast as the grassland, there was hardly anything that could support life, but there was one place that was their best choice. That was the abandoned wooden cabin. Sun Kai couldn't reach the other tribes, but the people from Dabang's tribe finally returned before dark. Almost everyone came back with multiple divine boxes. Some lucky ones even brought back as many as 10. Of course, such a divine box wouldn't be very big. After ensuring that the last step of the trap was done, Big Stick stood next to Sun Kai. He also wanted to see what the card that Sun Kai was talking about was. Sun Kai took a deep breath and began to open the divine box. Good, the first one was sent. Inside, besides some food and daily necessities, there was nothing special. Finally, on the third box, a card came out. Unfortunately, it was a transformation card. This thing could only avoid ghosts, not kill them. Sun Kai did not give up and opened all 56 divine boxes in one go. In the end, he got 6 cards, about a 1 in 6 chance, which was not bad. Among these 6 cards, there were 2 transformation cards, 2 swift cards, and 1 binding card. He already had these cards, so they did not catch his attention. The only card he was concerned about was the last one. Hero card. When he saw this card, his mind was filled with question marks. What did this mean? Could it be that if he used this card, he would become a hero? But if it were that simple, wouldn't this world of strange tales be too easy to clear? Sun Kai instinctively felt that this possibility was not very likely. However, many viewers of his live stream believed that the hero card was crucial, and they immediately informed their own national fortune bearers. But without good rhetoric and no achievements in killing ghosts, how could they possibly persuade a chieftain so easily? In the end, very few succeeded. One of them was Miller, who truly lived up to his title as the king of acting. Fooling a chieftain was really not difficult for him. He completely copied Sun Kai's method and brought the tribe to an abandoned wooden house. But he did not kill any ghosts, so he could not obtain ghost blood, and the group could only squeeze into such a small place. To be honest, it looked quite pitiful. He also had the tribe help him find divine boxes, and they did find quite a few upon opening one. What the hell? Miller cursed directly. There were only 2 cards inside, and they were both transformation cards. This thing was of no use at all except for avoiding ghosts. What he needed was the hero card. His outburst made the tribe look at him differently. Originally, he persuaded the chieftain with rhetoric, but the attitude of others towards him was not friendly. This was simple, as not everyone was willing to leave, not to mention that sleeping in such a place was already cramped. Miller did not notice this, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. In his eyes, these people were just NPCs. Even if they all died, he wouldn't feel sorry. On Sun Kai's side, he checked the rules on the back of the 6 cards and found that there were indeed no new rules. Then he turned to Big Stick. Big Stick, this is the card I was talking about. But what Sun Kai did not expect was that upon seeing Sun Kai pull out these cards, Big Stick actually knelt down. Big Stick, what are you doing? Sun Kai was taken aback. You must be the hero sent by the heavens to save us humans. Big Stick was in tears, which made Sun Kai's mouth twitch. Get up first, can you speak properly? After Sun Kai's persuasion, Big Stick finally stood up and told Sun Kai why he knelt down. Because he believed that Sun Kai was the hero of these humans. Many years ago, when the last hero appeared, it was also at a time when humanity was on the brink of collapse, saving humanity from disaster. Chapter 39, Brother, want a drink? Most importantly, the chieftain spread a rumor that the former hero, holding some cards, bravely fought against the powerful Ghost King. At first, when Big Stick heard Sun Kai mention the card, he was somewhat skeptical. But when he saw the card with his own eyes, he became certain that Sun Kai was definitely the hero sent by the heavens to save humanity. Sun Kai was dumbfounded. How did he unexpectedly become a hero? The people around him heard Dabang's words and looked at Sun Kai with eyes full of respect, as if they were gazing at a god. Dabang, I really am not a hero, but I will work hard to keep the people of Dabang tribe alive. Dabang smiled and nodded, as if it didn't matter whether Sun Kai believed it or not. They had already made up their minds about it. Seeing the expression on the other's face, Sun Kai knew his explanation was in vain. Forget it. Let's sort out the supplies first. Also, one more thing, when we sleep at night, it's best to have someone keep watch, taking turns, it will be safer that way. Before, Sun Kai thought the tribe would provide protection and had never considered this matter. But this time was different. If no one kept watch, and if a ghost really got lucky enough to walk in without stepping on traps, then that would be disastrous. At that time, besides him with the card, the others wouldn't survive at all. Wait a minute, can others use the card? Sun Kai thought for a moment and then found Debang, giving him a transformation card to see if he could use it. Brother Sun Kai, you mean this card can let me transform into anything around us? Debang was completely stunned. He finally understood why past human heroes could contend with the Ghost King. With such a magical card, he could too. But after what had just happened, he already knew one thing. Only Sun Kai could draw cards, others could open the divine box for their whole lives, but it would never contain cards. Debang glanced around and directly chose grass. That's right, the most abundant thing on the entire prairie was this endless grass. If he turned into a blade of grass and hid in the thicket, who could find him? Debang felt very strange. He knew he had turned into grass, but he still had his sight and hearing, and he could even move. It was just that this movement was very slow, only at the speed of normal walking. He inchwormed his way into the thicket, remaining completely still. This way, no one could tell he was a human. Debang, since you can also use the card, I will only keep one set of cards on me and leave the rest for you to arrange. Unfortunately, once Debang turned into grass, he lost the ability to speak. Half an hour later, Debang looked at him with a shocked expression. Brother Sun Kai, is this really okay? This is your way to deal with the ghosts. Sun Kai waved his hand decisively, everything is for humanity. Tomorrow, let them continue searching for the divine boxes, the number of divine boxes nearby should increase a lot. Sun Kai had not forgotten the rule that once humanity's tribe had problems, the refresh rate of the divine boxes outside would increase. Seeing that Sun Kai was willing to give out such a precious thing as the card, Debang was deeply touched. Brother Sun Kai, as long as the Debang tribe exists, we will not let you die in front of us. The Debang tribe will always protect you. Sun Kai left behind one transformation card, one swift card, one binding card, and a hero card whose effect he still didn't know. At night, Debang followed Sun Kai's instructions and had some tribe members take turns keeping watch. These people weren't sly, they did what they needed to do, and there were no incidents that night. On the fifth day, they went out again to collect divine boxes. This time Debang also went out, even giving some brave people in the tribe a card to carry. These cards could save lives when encountering ghosts at critical moments. Sun Kai actually wanted to go out too, but Debang persuaded him not to. Because he was too important to the Debang tribe, and only he could draw cards from the divine boxes. If something happened to Sun Kai, their tribe could really only wait for death. But by noon, someone from the tribe rushed back in a panic. Brother Sun Kai, I met a ghost outside, not far from here, and it was chasing someone. Sun Kai's expression changed, a ghost close by meant it could find them. If that's the case, they had to be careful. Which direction? That way. Following the direction the person pointed, Sun Kai immediately sent people to hide and watch, to prevent a ghost from really coming in. Fortunately, they waited until afternoon without seeing any sign of a ghost. But this also meant one thing, the ghost was hunting humans everywhere. When night came and everyone who went out returned, Sun Kai's face changed. He remembered clearly that about 30 people had gone out to collect the divine boxes. But this time, only 28 had returned. Where were the other two? No need to look, they probably won't be back. Debang's voice was deep, and the atmosphere in the tribe instantly darkened. Sun Kai realized how dangerous it was to go out and collect divine boxes, especially at this time. Those ghosts were crazily searching for humans, and the ones who went out were easily encountered by them. Coincidentally, the two missing were those who hadn't obtained cards. However, a person who had gotten a card said he also encountered a ghost, but he had a wind card, which allowed him to successfully escape. This made Debang realize the importance of the cards. As long as they had cards, they would have safety guarantees when going out. Brother Sun Kai, open the divine box. As long as we have enough cards, we can survive in the ghost's hands. Sun Kai nodded and opened the divine box again. His luck had always been good, this time he actually got 7 cards, mostly of 3 kinds, without other types. But even these 3 types were enough. Debang continued to distribute the cards, then came to Sun Kai's side. Brother, want a drink? He saw he had somehow obtained a bottle of liquor in 2 small cups. Aren't you afraid of drinking too much and not being able to run when the ghosts come at night? Sun Kai teased him with a smile. 1 or 2 cups is fine, just don't overdo it. Sun Kai knew this, he was just reminding him. The two clinked their cups and began to sip slowly. Ah, really spicy, but this feeling is quite nice. Bang grinned, their people rarely drank alcohol. Sun Kai chuckled, some people in the real world were wine lovers. Besides, with the high alcohol content of white liquor. Wait a minute. High alcohol content? Sun Kai suddenly stood up, looking at the white liquor beside him. How did he forget? White liquor is as flammable as gasoline, only gasoline is more potent. But at this moment, Sun Kai didn't have the mood to pick and choose, having something usable was already good. Bang, where did you get this white liquor, and how much is left? I found it among the things left by the last chief, it seems there are only 2 bottles. Don't drink it yet, bring the other bottle over, this is the best weapon against ghosts. Hearing that this stuff could deal with ghosts, Bang quickly got up and brought the other bottle of white liquor over. Brother, how does this white liquor deal with ghosts? To them, white liquor was something they could only occasionally sip, if there was more to deal with, they wouldn't touch a drop. If it weren't for the impact of Sun Kai's cards, he wouldn't be in the mood to drink either. White liquor is similar to gasoline, both are flammable. As long as you ignite it and throw it on the ghost, it won't necessarily kill the ghost, but it will be burned. A gas bottle could take down a ghost, but a white liquor bottle was uncertain. Bang's eyes brightened, we only have these 2 bottles, but other tribes might still have some. When I encounter other tribes, I'll let people know too. Let's make a trade. At that moment, the Big Stick also understood that as long as the people of the Big Stick tribe were alive, he could not care about the other tribes. Just do your best, if it doesn't work, don't force it. Finding white liquor was an unexpected surprise. After dark, a group of people returned to their temporarily built shelter to rest. Fortunately, the grassland has one advantage, there isn't much change in the weather, and the temperature stays about the same from morning to night, around 20 degrees. It was because of this that even sleeping in the grass would not lead to freezing to death. Sun Kai slept soundly until he heard a piercing voice, the ghost is coming. In the quiet night, this voice immediately startled many people awake, and a group of people scrambled to get up, instantly throwing the entire tribe into chaos. But at that moment, a shout rang out, everyone stand still and don't move. This was the voice of the Big Stick. He held a flashlight in his hand, an item that was very rare even in the tribe. In their eyes, anything that could shine in the dark was a treasure. According to what was agreed before, those who have the flashlight, turn it on and all aim it at the coming ghost. Elders, children, and women, gather together and be ready to leave this place at any time. The evacuation team, guard them well, the others come with me. With the Big Stick's commands, the tribe finally settled down. Sun Kai was quite satisfied. The Big Stick truly lived up to being the chief, he had courage at the critical moment. A group of people holding flashlights shone their lights ahead and saw a terrifying ghost, holding a wolf-toothed club, striding in. Humans, so many humans. Seeing so many people here, the ghost's eyes almost shone with excitement. Sun Kai watched the scene, furious in his heart. Hint, didn't you say that ghosts are afraid of places with many people? Why does it feel more excited? Unfortunately, no matter how much he cursed, the hint had no reaction. The ghost charged directly at the people closest to it, as if intending to catch them all in one go, ready for a buffet. Who will use a dash card first, keep cursing at the ghost to attract its attention, and hopefully lead it to step into the trap outside? Sun Kai said to the people. I'll do it. A man stepped up without hesitation, used the dash card, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed as he dashed out. Ugly creature, fat pig, come catch me. As he spoke, he deliberately turned his back to the ghost and slapped it twice. This degree of insult could be said to have enraged the ghost, and 2 wisps of blue smoke billowed from its nose. Humans are all food. The ghost howled and chased after that man, completely ignoring the others. Sun Kai couldn't help but chuckle. This ghost was completely foolish. However, this also made their actions easier. Sun Kai and the Big Stick each held a bottle of white liquor, already plugged with gauze, with lighters ready at hand. They followed the ghost into the grass. Because the grass was too tall, it blocked much of the light, and for a moment, they could only rely on sound to pursue it. This was very dangerous for Sun Kai and the Big Stick. If they ran into the ghost, with just one slap, the 2 wouldn't even have time to use their cards. At that moment, they heard a painful scream from ahead. The ghost stepped into their trap. Well done, take advantage of now. Sun Kai's eyes lit up as he quickly ran over and saw a ghost howling in pain while holding one foot. He lit the gauze and threw it directly. Bang! Splash! The ignited white liquor spilled all over the ghost, causing it to howl in pain, looking quite miserable. But no one felt the slightest pity, humans and ghosts were enemies, and this was irreconcilable. Not knowing whether it was the weaker power of the white liquor or the ghost's high fire resistance, he actually endured the burning pain and stood up. Humans! The ghost shouted loudly, throwing the wolf-tooth club towards the direction of the tribe, then heavily fell to the ground. Sun Kai and his companions' expressions changed, not good. When they ran back to the tribe, they saw a crowd gathered together, with the cries of children and the weeping of women. Even the men who were supposed to protect them were crying. As they got closer, the scene they saw made their hearts stop for a moment. Blood, shattered entrails, and eerie white bones were everywhere. Roughly speaking, about 5 or 6 people were dead. Adding the injured, there were even 7 or 8 more. It could be said that when the ghost threw away the Wolf-Tooth Club, it dealt a heavy blow to the tribe. Dabang clenched his teeth tightly, his fist was bleeding, and his hatred for the ghost had reached its limit. Although this was not the first time Sun Kai saw such a bloody scene, he felt terrible this time. Having stayed in the tribe for several days, he had already built relationships with these people. Seeing the people he was laughing and playing with just yesterday now turned into broken corpses, no one could feel good about it. At that moment, Sun Kai suddenly remembered something and pulled Dabang aside. This ghost is dead, who will be the next ghost? Dabang shook his head. Not me, I don't have that feeling. This statement relieved Sun Kai. If Dabang turned into a ghost at that moment, it would be troublesome. Even though they had killed a ghost, several people from the tribe were dead, and for a time, no one had the idea to celebrate. Sun Kai found a second metal box from the ghost's body. The last metal box contained the ghost's rules. What about this one? Chapter 41, Ghosts Have Houses Too. He opened it and carefully looked inside with the light of a candle beside him. Sure enough, there was a piece of paper in the metal box, and it wrote exactly the method to pass the level. Method to pass the level. S rank, defeat the Ghost King. A rank, survive until only you're left. B rank, kill 9 ghosts, just reaching the amount of 9 is enough. C rank, survive for 3 consecutive days of hide-and-seek with a ghost. The simplest C rank evaluation actually requires playing hide-and-seek with a ghost for 3 consecutive days. To be honest, this difficulty is not that high. The National Luck Bearer can draw cards from the God Box, including the Gale card, Transformation card, and Binding card, which are all good items to help evade ghosts. Having these items can significantly increase the chances of survival. The only difficulty is that one must ensure it is the same ghost, and it has to be 3 days in a row. This means the National Luck Bearer needs to keep an eye on a ghost's residence and take it out to play every day. As for the B rank evaluation, it requires killing 9 ghosts. This difficulty is quite high. You must know that even he has only killed 2 ghosts so far, making it not easy at all. The A rank evaluation is even more outrageous. Survive until only you are left? Are you kidding me? With that rule, once the number of people drops below 100, the ghost will turn into a real ghost. How is that supposed to work? Even with cards, it may not be possible to outrun a real ghost. How lucky does one have to be to complete the A rank evaluation? As for the first S rank evaluation, Sun Kai's mouth twitched. Although he didn't know how strong the Ghost King was, he could guess a little since he could command other ghosts. The Ghost King is stronger than the other 8 ghosts combined. Such a powerful Ghost King, am I supposed to headbutt him? Looking at it this way, it seems that the only way to leave here is with the C rank method? But this made Sun Kai feel a bit unwilling. He was standing here not just for himself, but also for Xia country. He clearly saw the tragic situation of other countries, in the last world of ghost stories, playing house. A wave of horror swept across the whole world. Many people in different countries were about to break down. If he couldn't pass the level, then the people of the summer country would also bear the arrival of this strange talk world. At the same time, he would also die. Not passing the level means death. It's a very simple principle. At the same time, people from other countries saw the way to pass the level from Sun Kai, and immediately used their last reminder opportunity. They told their own national fortune bearers the methods to pass and kindly gave them a choice. That is the C-level method. They excluded S-level first. They simply did not have the ability to confront the Ghost King head-on. Even Sun Kai could not do it, so why could they? A-level was also very difficult. They naturally saw the rule that once a ghost turned into a true ghost, who can guarantee that they could survive until the end? If they had such good luck, would they still be so quiet and unknown? As for the B-level passage, the probability was also low. Up to now, Sun Kai had only killed 2 ghosts, relying on flammable materials like gasoline and white wine. But in this world, such flammable materials were truly scarce. Even if there were, could you guarantee that you could safely kill a ghost every time? Once an accident happened, you would stay there forever, becoming food for the ghosts. Most national fortune bearers chose the C-level passage without hesitation after seeing the 4 methods. This was their only chance. They just needed to find a cabin where a ghost lived, then watch this ghost every day, and take it out to play hide and seek. After 3 consecutive days, they could pass the level. By then, they would be heroes of the nation. They happily followed through, but not everyone made the same choice. Some people prepared to take a risk, choosing the B-level passage, while others chose the A-level passage. And a few people actually chose the most difficult S-level passage, including Miller. Before he entered, he had declared that he would let Sun Kai know his strength. But after entering, his performance did not meet expectations, making him somewhat angry and embarrassed. Now that he finally knew the way to pass the level, he would not think too much. He couldn't find the Ghost King alone, but he could mobilize the power of the tribe. He just overestimated his importance in the tribe. After he proposed to look for the Ghost King, he was directly kicked out by the chief, standing outside the tribe with a confused expression. This scene made many watchers from the summer country laugh hysterically. Who do you think you are, to compare with our Sun Kai? On Sun Kai's side, after he learned the way to pass the level, he thought for a while. He ultimately decided to play it safe and directly used the sea level passage to return to reality. According to the recorded information, with the sea level passage, the national fortune would not increase, and the citizens would not receive rewards, but conversely, the national fortune also would not decrease, and the strange talk world would not arrive. It could be said that it would basically remain unchanged. But that was enough. Sun Kai didn't plan to aim for an S-level passage every time. The last time was because he had the assurance of passing and wanted to compete for an S-level passage. This time, although he had C-level passage assurance, he needed some time, and he simply couldn't spare his mind to deal with the Ghost King. Most importantly, what would he use to deal with the Ghost King? After making the decision, Sun Kai found Big Stick the next day and said he had something to do outside. "Brother, be careful outside, and bring more food." "Oh, I almost forgot, you don't know how to return to the tribe, right?" Big Stick slapped his forehead. There were too many things these days and he actually forgot about it. To be honest, Sun Kai had always been curious about how people here managed to accurately locate their tribe in this vast grassland. It was as if everyone had a positioning system in their minds. Very magical. Then, the Big Stick stretched out his index finger, pointed at Sun Kai's forehead, and said solemnly, "In the witness of all the people of the Big Stick tribe, Sun Kai officially joins the Big Stick tribe, and will fight for the rise of the tribe from now on." As soon as the words fell, Sun Kai felt that there was an extra place in his mind. Indeed, this feeling was very magical, and he clearly sensed the area under his feet. But he didn't know about other places. "So this is how you are able to find the tribe. I thought it was some scientific method." Sun Kai felt a mix of amusement and confusion. "This has been the way since the tribe was established. If you ask me what principle this is, I don't know either," the Big Stick said with a hearty laugh. Sun Kai didn't bother to study the principle, he just needed to know how to return to the tribe, and that was enough. He took some food and casually walked in one direction. Since he was preparing to complete the sea level clearance assessment, he naturally had to find a ghost with a house. In this day and age, even ghosts have houses. Sun Kai thought about it and his face turned dark. Damn! Chapter 42, Killing the Merchant. After Sun Kai's relentless efforts, he finally found a wooden house. From the looks of it, there should be a ghost living inside. However, the ghost was not inside for the time being, and he didn't have the courage to just walk in, so he simply waited at the edge of the grass. He didn't believe the ghost wouldn't come back. He waited until it was almost dark and saw a ghost dragging a corpse, slowly walking inside. Finally, it was dark. Strangely, the ghost actually lit the oil lamp, but Sun Kai didn't want to look at the scene of it eating the corpse. I wonder how this 3-day period is calculated. Is it by hours or by day and night? But no matter which one it was, he had to proactively provoke the ghost. Provoking a ghost at night is courting death. Ghosts enter a rage mode at night, enhancing all aspects, including speed. If a ghost really chased after him, even the win card could only barely outrun the ghost. Sun Kai clearly saw this last night. Only during the day can the win card allow a person to shake off a ghost. Sun Kai was very patient, squatting outside for several hours. He had to wait until the ghost fell asleep before he dared to sleep. Otherwise, who knows if the ghost would suddenly come back for him. But just as the oil lamp went out, the door of the wooden house unexpectedly opened. Sun Kai shivered, his spirit jolted, and he stared intently at the spot. Though the surroundings were pitch black, once a person's eyes got used to the dark, they could still faintly see some things. Moreover, Sun Kai's physique had increased by 10 points, and since his eyes were also part of his body, he could see more than an average person. In his eyes, a small figure that looked human, rather than a tall silhouette, walked out of the wooden house. This left Sun Kai confused, wondering what was going on. Suddenly, he remembered one thing: there was a rule about ghosts. Once it becomes night, 2 ghosts will turn into merchants, and he didn't expect to encounter such a coincidence. What should he do at this moment? Should he directly take action and kill the merchant? But if he did that, would it count as killing a ghost? Or should he just pretend not to see anything and still complete the sea level clearance? Sun Kai felt a bit of a headache, but seeing the merchant about to leave, he knew he had to make a decision. So he directly stepped out and blocked the merchant. "Hey! You scared me to death. Don't you know that scaring people can actually kill?" The merchant, seeing Sun Kai suddenly appear, was so shocked that he started patting his chest. He thought he must have made a mistake. Aren't ghosts supposed to be mindless? Even their size is so big, how can they turn into human-like merchants at night? One can only say, the rules are amazing. You are a merchant, right? Ha, you know me? I've seen one of your companions, bought many things from him, and he even gave me a discount. The merchant was shocked. A discount? How is that possible? We never give discounts unless. Did you help him with anything? Sun Kai was a bit surprised. This merchant was quite quick-witted. That's right, he hurt his foot, and I helped him bandage it. I knew it. Merchants like us usually don't give discounts. You can buy things, but first, I must say, I don't give discounts. Sun Kai's goal was naturally not to get a discount, but to see if the merchant had any gasoline cans. Do you have gasoline cans? The merchant shook his head. No, but I have other good things here. Sun Kai felt a bit disappointed. Without gasoline cans, what good things could he possibly have? Puff. Sun Kai sprayed immediately. What did he see? The merchant was actually holding a handgun in his hand? What a joke, how could there be a handgun in a place like this? If there really is a handgun, what are ghosts? Even if it's a ghost king, he could confront them directly. But when he examined it closely, he found out that it was just an empty shell, with no bullets inside. This made him feel disheartened. Without bullets, just having a handgun is useless, it's just a decoration. Do you have anything else? As the merchant took out one item after another, although they looked good, they were not what Sun Kai needed. Are you buying or not? If not, I'll leave. The merchant was a bit angry, his eyes were turning red. It was clear that he was on the edge of fury. Though he looked human on the outside, inside he remained a ghost. Seeing a human in front of him, the inner restlessness made him want to directly eat the person. But the rules didn't allow it, he could only wait for the human to make the first move, only then could he eat the human. Knowing this, Sun Kai was not worried at all, he began to examine them one by one. There weren't many items, just over a dozen, it took Sun Kai more than an hour to finish looking. He even asked the merchant to light a candle so he could examine them closely. The ghost within the merchant was almost going mad. What was this human doing? Seeing so many good things, shouldn't he take action? Why isn't he moving? Why don't you hurry up and make a move? Sun Kai's gaze quickly locked onto a short knife. The blade was about halfway long, feeling very sharp on the surface, a casual swing would take down a patch of grass. He picked up the short knife and came to the merchant. How much are you selling this knife for? Of course, it's an exchange, bring your most valuable item. Put. With a flash of the knife, a head flew straight into the sky, leaving behind a trace of confusion in the eyes. This human doesn't abide by martial ethics. Once the merchant was decapitated, the dead body and head quickly transformed back into a ghostly form. Seeing this scene, Sun Kai let out a sigh of relief, he had bet right. Actually, he had a kitchen knife on him, but compared to this short knife, the sharpness was lacking a lot. When he saw this knife, he already changed his approach. Using the moment he bought the short knife, he struck to kill instantly. He had suspected before that when ghosts turned into merchants, their bodies were indeed human bodies. And human bodies are much weaker than ghost bodies. With this knife, as long as the ghost couldn't react in time, he was sure to kill in one strike. Facts proved, he succeeded. This was the third ghost he killed. Originally, he planned to use this ghost to complete his C-rank evaluation. Who would have thought this ghost insisted on becoming a merchant? Wasn't this deliberately attracting him? Having eliminated the merchant, the items on the ground. All are his trophies. This is the biggest reason that pushed Sun Kai to take risks. Although the pistol has no bullets, there's no telling he might find some later, at least it gives him hope. Chapter 43 Revenge. Among these things, the most valuable are this short knife and pistol, the rest are pretty ordinary. After putting these things away, he dug a trap at the door as usual, and only then did he go to sleep. With a 10-point increase in physical strength, he now needs less sleep to regain energy spent during the day. Day 6. The merchant from last night has died, so the ghost here does not exist anymore. What Sun Kai worries about the most is whether the big stick will be chosen as the new ghost. It all depends on the luck of the big stick. He set off again, walking into the grass, ready to search for a new wooden house. But this time, whether it was his bad luck or not, he did not find a single wooden house. However, along the way, he found quite a few divine boxes, opening 2 transformation cards, taking everything else he could carry. What he couldn't take, he just dropped on the ground, hoping someone else might find them. He continued walking until afternoon when Sun Kai vaguely heard some sounds. The sounds were chaotic, seeming to be in an argument. This wasn't something one person could make, it sounded like many people gathered together. Sun Kai quietly crept closer, taking a glance. He saw a dozen people gathered here, split into 2 groups, arguing loudly. After listening for a while, he understood the situation. These people were 2 survivors from destroyed tribes. They happened to meet here and got into a dispute over the divine boxes. For them, who had no fixed resting place, every divine box was crucial, and no one was willing to give up. Sun Kai didn't want to get involved in their argument, his current goal was to find a ghost. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly a roar sounded, coming closer from afar. It's a ghost, run! A chilling scream burst forth from this group of people. No one expected to encounter a ghost here. In an instant, the group scattered like birds and beasts. But the ghost was too powerful, stretching out its hands and grabbing two people, slamming them together in the middle. Smack! The heads of the two people burst open on the spot, their bodies thrown to the ground by the ghost. Sun Kai hid in the grass, completely still. Luckily, no one ran in his direction, or he would have had to waste a transformation card. He noticed something strange. This ghost actually didn't eat the corpses immediately but continued chasing after people. Did the ghost's action pattern change? Or was there something he hadn't noticed? The ghost killed nearly 10 people in this area before stopping. It piled up the bodies and walked away slowly, carrying them. This was the moment Sun Kai was waiting for. He quietly followed, holding a transformation card, ready to use it at any moment. Fortunately, the sound of the ghost's movements was much louder than his. The ghost had no idea a human was following it. He arrived at the back of the wooden house and discovered there was actually a small yard behind it. His expression darkened as he recalled. This was where Deku had died. If that's the case, then this ghost is the one that killed Deku? His planned path began to shake again. Is he going to play hide and seek with this ghost to complete a sea-level clearance? Or should he defeat the ghost and take revenge for Deku? Forget it, there are so many ghosts, but Deku's revenge cannot be ignored. Sun Kai made his decision, to eliminate this ghost. He glanced at what he had. The only weapon capable of dealing with the ghost was the short knife. But to use the short knife, he would need to get close to the ghost, which posed the greatest risk of being killed by a slap. He needed to come up with a good plan. Kill this ghost. The ghost threw a pile of corpses into the yard, directly tearing off an arm and tossing it into the chicken coop. The two old hens inside immediately ran out and started eating the arm. This made Sun Kai furrow his brow. These chickens had actually grown up eating human flesh, and after getting rid of the ghost, he wouldn't want those two hens anymore. The ghost nodded in satisfaction, casually dragging a corpse as it walked into the house. Looking at Sun Kai's actions, anyone would think he was preparing to complete a B-level clearance. After all, he had already killed 3 ghosts, and as long as he killed 6 more, he could finish the B-level clearance. But who knew, Sun Kai only wanted to complete a C-level clearance. B-level is already pretty good, but it's still a bit risky. How nice it would be if he chose C-level instead. Xia Changqing felt a bit regretful. This time, a clearance above A-level was almost impossible. The only hope was the B-level and C-level clearances. Xia Changqing would rather Sun Kai choose the C-level clearance method than take risks trying for the B-level. But many countries' luck manipulators had already begun the C-level clearance method, and some had persisted for 2 days now. With just one more day, they could clear and leave this damn world. Sun Kai had been secretly observing this ghost. He wanted to find more weaknesses in it. I only have one chance. If I fail, I can only use the card to escape. Sun Kai was very clear about his strength. He had to seize that fleeting moment. However, it seemed the ghost, having stored up a lot of food, was not planning to go out for the time being. An hour. 5 hours. Until the second day, Sun Kai remained in the grass, his eyes bloodshot. This kind of surveillance work was incredibly torturous, but Sun Kai did not give up. Finally, he heard the ghost walking inside, seemingly preparing to come out. Sun Kai made a decisive move, using the wind speed card, feeling as light as a swallow. In just a few steps, he arrived at the edge of the door, but that wasn't enough. When he used the transformation card before, he had a feeling that the effect of the transformation card could end early after half an hour. He used the transformation card again, directly transforming into a piece of mud on the ground. Next, it was just waiting for the ghost to come out. Creak! The door was opened, and the ghost walked out. When the ghost's back was completely exposed to Sun Kai's eyes, he instantly released the effect of the transformation card and took out his third card. Binding card. The ghost's body suddenly stiffened, unable to move at all. And a countdown appeared above the ghost's head, starting from 5. This indicated that a binding card could bind the ghost for 5 seconds. This was completely enough for Sun Kai. He raised the short knife in his hand and frantically slashed at the ghost's neck. Once, twice, 3 times. Blood spurted everywhere, splattering around, while Sun Kai remained completely unaware. His only goal was to completely kill the ghost before him. Until the 5 seconds were up, only a layer of skin remained where the ghost's head connected to its body. Sun Kai almost used that short knife to completely sever the ghost's head. When the ghost's body fell heavily to the ground, Sun Kai sat down on the floor, gasping for breath. Chapter 44 Sea-Level Clearance. This time, he was able to kill the ghost partly because the ghost was careless. The ghost probably never expected that a human would be lurking at the door, waiting for him to come out. On the other hand, Sun Kai's weapon was extremely sharp. Those tribes didn't possess weapons this sharp. And Sun Kai had the effects of 3 cards in his hand. The effect of the wind speed card not only increased his own speed but also increased the speed of wielding the weapon. The transformation card allowed Sun Kai to not be detected by the ghost at the first moment, otherwise, even if he hid by the side, the ghost would still be aware of him. The final key is the binding card, a strong control for 5 seconds. If he still can't kill a ghost, Sun Kai feels he deserves to die. The seemingly short 5 seconds feels like an eternity to Sun Kai. He doesn't even know how many times he swung his knife, he only knows that once time runs out, if the ghost doesn't die, he will. Killing a ghost is not that simple after all. Sun Kai stood up, looking at the dead ghost in front of him, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He has already realized that these ghosts were once human. But after becoming ghosts, they seem to have lost all memory of their humanity, completely viewing themselves as ghosts. This particular ghost had killed Daku, which drove Sun Kai to recklessly seek its death. Daku, I have avenged you. When Sun Kai said this, everyone watching him was shocked. After all this time, Sun Kai was dealing with the ghost for the sake of a person named Daku? To many, the people there were just NPCs, it didn't matter if they all died. But some believed Sun Kai was showing true feelings. Of course, others said Sun Kai was just being overly sentimental. Sun Kai didn't care about other people's opinions, he walked into the room, where the ground was littered with bloody meat and bones. The room was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Without changing his expression, Sun Kai walked to the back of the yard and immediately killed 2 old hens, then looked at the vegetables in the yard. He was somewhat doubtful whether these vegetables grew relying on human blood and flesh for nourishment. Just as Sun Kai was about to leave, he heard a faint voice coming from the pile of dead bodies. Help, help me. Sun Kai was taken aback, were there still living people inside? He hurried over and saw that beneath the pile of dead, there was indeed a person's finger twitching. After dragging the person out, Sun Kai shook his head helplessly. This person had a large wound in his abdomen, blood flowing profusely, he was basically beyond saving. He wasn't dead yet, probably just clinging to his last breath. Friend, if you have any last words, say them. Help me, protect. Daku, tribe. After saying this, the person took his last breath. Sun Kai didn't expect this person to be from the Daku tribe, but he also didn't know where the Daku tribe was. Even if he did know, he couldn't abandon the Dabong tribe to go to the Daku tribe. Friend, if I really encounter the Daku tribe, I will lend a hand. He closed the person's eyes, searched inside and out, but found nothing special. He didn't even spare the ghost's body, surprisingly, he found a map. This made Sun Kai extremely happy, the biggest trouble on the prairie was the lack of a map. With a map, life would be much easier for him. Upon opening the map, he found a circular image covered in green. In the center, there was an incredibly fierce ghost head, surrounded by 8 smaller ghost heads. In a farther range, there were 9 scattered human heads, this was the 9 human tribes and 9 ghosts? But isn't this a map? Where could there be a place shaped like this circle? Sun Kai then realized this is not the real world, but a world of monster tales. Is a world shaped like a circle normal? According to the map, the 9 tribes are close to the edge of the prairie, while the ghosts are near the center of the prairie. The very center undoubtedly is where the Ghost King resides. But even knowing the location of the Ghost King, what could he do? Rush in to chop the Ghost King? Don't joke, a Ghost King who can easily decide the lives and deaths of other ghosts possesses strength far beyond his imagination. This map was visible to everyone outside, but unfortunately, many countries had already used their 3 reminders, unable to ask for a reminder. Furthermore, even if they could remind, what could they do? Sun Kai went nearby to collect some divine boxes, and before dark, he returned here, full and content, ready to rest. This day was a day many people had been waiting for. They all wanted to know who would be the first to succeed in clearing the challenge. Peter was a fortune bearer from a small country, and his luck was quite good. Since entering, he hadn't encountered any ghosts and even found some divine boxes. He barely survived relying on the food inside, and later met some tribespeople who took him back to their tribe. He had been hiding until now, accumulating a few cards. But the entry of a ghost broke his peace, and while the ghost was distracted by others, Peter quickly ran away. Later he received a reminder from his country's support team and decided to complete the sea-level challenge. As long as he could last for 3 days and play hide-and-seek with a ghost, he would clear the challenge. When he thought of this, Peter's body trembled with excitement. Just then, the ghost came out. Come catch me. Peter used a wind speed card on himself and provocatively approached. The ghost foolishly chased after him, but chasing someone using a wind speed card in broad daylight was simply impossible. After about half an hour, Peter's figure suddenly vanished. But the live broadcast did not go dark, instead, fireworks appeared. What did this mean? It meant Peter cleared the challenge. Now, the people from Peter's country erupted in cheers. Our hero, Peter. Similar situations unfolded in many countries. They were unable to complete challenges of higher levels and could only aim for the sea-level challenge. However, clearing this challenge would not bring rewards or punishment. But for these people, the fact that the world of bizarre tales had not descended was the biggest reward. As a result, the number of fortune bearers in the world of bizarre tales rapidly decreased, leaving fewer than 10. Among them was not Miller, who also chose the sea-level challenge. Back in reality, Miller immediately looked at Sun Kai's live broadcast. He wanted to see how Sun Kai would die this time. Only if Sun Kai died would he be the most outstanding person in the world. Sun Kai was walking on the grassland, and he realized he hadn't encountered any ghosts or people for several hours. What was going on? Just when Sun Kai was confused, the arrow, which had not appeared for a long time, suddenly popped up, pointing forward. Without hesitation, Sun Kai ran towards the direction of the arrow. Chapter 45, Competing Heroes. Sun Kai ran for about 10 minutes when he heard a huge commotion ahead. There were shouts, roars, and even cries of pain. All kinds of sounds mixed together, as if a great battle was taking place there. When Sun Kai got closer, it was indeed a great battle. People from a tribe were fighting against a ghost. This tribe was quite smart, having also chosen an abandoned wooden house as their new residence. But they never expected that a ghost would come. Many of their belongings were still here, and they had no time to evacuate. Left with no choice, they could only fight the ghost. The ghost's strength was terrifying. With a single blow from a spiked club, it could turn a strong man into mush. Those elderly, weak, and sick people who joined in were simply walking to their death. However, when facing their tribe's survival, these elderly, weak, and sick individuals showed no hesitation, charging forward first. They wanted to use their bodies to save energy for the main fighting forces behind them, exhausting the ghost's strength. The ghost welcomed all, slaying one after another. The scene was extremely bloody. Sun Kai squinted. He noticed some familiar faces in the tribe, and after thinking carefully, he realized. Aren't these the people from the Daku tribe? He never expected the arrow would lead him here. What a coincidence. But at this moment, he only had 2 transformation cards left. The binding card and the gale card were already used up. In this situation, I won't need the transformation card. I will sneak past from the back. Watching the elders of the Daku tribe go up one by one to die, Sun Kai felt a bit uncomfortable inside. They were only fighting for the chance of survival for the others in the tribe. Sun Kai drew the short knife from his back and slowly approached the demon. The demon was busy torturing the human in front of him and did not notice Sun Kai behind him at all. Others naturally noticed, but at this moment, who could remind a demon? Bang! Just as the demon killed another elder, Sun Kai took the chance when it bent down to slide in for an attack. Puff! He stabbed the demon right in its groin. Awah! The intense pain of losing its groin made the demon's expression even more ferocious, its eyes nearly bulging out as it instinctively dropped the spiked club, covering itself and rolling on the ground. But Sun Kai did not forget that this move would only cause the demon pain, not kill it immediately. He charged again, aiming the short knife at the demon's neck for a direct stab. A blood-red flower bloomed from the demon's neck. One hand was holding its neck while the other covered itself, but blood wouldn't stop flowing just because it was being covered. Gradually, the demon's struggles weakened until it finally lay on the ground motionless. Those people witnessed with their own eyes how a human could single-handedly kill a demon. This was simply a hero. He must be the hero sent by heaven to save us. These people cheered, and when they realized this person was Sun Kai, brought back by the previous Daku chief, they became even happier. After finally calming these people down, Sun Kai asked about their situation. Our situation was fine before, but this demon appeared too suddenly. If we really escape, it will be hard to survive outside without these things. The new Daku chief said to Sun Kai. How many of you are left? There are still more than 50 left. This number is already not small. Many elders from the tribe had previously sacrificed themselves to increase the tribe's chances of survival. Now, most of those remaining are men, with very few women and children. If he left, when this tribe encountered the same situation again, there would be no one to save them. So Sun Kai told this Daku chief that he could obtain cards. The new Daku chief quickly realized that Sun Kai might truly be a real human hero. After all, some things in their tribe could only be known by the chief, and this knowledge was passed down automatically after the previous generation died. Almost the entire tribe went out to search for divine boxes and eventually found over 70 of them. Sun Kai opened 10 cards, keeping 3 for himself while giving the rest to the Daku to strengthen their tribe. Then, Sun Kai left again. He began to wander aimlessly while searching for a demon that could play hide-and-seek with him for 3 straight days. Unexpectedly, he ran into several remaining tribes behind him, helping wherever he could. If he couldn't help, there was nothing he could do. Due to 2 tribes being destroyed by demons, many scattered people were unaccounted for, leaving only 7 tribes remaining. Yet even so, Sun Kai could not find a demon that could play hide-and-seek with him for 3 days. This is really annoying. Can't you demons just stay in your wooden houses? Why do you have to run around? Looking at the demon he had just slit the throat of, Sun Kai said helplessly. If it weren't for the fact that he replenished his cards every time he visited a tribe, this demon he encountered on the grassland would likely be a bit dangerous. But unfortunately, facing his combination of cards and a short knife, the ghost ultimately died under his blade. This was the 8th ghost he had killed, and apart from the Ghost King, he had killed every other ghost. As long as he kills one more ghost, he will complete the B-level evaluation pass. But who would know, he initially aimed for a C-level pass. These ghosts didn't even give him a chance. Sun Kai sat down on the ground, then picked up a bottle of happy water and drank it in big gulps. Then, as usual, he began to loot the corpse. Not every ghost had something on them, but when they did, it brought him great value. For example, the map from before. Although the map looked a bit strange, he really did figure out his location based on the map and the position of the sun. Based on my current position, it seems like I'm not far from the Ghost King. Should I go take a look? Sun Kai felt tempted. Since he couldn't complete a C-level pass, a B-level pass would be good enough. He had plenty of cards on him, so he could definitely go see what the Ghost King looked like. Just as he was thinking this, a voice came from behind him. "Friend, you seem a bit unfamiliar, which tribe are you from?" Sun Kai was startled. When did this person get behind him? He hadn't noticed at all. Sun Kai turned around and saw a young man who looked to be just in his 20s, arms crossed, with a curious look in his eyes. "I'm from the Big Stick tribe, and you?" "I'm from the Bigfoot tribe, my name is Degue, what's yours?" Sun Kai. "Oh, your name is interesting." Degue smiled, then noticed the dead ghost's body not far away. What surprised Sun Kai was that Degue's face didn't show shock, but instead, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to kill a ghost alone. It looks like the two of us will have to compete for the position of hero." Chapter 46, What are you looking for? Sun Kai was quite surprised. A local seeing him kill a ghost was so calm? From what he said, it seemed like he could also kill a ghost by himself. "How many ghosts have you killed?" Sun Kai asked Degue. "Not many, just 2. Their strength was too weak, so I came to find the Ghost King. I want to become a hero of humanity." Sun Kai didn't speak. Maybe for the locals in this world, becoming a hero of humanity was their greatest aspiration. The two talked for a while and decided to search for the Ghost King together. After all, neither of them knew how strong the Ghost King was, so having two people together at least provided some guarantee. As they walked, the grass ahead suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, a small castle made of stones appeared before them. "What a handsome house! This must be where the Ghost King lives," Degue immediately said. Other than the Ghost King, no other ghosts could have such a good house. Sun Kai agreed. Ordinary ghosts lived in wooden houses, but the Ghost King lived in a stone castle. Is there anything wrong with that? No. There isn't. Should we just rush in like this? Sun Kai looked at the small castle. Although it wasn't very large, it was clear from the gate that the Ghost King's size was definitely not small. The height of the gate was over 3 meters. Of course not, we don't know what's inside. Going in would be seeking death. We need to lure it out. Saying this, Degue prepared to lure the monster. Sun Kai quickly grabbed him. "Hold on, let's discuss how we will deal with the Ghost King first." Degue froze for a moment. What else is there to do? Just rush in like this, right? Sun Kai was speechless. Is this person really without a brain? Sun Kai wasn't sure about Degue's strength, but he was very clear about his own. He relied on the effects of the cards when killing ghosts. Without the cards, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the ghosts. Now, with another person who could kill ghosts alone, Sun Kai still didn't dare to be careless. If the Demon King could be defeated so easily, why would defeating it bring an S-level clearance? In the last Ghost Story world, Sun Kai worked hard to achieve an S-level clearance. "I have a binding card in my hand, I will use it on the Demon King in a moment, binding it for 5 seconds. We must take it down within those 5 seconds. Degue looked confused. What card? It wasn't until Sun Kai explained it clearly that he realized the card's effect was so amazing. Okay, I'll lure it out, you use the card, and we'll take it down together. With a plan in place, Degue became even more arrogant, directly walking over and kicking the door open. "Demon King, I'm here to kill you." Degue brandished a big knife, walking in without any fear. Soon, a loud roar came from inside. "Human, die." Boom. With a huge noise, Degue jumped out, followed by a 3-meter-tall red-haired demon. Is this the Demon King? It's definitely bigger than the other demons, looks a bit powerful. Seeing the Demon King chase Degue to the edge of the grass, Sun Kai seized the opportunity and immediately used the binding card. "Degue, now!" Sun Kai shouted, grabbing his short knife and pouncing forward. Degue quickly turned around, aiming his big knife at the Demon King's neck and swinging it down. Poochie. With one cut, he only managed to slice a small wound. The Demon King's defense was more incredible than they imagined. Hurry, time is running out, only 4 seconds left. Sun Kai shouted anxiously, not reducing his movements at all. If they didn't take down the Demon King in this time, they would be the ones to die when the time was up. Daguay understood this too, gritting his teeth and swinging the big knife continuously. Each attack landed on the Demon King's neck, and finally, just before the binding card expired, they cut its neck open. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The Demon King clutched at its neck, still wanting to kill the two humans. But seeing that its neck was hopeless, the two naturally wouldn't accompany the Demon King in death. So they played hide and seek with the Demon King around it. Even as a demon, its blood had a limit. With the Demon King collapsing to the ground, they finally stopped. Did we kill the Demon King? Sun Kai couldn't believe it. When he attacked just now, he didn't expect the Demon King's defense to be so strong. If it weren't for Daguay helping, it would have been almost impossible for him to solo kill the Demon King. Yes, the Demon King is dead. We are both heroes of humanity. Daguay grinned widely, very happy. Seeing this scene, many people from other countries were going crazy with jealousy. Last time Sun Kai achieved an S-level clearance, could it be that he was going to achieve another S-level clearance this time? Why was heaven so kind to the Summer Kingdom, giving them such a powerful national fortune bearer? We refused to accept it. Countless people from other countries left barrage comments here, constantly cursing angrily. They smeared Sun Kai fiercely, almost saying he wasn't human. But how could the people of the Summer Kingdom let those from other countries bully their national fortune bearer? One after another they fought back, showcasing all the skills they had honed online. Even Xia Changqing couldn't help wanting to curse back, but thinking about how Sun Kai achieved another S-level clearance, he was contemplating how to reward him when he returned. However, after waiting for a while, Xia Changqing noticed something was wrong. Sun Kai had already killed the Demon King, so why hadn't he come back yet? Yes, the Demon King is dead, why am I still here? Sun Kai looked strangely at the fallen Demon King. It was indeed dead. But no news appeared in his mind. It's like he didn't kill the Demon King. Wait, not the Demon King? Sun Kai squinted his eyes. He had never seen the Demon King, but if this wasn't the Demon King, then it might be possible. Otherwise, if he had killed the Demon King, he should have cleared the level already. But if it's not the Demon King, this is still a ghost, right? He had already killed 8 ghosts, and with this one, it should be 9. That should count as finishing the B level, but it seems there is no reaction for B level. Could it be because he killed it together with Daguay, so it doesn't count? Sun Kai scratched his head. This was quite a headache. Daguay, I. Just as Sun Kai turned to speak to Daguay, he noticed a line of text above Daguay's head. What are you looking for? The boss is right here, what do you want? What is this? Daguay is the boss? Isn't the Demon King the boss here? Daguay equals Demon King? In that moment, Sun Kai was completely stunned. At this moment, he wished he had not seen this hint. Chapter 47, Human Hero. Daguay seemed to be unaware that his identity had been exposed. He still smiled at Sun Kai. What's wrong? Are you having trouble believing you've just become a hero? Sun Kai just wanted to get away from this person, who would have thought a Demon King turned into a human. And he confidently wanted to deal with the Demon King with him, to become a human hero? Are you tired of being a Demon King, now wanting to be a boss among humans? No matter how you look at it, Daguay is still a human. Sun Kai suddenly thought that ghosts are all transformed from humans, so does that mean ghosts can turn back into humans? Yeah, I also didn't expect to become a hero so suddenly. Let's bring the Demon King's body back to make them happy. Sure. The two dragged the Demon King's body and walked, while Sun Kai thought about what he should do. Should he go take down a ghost alone to clear the B level, or should he take the chance to get rid of Daguay? But he no longer had the binding card, and the transformation card was useless in battle. Only the Gale card was still somewhat useful. For the first time, he realized that he had too few cards. Oh right, almost forgot, there's still a hero card, I don't know what it is. He had tried to use this card once against a ghost in a dangerous situation, but the result was no reaction at all. It was as if he lacked some condition, and it couldn't be used. This time, he took it out again, his mind shifting, and then the card vanished. What the heck? Sun Kai was shocked. The hero card that had always been unusable actually worked? The key was, he didn't feel anything. It was as if this card was fake. But when Sun Kai took out the hero card, a glimmer appeared in Daguay's eyes. Brother Sun Kai, what card was that in your hand just now? It looks different. Sun Kai paused. Should he say it was the hero card? If he didn't know Daguay's identity, it would be fine, but he knew. Seeing Sun Kai's expression, Daguay sighed and directly let go of a foot of the Demon King. Brother Sun Kai, I actually think you're not bad, but it's a pity. Whoosh. It's a pity that you turned out to be a human hero. Degui pulled out his big knife with a hint of hatred in his eyes. One could tell he recalled the matter of the past human hero. Sun Kai was still ready to play dumb. He certainly wasn't prepared to battle the Demon King so quickly. Degui, what are you talking about? Why are you pulling out your knife? No need to pretend, the hero card can only be used by human heroes, and you are now a human hero. As for me, I am the Demon King you are looking for. Seeing Degui expose his identity, Sun Kai knew that the conversation was over. Hey, why did you have to reveal everything instead of just pretending you didn't know? Sun Kai was very helpless, he was stalling for time. He wanted to know what the hero card would do for him. But no matter how he examined it, he found no increase in his strength at all. Degui was somewhat surprised, he thought that revealing his identity as the Ghost King would shock the other party. You seem not surprised at all? Sun Kai shrugged and casually threw away the leg of the Ghost King he was holding. Yes, after all, it is a Ghost King. If it were that easy to defeat by the two of us, that would be too embarrassing. Degui's expression was a bit strange. Is it really that simple? He really thought that he, who was pretending to be human, had been discovered by Sun Kai. Yes, in my imagination, the Ghost King should be a tall and mighty ghost with strong power. Being killed so easily is completely not like a Ghost King. Actually, I didn't doubt you before, it was you who revealed it yourself. Degui suddenly realized that it was because he brought it up. Well, since you already know, I can't keep you anymore. I really hate the title of human hero. Can anyone not hate it? If it weren't for the human hero, how could he agree to the original contract? He would have long captured humans and turned them into food for ghosts. Seeing Degui like this, Sun Kai knew that this battle was unavoidable. He instinctively took out the Gale card and used it on himself. Then his body moved, and his speed suddenly soared to a level that shocked even Sun Kai. This speed was more than double what it was before. This isn't right, I have used the Gale card before, it shouldn't be this fast? Sun Kai was a bit surprised, then seemed to think of something. Could it be the effect of the hero card? Is my Gale card's effect enhanced? According to this rule, Sun Kai guessed that the transformation card's effect should also be strengthened, but unfortunately, he didn't have the binding card on hand. Otherwise, he really wanted to see what the effect of the strengthened binding card would be like. Degui's face changed, Sun Kai's speed was truly too fast, making him a bit shocked. With such speed, a human body wouldn't be able to resist at all, there was no way out. Ow! Degui howled at the sky, and in an instant, his body surface cracked apart, a huge figure drilling out from inside. Soon, a 5-meter-tall Ghost King stood in the center. Human hero, die. After turning into a Ghost King, it seemed that intelligence had dropped significantly. With a loud roar, it slashed down at Sun Kai. Sun Kai dodged, relying on his own extremely fast speed, and got behind the Ghost King. He aimed his short knife at the back of the Ghost King's knee, wanting to disable its ability to move. But this slash only made a small cut. Sun Kai couldn't believe it, the Ghost King's defense was actually so strong, much more so than the previous fake Ghost King. Ha ha, you want to hurt me? You are far from it. The Ghost King laughed loudly, realizing that compared to the previous human hero, this human hero was far weaker. The Ghost King kept hacking, while Sun Kai could only evade. Each attack from the Ghost King was careless. After all, Sun Kai's attack could barely break through its defenses. Sun Kai knew that continuing like this was not a solution. The Gale card has a time limit of only half an hour. Once the half hour is up, he will revert to his original form. Should I use the Gale card to escape now, wait until I get the binding card, and then deal with it? But how long does the hero card last? I have no idea at all. What if I don't have a second hero card? Sun Kai was very clear about the difference between the effects of the cards before and after strengthening, the gap was huge. The problem was, he only had one hero card so far. If he didn't take advantage of the current opportunity to take down the Ghost King, he would never have another chance. At that moment, he spotted a metal box on the fake Ghost King. Sun Kai immediately went over and picked up the metal box, opening it directly. Metal boxes on ghosts always contain good things, he hoped there would be something great inside this time too. Upon opening, there were 2 items inside. A piece of paper and a bullet. Sun Kai was overjoyed, he had a handgun on him but had no bullets until now, and he didn't expect the bullet to be here. With a bullet, what's a mere Ghost King? To be cautious, he still opened the paper, and to his surprise, it was filled with many words. It didn't seem like rules, but rather a letter written by someone. To the next national luck bearer, if you see this letter, it means the world of ghost tales still exists. The content wasn't much, but it left Sun Kai in shock. This letter was left behind by the last human hero, who was also a national luck bearer from the Xia Kingdom. But this Xia Kingdom was not the current Xia Kingdom, it was the ancient Xia Kingdom from 1 or 2,000 years ago. The Xia Kingdom has a long history, recorded for over 5,000 years, and nobody knows how long it went before that. This national luck bearer from ancient Xia kingdom also entered this world, but when he came in, it wasn't as harmonious as now. Ghosts were everywhere, hunting humans, while humans were barely surviving. It was during that time he arrived, found the hero card, and became a human hero. Just that his hero card directly enhanced personal strength, he found the Ghost King and beat him down, ultimately forcing the Ghost King to agree to his terms. The letter provided reasons why he did not eradicate all the ghosts. This national luck bearer discovered that this world was peculiar, it was truly round with heaven above and earth below. Upon reaching the boundaries, one could not walk out, and both ghosts and humans were trapped here. If he truly wiped out all the ghosts, once humans multiplied enough, they would face wars over resources. After all, there are only so many divine boxes. To make their own kind live better, they need more divine boxes. To prevent such a situation, the national luck bearer could only let the ghosts remain and force the Ghost King not to attack. As long as there were ghosts, humans could not have internal strife. Even the national luck bearer considered future matters and left such a letter behind. Sun Kai didn't know how this national luck bearer managed it, but this letter really ended up in his hands. Perhaps the world of ghost tales did it intentionally? For a moment, Sun Kai felt conflicted. Should he kill the Ghost King? Once the Ghost King died, the other ghosts would die too, and from then on, there would be no more ghosts in this world. One could say the Ghost King was the source of all ghosts. But as the national luck bearer said, once there were no ghosts, what would humans do when they reached their limits? Would they collaborate to explore the outside world? Sun Kai felt that was unlikely. The greater possibility was that they would wage wars over the divine boxes. What's the use of thinking so much? I'm still in danger right now. Sun Kai smiled, directly pulled out his handgun, and loaded the bullet in. Click. The bullet was chambered, and Sun Kai stopped in his tracks. Oh, so you're not planning to run away? The Ghost King revealed its bloody mouth, seemingly ready to devour Sun Kai at any moment. I'm not running away, I've just realized something. Sun Kai raised his handgun, aiming at the Ghost King. In light of you fighting alongside me just now, I'll give you a chance to speak. The Ghost King was very cocky. If ghosts die, they die. What does it matter to me how humans develop in the future? I'm not one of them. Can a person die from being suffocated by shit and urine? Sun Kai didn't know how long it had been since that national luck bearer, but for such a long time, humans lived in fear. What's good about such days? It's better to directly get rid of the ghosts and let them develop on their own. If you have the ability, charge out. If you don't, just be arrogant in your hole. It's that simple. Do you think you can kill me? The Ghost King sneered. Exactly, with the pistol in my hand. The Ghost King did not know what a pistol was. This thing had never appeared in this world until now. However, with this thing in Sun Kai's hand, he was so confident, which made it a little cautious. At this moment, the sky quickly darkened. The Ghost King let out a loud laugh. Ha, Sun Kai, you're done for. The power of ghosts in the night doubles. I want to see where you run to now. But before its laughter could finish, the sky brightened again in an instant. The smile on the Ghost King's face froze, looking very comical. Who said the night cannot turn into day? A card in Sun Kai's hand slowly disappeared. It was the daylight card he hadn't had the chance to use. This card, like the hero card, only had one. The original daylight card had this effect, but after the enhancement of the hero card, it had an additional effect. The power of ghosts decreased by half. In an instant, the Ghost King let out a scream. Ah! Why has my power weakened? All the muscles of the Ghost King shrank considerably, his originally fierce expression suddenly turned miserable. Ghost King, what tricks do you have left now? The Ghost King was scared, continuously retreating, and ultimately turned to run. But his speed was originally not a match for Sun Kai, and now with his power reduced by half, it was even more inferior. Sun Kai moved and caught up to the Ghost King, directly leaping and pressing the pistol against the back of the Ghost King's head. Ghost King, goodbye. Bang! With a gunshot, the Ghost King's head shattered. The headless body ran a good distance due to inertia before it finally fell to the ground. Congratulations to Sun Kai, the national fortune bearer of Xia country, for completing the rule horror game hide and seek. Completion evaluation, SS level, achieved hidden completion method, killed the Ghost King. Reward for national fortune bearer Sun Kai, 1 hero card, permanent, 1 random card for all citizens of Xia country, 1 time, national fortune of Xia country increases by 20%. National fortune bearer Sun Kai, do you want to return to the real world immediately? Sun Kai was stunned there. SS level completion? He never expected that besides S level completion, there was an even higher completion method? Killing the Ghost King is harder than defeating the Ghost King, no wonder I got an SS level evaluation. But why would the reward this time be a hero card? This thing is useless without the support of other cards. Sun Kai was a bit dumbfounded. But what he didn't know was that the people outside had long been stunned by his SS level evaluation. Did you see? This is our Xia country's national fortune bearer, SS level completion, who else can compare? Lord Sun Kai, I want to have your children. With Sun Kai and Xia country, what do we have to worry about? People from other countries are so envious. At this moment our Xia country has birthed a Sun Kai in its thousands of years of history. Xia Changqing completely relaxed, looking at Sun Kai on the screen, his face full of smiles. Sun Kai is truly our Xia country's blessing. Chapter 49, You Are Free. The screen showing Sun Kai went black, but no one knew he had chosen to stay here temporarily. Because he was worried about the Dabong tribe, he could still stay in this world for another hour. Sun Kai quickly ran towards the Dabong tribe according to the location in his mind, reaching there in just half an hour. Brother Sun Kai is back. Someone saw Sun Kai and exclaimed with joy. A group of people surrounded him, but Sun Kai did not see Dabang's figure. Where is Dabong? Sun Kai's words left everyone silent. He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. My brother has already turned into a ghost, now I am the chief of the Dabong tribe. Dabang's sister, Dahua, stepped forward, her eyes swollen and red as she spoke. Sun Kai opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He knew that after a ghost died, there was a probability of turning into a ghost, but he never expected it would end up being him. He killed a total of 9 ghosts, not knowing if one of them might turn into a big stick. Sun Kai smiled wryly and told them something. The Ghost King is dead, and there will be no more ghosts here. Sun Kai's words left everyone in disbelief. This was too astonishing. But Dehua said seriously, I believe you because my brother has always believed in you. Sun Kai smiled slightly. From now on, you will decide your own future, and no one will be eaten by ghosts again. You are free. The people around cheered. For countless years, the threat from ghosts had been too great. It can be said that they had grown up under the threat of ghosts. Now knowing the ghosts were gone was something they could hardly imagine. What about you? Dehua looked at Sun Kai. I need to go back to where I should be, Dehua. I hope you all have a better life from now on. Sun Kai waved goodbye to them, and his figure gradually disappeared before their eyes. Sun Kai never knew whether the world of ghost stories truly existed or if it was just an illusion. But one thing he was very sure of was that what he did in there was real. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the headquarters of the support team. And around him, a group of people was waiting for him. When they saw Sun Kai return, the crowd cheered. Welcome back, National Fortune Bearer Mr. Sun Kai. The group saluted in unison, their eyes filled with admiration. Because Sun Kai had once again completed the challenges of the ghost story world and achieved an unprecedented SS level completion, this boosted the national fortune of Xia country by 20%. This was not a small number. Due to the time in the ghost story world being synchronized with the real world, the people of Xia country realized the benefits of their increased fortune during Sun Kai's time there. First, some places that often faced disasters suddenly had favorable weather, and the climate had significantly improved. Many crops saw a slight increase in yield. The crime rate dropped, and the number of newborns increased significantly. Overall, everything was getting better. Many people were thankful to Sun Kai because they all knew it was he who made Xia country's fortune increase, and their lives would get better. Not long after Sun Kai returned, he was brought to Xia Changqing. Mr. Sun, please take a seat. After Sun Kai sat down, Xia Changqing asked about some situations in the ghost story world, just for record-keeping for future generations. Sun Kai was very cooperative, as he also understood Xia Changqing's intentions. Since many national fortune bearers had not returned yet, Sun Kai should be able to rest for quite some time. Mr. Sun, you have achieved such a high level of completion for our country twice, increasing the national fortune by 30%. The country would like to reward you. What do you need? Xia country has always rewarded those who contributed. Sun Kai's achievements could be said to be a great merit. If there was no acknowledgement at all, it would be disheartening. Sun Kai was about to shake his head but then seemed to think of something and said, last time, things were urgent, and I forgot one thing. I want you to find Zheng Xiaotian's father and relay his last words to him. Xia Changqing smiled slightly. We have already arranged for this. In fact, he heard those words through a live stream at that time. He said he was proud of his son. Sun Kai smiled. This reassured him. In the first ghost story world, if it weren't for Zhang Xiaotian's help, he would not have been able to deal with that crazy woman, Lu Yun. He wondered how that crazy woman was doing, left behind in the ghost story world. Suddenly, Sun Kai remembered that he had been rewarded with a hero card. And everyone else had been rewarded with a random card. He curiously pulled out a shimmering golden card from his pocket. In front of him stood a person's silhouette, but it seemed as if it was himself. Xia Changqing naturally saw the hero card inside. Is this an SS level reward hero card? It's truly extraordinary. As for the effect, he didn't ask, that was Sun Kai's own secret. Once a secret is known by more than 2 people, it is no longer a secret. To avoid exposing the effect of Sun Kai's hero card, he didn't ask a single word. And after Sun Kai took out this card, he already knew its effect. Hero card, after use, enter hero mode, all attributes increase by 50 points, lasting 10 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. But what does this hero state mean? If it's the hero mode from the world of Strange Tales, it's useless without help from other cards. I didn't expect there to be no usage limit. Can I use it? In an instant, the light above the hero card dimmed, and then light actually burst forth from Sun Kai's body. This is such powerful strength. Sun Kai showed a shocked expression. He could clearly feel an immense power surging through him. He tried to stretch out a hand and surprisingly lifted the marble table in front of him. Xia Changqing's eyes nearly popped out. What was happening? Is this the effect of Sun Kai's hero card? So amazing? Mr. Sun, you this. Seeing Xia Changqing's hesitant expression, Sun Kai smiled. This is just the effect of the hero card, nothing special. Xia Changqing gradually calmed down, nodded slightly. I didn't expect the hero card to be this powerful. Compared to it, the card I got is quite ordinary. Xia Changqing took out a card from his pocket and placed it on the table. Sun Kai took a glance and immediately showed a strange expression. Because the card only had a small green blade of grass on it, and the effect was almost laughable. This little grass card could keep the grass in a certain range vibrant and green all year round, never withering. This card, in some way, could also be considered a divine card. A football field might need it. Chapter 50, The Mountain Village Teacher. Sun Kai later learned that these cards rewarded from the world of Strange Tales were bound to individuals, and others could not use them. But humans excel at trading outside the rules. Some cards had really good effects, and the officials directly purchased them to do beneficial things for the country and the people. For example, someone obtained a villa card, allowing them to build a large villa out of thin air. If this were in ancient times, it would definitely be fine, but in this era, any building needs procedures and property certificates. Without these, the villa appearing out of nowhere would just be an illegal structure. But if traded directly with the officials, the constructed villa could receive a proper property certificate, and the person could earn a handsome income. It could be said that the emergence of cards turned many people into wealthy individuals overnight. Similarly, some incredibly impressive cards attracted countless people to pursue them. For example, the goddess card and the god card. Using it on someone would make them look like a goddess or god, their appearance transformed, pure and natural, no additives. As long as no one uses the cards for crime, Summer Country won't interfere with anything. But if you dare to commit a crime, the police in Summer Country are not just for show. After chatting for a while, Sun Kai returned to his residence. By the way, it seems everyone can see any National Fortune Holders livestream, right? I'll check it out too. Since it was his first time in the world of Strange Tales, by the time he cleared it, only he and Miller were left. He had no chance to watch the live stream, but this time he wasn't the last to return, and the opportunity came. With a thought, Sun Kai found a live stream screen appearing in front of him. This is a live stream featuring a white guy. I don't know the principle, but anything shown in the live stream, the spoken language automatically transforms into the language that person understands. In Sun Kai's eyes, the white guy speaks the summer language. This guy is playing hide and seek with a ghost, and it seems he has reached the final stage. After a round of hiding, he successfully shakes off the other party. Soon, the screen went black, and the guy successfully returned to the real world. It looks like many people should be able to survive this time. Sun Kai opened the internet, and indeed many people online were discussing this ghost story world, also thanking Sun Kai. If it weren't for Sun Kai providing so much information, they would never have found such a simple way to pass. Some country fortune holders directly voiced their gratitude online to Sun Kai for his help. But many fortune holders did not accept this gratitude and even continuously looked down on Sun Kai. Sun Kai didn't care about this. He only wanted to survive. As for others, it had nothing to do with him. Many countries managed to keep the second ghost story world from arriving due to the fortune holders passing, for now stabilizing their situations. But in some countries, 2 ghost story worlds had appeared, with scenes everywhere resembling hell. Sun Kai glanced a bit and couldn't bear it anymore. On the street, ghosts were everywhere. These ghosts randomly selected a person to play hide and seek. The range is limited, and once caught, that person becomes food for the ghosts. All they can do is pray that they are not chosen by the ghosts. Sun Kai shook his head and did not continue watching. No matter the era, small countries always suffer the most. Let's sleep. It's not safe to sleep over there. After Sun Kai returned to reality, a week passed, and only then did the second ghost story world come to an end. In the end, statistics showed more than 100 people survived, while the rest all died inside. The difficulty of a personal level is indeed not high. But more factors indicate that Sun Kai found the way to pass, otherwise, even if given more time, others would find it hard to return alive. During these days, Sun Kai continued to absorb more knowledge while also training his body. After his physical quality increased by 10 points, according to the support team's estimation, it should exceed the majority of people. It can be said that he has reached the level of top athletes in the world. However, even the strongest physical quality needs to be guided out through training. What he did during these days was training. To this end, Xia Changqing specially invited the country's top coaches and nutritionists to help him build a strong body. No matter which ghost story world, a strong body is the most important. About the next ghost story world, our support group speculates that it is likely not a personal level, at least it should be at a double or even triple level. So you must be careful, at any time, ensure your safety. Our support group will remind you at any time, all 3 opportunities will be used on you. After 2 ghost story worlds, the support group has placed all their bets on Sun Kai. After all, Sun Kai proved with his ability that he indeed has this strength. Even if new fortune holders appear, they won't rashly bet. Sun Kai nodded. The support group's reminders are still very useful. Sometimes, their reminders can be as good as hidden hints. By the way, I almost forgot, here is your new clothes, made from special materials. Xia Changqing handed over a set of clothes that looked unremarkable, but since Xia Changqing said so, Sun Kai naturally didn't mind changing into them. After changing, he felt that the clothes were quite comfortable, and curiously asked, "What is special about this outfit?" "There's nothing special, you can think of it as a downgraded bulletproof vest. It can't stop bullets, but can resist some sharp objects." It was then that Sun Kai realized, this outfit was not that simple, it could defend against sharp objects, which was impressive. 2 more days passed, and Sun Kai finally sensed new information. The 3rd rule of the Strange Talk world is about to open. National Fortune Bearer Sun Kai, as the clearer of the previous rule Strange Talk world with an SS rating, you have the power to know some information in advance. 3rd rule Strange Talk, Mountain Village Teacher. In a distant mountain village, there is a group of children eager for knowledge, and you are the teacher who has traveled to the mountain village for volunteer teaching. Rules: 1. In the village, never ask where the way out of the village is. 2. You are the language teacher of the village. If one day you find that there is an additional physical education teacher in the school, please do not talk to him. Note, as an SS rated clear, you can actively inquire about one piece of information, but you cannot directly ask about the rules. Sun Kai was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that passing at the SS level would have so many benefits. Not only did he learn an extra rule, but he could also actively inquire about one piece of information. So what should he ask? Chapter 51, Hit Him. Sun Kai thought for a while, feeling a little confused. Then he slapped his forehead. How could he be so silly? This was the headquarters of the support team. There were elites from all over the country here. Since he didn't know what to ask, he could just ask them. Sun Kai immediately found Xia Changqing and told him all the information he had just learned. I didn't expect that passing the SS level would have so many benefits. Record it all and think about what question would be good to ask. After some discussion, they finally picked out such a question. What are all the ways to clear this Strange Talk world? That's right, since the information said that as long as it wasn't a question about the rules, any other question would be fine. So why not directly ask how to clear it? Sun Kai looked at these people in amazement. They truly deserved to be the nation's elites, as they immediately chose the most suitable question for him. With the clearing method, they were already standing in an undefeated position. Clearing methods. S level, find the hidden secrets of the mountain village. A level, leave the mountain village. B level, earn sincere gratitude from a student. C level, survive for 10 days. Upon seeing these clearing methods, Sun Kai's expression changed. What kind of difficulty is this? The lowest level clearing method is actually just to survive for 10 days? What does this indicate? This indicates that most people can't even survive 10 days. Sure enough, when Xia Changqing and the others saw these clearing conditions, their faces darkened one by one. This Strange Talk world looks very troublesome. Even the simplest clearing method is so difficult. Conservatively estimating, it should be a 3-person level, and it could even possibly be a 4-person level. Regardless of the number of people, we must analyze more intelligence so that Mr. Sun has a general understanding. A group of people analyzed the existing intelligence and actually figured out some things. This time, in the Strange Talk world, Sun Kai would be a volunteer teacher, going to a mountain village to teach. At the same time, he is also a language teacher, while others are teachers of other subjects. However, there is one very strange point. Usually, there are not many volunteer teachers. Most of the time, one person serves multiple roles, and it's rare to have several people go to the same place for teaching. Unfortunately, there wasn't much intelligence. The analysis was also insufficient, but Sun Kai still appreciated them. Next, we can only act according to the situation. Once there's any discovery, we will remind you at the first moment. Sun Kai nodded. That will be enough. Soon, the time arrived. Sun Kai's figure disappeared before them. In the blink of an eye, Sun Kai found himself on a big bus. He first observed his surroundings. On this big bus, there were only 4 people. 3 passengers and 1 driver. The other 2 people also opened their eyes and saw the scene around them, revealing a look of panic. However, when they saw the Sun Kai behind them, they were suddenly overjoyed. Sun Kai, are you the great hero Sun Kai? A young man who looked very scholarly walked excitedly over. It really is Sun Kai. I didn't expect to see the real person, but I didn't want to see you here. Another woman around the same age, alternating between crying and laughing. Sun Kai was now a national star, well known by everyone. Since we've already been chosen, let's not think too much. What we need to do now is to stay alive. As for me, you all know me now, how about you introduce yourselves? The young man cleared his throat, one hand on his chest, introducing himself. My name is Feng Xiao, I am 23 years old, just graduated from university, preparing to find a job, and unexpectedly became a national bearer. I am Du Xiaodai, 22 years old, still in college. I was just out shopping with my best friend, and who would have thought I would suddenly end up here? Sun Kai nodded slightly. It seemed like this time there would be two good helpers. As long as there were no areas of competition this time, the three of them could think of ways to survive and return together. Where are we going? Feng Xiao asked. He was not like Sun Kai, who could know some things in advance. Looking at the mountain roads around, we won't be going into the mountains, right? You guessed it right, we will be going to a village shortly. If I'm not mistaken, there should be some useful items in your backpacks. The two turned back and saw indeed there was a backpack on their seats, so they hurried to check it. Sun Kai also began to check the backpack beside him. After opening it, he saw. Inside there were some books, some pens, and at the top, there was a document. This document told him that he was about to go to a village named Woman Village for teaching support. The two looked surprised after reading it. Are we going to be teachers this time? It doesn't seem like there's much danger. Sun Kai smiled. You are really too naive. How could the world of strange tales be without danger? Danger never shows on the surface, it hides in the darkness. Is there a safe place in the world of strange tales? Sun Kai's rhetorical question silenced the two. But as long as we are careful and don't do anything outrageous, it shouldn't be a big problem. Look, haven't I survived like this? Encouraged by Sun Kai, the two became spirited again. Yes, they have Sun Kai, a powerful figure who has successfully passed through two strange tale worlds. What's there to fear? The mountain road was a bit bumpy, but the bus still drove very steadily. Sun Kai knew that information was always very important at any time. The A-grade clearance condition stated that as long as they could leave the village, it would be considered A-grade clearance. This indicated one thing: once they entered the village, they wouldn't be able to come out. Then the question arose, why could this bus driver take them in? Did he not plan to come out? Or did he know something? Sun Kai let the two stay here while he walked to the front alone. The driver was an uncle who looked to be in his 40s, with no expression on his face, focused on looking ahead. Master, can I ask you something? Sun Kai spoke very politely. After all, he didn't know who this driver was. If he was a hidden character, offending him inadvertently would lead to disaster. Speak. The driver's voice was a bit cold, but for Sun Kai, as long as the other party responded, that was enough. What do you know about Woman Village, where we are heading? I don't know. Sun Kai's mouth twitched. He completely did not want to give him any information at all. But at this moment, he also dared not use other methods on the driver. While Sun Kai was thinking about whether to change his way of questioning, he saw a line of words pop up above the driver's head. This kid just needs a slap. You can give him money and slap him, and I guarantee it will be fine, I'm telling you. Chapter 52 Woman Village. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai had been paying attention to Sun Kai's side. They thought Sun Kai would have no problems. But unexpectedly, this driver was stubborn and not cooperating at all. If only the driver could tell us something, but unfortunately. Du Xiaodai felt a bit regretful. The driver wasn't cooperating at all, and she had no way to change that. We still don't know who this driver is. If he's an ordinary person, I'll go up with Brother Sun and force him to speak. Feng Xiao clenched his fists. As long as Sun Kai made any move, he would definitely rush to help. Just as the two were discussing, they witnessed a scene that left them utterly shocked. They saw Sun Kai pull out a stack of cash from his bag and, holding it in his hand, slapped it hard across the driver's face. Smack! In an instant, the bus fell silent, and the whole summer country also became quiet. Everyone was stunned. No one expected Sun Kai would do such a thing. Slapping someone with money? Isn't this asking for hatred? Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai both opened their mouths wide, looking incredulous. None of them thought that Sun Kai would suddenly do such a thing. Feng Xiao even stood up nervously. What if the driver got angry and left them here? But before he could run a few steps, he saw an even more shocking scene. He noticed the driver's expression seemed colder, with his eyes locked on Sun Kai. Sun Kai's expression was calm, as if it wasn't him who just slapped someone with money. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, seeming like a fight could break out at any moment, suddenly the driver spoke. Money is a good thing, you can't do this next time. What do you want to know? His expression was still very cold, but his movements were quick, directly taking the money from Sun Kai's hand. Feng Xiao and the others were dumbfounded. What just happened? Why was the driver not angry at all after being slapped with money? Is this person out of his mind? Sun Kai immediately said with a smile, Master, I just want to know some information about Woman Village, after all, it's our first trip there. Woman Village. The driver squinted his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. That village hasn't had contact with the outside world for decades. If it weren't for the authorities suddenly sending a few teaching volunteers, I would have completely forgotten about that village. This is a very old village, I've heard a bit from my grandfather. It seems that village doesn't like to contact outsiders, they always stay there, relying on the mountains to live and the water to eat. From the driver's words, Sun Kai finally gained some understanding of Woman Village. This village is very closed off. How closed off? They only recently learned that the outside world is already at peace, they still thought there was a war going on outside. This outdated information made Sun Kai speechless. Weren't there supposed to be no one going to Woman Village for a long time? What's up with this road? Sun Kai could see that although this road was not formal, it was barely passable for the bus, which was a bit off. Oh, this road doesn't lead directly to Woman Village, when we get to the front, you'll have to walk the rest. Sure enough, after a short while, the bus stopped, and before them were endless mountains. You all continue forward, climb over 2 mountains, and you should see Woman Village. There's a stone tablet there. The name was written on it. Sun Kai did not expect that they would have to climb a mountain right from the start. Suddenly, a thought popped up, what would happen if he didn't go to Woman Village right now? But soon, he shook this thought away. If he didn't go to Woman Village, he wouldn't be able to clear the level and leave. Even if he could survive, would he really want to live forever in a world of ghost stories? The 3 of them got out of the car, and the driver stepped on the gas, showing no intention of giving them a chance to refuse. Brother Sun, what do we do now? The 2 looked at Sun Kai, clearly relying on him as their backbone. Let's climb the mountain and try to find Woman Village before dark, the mountains at night are very dangerous. The 3 immediately started to climb. Sun Kai was okay, having experienced 2 ghost story worlds and boosted by a 10-point physique reward, climbing was not a problem for him. But Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai, with only a 2-point boost in physique and being first-timers in the ghost story world, were clearly not on Sun Kai's level. To wait for them, Sun Kai deliberately slowed down a bit. Even so, climbing 2 peaks had already cost them a lot of time. At this moment, the sunset had appeared. We need to speed up, it will be dark soon. The 2 gritted their teeth and nodded, they felt like lying on the ground but understood more clearly. Once it got dark, how dangerous the wilderness would be. The 3 continued to move forward and finally saw a village ahead before dark. In front of the village, there was a stone tablet with the big characters Woman Village. What made Sun Kai uneasy was that the color of the 3 characters Woman Village was blood red. Finally, we have arrived at Woman Village, I am so exhausted. Feng Xiao collapsed on the ground, while Du Xiaodai, a woman, found a stone to sit down and rest. At this time, someone from the village noticed the 3 of them and came over. Who are you, and what are you doing here? This was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a weathered face, dark and rough skin, and calloused hands. One look and you could tell he was a farmer who worked the land often. Sun Kai walked over with a smile and said, we are teachers assigned by the state to provide education, here are our credentials. Sun Kai pulled out their documents and handed them over. The middle-aged man glanced at them and suddenly changed his attitude, filled with enthusiasm. Oh, so you are the teachers sent by the state. No wonder you haven't arrived until now. Come, quickly come in. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and shouted inside, everyone, come quickly, the teachers are here. What? The teachers are here? Really? It's been ages since we've seen any teachers here. Last time, the village head indeed said so, I didn't expect it to be true. After hearing the shouting, a group of villagers walked in from inside, their faces adorned with simple smiles, looking at the 3 with curiosity. Although this village definitely had problems, they couldn't turn sour upon first arrival, that would be courting death. Under Sun Kai's lead, the 3 greeted them politely, with very good attitudes, receiving unanimous praise from the villagers. The village head is here. Someone shouted, and the villagers made way, then an elderly man with a cane came over. The old man looked to be around 70 or 80 years old, his back bent and his face kind. Welcome 3 teachers to our Woman Village, I am Wu Daio, the village head of Woman Village. Chapter 53, Ghost. At the enthusiastic arrangement of the village head, the 3 temporarily stayed in an empty house that had 3 rooms, more than enough for them. Other villagers fetched blankets, and Sun Kai got bowls and chopsticks, quickly gathering living necessities for them. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai, being college students, had never experienced such a scene and were excessively polite. After the villagers finally returned home, the 3 of them gathered together to discuss matters. Brother Sun, Woman Village seems to have no problems at all, what should we do next? Feng Xiao spoke first, feeling that the village was fine based on his instinct, as he had no knowledge of it. As a woman, Du Xiaodai vaguely felt that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, making her quite troubled. Brother Sun, I just feel like there's something strange about this village, I just can't figure it out. Sun Kai smiled slightly. Xiaodai, you are right, this village indeed has problems. Feng Xiao, since you are here, you should know one thing, this is a world of strange tales, everywhere is dangerous. There is no safe place here. Feng Xiao's heart shook, how did he forget this? This is not the real world. If there really was no danger, how could he be here? Brother Sun, I was wrong. Seeing Feng Xiao's sincere attitude, Sun Kai nodded slightly. From the moment we entered this village, danger has been around us. When those villagers appeared earlier, did you notice anything? The two exchanged a puzzled glance, having seen nothing unusual. Sun Kai shook his head helplessly, their observation skills were still too poor. The driver said before that Wumen village is a village that hasn't communicated with the outside world for decades. So logically, the local dialect should be very strong, right? The two nodded. But did you hear any dialect in their words? The two were stunned, recalling carefully, and finally realized. Those people spoke more standard language than they did, without any dialect. This was almost impossible for a village that hadn't communicated with the outside world for decades. This is the first point. The second point is that earlier at the village entrance, I showed a document to a villager. As a result, he understood it. What does this represent? Feng Xiao was deep in thought, but Du Xiaodai seemed to realize something first. Generally, such a remote village shouldn't have just anyone who can read. Exactly, that's the point. As long as there is even one literate person in the village, they wouldn't need outside teachers for education, they could teach the children themselves. But for all villagers to be literate, that's a bit strange. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai looked at Sun Kai with admiration, previously thinking that Sun Kai was always lucky when he cleared levels. Now it seemed they were far behind in terms of observation skills. These are just surface issues, there may be deeper problems that we can't see for now. But for safety's sake, the three of us must act together, no matter where we are. The two nodded, eager to stay with Sun Kai. But just as they were about to return to their room, Sun Kai's voice rang out, where are you going? We are going back to sleep. Feng Xiao looked at Sun Kai in surprise. Sun Kai was speechless, didn't this guy listen to what others said? I meant including sleeping, from now on, the three of us will sleep in the same room every night. Xiaodai gets the bed, and we two sleep on the floor. The two were stunned, was it really necessary to go this far? But seeing the serious look on Sun Kai's face, they knew he was serious and could only agree. In the deep of night, Feng Xiao woke up groggily. He felt the urge to go to the bathroom, he had drunk quite a bit of water at dinner. The toilet seems to be behind the house, an old-fashioned dry toilet. How troublesome. Feng Xiao frowned, in such a deep mountain, they were using kerosene lamps, and there were even fewer candles. Wanting to go out to use the toilet was quite a hassle. Troublesome or not, where are the matches? Feng Xiao quietly got up, walked to the outside hall, and searched for a while but couldn't find the matches. But the urge to urinate could no longer be held, so he simply moved to the back in the dark. Behind the house was a small vegetable garden, and in the far corner was a very simple toilet. He squinted his eyes and moved little by little. He didn't know what time it was, but it seemed to be around 2 or 3 in the morning, and everything around was very quiet. Finally, he managed to stumble his way to the toilet and hurriedly turned on the water faucet. Hoo! After releasing the water, Feng Xiao felt refreshed, and his body couldn't help but shake twice. Just as he was about to turn back, a white object caught the corner of his eye, floating in midair. But upon a closer look, there was nothing there. I must be imagining things, there is nothing here. Feng Xiao talked to himself, though his body felt a bit stiff. Feng Xiao moved a little bit again, but this time, he hadn't taken a few steps when he heard a snap. In such a silent and dark place, such a sudden sound frightened him to the point that he almost cried out. Feng Xiao felt his body go cold, and he quietly turned his head to look in the direction the sound came from. Nothing was there. Feng Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, finding a reason for himself. It must have been a stone breaking a branch, it has to be that. Trembling in fear, Feng Xiao walked towards the house. This time, there was no sound, but when he tried to open the door, he was shocked to find it wouldn't open. That's strange, the door isn't locked, why can't I open it? Feng Xiao was very anxious, repeatedly trying to push the door, but it was still stuck. Suddenly, Feng Xiao's body stiffened. He felt a drop of liquid, whose origin he didn't know, land on his neck. A chill swept over his entire body. Feng Xiao instinctively swallowed, his neck stiffly turned, and this time he saw it. Less than 5 meters away from him, there was a white object floating there. A ghost. Feng Xiao let out a shrill scream and rushed inside as he opened the door. Feng Xiao. Suddenly, a stern shout rang out, instantly stopping Feng Xiao in his tracks. He recognized it as Brother Sun's voice. Sure enough, in the living room, he saw Sun Kai, who had lit a kerosene lamp, looking so excited he could cry. Brother Sun, there's a ghost in the back, I really saw it, there's a ghost. Feng Xiao grabbed Sun Kai's arm, trembling all over. Sun Kai gently patted his shoulder and reassured him. Look up, do ghosts look like me? Chapter 54, Are you awake? Looking at Feng Xiao, who lay unconscious on the floor, Sun Kai had a helpless expression. He had realized Feng Xiao was missing as soon as he woke up last night. Just saying one less sentence, and something happened at night. Sun Kai was very helpless. He quickly got up and called Du Xiaodai awake. Brother Sun, what happened? Feng Xiao is missing, we need to go look for him. Hearing that Feng Xiao was missing, Du Xiaodai felt a bit panicked, but seeing Sun Kai's calm demeanor, she quickly regained her composure. As long as Brother Sun was there, everything would be fine. The two walked out of the room and went outside. Due to the darkness, they couldn't see anything, so Sun Kai simply lit a kerosene lamp with a match. Then, they saw Feng Xiao lying on the ground. How did Feng Xiao faint here? And his pants seemed to be wet? As soon as Du Xiaodai squatted down, she smelled a strong urine odor, and her face turned slightly red. As an adult, she could easily tell Feng Xiao had wet his pants. Sun Kai frowned, looking at Feng Xiao's expression, filled with fear, but fortunately, he still had breath. See if you can wake him up. Sun Kai then lit another kerosene lamp and walked to the back of the house. There was nothing unusual here, but one strange thing was that the back door seemed to have been opened by someone. Did Feng Xiao open it? Sun Kai made a guess that Feng Xiao probably wanted to go to the bathroom, but something happened and he got scared and fainted. We will have to wait for Feng Xiao to wake up to find out what happened. Thanks to Du Xiaodia's efforts, Feng Xiao finally woke up. The first thing he did upon waking was scream, "There are ghosts!" Feng Xiao, be quiet, there are no ghosts here. But Feng Xiao wouldn't stop, especially when he saw Sun Kai beside him. He got so scared that he started crying and huddled in the corner. Du Xiaodai didn't know what to do. How could a good person like Feng Xiao change so much in one night? Sun Kai could see that Feng Xiao must have encountered something. He walked over and slapped Feng Xiao hard across the face. Are you awake? But Feng Xiao was still filled with fear. Sun Kai immediately started swinging his arms, slapping Feng Xiao's face repeatedly until he was dazed. Are you awake now? Sun. Brother Sun, stop hitting me, I'm awake. It was impossible not to wake up. The power of those slaps made Feng Xiao instantly realize that the person in front of him was indeed Brother Sunday. After he woke up, Feng Xiao started to cry and told about the things he had encountered. After listening, Du Xiaodai had a face full of fear. If she had encountered something like what Feng Xiao did, she would probably have been scared to death. He went out to use the bathroom and saw a ghost. When he came back, he saw Brother Sun, but it turned out Brother Sun was also a ghost. This was too terrifying. This time it's my fault. Basically, in the world of ghost stories, you can't go out at night. I should have told you in advance. Sun Kai said with great guilt. This is not Brother Sun's fault, it's my carelessness. I just wanted to use the bathroom, who knew it would turn out like this? Feng Xiao shook his head, he knew that Sun Kai had tried his best. This was indeed his own problem. According to what you said before, you clearly went to the bathroom at the back, so why did you wet your pants? I also checked the back door, it was indeed opened. What's going on? Sun Kai found it very strange. When Sun Kai said this, Feng Xiao finally realized that he had wet his pants. His old face turned red, and he hurried to change into a new set of clothes in the room. Fortunately, the villagers had prepared clothes for them last night, but the clothes here were provided by the villagers and couldn't be compared to what they were wearing. After changing clothes, the three gathered in the living room. Feng Xiao, this time it might just be the beginning, you haven't triggered real danger yet, otherwise, you might already be dead. Sun Kai's expression was very serious. Feng Xiao had really had incredible luck to still be alive. Feng Xiao also had a face full of fear, he really thought he was dead for sure. Brother Sun, next time I will tell you before I do anything. And me. Du Xiaodai added from the side. But Sun Kai shook his head, I can't always be with you, let alone that we three are teachers, we definitely need to teach classes separately. If there really is a need to split up, you must be cautious by yourselves. When facing any danger, you must remain calm. Only by staying calm can you find a way out. The world of ghost stories will never give us a scene where we must die, you must remember this. The two nodded heavily, knowing that Sun Kai was sharing his experience with them. Speaking of which, they were very lucky to have Sun Kai, a champion of two worlds of ghost stories, with them. Other people from different countries didn't have such good luck. Finally, dawn broke. The villagers got up very early, most of them needed to go work in the fields as this was their only source of food. But they wouldn't forget about Sun Kai and the others, after all, they were the teachers of the village. Teachers, how did you sleep last night? A middle-aged man stood at the door. Smiling brightly, he asked them. This middle-aged man is Wu Damu, a person arranged by the village chief to take care of them. We slept very well, thank you, Uncle Damu. Sun Kai walked over with a smile, looking very grateful. That's good. I was worried that you wouldn't be used to the conditions in the village. It's definitely not comparable to the city. Sun Kai asked nonchalantly, Uncle Damu, have you ever been to the city? Where could I go? I would love to go, but there are too many things in the village, I can't get away at all. As they walked and chatted, Sun Kai took the opportunity to ask about some matters. While he asked, there were many traps inside, but it was unclear whether Wu Damu really didn't know or was pretending. He surprisingly didn't fall into a single trap. As they talked, they arrived in front of a slightly larger house. We're here, this is the school specially prepared by the village. Inside are all the students of our village, the next tasks will be up to you. It's not a trouble, it's our duty. The three waved their hands repeatedly. Once Wu Damu left, the three of them walked inside. As soon as they entered, they saw over a dozen children of various ages quietly sitting on stools. Curious eyes looked at them, making Feng Xiao and the others a bit nervous. This was their first time as teaching volunteers, they had never done this in the real world. Sun Kai, however, was very calm. He walked to the podium prepared for them and smiled at the group of children below. My name is Sun Kai, this is Feng Xiao, and Du Xiaodai. From now on, we three will be your teachers. Chapter 55, This is for your good. This was Sun Kai's first time as a teacher, but he was not the least bit nervous. After a simple introduction, he asked the students to start introducing themselves. Among these students, the youngest was 6 years old, and the oldest was 15, creating quite a difference. Since they had been here for so long, they had never had systematic education, so Sun Kai simply decided to start from the basics. Sun Kai didn't forget that his role was a language teacher, as stated in the documents. Feng Xiao was the math teacher, while Du Xiaodai was the foreign language teacher. The first class was taught by Sun Kai. Due to the remoteness, the students did not have textbooks, so Sun Kai simply had them learn to recognize characters. These basic things posed no difficulty for him. And the students were eagerly absorbing the new knowledge, not a single one distracted. It was clear that they were filled with curiosity about knowledge. While teaching, Sun Kai quietly observed these students. On the surface, they did not seem to have any problems. It's just the first day, I'll check again in a few days. Soon it was Feng Xiao's turn to teach, and Sun Kai went to the temporary office prepared for the three of them. Brother Sun, how are the students? Du Xiaodai leaned over and asked quietly. So far, no problem, but we still need to be cautious. Du Xiaodai nodded. Through what happened with Feng Xiao last night, she realized there were dangers everywhere. Du Xiaodai was busy preparing her lesson while Sun Kai didn't disturb her. But just then, a scream came from the classroom. The two were taken aback, exchanged glances, and hurried over. They saw a boy who looked to be 7 or 8 years old, biting Feng Xiao's arm with all his might. The scream just now was emitted by Feng Xiao. What happened? Sun Kai rushed forward, separating the boy from Feng Xiao and quickly asking. Feng Xiao's face still carried a hint of confusion and pain. I don't know. I was just teaching them numbers starting from 1, and suddenly he came up and bit me. It really hurts, hiss. Sun Kai took a look and saw deep bite marks on Feng Xiao's arm. There was still a trace of blood. Sun Kai turned to look at the boy, who seemed to feel he had done nothing wrong and calmly returned to his seat. At this moment, he noticed something. The other students didn't seem surprised by the boy's actions at all. Everything was very calm to the point of being a little scary. Brother Sun, these kids seem to. Du Xiaodai also noticed this and felt a bit scared. Sun Kai approached the podium and looked at the students below. Student Wu Hao, the teacher wants to know why you bit Teacher Feng just now. Did Teacher Feng do something wrong? Wu Hao was the boy who had bitten Feng Xiao. When he arrived, he had already memorized all the students' names. But Wu Hao did not speak, nor did the other students. The atmosphere in the classroom was very strange. Sun Kai was not angry, he knew very well that being angry was of no use. He turned around and looked at the makeshift blackboard behind him, which only had some numbers written by Feng Xiao. 1, 2, 3, 4. It stopped at 4, which was the moment the boy rushed up and bit Feng Xiao. Sun Kai silently erased these numbers and started writing again from 1. 1, 2, 3. Just as he was about to write 4, a student's voice rang out. Teacher Sun, I think it's better if you don't write it down. Sun Kai stopped his hand and turned to look at the student who spoke. It was a girl. Student Wu Qian, why do you say that? Can you tell the teacher? The girl had an expressionless face and said lightly, this is for your good, our Wumen village has taboos about certain numbers. Taboo? The number 4? Sun Kai had heard before that some remote places had certain taboos, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. This is quite troublesome. Teacher Feng is your math teacher. If he can't even teach basic numbers, it will be inconvenient later. Sun Kai looked quite troubled. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly wrote the number 4. In that instant, he keenly sensed that the students below changed their expressions for a moment upon seeing the number 4. But this change quickly disappeared, except for Wu Hao. His face twisted, and he quickly charged towards Sun Kai, opening his mouth to bite him. But Sun Kai was prepared and naturally wouldn't let Wu Hao bite him easily. He grabbed Wu Hao's arm and used a quick maneuver to pin him down, preventing him from biting at all. "I'll bite you to death, I'll bite you to death, I'll bite you." Wu Hao kept making strange sounds, as if he had turned into a beast, struggling non-stop. Unfortunately, he was just a few years old, and his strength was no match for Sun Kai. Du Xiaodai was scared by the scene before her. She never expected a child could turn into this. Sun Kai calmly held on to Wu Hao and looked at the other students. Wu Hao may have been stimulated. For now, Teacher Feng's class will be paused, and Teacher Du will take over the lesson. Saying this, Sun Kai exchanged a glance with Du Xiaodai and took Feng Xiao and Wu Hao to the temporary office. Du Xiaodai was actually very scared, but she couldn't rely completely on Sun Kai. At least her own class had to be taught by herself. Once they arrived at the temporary office, Wu Hao's struggles weakened gradually and eventually calmed down. "Brother Sun, what's wrong with this kid? I feel like it's..." Feng Xiao hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Possessed by a ghost?" Sun Kai did not answer him but pressed Wu Hao down onto a chair, staring intently at him. "Wu Hao, if you don't tell me what's going on with you, then you might not be able to attend the math class next." Wu Hao did not respond, if it weren't for the fact that he was still blinking. As long as there is still a heartbeat, Sun Kai thought he might not be dead. Sun Kai was very patient, always trying to talk to Wu Hao. But after a whole morning passed, Wu Hao had no reaction at all, which left him helpless. At noon, school ended, and the students all went home for lunch, but Sun Kai kept Wu Qian behind. Among so many students, only Wu Qian spoke up, and he felt this was a breakthrough. But the first thing Wu Qian said when she came over was, "Teacher Sun, I think you're a good person, so I'm giving you a piece of advice. Don't keep asking about anything, just focus on doing your job as a teacher. This is for your own good." Sun Kai smiled and said, "Since you are doing this for my good, why not tell me why Wu Hao is like that?" Chapter 56 Strange Rules. Wu Qian looked about 13 years old, but her eyes made Sun Kai feel she was like an adult. "Teacher Sun, do you know a saying?" "What saying?" Curiosity killed the cat. Sun Kai certainly knew the saying, but didn't expect it to come from a girl in her teens. If they were truly people who had stumbled into this place, perhaps they wouldn't dig deep. But they were the bearers of national fortune who entered here, and every piece of information was extremely important. Sun Kai absolutely would not give up the chance to know. "I know that, but there are some things that if I don't know, I might not be able to sleep at night." However, Wu Qian sighed and said, "Teacher Sun, I really want to tell you some things, but I have my reasons for not being able to say, so I'm sorry." Wu Qian laughed, and Sun Kai did not stop her. "Brother Sun, she seems to know a lot. Should we be tougher to force her to talk?" Sun Kai shook his head. "If she can tell us these things, at the very least, she's not an enemy." "If you want to turn her into an enemy, I have nothing to say." Feng Xiao smiled awkwardly, realizing he had overthought it. "But Brother Sun, this morning we ran into such a situation. What should I do about my class in the afternoon?" At present, the Chinese and foreign language classes were fine, but only his math class had a problem. Coupled with what happened last night, Feng Xiao felt like he was being targeted. "Just suspend your class for now, safety comes first. By the way, don't forget to look for the rules of this world. Only by knowing the rules can we find a way to pass." Feng Xiao's eyes lit up. He actually forgot about this matter. This is a world of strange rules, and everything revolves around rules, but up until now, they had not seen a single rule. The two began to search this temporary office, and unexpectedly, they really found new rules. Rules 1. You are a math teacher, but remember, never teach students the number 4. 2. Do not go out alone at night. If you really must go out, please walk with your eyes closed. This was the rule Feng Xiao found, clearly targeted at him. Sun Kai did not find any rules. He guessed it might be because he already knew 2 rules, which is why he did not get one this time. Seeing his own rules, Feng Xiao couldn't help but complain. "This rule came too late. If I had known, I wouldn't have been teaching them the number 4. And this rule, don't go out alone. Even if you do go out, keep your eyes closed. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have gone out." Sun Kai keenly sensed something strange. Usually, if you break the rules, the consequence is almost death. But Feng Xiao had violated 2 rules, yet he remained fine here. What was going on? Feng Xiao taught the number 4 and went out alone at night to the restroom. He could say he violated both rules. But the former only got him bitten by Wu Hao, while the latter only caused him to faint. Nothing else. Does this mean that Feng Xiao's 2 rules are both fake? But if both rules are fake, the probability is too low. At least Sun Kai has never encountered such a situation before. By the way, we haven't looked at Xiaodia's desk. Let's see if there are any rules there. Sun Kai's suggestion was agreed upon by Feng Xiao, and the two walked over to search Xiaodia's desk, and they really found her rules. Rules. 1. You are a music teacher, but if you become a foreign language teacher, be careful. 2. You cannot stay with students for a long time, or terrible things will happen. These two rules left Sun Kai and Feng Xiao looking confused. Why are Du Xiaodia's rules completely different from theirs? Brother Sun, what does this rule mean? Why does it say to be careful if Xiao Dai becomes a foreign language teacher? Who needs to be careful? And the second rule, it says that if Xiao Dai stays with students for a long time, terrible things will happen? Not to mention Feng Xiao being baffled, Sun Kai felt the same. His and Feng Xiao's rules seemed normal, but Du Xiaodia's rules were completely unrelated. First, the first rule says that Du Xiaodai is a music teacher and not a foreign language teacher. But Du Xiaodai has been assigned as a foreign language teacher, and he has seen the documents. This contradicts the rules. Once Du Xiaodai becomes a foreign language teacher, what should she be careful of? Is this warning for Du Xiaodai, or is it warning them to be cautious of Du Xiaodai? The first rule made them wary of Du Xiaodai. What kind of situation is this? Could it be that Du Xiaodai, like Lu Yun back then, is a woman with great acting skills? Or is Du Xiaodai also one of the past national luck bearers? As for the second rule, it was even more puzzling. Once Du Xiaodai stays with students, terrible things will happen? How is the time limit determined? Just when the two were baffled, Du Xiaodai, who had gone out to the restroom, returned. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so serious? Du Xiaodai looked at them curiously, while the rules about her had already been hidden by Sun Kai. Without any evidence, if Du Xiaodai knew about this rule, it would be very disadvantageous for the upcoming situation. It's nothing, just thinking about Wu Qian's words. Sun Kai naturally shifted the topic, and Wu Qian's words did indeed catch attention. Yeah, this village definitely has a problem. But if even the students are unwilling to speak, what can we do? Feng Xiao knew that this was not the time to suspect Du Xiaodai, but those rules still had an impact on him. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door of the temporary office, and they heard Wu Damu's voice outside. The three teachers must be hungry. This is the lunch the village has prepared for you. The village will provide lunch and dinner from now on. Thank you so much, Uncle Damu. Sun Kai stepped forward and received 3 enamel bowls. The bottoms were filled with white rice, and the tops had several kinds of vegetables. He even found some shredded meat inside. He knew very well that in such a poor mountain village, there were no poultry kept. The only source of meat was hunting. But hunting entirely depended on luck, and meat must be very rare in this place. To be able to eat meat was entirely due to their status as teachers. It's all right. I heard that Wu Hao, that rascal, that teacher phone? How is teacher phone? Is everything all right? Sun Kai's expression changed. Wasn't this a great opportunity to ask about the situation? Thinking this, as he was about to ask, he noticed a line of text appearing on Wu Damu's head. Chapter 57, After Asking, Certain Death. After asking, certain death. For big characters, very conspicuous. Sun Kai's eyelids twitched intensely. This was the first time in so long that the hint had so openly told him that once he asked about what he wanted to know, he would definitely be doomed. Sun Kai forced himself to swallow the words that were about to spill out and changed to something else. Uncle Wu Damu, it's just that the child is a bit naughty. I believe he will improve in time. Uncle Wu Damu, you must give us a little confidence. Hearing this, Wu Damu chuckled. They have always been wild, so it will be trouble for the 3 teachers to educate them more in the future. If they really don't listen, it's fine to hit them directly, I mean it. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Wu Damu left. Brother Sun, why didn't you take the opportunity to ask Wu Damu just now? He is an elder in the village, he should know something, right? Feng Xiao asked, a bit puzzled, and Du Xiaodai also looked at him with curiosity. Sun Kai remained silent. After watching Wu Damu's figure disappear, he whispered. This Wu Damu has a problem. If you believe me, you must not ask him anything at any time. Seeing Sun Kai's serious expression, the two could only nod in agreement. They had never seen Brother Sun so serious. You all know that I am someone who has lived through the strange story world twice. The reason I can survive is because of my intuition. Just now, my intuition told me that man has a problem. If I really ask, I may not survive until tonight. Hearing Sun Kai speak so gravely about this matter, the expressions of the two also became serious. For what Sun Kai said about intuition, they somewhat believed. After all, Sun Kai really had lived through 2 strange story worlds. They wouldn't believe it themselves if they said they had no intuition at all and survived by luck. After finishing, the afternoon classes continued, but Feng Xiao's class was temporarily paused. This made Feng Xiao feel a bit bored. Sitting in the office chair, he turned to Sun Kai beside him and said, Brother Sun, sitting here like this isn't a solution. Shouldn't we look for a chance to go out and gather some information? They knew too little about the village, so Feng Xiao's suggestion made a lot of sense. But Sun Kai knew very well that the village was so small that the 3 outsiders were very conspicuous here. This meant they had to find a legitimate reason. After the afternoon classes end, we'll find a reason for a home visit and go to see the situation at the students' homes. Feng Xiao's eyes lit up. Yes, a home visit is a perfect reason, that way, no one will pay attention to where we go. No wonder your brother, son, awesome. The afternoon classes quickly ended, and there were no problems this time. And for the first home visit, Sun Kai chose Wu Hao. Since the other party had issues today and bit the teacher, they had ample reason for the home visit. What does a home visit mean? Wu Hao's voice was a bit cold, and his face showed no smile. It's to go to your home and communicate with your parents. This will help you in your future schooling. Feng Xiao had been bitten by Wu Hao, and Du Xiaodai was a bit afraid of him. The only one who could communicate with him was Sun Kai. Oh. Wu Hao replied indifferently, turned around, and left. Sun Kai didn't know if he had agreed or not, but he took it as an agreement. The three followed behind Wu Hao, heading towards his home. Along the way, they encountered many villagers. When they saw the three of them, they all smiled and kindly called them teachers. It can be said that from the surface alone, this village had no problems at all. But knowing the way to pass the level in advance, Sun Kai guessed one thing. Now they probably wouldn't be able to leave this village. As they walked, Wu Hao stopped, and before the three of them appeared a house that looked very old and rundown. This is my home. Wu Hao said a sentence, then walked inside. Creak. The door was pushed open, revealing the inside's appearance. This was a very ordinary house, with only a worn-out wooden table and stools in the living room. A man who looked around 40 was cursing at a woman, completely ignoring Wu Hao's return. Wu Hao seemed to have not seen them, heading straight to his room. If a teacher really came for a home visit, it would probably be very awkward. But Sun Kai wouldn't feel awkward. Instead, he cheerfully called out, "Hello, we are Wu Hao's teachers." Only then did the man notice the three at the door, immediately putting on a smile as he walked over. Oh, so it's three teachers. Come in and have a seat, wife, hurry up and get some water, quickly. Seeing the man kick the woman, Du Xiaodai raised her eyebrows, unable to hold back her words. But Feng Xiao reacted quicker, quickly covering her mouth. Don't be impulsive, listen to Sun Gu. Only then did Du Xiaodai calm down and nod her head. Sun Kai pretended not to see what just happened and asked the man, Mr. Wu, we want to know what Wu Hao is like usually. Can you tell us? What he's usually like? Ha! What can he do? He just goes out causing trouble all day, never helps me work, and always makes me mad. The man seemed eager to talk, seizing the opportunity to say everything he had on his mind. In his words, Wu Hao was a mischievous monkey, never doing anything serious, always going out to stir up chaos. Yet in Sun Kai's eyes, Wu Hao spoke little, and apart from biting Feng Xiao once, he hadn't done anything too outrageous. It was as if the Wu Hao in his eyes and the Wu Hao in his father's eyes were two different people. Teachers, have some water. Wu Hao's mother brought 3 bowls of water and placed them in front of them. Thank you. The three thanked her, while the sharp-eyed Sun Kai noticed that the woman's hands had multiple bruises. The woman remained silent and walked away quietly. Teachers are civilized people, they will thank her. If it were me, I would have kicked her away. The man's words showed no respect for the woman. If Feng Xiao hadn't held Du Xiaodai back, she would have surely scolded him. Sun Kai did not continue discussing these matters, but instead asked about the village's taboos, mentioning Wu Hao's impulsive behavior in class. Village taboos? There is a bit. Our village hasn't liked the word death since ancient times, even similar sounds are not allowed. If someone writes these words in front of us, we would definitely get angry. Teachers, I'm a straightforward person, please don't mind. The three nodded to show they understood, and they finally understood why Wu Hao reacted so strongly at the number 4. But with so many students, why was it only Wu Hao who bit someone? Chapter 58, Sun Gu is not human? Sun Kai didn't directly ask but tentatively inquired if the man knew what Wu Hao did during the day. But to his surprise, Wu Hao's father showed a face of indifference. I heard that little brat dared to bite someone. I said no need to show me face, just hit him, as long as you don't kill him, it's fine. Sun Kai's eyelid twitched. This statement proved that Wu Hao was definitely his biological son. But his intention was not to punish Wu Hao, but to find out why he bit someone. That little brat sometimes gets so worked up that he even bites me, just like a dog. If he dares to do that again, just hit him. Seeing Wu Hao's father always talking about beating, Sun Kai knew that continuing to inquire wouldn't yield any results. Then Mr. Wu, we will take our leave. Teachers, stay for a meal? No, we've prepared dinner in the village. Wu Hao's father was very enthusiastic. But Sun Kai still insisted on going back, and Wu Hao did not show up before he left. At that moment, it was already dark outside, but fortunately, some houses still had the light of oil lamps, barely allowing them to see the way. Brother Sun, let's hurry back. Feng Xiao was a bit scared. What happened last night made him feel some fear of the dark. Yeah, brother Sun, I always feel this village is a bit scary at night. Du Xiaodai shrank her head, her face also showing a look of fear. Sun Kai said nothing and kept walking with his head down. But as they walked, the two of them noticed that the direction Brother Sun was heading in didn't seem to be where they lived. Brother Sun, we're going the wrong way, our place is over there. Feng Xiao hurriedly reminded him, but Sun Kai acted as if he didn't hear. Just when Feng Xiao was about to say something, Du Xiaodai quickly grabbed his arm and cautiously pointed at Sun Kai's feet. Feng Xiao took a glance and immediately got scared, breaking out in a cold sweat. He realized that Brother Sun's feet were not walking but floating. Damn! This Brother Sun is not human. Brother Sun is in trouble, what should we do? Feng Xiao was very anxious, he didn't expect that so soon after coming out, they would encounter something strange again. Most importantly, they didn't even know when Brother Sun had disappeared. Brother Sun said that no matter what, we must stay calm. We can't anger the guy in front, or else we might die here. Du Xiaodai was also very scared, but she managed to suppress her fear to say this. Feng Xiao's eyes lit up, that's right, Brother Sun said that no matter when, there will always be a way to solve a problem. We should work hard together. Brother Sun will definitely find out we are missing. As long as we can hold out until Brother Sun comes to save us, we will be fine. Exactly, Brother Sun is our only support, we must hold on. The two whispered to each other, their steps not slow, secretly following the imposters. They dared not run around randomly, if they triggered any kind of plot kill and got themselves killed, it would all be over. At the same time, Sun Kai also sensed something was off. Usually, these two would chatter away, but why had they been completely silent since leaving? He turned to look, and the expressions on their faces were blank, completely ignoring him as they kept walking forward. Such an obvious abnormality was something even a fool could notice. Have they been possessed? No, their feet are floating. These two are not human at all. Sun Kai's brows twitched wildly, he didn't expect that just leaving Wu Hao's house, things could get so strange so quickly. He thought it would be a peaceful night, but it turned out he was thinking too much. Unexpected events often come so suddenly. Sun Kai did not rashly speak, he was thinking about how to break the current situation. Based on Feng Xiao's situation last night, even if they had done something wrong, it seemed like they wouldn't be in life-threatening danger. But Sun Kai wouldn't gamble with his life. He had to observe the situation as much as possible and find a way to break free. Thinking of this, Sun Kai quietly moved back to the front and asked the two, what did you think of Wu Hao's dad's answer just now? But after waiting for a while, neither of them spoke. It seems these two are like puppets, having no real consciousness, unable to answer my questions. Sun Kai was taking this opportunity to collect the information he needed. As they walked, Sun Kai discovered that the direction the two were walking in was not the way back but leading outside the village. If they really went that way, he would probably be finished. But sneaking away at this moment might trigger some kind of plot kill. Either way, it was death, which made Sun Kai very troubled. It seems Feng Xiao and Xiaodai encountered the same problem as me. They might still be waiting for me to save them. Sun Kai took a deep breath, knowing he had to make some attempts. Currently, he saw no signs appearing, maybe the signs thought that whatever he did now would not pose a life-threatening danger. This was good news for him. Sun Kai walked up to the two and immediately slapped Feng Xiao hard. Of course, he slapped Feng Xiao, after all, Du Xiaodai was a girl. The slap was loud, but Feng Xiao showed no reaction, as if he hadn't been hit at all. Sun Kai tried to kick Feng Xiao down, but Feng Xiao seemed weightless, yet could not be pushed at all. After several attempts, the two of them still wouldn't respond. If you ignore me, then I'm leaving. Sun Kai pretended to walk away, and finally, the two showed some reaction. They floated over to Sun Kai, arms stretched out, as if wanting to pull him back. Sun Kai felt a surge of joy, as long as there was a reaction, it was good. He noticed that a nearby house had its lights on and ran over to knock on the door while shouting, "Help! Help!" But no matter how hard he knocked, it was as if no one heard, and there was no sound from inside. Sun Kai leaned close to the window to peek inside, strangely, he didn't see a single person. It seems either everything I see is an illusion, or this is a separate space unlike the outside. Sun Kai had watched many ghost films before, and generally, ghosts had some unique abilities. What he just did was merely an attempt to confirm this point. The two ghosts behind him were still pursuing relentlessly, but their speed wasn't very fast. As Sun Kai ran, he thought about how to break the deadlock. Thinking back, how did Feng Xiao manage to come back alive in the first place? Wait, could it be the urine of a young boy? Sun Kai recalled the urine stains on Feng Xiao's pants. If ghosts were afraid of young boys' urine, would this count as a breaking point? Chapter 59, The Strange Wu Hao. If it were just him, Sun Kai wouldn't mind taking a leak. But the problem was, everything he said and did would be watched by countless people. If he peed here, it would definitely be social death. Sun Kai did not want to walk down the street later, only to have a child point and shout, "Dad, look! That's our country's urine hero, Sun Kai." Thinking of that scene made Sun Kai shudder uncontrollably. Peeing was out of the question. No matter how much he was offered, it wouldn't do. Thus, he could only look for young boys' urine elsewhere. Students. His students, each of them was definitely a young boy, he could guarantee that. The nearest student was Wu Hao, who had just left. He knew Wu Hao might not be found, but as long as he had Wu Hao's young boy's urine, it would be fine. With that in mind, Sun Kai immediately changed direction and ran toward Wu Hao's home. Soon, he arrived at Wu Hao's house and witnessed an incredible scene. Wu Hao stood at his front door, expressionless, staring directly at him. Wu Hao. Sun Kai was astonished. He had noticed that there was no one else around, so how could Wu Hao be here? Or was this Wu Hao not a human? Just as Sun Kai thought this, Wu Hao spoke. Teacher, I warned you during the day, why did you still come to seek death? As he spoke, a sinister look crossed Wu Hao's face, and he yelled loudly at Sun Kai's back. Get lost. The voice was deafening, and he could faintly see some waves of air. It was simply unbelievable. What Sun Kai didn't expect was that in response to Wu Hao's shout, the two non-human beings, Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai, actually showed a hint of fear. Without saying a word, he quickly slipped away. Wu Hao, what exactly is going on? Sun Kai naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity, hurriedly going over to ask Wu Hao. But Wu Hao still had no intention of speaking to Sun Kai, turning around and walking inside, leaving behind one sentence. Teacher, if you want to survive, don't inquire about anything. I have already helped you shake off their entanglement, you can go back now. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. As soon as the words fell, the door was closed. At the same time, Sun Kai heard the sound of Wu Hao's parents talking inside the house. Sun Kai realized that he had just come out of that strange place. It was clear that Wu Hao did not want any communication with him. Sun Kai was even more worried about Feng Xiao and Xiao Dai, so he hurriedly ran ahead, finding the two trembling at a fork in the road. Feng Xiao, Xiao Dai, how are you? Seeing Sun Kai, the two's eyes were firmly fixed on his feet. Realizing Sun Kai had indeed come running on two legs, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Sun, we were almost scared to death. You don't know that ghost who turned into your appearance, it was simply inhuman. Feng Xiao spoke with a trembling voice. Brother Sun, I really thought I would never see you again. Du Xiaodai felt the same way. Sun Kai kept comforting them, knowing that these two had experienced quite a scare. But the fact that they were alive represented that there was no major problem. How did you come out? Sun Kai asked, and then Feng Xiao said. We don't know either. We kept following that fake one, then suddenly the fake seemed to see something, screamed, and floated away, scaring us. Sun Kai pondered, suspecting that the fake might have been scared away by Wu Hao. Wu Hao is actually so impressive. Indeed, this village hides some secrets. Let's go back first, gather what we can find, and see if we can discover anything. The three returned to their place, closed the door, and only then breathed a sigh of relief. While outside, they were very worried that something similar would happen again. Luckily it didn't. Knock knock. Sun Kai remained calm, shouting, Who is it? It's me, Wu Damu, I brought you guys food. Only then did Sun Kai remember that their lunch and dinner were all taken care of by the village, and the one delivering the food had always been Wu Damu. He opened the door, and standing at the door was indeed Wu Damu, holding 3 enamel jars. Uncle Damu, thank you. It's nothing, I heard you guys visited Wu Hao's house today. His dad didn't say anything inappropriate, right? No, Wu Hao's dad is a very nice person. That's good. You all eat first, I won't stay. Wu Damu laughed and walked away, but Sun Kai kept watching him leave completely before relaxing. The serious scribbles from the day still lingered in front of him. At that time, the message strongly warned him that if he inquired about the village's matters with Wu Damu, the only outcome waiting for him would be death. This explained one thing, Wu Damu definitely knew a lot and was a key figure in the village. This feeling of knowing that the other party had problems but being unable to ask was truly uncomfortable. But Sun Kai had no choice but to explore the secrets of Wu Men village bit by bit through other means. The three quickly finished their meal and returned to their room to sleep. To prevent a repeat of last night's situation, Sun Kai directly found a plastic bucket and placed it in the living room, agreeing that anyone who needed to use the bathroom must wake the others. Everything was done as a precaution. That night, nothing happened. But not everyone was as cautious as the three of them. After the Strange Talk world appeared this time, a nation's bearer of destiny had emerged. They took a completely different path. They got off midway and didn't go to Woman Village at all, as a result. On the first night, while sleeping in the wild, it suddenly went dark. Faintly, someone seemed to see several strange shadows approaching them. Some people did enter Woman Village, but they didn't seriously act as teachers. Instead, they openly searched for so-called secrets around Woman Village. But no secrets were found, and their numbers kept decreasing until eventually all three of them met their end. In the footage, as they learned more, the villagers' behavior grew increasingly strange, and in the end, all three of them died at the hands of the villagers. What was even more chilling was that a national fortune bearer, on a whim, wanted to leave Woman Village. But he tried, even climbing over several mountains, only to face endless mountains ahead. And when he looked back, the stone tablet of Woman Village was just in front of him. He couldn't get out. Xia Changqing had all these situations recorded, planning to find an opportunity to remind Sun Kai. At present, it seemed that Sun Kai didn't have too many issues, but he also showed no signs. This time the difficulty of the three-person level seemed to be even harder than in the first world. Chapter 60, Wu Damu was dead. In class, Sun Kai was teaching his students, becoming more accustomed to being a teacher. In secret, he was observing Wu Hao. But Wu Hao was still the same as before, showing no changes, as if everything from last night was an illusion. Not just Wu Hao, but also Wu Qian was the same. These students definitely knew something, but they just wouldn't tell him, which made Sun Kai very helpless. He couldn't force these students to speak, right? That wasn't something a teacher should do. At that moment, a sharp scream suddenly rang out from outside. Not good, someone is dead. Sun Kai's expression changed, someone is dead? Could it be that Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were in trouble? When he walked out of the classroom, he saw Feng Xiao and the others running over. Seeing they were fine, Sun Kai felt relieved. Sun brother, did you hear? Someone is dead? Feng Xiao was a bit scared. Someone died in the village, didn't that mean danger was close? I heard it. You two stabilize the students first, I will go take a look. Before gathering information, he was still a teacher, and student safety was definitely the most important. The two had no objections and went in to stabilize the students, while Sun Kai went outside alone. Some villagers were gathered together, their faces visibly anxious, seeming a bit lost. Sun Kai approached and asked a villager. Brother, what happened here? The villager sighed after seeing it was Sun Kai and said, Oh, it's Teacher Sun, just now, someone found a corpse by the creek at the entrance. Ah? Whose is it? Heard it's Wu Damu. This statement was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Sun Kai stunned on the spot. Wu Damu. How could this be possible? That Wu Damu, who was even warned about dying if he spoke, how could he be dead? Sun Kai's first reaction was disbelief, but the villagers had no reason to lie to him. He hurriedly ran outside where there were already many villagers. A corpse covered with a white cloth was laid on the ground. Sun Kai walked over in a daze, gently lifting the white cloth. Underneath was the pale face of Wu Damu. It's actually true? Sun Kai couldn't believe that such a figure, whom he regarded as a boss, could die so soon. Still, it was an inexplicable death, found dead by the creek. No one stopped Sun Kai's actions. After all, they all knew that it was Wu Damu who had been delivering food to them for the past 2 days. They saw Sun Kai's condition and thought he was a grateful person, which improved their view of him. The village chief, Wu Daio, came over and gently patted Sun Kai's shoulder with his aged hand. Teacher Sun, I know you had a good relationship with Uncle Damu, but a person cannot come back to life. We will hold a memorial for Damu later. Sun Kai looked up, staring blankly at Wu Daio. Chief, how did Uncle Damu die? A single word about death changed the expressions of the villagers around, but it quickly vanished without a trace. We don't know. It seems he may have drowned. There's a water pool upstream of this small creek, he might have fallen in and been carried away by the current. Sun Kai glanced over and indeed saw a water pool upstream, but how could Wu Damu have gone there? Soon, a few villagers carried Wu Damu's body away to prepare for his memorial. Though it was called a memorial, it was just the village chief saying a few words to honor him, after which Damu's relatives would keep vigil until his burial. Sun Kai did not follow, he stayed behind to carefully examine the surroundings. There were no bloodstains on the ground, only some messy footprints, obviously made by the villagers. This was not the first sight of death, and with the villagers' unawareness, it had long been disturbed. Sun Kai did not expect to discover anything here, he intended to go to the Yi water pool. I'll go check the water pool on the mountain and we'll be back before dark. You all handle things here. Before leaving, Sun Kai found 2 people and spoke to them. Brother Sun, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. How about we accompany you? Yeah, 3 people are better than 1. Maybe we can be of help. Both were trying to persuade him, but Sun Kai felt he had hidden clues to help him. If danger arose, he might have a chance to escape alone, but not necessarily with the 2 of them. After all, this time he was actively seeking danger, completely different from the previous passive situations. Wu Damu's death shocked Sun Kai deeply. If he couldn't figure things out, they would never know when they might die. Seeing how determined Sun Kai was, the 2 could only agree. Then, Sun Kai climbed towards the back mountain alone. Fortunately, there was a small path leading to the water pool, which saved him a lot of effort. After some time, Sun Kai finally arrived at the water pool. The pool looked very deep. Sun Kai took a glance and saw no bottom. At the same time, the water was very cold. He dipped his hand in and found it bone-chilling. If I fell in, if I didn't drown, I'd probably freeze to death. Sun Kai walked around the edge of the pool and quickly found a spot with fresh footprints, where there were also signs of slipping in. It looked very much like Wu Damo accidentally fell in after all. But Sun Kai still had doubts. Why would Wu Damo come here? And how did he fall in? All of this was a mystery, causing Sun Kai to frown tightly. Little did Sun Kai know, a shadow was quietly approaching him from behind. While he was lost in thought, Sun Kai suddenly noticed a line of words appearing before him. Someone is behind you. Sun Kai was shocked and instinctively dodged. At that moment, a figure suddenly fell from the spot where he had just been standing. With a splash, they fell into the water pool. Help! Help! I can't swim. The person in the water cried out in despair. Sun Kai looked closely and realized he did not recognize him. This was a man who looked to be in his 20s, and his clothes did not seem to belong to anyone in the village. Who was this person? To be honest, Sun Kai was not foolish, he had realized. This person must want to push himself down. If it weren't for the reminder, he would probably be the one being pushed down right now. Thinking of this, Sun Kai lost the impulse to save him and instead shouted from above. Who are you, and why are you here? But the person below kept shouting for help, completely ignoring Sun Kai's question. Sun Kai wasn't nervous at all, he just stood there, waiting for a response. Seeing that Sun Kai truly didn't care about his own life, the man became afraid and shouted loudly. I'm Wu Damo, a villager. Chapter 61, Imposter. This person says he is Wu Damo? This surprised Sun Kai and made him a bit amused. This guy must be a fool, Wu Damo is already dead, how could he be Wu Damo? Wu Damo is dead, who are you really? Sun Kai didn't believe what this person said at all. Though he hadn't met every villager, he really had no impression of this one. Quick, save me, I will tell you everything. Sun Kai looked around and found a longer stick, handing it over. The young man hurriedly grabbed the end of the stick, preventing himself from sinking further. But Sun Kai had no intention of pulling him up, he directly asked, so, who are you? If you don't speak, I will throw you in right now. Seeing the other end of the stick in Sun Kai's hand, the man had no choice but to speak. I really am Wu Damo, I'm not lying to you, I swear. Sun Kai frowned, this person still wouldn't give up, insisting he was Wu Damo. Okay, if you're Wu Damo, then tell me who the person that died during the day was? He? Just a fake who borrowed my name. The man had a look of disdain. Sun Kai chuckled, not believing the man's words, but he realized this person could be a great breakthrough. Maybe he could get some important information from him. Thinking of this, Sun Kai continued asking, so, do you know who I am? Of course I know, aren't you just a fake brought in to suppress us? Sun Kai raised an eyebrow, suppress? What does that mean? Clarify. The young man was shivering from the cold water, saying, hurry and pull me up, if this goes on, I'll freeze to death. Sun Kai had personally experienced how cold the water was. If someone stayed in it too long, they would indeed freeze to death. But Sun Kai didn't act, he remembered that this person had been ready to push him down, and he hadn't forgotten that. How could Sun Kai save someone who meant him harm? While he might miss some important clues, Sun Kai was even less likely to save someone who wanted to kill him. Watching Sun Kai gradually loosen his grip, the young man panicked and shouted loudly. Don't, let go. I'll tell you something if you save me. Before Sun Kai could speak, he jumped in. There are big problems in the village, there are ghosts. He thought that mentioning such a thing would shock Sun Kai greatly. But to his disappointment, Sun Kai's expression remained calm, though he temporarily paused in loosening his grip. I know there are ghosts, what else? The young man looked shocked, as if Sun Kai's words had scared him. You've seen a ghost? And lived? How is that possible? Then he seemed to think of something and mumbled something under his breath. Unfortunately, his voice was too low for Sun Kai to hear. If you don't have any important information, then it ends here. Seeing Sun Kai preparing to let go again, the young man had no choice but to reveal crucial information. There are three forces in the village, the living, the ghosts, and the dead. Sun Kai could understand both the living and the ghosts. What does it mean to be dead? When a person dies, are they really gone? How can a dead person still run around like the living? I am alive, and the Wu Damo who died today is a dead man, he took my identity, making me afraid to return to the village. Sun Kai squinted, the man's words were getting stranger and stranger. He couldn't fully believe this man's words, who knows if he was deceiving him. Just as Sun Kai was about to let go, the man let out a terrified shout. Quick, pull me up. A dead person is coming closer, and once he finds us, both of us will die. Sun Kai could see that the young man was genuinely panicking, that was not something one could pretend. He hesitated for a moment but still pulled the young man up. Hurry and follow me. After the young man got up, he didn't argue with Sun Kai, he just grabbed him and ran. Sun Kai said nothing, following him closely, but secretly, he was also on guard. They ran several hundred meters before a frantic sound seemed to come from the waterhole. The sound was odd, seeming not human at all. They ran to the entrance of a cave before the man finally stopped. All right, this should be good enough. He looked at Sunkai, who was still on guard, and instead smiled. Teacher, I was wrong just now, I didn't see the person clearly and tried to push you down. I thought it was a dead person standing there. They are our sworn enemies. Sunkai said nothing, glancing into the cave where there were many living supplies, looking like he had indeed lived here for a while. What's the issue with Wumen village, with living people, dead people, and ghosts? What's going on? The young man sighed when he heard Sunkai's words. Sit down, I'll tell you slowly. This story might be a bit long. As the man invited Sunkai to sit down, just as he was about to speak, a sinister voice echoed. Wu Damu, how could you bring an outsider here? Are you trying to get us all killed? Sunkai was startled. Were there other people here? He saw a figure stepping out of the cave. It was an elderly man, with a very unfamiliar face but a special aura about him. Seeing the old man come out, Wu Damu had a face full of apology. Village chief, I'm really sorry. Village chief? This man was the village chief? Sunkai remembered that the village chief's name was Wu Dayo, but this current village chief was completely different. Humph. The village chief snorted coldly, looking at Sunkai. Outsider, this village is not a place you should come to. Village chief, wasn't it you who requested several teachers from the outside? Otherwise, we wouldn't have come here. The village chief's lips curled into a cold smile. This is not what I wanted, it's what that imposter in the village wanted. It seems living people in the village can no longer satisfy him, and he wants living people from the outside. Sunkai was a bit surprised. The request for teachers to the government was actually from that dead village chief? The village chief seemed unwilling to talk to Sunkai, simply waving his hand. I don't care if you are an outsider or not, just don't disturb us and go back to the village. Leave. Faced with the domineering village chief, Wu Damu seemed helpless, only able to give Sunkai an expression of being unable to help. Sunkai stood up, looked deeply at the two, then turned and left without looking back. Chapter 62, divided into 3 paths. This trip was a big success. I learned a lot about the village's situation, living people, dead people, and ghosts. He had indeed seen a ghost. It was very strange and could catch you off guard. As for dead people, he had also encountered them. The fake Wu Damu who had died before was a dead person. No wonder the hint told me that once I asked him questions. I will die, is this the horror of the dead? But to say he completely believed the living Wu Damu's words, that was not certain. For anyone's words, Sunkai would not fully trust. Before dark, Sunkai returned to his residence, and at this time, Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were already waiting for him here. Seeing Sunkai return, the two sighed in relief. When Sunkai was gone, they seemed to lose their anchor and were very worried. Brother Sun, did you find anything over there? After taking a sip of water, Sunkai said, there is quite a big discovery, let me tell you. Sunkai shared with them what he found on the mountain. After listening, the two were very shocked. Brother Sun, are you saying that in this small village, not only are there ghosts but also dead people? The dead look similar to the living. The deceased Wu Damu is one of them? But that's not right, he has been bringing us food, and he doesn't seem like a dead person at all. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were stunned by this news and spoke with some fear. Sunkai knocked on the table twice to draw their attention and then said, don't panic, we don't know if what they said is true or false, you should understand this principle. Sometimes, mixing lies with the truth is what makes it hardest to discern reality. The two nodded, they certainly understood this principle. From Brother Sun's description, it seems that the living are taking action against the dead. Do they want to eliminate all the dead? Feng Xiao found another strange point. Since they're all dead, how can they die again? What exactly defines a dead person? They had encountered ghosts, which were almost unsolvable. They themselves didn't even know how they were saved. But the dead, apart from the title of being dead, looked exactly like the living in every other aspect. They need to eat, need to breathe. From the surface, it's impossible to judge whether a person is dead or not. The living in the village seem to have a special sense of the dead. We three might be exceptions. So that's how it is. This puts us at a disadvantage. The three forces in the village, the ghosts' intentions are unclear, and the living and dead are mortal enemies. They can know each other's identities. But we alone seem to be the fourth force, independent of them, and that's a huge problem. Du Xiaodai began to analyze. A triangle is the most stable result. Once it becomes a quadrilateral, we're in the most danger. Feng Xiao added, the key is that right now, we completely can't figure out what has happened in the village, and if we accidentally ask the wrong questions, it could lead to trouble. The two sighed. Only by truly coming here did they know how difficult it was to clear the game. Brother Sun actually managed to clear it twice, and both times with an S rating. It was simply unbelievable. We now have a few breakthrough points. The first is Wu Hao, he should be hiding many secrets. The second, Wu Qian. The third, the Wu Damu and the village chief we encountered today. As for the others, we can't make contact for now to avoid danger. Sun Kai was about to say something but quickly closed his mouth. But the perceptive Du Xiaodai seemed to guess something and proactively said, these 3 breakthrough points need 3 people to act separately, am I right? Feng Xiao's expression changed slightly, he was quite scared of acting alone. But Du Xiaodai seemed to have no intention of refusing, and him, a big man, directly rejecting it would be social death. Yes, the best plan is for the 3 of us to act separately, but this way, none of our safety is guaranteed. This was the reason for Sun Kai's hesitation earlier. He himself has the existence of a hint, no matter when, there will always be a way. But the other 2 cannot, once they encounter danger, they might not survive. Feng Xiao bit his teeth and said seriously, brother Sun, there are dangers everywhere in the world of weird tales, like the day we just arrived. I encountered a ghost. Although I don't know how I survived, it proves one thing, there will always be danger in whatever we do. Since it's like this, we might as well take a gamble. Tomorrow, I will go find Wu Hao. Seeing Feng Xiao's determination, Sun Kai could only nod in agreement. Then I will go find Wu Qian. Since she is also a girl, we might have an easier time. I will go find Wu Damu and the village chief tomorrow to see if I can find out anything. After the 3 agreed, they prepared to have dinner. But soon they thought of something. Wu Damu, who brought them food, was dead, what would they do for dinner? The 3 looked at each other, could it be that they had to go hungry tonight? Just as they were thinking this, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Sun Kai gave the 2 a cautious look and shouted from behind the door. In the past, at this time, it was always Wu Damu bringing them food, but now that Wu Damu was dead, who was outside? It's me, Wu Dashang. Sun Kai thought carefully, who was Wu Dashang? But after thinking for a long while, he couldn't remember. He opened the door, and there stood a bearded man with 3 portions of food in his hands. Wu Damu is dead, so I will deliver food to the 3 teachers from now on. Here you go. His attitude was completely incomparable to that of Wu Damu, he shoved the 3 portions at Sun Kai and simply walked away. No matter what, as long as there is food to eat, it's fine. The 3 opened the food and were just about to dig in when Sun Kai noticed a line of words rising from the meal. There is human flesh in here, are you sure you want to eat? We can't eat. Sun Kai shouted loudly, directly stopping the 2. Feng Xiao and the others were stunned, they never expected Sun Kai to react this way. Brother Sun, what's wrong? Feng Xiao looked at him curiously, while Sun Kai's face was serious. Did you forget my intuition? My intuition tells me this food has a problem, we can't eat it. Ah, this. The 2 exchanged glances, their stomachs growling, enduring the food in front of them was a torture. But there was no choice, since Brother Sun said the food couldn't be eaten, even if it was edible, they couldn't embarrass him. Brother Sun, should we throw the food away? Sun Kai was very glad that these 2 always listened to him. If they acted recklessly and ate the human flesh, he couldn't even imagine what changes would happen to them. But this also proved one thing, it was not just ghosts, the dead were targeting them, too. Sun Kai picked up his chopsticks and began to pick through the food, finding some meat that looked like pork. You guys take a look closely, what kind of meat is this? The 2 leaned in to look for a while, and uncertainly said, it doesn't look like pork or beef, and it's not chicken, what is this stuff? I have some understanding of the human body, based on my observation, this should be human flesh. It even has a faint odor, slightly covered by other seasonings, but it can be confirmed. This is human flesh. What, human flesh? The 2's faces turned pale, and Du Xiaodai even ran aside to vomit. Feng Xiao's face was white, and his hand trembled as he pointed to the food on the table. They are too much, how could they feed us human flesh? Ugh. Sun Kai waited for the 2 to recover and said lightly, we are not here for tourism, Wumen village has serious problems, and we have known this for a long time. It was ghosts before, now it's human flesh, who knows what might come next? We are too slow. The 2 showed a hint of shame. They were very clear that the slow progress was largely related to the 2 of them. Brother Sun had always taken care of them, otherwise, with his ability, he might have discovered the village's secrets and completed the task long ago. The food was thrown into the toilet at the back by Feng Xiao, and that night they went to bed with empty stomachs. The next morning, the 3 of them split up and went to do their own things as agreed last night. Feng Xiao went to find Wu Hao, Du Xiaodai went to find Wu Qian, while Sun Kai went outside the village to look for Wu Damu and the village head. He followed his memory and walked towards the cave along the back mountain. But strangely, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find the cave from yesterday. I remember this direction is correct, but where is the cave? Sun Kai wandered around for a while, but he couldn't find any trace of the cave. Helpless, he could only return to the village. Passing by Wu Damu's house, Sun Kai accidentally discovered that Wu Hao was actually standing at the door, looking inside with a distant gaze. Wu Hao was here, but where was Feng Xiao? Feng Xiao went to look for Wu Hao, so how could Wu Hao appear here? Sun Kai felt a bit worried and walked over. Classmate Wu Hao, why are you here? Wu Hao glanced at Sun Kai with a cold voice and said. I warned you before not to get involved in anything, but it seems you didn't heed my warning. Classmate Wu Hao, sometimes it's not that I don't want to get involved, but since we are here, it means we are already involved. Sun Kai knew that Wu Hao must know something. That night, Wu Hao drove the ghost away out of thin air, which showed he was not an ordinary child. Wu Hao stared at Sun Kai, and Sun Kai stared back at Wu Hao. After a while, Wu Hao pointed to Wu Damu's house and said, What did you see in there? Sun Kai stretched his head to take a look. There was a coffin inside, with a black and white photo of Wu Damu in front of it. Wu Damu's coffin and a photo. But unexpectedly, Wu Hao let out a cold laugh. Really? Then how about this? He pulled out a small knife from his pocket, made a cut on his finger, and with a leap, pressed the bleeding finger against Sun Kai's forehead. Take another good look. Sun Kai looked again, and this time, shock spread across his face. What was originally an ordinary morning hall suddenly underwent a huge change. The surrounding walls were covered with twisted black shapes, and the most twisted was Wu Damu's coffin. A layer of black substance was overflowing from the surface of the coffin, which was also slightly trembling, as if it could barely hold on. What shocked Sun Kai the most was the once kind smile on the black and white photo. The expression on it had completely twisted, looking like a monster crawling out of hell. What is this? Wu Hao's expression remained cold as he said to him, This is the process of a ghost's birth. The process of a ghost's birth? Sun Kai's face was full of confusion. He realized Wu Hao knew more than he imagined. That's right, when a living person dies, they become a dead person, and only when the dead person dies do they become a ghost. Sun Kai was dumbfounded. The relationship between the three was like this? Let's go, there's nothing to see here. The birth of a ghost takes some time too. Wu Hao left, and Sun Kai hurriedly followed him. At that moment, he looked at the village with a different pair of eyes, and suddenly noticed many unusual things. The whole village was surrounded by a faint black mist, as if the light of the entire village had dimmed. And some villagers who were walking appeared completely different in his eyes. If they were normal people before, now they looked completely rotten, like the dead. What exactly happened in the village? Why are there so many dead? Before Sun Kai could finish, Wu Hao directly covered his mouth. In that moment, the villagers seemed to suddenly notice, then turned away and continued with their tasks. Sun Kai clearly saw that when he was about to say the word dead, the villagers reacted swiftly, as if it were an instinctive response. And this situation did not seem to be new. Wu Hao released his hand, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice as he said, In the village, do not say that word, I should have reminded you earlier. Sun Kai asked, Why are they so sensitive to that word? This is related to past events, you don't need to know. Sun Kai nodded, then remembered something. He was going to ask about Teacher Feng, but got sidetracked by something else. Have you seen Teacher Feng? No. But he went to look for you earlier, you didn't see him? To Sun Kai's surprise, Wu Hao's reaction was intense. He went to find me? Where did he go to find me? Of course, he went to your house. Wu Hao's face changed drastically. Not good, hurry back, something's wrong. Wu Hao ran quickly. Despite being just a few years old, his speed made it hard for Sun Kai to keep up. The two soon arrived at Wu Hao's home. When they opened the door, they saw Wu Hao's father tightly gripping Teacher Feng's neck with both hands. Teacher Feng's face was already turning purple. If this continued, he would choke to death. Chapter 64, Bloodstains. At the sight, Sun Kai instinctively moved to save him. But Wu Hao was quicker. He shouted loudly, Dad, wake up. In an instant, Sun Kai saw Wu Hao's father, who had been displaying a fierce expression, gradually return to clarity. He released his grip, and Teacher Feng fell to the ground, covering his throat and coughing continuously. Son, when did you come back? What happened to Teacher Feng? Once Wu Hao's father regained consciousness, he asked in confusion. We just got back, Teacher Feng is just a bit unwell. Wu Hao went over and, along with Sun Kai, helped Teacher Feng up and took him outside. Wu Hao, what was happening with your dad just now? A trace of worry showed on Wu Hao's face. Teacher son, my dad has been dead for a long time. What? Sun Kai was shocked. Wu Hao's father was actually a dead person. What on earth is going on? Wu Hao briefly explained, for anyone from Wumen village, once they die, they will continue to exist as a dead person. These dead people appear without anyone noticing, as if they were just the same as when they were alive. Only a few can sense the differences in the dead. Wu Hao is one of them. Moreover, if a dead person is left alone with a living person for too long, situations like just now can occur. The dead seek to kill the living. Sun Kai thought quietly, the living want to kill the dead, and the dead also want to kill the living. This village is truly strange. By the way, do you know Wu Damu? Wu Hao looked at him as if he were foolish, then said, didn't we just come from Wu Damu's house? Sun Kai shook his head, I'm not talking about the dead Wu Damu, but the living Wu Damu. But to Sun Kai's surprise, Wu Hao's face changed drastically. Impossible. Wu Damu is dead, how could he still be alive? Sun Kai told Wu Hao about his encounter with Wu Damu, and Wu Hao still couldn't believe it. Living and dead coexisting? How can that be possible? But this is what I saw with my own eyes, and it's not just Wu Damu, I also saw the village chief, but they looked completely different. Wu Hao's face changed between emotions, he seemed to think of something, his expression darkening. Teacher Sun, I fear I have also been affected, I can't even see through this village anymore. Perhaps only the three of you have not been affected by the village, and you can see things more clearly than us. Wu Hao realized that he had unknowingly been influenced by the village, he didn't even know that the living and the dead coexisted. This was a very dangerous thing for him. We need to find Sister Qian right now, if even Sister Qian is affected, that would be trouble. Wu Hao quickly led the two towards Wu Qian's home. Unlike Wu Hao, Wu Qian came from a single-parent family, she only had a mother at home. The three arrived at Wu Qian's doorstep, but strangely, there was no one at home. I remember Xiao Dai went to find Wu Qian, where did she go? Feng Xiao had already realized that the more they encountered, the closer they were to danger. At this moment, Du Xiaodai was nowhere to be found, one could say she was in great danger right now. Sun Kai leaned over by the window, his eyes looking inside, and suddenly his expression changed. There were traces of blood on the floor. Quick, kick the door open. Sun Kai shouted and went straight to kick the door. Feng Xiao had no time to think and joined Sun Kai to kick the door together. Fortunately, the door in the village was not of good quality and was quickly kicked open. As soon as they entered, they smelled a strong stench of blood, the blood on the floor hadn't dried up and was dragged all the way to the kitchen. The two exchanged glances and cautiously walked towards the kitchen. Once inside, they saw Du Xiaodai trembling. Xiaodai? Sun Kai called out, and only then did Du Xiaodai see them and suddenly pounced onto Sun Kai, crying. It's so scary, they are so scary. Sun Kai kept comforting her, and when she calmed down a bit, he asked. What did you see? Du Xiaodai slowly recounted her experience. In the morning, they had split into 3 groups. Du Xiaodai had come to Wu Qian's house to ask her some questions. But Wu Qian was not home, only her mother was here. Du Xiaodai thought nothing of it and decided to wait for Wu Qian to return. But not long after, she witnessed a scene that shattered her. Wu Qian's mother was chopping vegetables in the kitchen. At first, everything seemed fine, but gradually, she felt something was off about the sound. She quietly leaned closer and then saw a sight she would never forget. Wu Qian's mother wasn't chopping vegetables, she was chopping her fingers. The sound of the knife scraping against the bone was like cutting into her own flesh, and it scared Du Xiaodai so much that she almost screamed. Fortunately, she was somewhat clever and covered her mouth, preparing to sneak away. But it seemed Wu Qian's mother realized she had been discovered and rushed out with the knife. Just as Wu Qian's knife was about to fall onto Du Xiaodai, Wu Qian came back at that crucial moment. Mom, stop. Wu Qian's mother's actions froze as if hit by a spell and she became unable to move. Miss Du, my mom's a bit off, please wait inside for a moment, I'll take her out. Du Xiaodai was frightened and hid in the kitchen until they arrived. So, Wu Qian took her mother away? Yeah. Sun Kai glanced at the cutting board that was still there, and he could see some chopped vegetables. But there were no chopped fingers to be found. And what was the situation with the bloodstains on the floor? Bloodstains? What bloodstains? When Du Xiaodai saw the dragged bloodstains outside, she was also very surprised. I'm sure there weren't any bloodstains before, Wu Qian's mother only had her fingers cut off, so there couldn't be this much blood. At this moment, Wu Hao spoke up, no need to doubt, these bloodstains were not left by Sister Qian's mother, but by Sister Qian herself. Why? Because our blood has a certain deterrent effect on ghosts and the dead. Sister Qian did this to protect Teacher Du. But Wu Hao still had one more thing to say, there was certainly a lot of blood on the ground, and Sister Qian did not need to go to such lengths. Suddenly, Wu Hao seemed to realize something. Oh no, Sister Qian might be in trouble, we have to find her quickly. When Wu Hao was startled and prepared to rush out, Sun Kai stopped him. Don't be in a hurry, where is Wu Qian most likely to go at a time like this? Chapter 65 Cooperation. Wu Hao finally calmed down and began to think of where Wu Qian would go. Then, he finally thought of a place. Sister Qian is very likely to have taken her mother to the village's ancestral hall. There is the protection of ancestors from generations past, and both the dead and ghosts dare not approach easily. Moreover, the ancestral hall seems to stabilize the dead. Wu Hao guessed that Wu Qian's mother's condition seemed a bit serious, so they had to go to the ancestral hall to use its power to suppress her mother. On the way, Wu Hao told them something. The dead look no different from the living, but in reality, the state of the dead is quite unstable. If they are not careful, they might do something incomprehensible, like directly devouring parts of their own bodies. But the dead are also very magical, even if they lose hands or feet, after a while, those parts will regenerate on their own. Of course, this has a premise: the dead are not completely dead yet. The four of them quickly headed to the village's ancestral hall, which is located at the far end of the village, a short distance from the village. When they arrived there, they saw Wu Qian standing at the door. And Wu Qian's mother was sitting on the steps, eyes closed, with a smile on her face. Sister Qian, is your mom okay? Seeing Wu Hao come over with Sun Kai and the others, she knew Wu Hao must have told them something. Wu Hao, you shouldn't have involved the three of them. Wu Hao's face was a bit awkward. He scratched his head, just about to explain something when he heard Sun Kai's voice. It's not that he involved us, it's that we were already involved in the village's affairs. Wu Qian, did you think we could continue being teachers peacefully? But the reality is, this is simply impossible. Wu Qian looked at Sun Kai, and from her eyes, Sun Kai surprisingly saw some inexplicable meaning, as if he were facing not a little girl but an adult. After a moment, Wu Qian finally said, I understand, this is your own choice, and I will not stop you. Wu Hao hurried over and told Wu Qian everything Sun Kai had told him earlier. Now Wu Qian's face finally showed a change. Her expression was a bit serious. The living and the dead actually exist at the same time? Could it be that, unknowingly, we have also been influenced by the village? Wu Hao nodded. That's what I think too. The changes in the village have been ongoing for a long time. If it weren't for Teacher Sun telling me, I might not even know about it. After chatting for a while, Wu Qian walked up to Sun Kai. Teacher Sun, since you have decided to participate in the village's matters, let's set some ground rules. What kind of ground rules? Very simple. During the day we will behave like good students, and the teachers should not take any actions, just do their jobs as teachers. Sun Kai raised an eyebrow. It felt like they were playing the role of teachers while Wu Qian and others were playing the role of students. What else? Also, we will keep an eye on the dead in the village, but as for the ghosts, there's nothing we can do. Ghosts are elusive, we can only intimidate them when they appear, but we cannot eliminate ghosts. Sun Kai nodded in understanding. As long as they could scare the ghosts away, that would be enough. And there's one more thing? Wu Qian smiled slightly. These 2 points are enough, as long as you all don't act recklessly. After they had agreed, Sun Kai and the other three attended class on time every day, and these students had no problems either. Feng Xiao started teaching again, but he used a different method, using Du Xiaodia's foreign language to say all the numbers that contained the digit 4. With this approach, the problem no longer existed. Since that agreement, nothing unusual happened in the village, as if everything was safe. At every meal, there were no more occurrences of human meat, as if that incident was just an accident. Before they knew it, 9 days had already passed. Sun Kai sat on the bench, contemplating a question. He remembered clearly that the sea level clearance required them to survive for 10 days. In other words, if they were still alive tomorrow, they would achieve sea level clearance. This was also a good thing for them. But this also proved one thing: there might be danger tonight. Sun Kai called the other two over and told them about this. Feng Xiao looked surprised. Brother Sun, is this true? As long as we hold on for 10 days, we can complete sea level clearance and go back alive? Du Xiaodai also looked very happy. It seemed to her that as long as she could go back alive, that would be a success. That's right, this is a clearance method I found out by accident, so I suspect there might be danger tonight. As soon as Sun Kai spoke, people from other countries noticed immediately and quickly used their reminders to notify their own country's luckbringers. Not everyone had built good relationships like them, with Wu Hao, Wu Qian, and the others. Now, less than half of the luckbringers were still alive. Most had died at the hands of the ghosts, and when facing ghosts, humans truly felt powerless. Likewise, when facing the dead, it was the same. Even if they stabbed a knife into a dead person, they would feel nothing. After all, they were already dead. At this moment, Miller was in his own room. The two luckbringers who came in with him had already died. One died by a ghost's hand, and the other died by a dead person's hand. He had no new discoveries about the rules, nor did he have any new discoveries about the ghosts or the dead. He had spent 9 days like this, seeming to become a person who didn't fit into the village. Fortunately, the support team from Eagle Country even gave him a reminder, telling him that he just had to hold on for 10 days to come back alive. At the same time, the reminder specifically mentioned that this information was spoken by Sun Kai himself. Hearing that it was Sun Kai who said it, Miller's expression soured, but he had no way out. In the last world, Sun Kai had crushed him again. He barely returned home by achieving sea-level clearance, while Sun Kai actually accomplished an unprecedented SS-level clearance. It was simply incredible. He knew that he could not compare himself to Sun Kai and no longer had the desire to compare. The only thing he wanted now was simply to survive. As for everything else, he didn't care. As long as I survive for 10 days, I can go back? Then that means there should be danger tonight. This is indeed troublesome. Miller gritted his teeth, watching the sky outside gradually darken. Then, there came a knock on the door. Miller's eyelids twitched. Someone knocked on the door late at night, which was obviously not normal. But he had to respond, so he could only shout, "Who is it?" Chapter 66, Miller's Death. Outside the door, no one responded. But the knocking continued. A chill ran down Miller's spine. What should he do now? Having experienced two worlds, Miller had some experience and knew how to handle this situation. If he dealt with it passively, that would be asking for death. Only by finding a way to counter it would he have any chance. The best way is still to be careful. But once a step goes wrong, everything may be lost. He only has one chance. Miller took a deep breath and shouted outside, "Is that you, village chief? During the day, I mentioned wanting to buy some school supplies for the children. I didn't expect you to come at night. That's just great." When Miller opened the door, there was nothing outside. He purposely made a strange face. "Huh, it's not the village chief? I must have heard wrong." He quickly closed the door, but just as he did, the knocking on the door happened again. This time, Miller did not respond, pretending he hadn't heard anything. He placed the oil lamp in his room, and planned to keep it lit all night. As long as there was light, he felt safe. But as Miller gradually fell asleep, he didn't notice that despite the room being empty, a shadow appeared on the wall. "Miller, be careful." "Oh no, Miller is in trouble." "No, Miller is our last hope for the Eagle Country." A group of people watching Miller's livestream sent countless messages. Though Miller was asleep, others could still see what was happening, but as the shadow grew larger, the screen suddenly went dark. Everyone knew Miller was dead. And after Miller's death, the unsettling stories of the village teachers descended upon the Eagle Country. That night, terrifying screams echoed from various places in the Eagle Country. Sun Kai was unaware that his old friend Miller had died. He called Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai together, preparing to face the dangers that would come that night. The three of them entered the room, lit the oil lamp, and stood in the three corners of the room to avoid being attacked from behind. At the same time, this way they could observe each other's conditions. As for the only remaining corner, that was the position of the bed. Time passed by second, and outside was eerily silent. This silent atmosphere brought great pressure on the three of them. Feng Xiao was sweating profusely. But he dared not move, as if any movement would attract something. Sun Kai was also feeling the pressure. He did not know where this danger came from. He guessed that the most likely culprit was a ghost. After all, every time he encountered a ghost, it was always at night. But previous ghosts had never entered the room. He could not guarantee that this time would be the same. An hour passed, and there were no changes, no sounds at all. 2 hours passed. Sun Kai could still hold on, but the other two were clearly getting fatigued. After all, this tension made it necessary to be fully alert, which was very draining. When a person stays in a state of high tension for too long, it is easy to break down. Sun Kai knew that this approach couldn't continue, so he spoke up. "There's no need to be so tense. Maybe I guessed wrong earlier, and nothing will happen tonight." Feng Xiao forced a smile. "I hope that's true." Du Xiaodai couldn't help but say, "It's a pity there are no phones here, otherwise we could contact Wu Qian and Wu Hao. If they were willing to come and help, there wouldn't be any problem." Sun Kai slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten about that. If he had brought them over early, there probably wouldn't be any danger tonight. Unfortunately, when he thought of this, it was already too late. Going out when it was dark was seeking death. As they spoke, a shadow appeared on the wall. Sharp-eyed Du Xiaodai was the first to notice and immediately pointed at the wall. "You guys, look over there." Sun Kai and Feng Xiao turned their gazes towards the wall, and they saw a shadow emerging on it. In front of the shadow, there was nothing. For a moment, the three of them held their breaths, as if afraid to scare this shadow away. Feng Xiao gave Sun Kai a look, as if saying, "Brother Sun, what should we do?" Sun Kai was also somewhat helpless. The hint did not appear, and facing this ghost, he didn't know what to do. But just sitting and waiting seemed not to be a solution. Then he remembered the scene from before with Feng Xiao, and thought of a yet untested possibility. "Feng Xiao, hurry and urinate, your virgin urine might restrain it." Sun Kai shouted to Feng Xiao, taking a risk. Feng Xiao's old face turned red. He wanted to say he was not a virgin. After all, at his age to still be a virgin was embarrassing. But if the virgin urine truly worked, then embarrassment be damned. "Brother Sun, what about you?" Sun Kai said lightly, "I haven't been a virgin for a long time." A hint of envy appeared on Feng Xiao's face. Just as he was about to take off his pants, he suddenly remembered there was a woman in the room. "Xiaodai, quickly turn around." Du Xiaodai felt shy to watch a man urinate, so she could only turn around with a red face. Taking the chance, Feng Xiao hurriedly took off his pants, aimed at the shadow on the wall, and directly urinated on it. Sizzle! The moment the virgin urine made contact with the shadow, a plume of blue smoke arose, and the shadow quickly shrank back as if it had been burned, soon disappearing completely. Holy shit, it really worked? Feng Xiao was overjoyed. For the first time, he was grateful for his virgin status, otherwise, he would have been doomed this time. Don't get careless, it might come back, save some. Feng Xiao quickly stopped, pulled up his pants. Du Xiaodai, hearing the silence, turned back around. It ran away? Of course, with me here, there's no problem. Feng Xiao began to feel proud, as this crisis had been resolved thanks to him. Indeed, after a while, the shadow appeared again. This time, without needing Sun Kai to say anything, Feng Xiao directly urinated again. This time he conserved it, not letting too much out, but it was enough. The shadow was repelled again, and for a long time, it did not appear. Before dawn, the shadow appeared for the third and final time. This time the shadow seemed determined to withstand the virgin urine, but the result was that the power of the virgin urine was too great, and the shadow ultimately fled. Feng Xiao felt completely exhausted. For the first time, he realized that too much urine was not a good thing. It was tiring, and even more exhausting for his bladder. Are we safe now? Is today the 10th day? Feng Xiao suddenly became excited. This meant they could return to the real world alive. But they didn't notice that Sun Kai's face did not look good, because in his mind, no information was appearing. Chapter 67, There's a Problem with Time. Feng Xiao was initially very happy until he saw the bad expression on Sun Kai's face and suddenly realized something. Brother Sun, what's wrong? Du Xiaodai also stopped cheering, looking at Sun Kai. Sun Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. If we really passed, there should be a message in our minds, but I waited a while and found nothing. The two's expressions changed as they carefully felt it, and it really was like that. But isn't the sea level pass supposed to last 10 days? Do we have to wait until today is over? There might be this possibility. Let's wait until tonight to see. The three of them forced themselves through their sleepiness and continued to teach the students. Wu Qian noticed that the three teachers looked a bit off, so when class was over, she walked into the office. Teachers, it seems like you haven't rested all night? Sun Kai yawned and said to her, last night we encountered a ghost. Wu Qian was surprised. She knew very well that if others encountered a ghost, it would probably be a death sentence. But the three teachers in front of her, aside from being a bit sleepy, seemed to be fine. How did you manage to avoid it? The others in the village who met ghosts only faced death. Sun Kai glanced at Feng Xiao. Seeing the pleading look in his eyes, he cleared his throat. Last night was just an accident. Maybe the ghost had other things to do. Wu Qian frowned slightly. She keenly sensed that Sun Kai seemed to be hiding something, but she herself had no right to criticize him. If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. After Wu Qian left, Feng Xiao expressed his gratitude, saying, Brother Sun, thank you for saving me some face. Sun Kai shrugged, pointing upwards. It wouldn't have made any difference if I said it or not. Do you forget that the whole country can see our live broadcast? In an instant, the smile on Feng Xiao's face froze. In fact, when he urinated last night, the screen was blurred, but he didn't know that. He thought he was exposed to the eyes of the entire country, which was simply a social death of the highest order. He could almost see himself returning to Xia country, encountering a child pointing at him, shouting, look, that is our Xia country's urination hero. He drove away the ghost with a puddle of urine. Just thinking about this scene made Feng Xiao feel an impulse to die. Well, it's not so bad. It's better than being killed by a ghost. Feng Xiao nodded with a mournful face. He knew this well, but it was just a little hard to accept. Although they had driven away the ghost last night, no one could guarantee that a ghost wouldn't appear tonight. If this happened every night, they would soon die directly from sleep deprivation. To ensure their sleep, the three of them hurriedly rested in the office when they weren't in class. This way, they finally managed to supplement a little sleep time. When night fell, the three of them felt extremely tense. Once this night passed, it would verify whether they could really clear with a C-grade rating. If they cleared, they could go back alive. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai didn't have any grand ideals, they just wanted to survive. As for whether they could bring good fortune to the country, they had no such thought. It's not like they willingly became fortune bearers, it was completely like pushing a duck onto a perch. To deal with the ghost, Sun Kai shamelessly got a bit of blood from Wu Qian and Wu Hao. As long as the ghost appeared, they would throw the blood, and it would surely be effective. You could say that this time they were fully prepared. However, to their surprise, the ghost did not appear that night. Only when the outside light appeared did it signal they had passed the 10th day. But the faces of the three were not looking good, as no information had appeared in their minds. This meant they had no way to go back alive. Brother Sun, we really have gone through 10 days, right? Feng Xiao sat on the stool, his face full of strangeness. In fact, he was starting to doubt whether Sun Kai was deceiving them. After all, they had no idea how to clear the game, yet Sun Kai somehow knew, which was clearly abnormal. Sun Kai didn't tell them that he had known the way to clear the game in advance because many foreigners were watching his live stream. Once he said it, those people would immediately notify others. His heart wasn't that selfless, he just hoped Xia country would be safe. The lives of other countries didn't concern him much. Most importantly, clearing with a C grade was already enough. Even if he told them how to clear with a B grade or higher, it would be of little use except to get more fortune bearers killed. You see, even for Sun Kai himself, being able to achieve an S-grade clearance means he could see hidden tips that were critical. Without this, he might have died long ago. Brother Sun, what should we do now? Du Xiaodai was very worried. 10 days had passed, and they were still stuck here. She didn't know what to do anymore. Sun Kai remained calm and proposed some possibilities. The information I received will have no issues. Surviving for 10 days is indeed a sea level clearance, but what if? We haven't really experienced 10 days of time, have we? The two people's expressions changed, and they exchanged a glance. They remembered clearly 10 sunrises and sunsets. There should be no mistake about it. If one person remembered wrong, it could happen, but could all three of them be mistaken? Brother Sun, we shouldn't have miscounted the time, it has clearly been 10 days. Both of them seemed a bit incredulous. But Sun Kai asked a very critical question, did you notice? This village has no clocks. As soon as these words were out, the expressions of both changed drastically. In fact, they had noticed this matter before. After all, students need time for classes to start and end. But they searched the entire village and could not find a single clock. Every time classes started or ended, they looked at the sun outside. Even among the three of them, there were no phones or watches. In the village, they could only estimate time by observing the sun. Brother Sun, does this mean our sense of time has had problems from the very beginning? Feng Xiao simply couldn't imagine that they had already been affected when they entered the village. Although he already knew that there were dead people and ghosts in the village, it was unexpected that even time was affected. That's also my guess, but to confirm, we should ask Wu Hao, and we'll find out. The three hurriedly went out and headed to Wu Hao's house. Compared to Wu Qian, Wu Hao seemed to be easier to talk to. When Wu Hao opened the door, he saw three people standing outside. What are you doing? Wu Hao, I want to know something. Has there been a problem with the time in this village? Chapter 68, The Oval-Shaped Sun. Wu Hao looked at them with some surprise and said lightly, I didn't expect you to discover this, it's truly impressive. Wu Hao's words were equivalent to confirming Sun Kai's correctness. Indeed, there was a problem with the time in the village. Feng Xiao asked anxiously, what kind of problem has time encountered? How long has it been since we entered the village? Wu Hao thought for a moment and said, according to the time here, it has indeed been 10 days, but according to the time outside the village, you have only spent 1 day. Hiss. A 10-to-1 ratio, the span of this time is too large. In other words, if they wanted to truly spend 10 days here, they would need to stay for 100 days. Is this really a sea-level clearance and not an S-level clearance? Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were both stunned. They had spent the past 10 days anxiously, and if they had to stay for another 90 days, they would go crazy. Only Sun Kai keenly sensed the anomaly. If the difficulty was this high, how could it just be a sea-level clearance? There must be something wrong in between. Sure enough, before Sun Kai could ask, Wu Hao continued speaking. Of course, this is the most common situation, sometimes the ratio changes. Basically, you only need to observe whether the sun has changed shape. Following the direction Wu Hao pointed, they saw that the sun in the sky indeed seemed to have some changes. That is, oval-shaped? Sun Kai was stunned. He actually saw an oval-shaped sun. That's right, it is oval-shaped. The sun is an indicator of time change in the village. Every time the sun changes, it means the time in the village will change again. So how is the time changing now? Well, right now it should be reversed. 1 day in the village is equivalent to several days outside. Hearing this, Feng Xiao and the others felt as if they were on a roller coaster, suddenly soaring from the lowest point to the highest peak. If 1 day in the village is equal to several days outside, it means they can go back in no more than 2 days. But correspondingly, during this time in the village, it is quite dangerous. For the sake of the three teachers, it is best not to have classes these days. Seeing Wu Hao's serious expression, Sun Kai knew he was telling the truth. I understand, you all need to be careful too. Wu Hao smiled and said, we have lived in the village for a long time, there's no need to worry. Feng Xiao and the others had not noticed, but Sun Kai caught one word Wu Hao mentioned. A long time. How long is this long time? Connecting this to the unusual flow of time in the village, could it be that Wu Hao is not as old as he seems? Sun Kai did not ask rashly but led the two others away from there and back to their place of stay. Brother Sun, I think we should hold on for a few more days, this way we can complete the sea-level clearance. Du Xiaodai rarely agreed with Feng Xiao this time. As long as they could last a few more days, everything would be fine. Did you forget what Wu Hao just said? He said the danger in these days will be great, and the world of scary tales won't allow us to clear it safely. Sun Kai's words were like a bucket of cold water, directly silencing the two. Just when they finally saw hope, now they were frightened again by Wu Hao's words. It is really hard to survive. I think we need to be more proactive. Always facing whatever happens passively means we can't predict what will occur. Only by being proactive and seeking more rules is what we should do. Reminded by Sun Kai, the two then remembered that currently, each of them had only found 2 rules. And since Du Xiaodia's rules were concealed by Sun Kai and the others, she still thought she hadn't found any rules. These days, Sun Kai had been quietly observing Du Xiaodai and had not found anything unusual. Either she is a born actor like Lu Yun, or the rules are intentionally misleading them, creating instabilities within them. The three left their place of stay, preparing to go out in search of new information. But as they walked, Sun Kai suddenly stopped. "Brother Sun, what's wrong?" Feng Xiao looked at him curiously. "After walking for a while, have you noticed anyone else around?" The two were startled and looked around. Indeed, there was not a single figure in sight, as if the entire village had suddenly become empty. To know, when they usually moved around the village, they could see a few people. This time, however, there wasn't anyone at all. Could it be ghosts? Du Xiaodia's voice was trembling. She did not want to encounter ghosts again. Feng Xiao stepped forward and patted his chest, saying, "Don't be afraid, I've already prepared some kids' urine." He even pulled out a bottle of water and drank it down in huge gulps. This way, he could continuously produce kids' urine to ensure their safety. Suddenly, Sun Kai's expression shifted. He heard some strange sounds. "Don't speak, follow me." The two followed behind Sun Kai, hiding beside a building and cautiously peeking out half their heads. What they saw made all three change their expressions. In front, an open space was filled with a group of people surrounding another group. The ones inside were, surprisingly, the children led by Wu Qian, while the ones outside were the adults of the village. Several children bit their fingers, pressing their blood-stained fingers towards the adults outside, making them dare not advance a step. Yet even so, those adults still looked at them with longing eyes, unwilling to leave. "Are those dead people?" Feng Xiao shrank back his head, shivering. He had always known there were dead people in the village, but so many dead people appearing was too frightening. So many dead people, weren't they all stable before? How could they suddenly become like this? Du Xiaodai was also scared by the scene before her. Only Sun Kai noticed a strange phenomenon. That is why these dead people suddenly rioted at this time? They had been very stable before, showing no difference from ordinary people. In Wu Qian's words, only when they stayed with the living for a long time would changes occur. And their blood could suppress these dead people. Wait, there's another question. There should still be some living people in the village. Where did they go? Sun Kai found that he was increasingly unable to understand this strange village before him. The people were strange, the village was strange, even the sun was strange. This village was incredibly strange. Now what they needed to do was, should they quickly escape or go up to save people? If it was to save people, how could the three of them manage to rescue those children from so many dead hands? It was possible that if they charged in, it would instead require those children to save them, which would be quite embarrassing. Chapter 69 Key Cards. If you have any thoughts, just say them directly. Sun Kai looked at the two. Feng Xiao thought for a moment and said, "I think it's better if we don't go over. They can suppress the dead, but we can't." "I think the same, but Wu Qian and the others have helped us a lot. If we do nothing, I feel a bit guilty." Du Xiaodai had a thinner skin and was very hesitant. Both of their gazes were on Sun Kai. Whatever Sun Kai decided, they would follow. In fact, Sun Kai was also very hesitant. The decision at this moment could affect their future. Once a decision was made, there would be no way to regret it. Thinking of this, Sun Kai gritted his teeth, just about to speak when he saw a line of words suddenly appear on Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodia's heads. "Do not make any casual promises, these two are not human." In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Sun Kai's forehead. What's going on? Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai are not human? No way. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai are human, but these two in front of him are not human. When were they switched? Is it the same as last time? Sun Kai recalled the last situation, but that time he quickly discovered the abnormalities in the two. However, the Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai in front of him looked like normal people. If ghosts were this powerful, he would have been done for long ago. What on earth is going on? Seeing Sun Kai not speaking, Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai hurriedly reminded him, "Brother Sun, say something?" If it weren't for the prompt appearing, he would definitely respond normally to the two. But at this moment, he dared not say a word. The hint had told him not to make casual promises, which meant that if he really did, someone might die. Sun Kai hurriedly thought about how to break the deadlock in front of him. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were likely transformed by ghosts at this time, and he couldn't care less about where the two had been taken. Saving his own life was the most important thing. But in this situation, who could save him? Sun Kai's first thought was of Wu Qian and the others who were surrounded by the dead. Their blood had a suppressive effect on both ghosts and dead people. If he could rush in, he might have temporary safety. But with so many dead people outside, how could he rush in? The key was that there were also two ghosts beside him. Seeing the expressions of the two getting more and more wrong, Sun Kai knew he didn't have much time left to think. What I want to say is, go to your grandpa. Sun Kai kicked the two and then turned to run. The two instantly realized they had been exposed and turned into black shadows, pouncing towards Sun Kai. This scene was something no one in Summer Country had expected. Before this, they hadn't noticed that the two had actually been replaced by ghosts. No wonder he is the hero Sun Kai, he actually discovered that they had become ghosts. This level of observation, I simply cannot compare. I knew it, those two can only hold us back. Sun Kai is the only hope for our Xia country. Sun Kai, go for it, you must survive. All the people of Xia country are cheering for Sun Kai, even Xia Changqing is the same. Sun Kai, you must survive, Xia country cannot be without you. Sun Kai is running fast, he never thought that in a critical moment, he could run this fast. He feels that at this speed, he might even win a world championship at the Olympics. Whoosh! Sun Kai is about 100 meters away from Wu Qian and the others, he is running, and the ghosts behind him are drifting closer. His blatant actions immediately attracted the dead. Some of the dead are running towards him, mouths open, looking like they want to eat him. Wu Hao sees Sun Kai running over and his face changes dramatically. Sister Qian, that's teacher Sun. Wu Qian naturally sees it too, her face shows no emotion. He can't come in. We can save him. Wu Hao has a good impression of Sun Kai, or rather, he has a good impression of all three teachers. After all, he knows everyone in the village too well, and the three teachers treat each of their students very well. Even teacher Feng, who bit him at first, never blamed him. Wu Qian shakes her head, our blood is limited, ensuring the current situation is already the limit, who can go save him? Wu Hao is silent, he knows this too well. There are only a few kids, but the number of dead outside exceeds 50. Once the number decreases, the dead will further compress their space. The power of blood suppression is not so invincible. Yet even so, Wu Hao still wants to help Sun Kai. Suddenly, he thinks of something and shouts, Teacher Sun, hurry and use the blood I gave you last time. Sun Kai, who was running, brightens up, how did he forget this? Last time, just in case, they got some blood from Wu Hao and haven't used it until now. Sun Kai still has a bit of Wu Hao's blood on him, and he never expected it to be useful at this moment. Without saying a word, Sun Kai takes out a small glass vial from himself and sprinkles it straight ahead. But it seems he forgot one thing, blood exposed to the air for a long time will clot. And the blood in the vial has already dried up. Damn it! Sun Kai curses loudly, is he really going to die here? In front of him are the dead, and behind him are the ghosts, with nowhere to escape. In this instant, Sun Kai suddenly remembers that he seems to have a trump card he hasn't used yet. Hero card. In an instant, a dazzling light bursts from his body, and an amazing power erupts from him. Using the momentum of his run, Sun Kai leaps directly over several dead people and lands in the center of the circle. This scene leaves all the kids in awe. Although their blood has miraculous powers, their bodies are still those of ordinary people. Making such a long jump is something they have never seen before. Sun Kai breathes a sigh of relief, thankfully, the hero card can be used, otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do. But after using it, he also realizes something. The hero card in the world of Ghost Tales is not of unlimited use, at most, it can be used 3 times. Of course, in the real world, it can be used without limits. Taking advantage of the hero card's effect, Sun Kai looks at Wu Qian. I will lead you all out. Wu Qian naturally saw Sun Kai's earlier performance, it completely surpassed the concept of a human. Teacher Sun, go to the ancestral hall. Only there is a safe place. Chapter 70, that's not Brother Sun. Sun Kai still remembers the direction of the ancestral hall. At a glance, he could see that these children's blood had probably been flowing for a while, each of them looked a bit pale. If this continues, it won't be long before someone faints. I'll take the lead, you all follow me. Sun Kai decisively opened his arms and pushed the dead bodies in front of him aside. Under the influence of the hero card, his strength had become like that of a little superhero, with a strong push, he actually sent the dead bodies several meters away. Now's the time, run with me. Sun Kai shouted loudly, forging ahead, while the children didn't forget to point their fingers, using blood against the dead, preventing them from getting closer. The children cooperated very well, as if they had experienced this many times, they didn't need anyone to instruct them. Wu Qian even came to Sun Kai's side, pulling out a small knife and cutting a gash on her palm. What are you doing? Before Sun Kai could finish his sentence, he noticed 2 dark shadows appearing before him. They were ghosts. For a moment, he forgot that outside there were not just the dead, but also ghosts. His strong power could keep the dead at bay, but he was powerless against ghosts. The ghosts looked very hideous and terrifying, but they did not dare to approach Wu Qian's blood. They could only make strange sounds, seeming to be quite anxious. Hurry, I can't hold out for long, these 2 ghosts are formidable. Wu Qian's voice was a bit hurried. Sun Kai nodded and continued pushing the dead away. It wasn't until they broke out of the encirclement that Sun Kai moved to the back. He needed to protect these children from behind. After all, the children's strength couldn't compare to adults, especially not to those dead bodies. If he didn't cover the rear, the children behind would quickly be targeted by the dead. Similarly, Wu Qian still stood by Sun Kai's side, needing to use her blood to suppress the two ghosts. What should have been a short distance suddenly felt very long in Sun Kai's eyes. Fortunately, before the effect of the hero card faded, they all reached the ancestral hall. The dead gathered around the ancestral hall, afraid to advance, only able to emit unpleasant howls. Likewise, the two ghosts were also shifting shapes, yet didn't dare to move forward. Fortunately, there is a place like the ancestral hall in the village, otherwise, we'd really be in danger. Sun Kai wiped away a cold sweat and sat down heavily on the ground. He had just exhausted a lot of energy. If it weren't for the hero card, he probably wouldn't have lasted this long. Teacher Sun, thank you so much, we all owe you a favor. Wu Qian said to him with a serious face. Wu Hao stood by with a cheerful smile. Sister Qian, didn't I say Teacher Sun is a good person? Wu Qian rolled her eyes at him, saying nothing. But Wu Hao seemed to notice something and asked, Teacher Sun, what about the other two teachers? Sun Kai shook his head, I don't know either. The three of us originally set out together, but as we walked, the two of them were replaced by ghosts. If I hadn't accidentally noticed something was off with them, they might have been killed by ghosts. Sun Kai managed to survive, partly due to the hints he received, and partly thanks to the hero card. But Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai didn't have his means. Once they encountered a ghost, their fate was obvious. Teacher Sun, you're really amazing. I've never seen anyone survive when facing two ghosts. Wu Hao looked at him with admiration. You might not know, but even ghosts have different levels. Those two ghosts just now are definitely considered quite powerful, unlike the newly born ones. That level of ghost, among so many people, only Sister Qian and my blood can completely suppress it, others' blood falls a little short. Sun Kai was very surprised. It was the first time he knew that there were so many intricacies involved. Wu Hao, can you help me find the other two teachers? There was a hint of hope on Sun Kai's face, but Wu Hao shook his head with regret. Teacher Sun, I've already shed quite a bit of blood. If I go out now, I might not come back, and I don't know the exact locations of the two teachers. Sun Kai nodded in disappointment. He naturally wouldn't let Wu Hao trade his life for Feng Xiao and the other person's life. It was just that if Feng Xiao and the other person wanted to survive, they could only rely on luck. The time returned to half an hour earlier. Sun Kai and the two others walked out of the room, ready to check the situation around them. But they searched the entire village and did not see a single person. Brother Sun, why are all the villagers gone? I feel something isn't right. Feng Xiao said to Sun Kai. Sun Kai nodded as well, I think the same way. This village has a huge problem, so I have an idea. What idea? Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai looked at him with eager faces. Sun Kai held a high reputation among the three, they would generally agree with what he said. Since the village isn't safe, we should go outside the village. Perhaps that is the safest place. As soon as Feng Xiao heard this, he felt it made a lot of sense. If the village isn't safe, then going outside might actually be the safest place. Alright, then let's set out now. After making the decision, the three headed towards outside the village. But Du Xiaodai quietly moved closer to Feng Xiao, tugging at his clothes. Before he could speak, she winked at him. Fortunately, Feng Xiao wasn't foolish, he had long developed his instincts in the village. Seeing Du Xiaodia's strange behavior, he felt that something might be wrong. Du Xiaodai pulled Feng Xiao away, keeping a distance from Sun Kai, and then spoke in a very low voice. That isn't Brother Sunday. Feng Xiao's eyes widened, almost about to yell, but Du Xiaodai covered his mouth. Once Feng Xiao calmed down a bit, he said in disbelief, how is that possible? We came out together with Brother Sun. I can't believe it either, but who is Brother Sun? Haven't you noticed this over the past few days? Brother Sun has always been a very cautious person. Especially to protect us both, he has never taken dangerous actions. But this time, Brother Sun actually took the initiative to say he wants to go outside the village. Do you really think the outside is safer than the village? Du Xiaodia's words left Feng Xiao speechless. He had never considered these things, but what Du Xiaodai said made a lot of sense. Once a person starts to doubt someone, everything that person does will raise a question mark in their heart. Feng Xiao thought carefully and realized that Brother Sun did seem a bit unusual just now. Chapter 71, Women are born actors. Now in the village, there was not a single soul. In this situation, shouldn't they return to their place? That would be the safest, right? But Brother Sun simply said he wanted to go outside the village. Everything felt off. So what should we do now? Feng Xiao asked quietly. At that moment, the only person he could trust was Du Xiaodai. Right now, we absolutely cannot leave the village, even a step. This fake Brother Sun is definitely trying to lure us out. I suspect he can't harm us in the village. No matter what, this was Du Xiaodia's guess, Feng Xiao wasn't sure. But he had no choice and could only take a chance. The two continued to follow Sun Kai. They have finally arrived at the village entrance. Sun Kai has already walked out, but Feng Xiao and the others have stopped in their tracks. What's wrong? Come out quickly. Sun Kai looked at the two with curiosity and waved at them. But the two remained motionless, and Du Xiaodai directly said, Brother Sun, I just remembered that we can't leave the village. Have you forgotten? Feng Xiao almost gave Du Xiaodai a thumbs up. This reason was truly unbeatable. If it were the real Brother Sun, he would definitely know they were talking nonsense. But if the one before them was fake, hearing them say this would certainly make him doubt whether they really had such a restriction. In this case, no matter how he answered, they would have a reason to refute. It can be said that, once this was said, they were already in an unbeatable position. The premise is that the other party wouldn't flip the table. At this moment, Feng Xiao remembered something he had not thought of before. Why didn't the ghost directly attack them but instead kept playing some sort of game? At first, when he went to the toilet at night, the ghost did the same. It deliberately scared him and seemed to give him the illusion that he had already gone outside to use the toilet, resulting in him wetting his pants. Fortunately, it was wetting his pants that made Brother Sun realize that boys' urine has a suppressive effect on ghosts. This was his only trump card against ghosts. Sun Kai showed a puzzled expression. What nonsense are you talking about? When have we been unable to leave the village? Really? Brother Sun, have you truly forgotten? This is our rule. To be honest, if Feng Xiao didn't know the truth, he would have almost been fooled by Du Xiaodie's acting. Women truly are natural actors. Du Xiaodie's performance seemed to confuse even Sun Kai. Oh, I forgot, I'm so sorry. Sun Kai quickly corrected himself, showing an embarrassed expression. But he didn't know that this one sentence completely confirmed for the two that the Sun Kai before them was fake. They had no such rule at all, everything was just Du Xiaodie's nonsense. Feng Xiao felt a wave of regret. If Du Xiaodai hadn't discovered it quickly, by the time they left the village, they might have been doomed. The ghost in front of him was completely different from the one he had encountered before. Not only could it take the form of Brother Sun, but its performance was also quite similar to Brother Sun, except that it lacked Brother Sun's memories. Being tricked by Du Xiaodai, he was actually fooled. Sun Kai was about to walk back, but Du Xiaodai stopped him. Brother Sun, have you forgotten again? If you leave the village, you cannot return within a day, or else you will violate the rules. You should know very well what happens if you violate the rules. Feng Xiao was completely stunned. Du Xiaodai was really dangerously testing the boundaries. If the fake Brother Sun really tried to attack them without hesitation, he estimated there would be no other way out except to lower his pants. But what he didn't expect was that Sun Kai thought for a moment and said, My memory has indeed been poor lately, thanks to Xiaodai. Then I'll stay outside the village for now. You all should not come out casually, hurry and find a place to hide. If they weren't sure that the Sun Kai before them was fake, they might have been genuinely touched. Even at this moment, Brother Sun was still taking care of them. The two waved goodbye to Sun Kai, and once they could no longer see his figure, they exchanged glances and immediately ran back to their residence. Upon returning to their place, they closed the door and locked it. The movements were done in one breath. Now we are finally safe. Feng Xiao sat heavy on the chair. He realized that it was only when he returned to this house that he felt truly safe. Is it really like this? Du Xiaodie's strange voice came into Feng Xiao's ears, her hand resting on Feng Xiao's shoulder. Feng Xiao suddenly felt something was wrong and turned to look back. Ah! A ghost! Feng Xiao screamed in fright, instinctively dropping his pants and pointing his dragon head straight ahead. He urinated. The urine sprayed wildly, dousing the ghost and making it scream in pain, its form constantly shifting. Die, die! Feng Xiao kept shouting, urine continuously splattering on the ghost, gradually weakening its voice until it finally vanished. When did the ghost appear? Where's Xiaodai? Feng Xiao quickly stopped urinating, put on his pants, and looked around. There was no sign of Du Xiaodai anywhere, which made him realize something. He was now all alone. This is bad, Xiaodai doesn't have my childhood urine. How will she deal with the ghost? Feng Xiao was very worried, but in this situation, he had no way out. He didn't have the courage to go out looking for her. But it wasn't safe here, a ghost had just appeared, and if he hadn't been keeping his childhood urine ready, he would have been done for. Think well, if I were Brother Sun, where would I go now? After thinking for a while, Feng Xiao's face lit up, the ancestral hall. How could I forget this place? He remembered when Wu Qian had taken her mother to the ancestral hall, it had a strong suppressive effect on the dead. Even for a ghost, it should be similar. That being said, the ancestral hall was the safest place in the village. Thinking of this, Feng Xiao could no longer sit still, he hurriedly left and ran towards the ancestral hall. He kept one hand on his belt, ready to release his childhood urine if a ghost appeared. Finally, he arrived at the ancestral hall. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt a flash before his eyes, and a group of people appeared in front of him. Damn, so many ghosts? Feng Xiao's face changed drastically. His childhood urine could only handle one ghost, but there were so many ghosts in front of him, he simply couldn't. Just as he thought about how he would die, a ghost that looked exactly like Brother Sun came over and slapped him on the head. What ghost are you talking about? I'm the real one. Why did you come alone? Where's Xiao Dai? Feng Xiao realized too late that the figure before him was actually the real Sun Ge, not a ghost. Chapter 72, Skeletons. Feng Xiao told Sun Kai everything he had gone through. Only then did Sun Kai understand how Feng Xiao had survived to get here. So, it seems the ancestral hall should be the most special place in the village. The things I encountered, you didn't encounter. This means we might not be in the same space. Of course, all of this was just Sun Kai's speculation, and they had no idea where Du Xiaodai was. Only if Du Xiaodai came to the ancestral hall could they possibly see her presence. Brother Sun, I want to save Xiaodai, but I can't find her right now. What should I do? Feng Xiao was certain that the one who saved him at the village entrance was Du Xiaodai. This meant that when he returned to his place, Du Xiaodai had been replaced by a ghost. Sun Kai didn't say anything and looked at Wu Qian. Compared to him, Wu Qian, who had lived in the village all along, would surely know more about ghosts. Sure enough, Wu Qian spoke up, ghosts aren't as invincible as you think. If they truly were invincible, they wouldn't fear our blood. When ghosts want to harm people, they usually have a plan. They disguise themselves as someone close to you, deliberately getting close to you, and then they eat you when you let your guard down. Most uniquely, when a ghost prepares to harm, a very special space will emerge where no one else can enter, but we can. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao immediately shouted anxiously, can you help me? I want to save Xiao Dai. If the conditions were perfect, I could help you, but as you can see, we're all in bad shape now. I have to take responsibility for these children. Wu Qian took care of the other younger children like a big sister. Her words made perfect sense, leaving Feng Xiao speechless. Feng Xiao plopped down on the ground, looking very dejected. Sun Kai was about to say something when a cheerful voice interrupted, Brother Sun, Feng Xiao, I didn't expect to see you here. Feng Xiao was surprised and quickly turned his head to see Du Xiaodai running over with a beaming smile. Xiaodai, are you alright? Feng Xiao looked at her in disbelief, knowing that Du Xiaodai had nothing to defend against ghosts. How did she arrive safely at the ancestral hall? Of course I'm fine. Do you want me to be in trouble? Du Xiaodai rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Feng Xiao stammered, that's not what I meant. I just didn't expect you to come over safely. How did you make it here? I just came over like that. After learning about the fake Brother Sun's identity, didn't we decide to go back inside the house? But when I got back, I realized you weren't there. I was a bit scared being alone, then thought of the ancestral hall and ran over. Feng Xiao looked incredulous, so simple? Yeah, what did you think? Feng Xiao was in shock. Compared to him, Du Xiaodia's experience was far too simple. However, it could be said that Du Xiaodai was very lucky to arrive safely here. Seeing that both Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were fine, Sun Kai felt relieved. He walked over to Wu Qian and quietly asked, do we have to stay here? Right now, the time in the village is very distorted, which causes chaos outside. As you've seen, we can only hide in the ancestral hall and cannot go out. What about the living people in the village? After all, the village is not just filled with dead people and ghosts, but also includes these children and some living people. Oh, living people are special, they will be repelled outside and won't enter this distorted village. Once time returns to normal, they won't even notice when we go back. It was clear they weren't experiencing this for the first time, they had already gained experience. This indicated one thing, they knew the secrets of the village and might even have a way to solve it. Sun Kai knew it required enough trust to open their hearts. Now was not the right time to ask directly. The sea level clearance had already been directly ignored by Sun Kai. After experiencing so many dangers that day, no one could guarantee they would live to return if this happened a few more times. This meant they could only look for ways to achieve B-level clearance or above. However, the B-level clearance method was special, it required a student to feel genuine gratitude towards you. What on earth is this? Under what circumstances can a student feel genuine gratitude towards you? Would saving someone count? But Sun Kai had already saved them, and they had indeed expressed their thanks, yet he received no prompts in his mind, which was telling. Their gratitude wasn't genuine, it could only be considered ordinary gratitude. Sun Kai guessed that even without his presence, these people would have reached the ancestral hall, but at a greater cost. As for A-level clearance, leaving the mountain village. This was completely unsolvable, as his first rule was that he couldn't ask how to leave the mountain village in the village. If he asked, he would likely be doomed right there. As for the highest S-level clearance, it was to uncover the hidden secrets of the mountain village. They had mentioned it was a hidden secret, how could it be easy to find? Unless these students were willing to tell him. But until now, no one was willing to share these things with him, meaning he would need more time. When he thought of these matters, Sun Kai felt a headache, this village's situation was truly too complex. Living people, dead people, ghosts, and these children with special blood. Oh right, not to mention the 3 outsiders. All these circumstances proved one thing: getting through this bizarre world was not so simple. Just when Sun Kai and the others were in the ancestral hall, the first reminder from Xia Changqing appeared. Sun Kai, just now, the national fortune bearer of a country accidentally discovered a large number of remains in a small valley behind the mountain. According to the analysis, those remains seem to be all children, ages varying. I think this information might be important for you, so I used the first chance. This voice was audible to all 3 of them. Their faces all changed. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai knew they were just new national fortune bearers and their experience was not comparable to Sun Kai's, so they didn't feel uncomfortable. What shocked them was that the remains Xia Changqing mentioned were all those of children. Moreover, right in front of them, there was a group of children, and instinctively, they connected the two. Brother Sun, what should we do now? Feng Xiao had a sad face. If those remains were related to the children in front of them, then what exactly were these children? Chapter 73, Get Out. Sun Kai looked carefully at the children. From the beginning, these children had interacted with them. If these children had problems, they probably wouldn't have survived until now. But what Xia Changqing mentioned about the remains of the children on the back mountain, that was definitely not unrelated. In such a remote village, it was impossible for so many children to die without any commotion. Since they entered the village, there had been no mention of children accidentally dying. At this moment, no prompts had appeared, which meant the children were safe and wouldn't do anything to them. Do not act rashly, pretend you do not know what just happened, we need their help. Sun Kai quietly said to the 2, and they both nodded. At this moment, if they caused conflict with the children, then they would be in danger. Sun Kai looked outside the ancestral hall. The dead and the ghosts had vanished without a trace. It seemed they also knew they could not enter the ancestral hall, so they simply left. When can we go out? Sun Kai walked over to Wu Qian and asked. Wu Qian was taking care of the other children. After hearing Sun Kai's words, she thought for a moment and said, let's see the situation tomorrow. At least we can't go out today. Once we go out, we will be surrounded. Sun Kai nodded, but it was daytime now. Waiting until tomorrow meant they would have to go 24 hours without food or water. For adults, it was still bearable, but these were just a bunch of children in front of them. Soon, a child touched his stomach and shouted, Sister Qian, I'm hungry. Wu Qian walked over, gently stroked the little boy's head, and took out a piece of flatbread from her clothes. You take this to eat, don't eat too much at once, we might have to stay here for a while longer. The little boy was very happy. Just as he was about to take a big bite, he remembered something and tore off a small piece, returning the larger piece to Wu Qian. Sister Qian, I'm small, this little bit is enough for me. After saying that, the little boy began to eat slowly, looking very satisfied. Wu Qian said nothing and took back the remaining flatbread. The waiting time was extremely tormenting. To reduce energy consumption, they all lay on the ground. Gradually, the sky darkened and night fell. The feeling of an empty stomach was very torturous. Even sleeping was a bit restless. Sleeping Sun Kai suddenly opened his eyes. He was awakened by hunger. If I had known, I should have prepared more dry food. When this matter ends, I must attach a few pieces of bread on me. Just as Sun Kai was thinking this, his ears caught a faint sound, as if someone had gotten up. And the distance seemed to be right beside him. Was it Feng Xiao or Du Xiaodai? At this late hour, could it be going to the bathroom? Sun Kai opened his eyes, but unfortunately, the village at night was too dark, making it nearly impossible to see anything. He couldn't see who had gotten up, so he slowly reached out his hand to the left, where Feng Xiao was sleeping. Great, he touched Feng Xiao's clothes, which proved that it was Du Xiaodai who got up. But Sun Kai thought for a moment and extended his hand towards Du Xiaodai, and then he also touched clothes. Sun Kai was stunned at that moment. Both Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were still asleep, so who got up? Just as Sun Kai's face changed dramatically, a sharp shout boomed like thunder. Get out! Then, Sun Kai heard a piercing scream, and everyone was startled awake. Fortunately, there were many oil lamps in the ancestral hall, and after the children lit them, Sun Kai could finally see the situation inside the hall. Wu Qian had another wound on her hand, and her face looked a bit pale, while the other children stood beside her. Besides Sun Kai, Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai both looked bewildered, as they had noticed nothing. Wu Qian, what happened? Sun Kai asked actively. A ghost appeared just now. Wu Qian's words caused Sun Kai and the others' faces to change dramatically. Feng Xiao couldn't help but ask directly, isn't this place supposed to be absolutely safe? How could a ghost come in? Wu Qian furrowed her brows, I don't know, but the feeling was undeniable, it really was a ghost. Among the children, her blood was the most powerful, and she had a great sensitivity to ghosts. Otherwise, she couldn't have been the first to discover the ghost. In fact, when Wu Qian discovered the ghost's presence, she herself was terrified. Such a situation had never happened before. If even the ancestral hall was not safe, was there any safe place in the village? Sun Kai thought for a moment and asked Wu Qian, when did you wake up? Just now, when I sensed the ghost's presence, I used my blood to scare it away. Sun Kai nodded. If that were the case, Wu Qian woke up after him. Now the question arose, who made the sound he heard earlier? He heard it quite clearly, and the voice was very close to him, he just couldn't tell whether it was on the left or the right. But he had already reached out and confirmed that both were lying on the ground without moving. What was that sound all about? With such an event, continuing to sleep peacefully was clearly impossible. So Sun Kai and Wu Qian discussed it. The three of them would take turns keeping watch over the three children. This way, with a child's blood, even if a ghost came in, it could scare it away. The first watch was Feng Xiao and Wu Hao. The two sat on the steps at the entrance of the ancestral hall, bored, looking around. There weren't many other things in the ancestral hall, just plenty of oil lamps, so they simply lit one and put it aside. Teacher Feng, I'm really sorry for biting you before. Wu Hao apologized to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao waved his hand repeatedly. No need for that, I'm not angry. Brother Sun told me that you did it deliberately to try to make us leave the village. It's a pity that after we came in, it's not so easy to get out. Now Feng Xiao couldn't help but wonder what might have happened if they hadn't entered the village at that time. The two chatted casually, and nothing happened. Quickly it was Du Xiaodai and a little girl's turn to keep watch. Finally, it was Sun Kai and Wu Qian's turn. As soon as they sat down, Wu Qian said, Teacher Sun. You seemed to have something to say to me before? When it was decided to stay the night, Wu Qian observed that Sun Kai's expression was somewhat complicated, as if he wanted to speak but couldn't. Sun Kai was slightly stunned and smiled as he said, I didn't expect your observation to be so keen, you noticed this. After a moment of silence, Sun Kai quietly glanced behind him. Everyone was asleep. In a very low voice, he said, Can you sense anything else besides the dead and ghosts? Chapter 74, One Less Person. Wu Qian was bewildered by Sun Kai's words. What did he mean by other things besides the dead and ghosts? In this village, what other strange things could there be apart from the dead and ghosts? Sun Kai knew that his words were a bit hard to understand. In fact, he didn't even know who made that sound earlier. Teacher Sun, can you explain a bit more clearly? I didn't understand what you meant. Can you help me sense if Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai have any abnormalities? Wu Qian's eyes changed slightly. What did Teacher Sun mean by this? Could it be that Teacher Sun suspected the other two teachers had issues? Thinking of this, she immediately looked over at the two teachers, but no matter how she looked, they both seemed like ordinary people. They have no problems. I don't understand why Teacher Sun would say this. Sun Kai hesitated for a moment but still asked, Actually, I was already awake before you made the sound. At that time, I heard someone getting out of bed, so I reached out to touch the two people beside me. As a result, their clothes were still there, and no one got up, but that sound was very clear, right next to me, which made me a bit worried. Wu Qian immediately understood what Sun Kai meant. If she had heard a similar sound, she would probably think that the people next to her were replaced by ghosts too. It's not a good time now. How about we wait until tomorrow? I'll touch them then to know if they are human. Sun Kai nodded. For now, that was the only option. If Wu Qian went to touch them now, if they woke up, it would be hard to explain. Once the two learned that Sun Kai suspected them, it was easy to see that problems would arise in their group. Looking at the dark outside the ancestral hall, Sun Kai suddenly thought of a question. Isn't the ancestral hall supposed to have a strong restraint against ghosts? How could a ghost sneak in today? If it can get in, what about other ghosts? Wu Qian's small face became very serious. She realized this issue as well. I don't know either. The ancestral hall has always been very safe, but I didn't expect a ghost to appear this time. Sun Kai felt helpless. Since even Wu Qian didn't know, he was even less likely to know. And so, the night passed without the appearance of a second ghost. After a brief discussion, they decided to go outside to check the situation. But with so many people, it was obviously impossible to go out together. It would easily attract the dead and the ghosts. In the end, they decided to split into two groups. Sun Kai and Wu Hao would form one group, while Feng Xiao and another boy would form another group. Du Xiaodai and Wu Qian would stay here. After all, it was better to leave at least one adult behind. After going out, Sun Kai took Wu Hao and ran toward the edge of the village. In Wu Hao's words, he wanted to observe the changes outside the village to determine the general situation of the village now. They carefully ran to the edge of the village, and when they looked outside, Sun Kai was left dumbfounded. The village was bright, while outside the village, it was pitch black. What? What is going on here? Sun Kai stared blankly at Wu Hao, waiting for his explanation. Wu Hao's face was very serious as he said, The changes in the village this time are more severe than before. A time difference appeared inside and out. This time it's really the end. What do you mean? Sister Qian said, the bigger the time change in the village, the more exaggerated the mutations for the dead and the ghosts. In simple terms, they will become stronger. But the blood in our bodies is always limited. Once they become too strong, our blood might not be able to suppress them. Wu Hao did not continue, but Sun Kai could understand. Once the blood could no longer suppress them, they themselves would be in danger. In this situation, leaving the village would be seeking death. The two could only go from house to house looking for food, bringing back something to eat first. Strangely, during their search for food, they did not encounter a single dead person or ghost. Where did so many dead people go? Not only was Sun Kai puzzled, but even Wu Hao could not figure it out. Generally speaking, they should stay in their own homes. It's rare for them to wander unless they discover us. Even Wu Hao did not know where the dead were, let alone Sun Kai. Fortunately, there was still a lot of food in the village, so they hurriedly collected some and went straight back. Upon returning to the ancestral hall, Sun Kai found that Feng Xiao and the others had also returned, and they too brought back some food. With this, they temporarily did not have to worry about food. Did you find anything over there? Sun Kai asked, and Feng Xiao shook his head. Nothing at all, not a single dead person seen. This was strange. It was normal for one group not to see any dead, but for both groups not to see them was very odd. Where did those dead people go? I suspect the dead have all gone outside the village? Du Xiaodai suddenly said. This immediately brightened their expressions. Yes, since there were no dead in the village, the dead very likely went outside. But why would they go outside? What was out there that attracted them? Sun Kai stroked his chin and thought of a possibility. Do you think there might be living people outside the village that attracted them? Wu Qian was about to say it was impossible when she quickly recalled what Sun Kai had said earlier, that there were both living and dead people occupying the same identity in the village. So, she was also uncertain. If that's the case, then that's great, we would be safe. Feng Xiao patted his chest, looking relieved. Sun Kai thought the same. As long as they could maintain a safe state, everything would not be a problem. At this moment, he scanned his surroundings and vaguely felt that something was strange, as if something was missing. He looked again and finally remembered what was missing. One person was missing. A terrifying feeling surged in his heart. He remembered very clearly that during class, there were a total of 12 children. But now, only 11 children appeared before his eyes. To prevent himself from counting wrong, Sun Kai started to count one by one, and the result was still 11. A sense of confusion appeared on his face. What was going on? Others also saw that something was wrong with Sun Kai. Du Xiaodai nervously shouted, "Brother Sun, did you discover something?" Sun Kai looked at them, swallowed, and said, "Do you both still remember how many students we taught in total?" Feng Xiao laughed heartily, saying, "Of course, I remember. There were just that many of them, a total of 12 students, I remember clearly." Du Xiaodai also nodded, "Yes, 12 children, is something wrong, brother Sun?" Sun Kai revealed a bitter smile, pointing at the children, "You two now count how many children are there." Feng Xiao and the others exchanged puzzled glances and began to count. But when they finished counting, both of their faces revealed a trace of confusion and fear. They counted, and there were only 11 children here. This is impossible, the children have never been many, so they can't be mistaken. Even if they made a mistake, it can't be that 3 people made a mistake together, it is clearly supposed to be 12 children. Yet right in front of them, there were only 11 children. What on earth is going on? Wu Qian, hurry up and count, why is there one child missing? Which one is gone? Sun Kai was not very familiar with the children, but Wu Qian must be familiar, so he could only let her find out. But Wu Qian's words filled Sun Kai with a chill. She looked at him with a strange expression. "Teacher Sun, what are you saying? When did we have 12 children? From the very beginning, we only had 11 children." Sun Kai and the others looked at each other, a chill running through them, leaving them momentarily speechless. All 3 of them remembered very clearly that there had originally been 12 children, but now Wu Qian said that there had always been only 11. Then who was the extra child? Wu Qian, maybe you don't quite believe what we are saying, but from the first day we came in, there were indeed 12 of you. Sun Kai said to Wu Qian with a serious face. Wu Qian frowned. She did not think the 3 teachers would lie at this time, as it was not beneficial to them at all. But in her memory, there had always been only 11 children from their village, never a 12th. What kind of situation is this 12th child? Teacher Sun, do you remember the names of those 12 children? Sun Kai shook his head helplessly. I can only remember roughly. Sun Gu, why don't the 3 of us come together and see if we can write down everyone's names? The 3 of them worked hard together, and with Wu Qian's help, they finally managed to match the names of the 11 children. In this way, one name was obviously not amongst these children. This name is Wu Men. Wu Men? I can guarantee that there is absolutely no child in the village with this name. No, I should say there is no one in the village with this name at all. Wu Qian was very certain, after all, there were only so many people in the village, and she knew everyone's names. Yes, Teacher Sun, I can also guarantee that this name is exactly the same as the village name. Who would dare to give such a name? Wu Hao also spoke up. Sun Kai raised his eyebrows. If it weren't for Wu Hao's reminder, he wouldn't have realized it himself. the name Wu Men is almost identical to Woman Village. Ordinary people wouldn't give their child the same name as their village, as the old generation would say, this is considered taboo. Some villages even use the name of the first village chief who founded the village to name the village. Thinking of this, Sun Kai's eyes lit up. What was the name of the first village chief when you founded the village? Reminded by Sun Kai, Wu Qian seemed to think of something and immediately looked at the spirit tablet position they had previously ignored. At the very top of a pile of spirit tablets, there were 2 big characters written. Wu Men. This name actually belongs to the ancestor of Woman Village? A group of children were dumbfounded. Due to the long time gone by, no one would think that this name had anything to do with their ancestor. Moreover, the 3 teachers confidently asserted that there was indeed a child named Wu Men, and this name was identical to their ancestor's name. They suddenly had an unbelievable thought, could this Wu Men really be their ancestor? For a moment, they looked at the spirit tablet in the ancestral hall with a sense of fear. In this strange village, where even the dead and ghosts appeared, it was not impossible for their deceased ancestor to reappear. Sun Kai remembered something, could the voice that appeared last night have been made by the ancestor of Woman Village? No matter whether he is the ancestor or not, I need to verify it. Wu Qian, as the big sister, naturally had to step up. She directly cut a small wound on her finger, revealing a drop of fresh blood, and slowly walked towards the spirit tablet. However, before she could reach the spirit tablet, a sigh echoed, I didn't expect you to find out, little Qian Qian, isn't there no need to deal with the ancestor like this? As soon as the words fell, an old man's figure appeared before everyone. Wu Qian's face changed drastically, this person appeared too suddenly, more frightening than a ghost. She instinctively waved her hand with the blood, but the blood landed on the old man without any reaction. Alright, little Qian Qian, you used to come here to play when you were young, I still remember that my spirit tablet fell on the ground, and you were the one who helped me put it back. Reminded by the old man, Wu Qian suddenly remembered that such a thing did indeed happen when she was a child. So, does that mean he existed before any changes happened in the village? Sun Kai stepped forward, blocking Wu Qian behind him, looking at the old man. Who are you? The old man smiled and said, I am Wu Men, the first village head of Wu Men Village, and I can be considered the ancestor of everyone in Wu Men Village. If this were said by an ordinary person, it might be believed, but Sun Kai had little trust in this suddenly appearing old man. You are Wu Men, then what is your relation to the woman who used to go to school with the children? That was also me. Sun Kai's expression slightly changed, and others felt the same way. The 12th child who appeared was actually the Wu Men before them, it was truly unbelievable. At this moment, Wu Qian seemed to think of something, if you really are the ancestor, does the change in the ancestral hall have anything to do with you? Little Qian Qian is indeed clever. That's right, the change in the ancestral hall is indeed related to me. If I hadn't been guarding the ancestral hall, there wouldn't be a safe place in the entire village. Sun Kai was taken aback, the ancestral hall could protect them, and it was all thanks to the old man before them. But why did a ghost come in last night? Since you can protect this place, this shouldn't have happened. Sun Kai directly asked this question, and the old man let out a sigh. Outsider, this question is very simple, because I can no longer hold on. Chapter 76, several years later. If one looked carefully at Wu Men's body, it seemed somewhat illusory. Sun Kai didn't know what Wu Men really was, he looked like a ghost, but seemed not to be. If he really was a ghost, then why would he help them? What benefit did that have for him? Old Wu, I want to ask, what is your current situation? Wu Men gestured for them to sit down and said, you can regard me as the guardian spirit of Wu Men Village, in fact, I don't even know why I have become like this. When I first became aware, I saw little Qian Qian when she was young, but at that time, I couldn't move. Later, the village had some kind of incident, with dead people and ghosts appearing. I wanted to help them, but I couldn't leave the ancestral hall. At most, I could use my strength to protect the ancestral hall. Luckily, little Qian Qian was clever and discovered the special nature of the ancestral hall, bringing the other children to hide here. From Wu Men's words, Sun Kai could tell he was a good person. But there is a saying that goes, you can know someone's appearance, but not their heart. This was Sun Kai's first time meeting him, and he didn't know anything about him, so he naturally couldn't fully believe what he was saying. However, the protection they were receiving in the ancestral hall was indeed thanks to this Wu Men's help. I can feel that I can no longer hold on. It won't be long before I disappear. Once I disappear, this ancestral hall will be no different from an ordinary house, so Xiao Qian Shan, it would be best if you could solve the village's problems before I vanish. It sounds easy to say, but it's not that simple to do. What happened in the village has been a long time ago, if it could really be solved, they would have done it themselves by now. Wu Qian let out a sigh, unfortunately, the ancestor doesn't know why the village has become like this. They stayed here all day. With the food they brought back, they don't have to worry about starving. Ancestor, do you know what was going on with the ghost that appeared last night? Wu Qian thought of last night and asked the ancestor. Wu Men's face was filled with sorrow. Of course I know. Because my power has weakened, some powerful ghosts are able to infiltrate this ancestral hall. It's all my fault. Ancestor, if it weren't for you protecting us for so long, we might have died long ago. This is not your fault. Wu Qian hurriedly comforted. At night, to prevent ghosts from appearing again, they continued to take turns keeping watch according to the group set the day before. Only the order changed this time. Sun Kai and Wu Qian were the first group. According to last night's timeline, the first group had the highest probability of encountering a ghost. Gradually, everyone fell into a deep sleep, leaving only Sun Kai and Wu Qian sitting on the steps at the door. Wu Men had long since disappeared. In his words, maintaining the existence of his body for too long would consume his power. Sun Kai was already very familiar with Wu Men village's night. Silence. Utter quiet. A silence without a single sound. Combined with the surrounding darkness that could almost swallow a person, it made one hesitate to take a step. Wu Qian, there's something I want to ask. What is it? I want to know, how long have you been in the village? Wu Qian smiled gently, looking at the teacher's son beside her. I didn't expect you to notice it so quickly. Teacher's son is surprisingly sharp. Sun Kai wanted to say, it wasn't his sharpness, but Wu Qian and the others didn't seem to have much intention of hiding it. If you spend a little more time with them, you can discover this problem. You're right, we've experienced many similar things in the village. Since the time is a bit different from the outside, I'll calculate it using the village's time. It's about a dozen years. Sun Kai's face changed. A dozen years? When did this time start? This was what Sun Kai cared about the most. Teacher son, our appearances have been like this for over a decade. Sun Kai's heart trembled. It was indeed as he had guessed. No wonder Wu Qian, who looks like she is only in her teens, sometimes acts completely unlike a child. Similarly, the other children are about the same. Although they don't look big, their actions and speech are completely different from ordinary kids. After all, over a decade has passed, and the experiences during this time have fortified their hearts. Though their appearances are small, their inner selves are comparable to adults. No, they are even more composed than most adults. With such a long time, didn't you discover anything? Sun Kai really wanted to know what different discoveries they had made in these dozen years. Our blood is the biggest discovery. If we hadn't realized this, we might have died long ago. Teacher's son, do you know? Originally, there were mostly living people in the village, but from that day on, the living people decreased, while the dead and ghosts increased. Wu Qian gritted her teeth as she spoke these words. Suddenly, Sun Kai remembered something. So, who was the first ghost or the first dead person in the village? Every matter has its source. If we can solve the problem at its origin, there might still be a turning point. Wu Qian thought for a moment and said, I'm not very clear about this either. When I discovered that my blood could suppress them, I found that there were already several dead people and ghosts in the village. Sun Kai nodded. Wu Qian and the others were just teenagers back then, so it was normal for them not to think it through completely. While the two were chatting, a cold wind blew by, instantly extinguishing the kerosene lamp beside them. Something's wrong. The two instantly stood up. Wu Qian, without hesitation, cut her fingertip, squeezing out a drop of blood. Sun Kai turned his gaze to the surroundings, trying to see where the ghost might be. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement at all. Could it be that the wind just now was merely an accident? No, there has never been wind in the village, it must be a ghost. Sun Kai was very sure. He looked around, then suddenly turned his head. He realized that, at some point, Wu Qian, who had been standing next to him, was gone. Not only that, but even those who were already asleep were also missing. Sun Kai instantly understood that he had fallen into a trap. But the problem was, Wu Qian was clearly right next to him, and she had released blood. How did the ghost manage to trap him? Could it be that the ghost was no longer afraid of the children's blood? Sun Kai forced himself to calm down. He knew very well that the more critical the moment, the less he could panic. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a line of words appearing on Wu Qian's spirit tablet. Chapter 77, Spirit Tablet. The old thing is pretending to be a god and playing tricks, damn him. Seeing this message, Sun Kai suddenly understood everything. He found it strange. What kind of ghost was so powerful that it could ignore Wu Qian's blood and target him? After a long time, it turned out to be an inside job. This old bastard is indeed no good. Everything he said before was probably mixed with lies. Sun Kai cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he showed a slightly scared expression and began to back away towards the ancestral hall. This scene was witnessed by all the people of Xia Nation. Not good, Sun Kai has fallen into the trap. Without the children's blood, he can't deal with the ghost. Damn it, if only Feng Shao was here, his boy's urine could deal with ghosts. For the first time, I feel that being single is so good. Too bad Sun Kai is not a virgin. What good does it do to say all this now? If Sun Kai dies, our Xia Nation will be in trouble. No one expected the other two to clear this ghost story world. From the very beginning, it was clear that Sun Kai was leading the two. Without him, they wouldn't know what to do at all. Once Sun Kai died, Xia Nation would truly be in trouble. Xia Changqing gritted his teeth and shouted at the people around him, "Haven't you thought of a solution yet? You are the elite of Xia Nation." The group around him wore bitter smiles. If they had a plan, they would have said it long ago. In reality, they had already considered Sun Kai's hero card, but the problem was that this time, the opponent was a ghost. The hero card was powerful, but it couldn't allow Sun Kai to harm the ghost. For the first time, they felt how great it would be if their enemy were dead people instead. They even couldn't fathom how Wu Qian, standing right next to Sun Kai, allowed him to fall into this situation. This was simply unscientific. Xia Changqing naturally knew that the support group's members existed to help the national champions, but faced with Sun Kai's circumstances, they also felt powerless. Since it was impossible for Sun Kai here, how about the other two? Xia Changqing immediately switched to another livestream and saw the scene at Feng Xiao's location. Feng Xiao stood in an empty ancestral hall, just like Sun Kai, and he had also been caught? It was clear that Feng Xiao had a confused look on his face. There was not a single ghost around, and his childish urine was useless. Similarly, the situation on Du Xiaodie's side was exactly the same. What does this mean? 3 ghosts are targeting them at the same time. What the hell is this broken ancestral hall? It's completely useless. Xia Changqing couldn't help but curse. Sun Kai was the hope of Xia country, and if he fell here, many people nationwide would surely be heartbroken. After all, Sun Kai had brought benefits to everyone in the country, and they all felt it personally. The first time, a physical enhancement of +2, and the second time, everyone got a random card. These benefits were truly visible to the naked eye. However, at this moment, there were still many people abroad who saw Sun Kai was about to die and immediately began to mock. Ha, serves him right. The sooner he dies, the sooner he can be reborn. Just a tiny Xia country person, getting through twice. Does he really think of himself as a god? If you ask me, he must die this time. Goodbye, good riddance, I'm heading back to pop champagne. Seeing these foreigners insulting their own country's hero, a group of Xia country people immediately started to retaliate. When it comes to the skill of retorting, Xia people have never lost. This is a cultural heritage that has been passed down for thousands of years. Sun Kai had no idea that outside, because of him, things had already turned into a complete mess. He pretended to be afraid while backing away toward the spirit tablet. When he reached near the spirit tablet, he suddenly sprang up, rushed over, grabbed the spirit tablet, and threw it to the ground. Crack! The wooden spirit tablet was smashed and split in half right away. In the blink of an eye, Sun Kai found himself back in the original place. He was still standing at the entrance of the ancestral hall, and Wu Qian was standing beside him, watching the surroundings with a wary look. Wu Qian, did I just leave this place? Sun Kai asked Wu Qian uncertainly. Wu Qian rolled her eyes at him. You've been standing here the whole time, when did you leave? Hearing this, Sun Kai realized that it must have been an illusion. He turned back to look, and indeed the spirit tablet was intact, but he wasn't sure if it was his illusion. He seemed to see an extra crack on the spirit tablet. Sun Kai might not believe others, but he definitely believed the hints. If it weren't for the hint's appearance, he might have been stuck in that illusion space forever. That old man had a big problem. But at this moment, if he went over to smash the spirit tablet, Wu Qian would probably be the first to turn against him. After all, in Wu Qian's eyes, the old man was a good person. At this moment, directly going over to smash the spirit tablet would be the act of a reckless person, and Sun Kai. Instead, he walked over to Feng Xiao and the other person's side, gently patting their faces. Sun Kai knew very well that if he was caught, there was no reason for the other two to be fine. If he could awaken the two, it meant either the old man didn't want to expose himself or they hadn't been caught. But if the two couldn't wake up, that would be interesting. You should know that ghosts are afraid of children's blood, but in the case where Wu Qian had revealed her blood, the two still hadn't woken up. Then things would become interesting. Wu Qian and the others only appeared to be children on the surface. Their psychological ages were already at the adult standard. Sun Kai slapped the faces of the two, but they showed no sign of response. Wu Qian, something happened to the two of them. Sun Kai called out, and Wu Qian hurried over. She also tried, and indeed the two did not wake up. This couldn't just be explained by someone sleeping deeply. Generally, even if someone sleeps very deeply, it's impossible for them not to wake up when someone slaps their face. They might have encountered a ghost. Don't worry, as long as I place blood on their foreheads, they will wake up soon. As she spoke, Wu Qian once again squeezed out a bit of blood and pressed a handprint on the two of their foreheads. A few seconds passed, and the two showed no reaction at all. Wu Qian's face changed drastically at that moment. Impossible. How come they haven't woken up yet? This was the first time Wu Qian had encountered such a situation. By all accounts, she had already pressed the blood, so why hadn't they awakened? Sun Kai gave a cold sneer, his gaze locked on the spirit tablet. If we want to know, we must ask your ancestor. Wu Qian furrowed her brows slightly, detecting the sarcasm in Sun Kai's words. Did Sun Kai mean that this matter had something to do with the ancestor? But hadn't the ancestor always protected them? How could they possibly do such a thing? Without waiting for Wu Qian to speak, Sun Kai strode to the side of the spirit tablet and reached out to grasp it. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Stop! Chapter 78, You Will Not Have a Good Death. Wu Men's figure appeared very suddenly. He directly appeared in front of Sun Kai, blocking his actions. At that moment, Wu Qian also ran over, frowning as she looked at Sun Kai. Teacher Sun, what were you trying to do just now? Did you not understand my meaning? If they have been turned into this state by a ghost, your blood should have long been able to help them escape. However, they are still in their current state, don't you find that strange? Who besides ghosts has such ability? Being questioned by Sun Kai, Wu Qian also felt it was strange. In the entire village, aside from ghosts, only the ancestor had such a special presence. And her blood was effective against ghosts, but seemed to have no effect on the ancestor. After all, blood was still oozing from her hand, and she was so close to the ancestor, yet the ancestor still showed no change. A flash of panic crossed Wu Men's face, and he immediately said, Chen Chen, I have watched you grow up since childhood. Do you really believe an outsider, and not believe me? I am your ancestor, how could I harm you? Hearing this, Wu Qian thought the ancestor's words made sense, and she fell into a dilemma. As the situation fell into a stalemate, at that moment, Wu Men suddenly let out a horrifying scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Du Xiaodia's figure underwent a great change. Her body started to twist, gradually transforming into a black shadow. She had turned into a ghost. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even Sun Kai himself did not expect that Du Xiaodai would turn into a ghost. Could it be that at some point, she had been replaced by a ghost? As for the option that Du Xiaodai might have been a ghost from the beginning, Sun Kai absolutely did not believe it. The ghost that Du Xiaodai transformed into had blood flickering red at its forehead, driving it into madness, its form continuously shifting. Finally, it transformed into a beam of black light and rushed out of the ancestor's shrine. At that moment, Feng Xiao also displayed an expression of struggle, as if wanting to awaken. At this time, Wu Men had an expression of ferocity, seeming to exert force. Gradually, Feng Xiao's expression stabilized, but before Wu Men could breathe a sigh of relief, Sun Kai struck in an instant. He directly took the spirit tablet in his hand, acting as if he was going to smash it to the ground. Don't! Wu Men turned pale with fright. The reason he could exist was precisely because of the spirit tablet. Once the spirit tablet was destroyed, he would also vanish. Wu Qian shouted even more urgently, Teacher Sun, you cannot do this. With such a loud commotion, the other children were all awakened, and when they woke up, they found the situation in front of them seemed off. Teacher Sun, Sister Qian, what's going on? Wu Hao looked bewildered. He did not expect that after just sleeping for a while, he would wake to find that the two seemed to have some conflict. Nobody paid attention to them. Sun Kai and Wu Qian stared at each other intently. Wu Qian, you are not a kid anymore, you should have seen the situation just now. Sun Kai held a spirit tablet in one hand and pointed at Wu Men with the other. Feng Xiao was about to wake up, he was secretly trying hard just now. Your blood is still effective against ghosts, but it has no effect on this unknown thing at all. With so many factors in play, don't you understand yet? A hint of conflict appeared on Wu Qian's face. She had indeed noticed the changes in the ancestor earlier, but deep inside, she was unwilling to believe this outcome. After all, for the past 10 years, the ancestor had been protecting them. Although this was their first meeting, the gratitude for years of protection was not something to take lightly. As Feng Xiao's struggles gradually faded, Sun Kai sighed. Without any hesitation, he smashed the spirit tablet down. Crack! The spirit tablet shattered into two pieces, just like the illusion space. Wu Men let out a piercing scream and curse, Sun Kai, you will die a miserable death. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Slap! With a soft sound, Wu Men's figure disappeared. At the same time, Feng Xiao opened his eyes suddenly, sitting up and gasping for air like a drowning person. What the hell? So many ghosts. Feng Xiao was almost scared to death. In his illusion space, he encountered multiple ghost attacks. But he only had one source of pure innocence. Just as he was using his skills to fend off so many ghosts, he suddenly woke up. Wu Men had just disappeared, and Feng Xiao awakened. If Wu Qian couldn't notice such an obvious thing, she would truly be a fool. This ancestor really has a problem. Teacher Sun, I'm sorry. Wu Qian directly lowered her head and apologized to Sun Kai. Sun Kai waved his hand and smiled, it's not your fault, that old thing is just too good at acting. I even suspect that he may have been involved in the village's troubles. Wu Qian thought for a moment, and it made a lot of sense. He was the first village chief of Wu Men village. If such things happened in the village, he might indeed be aware. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to ask him anymore. To save Feng Xiao, Sun Kai had to do this, but where is Xiao Dai now? This was what puzzled Sun Kai the most. If Du Xiao Dai had been replaced midway, then where would she be? Feng Xiao's face changed dramatically upon realizing the situation. Brother Sun, we must go rescue Xiao Dai, it's too dangerous for a girl alone. Of course I know that, but where do we go to find her? Feng Xiao opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He was well aware of how dangerous the village was now. If looking for Du Xiao Dai put others in danger, that would be a serious mistake. Yet if they didn't look for her, Feng Xiao felt very uneasy. At this moment, Wu Hao suddenly said, if the ancestor is dead, does that mean the protection of the ancestral hall is gone? This statement made everyone present change their expressions and look outside. Sure enough, out of nowhere, a group of dead people surrounded the ancestral hall but did not enter. Meanwhile, unnoticeably, shadows appeared on the walls. The dead and the ghosts had surrounded them. The children skillfully cut open their fingers, standing in position to face those dead and ghosts. Sun Kai and Feng Xiao could only stand in the circle in the middle, becoming the protected ones. Brother Sun, this is bad. Without the protection of the ancestral hall, how long can these children hold out? A drop of cold sweat dripped down Feng Xiao's forehead, and for the first time, he felt that he might die here. But Sun Kai did not, he recalled something. Chapter 79 Leaving the Village. It seems that these dead and ghosts mostly act at night. Of course, there are times they act during the day, but the ghosts that appear in the day seem to be quite weak. At night, the ghosts become stronger. Does this mean that their power is weakened during the day? If they can hold on until morning, perhaps they can rush out. His hero card still had 2 chances left, enough to use. What a pity, if only I could know how long until dawn. Sun Kai let out a sigh, but his words were overheard by Wu Qian beside him. Do you want to know when it will be dawn? I looked, it should be less than an hour. Sun Kai didn't know how Wu Qian judged the time, maybe her years of experience had already honed this skill. Less than an hour still gave them hope. Everyone, hold on for an hour. When it gets light, their strength will weaken. Then we'll rush out. Hearing Sun Kai's voice, all the children nodded and squeezed out a bit of blood again. The protective effect of the ancestral hall was gone, but their blood still had a deterring effect on the dead and ghosts. However, holding on for an hour was still a big test for them. Feng Xiao silently said nothing, just kept drinking water. He needed to prepare his arsenal. When it truly came to a desperate situation, it would be his time to shine. He already knew that Sun Ji's hero card could deal with the dead, so he would deal with the ghosts. The dead quickly surged in, surrounding them, but they didn't dare come closer than about 5 meters. The same went for the ghosts. These ghosts turned into dark masses floating in the air, looking very eerie. The ancestral hall was very quiet, no one made a sound. As the sunlight appeared outside, Sun Kai noticed sharply. The movements of the dead became stiff, and the ghosts drifting in the sky also slowed down. Now's the time, rush out. Sun Kai shouted loudly, directly using the hero card, and a faint light radiated from him, his power surged instantly. Get lost. Sun Kai charged forward, grabbed a dead person, and used them like a club to sweep past. He broke a hole in the encirclement of the dead, rushing out with a group of people. But after rushing out, where could they go? Wu Qian looked up at the sky, as if she had discovered something, and shouted loudly, hurry, leave the village. Leave the village? Isn't there danger outside the village? But at this moment, Sun Kai could only choose to trust Wu Qian, after all, she would not harm him. Sun Kai led the way, and all the dead that appeared along the path could not approach the children. And the children mainly targeted those ghosts. There were over a dozen ghosts in the sky, a black mass, looking very scary. Almost there, the village entrance is just ahead. Soon, they saw the stone tablet at the village entrance, and at this moment, it wasn't completely dark outside the village. When they rushed out, in an instant, Sun Kai felt as if his head had been smashed hard, dizzy and disoriented. After a while, when he opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a podium, a group of students staring at him. Teacher Sun, what's wrong with you? Wu Hao asked with concern. Sun Kai looked around confusedly, wasn't this a classroom? He clearly just walked out of the village, how did he end up here? Students, you all do self-study for a while, the teacher has something to take care of. Sun Kai left the classroom and went to the office, only to see Feng Xiao and Du Xiao Dai were both there, looking ready to come find him. Brother Sun, weren't we just outside the village? Feng Xiao's words reminded Sun Kai of something, he had indeed left the village with him. So where is Du Xiao Dai? I remember I was with Brother Sun and Feng Xiao in the ancestral hall, but when I woke up, I found myself sleeping here. Du Xiao Dai rubbed her forehead, looking very puzzled. Sun Kai understood, Du Xiaodia's memory was still on the ancestral hall, and at that time, she had turned into a ghost and vanished. Let's gather the information and see if we can discover something. The three discussed for a while and finally determined that the world they were in before was probably not real. It was somewhat similar to an illusion space created by ghosts, but it seemed to be even more powerful. Brother Sun, I think we should just go ask Wu Qian and the others, weren't they also with us? Feng Xiao's words were like a wake-up call for Sun Kai, who slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this matter. If anyone helped them the most in that strange world, it was definitely Wu Qian and the others. Without Wu Qian's help, they might have already died in that strange world. After thinking for a moment, Sun Kai called his most familiar Wu Qian and Wu Hao to the office. Wu Qian, Wu Hao, how much do you know about that world we were just in? However, to Sun Kai's surprise, Wu Qian and Wu Hao exchanged confused glances. Teacher Sun, what are you talking about? Yeah, Teacher Sun, what world? The expressions of the three stiffened, looking at the two of them in disbelief. Wu Qian, Wu Hao, weren't we just hiding from the attacks of those dead people and ghosts in a village where the sun was deformed? Did you forget? Wu Qian frowned. Teacher Sun, I really don't know what you're talking about. How could the sun be deformed? If they still had a glimmer of hope before, now they were left with none. Wu Qian's expression told them she wasn't lying. This meant that she didn't know anything about that world at all. Impossible, we fought side by side together, how could you not remember? Feng Xiao couldn't believe it and grabbed Wu Hao's shoulder, shaking him vigorously. You even said you spent over 10 years in that world. As soon as this was said, Wu Qian and Wu Hao's faces changed drastically, putting distance between them. How do you know about this? I never told you. Wu Qian was like a frightened kitten, her pupils shrinking, staring at them intensely. Wu Hao even took out a small knife, slicing his own finger, using his blood to show them. He probably thought that the three people in front of him were no longer the same as before. Blood was naturally useless, Sun Kai and the others were not dead or ghosts. Of course, you told me yourselves. Impossible, I never told you this. Chapter 80, Deadlock. Sun Kai didn't hesitate and told Wu Qian everything about that world. In this village, Wu Qian and the others were their biggest support. If he didn't tell her everything, many things couldn't be done. After listening to Sun Kai's words, Wu Qian really wanted to say this was all made up by them. But the things they lived through in the village for over 10 years could only be known by those children. Why would the three teachers know? If it was the Wu Qian from that world who said it, then it wouldn't be strange at all. Teacher Sun, to use your words, that world is very peculiar, the distortion of time is very serious, and there are no living people left in the entire village, right? That's right, the sun is distorted, the village is left with only us and you, along with the dead and ghosts. Sun Kai nodded, that world was indeed too bizarre. But soon, he thought of something. Wait, there's one more thing. What? The ancestor of Woman Village, Woman. Before long, Sun Kai and the three others brought Wu Qian and her companion to the ancestral hall. Indeed, everything in that world had no effect on reality. As soon as Sun Kai entered, he saw it. The spirit tablet at the top was still there. His only doubt was, did woman truly exist in real life? Wu Qian's eyes were fixed on the spirit tablet. She never expected that the protective power of the ancestral hall came from the ancestors of Woman Village. Ancestor, I know you are here, come out. Wu Qian stood in front of the spirit tablet and shouted. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement. Wu Qian shouted again, and it was still the same. Sun Kai knew that normal methods might not work, so he decided to resort to violence. He walked straight over, picked up the spirit tablet, and shouted in a fierce tone. Old man, if you don't come out now, I'm going to smash the spirit tablet. Seeing that Sun Kai was really about to do it, Woman couldn't play along anymore. Don't smash, don't smash. Do we have any grudges? Why treat an old man like this? Woman's figure suddenly appeared, hurriedly speaking to stop him. When Wu Qian and Wu Hao saw Woman truly appear, their eyes widened in shock. They had lived for over 10 years without knowing the secret of the ancestral hall, and they never expected that the three teachers would learn about it in just a few days. It could be said that if it weren't for the three teachers, they might never know that there was an ancestor in the spirit tablet. We have quite a bit of resentment between us, old man. Sun Kai showed a malicious grin. In that strange world, this old thing actually wanted to harm the three of them. Even in reality, Sun Kai guessed it would be about the same. At this moment, it was essential to grasp the old man's weakness, which was in his hands, the spirit tablet. Only then could Sun Kai speak firmly to him. Woman looked completely dumbfounded. He had always hidden inside the spirit tablet and had never exposed himself. Not even Wu Qian, who often came to the ancestral hall, knew of his existence. How did this young man, who had just arrived in the village days ago, know about him? Seeing Woman's flustered expression, Sun Kai guessed that Woman, like Wu Qian and the others, probably did not remember anything about that world. The only ones who could remember the situation were the three outsiders. At that moment, Wu Qian finally believed Sun Kai completely. After all, Sun Kai even knew of Woman's existence, a detail she was entirely unaware of. Grabbing onto Woman's weakness, Sun Kai directly asked, Old man, what's the situation in this village? Don't say you don't know, you must know something. If you don't speak, I'm going to smash your spirit tablet right now. With that said, Sun Kai pretended to smash the spirit tablet, nearly scaring woman to death. I really don't know. If I knew, would I be hiding here all this time? Woman was almost in tears. If he really knew the village's secret, how could he possibly have been hiding here? Sun Kai frowned slightly. He had also asked woman in that world, but woman said he didn't know. Could it be that woman was genuinely unaware? Just then, Sun Kai suddenly noticed something behind the spirit tablet. There seemed to be words. He brought it closer to look, and his expression suddenly changed. On the back of the spirit tablet were new rules. Rules 3. No one in the village is alive. 4. When all the dead turn into ghosts, no one can leave the village. Reading these two rules made Sun Kai feel a chill run down his spine. No one in the village is alive? Does that mean Wu Qian and the others are actually dead too? He immediately thought of what Xia Changqing had reminded him of before. Some children's bones were discovered on the back mountain of the village. At that time, he was puzzled, but now it seemed that this rule might very well be true. But what he saw with Wu Damu and the village chief, were they not living people? The third rule left Sun Kai somewhat perplexed. At the same time, the fourth rule made Sun Kai realize something. He absolutely could not let the dead turn into ghosts. Once they all became ghosts, it would be utterly impossible for the three of them to pass. Under normal circumstances, dead people rarely die again, but Sun Kai just knew that there was a group of people whose goal was to kill the dead. That's right, he was talking about the two living people, Wu Damu and the village chief. Besides them, there must be other living people whose purpose was to kill all the dead in the village. But the problem was, when they killed the dead would turn into ghosts. And once all the dead became ghosts, they would be finished. This was simply a deadlock. Unless he could find the living people like Wu Damu and make them stop such actions. Sun Kai knew without guessing that this was impossible. Those living people had already started to resort to any means necessary to live again in the village. The last time that Wu Damu even attacked him, if it weren't for the need for information, Sun Kai would have wanted to drown him. Sun Kai was very troubled. He temporarily set aside the rules and focused on the matter of Wu Men. A group of people kept asking Wu Men various questions. Some he answered, some he didn't, showing a helpless expression. But Sun Kai knew this guy was an old trickster. Even if that Wu Men in that world wasn't him, there would still be similarities. Sun Kai asked a key question. Old man, when Wu Men village was founded, did anything strange happen? Wu Men thought carefully, then seemed to think of something. I remember back then I was very young, elected as the village chief by the villagers, and that night the moon was very round. In Wu Men's words, at that time, the village was harmonious, but one night, something strange happened. Someone claimed to have seen a ghost on the mountain, but no one believed him. However, the next day, this person died at home in a very tragic state. Chapter 81, The Old Who Do Not Die Are Thieves. At that time, this incident caused quite a stir in Wu Men village, but Wu Men village was just too remote. Plus, in that era, people had a deep reverence for ghost stories, and to prevent ghosts from bothering the village, they invited a Taoist to perform rituals. After many years, nothing unusual happened in the village, and they gradually forgot about this matter. So, you're saying that quite early on, Wu Men village was haunted? At that time, I didn't really think there were ghosts in the world. I didn't take it seriously at all, and while I was alive, there wasn't a second similar incident. Sun Kai rubbed his chin, saying that this mattered was one thing, saying it didn't matter was another. But at least he learned something new, which was a bit helpful for them. Seeing that these people's questioning had ended, Wu Men smiled and said, Teacher Sun, I wonder if you can return the spirit tablet to me? Oh, you mean this? Of course, I can. Sun Kai was very polite and handed the spirit tablet over, and Wu Men reached out to take it. But at that moment, Sun Kai's hand slipped, and the spirit tablet instantly fell to the ground, revealing a look that was clearly fake. Oh dear, I accidentally slipped. Crack. The spirit tablet was old and already very fragile. After falling to the ground, it shattered immediately. Also shattering on the spot was Wu Men. Why did you do that? Sun Kai, I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Wu Men let out a horrific scream as his figure gradually disappeared. Due to Sun Kai's quick actions, Wu Qian and the others had no time to react and could only watch Wu Men vanish helplessly. Teacher Sun, why must we do this? Wu Qian, this is the first lesson I teach you as a teacher. Old but not dead is a thief. This old silver coin has hidden until now. Do you really believe that the village's matters have nothing to do with him? Wu Qian is not a fool, she just let her emotions cloud her judgment. After hearing Sun Kai's words, she thought carefully. If it were her, she would probably do something in secret too. You may not know, but in that world, the three of us were almost killed by this old silver coin. Xiao Dai was even turned into a ghost by whatever means this old silver coin used. Ah, I became a ghost? Du Xiao Dai looked shocked, she had no idea about this matter. Feng Xiao scratched his head awkwardly, well, this is indeed true. After all, he was right there when Du Xiao Dai turned into a ghost. Wu Qian didn't know what happened in that world, but many pieces of evidence proved that what Sun Kai said was true. Especially regarding the existence of the Wu Gate, she was completely unaware of this. Now that the ancestor has died, what should we do next? Our next goal is to find more about the village. Are there any elderly people in the village, or are there any books left behind? Sun Kai only believed a tiny bit of what the Wu Gate said, to completely believe it was impossible. Wu Qian thought for a moment and said, there doesn't seem to be any books, as very few people in the village can read. However, there are quite a few elderly folks. There's a 90-year-old elder next door to my house. Sun Kai's eyes lit up, that's it. Let's go see the elder and see if we can find any clues. Although they returned to reality, there were still threats from the dead and ghosts. But compared to those twisted events, this real world was much better. At least they could walk in the village without being attacked for no reason. Sun Kai and Wu Qian arrived next door, where the elder was lying on a chair, swaying gently, looking very relaxed. Grandpa San, we've come to visit you. Wu Qian walked over, smiling brightly at the elder. When the elder heard the voice and opened his eyes to find Wu Qian, he showed a smile. Oh, it's little Qian Qian. Aren't you supposed to be at school? Why have you come to see me? Actually, it's not me looking for you, it's Teacher Sun who came to see you. Wu Qian pushed Sun Kai forward, and the elder glanced at him, suddenly realizing. You must be the new teacher, right? Our village's conditions are so harsh, I'm really sorry. No worries, the conditions are the same for us. We're just here to teach the children. Sun Kai politely replied and quickly asked, Elder, I've heard that the history of Woman Village is quite long. I happen to be interested in this. Can you share some details with me? On the way, Sun Kai learned one thing, this elder in front of him was actually a dead person. Each of these children had to take responsibility for suppressing some dead nearby, and this dead person was under Wu Qian's charge. The elder's eyes were somewhat cloudy, but when he spoke about Woman Village, he tilted his head and said, although Woman Village is just a small village, it has existed for hundreds of years. Our first village chief, Wu Men, was a very formidable person. What made him formidable? Legend has it that when Woman Village was just established, there were ghost disturbances. It was Wu Men who led people to seal this ghost in the back mountain, ensuring the peace of Woman Village for hundreds of years. Sun Kai's expression turned serious as he exchanged a glance with Wu Qian. What the elder said was completely different from what Wu Gate had said earlier. Wu Gate spoke of ghost disturbances and deaths. He asked a Taoist priest to settle this matter. But in this old man's words, it was the Wu sect that sealed the ghost, which is quite impressive. The Wu sect should just be an ordinary person, right? How did he seal the ghost? Old man, is the Wu sect really that powerful? But he should just be an ordinary person. How did he manage to seal the ghost? Legend has it that the Wu sect held a green orb at that time, which was how they sealed the ghost. Of course, these are just legends passed down through generations, who knows if they are true? The old man didn't know much, but just this piece of information was enough for Sun Kai to feel that this trip wasn't in vain. If they could find the green orb, then they would have a way to deal with the ghost. If the ghost were gone, then solving the problem of the dead might really allow them to pass through this strange world of tales. Thinking of this, Sun Kai couldn't wait to return and share the news with the two others. But when he got back to school, he found that all the children in the classroom were gone. Sun Kai was very puzzled and quickly went to the office. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were not there, but there was a strange young man. This young man was setting up a desk in the office. You must be teacher Sun Kai, right? I'm the new PE teacher, you can call me Wang Chao. Chapter 82, Out of Breath. So it was the new PE teacher. Just as Sun Kai was about to speak, he suddenly remembered something. Weren't there only 3 teachers that came here in the beginning? What's up with this 4th person? At that moment, he recalled a rule he received before entering the strange world. If a PE teacher appears, do not talk to him. Sun Kai felt a wave of fear. Having spent quite some time in this world, he almost forgot this rule. Seeing that Sun Kai didn't speak, Wang Chao looked a bit puzzled, but still asked. Are you feeling unwell? Sun Kai remained silent. If it were usual, a hint would have appeared long ago. But this time, the hint never showed up. What does that mean? Could it be that this PE teacher is real, not an illusion? Noticing that Sun Kai still ignored him, Wang Chao looked confused. His attitude should be good, so why didn't this teacher Sun say a word? Could it be that this teacher Sun is a cold type of teacher? Thinking he guessed right, Wang Chao immediately smiled and said, Teacher Sun, I hope we can get along well from now on. As he spoke, Wang Chao continued to move his desk, looking like he would be staying here for a while. Sun Kai didn't dare to speak to Wang Chao. If it were just an illusion, it would be simple, but the other party was a real person. That made things a bit troublesome. He needed to know more about Wang Chao. It would be best to learn through Feng Xiao and the others since there were no rules preventing them from communicating with a PE teacher. Was Wang Chao a native of this world, or was he a new bearer of destiny? Sun Kai searched around and finally found the children along with Feng Xiao near the ancestral hall, but they looked a bit strange. A group of people formed a circle, and inside he could hear crying. What happened? As Sun Kai walked over, when the children saw him, it was like they saw their pillar of support. Teacher Sun, Wu Song, he has no breath left. Wu Hao's face was full of tears as he spoke to Sun Kai in a crying voice. What? No breath left? Sun Kai was shocked and hurried over. He quickly saw a child lying on the ground, with no rise or fall in his chest. He really had no breath left. Feng Xiao, what on earth happened here? Feng Xiao's face also bore a hint of sorrow. He said, we were in the classroom over there, but suddenly Wu Song ran out by himself. When we chased him here, we found he had no breath left. Sun Kai had a strange look on his face. Wu Song suddenly ran over alone, and then he was gone? Was this a joke? But looking at the ancestral hall not far away, Sun Kai raised an eyebrow. Why did he have to come to the ancestral hall here just to die? Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai exchanged glances. No one could answer Sun Kai's question. Sun Kai crouched down to check. He confirmed that Wu Song truly had no breath left and shook his head in regret. He is already dead. Let's find a place to bury him. Since ancient times, humans have valued being buried in peace. If Wu Song was truly dead, then burying him was the best course of action. But Wu Qian wiped away a tear and said, Teacher Sun, there's no need to bury him. Why? Because, even if we die, we will come back to life. What Wu Qian said shocked Sun Kai and the others immensely. Wu Qian, what are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense, this is real. There's just one premise, we can't all die. If we all die, then it's truly over. In Wu Qian's words, over the past decade or so, each of them had died many times, but even when they died, they would come back to life the next day. No one knew why they could come back to life, but they all remembered this fact. Sun Kai thought deeply. He saw a rule behind the spirit tablet: no one in the village was truly alive. Earlier, he had some doubts, but now he could basically be certain that this rule was real. If it was true, then it meant that Wu Qian and the others were not living beings, just that they looked like living people. Since it was confirmed that Wu Song could come back to life, a group of kids simply decided to take him with them, waiting for him to revive tomorrow. The only thing that puzzled them was how Wu Song could suddenly run to the ancestral hall and die so suddenly. By the way, Feng Xiao, there's a new PE teacher. Have you met him? On the way back to the classroom, Sun Kai suddenly thought of this and asked. But Feng Xiao looked confused. Brother Sun, what are you talking about? Isn't it just the three of us teachers? Where did the fourth person come from? Yeah, Brother Sun, did you make a mistake? Du Xiaodai also chimed in. From their expressions, Sun Kai could tell that they must not have encountered Wang Chao. Sun Kai briefly explained the situation about this PE teacher and the rules he hadn't mentioned before. Feng Xiao was shocked. So, this PE teacher has a lot of issues? Brother Sun, because of the rule, you can't communicate with him? This is troublesome. The village's matters are already complicated, and now there's a new PE teacher. Sigh. Du Xiaodai sighed, realizing that this strange talk world was more troublesome than she had imagined. Next, your task is to find out about the PE teacher Wang Chao, to see if he's from this world or a newly added national fortune bearer. The two nodded. Since Sun Kai couldn't communicate with the other party, the task of communication would have to be left to them. The children returned to the classroom, while Sun Kai and the others went to the office. Sure enough, Wang Chao was there. When he saw the three return, he stood up happily. Hello, I'm the new PE teacher Wang Chao. I'm very glad to meet the three of you. Feng Xiao immediately approached with a big smile and shook hands with him. Hello, I'm Feng Xiao, the math teacher. The one who doesn't like to talk is teacher Sun Kai, and the beauty is the foreign language teacher. Feng Xiao gave a brief introduction and directly asked, Teacher Wang, I have a question for you, is that okay? Of course, feel free to ask. Wang Chao looked very cheerful. We were told before we came that only the three of us would come as teaching volunteers. I didn't know how Teacher Wang got here. Wang Chao heard this and immediately laughed. So that's what it is. This is really a misunderstanding. Originally, it was indeed you three, but then another spot was added, and I was selected. I was supposed to support other villages, but everything was arranged, so I could only come here. Since the departure time was too late, I couldn't ride the same bus as you. Chapter 83, Testing Wang Chao. I have to say, Wang Chao's explanation was very perfect. But Sun Kai did not fully trust this person's words. Even the rules told him not to converse with Wang Chao, which meant that there must be problem with Wang Chao. Sun Kai let Feng Xiao and the others continue talking to Wang Chao while he went to the village leader's house, wanting to gather some information from him. The village leader was dead. Sun Kai had known this for a long time. But the one outside who claimed to be alive was still unknown. If it could be proven that those who looked alive were not human, then the rules he saw behind the spiritual plate would be completely verified. Isn't this teacher's son? What brings you here? Village leader Wu Dayo was a bit surprised to see Sun Kai, but still invited him inside. Sun Kai looked at the village leader. Just from the surface, he couldn't tell that the other was a dead person. Dead people were truly incredible. Leader, I came here to ask about something. Do you know anything about the new teacher? Sun Kai was straightforward and directly inquired about it. The village leader thought for a moment and said, "You're talking about Teacher Wang, right? He just arrived. I was at the village entrance to welcome him. Teacher Wang's situation is quite complicated. Mainly, the country allocated more spots for us, giving us so many teachers. When the children grow up, they must contribute back to the nation." Since the village leader said this, it proved he really knew about Wang Chao. But therein lies the problem. Wumen village could enter but not leave, and there wasn't even a phone. Under such circumstances, would the village leader really so casually trust Wang Chao's words? Did Teacher Wang carry any documents? The village leader went back to his room and after searching for a while, finally found a document and handed it to Sun Kai. Sun Kai took it and looked. The contents were similar to what they had before. The name was also Wang Chao, without any problems. It seemed that Wang Chao was likely a person from this world, not a national fortune bearer like them. After confirming Wang Chao's identity, Sun Kai no longer paid him much attention. As long as he ensured not to talk to Wang Chao, that would be enough. Just as Sun Kai was about to leave the village leader's house, the leader suddenly put his hand on his chest, showing a painful expression. "Leader, what's wrong?" Sun Kai hurried over to ask. Old problem, it's nothing." The village leader spoke intermittently, gasping heavily. Sure enough, after a while, he returned to normal. Although Sun Kai was not a doctor, he knew that the previous situation was very dangerous. A careless mistake could have cost him his life. But wasn't the village leader dead? Would a dead person feel pain? Sun Kai helped the village leader sit down, and the leader waved his hand. "I'm fine, this is just an old problem. By the way, it seems that wild beasts have appeared outside the village recently. If the 4 teachers have nothing to do, it's best not to leave the village." Sun Kai nodded on the surface, but secretly doubted that what was outside the village was not wild beasts, but live people watching them. After leaving the village leader's house, Sun Kai returned to the school. Feng Xiao immediately told him all the information he gathered from Wang Chao. In Feng Xiao's words, Wang Chao was simply an ordinary person. Not a national fortune bearer. They didn't need to waste time on Wang Chao, he wasn't worth it. But Sun Kai always felt that suddenly having a new character appear, if it was completely useless, wouldn't fit the situation of the Ghost Tales world. Keep an eye on Wang Chao, but don't be too obvious. Since it was Sun Kai's instruction, Feng Xiao naturally agreed. So that day, Feng Xiao secretly observed Wang Chao, who, as a gym teacher, was naturally leading the kids to play and exercise in the open area. At night, they returned to their residence, while Wang Chao was arranged to stay elsewhere. Thanks to their house being a 3-room layout instead of 4, having one more Wang Chao would have made some things inconvenient for them. "Brother Sun, I just did a small experiment." Feng Xiao suddenly moved close to Sun Kai with a crafty smile. "What small experiment?" "During the day, I deliberately told Wang Chao to come find me at 9 o'clock. Sun Kai instantly understood Feng Xiao's meaning. This was to lead Wang Chao into a trap and intentionally attract the attention of ghosts. If Wang Chao was really taken out by a ghost, it would mean no loss for them. But if Wang Chao arrived safe and sound, it would mean he definitely had problems. Facing someone who wasn't a national fortune bearer, Feng Xiao was also quite bold. Du Xiaodai felt a bit reluctant, but she knew Feng Xiao was thinking of the 3 of them, so she had no reason to speak against him. This isn't the real world, this is the Ghost Tales world. Du Xiaodai could only keep repeating this phrase to numb herself. Sun Kai wasn't concerned. Wang Chao wasn't related to them, and besides, having a gym teacher suddenly appear at this time definitely looked suspicious. Testing him was the best option. The 3 of them waited. Because there were no clocks in this village, they could only estimate the time. It should be nearly 9 o'clock now. If Wang Chao really comes, we should see results soon. Yeah, I suddenly hope he actually shows up, then we might have a new breakthrough. As long as we can leave here alive, it doesn't matter how. The 3 casually chatted for a moment, then sat there waiting for Wang Chao's arrival. Time passed minute by minute, but the front door was silent, and the village had no sounds at all. What if he didn't come at all? Feng Xiao was very suspicious. He doesn't seem like the type to stand someone up. Du Xiaodai shook her head. Just as Sun Kai was about to speak, suddenly someone knocked on the door. Feng Xiao was overjoyed. It must be Wang Chao. "I'll go open the door." But before he could walk over, Sun Kai pulled him back. "Brother Sun, why are you holding me back?" Sun Kai pointed outside and said calmly, "Are you really sure the person outside is Wang Chao and not something else?" Feng Xiao finally realized that there were ghosts in the village at night. If they opened the door and got taken out by a ghost, it would be a disaster. So what should we do now? Open the door. Feng Xiao scratched his head, not knowing what to do. Sun Kai gave Du Xiaodai a look. If it truly was Wang Chao outside, he couldn't have any interaction with him. Once there was any exchange, he would have violated the rules, and there would only be one outcome. Is it Teacher Wang outside? Du Xiaodai shouted towards the door. To her surprise, there was indeed a response from outside. It's me, Wang Chao. Teacher Feng asked me to come here to discuss something. Chapter 84, No Resurrection. Confirming that it was Wang Chao outside, the three of them suddenly felt a bit uneasy. With the village being so dangerous at night, filled with ghosts, how did Wang Chao make it to them alive? Brother Sun, we can't let him in. I suspect he's either a ghost or a dead person. Feng Xiao's expression was extremely serious. He calmed down and then remembered what it meant for Wang Chao to be alive in here. It meant that Wang Chao had a big problem. That's right, we absolutely cannot let him in. Du Xiaodai also nodded in agreement. Letting Wang Chao in was too risky. But at that moment, Wang Chao outside knocked on the door again and shouted, Teacher Du, open the door? Du Xiaodai gave Sun Kai a look. What should they do now? If they didn't make a sound, they could pretend they weren't home, but they had already made noise just now. If they rejected him, would he go crazy right then and there, and then something terrible would happen? Sun Kai was also hesitating at this moment. Should he open the door or not? But no prompt had appeared. Did this mean that even if Wang Chao had a problem, he temporarily wouldn't pose a danger to them? Thinking of this, Sun Kai decisively said, open the door. Feng Xiao almost jumped up. If it weren't for the fact that the person saying this was Sun Kai, he might have cursed out loud. Brother Sun, Wang Chao obviously has a problem, how can you let him in? Brother Sun, I think the same way, letting Wang Chao in is too dangerous. Both of them strongly opposed letting Wang Chao in, but a single sentence from Sun Kai left them speechless. If we don't let him in, what if Wang Chao undergoes some kind of change later leading to a plot kill? The two were left without words. They all knew that a plot kill was something that couldn't be resolved. A single wrong choice could lead to a plot kill. They had witnessed this firsthand in the previous two ghost story worlds, where other national luck bearers triggered plot kills. This thing was indeed unsolvable. Fine. Feng Xiao, feeling helpless, could only lower his head and go open the door. But he placed one hand on his pants, ready to take out his treasured childhood urine at the first sign of any odd behavior or change from Wang Chao. When he opened the door, Wang Chao outside showed no signs of change, still wearing a smile on his face. Teacher Feng, you're home, I thought you went out. Wang Chao naturally walked in, noticing Sun Kai and the others sitting inside. I envy the three of you living together, too bad there aren't enough rooms here, I can only live alone. Wang Chao was very familiar, finding a stool and sitting down. By the way, Teacher Feng, you asked me to come over, is there something you want to talk about? Feng Xiao was speechless, he was just looking for some excuse to trick Wang Chao into coming over at night. He never thought Wang Chao would actually come alive. Fortunately, Du Xiaodai reacted quickly and immediately found a reason. Actually, we mainly want to know some things, like Teacher Wang's teaching suggestions for those students. Feng Xiao quietly gave her a thumbs up. Xiaodai was really impressive, the excuse came right out. Wang Chao suddenly understood, it was about the students' matters. Those students are really great, they listen well and have a strong interest in learning. When it came to those students, Wang Chao spoke eloquently, looking quite prepared. Sun Kai remained silent throughout, continuing to play his aloof character, and Wang Chao, already aware of this matter, didn't mind. After chatting for a while, Feng Xiao suddenly asked, Teacher Wang, did you encounter anything on the way here? Wang Chao was stunned. What did this mean? What did it mean to encounter something? Could it be that Teacher Feng was referring to a beast? He smiled and replied, there's nothing else in the village except it got a bit dark, I just walked over like this. The three exchanged glances. The ghosts didn't proactively approach Wang Chao. Why was that? But no matter what, there was definitely something wrong with Wang Chao, this was unquestionable. Only, they weren't sure where exactly Wang Chao's problem lay. Teacher Wang, you need to be careful. There are mountains nearby, and wild beasts often suddenly appear. Feng Xiao kindly reminded him. Thank you, Teacher Feng, I will pay attention. It's getting late, so I will head back. Then, Wang Chao left the place. As soon as Wang Chao left, Feng Xiao let out a sigh of relief. He had been quite tense, worried about when Wang Chao might suddenly explode. You see, he kept one hand on his pants, always ready for anything. This Wang Chao has a big problem, even ghosts don't want to touch him. Could he, like Wu Qian and the others, have magical blood? Du Xiaodai couldn't help but let her imagination run wild, considering a possibility. Oh, maybe that's really the case. Otherwise, how could he come over here without any issues? Feng Xiao kept nodding, affirming Du Xiaodai's statement. But Sun Kai didn't think so, he never forgot the rules on the spirit tablet. In the village, there isn't a single living person. Except for the three of them, the national luck bearers. This means Wang Chao might not be a living person either. His tests on Wang Chao couldn't go too far, otherwise it might trigger some changes in Wang Chao, and that would bring them no benefits. Just when they were getting ready to sleep, someone knocked on the door again. The three were startled. It had been Wang Chao before, so who could it be this time? It was most likely a ghost. Thinking of this, the three closed their mouths and didn't make a sound. But the knocking continued, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Teacher son, open the door, it's me." This voice is Wu Qian. Why would Wu Qian come to find them so late at night? Just as Du Xiaodai was about to go out and open the door, Feng Xiao hurriedly stopped her. "Don't go, it might be a ghost trying to confuse us by imitating Wu Qian's voice." This made a lot of sense, and Du Xiaodai suddenly didn't dare to move. Wu Qian seemed to have guessed this point and actively said, "I'm really me, not a ghost. Ghosts can mimic my voice, but they cannot imitate my blood." This remark seemed quite credible. The two couldn't decide and could only look at Sun Kai. Sun Kai then looked towards the door. This time, no hints appeared, which meant it was safe. "Open the door." Feng Xiao was still ready to run at any moment, quickly opening the door. Standing outside was indeed Wu Qian. She extended her finger, which had traces of blood on it. Seeing this, Feng Xiao immediately relaxed. "Wu Qian, if you are coming next time, please tell us in advance. Coming over at night is going to scare someone to death." Wu Qian anxiously said, "Wu Song is in trouble, he hasn't revived." Chapter 85, Another One is Dead. Sun Kai and the others were stunned, their faces filled with shock. Wu Song was able to revive, as Wu Qian had told them, but now Wu Qian was saying that Wu Song couldn't revive anymore. What was going on? What exactly happened? Wu Qian briefly explained the situation. In reality, their revivals weren't like waking up directly from a corpse. Each time after dying, they would open their eyes and find themselves at the back mountain of the village. And every revival occurred precisely at midnight. They had special blood. Even walking at night, they didn't have to worry about dying or ghosts, and they could return safely. Having gone through this often, they would arrange for someone to wait in advance to welcome the revived children. But this time, the children Wu Qian sent did not find Wu Song's figure. They rushed back and told Wu Qian about this. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Worried that there might be other problems, she could only come to seek their help. Sun Kai stroked his chin. He hadn't expected Wu Song's revival to be like this. Reviving directly from the back mountain of the village. Wait. Isn't there a pile of children's bones back there? Could this relate to their revival? Wu Qian, do you know that there are some dead bones behind the mountain? Sun Kai directly asked Wu Qian. Unexpectedly, Wu Qian nodded at that moment. "I know, because those bones are actually our own." Sun Kai and the others were shocked. Wu Qian actually spoke the truth directly? Seeing the shocked expressions of the three, Wu Qian instead laughed. "Actually, we have long known that we are already dead. After all, who among the living can come back after dying? Although we look like living people on the outside, with heartbeats, our blood still warm, those things next to the bones are what we used to have." Sun Kai was silent. Wu Qian and the others were not foolish, but rather very smart. Since they realized that the resurrection place had issues, they must have spent some time searching. So finding the dry bones is not surprising. "Then you all..." Du Xiaodai began, but then stopped. She really wanted to ask Wu Qian, "Since you all know you are dead, why are you still trying so hard to live?" But this question seemed a bit inappropriate, so she did not ask it out loud. Feng Xiao couldn't speak anymore. He found it hard to believe that this girl younger than him could face such a cruel truth so calmly. He couldn't do that. Finding Wu Song is the most important thing now. Let's form pairs and search the back mountain for Wu Kong. Maybe he got lost. The three followed Wu Qian and arrived at a village entrance behind the village. This was the path to the back mountain. Here, the remaining children had already been waiting for a while. Still in the previous groupings, Sun Kai and Wu Qian together headed straight for the place where the bones were buried in the back mountain. Since there were no flashlights in the village, they all carried torches. The two ran for a while and finally reached a place with a tangle of stones. There were messy stones everywhere, some taller than humans. "If we go forward for more than 100 meters, we'll be able to see some bones." Wu Qian's voice sounded a bit calm, knowing these were their own bones. But Sun Kai thought that maybe they had experienced those painful times long ago. After all, it had been more than 10 years. No matter how sad, it couldn't change the fact that they had already died. "Let's go take a look, maybe Wu Song is over there." Sun Kai did not know where Wu Song was, but at this moment, they had to find him. The two walked forward, and under the torchlight, the scattered stones looked like a chaotic dance of demons, with all kinds of bizarre postures that made one's heart tremble. If someone came here alone at night, it would indeed be scary. But Sun Kai had long experienced many similar situations and didn't care at all, and so did Wu Qian. The two soon reached a lower area where a pile of messy bones lay. Wu Qian's expression was a bit complex. After all, one of these bones was her own. But she herself stood here. This feeling was very strange. Sun Kai handed the torch to Wu Qian and said, "I'll go take a look. Be careful." Sun Kai jumped down, accidentally stepping on a bone, and he smiled apologetically before carefully checking. There were a total of 11 children, so there should be 11 skeletons here, but all the bones were piled together, making it very difficult to distinguish them all. However, there was a simple way to roughly identify them: finding 11 skulls. Finding skulls is much easier. After a careful search, Sun Kai finally found all the children's skulls and placed them in front of himself. But when he counted them, his expression changed. There were only 10 skulls here, one less. Could it be that he overlooked something? Sun Kai searched again, but the result was still the same. Before him were only 10 skulls, one head was missing. Wu Qian, above, seemed to have noticed too, letting out a startled cry. Impossible, how can one head be missing? Once, in order to find the secret of their resurrection, she had brought the children here and was very certain there were 11 heads at that time. But now, one was unexpectedly missing. What was going on? Wu Qian, can you tell who was missing? Sun Kai wasn't familiar with the children, and with only skulls in front of him, he couldn't recognize them at all. He could only hope for Wu Qian. Wu Qian had done such things before, identifying which bone belonged to whom, so she naturally could tell. After coming down, she looked carefully for a while and said, "It's Wu Song that's missing." Hiss. Sun Kai immediately gasped in shock. Wu Song had died unusually today and had not resurrected, and now his skull was missing as well. It looked like there was a major problem. Wu Song isn't here, let's search somewhere else. Just as Sun Kai was about to take Wu Qian away from here, a scream pierced the air. That voice, it's Wu Lan, she is in a team with Teacher Du. Wu Qian's face changed drastically as she ran outside immediately. Sun Kai's expression also changed. Du Xiaodai was there too. The direction the sound came from was a bit far from them. When they arrived, they found Feng Xiao and several children already there. When they saw the situation here, their hearts sank. Wu Lan's eyes were wide open, lying on the ground, with a sense of dying without closing her eyes. Meanwhile, Du Xiaodai was collapsed nearby, seemingly fainted. Who was the first to arrive? What happened here? Chapter 86, The Illusion Technique. The first to arrive were 2 children. They heard the sound and rushed over at the first moment, only to see such a scene. Wu Lan, she is dead. Teacher Du seems fine, just fainted. First Wu Song died, and now Wu Lan was dead. This scene terrified the children. Damn it! I came too late. Feng Xiao felt very guilty. He was in the second batch to arrive, but when he got there, this was already what he found. Sun Kai walked to Du Xiaodia's side, checked briefly, and confirmed that she was just fainted. After patting her face a couple of times, she slowly woke up. Wu Song, don't be like this. As soon as Du Xiaodai woke up, she let out a terrified scream. The expressions of the people around changed. Wu Song? Xiaodai, what happened just now? Why did Wu Song's name come up? Sun Kai hurriedly asked, wanting to know precisely what had transpired. Du Xiaodai didn't answer, instead looking toward Wu Lan not far away, her eyes filled with pain. Just now, I was with Wu Lan, searching for Wu Song's shadow, and then we really found him. But Wu Song looked a bit strange. He lowered his head and said nothing. Just as I was about to take him back, he suddenly attacked Wu Lan, just a touch on Wu Lan's head, and she fell over. Then he did the same thing to me, and I just fainted. Sun Kai's expression was a bit strange. Just a touch on the head, Wu Lan died, and Du Xiaodai fainted? What was going on? Wu Qian, do you guys have such abilities? Wu Qian shook her head. We only have special blood. There is no difference from ordinary people in other aspects. At this point, Wu Qian wouldn't deceive herself. This meant Wu Song might have undergone some changes that they didn't know about. Now that Wu Lan was dead, and it was done by Wu Song, their situation had suddenly become dangerous. But Sun Kai had a lingering doubt in his heart, which was, Wu Song killed Wu Lan. Why did he let Du Xiaodai go? Watching them carry Wu Lan's body away, Sun Kai suddenly remembered something. How did you handle Wu Song's body? The body doesn't need to be handled. At midnight, it will disappear on its own and then revive there. Sun Kai nodded. The search for Wu Song's whereabouts ended just like that. After all, no one dared to be certain that if they scattered again, more would die from Wu Song's attack. Teacher Sun, there must be something wrong with Wu Kong. I'm worried that when Wu Lan revives, she will become like him, so you want to prepare to go there early tomorrow, to witness Wu Lan's revival with your own eyes, right? Wu Qian nodded. That was exactly her intention. No one had anticipated Wu Song's changes, and if Wu Lan became like him, they could no longer die carelessly. I understand, I will go with you tomorrow. A night of silence. The next day, during class, Wang Chao noticed 2 students missing and asked about the situation. Wu Qian used the excuse of them feeling unwell to cover for them. She seemed to sense that this new PE teacher was different from Sun Kai and the others. Even if something happened, she had no intention of seeking Wang Chao. Sun Kai initially planned to wait until night to act, but while he was alone in the restroom, he heard a voice. "Teacher Sun, see you at the old place." Upon hearing this voice, Sun Kai felt it was somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered. Holy crap! This was that guy who claimed to be Wu Damyu last time. He actually came to the village? By the time he came out, Wu Damyu had already disappeared from sight. Sun Kai furrowed his brow, recalling how he specifically went to that place last time but found neither the person nor the cave. But just now, Wu Damyu said to meet at the old place. Aside from that cave, what other place could there be? With just a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to go take a look. He wanted to know what role these living people played in this village. Before leaving, he briefed Fengxiao and Du Xiaodai and then stepped out of the village. Following his memory, Sun Kai finally arrived at the previous location, and this time he saw the cave again. You better not speak. What the heck is this cave? Why wasn't it here when I came last time? Sun Kai directly stopped Wu Damyu, pointing at the cave and asking. Wu Damyu chuckled and explained, "You can see this as a sleight of hand, just a little trick left by our ancestors, nothing to worry about." Sun Kai's expression was a bit strange. Is this really nothing to worry about? He was very sure that there really was no cave here. He had personally searched for quite a while. Is sleight of hand really that powerful? Forget it, let's not talk about this. Why did you call me over? Sun Kai didn't believe that Wu Damyu called him over just for a chat. He hadn't forgotten that the dead in the village were killed by this Wu Damyu. Wu Damyu grinned. Teacher Sun, you must have noticed the problems in the village these days, right? Sun Kai nodded. He had noticed far too many problems, especially that there was not a single living person in the village. This indicated that the living Wu Damyu was not truly alive either. That's good, we really want to get rid of all those dead. Only by doing that can we return to the village originally belonged to us. Wu Damyu's expression was somewhat ferocious. It seemed he had a deep hatred for the dead. And how do you plan to do that? Also, why did you want me here? We plan to take action tonight and eliminate all the dead in the village. Teacher Sun just needs to help us by holding those children back. Sun Kai wasn't going to trust him so easily. Because he remembered something. You once said, I am the teacher that those dead people brought to suppress you. What does that mean? Ah, you have also seen the situation of those children in the village. They have long been dead but still remain in the village. If this continues, they won't be able to be reborn. One by one they will turn into evil spirits. It is precisely because of their existence that we dare not move casually, fearing to disturb them, so the village chief invited you 3 teachers to come, just to keep those children in check. By the way, the one who invited you is the living village chief, not the dead village chief. Sun Kai was suddenly puzzled. What is going on? If the invitation was sent by the living village chief, then why doesn't the dead village chief care at all? Chapter 87, Attack on the Village. Wu Damyu explained, both village chiefs hope for outsiders to come in, but the number cannot be too many, it must be controlled. So both village chiefs are very concerned about your arrival, and you have indeed brought significant changes to the village, which is why we have this opportunity. Tonight, the moon is at its roundest, and it is also the weakest time for ghosts and the dead. We must take this opportunity to seize the village. Sun Kai did not expect the living to act so quickly. If he hadn't come, he might not have known at all. How many living people are there? Are you sure you are truly a match for the dead and ghosts? Sun Kai had strong doubts. If the number of dead corresponded to the number of living, they should be about the same. But the strength of the dead is formidable, while the living? They simply cannot compare. In such circumstances, Sun Kai felt it would be difficult to attack the village. However, he was somewhat interested in what Wu Damyu said about the rounder the moon, the weaker the dead and ghosts became. He hadn't expected there to be such a hidden setting. He truly did not know. The dead are also people. As long as we kill them, they will die. Even ghosts, we are not afraid. Sun Kai's eyes lit up. Do you have a way to deal with ghosts? Of course. What is it? This I cannot tell you for now. As long as you help us take care of those children, I guarantee we can take the village tonight. Sun Kai was somewhat skeptical, but Wu Damyu was very certain, so he did not continue to ask. I understand. What time are you preparing to act? At midnight sharp. Sun Kai returned to the village and told Fengxiao and the others what had just happened. What? They are planning to attack the village at night? No way. If all the dead in the village are wiped out, once they all turn into ghosts, we're doomed. Fengxiao was stunned. Are those living people this reckless? Sun Kai had already informed the 2 of the rules he had seen behind the spirit tablet last time, so Fengxiao's reaction was not surprising. Du Xiaodai also frowned. I can understand their desire to take back the village, but if they really kill all the dead, we will be in danger. No matter how kind Du Xiaodai was, she could not risk her own life for the people of that village. That would be foolish. Brother Sun, what should we do now? Should we tell Wu Qian and the others about this? The two looked at Sun Kai, waiting for his answer. Sun Kai pondered for a moment. This time, he definitely could not help the living. After all, once all the dead are gone, they can no longer leave the village. Call Wu Qian and Wu Hao over, let's discuss this. Fortunately, at this moment, Wang Chao was taking them to PE class, and soon Wu Qian and Wu Hao arrived. After Sun Kai explained the situation, Wu Qian immediately stated, those living people have issues, it seems they are deliberately using teacher Sun's hands to trap us. Wu Qian truly deserved to be the big sister among the children, she swiftly grasped the key point. The three considered and found that Wu Damo had instructed Sun Kai to keep an eye on the children. It indeed seemed to be trapping them. This is strange, living people can deal with the dead, but how to deal with ghosts? In the whole village, the only ones who could deal with ghosts were these children. Oh no, there is one more person, Feng Xiao. But his boy urine is completely incomparable to the children's blood, which is much less durable. Yet they could not think of the reason. After all, if it weren't for Sun Kai, these children wouldn't even know the living people existed. On the contrary, those living people seemed to know everything about the village, which was quite strange. No matter what, tonight, we will observe for a while first, you all stay inside, understand? Wu Qian and Wu Hao both nodded. In such a big event, there was only one person who knew nothing, and that was Wang Chao. Gradually, night fell. Sun Kai and the other two stayed at home, waiting for the impending assault of the living on the village. Outside the village, a group of people hid in the darkness, ready to set off at any moment. Village chief, when we take down those imposters, be sure to leave a ghost for me, I've been craving it for ages. Wu Demu said while drooling. Hee, once those imposters are dead, they will all turn into ghosts. At that time, there will be enough for everyone. The village chief said with a cheerful smile. The others were discussing how to start enjoying the big feast once they returned to the village. At that moment, Wu Demu suddenly said, Chief, what about those little bunnies? The village chief paused for a moment and said, Don't worry, I've arranged for others to take care of them, we don't need to think about them. That's good, it must be almost time, right? Finally, the time reached 12 o'clock, the moon in the sky was extremely round, and even without torches, one could see all corners of the village clearly. At the village entrance, a group of people lit torches and walked towards the village. Inside the village, another group of people stood there. They did not light torches, their faces expressionless, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Neither side exchanged a word, they charged at each other with fierce fighting. The battle began very suddenly. With such a huge commotion, the sound quickly spread out. It started. Sun Kai's eyes lit up, he directly led the other two out of the house toward the source of the sound. At this moment, even if ghosts appeared, they had to go see. After all, this was a massive operation that concerned their future. The three quietly stood behind a house, peeking out. In front of them, a group of living people and dead bodies were fighting fiercely. Occasionally, a living person would be pinned down by a dead body and bitten to death on the spot. There were also living people who grabbed hoes and directly smashed the heads of the dead. The battle was extremely intense. Damn, this fight is so brutal, their brains are coming out. Feng Xiao opened his mouth wide, nearly throwing up at the scene before him. Du Xiaodai said nothing, she was already starting to vomit. Sun Kai remained silent, however, the scene before him puzzled him. If this really continued, not many living people would be left, right? What use would it be to occupy the village then? Sun Kai was confused, but he couldn't let the battle continue, otherwise, if all the dead were gone, it would be a problem. Thinking of this, as Sun Kai was about to step forward, he heard a voice ring out. Two village chiefs, you can stop now, or I will kill them all. Sun Kai's face changed drastically. This voice was Wang Chao? Using the moonlight, Sun Kai clearly saw that Wu Qian and the other children were tied up, and next to them stood Wang Chao holding a kitchen knife. Chapter 88 I am your ancestor. To be honest, Sun Kai had many speculations about Wang Chao's identity, but he had never imagined that Wang Chao would do such a thing. In the midst of the battle here, while the three of them hid here, Wang Chao actually captured Wu Qian and the others. Although Wu Qian and the others had magical blood, they were still children, and facing strong Wang Chao, they were really no match. Sure enough, seeing Wang Chao's actions, both sides suddenly stopped fighting. Standing in the front were the living village chief and the dead village chief. Both of their faces looked very ugly, as if Wang Chao's actions had grabbed their soft underbelly. Strange, why do these people listen to Wang Chao so much? Du Xiaodai muttered this sentence, which instantly made Sun Kai show a puzzled expression. Indeed, Wang Chao used Wu Qian and the others as a threat, but logically, it should be useless to both the dead and the living. For the living, these special beings that can suppress the dead and the ghosts seemed unnecessary, otherwise, they wouldn't be indifferent to them at all. For the dead, these children's blood could suppress them and make them lose themselves, and logically, they should wish for the children's deaths. But the reality was that, because of Wang Chao's one sentence, both sides suddenly stopped fighting. Seeing these people stop, a standard villain smile appeared on Wang Chao's face. Good, this is how you behave, otherwise, once these children die, you should know what your end will be, right? Sun Kai raised an eyebrow. What did this mean? Could it be that something would happen after the children died? After a while, the living village chief spoke. Who are you? Wang Chao sneered. Who am I? You have been causing trouble in my village, and now you ask me who I am? I will tell you now, I am your ancestor. As soon as this was said, both the living and the dead began to scold him. After all, no matter how you look at it, this sounded like a deliberate provocation. The people in the mountain village were all passionate, and each one cursed without repeating. Only Sun Kai suddenly thought of something. His face changed slightly. He is Wu Men. What, Wang Chao is Wu Men? But that old thing was already destroyed by you, Sun Gu. Feng Xiao was very surprised. He knew that Wu Men had been hiding in the spirit tablet and was finally smashed by Sun Gu. Logically, he should be dead, so how could he still be alive and become Wang Chao? He should indeed be dead, but the existence of Wu Men is different from ghosts. He might have other ways, just keep watching. At this moment, they were too far from Wang Chao, and it was impossible to rescue Wu Qian and the others. Facing the villagers' angry curses, Wang Chao did not care at all. He looked lightly at the two village chiefs. I am Wu Men, you should know this name. Sure enough, when they heard this name, the faces of the two village chiefs changed drastically. Wu Men Village. You should know, the name of the village is that of the first village chief. Impossible, how could you be Wu Men? The two village chiefs could not believe it even if they died. That was an ancestor from hundreds of years ago. How could he be alive now? Why couldn't I be Wu Men? Aren't you curious why the village has become the way it is now? Wang Chao's words suddenly attracted everyone's attention. You should know, no one knew why the village had become like this. The dead, the living, the ghosts, and special children like Wu Qian all made up this village. But not long ago, the appearance of Sun Kai and others had changed the situation in the village. No one expected that this always secluded village would suddenly have 3 outsiders. This stunned them. Fortunately, the village reacted quickly, immediately following what they said and making them teachers. In fact, they were secretly observing these 3 teachers, wanting to see how they could enter. That's right, none of them can leave this village. The area near the village is fine, but if you go a little further, you can't get through at all. Do you know why the village has become like this? The dead village chief said in a hoarse voice. Woman nodded. Of course I know, because all of this was done by me. What? Everyone present was stunned. The changes in the village were related to women? Sun Kai's face lit up. He didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise tonight. You must know that the S-level clearance condition is knowing the hidden secrets of the mountain village. If they knew this, wouldn't they be able to clear the level directly? Impossible. This has been happening in the village for nearly 10 years. How could you have done it? And I don't believe you are Wu Men. The living village chief looked very ugly, completely unable to believe Wu Men's identity. This was not surprising. If the years were not far apart, they might still believe it. But Wu Men was an ancestor from hundreds of years ago. In this case, who would be willing to believe his words? Wu Men smiled and pointed to the children beside him. Aren't you curious? Why are there so many children born in such a poverty-stricken village? Why are there only children in the village, apart from the middle-aged and elderly? Can you really recall anything about these children? With every sentence Wu Men spoke, the faces of the villagers became uglier, for they discovered. Once they carefully recalled their memories of the children, they found those memories to be very vague. Vague enough that it felt as though those memories were fake. Moreover, it was indeed strange for a village to have only children apart from the middle-aged and elderly. It should be known that no matter how broken the village is, it was impossible not to have any young people. Similarly, a poor mountain village like Wu Men's would not have dozens of children, even if there were some. On one hand, the cost of raising children is high, and the village cannot afford it. On the other hand, with more children, someone needs to take care of them, but the villagers need to work every day. Who has time to care for children? Seeing the expressions of these villagers, Wu Men seemed very pleased. Have you remembered? Are there really those children in your memories? All right, isn't there also a memory in your minds, regarding the use of these children? As soon as he said this, whether living or dead, their expressions changed. Brother Sun, what does Wu Men mean by this? Feng Xiao also seemed to sense something wrong, and his expression was quite strange. It seems that the existence of Wu Qian and the others is more important than I imagined. We need to be careful not to let Wu Men find out. Sun Kai lowered his eyelids, and the hero card appeared in his hand without him knowing when. Chapter 89 Immortality. What's wrong? Are you not speaking? Do you think I'm deliberately tricking you? Wu Men deliberately showed an exaggerated expression, even extending his ear as if listening. But this appearance was full of mockery. Aren't these children the most important part of the village? You can die, but they cannot die. No, wait, I misspoke. It should be that they cannot all die at the same time. Losing one is fine, losing 10 is also fine. As long as one person is alive, then the village will be safe, am I wrong? Now, without any explanation, just by looking at the faces of the living and the dead, it was clear that Wu Men was right. Who exactly are you? How do you know this? The two village chiefs stared at Wu Men with unkind eyes. If Wu Men did not control the lives of these children, they would probably have taken him out immediately. I've said it before, I am Wu Men, your ancestor. The changes in the village were brought by me, and those children. In fact, were also left behind by me on purpose. The day I've been waiting for has finally arrived. Wu Men's expression was somewhat frenzied as he raised his arms, shouting with an expression of pure enjoyment. Do you know? Ever since I saw a ghost with my own eyes and sealed it with my own hands, I've realized that this world is far more unfathomable than I ever imagined. Can you imagine? When your body gradually grows old and you must face death, can you understand that kind of fear? Why must humans go through aging, sickness, and death? Why can't humans exist like ghosts, forever? I refuse to accept it. I want to live forever, I want eternal life. Sun Kai and the other two were stunned by Wu Men's words. This ancestor's ambition was unexpectedly grand. Eternal life. This has been the wish of countless emperors since ancient times, but unfortunately, no one has ever succeeded. Yet here, Wu Men seemed to take a different path, achieving a form of eternal life in another way. At the very least, he had existed for several centuries and was still present. Feeling like he was sure of his victory, Wu Men unexpectedly revealed many things at that moment. The human body will ultimately succumb to decay, but ghosts do not have this problem. However, ghosts have many issues of their own. Without self-awareness, acting on instinct to attack humans, etc., in order not to become a low-quality product like a ghost, I have dedicated all my remaining time to studying ghosts. Have you seen Wu Men village at 3 in the morning? Wu Men's words left people unsure of how to respond. He truly began studying such a thing as ghosts. However, to be honest, anyone who encounters a ghost would probably have similar thoughts. Human curiosity about the unknown has always been this way. Through my painstaking research and the skills I acquired from traveling all over the country, I finally set up a great formation in Wu Men village before my lifespan ended. The name of the formation has long been forgotten, but I gave this formation a name, Wu Men Formation. No path to heaven, no door to enter the earth. Sun Kai's eyes widened. This Wu Men was so impressive, he even knew formations? It's important to know that this kind of thing is purely fictional in reality. At this point, Wu Men suddenly showed a hint of a bitter smile. I thought at that time I would be able to use the formation, but I was too naive. The power needed for the formation is vast, not something I could provide alone. After my calculations, it would take at least centuries to absorb the essence of the sun and moon for the formation to activate, but by then I would have long been dead. So, I took a different approach, merging myself into the Wu Men formation. The day it activates will be the day I awaken. After I awaken, I knew that my plan was halfway successful, and then I began my next plan. The 11 children's bones I left behind were for this day. At this point, they all understood. The children were not born of them, but were created by Wu Men using these bones. No wonder they were so special. Not only could their blood suppress the dead and ghosts, but they could even resurrect after death. So what about us? The one who spoke was the living Wu Demu, pointing at the dead person across from him. We are the living, they are the dead, and all the ghosts in the village were created by you? Facing Wu Demu's question, Wu Men easily nodded. That's right, you were all created by me. Because I want to live forever, I must borrow a part of the ghost's power. But the ghosts I sealed before have long disappeared, so I can only create ghosts myself. And you are actually two halves of the same person. Humans are divided into yin and yang. I just separated your yin and yang, while conveniently stuffing you with a bunch of memories. How is it? Is it fun? This question was absolutely infuriating. No one expected that all of this was actually created by Wu Men. Sun Kai had already sorted out some thoughts. It seemed that Wu Men utilized the power of the formation to awaken after hundreds of years. At the same time, he also used the formation to create 11 children and to split the villagers into yin and yang parts. But what was the purpose of doing this? Would it help his immortality? Wu Men's words were not yet finished. Anyway, I find it very fun, because only like this, after you all fight to the death, the dead can become ghosts. After all the dead become ghosts, you can eat these ghosts. In the end, these little cuties I created will take care of you all, and my plan will be complete. The true immortality is the result of the fusion of human yin and yang, ghosts, and the undead life I created. Wu Men's face was full of excitement, his body slightly trembling. But this raised another question. He could clearly wait until these people fought to the death, and then appear to wrap things up. Wouldn't that be the best method? But he appeared just like this, while the battle on the field had not ended. Just as Sun Kai was puzzled, Wu Men's gaze suddenly turned toward him. 3 teachers, you have been watching for quite a while now, isn't it time for you to come out? The faces of the 3 changed slightly, their hidden position had actually been exposed? Feng Xiao, you and Xiao Dai do not go out, observe the situation. After saying that, Sun Kai walked out alone. At this moment, if the three of them went out together, the danger would only increase. Seeing that only Sun Kai came out, Wu Men seemed indifferent, watching him with a curious gaze. Teacher Sun, I'm really curious, how did the three of you get in? Can you tell me? Chapter 90, Deception. For a long time, with the effect of the formation, outsiders could not enter, and villagers could not leave. It could be said that this was already a closed place. But unexpectedly, Sun Kai and the others appeared as teaching teachers, which greatly surprised Wu Men. He even thought that there was something wrong with his formation, but after checking, the formation was intact. Wu Men couldn't figure out what the situation was with these three people. Just as he was about to find a chance to reveal himself, he was taken aback to find that Sun Kai actually knew of his existence and even smashed his spirit tablet. This shocked Wu Men. Fortunately, the spirit tablet was just a temporary residence for him. In fact, he had long been integrated with the formation, otherwise, he might have truly been finished. However, losing the spirit tablet also left him unable to do much for some time. So, he simply imitated Sun Kai and others, creating an identity as Wang Chao, hoping to approach them this way. But unexpectedly, the three were very cautious and never revealed any key information. Even Sun Kai never spoke a single word to him, cautious to the extreme. If he knew that Sun Kai didn't talk to him because of rule restrictions, he might have understood. Waiting until today, as everything was about to end, he was close to achieving immortality. Wu Men simply made it clear to see what was going on with Sun Kai and the other three. Sun Kai had no idea about Wu Men's many inner thoughts. Previously, he always thought that they had come as teaching teachers, with no problems at all. Now it seemed there was a big problem. The villagers in this village could not leave, meaning there was still no contact with the outside world. How could they request teachers? This meant that from the very beginning, their identities had major issues. It seems that the identity of that driver back then had significant problems. Sun Kai couldn't help but think. The village had no connection with the outside world, but that driver confidently said he was taking them to Woman Village. Even they had prepared documents ready, which looked very unusual. Unfortunately, they were already inside the village and couldn't get out, so there was no way to find that driver. Right now, their biggest problem was how to learn the complete secret from Woman. In Sun Kai's mind, no information appeared, which meant the secrets of the mountain village he knew were not complete. Otherwise, the information would have already reminded him of the way to pass. He needed to get more secrets from Woman's mouth. Old man, you need to understand a truth, there is always someone better out there. Don't think you are the strongest in this world. Sun Kai deliberately spoke such ambiguous words. If it were someone else, they might not believe it, but Woman was different. He had personally seen these three people walk straight through the formation and enter. If there was no problem, he would twist his head off and kick it like a ball. Hearing Sun Kai's words, there was a trace of seriousness in Woman's eyes. I don't know which expert is behind you? Sun Kai stood with his hands behind his back, looking exceptionally arrogant. You don't have the right to know this. Woman's face darkened. Sun Kai's words were too arrogant. He was very close to achieving immortality, just a mere human. Watching Sun Gu show off, Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai felt so awkward they could almost crack the walls of their apartment. Did they not know what kind of background Sun Gu had? They were the chosen ones of the national fortune, entering this bizarre world. But when Sun Gu spoke, it felt as if there really was a big boss behind them. Seeing Woman about to lose his patience, Sun Kai suddenly said, since you know many things about the village, then you must have seen when I used immortal techniques? Woman's hand movement paused, and his expression became serious again. When Sun Kai used the hero card, a faint glow radiated from his body, and his physical qualities would instantly soar, completely like a superhuman on land. If Woman couldn't see such a change, he would truly be blind. Because he saw it, he hesitated, really thinking that Sun Kai had someone behind him. What kind of technique did you use? With this question, it indicated that Woman really believed what Sun Kai said. Sun Kai slightly raised his head, speaking in a very confident tone, it's just a trivial technique. I am not skilled, only know this one. The technique is called the 6 Ding and 6 Jia technique. 6 Ding and 6 Jia technique? Woman murmured, he had never heard of the name of this technique. But he had seen the performance of the other party becoming stronger after using the technique. With so many dead in the village, they couldn't stop him. Such strength was not something an ordinary person could possess. The three of us entered here completely by accident. My master has a deadly enemy. That person didn't dare to strike directly at us, so he used some tricks to deceive us into coming in. Sun Kai looked very angry. We were severely deceived by the tricks, truly thinking we were here as teachers, but tricks are still tricks, they have a time limit for failure. Recently, we finally remembered what happened. My master's deadly enemy must have used your abilities to keep our 3 lives here. At that time, because of us, you will offend my master. My master will surely come personally. Your mere woman formation cannot stop my master at all. Woman was very confident in his formation, immediately retorting, my formation is extremely strong, your master cannot come in. Oh really? Then how did we get in? A single sentence from Sun Kai left Wu Men speechless. Not only that, Sun Kai also said, have you heard this saying? A grain of golden elixir enters my belly, my life is my own, not dictated by heaven. My master, the respected elder, is indeed a golden elixir expert, a mere Wu Men formation can be shattered with a wave of his hand. When Sun Kai said this, his face was filled with confidence, but what he didn't know was that the people in the live stream had already laughed hysterically. Ha, I'm dying of laughter, I can't believe Sun Kai is so wicked, actually deceiving an old man from hundreds of years ago with something from a novel. This is not following martial morals. If Wu Men could obtain an elementary school diploma, could he be so easily deceived? You all got it wrong, Wu Men fell short because he didn't read novels, otherwise Sun Kai couldn't have tricked him. A group of people were frantically typing in the comments, Sun Kai's performance this time was truly hilarious. Even Xia Changqing felt the same, he genuinely didn't expect that Sun Kai would use such trickery, pulling something from a novel to fool an old man. Chapter 91, You Little Dog. Things in reality are all made up, placed in this bizarre world of strange tales, they might just be real. Sun Kai also considered this, which is why he dared to trick so boldly. Sure enough, upon hearing Sun Kai's words, Wu Men was suddenly at a loss for what to do. If Sun Kai really had a golden elixir expert behind him, what if that expert killed Sun Kai and the others? Could he really deal with it when the golden elixir expert came knocking? He asked himself, his methods looked impressive, but in essence, they were bullying the weak. If he truly had such amazing abilities, he would have captured Sun Kai and the others long ago. Seeing that Wu Man was truly pondering this matter seriously, Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were nearly laughing to death. Before long, Wu Man raised his head, a serious look on his face. Mr. Sun, since you are a disciple of a golden elixir expert, I will give your master face this time and let you go once. But you are not allowed to disrupt my plan, otherwise, even if it means offending your master, I will make you die here. Wu Men figured it out, if he killed the three now, he would surely meet his own end. A golden elixir expert sounds hard to deal with, and if he really got caught, even if he achieved true immortality, he would probably have a miserable end. No problem. Sun Kai agreed on the spot. But as soon as he finished speaking, Wu Hao's angry voice sounded. Sun Kai, we have helped you so much, we don't ask for anything in return, as long as you save Sister Qian, we will be grateful to you for a lifetime. Sun Kai didn't say anything, while Wu Men kicked Wu Hao hard and began to rain blows on his face, rendering him speechless. Stop! Wu Qian shouted loudly, only then did Wu Men stop, but Wu Hao's face was already bruised and swollen. Wu Men, we may indeed be created by you, but since we have bones, it proves that we are human. If we all die here now, I would like to see how your plan will continue. Wu Qian, as the strong-willed sister, quickly caught on to Wu Men's weakness. If Wu Men wanted to achieve immortality, he had to keep Wu Qian and the others alive. Once they all died, Wu Men's calculations would amount to nothing. Wu Men's complexion darkened, then he revealed a faint smile. Do you believe that if you say one more word, I will kill you right now? Wu Qian let out a cold laugh, saying nothing. She understood very well that at this moment, she was like meat on the chopping block, speaking recklessly could truly lead to death. Sister Qian. Wu Hao's weak voice came through, and Wu Qian just shook her head at him, causing Wu Hao to immediately shut his mouth. With that, things became clear. As long as the battle between the living and the dead ended, the next steps would proceed according to Wu Men's plan. But these living and dead people already knew everything, how could they continue to fight according to the Wu Gate's plan? Just as they were preparing to leave, they suddenly found they could not control their own bodies. What's going on? Why is my body moving on its own? Stop. We can't fight anymore, if we keep going, we're all doomed. I don't want to fight, but I can't control myself. Seeing this strange battle before him, Sun Kai's heart sank. This Wu Gate is really not simple, luckily the conditions to pass did not say to take down Wu Gate. Otherwise, he really suspects no one could accomplish this step. Wu Gate can actually control these living and dead? Then why can't he control Wu Qian and the others, is it because they are different? Sun Kai quietly retreated and did not participate in this battle. Brother Sun, if this old man really succeeds, we're probably doomed, how can we ruin his plan? Feng Xiao could see that once the battle ended, death would not be far behind them. Du Xiaodai remained silent, watching Sun Kai, waiting for his solution. To be honest, Sun Kai didn't really have a good plan either. Wu Gate here is almost invincible, even if he uses his hero card, he might not be Wu Gate's match. He only has one chance left to use his hero card and must use it wisely. If it really doesn't work, we will let Wu Gate send us out, but I'm worried he might not do that. And until now, we haven't heard any news of passing, which proves that the secret Wu Gate mentioned might not be complete. Given their current situation, passing at S or a rank would actually be a better choice. As for B and C ranks, they no longer have that much time. In fact, Sun Kai and the others did not know that the experiences of other national fortune bearers were completely different from theirs. Because Sun Kai had actively forced Wu Gate out, while other national fortune bearers were completely unaware of Wu Gate's existence. Or even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to casually touch the old silver coin that is Wu Gate. The battle on the field quickly came to an end. There was only one person left alive, and that was the living village chief. At this moment, faint black gas suddenly emerged from the corpses on the ground, a sign they were turning into ghosts. Ha, Wu Daio, go ahead now and eat all these ghosts. Under Wu Gate's command, village chief Wu Daio could not resist. He came to a corpse and reached out to grab the ghost that had just formed, stuffing it into his mouth. Then, he surprisingly showed a face full of enjoyment, as if the ghosts were the most delicious thing to them. In less than half an hour, all the ghosts born from the corpses on the ground were eaten by Wu Daio. Moreover, a group of ghosts floated over and they themselves crawled into Wu Daio's mouth. At this moment, it could clearly be seen that Wu Daio's whole body was trembling, as if something was about to burst out from within him. Very good. Very good. My little cuties, it's your time to shine. Wu Gate clapped his hands, looking at the children. The first one he looked at was the one lying on the ground, Wu Hao. But Wu Hao did not want to pay him any mind, seeing Wu Hao's in action. Wu Gate smirked and then... puff! He directly pulled out a knife and chopped off a child's head on the spot. The child had a look of confusion on his face, as if he couldn't believe he would die like this. Ah! You dog thing, I'll kill you. Wu Hao's eyes nearly popped out, his anger towards Wu Gate had reached its limit. Wu Gate's smile did not disappear as he said, you can choose not to go. But I will keep killing the next person. Facing this kind of threat, Wu Hao could only stand up and walk over. Cut open your wrist, use fresh blood to pour over his head. Chapter 92, this move, incredible. Wu Hao had no other way, he could only take out the small knife he carried and cut open his own wrist. In an instant, fresh blood sprayed out, and he placed his wrist above Wu Daio's head. Bathed in the fresh blood, Wu Daio's trembling stopped at once. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Damn it, he's taking Wu Hao's life. Feng Xiao tightly clenched his fists, his teeth biting hard, making a piercing grinding sound. Though Wu Hao cut a vein, the blood kept flowing. Sooner or later he would die. Feng Xiao clearly saw Wu Hao's face getting paler bit by bit. If this went on, he really would die. Wu Hao, stop it. Feng Xiao couldn't bear it anymore, rushed over, grabbed Wu Hao's wrist, tore a piece of cloth from his body and tied up his wrist. Feng teacher? Wu Hao's eyes were already a little blurry, looking at Feng Xiao and murmured. Wu Hao, I'm your teacher, I won't allow you to do this. At this moment, Feng Xiao's face was very serious. Wu Men's gloomy voice came, Teacher Sun, this seems different from what we said before, right? Sun Kai sighed in his heart. Actually, even if Feng Xiao didn't act, he was about to make a move too. If this kept on, Wu Hao really would die. And now the formation was controlled by Wu Men. If Wu Hao died, then he would become a puppet controlled by Wu Men, just like Wu Tsong and Wu Lan. He just saw Wu Tsong and Wu Lan quietly standing behind Wu Men, with no expression on their faces, like dolls. Just as Sun Kai was about to speak, Feng Xiao cursed first. Old man, you've already died for hundreds of years, still messing with immortality, damn you. Feng Xiao, tell you today, you'll never get immortality in this life. After saying that, Feng Xiao directly pulled out a plastic bottle from his body, inside filled with light yellow liquid. He opened the lid, aimed the bottle mouth at Wu Daio's mouth, and forcefully poured it in. Holy crap! At this moment, not just Sun Kai was dumbfounded, the whole Xia country was dumbfounded. That color of liquid, no matter how you looked, it seemed like boy's urine, right? He actually directly poured boy's urine into Wu Daio's mouth? This move, incredible. Have to say, Wu Daio was human, he wouldn't react to boy's urine or children's blood. It was only because he ate too many ghosts just now, making his body unwell. Wu Hao's blood was used to suppress those ghosts. But since he swallowed the ghosts, the mouth became the only channel between him and the ghosts inside that hadn't been digested yet. It could be said, Feng Xiao truly made a lucky hit, directly grabbing the key point. This bottle of boy's urine poured in, Wu Daio's body showed all kinds of strange bulges, he felt extremely painful, letting out a sharp scream. You little brat dare! At this moment, Wu Men was about to explode. He never dreamed, when his plan was about to succeed, Feng Xiao suddenly popped out. Wu Hao's eyes opened wide, looking at Teacher Feng in front of him with admiration. Pouring urine into someone's mouth, this was too hardcore. Feng Xiao dragged Wu Hao, just about to leave, but suddenly Wu Hao shouted. Teacher Feng, look out! In an instant, Feng Xiao felt someone push him, then heard Wu Hao's miserable scream. Old Feng hurriedly got up, looked up, and saw Wu Men's figure behind Wu Hao, one hand directly pierced through Wu Hao's chest, blood everywhere. Wu Hao! Feng Xiao let out a painful shout. He originally wanted to save Wu Hao, but instead harmed him. Wu Hao's face twitched in pain, but still forced out a faint smile. Teacher Feng, thank you, you are a good teacher. In this moment, a piece of information appeared simultaneously in the minds of Sun Kai and the other two. Xia Country's national fortune bearer Feng Xiao has completed the B-level clearance of the Rule Monster Tale, Mountain Village Teacher. Since the other two national fortune bearers have not cleared yet, you have two choices. 1. Complete the B-level clearance individually, leave the Monster Tale world alone. Even if the other two national fortune bearers fail, Xia Country will still have 1/3 of its land unaffected by the arrival of the Monster Tale world, national fortune increases by 0.5. 2. Lower the clearance rating to sea level, the three return to reality together, with no rewards or penalties. The second choice requires the agreement of more than 2 people to take effect. The 3 of them were stunned, none of them expected that Feng Xiao would complete the B-level clearance at this moment. Sun Kai suddenly reacted. Feng Xiao's actions just now had completely moved Wu Hao, which led Feng Xiao to achieve the B-level clearance. But he didn't expect that there would actually be 2 choices. No matter how you look at it, choosing the second option at this time was the best way. After all, they had already encountered the final boss, and the current situation was quite dangerous. Sun Kai decisively shouted, "Feng Xiao, the second one." The information in their minds synchronously appeared above the live broadcast room, allowing everyone to see it. "Yes, we should choose the second one. We don't need any rewards, we just need Sun Kai to come back safely." "That's right, Sun Kai is our Xia Country's biggest treasure. Only if he stays alive will the Monster Tale world be safer for us in the future. Feng Xiao, if you choose the first option, I will look down on you." People from Xia Country have always considered them, and such an obvious choice is something that anyone who isn't foolish would know to choose. Even if it's a sea-level evaluation, they can still return safely. It just means the country won't have rewards, nor penalties. But that was enough. Sun Kai alone brought Xia Country a 30% increase in national fortune, along with 2 national rewards. Even if this time, there were no rewards at all, they also wouldn't care. They only hoped that Sun Kai could survive. However, since Wu Men had taken action, he would not give them any chance. Although he didn't understand what Sun Kai meant by the second option, he was decisive and directly attacked Feng Xiao. As soon as Sun Kai shouted, he noticed Wu Men moving. His expression changed, and he shouted again, "Feng Xiao, choose the first one, quick. This is Brother Sun's order." Feng Xiao naturally also saw Wu Men moving. He knew he couldn't evade Wu Men's attack, so the only way was to complete the clearance and leave this place. Faced with the threat of death, Feng Xiao no longer had time to consider. "I choose the first one." Xia Country national fortune bearer Feng Xiao completed personal B-level clearance, rewarded personal physical quality +5, all people nationwide physical quality +1, Xia Country national fortune increased by 0.5. In the blink of an eye, Feng Xiao vanished from the spot, and Wu Men's attack missed. "What's going on? This is impossible." Wu Men was shocked. He hadn't realized how Feng Xiao disappeared. This had never happened in his memory. Chapter 93, Shuiru. If they had enough time, Sun Kai would definitely have let Feng Xiao choose the second option. But at that critical moment, if Feng Xiao chose the second option, it would still need their votes to decide. The wasted time in between might have caused Feng Xiao to die at Wu Men's hands. To ensure Feng Xiao could survive, Sun Kai decisively changed his words. Fortunately, the outcome was good. Feng Xiao lived. But because of this, he and Du Xiaodai were in danger. Seeing what happened just now, no one felt it was Sun Kai's fault, nor did anyone think Feng Xiao was selfish. It had already reached a life-and-death moment. If Feng Xiao was killed because of choosing the second option, then not only would he lose his life, but it would also mean the opportunity for clearance would be lost. Therefore, choosing the first one is the best choice. "Invite Mr. Feng to come here." Xia Changqing immediately gave the order, and their people had already been waiting at the place where Feng Xiao had disappeared. As soon as Feng Xiao opened his eyes, he found many people in military uniforms around him. "Mr. Feng, we are from the support team, and we ask Mr. Feng to come with us to the headquarters, where Mr. Sun Kai is also staying." Feng Xiao paused for a moment, then nodded. "I understand, I will go with you." Then, he looked at the live broadcast room in front of him, feeling very regretful inside. If only he had a little time, he could have chosen the second option. Damn Wu Men. Feng Xiao's disappearance dealt a heavy blow to Wu Men, and for the first time, he realized he was not a very powerful character. If not, why couldn't he even stop an ordinary person? "Teacher Sun, your master is really amazing. He left you with life-saving items. If I'm not mistaken, you too must have such items on you too, right?" Sun Kai smiled mysteriously but said nothing. However, his demeanor, in Wu Men's view, was a tacit acknowledgement. Wu Men sighed, looking somewhat haggard at that moment. "I really envy people like you, who can get good things without too much effort, things I could never get in my lifetime. Back then, I spent so much effort to perfect the Wu Men array, but it would take hundreds of years to use it. If I were like your master, a golden core expert, then such an array would be easy to use, right?" Wu Men seemed somewhat disheartened and did not want to talk to Sun Kai and the others, directly waving at Wu Qian and the others. "Continue." His voice was cold, but Wu Qian and the others had no choice but to follow his orders. Starting with the youngest child, one by one, they began to bleed. Sun Kai could only watch these children as they lost too much blood and eventually collapsed to the side. Finally, only one person was left, and that was Wu Qian. There was not a trace of expression on Wu Qian's face. She looked numb, her friends dying before her eyes. What expression could she still have? She walked stiffly to Wu Daio's side and was about to draw blood from herself when a voice rang out. Wu Qian, are you really going to do this? Don't you want to take revenge for the other kids? The person speaking was not Sun Kai, but Du Xiaodai. Wu Qian stared blankly at Du Xiaodai, looking bewildered. But soon, tears filled her eyes, and a voice full of hatred came from her mouth. I want revenge. Ha ha ha, revenge? You? You are my creation, my child. Wu Men laughed loudly. Others might have a chance, but Wu Qian absolutely had none. Wu Qian was just a part of his plan, always under his control. Is that so? Du Xiaodai covered her mouth and chuckled, her smile surprisingly carrying a touch of allure. Sun Kai's expression changed. Above Du Xiaodai's head, a line of text appeared. This woman is not Du Xiaodai, she is already dead. Sun Kai's face changed drastically. Du Xiaodai had died? How could this be? Du Xiaodai had always been with them. If Du Xiaodai was dead, why were they unharmed? Most importantly, if Du Xiaodai had already been replaced, his prompt should have told him immediately. But he saw clearly that the prompt appeared when Du Xiaodai just spoke. This represented one thing: Du Xiaodai had just died. Du Xiaodai stretched out her hand and lightly said to the sky, I don't like the night, I like the day. As soon as she finished speaking, the originally round moon was instantly replaced by the sun. This scene, not to mention Sun Kai, even Wu Men was stunned. It should be known that everything in Wu Men village was under his control. Why would anyone be able to control the sun and moon of the village? You are not teacher Du, who are you? Wu Men keenly noticed that the Du Xiaodai in front of him was completely different from the one he had observed before. Du Xiaodai smiled slightly. It was clearly the same face, but the feeling she gave was that of a completely different person. Wu Men, we are old friends, have you really forgotten? Old friends? Wu Men recalled for a moment, his expression growing more shocked as he incredulously shouted at Du Xiaodai. You are that ghost? Du Xiaodai glanced at him disdainfully, full of charm. Don't shout ghost all the time, I have a name too, you can call me Xueru. The woman who called herself Xueru, along with Wu Men's earlier reaction, had to prove one thing. She was actually the ghost that Wu Men had sealed. But Wu Men had said before that the sealed ghost had long since disappeared. How did she live until now? At this moment, Wu Men was filled with immense shock. Initially, he wanted to use Xueru to help him achieve immortality. But due to her disappearance, he was forced to create a ghost himself, otherwise, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Wu Men, we haven't seen each other for hundreds of years. I didn't expect you to hide such a huge plan, truly impressive. Xueru had to admire Wu Men. For the sake of immortality, he had made such a grand move across hundreds of years. However, Xueru's words did not bring even a hint of joy to Wu Men. Because he had just secretly tried to regain control of the sun and the sky, but the result failed. What did you do to my formation? Wu Men's voice was filled with anger. Xueru let out a light laugh. What could I do? You sought immortality, while I sought the massive power that the formation accumulated over hundreds of years. You truly do not know you're sitting on a treasure. If I could use such massive power, I would surely become the strongest ghost. At that moment, no one noticed that Wu Qian's body suddenly trembled, as if something extra had appeared in her eyes. At the same time, the sun in the sky inexplicably turned into an oval shape. Chapter 94, Death Loop. In the eyes of Wu Men and Xueru, there was only each other. No one paid attention to Wu Qian and Sun Kai. Seizing this moment, Wu Qian hurried to Sun Kai's side and whispered, Teacher Sun, I remember everything. What do you remember? Sun Kai was somewhat confused. He felt that this time he might be in trouble. After all, no matter how he looked at it, he had no chance to pass the level. If it was just Wu Men before, that would be fine, at least he could still deceive. Now with the addition of the female ghost Xueru, he knew nothing about her and couldn't bluff at all. The most crucial point was that he had just recalled something. That is, all who were dead turned into ghosts, and Wu Men village could not escape. This meant that the A-level clearance lost all possibility. Not only this rule, but even the previous rule of not being able to talk to Wang Chao lost its effect after Wu Men's identity was exposed. Otherwise, when Sun Kai was talking to him earlier, he would have already triggered the rule and died. At that time, Sun Kai really had forgotten about this rule. Fortunately, the rules are unchanging. Now among the remaining rules, not many had any effect on him. The only thing that puzzled Sun Kai was when did this female ghost called Xueru possess Du Xiaodai? He recalled the rules about Du Xiaodai. Could it be? Just as he was being puzzled, he heard Wu Qian's voice. I remember what happened in that world. Sun Kai was taken aback and looked at Wu Qian. He had asked Wu Qian about that world before, but she had remembered nothing at all. How could she suddenly remember? How did you remember? Wu Qian quickly told Sun Kai all the things she had remembered. Was in the ancient ruins, far from the village. To reach it, you must navigate through the forest, where many have lost their way. The spirit was trapped there, waiting for someone to release it. If we can find the seal, perhaps we can stop the ghost. But time is running out, and Wu Men is always watching. Every second counts, and we don't have much left. Then let's move quickly. Sun Kai urged, determination burning in his eyes. Wu Qian nodded, her heart pounding with fear and hope. They sprinted into the forest, the shadows around them thickening. Each step felt heavy, as if the world itself was trying to hold them back. In the back of her mind, Wu Qian felt the presence of the other Wu Qian, stronger than ever. As they dashed deeper into the woods, she could almost hear whispers urging her forward. We can do this, Wu Qian repeated to herself, each word a lifeline. Sun Kai glanced back at her, fear evident on his face. What if we fail, he asked, doubt creeping into his voice. What if we don't? Wu Qian shot back, a spark of defiance igniting within her. With the forest closing in around them, they pressed on, plagued by uncertainty yet fueled by resolve. The ruins loomed ahead, a relic of the past that held the key to their future. This is it, Wu Qian breathed, staring at the worn stones. We have to find the seal. It's our only chance. As they approached, a chilling breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it the weight of history. Stay close, Sun Kai warned, feeling the creeping dread wash over him. Together, they entered the ruins, each shadow a reminder of the darkness that lurked within. The air was thick, and the silence deafening as they searched for any sign of the ghost seal. It must be here somewhere, Wu Qian insisted, her voice a whisper of hope against the despair. And then, they saw it, a glimmer of light illuminating a hidden chamber. Over there! Sun Kai exclaimed, pointing to the shimmering glow. As they approached, a feeling of unease washed over them, like a storm brewing just out of sight. This is it, Wu Qian said, her heart racing with a mix of fear and anticipation. We need to break the seal. But with each passing moment, the presence of the ghost loomed larger, threatening to consume them both. Whatever happens, we stick together, Sun Kai vowed, his voice steady despite the fear. As they prepared to face the darkness, they knew they were either stepping into salvation or a trap. But together, they would confront whatever awaited them, united against the shadows of the past. This is the place where the ancestral hall is located, built there to suppress the female ghost. With this, everything makes sense. Du Xiaodia's first rule is to remind them to pay attention to her changes. Unfortunately, they were distracted by other matters and overlooked this point. The second rule is that as long as Du Xiaodai and the students are not together for a long time, the female ghost should not appear. After all, this is the rule. Xiaodai, we originally had a chance to save you. A trace of regret appeared on Sun Kai's face, but Du Xiaodai was already dead. Controlling her body was a female ghost named Xueru. In fact, under those circumstances, if they did not stay with the children, they would only die faster. It can only be said that for Du Xiaodai to survive was harder than for anyone else. On the other side, Wu Men and Xueru were about 10 meters apart, both staring at each other. Wu Men's eyes were filled with killing intent, while Xueru's eyes showed indifference. Female ghost, I sealed you with my human identity before, and now I can seal you again. You're just in time, your quality cannot compare to those inferior ghosts. As long as I devour you, my plan for immortality will be even more perfect. Chapter 95, You Must Die. Wu Men originally created ghosts out of desperation due to the disappearance of the female ghost. But the ghosts he created could not compare in quality to Xueru. Now that he saw Xueru was actually alive, Wu Men became even more excited. Xueru smiled with her red lips, appearing more vivid under the sunlight. Wu Men, using the Wu Men formation for your immortality is such a waste. Why not this? I help you achieve immortality, and you give the formation to me, how about it? Wu Men let out a cold laugh and scolded unceremoniously, do you really think I'm a fool? I give you the Wu Men formation so it makes it easier for you to kill me, right? You see, he was the one who sealed the female ghost Xueru, and with so much hatred, he could not believe that the female ghost wouldn't seek revenge. How could I kill you? I can't wait to. Xueru's gaze instantly became cold, and the temperature around them dropped immediately. Torture you personally. As soon as her voice fell, Xueru's figure turned into a stream of dark mist and charged towards Wu Men. But Wu Men was already prepared, he knew he had to battle the opponent as soon as he saw Xueru. He waved his hand to use the power of the Wu Men formation. But suddenly, he felt his strength weaken significantly. He realized who had taken away part of the power of the Wu Men formation. Wu Qian, you little brat, give me back my strength. Wu Men was furious and could only use the remaining strength to fight against Xueru. Wu Qian made a decisive move, restraining part of Wu Men's power so that Xueru could suppress him. This made Wu Men furious, and he cursed loudly, nasty words flying out of his mouth, but Wu Qian didn't care at all. Since he had killed Wu Qian, who was the core of the formation, there was no longer any father-daughter bond between them, just hatred. But Wu Men was truly resilient. In such a disadvantaged situation, he actually fought Xueru to a standstill. Sun Kai guessed that the female ghost Xueru might have been very strong before, but she had been sealed for too long and lost too much power, which was why she was like this now. If this continued, when Wu Qian's restraint lost its effect, Wu Men would completely win this battle. I've heard so many secrets, why haven't I completed the S-level clearance? Is there something still missing? Sun Kai couldn't figure it out. He should have known all the hidden secrets of the mountain village by now. This village was originally driven by Wu Men's desire for immortality. This is what has come out. Otherwise, this place will forever be an ordinary mountain village. Now even female ghosts have appeared, along with the identities of Wu Qian and others. Isn't that all the secrets? Suddenly, Sun Kai's eyes fell on a figure in the scene. That was the village chief bathed in blood. He looked just like a dead person, silent and still. Suddenly, an idea sprang up in Sun Kai's mind. Wu Qian, is the village chief still considered human? Wu Qian glanced at him and shook her head. Since he was split by the Wu Gate between Yin and Yang, he is no longer human. Then what will happen if I kill him? Wu Qian was slightly taken aback, and a light burst in her eyes. Once he dies, the Wu Gate will never be able to achieve immortality. As long as it could deal with the Wu Gate, Wu Qian was willing to do anything. But right now she was holding down the Wu Gate using the Wu Gate formation and couldn't move. The only one who could go was Sun Kai. Sun Kai picked up a kitchen knife from the ground and ran towards the village chief. In the distance, the Wu Gate, which was in battle, saw Sun Kai's action and cried out frantically, "Sun Kai, you dare!" Sun Kai did not hesitate at all, and directly swung the knife at the village chief's neck. Splash! Blood spurted. The kitchen knife was not fast enough to sever the head in one strike, but with such a severe wound, he wouldn't last long. Seeing Sun Kai truly make a move, Wu Gate was practically going crazy. In his plan, the village chief was essential. He had already swallowed all the ghosts and bathed in the children's blood. Eventually, after some time, he could swallow the opponent and achieve immortality. But his plan was destroyed at the last moment by Sun Kai. At this moment, he could no longer care about Sun Kai's master's threats. Only one thought consumed him. Kill Sun Kai. In a fit of rage, Wu Gate's power was astonishing. He directly knocked Xueru away and charged towards Sun Kai. Mr. Sun, run. I can barely hold him down any longer. Wu Qian's mouth spilled a bit of blood. After all, she was just a formation eye, while Wu Gate was the master of the formation. Sun Kai stood still, showing no movement. He knew he couldn't escape at this time. The village was surrounded by the formation. Where else could he go? This was the rule. His only way out now was to complete the challenge and return to the real world. Without any hesitation, Sun Kai directly used the last opportunity of the hero card. In an instant, immense power surged through his body. He picked up the kitchen knife and swung it at Wu Gate. Female ghost, let's kill Wu Gate together, otherwise, we will all die. Sun Kai shouted at the ghost Xueru, and she realized that just her alone wasn't enough to rival Wu Gate. Without a word, her figure flew back again. Your magic hasn't been mastered yet. If it were your master, I might not be his opponent, but you, huh? Wu Gate laughed wildly. He wasn't afraid of Sun Kai's magic. The only thing he worried about was Sun Kai's master. But in this situation, Sun Kai had destroyed his hope for immortality. He had to get rid of Sun Kai. Sun Kai's kitchen knife came down with tremendous force, very powerful. After all, he had increased all attributes by 50 points, although he couldn't see his attributes, he could imagine. With such attributes, among humans, he was definitely superhuman. But Wu Gate was not weak either. The power given to him by the Wu Gate formation was equally strong, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to subdue the ghost Xueru. Clang! The kitchen knife directly struck an iron shovel. There were only a few iron tools in the village. I've said it before, you must die. Saying this, Wu Gate directly bit his finger and sprinkled a few drops of blood toward Xueru. Xueru's face changed, wanting to evade, but still one drop fell onto her. Zzzzz. Wherever the blood touched, white smoke rose up, and the pain made her furrow her brows tightly. When the Wu sect could create people like Wu Qian, they naturally could use blood to suppress the ghosts. It's important to note that this was under the condition of a part of Wu sect's power being restrained by Wu Qian. If it weren't for Wu Qian's restraint, Sun Kai might have already been killed. This isn't a solution. Isn't there any idea for passing the level? Xia Chongqing looked anxious and shouted to the people around. Chapter 96, Kill Wu Sect. Captain, we have an idea. What idea? Quickly tell me. In the last horror story world, Mr. Sun completed a hidden clearance by killing the Ghost King, so we suspect that if we kill Wu Sect or the female ghost Xueru here, it may trigger a hidden clearance. Xia Chongqing pondered for a moment. This was indeed a method. But whether it was Wu Sect or Shui Ru, neither would be easy to kill. He could see that with normal methods for passing the level, there was no time left. So now, the only thing Sun Kai could do was to use an abnormal method to pass the level. Sun Kai, you now have only one way: complete a hidden clearance by killing Wu Sect or the female ghost Shui Ru. Xia Changqing decisively used the reminder opportunity to inform Sun Kai. During the battle, Sun Kai merely nodded slightly. As Xia Changqing said, there was no time left for several normal clearance methods. The only possible S-level clearance lacked some critical information. So next, the only chance was to kill one of them to complete the hidden clearance. If Sun Kai had a choice, he certainly wouldn't want to choose this method, it was too dangerous. If he chose to kill the female ghost Shui Ru, the first point was that he had no means to deal with ghosts at all. The hero card could turn him into a little superhero, but ghosts weren't something that could be defeated with just fists. Wu Sect could be killed, but it had to be by him killing the female ghost. If someone else killed her, it would be useless. It could be said that the option to kill the female ghost Shui Ru never existed from the very beginning. So, in other words, I only have one way. Kill Wu Sect. Wu Sect was not a ghost now, but a human with a body. Although he had merged with the Wu Sect formation, don't forget, he still had Wu Qian by his side. If he could kill Wu Sect, it should deal a huge blow to the Wu Sect formation. Then, taking this opportunity, Wu Qian might be able to seize control of the Wu Sect formation and ultimately kill Wu Sect completely. Thinking of this, Sun Kai gathered all his strength. He was ready to kill Wu Sect completely. The female ghost Shui Ru seemed to notice as well. Her figure completely transformed into a cloud of black mist, engulfing Wu Sect. Sun Kai, kill him. Not only that, Wu Qian had already bitten her tongue, her face filled with pain. The sun in the sky twisted again, and this time it actually turned into a square. Don't forget, this is a distorted world. In this place, everything can be distorted, and the twisting of the sun represents that the time in this village has been severely disordered. Teacher Sun, I have already helped you accelerate the time, your movements will become faster, this is the only chance. Due to the time acceleration Sun Kai experienced, Wu Qian's voice sounded extremely slow. But he still nodded at Wu Qian and moved toward Wu Sect. Just as Sun Kai got close to Wu Sect, the black mist suddenly dispersed. The female ghost Shui Ru spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, numerous bloodstains appearing on her body. These bloodstains weren't her own but were the blood Wu Sect had spilled on her. To break Shui Ru's obstruction, Wu Sect had spent quite a bit of blood. Seeing Sun Kai rushing over, Wu Sect raised the corner of his mouth, just about to taunt him when a sharp pain surged through his chest, and at the same moment, he saw it. Clearly far away, Sun Kai appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, thrusting the kitchen knife directly into his chest. You, impossible. Wu Men's eyes widened in disbelief. Even if you kill my body, as long as the Wu Men formation exists for a single day, I will not die. Wu Men struggled and let out a harsh remark. But at that moment, lying on the ground, Shui Ru laughed coldly. Wu Men, it seems you have been blinded by power, look closely at where this is. Wu Men was not dead. He carefully examined his surroundings, and his face instantly changed to one of great distress. This place is not reality? That's right, this place is not reality, it is a world I created. The one who said this was Wu Qian. Blood flowed continuously from around her mouth, but it couldn't hide the smile on her face. Dying here does not mean the death of the body, what dies is your spirit, your soul. Wu Men, you originally had no body, once your soul dies, you will vanish into thin air, ceasing to exist. For the first time, panic appeared on Wu Men's face. He reached out, as if trying to grab something in front of him. No. No. I will not die, I am Wu Men, I will live forever, how could I die? The movements of Wu Men's hands gradually came to a stop, and finally, his body fell to the ground. Puff! Wu Qian spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, and at that moment, the sun above the village returned to normal. Sun Kai found himself standing in the original place, which was behind a house. And the female ghost Shui Ru stood not far from him. Wu Qian still stood next to the village chief, but the village chief had fallen to the ground, breathless. Where is Wu Men? Sun Kai suddenly remembered the matter of Wu Men. He ran out and saw Wu Men's corpse. Is he dead? Sun Kai asked Wu Qian. Not completely dead yet, but nearly so. When I fully control the Wu Men formation and completely grind away the last bit of his soul, he will die. Wu Qian spoke. Sure enough, not long after, new information appeared in Sun Kai's mind. Congratulations to the national fortune bearer Sun Kai of Xia country for completing the rules of the Strange Talk World, Mountain Village Teacher. Completion evaluation, SS level, achieved hidden completion method, killed Wu Men. Reward for the national fortune bearer Sun Kai, contract with Wu Qian, 10 drops of blood to suppress ghosts for all citizens of Xia country, national fortune of Xia country increased by 15%. National fortune bearer Sun Kai, would you like to return to the real world immediately? Seeing this reward, Sun Kai was momentarily stunned. Wu Qian's contract, what is this situation? As he wondered, a beam of light burst from his body, immediately entering Wu Qian's body. Then, the light disappeared, and both felt a slight connection with each other. Teacher's son, what is this? Wu Qian carefully checked herself, discovering that the light left nothing behind. I'm not sure, it seems to be some kind of contract. Sun Kai scratched his head and was about to say something when Wu Qian suddenly shouted. Female ghost, stay away from teacher's son. Seeing Xueru, who originally wanted to sneak closer to Sun Kai, was suddenly blown away by a wave of Wu Qian's hand. Wu Qian, who now controlled the Wu Men formation, was much stronger than before. Chapter 97, Unable to Return, Extra Update. Cough, I didn't expect you to be so powerful just after taking control of the Wu Men formation. Xueru stood up, but her face was very pale. Wu Qian stood in front of Sun Kai, looking at her with cold eyes. Wu Men was not a good person, but the female ghost in front of them was not much better. You actually wanted to harm teacher's son, you must not be kept alive. Saying that, Wu Qian prepared to strike, intending to kill the female ghost directly. Xueru's face changed, and she shouted at Sun Kai, I can leave Du Xiaodia's body. Please let me go. Wait. Sun Kai stopped Wu Qian, looking at Xueru, is Xiao Dai still alive? He had seen clearly just now, the hint told him that Xiao Dai was already dead. The hint couldn't be wrong, which meant the female ghost might be lying to him. But the female ghost Xueru insisted, she is not dead, it's just that my existence is suppressing her soul. As long as I leave, she will wake up. Sun Kai frowned, somewhat doubting her words. But he had his own judgment method, so he said, you leave her body now, and I will ask her a few questions. If she can answer, I will believe what you said. Xueru quickly nodded, okay, I will leave now, but you have to make sure she doesn't do anything, or I will die with her. A black mist left Du Xiaodai's body, and then Du Xiaodai's face showed a hint of confusion. Huh, why am I standing here? Xiao Dai, is that you? Sun Kai called out, and upon seeing Sun Kai, Du Xiaodai was very happy. Brother Sun, what happened here? Why am I standing here just fine? Just as Du Xiaodai was about to come over, Sun Kai shouted directly, don't move. I need to ask you a few questions. Although Du Xiaodai didn't know what that meant, she still listened to Sun Kai and stood still. The first question, where are you from? If the other party was the female ghost, it was impossible for her to know about the existence of the summer country, since this world was not the real world. Of course, from the summer country. Sun Kai frowned, could it be that the female ghost was possessing her and had overheard something? The second question, what is the name of this world? They had never talked about this, Xueru simply could not have heard it. Mountain Village Teacher. Du Xiaodai said it without hesitation. Sun Kai was now a bit confused, could it be that this really was Xiaodai? But just now, the hint told him that Du Xiaodai was already dead, what was going on? At that moment, Sun Kai again saw a line of text appear above Du Xiaodai's head. In reality, she is already dead and cannot return to the real world. Seeing this sentence, Sun Kai immediately understood something. When the female ghost Xueru suppressed Du Xiaodai's soul, she was already judged to be dead, even if the female ghost had released her, Du Xiaodai could no longer return to reality. She could only stay in this strange tale world for the rest of her life. Sun Kai didn't know how to tell her this cruel fact. Brother Sun, where is Feng Xiao? Did we win? Du Xiaodai saw that there were not many figures around, and there were corpses everywhere, which shocked her. Yes, we won. Sun Kai smiled very reluctantly. Du Xiaodai was very happy and jumped up, so, I can go back? That's great. Sun Kai opened his mouth and then closed it, he couldn't say the fact that Du Xiaodai could not go back. After all, this was something he saw through the hint, he had no way to explain it. Such things couldn't be explained just by instinct. When Du Xiaodai's excitement subsided, Sun Kai asked, do you have any information in your mind? Du Xiaodai's expression stiffened, no, didn't we win? Sun Kai was silent, in fact, from the information that appeared in his mind just now, he had sensed a hint. This time Strange Tale World required them to work together to complete it. Feng Xiao had an option that allowed them to return together with a sea-level clearance. But when it was his turn, no option appeared, which meant one thing. Du Xiaodai really couldn't go back. But such a cruel fact, Sun Kai couldn't say it directly. Du Xiaodai wasn't stupid and seemed to realize something. Brother Sun, I can go back, right? Is it because I didn't complete the clearance, that's why I have no information? I can wait a few more days, complete the sea-level passage, and then I will definitely be able to go back, right? Du Xiaodai grasped Sun Kai's clothes, desperately trying to get his agreement, but Sun Kai remained silent. Du Xiaodai suddenly collapsed, kneeling on the ground and crying out loud. Why is this happening? I am still alive, why can't I go back? Sun Kai could only pat Du Xiaodia's shoulder, comforting her, Xiaodai, this is just my guess, I can't stay here too long. Wait a few days, see if you can complete the sea-level passage, then we will know. If you really can't go back, I will let Wu Qian take care of you. At this moment, Sun Kai's time was almost up. Before he left, he said one last thing to Wu Qian. Kill Shui Ru. Hearing this, Shui Ru's eyes nearly popped out. Sun Kai, you are not trustworthy. Sun Kai didn't even glance at her. If it weren't for her, Du Xiaodai would never have been unable to return to the real world. It could be said that Du Xiaodai would never be able to leave this world for the rest of her life. In the blink of an eye, Sun Kai returned to the headquarters of the support team. Many people were already standing there. When he returned, they all saluted in unison. Welcome back, Mr. Sun Kai. They could all see that the danger of this monstrous world was far greater than before. If it weren't for Sun Kai's outstanding performance, whether Feng Xiao and the others could survive was still unknown. The first thing Sun Kai did when he got back was to check Du Xiaodia's live broadcast room. But there was none. How is Xiaodai? Sun Kai asked Xia Changqing. Before the live broadcast room went black, Du Xiaodai was safe. It seems she might not be able to come back. Xia Changqing's face was also filled with regret. If Du Xiaodai could return, then their Xia country would have 3 national fortune bearers. This would bring too many benefits to Xia country. But don't worry, even if she is in another world, she is still a hero of our Xia country. No one will forget her. Sun Kai nodded. Compared to death, Du Xiaodai being alive was already quite good. Just as he was about to return to his room for a good rest, he heard a familiar shout. Brother Sun. Feng Xiao ran over with a happy face and directly hugged Sun Kai. I didn't expect you to come too. Seeing a familiar face, Sun Kai was also delighted. But soon, Feng Xiao's expression darkened. Is it true that Xiaodai can't come back anymore? Chapter 98 Wu Qian's contract. Du Xiaodai unable to return became the only regret. But at least she survived. That's better than being dead. Due to Sun Kai's lack of rest in the monstrous world, he chatted briefly with Xia Changqing and went back to sleep. When he woke up, he felt refreshed. The energy consumed in the monstrous world had been replenished in an instant. It's still good here. When Sun Kai woke up, the first thing he thought of was the reward he received. What does Wu Qian's contract really mean? He closed his eyes and instinctively extended his hand. Wu Qian. Ha? Why do I hear Teacher Sun's voice? I must be missing Teacher Sun too much. Sun Kai smiled slightly. He instantly understood the effect of this contract. Not only could he contact Wu Qian, but he could also summon her to his side. It's me, you are not hearing things. Once Wu Qian confirmed that it was really Sun Kai's voice, she was very happy. Teacher Sun, is it really you? Of course it is me. First, tell me what is going on with you now, and how is Xiaodai? Wu Qian briefly explained that since Sun Kai disappeared, only she and Du Xiaodai were left in the entire village. She followed Sun Kai's command before he left and completely killed the female ghost Shuiru, thus once again strengthening the Wu sect formation. She also sped up the village's time according to Du Xiaodia's words. Even so, Du Xiaodai still hadn't received any information. She really can't go back. Du Xiaodai cried all night because of this, and by the next day, she could only accept this reality. Tell Xiaodai that you and I have a contract, and we can contact each other at any time, so she shouldn't overthink it, just live there for now. Maybe in the future, there will be a chance to bring her back. The rewards in the world of strange tales are all kinds of weird. It's possible that there will be such a reward to bring people from the world of strange tales back. When Wu Qian told this to Du Xiaodai, she burst with excitement. Yes, the world of strange tales is so magical, maybe there really will be such a reward in the future. Wu Qian, please tell Brother Sun that I will live well here, waiting for him to take me home, but make sure he stays safe. Wu Qian repeated Du Xiaodia's words, and Sun Kai felt very gratified. Xiaodai didn't give up, that was the best thing. Sun Kai tried to summon Wu Qian. On Wu Qian's side, she suddenly felt a pulling sensation, and she only had time to say one thing. Teacher Sun called me over, Teacher Du is waiting for my return. As soon as she spoke, her figure disappeared from Du Xiaodia's sight. Watching Wu Qian truly being summoned by Sun Kai, Du Xiaodai was filled with hope for the future. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qian appeared in front of Sun Kai. At the same time, Sun Kai noticed that there was a countdown above Wu Qian's head, roughly an hour. Teacher Sun, is this your original world? Wu Qian already knew from Du Xiaodia's words that they came from another world, and she was very curious about this world. Yes, this is my world. It may be somewhat different from yours. You have an hour to stay here, and I will take you around. When Sun Kai brought Wu Qian in front of Feng Xiao and the others, they were all stunned. Sun Kai actually brought someone from the world of strange tales back? This was the first time in history. Wu Qian. You, how did you come here? Feng Xiao was astonished and hurried over. Then he realized something and asked, Brother Sun, does this have to do with your reward? That's right, my reward is the contract with Wu Qian. I can summon her over, and her existence time is 1 hour. Feng Xiao was overjoyed, he knew very well Wu Qian's abilities. Without her help in the village teacher's world, they could never have reached the end. Xia Changqing was also happy. With Wu Qian's help, Sun Kai's chances of surviving in the world of strange tales would be even greater. Sun Kai took Wu Qian around, showing her many electronic products from this era, which amazed her greatly. You have to know, there are no such things in her world. Unfortunately, Wu Qian couldn't take these things away, otherwise, Sun Kai would definitely have someone prepare a series of equipment for her. So she could also use electronic products in Woman Village. When the hour was up, Wu Qian waved at them and returned to her world. In the past, we always thought that the world of strange tales might not exist, but now it seems that every world is a real place. Xia Changqing sighed. In the past, the national fortune bearers treated people from the world of strange tales as if they were game NPCs, and no one cared about them at all. But Sun Kai was different, he truly regarded the people inside as humans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought vengeance for Daku by killing the ghost in the hide-and-seek world. Since there are still national fortune bearers alive, you should have a few more days of rest for now. You only have to wait a few days after all the national fortune bearers finish to start the next round of the world of strange tales. I remember seeing in the previous materials that after experiencing 3 strange worlds, a special strange world will open, right? The support group's information has shown everything to these national fortune bearers. Feng Xiao is a newly arrived fortune bearer, and his knowledge from the materials is far less than that of Sun Kai. Sun Kai had always paid close attention to this information. Now, after passing through the 3 strange worlds, the next one could be very dangerous. Xia Changqing nodded, that's right. After opening 3 strange worlds, a special strange world will be unlocked. In this special strange world, the number of rules greatly increases, and the difficulty also rises high, often resulting in total annihilation. According to the information from our Xia country, the number of times one can pass through this special strange world is only 3. This probability is indeed very low. However, once you pass the special strange world, the rewards are quite generous. In the past, these 3 rewards were a chance to revive in the strange world. A set of clothing that can completely defend against ordinary bullets. And a 10-year increase in lifespan. These 3 rewards, even just one, are enough to leave people in shock. Especially the first one, a chance to revive in the strange world. You have to know, the strange world is so dangerous that, even with hints, Sun Kai wouldn't dare to guarantee his survival. If given such a revival opportunity, the margin for error would greatly increase. That's a life pulled from thin air, who wouldn't want it? Chapter 99, 10 Drops of Blood. Of course, the other 2 rewards are also good. A set of clothing that can completely defend against ordinary bullets, in places where firearms are rampant, that is a life-saving artifact. As for the last reward, it is somewhat unfriendly to fortune bearers. An increase in lifespan is quite pleasing, but no one can guarantee when they might die in a strange world. In that case, no matter how much the lifespan increases, what use is it? If this lifespan reward could be transferred to others, then it would be quite a decent reward. I wonder what this special strange world will be like this time. Feng Xiao is both excited and a bit scared. He has become a fortune bearer, there is no escaping the strange worlds ahead. I don't know. Each strange world has never repeated itself, but the special strange world has a unified model, which is there will be fortune bearers from different countries appearing in the same strange world, with the exact number unknown. In this case, they must not only consider their safety but also prevent other countries' fortune bearers from causing trouble, increasing the danger level. After the 3 sat down, Sun Kai suddenly remembered the reward that the strange world gave to the people of Xia country after passing. Xia team leader, can I see your reward? Of course. Xia Changqing took out a small bottle from his belongings. Inside were 10 drops of blood suspended in the bottle, not dissolving into each other. When we received the reward, it looked like this. The blood appears like blood, but you can pour it out. When using it, just crush it directly. Sun Kai took a look, and indeed, there seemed to be no difference from ordinary blood. But the strange world informed him that this blood is special blood that can suppress ghosts. Thanks to him, Xia country has never had a strange world descend, unable to even try. But in other countries, danger lurks everywhere. If this were taken abroad, it would probably become a sought-after treasure. Xia team leader, can this be used by others? Yes, there are no restrictions. Has anyone ever handed over their obtained blood to people abroad? Sun Kai understands one thing clearly, in the face of profit, people can give up not just blood but even their lives. If someone abroad spends a huge amount of money to buy a drop of blood, it is estimated that more than 99% of people would be willing to do so. Xia Changqing nodded. Of course, there was someone ready to sell blood to wealthy foreigners within an hour of your return, but it was eventually discovered. So, how did you handle it? Sun Kai was very concerned about this matter. This blood theoretically belonged to individuals, and even if they sold it, it was a reasonable act. If one knows that the population of Xia country accounts for about 1/10 of the world's total. With so much blood out there, it is likely that people all over the world would go crazy fighting for it. But if one day he failed, and the ghost world descended upon Xia country, what would the bloodless people of Xia country use to confront those spirits? Moreover, blood can only suppress ghosts, not kill them. Last night, there was already a plan from above, announcing that all blood on hand would be registered. If one wants to trade, they must go through official procedures, and private trading is not allowed. If someone trades privately, it will violate the law and will be punished. Sun Kai nodded. This way, it can prevent some people from abusing blood, and also allow many families in need of money to improve their lives through blood, achieving two goals at once. Despite this, a small amount of blood had still flowed into the hands of some foreigners. They used the blood to suppress ghosts at critical moments, saving their own lives. This made the blood suddenly become the most sought-after item for wealthy foreigners. It can be said that this blood suddenly became the hottest smuggled good. After chatting for a while, Sun Kai suddenly said, "I want to go outside and take a look." Xia Changqing did not refuse, only saying, "If you want to go out, it's best to cover your face. You must know that you are now a hero of Xia country, almost everyone knows you. I will arrange for people to protect you nearby, they won't get too close." Currently, Xia country is still very safe, unless the ghost world descends. Team leader Xia, I also want to go out with Sun Gu. Okay. With Xia Changqing's approval, a special car took the two to a nearby city. Both wore masks and sunglasses, making it hard for even acquaintances to recognize them. Sun Gu, this is my first time here too. I've only heard that this is a very famous tourist city in Xia country. Feng Xiao looked around at the crowd and felt his spirit relax completely. When in the ghost world, he was always tense, worried about when he would be taken down. Here, he had no such worries at all. Let's relax today. Team leader Xia gave us a lot of money, enough for us to use. Originally, with their status, Xia Changqing could have given them unlimited black cards, but that would be too noticeable, so they were given 1 million each to spend freely. On the way, they often heard people mention Sun Kai and Feng Xiao's names, making them blush a little. After all, these people praised them too much, treating them like saviors of Xia country. Sun Gu, I never thought before that I would struggle to handle compliments. Are they going too far? The two sat on a bench by the road, each holding a cup of milk tea, chatting casually. This is very normal. The bearers of national fortune are the hope of the country, and they will naturally treat us like saviors. Sun Kai was quite calm, slowly savoring the taste of the milk tea. Within 100 meters around them, there were 10 elite combat personnel from support teams secretly protecting them. Even from above, snipers were continuously monitoring their situation. It can be said that to Xia country, Sun Kai and Feng Xiao are national treasures. Such protection strength is not surprising. While the two were chatting, a girl suddenly fell in front of them, her fair knee scraped raw. Feng Xiao immediately went over and asked, "Beautiful lady, do you need my help?" "Thank you, I think my leg is numb." Feng Xiao quickly stepped forward, reached out to help the girl up, and brought her to sit on a chair. Just as Feng Xiao was about to continue asking if she was okay, the girl leaned directly against Sun Kai, and at the same time, Sun Kai felt a hard object pressing against his waist. "Don't say a word, and don't make any moves, or I'll shoot you dead." Chapter 100, The War of Strange Tales. After experiencing 3 strange talk worlds, Sun Kai had already become much steadier. Even facing the current situation, he still wouldn't show any panic. But Feng Xiao was different. He didn't expect the girl's target to actually be Brother Sun. Could she be a spy sent by another country? Just as Feng Xiao was about to speak, Sun Kai spoke first. "Feng Xiao, help this lady with her wound." Seeing Sun Kai's glance, Feng Xiao understood that he should avoid causing more trouble. So he pretended to take out a napkin to wipe the girl's wound, while Sun Kai calmly asked, "What do you need from me?" "Sun Kai, take out the hero card on you." Sun Kai was a bit surprised. This woman had set her sights on his hero card? "The hero card is bound to me personally, no one else can use it." "Don't waste my time, just take it out. I give you 3 seconds, or else I will kill you." "You take it yourself, the hero card is in my pocket." On the surface, it looked fine. Feng Xiao was wiping the girl's wound, and she was leaning against Sun Kai. There seemed to be no issue. But as elite combatants of the support team, they had a keen sense that something was off. "Number 1, is there any problem over there?" "The target is fine, but that woman seems to be reaching into Mr. Sun's clothes." "Ha! Not good, that woman is a problem." As soon as the words fell, they heard a gunshot. Everyone's hearts nearly exploded. If something happened to Mr. Sun in front of them, how would they face the people of Xia country? But when they looked over, they found that Sun Kai was unharmed. However, the woman had a hole in her abdomen, blood quickly gushing out, staining her clothes red. Sun Kai looked at the gun in his hand and shrugged. "I told you, the hero card is bound, you insisted on taking it." Just as the girl reached for the hero card, Sun Kai directly used the hero card. As his card, he didn't need to hold it in hand, just having it nearby and a thought was enough to use it. After using the hero card, Sun Kai's strength far exceeded the girl's imagination. In the moment she was stunned, he swiftly took her gun and shot her dead. As for getting information from her mouth, that was not something Sun Kai needed to worry about. The surrounding combat personnel reacted quickly, immediately clearing the crowd and isolating the area. Mr. Sun, I'm truly sorry, it was our mistake. A combatant came before Sun Kai and directly lowered his head. This isn't your fault, we all covered our faces. If she knew your identity, it must be an internal issue. After such a big incident, Sun Kai had no intention of continuing to play and took Feng Xiao back directly. Xia Changqing turned pale when he heard about this. He also realized one thing, there was an internal problem. Otherwise, why would someone know about Sun Kai's covert actions immediately? Feng Xiao couldn't understand why someone would target them. Aren't they the luck bringers of the nation? They are people who fight for the country. Brother Sun, why would someone want to deal with us? Feng Xiao had a hint of confusion on his face, sitting in front of Sun Kai. Sun Kai knew that Feng Xiao was a fresh college graduate, who had not yet experienced the harshness of society and was unaware of many things. Either that woman is a spy from another country, or she is being manipulated by certain people. Feng Xiao, this world has never been black and white, even within the Summer Nation, not everyone wishes for our survival, do you understand? Feng Xiao became even more confused. I don't understand, we won, isn't that good for the Summer Nation? Some things cannot be made too clear, just know this, if you want to survive, you must clear the obstacles. Anyone who prevents you from succeeding is an enemy. Sun Kai knew that this reality might hit Feng Xiao hard, but it was something he must go through in his growth. For these past few days, the two had not left headquarters. Meanwhile, on Xia Changqing's side, after a series of methods and investigations, they finally found the problem. The other party was a middle-level member from headquarters, who was originally a spy sent by another country. After learning that Sun Kai was going out, he immediately leaked the information. Their plan was simple, the primary goal was to obtain the hero card that Sun Kai possessed, and secondly, to kill Sun Kai and Feng Xiao. Unfortunately, this female assassin had never expected that Sun Kai's reaction would be so quick. Not only did she fail to kill, but she was killed instead. Other countries had all witnessed strange tales, but only the Summer Nation had not. How could those countries accept this? They couldn't wait to make the Summer Nation taste the fear governed by the world of strange tales. Finally, the third world of strange tales ended, except for the Summer Nation. Amazingly, several small countries' luckbringers managed to clear the sea level challenge. Their only method was to hold tightly onto the children's thighs, doing nothing else, being good teachers. In the end, they successfully cleared their challenge, saving their country from an encounter with the world of strange tales. This time, the world of strange tales would appear in various places, including some woman villages, where some lucky ones would walk in unknowingly. As for whether they could come out alive, it would depend on their luck. 2 more days passed, and this special world of strange tales was finally coming. The fourth rule of the world of strange tales is about to open. Luckbringer Sun Kai, as the previous SS-rated challenger, you have the right to know some information in advance. Fourth rule of strange tales, the war of strange tales. In an ordinary city, there exist some unknown things. Are they saints who save lost lambs or devils who take you to hell? Rules. 1. Every strange tale must have a weakness. Without a weakness, it cannot exist. 2. Luckbringers cannot directly attack other luckbringers, but strange tales can. Note, as an SS-ranked challenger, you can actively inquire about one piece of information but cannot directly ask about the rules. After seeing this information, Sun Kai scratched his head. This time, the world of strange tales seemed a bit strange. War of strange tales? What does this mean? He shared the information he had obtained with everyone in front of him, and the support team immediately began to analyze. Soon, the results came out. Just as they had previously thought, this time, the world of strange tales indeed involved luckbringers from different countries. And the rules stated clearly that luckbringers cannot directly attack other luckbringers, but strange tales can. Does this mean they can use strange tales to eliminate other luckbringers? The rules also stated that direct attacks were not possible, but what about indirect ones? This is a way to achieve victory. Moreover, the first rule clearly stated that strange tales have weaknesses. What exactly is the weakness? It requires their observation. Mr. Sun, the danger level in this bizarre world should be very high this time, conservatively estimated at 5 people or more. You must be careful this time. Historically, there have only been 3 records of successful clearances, showing how dangerous this special bizarre world is. He hopes that Sun Kai can clear the level, even if it's just the minimum clearance. I understand, is this time still about asking how to clear it? Sun Kai asked the elites. But this time, they refused. No, because this bizarre world is different, with participants from multiple nations, we strongly suggest Mr. Sun ask a different question. What question? How to become the strongest in this bizarre world the fastest? Sun Kai asked immediately and received this response. Insufficient permissions. Insufficient permissions? Does this mean that SS level clearance evaluation is not the highest? The elite quickly analyzed much from this statement. In that case, let's change the approach. How can we quickly become stronger in this bizarre world? This time, there was a response. Create bizarre tales, control bizarre tales, can quickly become stronger. This result stunned everyone present. The elites never expected such an answer. They thought of the possibility of controlling bizarre tales, but creating them was something they hadn't considered at all. It seems we need to reassess the bizarre world. It turns out bizarre tales can actually be created. Xiao Changqing's tone was deep. He realized that since Sun Kai became a national fortune bearer, every encounter brought them brand new information. This information had never appeared before. Create bizarre tales? How can this be done? Sun Kai was confused. Indeed, bizarre tales are so terrifying. Can they really be created by humans? Feng Xiao also expressed his confusion. After the elites analyzed, they felt that even to create a bizarre tale, certain elements would likely be needed. If anyone could create bizarre tales at will, what would even be the point of fighting? At the same time, the elites also informed Sun Kai why there was no need to ask about the clearance method. Because such a special bizarre world usually has only one way to clear it. That is, when all the national fortune bearers from other countries are dead, the clearance will naturally be achieved. This was the answer left by the 3 successful experiences. Mr. Sun, Mr. Feng, this time it's very possible there will be several more national fortune bearers. If something really happens, we will always stand by your side. Xiao Changqing understood that their support team, though a special department to aid national fortune bearers, primarily cared more about those who had successfully cleared the level. Sun Kai and Feng Xiao were their primary focus. As for those who accidentally joined, no assistance would be provided unless they could clear at least once, and their character could be trusted. Not everyone is qualified to receive their help. Sun Kai nodded. With Xiao Changqing's words, even if he encountered some odd national fortune bearers, he wouldn't need to worry too much. As the countdown ended, the 2 figures vanished from everyone's sight. When Sun Kai opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a park, with 6 figures around him. A 7-person difficulty level? This truly is a king bomb right off the bat. Sun Kai felt a bit helpless. He already knew that the more people involved, the greater the danger of the bizarre world. A 7-person difficulty level was very rare in the past. Such a level of difficulty, total annihilation, was a common occurrence. Feng Xiao needed no further explanation. Among the other 5 people, there were 3 men and 2 women. One of them wore a suit and glasses. A seemingly shrewd man. A man holding a cigarette, with a non-mainstream hairstyle, looking rather carefree. A man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a big beer belly, looking like a middle-aged company leader. Among the 3 men, only the suited man remained calm. The other 2, after a moment of confusion, became a bit flustered. As for the other 2 women, they were both young and looked quite good. This surprised Sun Kai. Could it be that in the world of bizarre tales, women chosen are always high in looks? Previously, Lu Yun was indeed an award-winning actress, but her beauty was undoubtedly very high, even surpassing the 2 women before him. One of these 2 women was wearing a white dress and holding a paintbrush, looking like she had come out to paint. The other one was dressed in a capable office worker outfit. Her long black silk legs attracted countless gazes. Hello everyone, I am Sun Kai, welcome to the world of bizarre tales. Sun Kai smiled and spoke proactively. You are the great hero Sun Kai? Then this is the world of bizarre tales? The woman in the dress had a face like she was about to cry. She never expected to be so unlucky, to be chosen as a national fortune bearer. Anyone who has watched the videos knows how dangerous it is to become a national fortune bearer. Even the great hero Sun Kai experienced various dangers to survive. What about her? She might not even survive the first day. Since we've been chosen as national fortune bearers, there's nothing we can do. Hello, I am Xiao Lan, a department manager at a cosmetics company. The woman dressed as a sexy office worker boldly introduced herself. Sun Kai nodded slightly. This woman could calm down quickly in such a situation. She might be able to become his helper. I am Chu Xiao, a lawyer. This was the suited man's introduction. Wang Bao, a punk, said the carefree man. I am Zhao Dakuan, a workshop manager at a factory. I don't want to die, my wife is still waiting for me at home. Zhao Dakuan had a sorrowful face, looking like he could collapse at any moment. Finally, there was the woman in the dress, who could only resign herself to fate. I am Hu Yi, a student in the Fine Arts Department of the National Academy of Fine Arts. Feng Xiao also introduced himself, and this way, they gained a preliminary understanding of each other. This time, the rules of the bizarre tales are different from before. We need to be vigilant of bizarre tales that may appear at any time, and we must also be wary of national fortune bearers from other countries. As soon as Sun Kai finished speaking, they heard Hu Yi's shocked voice. What? There are national fortune bearers from other countries? Why didn't we know before? Ordinary people do not know about these matters, Sun Kai briefly explained, and only then did they realize. It turned out that this time, the world of bizarre tales is quite special. At the same time, the appearance of national fortune bearers from other countries also represented one thing. They are in a competitive relationship. Mr. Sun, what do you think we should do? Chu Xiao pushed his glasses and calmly asked Sun Kai. He could tell that these people would definitely look to Sun Kai for guidance, as he was the only one who had cleared the bizarre world 3 times. With such qualifications, no one could compare to him. Sun Kai looked at him with appreciation. Unexpectedly, there were actually 2 capable people among the national fortune bearers this time. This was simply fantastic for him. First, we need to understand our identities here. Based on our surroundings, we should be in a certain city, so our identities are crucial. The group immediately checked themselves, and soon they discovered that each person had a small card on them. The content on it was slightly different. Sun Kai is a high school teacher, Feng Xiao is a courier. Chu Xiao is not a lawyer here, but has become a salesman. Wang Bao is a network manager, and Zhao Dekoan is an ordinary employee in a small company. Hui Yi is an unnoticed painter, while Xiaolan is a hotel waitress. In simple terms, each person's identity is very ordinary, and none of them is special. At the same time, Sun Kai also noticed one thing: their residences are not together. We already know our identities, so next, we need to hide our identities while. Before Sun Kai could finish his words, the voice of Xia Changqing appeared in their minds. Just now, we confirmed one thing: there are a total of 7 countries entering this strange talk world, including ourselves. At the same time, the people of our country cannot see the live broadcasts of the other 6 countries, nor can we receive any news about them by any means. The broadcasts of unrelated countries have no impact. But it is limited to viewing, we cannot send any bullet comments. Only our own live broadcast room and Xia country can send comments. Xia Changqing's message came very timely. In fact, he had also wondered what would happen if someone saw their live broadcast and then went back to tell their own country's fortune bearer. Wouldn't that be cheating from outside? Unexpectedly, the strange talk world had already considered this and had strict limitations. With this, they no longer had any worries. The only thing that could help the fortune bearers is the 3 chances for reminders. Xia Changqing can decisively use one, which shows his decisiveness, but it is this kind of decisiveness that allowed Sun Kai to understand the current situation at once. You all heard the voice just now. A total of 7 countries have entered the strange talk world this time. That means we will face 6 countries, a total of 42 enemies. But you must remember, this time we cannot directly attack any enemy, and the enemy does not know this. That is our advantage. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan suddenly realized something. Did Mr. Sun know some rules in advance? Sun Kai nodded. That's right, I was worried that if these rules were revealed, they would be known by people from other countries, but now there is no need to worry. Sun Kai told them all the rules he had learned. But he did not reveal the message he obtained through the SS level clearance privilege. After all, this thing seemed a bit unreliable. I see, we have an advantage by getting the rules in advance. If we encounter the fortune bearers from other countries, we can completely provoke them and make them take action against us. Chu Xiao's glasses reflected slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Moreover, the monsters in this world have weaknesses. We can completely find the weaknesses of the monsters and use them against the other fortune bearers. Xiaolan looked at Chu Xiao, their gazes collided, and they both smiled. But isn't it dangerous to come into contact with monsters? Hui Yi felt a bit scared. As a girl, she was already afraid of ghosts and similar things. Now, having to actively contact these things made her shiver at just the thought. Once we enter here, everywhere is dangerous. Miss, if you are scared, I can protect you. Wang Bao's gaze scanned Hui Yi up and down, and the expression in his eyes made Hui Yi very uncomfortable. No, thank you. Zhao Dekoan's fear level was about the same as Hui Yi's. Despite being middle-aged, he did not have a big heart. Mr. Sun, can I act with you? I promise I will do whatever you say. True to being someone who has been through life's struggles, he said something like wanting to cling to someone. Not the slightest bit embarrassed. Such things are usually beyond the capabilities of young people. Sun Kai originally planned to take action with Feng Xiao, as they had a foundation of cooperation from the last bizarre world, and they were relatively familiar with each other. But with Zhao Dekoan in this state, Sun Kai felt that if he didn't intervene, he might not survive even a day. This time, it was a war among the national luckers, and everyone was a source of strength. Sun Kai naturally would not give up easily. Okay, but some matters regarding your original identity need to be taken care of. The bizarre world won't assign us identities for no reason. Of course, I will go resign from my job at the company right away. There were 7 people here, and they couldn't form pairs, so one group must have an extra person. Clearly, Sun Kai, Feng Xiao, and Zhao Dekoan formed one group. Chu Xia and Wang Bao formed another group, while Hui and Xiaolan made a third. As for why they couldn't all be together, on one hand, the goal was too large. No matter where 7 people went, they would always be together, and as long as the opposing national luckers were not fools, they could tell at a glance. On the other hand, there were too many people. If they encountered a bizarre event, it would be easy for them to be wiped out all at once. For both emotional and logical reasons, they had to split into groups. You two groups, after separating later, first find a way to stay together. It's best not to go out at night, and let's exchange our phone numbers. As city dwellers, the bizarre world naturally equipped them with phones, otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to contact each other. They agreed that if they discovered other countries' national luckers or news of bizarre events, they would inform each other immediately. Then, the three groups scattered. Sun Kai's group was the first to go to Zhao Dakuan's company. Chapter 103, Resignation. According to the information on the small card, Zhao Dakuan's company was a small business dealing in everyday goods. They took a taxi, which drove for nearly an hour, and finally arrived at the entrance of this small company located in the suburbs. Is this really where you work? Looking at the desolate and rundown company in front of them, Sun Kai wore a face full of doubt. According to the small card, this is indeed my workplace, but why is it so shabby? Zhao Dakuan looked at the small company address with a confused expression as well. The small company that appeared before them was an old building from decades ago, with yellow stains on the walls and trash all around. A smell wafted towards them from afar. Occasionally, someone would walk by, but they looked at the three of them as if they were three fools. Let's go in and take a look. Sun Kai observed and found nothing wrong. No prompts appeared, so it should be safe. The glass door was unlocked, and Sun Kai easily pushed it open. As soon as they entered, a musty smell rushed towards them. Even Sun Kai, whose physique had been enhanced, couldn't help but cough a few times. What is that smell? Is it moldy? Wow, when was the last time it was cleaned? Feng Xiao walked in and also caught a whiff of the smell, immediately unable to hold back from speaking. Zhao Dakuan wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, a rather eerie voice came from the corner. The company has no money to hire cleaning staff. What's the problem? Feng Xiao was startled by this remark. Where did the voice come from? Sun Kai looked over and saw an old man in a security uniform sitting in a dark corner. Due to the poor lighting there, they hadn't noticed him the first time they entered. The old man appeared to be at least 70 years old, frail in body, with cloudy eyes, sitting there as if he lacked any energy. He turned his gaze and saw Zhao Dakuan, suddenly revealing a somewhat creepy smile. Dakuan, why are you at the company today? Didn't you take a leave? Zhao Dakuan didn't know how to respond, as he didn't know the other person at all. Just say a few casual things. You are the workshop director. You don't need me to teach you, do you? Sun Kai leaned over and whispered. Zhao Dakuan then remembered that in reality, he was the workshop director, which made him something of a leader. Ahem, I left something up there, I'll grab it and leave. Oh, I see. Then go ahead. The security guard waved his hand, looking disinterested in talking further. But just as they were about to head up, the security guard spoke again. You two cannot go up, you are not company people. Only Dakuan can go. Zhao Dakuan was stunned. There was such a rule? But he had indeed heard that some companies had very strict rules, and outsiders weren't allowed in. Mr. Sun? Zhao Dakuan looked over. He had lost his idea. Brother Sun, this is just the first day, there shouldn't be any issue. It's just resigning. Feng Xiao said carelessly. Sun Kai thought for a moment and said, you go up to resign first. If you really encounter danger, just shout or make noise, and we will rush up immediately. With Sun Kai's assurance, Zhao Dakuan suddenly felt a bit braver as he walked alone up the stairs. After Zhao Dakuan went up, Sun Kai and Feng Xiao waited in the lobby. This place was really old, the walls were peeling everywhere, and with an elderly security guard, it gave off a rotten feeling. Brother Sun, I think this company is definitely going to close down, otherwise, who would open a company here? Feng Xiao casually turned around and said with a pout. But his words instantly woke Sun Kai up. He finally understood what was wrong. This place did not look like a place to run a business, and those passers-by's gazes were something else. There was something wrong here. Feng Xiao, we are going up. Sun Kai made a quick decision and grabbed Feng Xiao to prepare to go upstairs. But at that moment, a chilling voice came. I just said, you are not company people, you cannot go up. Somehow, the old security guard had appeared before them, looking at them with a totally expressionless face. Get out of the way. Sun Kai shouted loudly, but the old guard remained unmoved. Sun Kai frowned. He couldn't determine if the old man before him was a human or not. After all, ghosts and humans are not judged by appearance. However, he had a way to tell. Feng Xiao, you're in on him. Feng Xiao was stunned for a moment, then understood. Brother Sun suspected that the old man in front of them was not human, so now his childhood urine had a use. Ha, old man, let me show you my power. Feng Xiao skillfully unbuckled his belt and pulled down his pants, and it took less than 3 seconds, skillfully enough to make one feel pained. At that moment, a stream of yellow liquid shot toward the old security guard, landing on him. Then. There was no then. The old guard's figure showed no change, only his face turned even darker. You little brat, are you asking for death? Feng Xiao immediately felt something was off. His childhood urine, which had always been unstoppable, had actually failed? Wait, was this not a ghost but a human? Sun Kai also realized that the old security guard was indeed not a ghost. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Just as Sun Kai was thinking this, a scream came from upstairs from Zhao Daquan. Now, the two no longer cared about the old guard's obstruction and rushed upstairs. Zhao Daquan arrived on the upper floor alone. It was very quiet, and there was not a single person. The small card only wrote that his workplace was here, but he had no idea where his workstation was. Fortunately, he knew that there were usually names or related items on the workstations in the company. He searched briefly and finally found his own spot. I didn't expect that in this creepy world, I would have such a familiar workstation. Zhao Daquan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the workstation in front of him. Because this workstation was exactly the same as the one he had when he worked in his youth. But he didn't have time to reminisce as he was here to resign and needed to find his boss. He looked around and quickly found the boss's office. He walked over and knocked on the door. However, there was no response from inside. Is the boss not here? If he's not here, how can I resign? Zhao Daquan felt a bit of a headache, and just then, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a figure in the corner of his eye. But when he looked over, there was nothing. Just when he thought he was seeing things, he turned around, and his eyes accidentally met with two eyeballs. Ah! Chapter 104, Is He a Creepy Tale? Sun Kai and his companion acted quickly, rushing to the second floor. But when they got up there, they didn't see Zhao Daquan's figure. It was completely silent, as if no one had ever been there. Zhao Daquan is in trouble, we need to be cautious. Sun Kai said softly, and Feng Xiao nodded repeatedly. He understood very well that since this was a creepy world, there was no shortage of creepy tales. If he guessed correctly, Zhao Daquan must have encountered some kind of creepy tale. I hope he's still alive. If one country fortune bearer is gone on the first day of summer, that would be troublesome. Thinking this, Sun Kai moved forward quietly. They remembered that Zhao Daquan came to resign, so he must be looking for his boss. In this place, only one room's door was closed, and it was highly likely that Zhao Daquan had gone in there. Feng Xiao, get ready. Feng Xiao nodded heavily, his belt wasn't even fastened, ready to attack at any moment. Sun Kai rushed over and kicked the door hard, with Feng Xiao closely following, immediately starting to urinate without saying a word. Take this, yellow dragon comes out. Feng Xiao shouted loudly, and with each stream of urine, he was already accustomed to it. Anyway, the live broadcast would pixelate it for him. But when they entered, there was actually no one inside, and Feng Xiao's urine went to waste. Not good. Feng Xiao's expression changed, and he quickly stopped. He knew he had already wasted quite a bit on the old security guard earlier. Now with this waste, there wasn't much left in stock. If a ghost really appeared, he wouldn't know how to deal with it. Sun Kai looked around in confusion. Zhao Daquan really wasn't here? Where exactly did he go? At this moment, Sun Kai caught a glimpse of a figure in the corner of his eye, but when he looked over, there was nothing. Then came Feng Xiao's trembling voice. Brother Sun, this scene is just like when I went out to pee at night in the last world. Back then, he also caught a glimpse of a figure in the corner of his eye, but when he looked over, there was nothing. He really didn't want to experience that again. Sun Kai didn't say anything. When encountering a ghost, one must remain calm, or it would only end badly. This time, there was no hint appearing, which meant the system believed he could handle this kind of character. It seems like a minor character, that makes it simple. Sun Kai began to think about every scenario since they came in. In the end, he locked onto the target, the old security guard. In the whole company, the only person they had truly seen was the old security guard. No, perhaps the other side was not human. He recalled the first rule, every creepy tale has a weakness, there are no creepy tales without weaknesses. What does this mean? It means that only by knowing the weakness of the creepy tale can one deal with it. The weakness of this creepy tale. It is definitely not boy's urine, so Feng Xiao's boy urine is useless. It can even be said that Feng Xiao's boy urine might not be of any use in this strange tale world. So, what is special about the old security guard? He recalled that just as they were about to go up, the old security guard unexpectedly blocked them. This foot strength does not seem like what an old man should have. Especially since such a thing happened when they were not looking at the old security guard. So the key is it the line of sight? Sun Kai had a rough idea in his heart, but his face showed no change. Feng Xiao, wait, I will turn around first, and we will walk out back to back. It will be a bit safer this way. Okay, brother Sunday. Sun Kai slowly turned his body, and just as he was halfway turned, he saw two eyeballs staring intently at him. The eyeballs were a bloody red, floating in the air. If he hadn't been mentally prepared, he might really have been frightened by this thing. Sun Kai stared hard at the two eyeballs without any movement, while Feng Xiao, who had his back to the eyeballs, was unaware of the situation on Sun Kai's side. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Dakuan's shout just now should have come from seeing this eyeball. But why did he vanish? It's still unclear. However, a person in panic usually reacts the most by running away. Once Zhao Dakuan ran away, he would definitely not be able to focus his line of sight on the eyeballs. Sun Kai prepared to conduct a test. He quickly shifted his gaze away for a moment and then focused again. He noticed something: the distance of the eyeballs from him had become closer. Just by shifting his gaze for a moment, such a change occurred. If he looked away for even a few seconds, those two eyeballs would probably be right up against his eyes. As he guessed, the line of sight is very important. He cannot look away, otherwise something bad will happen. At this moment, he could not even be sure if Zhao Dakuan was still alive. At the very least, he had to find the weakness of this strange tale. He recalled that he had only seen these two eyeballs after turning around. This indicates that turning around is also a necessary step. Feng Xiao, no matter what happens, you must not turn around, just walk with your back to me. Although Feng Xiao did not understand, he was willing to listen to Sun Kai's words. Sun Kai tried to move forward slightly, and the eyeballs moved, always maintaining the same distance from him. Fortunately, these eyeballs are not that powerful. It seems that in this strange tale world, there are also strong and weak tales. With that, Sun Kai strode forward, while Feng Xiao stayed tightly against Sun Kai's back, continuing to walk backward. The two took on such a strange posture and arrived at the first floor. As soon as Sun Kai's foot touched the first floor, he found that the eyeballs in front of him had disappeared. Sun Kai breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the old security guard sitting in the corner. Feng Xiao, it's okay now. Feng Xiao immediately turned around, puzzled, and asked, Brother Sun, what just happened? He noticed nothing and only heard Brother Sun tell him to walk backward. If it weren't for the tremendous trust he had in Sun Kai, he would have shouted out long ago. Oh, we just encountered a strange tale. So that's how it is. Huh? What the heck, a strange tale? Feng Xiao was greatly shocked. He hadn't seen anything just now, yet Brother Sun encountered a strange tale first? This means that Brother Sun was protecting him just now? Feng Xiao felt deeply moved. No matter when, Brother Sun had always been there to help him. Don't rush, the strange tale hasn't left yet. Sun Kai walked over to the old security guard, staring at him. How much longer are you going to hide? The old security guard suddenly smiled and said, When have I ever hidden? It's just that you two are blind, you didn't even see me, a strange tale, standing here. Feng Xiao immediately let out a shocked shout, What the hell, is he a ghost story? I clearly piddled on him. Chapter 105, Ghost Story, The Old Lick Dog. Feng Xiao could not believe that the old security guard in front of him was a ghost story. In Feng Xiao's mind, his young urine was universal and could deal with any ghost story. Unfortunately, this world is a bit different. Each ghost story has its own weakness. Hearing Feng Xiao's words, the old security guard's face darkened. WDNMD, you little dog, you just came up and pissed all over me. Do you know how much my clothes are worth? Can you afford to pay? Feng Xiao initially felt a bit embarrassed, but upon realizing he was dealing with a ghost story, he felt no shame at all. You've turned into a ghost story, and you still care about clothes? Does being a ghost story mean you lose basic rights? Can't ghost stories talk about human rights? Seeing the two about to argue, Sun Kai directly interrupted them. Return Zhao Dakuan to us, and we can leave here right now. The old security guard immediately made a chilling sound. Tisk tsk, I've already eaten him. Who told him to be so fat, so juicy? It was really delicious. Sun Kai's face darkened. Although he had found a way to deal with the current ghost story, he still hadn't found its weakness. And what weakness could an old security guard have? Suddenly, he saw an arrow pointing at the pocket in the old security guard's chest. So simple and direct, without even a punctuation mark, hints are getting lazier and lazier. Sun Kai internally complained but immediately exploded into action, directly pulling out a photo from the old security guard's chest pocket. Give it back to me. The old security guard's face changed dramatically, wanting to snatch the photo back. But apart from his ghost story abilities, he was just an ordinary old man and couldn't snatch the photo back from Sun Kai's hands. Sun Kai looked at the photo. It featured a very sexy woman who seemed to be in her 20s. However, this angle wasn't frontal, likely a candid shot. Is this your former girlfriend? Since he had become a ghost story, it meant the old security guard had long been dead, so Sun Kai's question made sense. But the old security guard didn't want to say a word. He instantly turned his head 180 degrees, not wanting to speak to him. Feng Xiao's mouth twitched. This old guy really was a ghost story? Can an ordinary person turn their head 180 degrees? Sun Kai looked at the back of the photo. It had some writing on it. Ghost story, the old lick dog. When he was young, the old security guard fell in love with a beauty from a company, and his favorite thing to do was greet her whenever they met. This made him feel close to her. But one day, when he saw the woman he loved snuggled up in an old man's arms, he collapsed. After that, he had to witness this hellish scene every day, each time feeling like his heart was being twisted. Until one day, he saw his goddess walking out of the company alone, lost and despondent. He thought his chance had come. So he took the initiative, successfully won her over, married her, and had a child. At that time, he felt he had reached the peak of his life. But good times didn't last long. He discovered his goddess was cheating, and it wasn't just one or two, but a whole slew of them. He was going crazy, however. Whenever she cried, he would agree to anything. Until one day when the goddess went out to play with an old man, had a car accident, and needed a blood transfusion. As a result, upon investigation, he discovered that the child bore no blood relation to him. He collapsed once again, but facing the goddess's tears, he accepted it once more. So many years passed, the goddess grew old and unattractive, and no one wanted her anymore. The child also grew up, but for some reason, the goddess's affair was spread around. His child was bullied at school, and in the end, his child jumped off a building and committed suicide. He was heartbroken, but the goddess seemed indifferent. Not only that, the goddess actually found the rich old man she had first clung to, and the rich old man's taste seemed to have changed. The two of them were like dry wood meeting fierce fire, and they reunited. This time, the security guard could no longer endure. He directly disguised himself as the old man's company's security. He set fire to the whole company. Before burning them alive, he casually dug out the goddess's eyes and stuffed them into his own eye sockets. This way, we can be together forever. After reading this information, Sun Kai couldn't help but let out a sigh. Behind every urban legend, there is a tragedy. So, fire is his weakness? Since they both died in the flames, their weakness was indeed fire, no doubt about it. But they didn't carry any lighters or matches on them. Sun Kai looked around and spotted a lighter not far away. He walked over and picked it up, and with a flick, lit it. Seeing the flame on the lighter, the old security guard instinctively took a step back. "Old master, if you don't want to suffer, let Zhao Dakuan go. I know he is still alive." In fact, Sun Kai didn't know if Zhao Dakuan was alive. He was just deliberately bluffing. "You, keep that thing away from me, and I will let him go." Sun Kai stood still, without moving, while the old security guard's eyes bulged out in shock. This startled Feng Xiao, as the scene was rather terrifying. In the next second, a figure flew out from one of the bulging eyes and fell to the ground. There's a ghost, don't come over." Zhao Dakuan was lying on the ground, holding his head, with his bottom raised, trembling in fear. "Hey, it's okay now, get up quickly." Feng Xiao walked over and shouted. Hearing Feng Xiao's voice, Zhao Dakuan raised his head and saw the two of them. He was so happy that tears and snot poured out. "Mr. Sun, Mr. Feng, you came to rescue me? If it weren't for Brother Sun, you would have died at the hands of the urban legend. Hurry up and come over." Feng Xiao pulled Zhao Dakuan up and brought him behind Sun Kai. Zhao Dakuan kept thanking them. Just moments ago, he truly believed he was going to die, just to turn around and he saw those two bulging eyes. Then he was plunged into darkness, ending up in a pitch-black place, unable to escape. Fortunately, it wasn't long before he got out. "Look, I already let him go. Can you extinguish this thing?" The old security guard wore a smile, but he was so ugly that the smile almost made Sun Kai throw the lighter at him. "Old master, I have an idea." Sun Kai smirked. "You have become an urban legend, so have you thought about the possibility that your goddess will also become an urban legend?" The old security guard's complexion changed. It seemed he had indeed considered this possibility. "What do you want to say?" The old security guard's face darkened. "What I want to say is, why don't we cooperate? I will help you keep an eye on news about your goddess, and if I find her, I will contact you right away. Similarly, if I need your help, you must help me. How about it?" The old security guard pondered for a moment. Although he was very angry with the goddess, he loved his goddess even more. Otherwise, how could his urban legend name be Old Simp? A simp cannot house. Isn't it the old simp who would do something so twisted as to put the goddess's eyes into his own eye sockets even after death? This is simply perverse. I can agree to you, but you can't use that thing against me from now on. Sun Kai immediately put down the lighter and smiled faintly. "Deal." As the three of them walked out of the small company, Feng Xiao and Zhao Dakuan's faces still carried a hint of confusion. How did we go out once and end up resolving a ghost story? We can only say that Brother Sun, Mr. Sun, is amazing. Feng Xiao, Zhao Dakuan, the old security guard just now is our only weapon at the moment. This is used to deal with the luck bearers of other countries. If luck bearers from other countries appear, we can find a way to attract them here. Ghost stories seem unable to move freely, which is their weakness. But remember one thing, ghost stories have no credibility at all. You must carry a lighter with you from now on. Their weakness is fire. After coming out, Sun Kai reminded the two of them. Zhao Dakuan nodded repeatedly. If it weren't for Sun Kai this time, he would definitely be dead. After this experience, he fully understood that it wasn't easy for Sun Kai to become a great hero of the Xia country. He had tightly latched onto this strong leg. Before leaving, Sun Kai turned back to look. The old security guard stood at the company entrance, smiling at him. But this smile seemed very eerie. Sun Kai smiled back, took out the lighter, and waved it at him. The old security guard's expression changed, and with a cold snort, he walked inside. Sun Kai didn't care and took them to another place. This place was naturally the delivery station where Feng Xiao worked. Feng Xiao's job here was as a courier. He also needed to resign, otherwise, leaving suddenly could cause some troubles. As for Zhao Dakuan, there was no way, they had already asked, and the boss of Zhao Dakuan's company had directly absconded with the money. That place had also become the territory of the old security guard. In other words, Zhao Dakuan didn't need to resign at all. As soon as Feng Xiao walked in the door, he heard an impatient voice. Feng Xiao, where have you been? Didn't you say you were going to the bathroom? Why did you take so long to come back? Did you fall into the toilet? Feng Xiao frowned. Who is this person? Coming at him like that, do we even know each other well? Feng Xiao wasn't stupid, he knew his identity was a courier, and according to the original setting, he should be familiar with the other party. Oh, I had diarrhea. Feng Xiao casually made up a reason, his reaction was quite quick now. Diarrhea for a few hours? How can you still be standing? Forget it, since you're back, hurry up and take these things out for delivery. The other party didn't care about Feng Xiao's well-being, as long as he could work, that was enough. But Feng Xiao had come this time to resign, so he naturally couldn't work. I came here to resign, you can find someone else for these things. What did you say? The other party emitted a harsh sound, it was rare for a big man to produce such a sharp voice. Suddenly, he came in front of Feng Xiao and slapped him hard across the face. But Feng Xiao had received rewards from the world of ghost stories, his physical abilities were already much stronger than that of ordinary people, allowing him to step back and dodge. The other party swung around, almost twisting his waist. Okay, you've gained some ability, have you? Who told you to dodge? Stand still and let me slap you to death. How could Feng Xiao let him slap him? He even retaliated with a slap back. Smack! The sound was crisp and extremely loud, instantly shocking everyone at the delivery station. The man covered his face, looking in disbelief, and then his face turned red, filled with rage like a lion. Unfilial son, unfilial son. As soon as these words came out, including Feng Xiao, a few people were stunned. What the heck, this man is Feng Xiao's father in this world. How can it be so outrageous? At this moment, an ant came over and said, Feng Xiao, I know he's not your biological dad, but you can't hit him. Go apologize quickly. Feng Xiao instantly breathed a sigh of relief, it turned out to be a stepfather. That's all right. You know, his dad is living well in reality, if there's another dad, he feels he can't handle it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if I get hit by a car or choked to death eating, I will never apologize. Feng Xiao held his head high, looking defiant. Quickly process my resignation, and give me my salary, let's clear things up right now. Okay. Okay. Feng Xiao's stepfather trembled with anger, directly having someone help him complete the paperwork and settle his salary, which was nearly 1,000 yuan. Take this money and get out of here. Feng Xiao couldn't be bothered, he just walked away. Sun Kai had been silent, quietly observing these people. On the surface, he didn't find anything unusual about them, they were just a group of ordinary people. Even if it's a horror story, it can't be everywhere. Sun Kai smiled, leading the two away from there. But he didn't notice that behind them, a group of people were watching them with strange eyes. The strangest thing was that so many people passed by, yet not a single one went inside to pick up a package, as if there was nothing there. Among the three, only Sun Kai had the best job. A high school teacher, with a stable position, in reality, many would be overjoyed. Unfortunately, this is a horror story world, and Sun Kai didn't care about being a high school teacher. On his small card, there was the address of his residence, otherwise, they might have to stay in a hotel tonight. The three arrived at Sun Kai's place, which was a block of single apartments. Sun Kai used his key to open the door, revealing a nicely decorated studio apartment inside. From now on, we will live together for a while. Brother Sun, you sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor with Jadakuan. At this moment, naturally, no one fought with Sun Kai for the bed. But just as they were about to go in, a surprised voice came from not far away. Is that teacher's son? What a coincidence. I am Chen Duoduo's dad. I'd like to invite teacher's son to my home. Is teacher's son free now? Chapter 107 Who is the imposter? Sun Kai turned around to see a man with a flattering smile, enthusiastically facing him. Although Sun Kai didn't recognize him, the man mentioned teacher's son, so his identity must be someone's father from his class. Oh, it's Chen Duoduo's dad. I'm sorry. I brought two friends with me, you see? Look at my eyes. Since teacher's son has guests, let's do it some other time. Chen Duoduo's dad showed an apologetic smile and left. Once the three went inside, Sun Kai suddenly slammed the door shut, his expression darkening. Did any of you see someone over there just now? Feng Xiao and Zhao Dakuan exchanged glances and shook their heads. I suspect that man just now might also be a horror story. Feng Xiao was startled. No way, brother Sun, is there a horror story even where we live? Are there really that many horror stories in this city? Yeah, if even our place isn't safe, should we find somewhere else to stay? Zhao Dakuan asked, somewhat scared. Sun Kai shook his head, signaling the two to sit down. Let's analyze what we've encountered since we entered this horror story world. First, the 7 of us entered this world, and different jobs were automatically assigned. I'm a high school teacher, Feng Xiao is a courier, and Zhao Dakuan is an office worker. But the problem is, Zhao Dakuan was the first to resign, where we encountered a horror story, then we went to the delivery station, but nothing happened there. It can be said that nearly half of the probability supports one thing. What's going on? Zhao Dakuan hurriedly replied. Sun Kai took out a lighter, lit a cigarette for himself, took a puff, and softly said. There's a very high probability that each of our jobs is related to the world of strange tales. As soon as this conclusion appeared, both of them felt a chill run down their spines. But upon careful consideration, this possibility was not without merit. The world of strange tales couldn't just assign them some work out of nowhere. After all, to them, this seemed a bit unnecessary. However, from what Zhao Dakuan experienced, it was clear that their work indeed had a problem. Then why did I feel nothing at the express point just now? Feng Xiao scratched his head, a bit confused. Either your express point has no issues at all, or your delivery person has a huge problem. Think about it, that old lickspittle couldn't wait to act when he met us, which shows that strange tales can't hide human desires. But all 3 of us entered the express point, and nothing unusual happened, which means this strange tale has a big appetite. What they want is not just the 3 of us, but even more people. After Sun Kai said this, Feng Xiao felt a chill run up his back, straight to his head. Damn. Brother Sun, don't scare me. Sun Kai smiled, this is just my guess, but in this situation, I'd rather say the worst possible outcome. Now it's my turn. I'm a high school teacher, and in any strange tale, school-related stories always occupy a large portion. Feng Xiao and Zhao Dakuan couldn't help but nod, even though they didn't understand strange tales, they came from their student days. And in schools, strange tales will always circulate, passed down from generation to generation. So I suspect if I go to school to resign tomorrow, it would be very dangerous. I can go in alone, and you two wait outside. Feng Xiao and Zhao Dakuan would only slow him down, with no other possibility. Sun Kai knew this might be the strange tale world putting pressure on him. After all, he was the only one to pass 3 levels in a row, this created a lot of pressure for others. Feng Xiao was self-aware, if he followed into such a place, he would only be a burden. Brother Sun, if there's anything I can help with, just let me know. Zhao Dakuan quickly chimed in, me too, I may not know anything, but I'm obedient. Listening to this shameless talk, Feng Xiao was speechless. At least you're a workshop director, can you speak a bit more tactfully? The situation is roughly like this. Next, I and Feng Xiao will search this house to see if we can find more rules. Zhao Dakuan, contact the other 2 groups right now, tell them about the situations we encountered in some of our guesses. After Sun Kai assigned tasks, he began to search the room with Feng Xiao. They were not new to this, they were seasoned at it. Sure enough, they found a small notebook and saw new rules written in it. Unfortunately, there was only one rule. Rules. 3. Among every 7 national fortune bearers, there is 1 imposter. The moment they saw this rule, Sun Kai and Feng Xiao's faces changed dramatically. By the way, this was the layout of the apartment, there were 2 floors inside. The 2 stood on the 2nd floor, while Zhao Dakuan downstairs was still on the phone, not noticing their situation. Looking at the rule in hand, Feng Xiao felt cold sweat all over his back. Brother Sun, what do we do now? This rule meant that among the 7 of them, 1 person was an imposter? If this got out, there would likely be issues within their group. Feng Xiao was sure he was fine, and Brother Sun surely was too. In other words, among the other 5 people, 1 of them has a problem. At the worst, the Zhao Dakuan below might just be the imposter. With this rule coming out, their previous so-called information exchange practically becomes useless. Otherwise, if that imposter knows many of their messages, who knows how that imposter will deal with them? Sun Kai also fell into deep thought, he did not expect such a rule to be in this round. But could this imposter be like the first one from the strange talk world, someone from the past's national fortune holders? If not, then who are these imposters? For now, he was not sure, but he understood one thing clearly. Feng Xiao, don't tell anyone about this rule. Sun Kai instructed. Of course, Feng Xiao knew the seriousness of this rule and nodded solemnly. Soon after, the 2 dealt with the rule and came down from the 2nd floor. At this moment, Zhao Dakuan had just finished a phone call. Mr. Sun, I have told all the other two teams everything. They didn't rush to resign during the day, instead, they collected some other information. Chapter 108 Reliable Teammates. Xu Xiao and Wang Bao's team directly went to the internet cafe where Wang Bao worked, opened two machines, and started collecting information online. After their search, they indeed found some useful things. The background of this world is almost identical to the real world, with only minor details being different. The city they were in was considered an emerging city, and development in all aspects was quite good, with strong momentum. In this city, they didn't discover anything related to strange talks, which was quite a pity. However, they unexpectedly discovered intelligence suspected to be from a national fortune holder of a certain country. What? So soon found another country's national fortune holder? Are those people fools? Feng Xiao's eyes widened, thinking he heard wrong. In his view, when national fortune holders enter the strange talk world, their first reaction should be to hide their identity because this time, the strange talk world involved more than one country's national fortune holders. Logically speaking, even the support teams from those countries would have informed them about this matter. But in fact, Feng Xiao forgot one thing. That is, some small countries are overwhelmed at present, with three strange talk worlds having descended everywhere, exhausted and busy. The order of their country has collapsed, let alone supporting their own national fortune holders. What they hope for every day is merely to see the sun rise the next day. This led to some small countries' national fortune holders truly knowing nothing when they entered. There was a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner who ran madly in the street after realizing he had become a national fortune holder. He was later filmed and posted online. As for how Xu Xiao and the others knew he was a national fortune holder, it was because this person was a somewhat famous singer. Xu Xiao happened to have heard his songs. This person's name was Swede. Everything was just so coincidental. Knowing each other's national fortune holder names, they also discovered the name of that country. Cherry Country. This country is famous for its cherry production and takes pride in cherries. In terms of comprehensive national strength, among more than 100 countries, it ranks moderately, at least a bit stronger than those small countries. Now among the 7 countries, we can confirm one cherry country, and they have a singer. We can follow the lead and locate others. This task can be assigned to Xu Xiao and Wang Bao. They are indeed good at gathering information. Aside from Xu Xiao's team, Xia Lan's team did not gather information. But instead, they went straight to the bank to take out the maximum loan. The two of them borrowed almost 2 million, and with this money, they went to a private detective agency. They directly took out half the money and asked them to find some particular people in this city. How special are these people? They would either resign in the next 2 days or do something completely different from their jobs. There happened to be a candidate named Swede, so they simply let the agency start with him. With so much money as motivation, the private detective agency eagerly went to work. These days, money can make things happen. After hearing what Zhao Dakuan said, Sun Kai nodded with satisfaction. It seems Xia Lan is more outstanding than I imagined. This is not something just anyone can do. Feng Xiao looked surprised. Going to the bank for a loan and then hiring a private detective was truly brilliant. But what if others do the same? Oh, Xia Lan used the remaining 1 million directly as a hush money, ensuring they could not leak any information related to them, and if anyone else came to do something similar, they must notify her first. Feng Xiao slapped his thigh. Xia Lan's move was simply genius. This way, they completely blocked similar actions from others. But what if they look for other private detective agencies? This time, the answer came from Sun Kai. Feng Xiao, you just graduated, so you might not understand some things. The private detective business in Xia country is very difficult. Most people do not need private detectives, and a very few can afford them but would not want to seek them out. Their status is quite awkward in Xia country. Generally speaking, having one private detective agency in a city is pretty good. They are the local big shots. If other private detective agencies want to cross borders for business, it would mean serious enmity, a life and death situation, so even if they look for agencies in other cities, it won't help. Feng Xiao realized that despite being a graduate of a prestigious university, in the eyes of Sun Kai and others, he felt like a fool. In reality, this is the impact of society. They have struggled in society, experienced many things, and know that many matters are not as they seem. But recent graduates have a more naive view and often do not consider things thoroughly. Seeing Feng Xiao's awkwardness, Sun Kai smiled. Feng Xiao, you are not bad, just lacking some experience. I believe that after some time, you will be able to stand out even in the world of horror tales. Really? Feng Xiao was overjoyed. He didn't always care about what others said. But this was a remark from his most admired Sun Kai, making him feel thrilled. Of course. I clearly saw how well you performed in the mountain village as a teacher. It was impressive. Zhao Dakuan timely praised Feng Xiao, instantly making him overjoyed. For now, tomorrow I will go to the school, and Feng Xiao, you and Zhao Dakuan will go to the delivery point and observe from the shadows. It's getting late, let's order takeout, eat, and then go to bed. These days, many people are used to ordering takeout, and Sun Kai is no exception. After ordering, the three waited for their food to be delivered. But not long after, their doorbell rang and a voice came from outside. "The takeout you ordered is here, please open the door." The three exchanged puzzled glances. Had it been just 10 minutes since they ordered? Is takeaway so competitive these days? 10 minutes delivery? No, even our Xia country takeaway isn't this fast, there must be an issue. Feng Xiao reacted quickly this time. Immediately blurted out. "Yes, I've ordered takeout too. They need at least 10 minutes just to make something delicious, plus the delivery time, it's impossible to be under 10 minutes. Zhao Dakuan also nodded in agreement. Sun Kai said nothing, his gaze was fixed on the door, where a line of words was stretching in from outside. Chapter 109 Delivery Boy. Take out from the Haunted Tales, dare you to eat it? Remember to give it a 5-star review. Sun Kai's eyes twitched slightly at the corner, his own hint seemed to be getting a bit cheeky. Delivery from Haunted Tales, how could I dare to eat it? But what did the parentheses mean? Does it mean as long as I give a 5-star review, nothing will happen? Of course, what Sun Kai most wanted to complain about was, what kind of ghostly place is this city? These haunted tales appeared one after another, and the number of haunted tales he encountered today was comparable to the number he experienced in the haunted world. Brother Sun, shall we pretend no one is home? Feng Xiao recalled the last haunted world operation and whispered. Zhao Dakuan was silent but nodded repeatedly, showing his agreement with Feng Xiao's suggestion. Sun Kai touched his chin, the hint was already very clear. As long as they give the haunted tales a 5-star review, there shouldn't be any problem. Moreover, to clear this haunted world, they must resolve the hauntings. Right in front of them was such a good opportunity, if he let it slip by, wouldn't that be a waste? Thinking of this, Sun Kai stood up. I'm going to open the door. Feng Xiao was greatly astonished and hurriedly stopped Sun Kai. Brother Sun, this is no joke. What if a ghostly tale is outside? What if opening the door leads to danger? Mr. Sun, such matters cannot be taken lightly. If worst comes to worst, we can just go buy some instant noodles at the supermarket. Both of them disagreed with Sun Kai opening the door. At this moment, Sun Kai knew he needed to speak up. My intuition tells me, this time I will be fine, do you trust me? Feng Xiao opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He had witnessed Brother Sun's intuition, it was truly magical. In the last haunted world, it was Brother Sun's intuition that saved them multiple times. If he said he didn't trust Brother Sun's intuition, he would slap himself. Zhao Dakuan saw Feng Xiao was silent and grew anxious. If they opened the door and faced danger, he would be affected too. Mr. Sun, Brother Sun, I just want to live and go back. Can we avoid such a risky thing? Zhao Dakuan had always maintained a common person's mindset, he hadn't realized. Since being chosen as a national fortune-bearer, he could no longer lead an ordinary life. Even if he was lucky enough to go back safely and enjoy a few days of ordinary life with his wife and children. Next time the haunted world opened, he would still have to face similar situations. Would he rely on luck every time, or wait for others to lead him? Sun Kai wasn't someone who would help everyone. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai had always performed well, that's why Sun Kai was willing to help them wholeheartedly. But if Zhao Dakuan continuously held such a mindset, Sun Kai wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Sun Kai remained silent, and Feng Xiao spoke first. Old Zhao, Brother Sun's intuition has always been accurate. Since you want to follow Brother Sun, don't forget what you said. Zhao Dakuan opened his mouth wide, frozen in place, his expression very comical. Only then did he remember that to follow Sun Kai, he had once said he would listen to him. But his current actions were slapping his own face. Zhao Dakuan lowered his head and said nothing, while Sun Kai walked to the door and opened it. Outside stood a delivery boy in red clothes, his face beaming with a friendly smile. Here's the takeout you ordered, please accept it. Thank you. Sun Kai took the takeaway, and the delivery guy immediately said, Sir, remember to give a 5-star review. Sun Kai smiled and said, no problem, with your great service attitude, I will definitely give a 5-star review. I remember there is a tipping feature now, let me give you some runner's fee later. Hearing this, the delivery guy quickly waved his hands. A good review is enough, there's no need for runner's fee. How can that be? You run in the wind and rain every day, what's just a little runner's fee? It's settled. Having said that, Sun Kai did not give the other party a chance to refuse and directly closed the door. Then, he took out his phone and immediately gave the other person a 5-star review, and also tipped 10 yuan. He knew the principle of excess being no good. Even in the world of weird tales, suddenly giving someone 1,000 or 10,000 is obviously problematic. Faintly, Sun Kai heard a slight sobbing sound from outside the door. Mr. Sun, that person just now, was not a weird tale? Zhao Dakuan looked at Sun Kai, who really brought back the takeaway, with a face full of surprise. In his view, the probability that there was a weird tale outside the door was too high. After all, it took less than 10 minutes for the takeaway to be delivered. Such speed is abnormal. Sun Kai casually placed the takeaway on the table and said, no need to guess, what's outside the door is indeed a weird tale. Ah, he is a weird tale? Then Mr. Sun, you. Zhao Dekuan did not finish his sentence, but Sun Kai understood what he meant. It was just strange how he came back alive. Weird tales were originally humans, they simply went through certain painful experiences, which ultimately formed the weird tales. As long as you don't treat them as weird tales, but as ordinary people, it's fine. Sun Kai opened the yellow braised chicken rice he ordered, took a sniff, and the smell was really fragrant. Come on, eat quickly, only when full will you have the strength to work tomorrow. Under Sun Kai's invitation, the two quickly started eating, and the taste was surprisingly good. After eating, the three went to sleep. Sun Kai knew very well that it was extremely dangerous to go out at night, so he simply chose not to go out. But not all the fortune bearers knew about this. The fortune bearers from Cherryland, after experiencing panic during the day, finally calmed down at night. They didn't even care about the identities assigned to them by the Weird Tale world. They directly gathered 7 people together, preparing to go out at night to see if there was any information. After all, at this moment, they didn't know a single rule and had no idea what they were supposed to do. You could say they were no different from headless flies. Swede, among us, you are the most famous, you are the captain now, where are you taking us? A woman with a decent figure, but looking very ordinary, directly asked Swede. In the world of foreigners, having fame and money means you are powerful. Clearly, Swede was the most famous among these 7. Swede looked a bit thin, with a nose ring, full of a non-mainstream vibe. I discovered a good place during the day, I'll take you all there to have some fun. Swede showed an ambiguous expression, directly pulled the woman into his embrace, and arrogantly walked at the front. Chapter 110 Other Fortune Bearers. The surroundings were filled with music that had reached its peak, and everywhere you looked, young men and women were shaking their heads and bodies. Yes, this is a bar. Captain, is this the fun place you mentioned? A man looked at Swede with a disdainful expression. You just don't understand, there are plenty of good things in the bar, look over there. Swede casually pointed, and they saw a couple in a corner, their bodies entangled, completely ignoring the gazes of others. Yo, wasn't it said that people from the Summer Nation are all very conservative? How come they're so open? A team member whistled, his eyes revealing a hint of desire. This isn't the Summer Nation, it's just a place similar to it. I don't think you would want to pass through so quickly and return to that rotten, shit-like reality, right? Enjoy this world while you can. Even if you die, it's better than dying at the hands of a ghost story in reality. Am I wrong? Swede pulled out a cigarette, and the woman next to him immediately lit it for him. After taking a puff, he looked pleased. It must be said, their thinking was completely different from that of Sun Kai and the others. The Summer Nation was still very stable, with no ghost story worlds having descended. But Cherry Nation was different, their country had experienced 3 ghost story worlds arrivals, and the entire nation was in chaos. Either die at the hands of a ghost story or die at the hands of others. You should know that many countries can legally possess firearms. Firearms are useless against ghost stories, but against humans, they are a one-shot kill. It can be said that being chosen as a national fate bearer gave Swede and the others a chance to breathe. They preferred to enter the ghost story world rather than continue to stay in the real world. In the real world, there are 3 ghost stories, but in the ghost story world, at most there is just one. Do I need to say more about how to choose? So after they came in, the first thing to do wasn't to pass through but to enjoy themselves. They had even prepared to delay the time to pass, allowing them to spend a long time in this world. But they didn't know that this ghost story world was very special, and that no one in Cherry Nation was warning them. Captain, I have my eye on a woman. I'm going over. Soon, other team members also found their targets and left. Once they were gone, the smile on Swede's face disappeared. What a bunch of fools. You believe whatever I say? Enjoying in the ghost story world? You deserve to die early. Swede sneered inwardly. He wasn't as naive as he appeared on the surface. After the ghost story world appeared, he had learned a lot through some special channels. The more people in the ghost story world, the more dangerous it is. The most dangerous level is with 10 people, and they were currently at a level of 7, which was already quite dangerous. Therefore, to lower the danger, he decided to sacrifice a few of his teammates. This way, as the numbers decreased, the danger would naturally lessen. Ideally, he would be the only one left. In that case, his safety would increase significantly. He didn't know when the ghost story would appear, but he believed that if so many people gathered together, the ghost story would surely come knocking. At this moment, he only had one thing to do. Get out of here. I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me here. If you get bored, you can also hook up with a man, I won't mind. Swede reached out and touched the woman's face, smiling as he walked away. Standing at the bar door, he glanced back, revealing a hint of disdainful smile, then left without looking back. But Swede didn't realize that a figure had appeared at the bar door, it was the woman he had just embraced. I really can't tell, he's so cruel, directly abandoning all his teammates. But someone like him should taste even better. The woman stuck out her tongue, which was much longer than a human's should be. Each country's national fate-bearers were taking action, knowing this ghost story world was quite special. They all acted low-key, fearing discovery by national fate-bearers from other countries. Unaware of this special situation, the fortune carrier acted quite casually, doing whatever he wanted. In their eyes, they didn't regard this world as a reality, but rather as a game. Among them was a fortune carrier named Jide, a member of a gang. In foreign lands, he was considered a small leader, and upon arriving in this bizarre world, he was not prepared to accept its rules. "TSK, you searched all day yesterday and didn't find a single person?" Jide leaned back on the sofa, wearing sunglasses, looking at the six kneeling before him with a cold gaze. In his country, the Cactus Nation, the one with the biggest fists was the boss, and he loved that feeling. Even as a fortune carrier, he still taught these people what to do with his fists. The six individuals trembled. Having always been bullied in the Cactus Nation, they never expected to encounter a big brother like him, and they were utterly terrified. "Big brother, we really searched, but with over 1 million people in one city, it's too hard to find dozens." The others quickly echoed, yeah. Bam! Jide slammed his palm on the coffee table, his eyes filled with killing intent. "All I want are results, not the process. If you can't find a single fortune carrier, I will make you understand what cruelty means. Don't even think about escaping. I just need a word, and in reality, someone will help me take out your families, understand?" The six people dared not resist and could only obediently nod their heads. "Get out." After the six left, Jide took a deep breath and turned to a shadow behind him, revealing a fawning smile. "Boss, please wait a moment. As soon as they find other fortune carriers, I will capture them for you at the first opportunity." Looking at the dark shadow before him, Jide's eyes were filled with fear. He never imagined that he would encounter a horror story on his first day. The other party didn't kill him but instead asked him to find other fortune carriers to consume. Jide couldn't understand why the horror knew of the existence of fortune carriers. Could it be that it overheard their conversation? But to save his life, he could only obey the other's orders. After all, that was a horror story. He was just an ordinary person. How could he be a match for a horror? Having received help from the Cactus Nation, he knew that this horror world was different, but he hadn't found any rules and did not know one thing. Every horror has its own weakness. Chapter 111, Then It's No Trouble. The fortune carriers were in action, and so were the horrors. Sun Kai had a good night's sleep and felt much more energetic. Feng Xiao was about the same, only Zhao Dukuan was entering the horror world for the first time and looked a bit haggard. "Today, we will act according to last night's plan. Feng Xiao, you need to pay attention, this world is a bit different, and your child urine might not be effective." Sun Kai felt a bit uneasy and reminded him. Feng Xiao nodded. "Brother Sun, I guess that last night, unless we find the weakness of the horror, there's no way to deal with it, right?" Zhao Dukuan said timidly, "Well, I can stay back and watch, alright, I'll go." Zhao Dukuan originally wanted to say he would watch the house, but seeing Sun Kai and Feng Xiao's gazes, he changed his mind immediately. After leaving the apartment, they split up to act. Sun Kai went to school, while Feng Xiao and Zhao Dukuan went to monitor the delivery station. "This is the school I've been assigned to, right? But why is it a girls' school?" Looking at the female students coming in and out, Sun Kai's head was filled with question marks. If he remembered correctly, last night, a guy named Qian Duoduo's father invited him to dinner, which he declined. Isn't Qian Duoduo a boy's name? What kind of parents give their daughter such a ridiculous name? At this moment, Sun Kai's mouth corner twitched crazily. You should know, in reality, there are no girls' schools in the summer country. This thing only exists in a few countries. On the small card, it only mentioned the school where he worked, without any more detailed content. For example, it didn't say which class he taught, or what subject, and so on. However, none of this was a big problem for him. He just needed to find the principal's office and directly go there to resign. But just as he walked over, a female security guard laughed and called out, "Teacher Sun, good morning." "Morning." Sun Kai responded briefly. He had no idea this was just the beginning. As he entered, many female students came over to greet him, almost making him think he had stumbled into some sort of romance scene. After finally shaking off those female students, before he could catch his breath, he heard a woman's voice. "Teacher Sun, as the only male teacher in our school, isn't it tiring?" Sun Kai turned to look, and a beautiful female teacher with long flowing hair and a very gentle smile stood beside him. "It's okay." Sun Kai didn't know how to address her, so he could only respond casually. "Then, Teacher Sun, shall we go to the office together?" The beauty invited him, and usually, a person wouldn't refuse such an invitation, but Sun Kai had no intention of getting close to her. He came here to resign. I'm sorry, but I need to find the principal for something. Do you know where the principal's office is?" Sun Kai knew this question would definitely make people feel strange. After all, how could a teacher in a school not know where the principal's office was? Sure enough, the beautiful teacher showed a surprised expression. Teacher son, are you okay? The principal's office is on the top floor of the administrative building, how could you forget? I got hit on the head by something falling from the sky, and the doctor said I have a bit of intermittent amnesia, so. Sun Kai did not blink and immediately found an excuse. Hearing this, the beautiful teacher immediately showed a concerned look. Intermittent amnesia? That sounds terrible. You want to find the principal to ask for leave, right? I'll go with you. As she spoke, the beautiful teacher didn't give Sun Kai a chance to refuse, directly pulling his arm and walking towards the principal's office. Along the way, the two attracted many gazes, even causing some female students' eyes to sparkle. Sun Kai vaguely heard something, words like marriage and so on. Are these students also bored? Knock, knock. The beautiful teacher stood in front of the principal's office and knocked on the door. Soon, an old voice came from inside. Come in. They opened the door and walked in. The furnishings in the principal's office were very simple but gave a solemn and serious feeling. Sitting behind the desk was an elderly woman. She was the principal of the girls' school. It's Teacher Sun and Teacher Lee. I wonder what brings you both here. Before Sun Kai could speak, Teacher Lee spoke first. Principal, Teacher Sun got hit on the head a few days ago and is experiencing intermittent amnesia. I suggest he take a long leave to rest. The principal was shocked, standing up in surprise. Teacher Sun, is this true? Yes, I don't know when I will recover from my condition. Just now, I even forgot where the principal's office was, so I hope to resign from here and go back to rest. Sun Kai took this opportunity to decisively resign. But just as his words fell, the entire office fell silent. It was as if his words had touched some sort of taboo. Sun Kai secretly guarded against this. The school really had a problem. Just as he was about to turn and run, the principal's voice finally spoke up. Teacher Sun, resigning is not necessary. I can give you a long leave, and it will still be paid. What do you think? Yes, Teacher Sun, so many students like you. Can you really bear to resign? Sun Kai said nothing. Why were they so unwilling to resign themselves? Moreover, are they really the ghost stories? Since he entered, he had not felt anything strange about the school, everything seemed normal. Just as Sun Kai was about to speak, his eyes caught a glimpse of bold text. Don't resign, you will die. Sun Kai's eyes twitched. If it weren't for the hint he received, if he refused, wouldn't he be dead on the spot? This is too disastrous. This situation was just like last time in Wumen village. In other words, this situation is a plot kill. Once you say something wrong or do something wrong, death is guaranteed. This also proves one thing, the two people in front of him are definitely ghost stories. Sun Kai forced a smile. Since the principal and Teacher Lee both said so, I won't resign. Just give me a break for a while. Anyway, if he cleared the game, he could return to the real world, which is not much different from resigning. Seeing that Sun Kai wouldn't resign, both of them smiled. That's great, I'll give you a month off. Your classes will be temporarily handled by Teacher Lee. You can come back whenever you feel ready. Thank you, Principal. Although he didn't resign, having a break was also fine. Just as Sun Kai was about to leave the school, Teacher Lee suddenly said, Teacher Sun, the school only opens during dismissal. You can't go out at other times, let's wait in the office. Sun Kai's head popped a question mark. What kind of school has such a rule? Ghost Story School. Oh, then it's fine. Chapter 112, The Den of Ghost Stories. Sun Kai followed Teacher Lee and arrived at the teacher's office. Teachers from each grade were in a large office, and at this moment, a few teachers were preparing their lessons. Isn't that Teacher Sun? Why did you come so late? Did you oversleep? Teacher Sun, do you want to continue talking about the TV series we discussed last time? Teacher Sun, take a look at the black stockings I just bought. How's the quality? These teachers surrounded Sun Kai as soon as he entered, as if they couldn't get close enough to him. To be honest, the teachers here looked quite good, but they might all be ghost stories. Thinking this way, Sun Kai suddenly lost all worldly desire. Ahem, Teacher Sun is not feeling well, so don't disturb him. With a single sentence from Teacher Lee, those teachers obediently returned to their places. Sun Kai was somewhat surprised. Could Teacher Lee be considered a leader? Sun Kai sat in his designated seat, feeling surprisingly relaxed. He remembered very clearly that any place related to him could possibly have rules, perhaps there were some here too. So he started searching for his desk, but after a long search, he found nothing. Forget it, rules like that can't possibly be everywhere. Just right, there's a computer here, let's see if I can find something. Taking the opportunity, Sun Kai went online, wondering if he could find other national luck bearers. When he snapped back to reality and turned his head, he was shocked to find the surrounding teachers had disappeared. Not only that, but outside it had turned to evening, with the sunset's glow streaming into the office. It's almost night, time passed so quickly? Wait, I only looked at the computer for a little while, how could it suddenly be evening? There's something wrong. Sun Kai stood up and walked out of the office. The outside school looked extremely quiet, not a sound to be heard. At this moment, he saw a figure in the hallway that looked like a student. Sun Kai decisively walked in the opposite direction. But when he turned to walk the opposite way, he soon saw another figure. When he looked back, he found figures on both sides. Is this a message that he was meant to die no matter what? In fact, when he saw the changes in the school, he just knew that the school's strange tales had turned against him. At this moment, he suddenly saw a female student in front of him who looked suspicious. Sun Kai couldn't be the fool who would actually ask for directions. However, the other party seemed unwilling to let him go, slowly approaching him, leaving him with little time. He looked around, the only place he could enter was the office he had just come out of. But if he went in, wouldn't he be trapped for sure? Ultimately, Sun Kai's gaze fell outside the corridor railing. He was on the 4th floor, if he jumped down, would he die? Jumping directly down would probably require a hero card, how about going down layer by layer? Sun Kai made a decision, immediately flipping over the railing, grabbing the bottom of the railing with both hands, getting his feet as close as possible to the next level, then letting go of his hands. Snap! His hands grasped the railing of the 3rd floor. Upon a closer look, he saw 2 figures on this level as well. The ghost is relentless. Sun Kai used the same tactic and successfully reached the 1st floor, where the 2 figures were less than 5 meters away from him. Upon reaching the 1st floor, Sun Kai did not give the figures a chance and started running. At this point, the benefits of his enhanced physical fitness showed. He ran incredibly fast. However, when he arrived at the school gate, he found that he couldn't get out. He suddenly remembered what Teacher Lee had said before, he could not leave the school until dismissal. This should count as the school's rule, right? He looked back and saw that there was only one figure left, but it was very close to him. He suspected that if it got any closer, it might trigger something that would lead to his doom. It always has its back to me, can't it look at me directly? Is facing me its weak point? Thinking of this, Sun Kai immediately began to run around the female student, but no matter how he ran, the student always faced away from him. Do you really think I can't escape? Sun Kai smirked and took out his phone, opening the camera and switching to selfie mode. Here we go. He skillfully threw his phone in front of the female student, then used the screen to finally see her front face. Her front still was a back. Sun Kai's mouth twitched wildly as he realized he had been too hasty. The strange tale was no longer human and could not be defined by human means. However, the previous clingy ghost had been able to communicate, so this ghost should too. Classmate, I am a teacher at this school, if you have any grievances, I can help you. He didn't know if it was his words that touched her, but the female student finally stopped moving. Then, a voice full of weakness drifted into Sun Kai's ears. Teacher, are you really willing to help me? Sun Kai's eyes lit up, there was a chance. Of course, you can ask around, Sun Kai, always mean what I say. Sun Kai patted his chest to assure her. That's great. I want to ask Mr. Sun for a favor. What kind of favor? You tell me. I want to ask Mr. Sun. The originally frail voice instantly turned sharp and piercing. Let me taste the flavor of human flesh. In an instant, the female student lunged at Sun Kai. Sun Kai frowned, just as he was about to use his trump card, a shout echoed. Lu Lily, what do you want to do to Teacher Sun? The female figure suddenly stopped, and Sun Kai could even see her figure trembling. Li Teacher appeared not far away at some point, having just spoken. She walked steadily toward Sun Kai step by step, looking at the female student. I don't want to say the same thing twice, hurry back to class. It is not yet time for class to end. The girl student said nothing, and just ran away. Well, she still ran away with her back to Sun Kai. It was not until she disappeared from sight that Sun Kai realized the evening sky had turned into daytime. Around him, various noisy sounds emerged, as if everything that just happened was fake. Teacher Lee, thank you so much. That student just now was Zhuo Lily, right? Is she sick? Sun Kai immediately pretended to be clueless, he couldn't directly expose the identity of the paranormal event, or he doubted whether he could leave this place. Now he realized that this place was not just a paranormal event, but the den of paranormal events. Chapter 113, Something Happened to Feng Xiao. The number of paranormal events here is definitely not just 1 or 2. And Teacher Lee, this paranormal entity, is even stronger than the girl student from earlier, otherwise, how could she scare someone away with just one sentence? Teacher Lee gently ran her hand through her hair, smiling slightly. Student Zhuo Lily is just a bit unwell, Mr. Sun, it's not time to dismiss class, let's wait in the office? Sun Kai returned to the office, the teachers inside were still there, their expressions normal, as if he had only stepped out to use the restroom. He sat at his desk, pondering the earlier situation. This was the first paranormal event he encountered at school, and the entity's name was Zwo Lily. This was a girl student who could only ever be seen from behind. Sun Kai did not know her story, but given the earlier circumstances, he could either wait for hints to appear, or he could only summon Wu Qian. The hero card felt utterly powerless when facing these paranormal entities. He could only say that the hero card could at best delay his time of death a little longer. Just as he was about to summon Wu Qian, a new piece of information appeared in his mind. That is, Wu Qian's summoning also had a limit of 3 times, and each time she could only exist for an hour. This means he could only summon Wu Qian at the most dangerous moments. It can now be confirmed that the girl student Zwo Lily is a paranormal entity, and there is over a 90% chance that Teacher Lee is also a paranormal entity. What about the principal? Sitting in such a den of paranormal events, Sun Kai felt a bit restless. The remaining time felt slow, as if each day was a year. After a long wait, finally noon arrived, and Teacher Lee took him to the cafeteria for lunch. As the only male teacher in the girls' school, he attracted countless gazes. Teacher Lee, can you tell me about student Zwo Lily's situation just now? After getting his meal and sitting down, Sun Kai asked Teacher Lee. Having finally encountered a paranormal entity, he naturally wanted to inquire about her situation, even though Teacher Lee was also a paranormal entity. For some reason, Teacher Lee seemed to have no bad intentions towards him, otherwise, she could have chosen not to appear when Zwo Lily attacked him. Student Zwo Lily's family situation is somewhat complicated. She originally had a happy family, but later her parents divorced, and neither party was willing to take care of her. In the end, her parents hired a nanny to take care of her, while they started new families and had new children. At this point, Sun Kai already understood that Zwo Lily's family background was indeed quite unfortunate. Both parents had new families and new children, who would still care about her. This way, she always presents her back to others, which should also be her way of self-protection. However, since she became a paranormal entity, something else must have happened, but it would not be convenient to ask further. Sun Kai had tried to contact the outside world with his phone, but it was of no use. It wasn't that there was no signal, rather, no one answered no matter how many times he called. He doesn't think that none of his 6 team members would answer his calls. This shows that there are problems with this school. After a long wait, when he finally saw the school gate open, Sun Kai almost ran out in excitement. After all, he was afraid that he would encounter the next creepy story inside the school, and if this continued, he felt he might not hold on much longer. Teacher Lee, thank you for your help today, I'm leaving now. Sun Kai greeted Teacher Lee and quickened his pace as he walked out. Seeing the back of Sun Kai, a slight smile appeared on Teacher Lee's lips. Oh, are you interested in him? The old principal appeared by her side at some point. Yes, such an interesting person, it would be a waste to lose him all at once. Anyway, he hasn't resigned yet, he's still a part of the school, he will come back sooner or later. Teacher Lee's smile grew brighter, eventually stretching into a huge grin that reached her ears. Sun Kai hurriedly left the school, walking almost a kilometer before he finally stopped. Finally out, I can't enter that school for now, it's too dangerous. Sun Kai wiped away the cold sweat, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. If he regarded the old licking dog as a C-level creepy story, then this school was at least an A-level, or even S-level. How could such a powerful den of creepy stories be assigned to him right from the start? This is simply a death sentence for him. He was sure that he was being targeted by the world of creepy stories, otherwise, why would they assign him such a terrifying story right from the beginning? Although he didn't know why the other party hadn't taken any deadly action against him, he decided he would not go back to that school for now. After calming himself down, Sun Kai immediately contacted others and took a taxi home. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened. Once night fell, he wasn't sure what might happen. The first person he tried to contact was Feng Xiao. After all, he had the best relationship with Feng Xiao and naturally asked about his situation first. But no one answered at Feng Xiao's side. Sun Kai's expression changed slightly, and he called Zhao Dakuan instead, but the result was the same. Now he could be sure that something had happened at Feng Xiao's side. But he didn't hear Xiao Changqing's warning, which meant that the situation at Feng Xiao's side might not be serious. Captain Xia, if the situation at Feng Xiao's side is very dangerous, please give me a warning now. After waiting for a while without any warning, he realized that his guess was correct. But no matter what, he had to go see what happened to Feng Xiao. Back to when they split up, Feng Xiao and Zhao Dakuan arrived near the delivery point. The two of them quietly hid nearby, sticking out half their heads to look at the delivery point. There were still people busy there, some moving things, others counting, looking quite busy. It looks like there's no problem here? Zhao Dakuan squinted for a moment and rubbed his eyes as he said. Brother Sun said that each of our jobs is a pit, you have a creepy story in your job, so it doesn't make sense for mine to be normal. Our current task is to observe this delivery point, we will each keep watch for an hour. So the two of them took turns, keeping watch for the entire morning. Wait a minute, something's off. Suddenly, Feng Xiao seemed to have noticed something. What's off? Zhao Dukuan quickly got up from the ground and looked at the delivery point, which seemed no different from before. We've been watching for the entire morning and haven't seen anyone go in to pick up a package. Do you think that's normal? Zhao Dukuan was stunned, and only then did he realize that this was indeed not normal. In front of him, there were so many delivery boxes inside that delivery point. The amount of throughput here is not small. Since there are so many packages, it's impossible for no one to come pick up their delivery all morning. This is clearly abnormal. So, is the delivery point a spooky story too? Zhao Dukuan's voice trembled a bit. He really did not want to come into contact with any spooky stories. But beside him, Sun Kai and Feng Xiao actually wanted to engage with the spooky stories. What can be done about this? We can't be sure yet, we can only say there's this possibility. Let's keep observing. No matter how much they stared, they still needed to eat. To avoid missing anything while tailing, Feng Xiao instructed Zhao Dukuan to buy some boxed lunch. But after a considerable amount of time, he suddenly realized why hasn't Zhao Dukuan come back yet? Feng Xiao felt puzzled and called Zhao Dukuan, but there was no answer. Feng Xiao's expression changed. Could it be that Zhao Dukuan encountered a spooky story? At this moment, a teammate was definitely more important than tailing. He hurried to a nearby fast food restaurant, which was also the place he sent Zhao Dukuan to buy lunch. But after inquiring, he was shocked to find that Zhao Dukuan hadn't come to buy anything at all. Zhao Dukuan's appearance was very eye-catching. He had a Mediterranean hairstyle. It could be said that once you saw him, you wouldn't forget him for a day. But Zhao Dukuan hadn't bought lunch. Where did he go? Feng Xiao couldn't figure it out, while those watching the livestream outside were going crazy. Because they all saw that Zhao Dukuan had taken the chance to run away. While running, he justified himself. I'm not scared, I'm just giving Summer Nation a final chance, that's right. At this moment, the comments section had already destroyed Zhao Dukuan. Scared is scared, why make so many excuses? While everyone else was fighting hard, Zhao Dukuan was actually hiding alone. Such behavior is simply disgraceful. Doesn't he know that if he doesn't work hard, he won't clear the level and will eventually die? Xia Chongqing was also helpless. Although the national luck bearers were randomly selected, Summer Nation ended up with one who only knew how to cling to others and run away. There was nothing to be done. At this point, it could be said that Summer Nation's 7 national luck bearers were now effectively reduced by 1. No, thinking of the rule that Sun Kai discovered earlier, there should still be an insider among them. With that, only 5 people were truly the national luck bearers. What is the analysis result regarding the spooky story of Zhuo Lily? Xia Chongqing asked the others. Team leader, the analysis result is out. According to the information we gathered from the footage, the opponent's weakness should be the teacher. Not a male teacher, but a female teacher. So, to suppress the opponent, we can only rely on the school's female teachers for help. However, the possibility that Teacher Lee is a spooky story has nearly reached 100%, and we're currently unclear as to why she hasn't attacked Mr. Sunday. The principal's possibility of being a spooky story is also 80%, as for other teachers, it's unknown for now. While Sun Kai was making efforts, the support team was also working hard. However, their chances to alert were few and could not be used casually. Previously, to inform Sun Kai of some intelligence, Xia Chongqing had already used 1 chance, so the remaining 2 could not be used lightly. Even if they had analyzed the weakness of Zhuo Lily's spooky story, they still couldn't inform Sun Kai at this time, as the previous spooky world had been the same. Each time, they analyzed many things, only to save their chances and provide help to Sun Kai and others at critical moments, which was why it wasn't communicated temporarily. On Sun Kai's side, he continued to wait at school for the end of class. It looked like there was no danger for now. And on Feng Xiao's side, because of Zhao Dukuan's sudden disappearance, it didn't take long before he realized something. This coward. Feng Xiao punched the wall in anger, but soon he let out a helpless smile. Everyone has their own choices. Zhao Dukuan's choice, to him, may seem like that of a coward. But the other person has his own wife and children, and his escape may also be for those people to live. Forget it, since he wants to run, let him run, I can keep an eye on things alone. Feng Xiao has been through a lot, and now he thinks things through clearly. He casually eats something and continues to watch the delivery point. Unexpectedly, he really discovered some things. At this delivery point, really no one came to pick up packages. Nearby people walked past it as if they didn't see such a place at all. You could say that in Feng Xiao's eyes, the delivery point is basically a strange tale. According to the first rule, every weird tale has a weakness, so what is the weakness of the delivery point? Feng Xiao was unclear, but he found one thing. Every hour, a small truck would come, bringing quite a few boxes. And the task of the workers inside is to carry these boxes in and perform storage operations and so on. From beginning to end, he had never seen anyone carry anything out. This truck has big problems. Feng Xiao did not act rashly. He knew that this matter could not be solved alone. Since he observed the situation, he prepared to go back. But soon, he found that as he walked, he actually returned again. Back to the original position. Feng Xiao's face changed, he remained silent and continued to walk out, but the result was still the same. He looked at the surroundings, sweat beaded on his forehead. This is a ghost wall? But I didn't even go in. Feng Xiao felt a bit unsettled. This time he tried to walk more slowly, even carefully observing the environment around him. However, it failed again. It was as if he could no longer escape this area. Does this count as me seeking my own death? Feng Xiao let out a bitter laugh. He took out his phone and called Brother Sun, but no one answered. He did not know that Sun Kai was in a school and unable to answer any calls. Feng Xiao subconsciously felt that the problem was with him. Brother Sun is not here, from now on, I can only rely on myself. Feng Xiao thought for a moment, looked up, and said, Leader Xia, next I will face the strange tale alone. I will try my best to survive, and if I discover important information, please tell Brother Sun for me. Anyone could hear what Feng Xiao meant. He was preparing to use his life in exchange for information about the strange tale. In a place where Feng Xiao could not see, Xia Changqing nodded heavily. Feng Xiao took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the delivery point. The employees inside saw him, and one by one stopped their actions, looking at him with strange expressions. Just as they were about to speak, Feng Xiao made an unexpected move. Chapter 115, Forcing to Acknowledge Dad. Suddenly, Feng Xiao sprinted forward, kneeling and sliding right in front of the station manager, hugging his leg tightly, letting out a sharp wail. Dad, I was wrong. At that moment, the delivery point went quiet, the live stream fell silent, and even the entire summer country hushed down. No one expected Feng Xiao would suddenly pull such a stunt. Although according to the identity assigned to him in the Weird Tale world, this station manager was indeed his dad. But remember, he was a stepdad. In reality, very few people truly regard their stepdad as their real dad. Feng Xiao's shout instantly left everyone in the delivery point dumbfounded. They were ready to scare Feng Xiao, but he came in and immediately unleashed a big move. Who could withstand that? The station manager had a face full of dark lines. Who is your dad? I'm just your stepdad. Yet Feng Xiao still showed no intention of letting go, with a face full of snot and tears looking at him. A stepdad is still a dad, don't you acknowledge me as your son? At this moment, Feng Xiao's biological father covered his face, unable to bear to look. He did not recognize this son. The station master did not expect that this person could be so thick-skinned, even calling his stepfather so affectionately. He, who was so arrogant before and slapped me? As the station master sneered coldly, he saw Feng Xiao without hesitation, directly slap himself. Dad, I was wrong for slapping you before, my head was in a mess at that time. If you're uncomfortable, feel free to hit me. Looking at Feng Xiao with his eyes closed, allowing the other person to hit him, everyone had to give a thumbs up. This acting was incredible. Feng Xiao had no choice, he did not have Sun Ji's powerful intuition. If he faced the nightmare directly, the only outcome would be death. At best, he could choose how to die. After all, he had already urinated in front of the whole nation, and now it was just about putting on a show, a piece of cake. The station master was at a loss for words, looking at the sun in front of him, falling into silence. Feng Xiao's heart raced, he didn't know if his way of faking it would actually pass. Soon, he heard his stepfather's voice, get up, yesterday's incident I can pretend didn't happen. You continue to work, and I will still pay you. Really? Thank you, Dad, you are the best. Feng Xiao said these cheesy words, quickly and nimbly putting on a work uniform, then started moving things. Seeing Feng Xiao working, everyone else acted as if nothing had happened, each continuing their work. For a moment, it seemed that everything had returned to normal. On the surface, Feng Xiao was working, but in reality, he was searching for other things. Such as the weakness of this nightmare and what exactly was inside the box in his hand. Just right, he had to put his items into a small storage area. He made sure no one was around, quickly took out a small knife, and cut open the tape on top. The moment he opened the box, he almost threw up. Inside were various parts of human bodies, just what he saw included hands, feet, and internal organs, among others. The key was that all these things were vacuum-packed and looked very fresh. If this box was full of human parts, then were all the other boxes the same? The thought of standing in a warehouse full of human parts sent a shiver through him, making his body tremble slightly. No, I can't be discovered. Feng Xiao hurriedly shoved the box under others, pretending nothing had happened, and continued moving things. He waited until everything from the truck was moved before the driver drove away without looking back. To gather more information, Feng Xiao took the initiative to ask, Dad, that guy just now was too cold, he didn't even pay attention to me, and I'm the station master's son. The station master glanced at him and said lightly, You are not my biological son, how would he care about you? Dad, this isn't right, although I'm not your biological son, I'm closer than a biological one. Considering our relationship, what qualifications does a mere driver have to look down on me? Hearing Feng Xiao call him Dad repeatedly, someone seemed unable to bear it anymore. Feng Xiao, the station master is just your stepfather, not your real father. Who do you think you are, acting like this here? Feng Xiao glanced over. The person was about the same age as him, but their eyes were filled with jealousy. Jealousy? What could he be jealous of? Just because he was the station master's son? Although Feng Xiao didn't know what the other person was jealous about, this was a good opportunity. Dad, look at what he said about me. If you don't help me, I'll tell Mom right now. Not sure if it was Feng Xiao's illusion when he said this. He seemed to see a flicker of fear in the station master's eyes. What's going on? Your mother is not feeling well, no need to look for her. You, go to the back and work, don't bother my son. The station master waved his hand and directly dismissed the person. The young man was very angry, but he still obediently went to the back to work. If this were in the Summer Nation, he would definitely throw his hat to the ground and walk off on the spot. Just like that, Feng Xiao actually relied on the identity of the station master's son to gain a certain status here. But the sky was gradually darkening, almost nightfall. Feng Xiao felt a bit anxious, but he knew very well that the more critical the moment, the less he could be anxious. Otherwise, he might fail at the last hurdle. Dad, it's about time to get off work, right? Get off work? The station master stood there, smoking a cigarette, speaking in a voice that sent chills down Feng Xiao's spine. We never get off work here. Feng Xiao's pupils contracted. The people here were monsters, capable of never getting off work. But he was a human. If he did not sleep for a long time, he simply couldn't hold on. At that time, these monsters would definitely take action against him. But at this moment, if he forcibly asked to get off work, it might completely anger these people, and that would be even worse. No matter when, Feng Xiao always hoped to survive. Unless he truly faced a desperate situation. Not getting off work is great, to give everything for the delivery point, that's what I dream of. Feng Xiao immediately changed his tone, said a few words, and went to work. He was stalling for time. He might not believe in others, but he was willing to believe in Brother Sunday. Brother Sun would surely come to rescue him. Before that, he needed to continue gathering more information, and waiting for Brother Sunday. Xia Changqing had been paying attention to Feng Xiao's situation. He saw that Feng Xiao was not in any immediate danger, which was why he did not use the second reminder opportunity. At the same time, he also heard Sun Kai's words and did not use the reminder opportunity, which also meant consent. If anyone could save Feng Xiao, Xia Changqing believed it must be Sun Kai. Chapter 116, You Must Become a Monster. At this moment, Feng Xiao was very anxious inside, but he didn't show it on the surface. He always felt that the eyes of the people around him were full of ill intentions. But when he looked over, those people were busy. Finally, it was dark. Feng Xiao knew that his biggest challenge was beginning. As long as it was the monster world, once night fell, the danger rapidly increased. He believed it would be no exception here. If he couldn't hold on, he would die here. At this moment, the station master came inside and said to them, "All right, the evening is the same as usual, relax a bit." Hearing the station master's words, those employees immediately put down what they were doing and each walked to the back. Feng Xiao was stunned. Relax? Relax for what? Soon, he heard various sounds of tearing and gnawing coming from the back warehouse. His pupils contracted. He immediately realized those monsters were eating human flesh. He almost threw up, but the station master was not far from him, so he endured it and didn't vomit. However, the station master seemed to notice his expression and walked over to look at him with great interest. Why aren't you going? Dad, my stomach hasn't been well recently, so I'll pass this time, maybe next time. Feng Xiao's brain turned quickly, and he immediately found a reason. He felt that the reason he could survive until now was that he had grasped the role of his identity. The monster world did have some help for them, as long as they could explore the role of their identity, at least. They wouldn't die that quickly. Is that so? The station master stared at him for a while, then turned and walked towards the warehouse. Feng Xiao wiped away a cold sweat. Just now he was truly worried that the other party would take action. Child urine was already useless in this world. It can be said that he did not have any weapons to deal with ghosts now. Taking advantage of the fact that they all went to the back warehouse, Feng Xiao hurried outside. There was not a single person around, as if this area had been abandoned by the world. Feng Xiao tried to run a distance, but then turned back. He truly could not get out. Hey, I wonder if Brother Sun can find me. Without any options, Feng Xiao randomly found a bench to sit down. The voices coming from the warehouse made his scalp tingle. He felt that once caught, his fate would probably be the same as the human flesh behind him. After a while, the employees inside seemed to have finished eating and they all walked out one by one. Feng Xiao, why aren't you going to eat? This human flesh is really delicious. The young man who just spoke leaned closer to Feng Xiao, looking at him with mocking eyes. In fact, both sides knew each other's identity, but no one pointed it out. This was also Feng Xiao's guess. He believed that as long as he did his job well, he could temporarily keep his life. Only temporarily. Are you teaching me how to work? Feng Xiao raised his head, his eyes filled with defiance, which unexpectedly stunned the other party for a moment. The young man realized he was scared, his face darkened, and he directly walked away. It seems that as long as they don't resort to violence, any verbal attack won't make them act. That's good news. Feng Xiao thought to himself. This time, they rested for a long time before a vehicle came, and they started loading the goods. Feng Xiao decided to take a risk and went directly to the driver's side. Master, your truck looks good, what brand is it? While speaking, Feng Xiao took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it over. This was something he learned from Brother Sunday. When out, having a cigarette makes things easier. The driver glanced at it, took the cigarette, and tucked it behind his ear. You probably haven't heard of the brand, it's an old one. So, what do you need? The driver looked to be in his 50s, with a face full of stories. Actually, it's nothing much. My dad is very busy every day, I want to reduce some pressure for him. I don't know how to become a cargo driver? Your dad? Who is your dad? The one standing over there. Following the direction Feng Xiao pointed, the driver saw the station master's figure. The station master is your dad? The driver was shocked, his mouth opened wide, and the cigarette fell from his ear. Seeing the driver's reaction, Feng Xiao knew there was hope. Of course, if you don't believe me, I can shout right now. Dad, you look so handsome today. The station master saw Feng Xiao waving so enthusiastically, his eyes twitched slightly, and he hurriedly turned away. You see, my dad is shy. The driver had nothing more to say, the station master didn't refute, which meant what this kid said was true. I really didn't expect you to be the station master's son. Alright, this isn't really a secret. To become a cargo driver like me, you need a recommendation from another cargo driver, along with the station master's approval. It seemed simple, but the biggest problem was, would the stepfather station master really let him go? As for the recommended driver, this person in front of him was the best choice. Back at his post, Feng Xiao was still thinking about how to get the station master's approval. After thinking, he felt that only by being a bit more proactive would he have a chance. Dad, can I ask you something? Speak. I want to apply for a job transfer, I want to be a cargo driver. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings instantly fell silent, all the employees stared at him, making Feng Xiao's heart jump suddenly. Did he say something wrong? Was he about to die immediately? Just as Feng Xiao was feeling anxious, the station master spoke up. You want to be a cargo driver? Yes. Did he agree? Feng Xiao knew this referred to the driver over there, he nodded again. Another period of silence followed, the atmosphere around was extremely oppressive. Behind Feng Xiao was all sweat, he knew he was gambling, but he had to gamble. At this point, Brother Sun still hadn't appeared. Either Brother Sun was also in trouble, or Brother Sun simply couldn't enter this place. No matter which possibility it was, he could only find a way to save himself. In fact, it wasn't really saving himself, he needed to explore more information about this strange talk for the support team to analyze. That way, maybe they could find the weakness of this strange talk and pass it to Brother Sunday. Even if he died, it would be a valuable death. Feng Xiao didn't dare to look at the station master, he was waiting for the final judgment. After a long while, the station master's voice finally rang out, You want to be a freight driver? No problem. Feng Xiao was taken aback. He agreed? But... Hearing the word but, Feng Xiao's heart sank, such a twist often meant bad news. Sure enough, the station master continued, If you want to be a freight driver, there must be a premise. Feng Xiao swallowed hard and asked, What premise? The station master grinned, but this smile looked somewhat sinister. You have to become a strange talk. This sentence hit Feng Xiao's head like a bolt from the blue. The station master actually stated it directly, clearly pointing out his identity? Why was that? Was it because he wanted to be a freight driver that triggered a plot kill? How could a person become a strange talk? First, they must be dead. A living person cannot become a strange talk. This indicated one thing, the station master was ready to kill him. A bitter smile appeared on Feng Xiao's lips, was he finally going to die? He didn't know if the information he had gathered could help the support team analyze the weakness of the strange talk. Goodbye, Brother Sunday. Feng Xiao closed his eyes, preparing to wait for death when a voice suddenly came from nowhere. You want to die? Not so fast. Feng Xiao opened his eyes and looked over. He saw Sun Kai had appeared here out of nowhere, and beside him stood a familiar figure. It was Wu Qian. One of Wu Qian's hands was pressing on the freight driver's head, making him too afraid to move at all. Brother Sun. Feng Xiao was so excited that he was on the verge of tears. When he saw Wu Qian, he knew Brother Sun had summoned her to save him. He was clear that the frequency of summoning Wu Qian couldn't be many. But even so, Brother Sun still used one to save him, and Feng Xiao was so moved he didn't know what to say. Seeing Feng Xiao was still alive, Sun Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving the school, he rushed to the delivery point immediately. But strangely, he couldn't see the delivery point this time. There was nothing at all. The spot where the delivery point used to be was actually an empty house. Sun Kai realized this strange talk was quite special, able to hide itself. Without some special means, it was simply impossible to enter. Time was tight, Sun Kai had no choice but to summon Wu Qian. Wu Qian, there's a strange talk here, but I can't find the entrance. Can you find it? As soon as Wu Qian arrived, Sun Kai hurriedly asked. Wu Qian knew the situation was urgent. She looked around and then walked to the door of the empty house. With a flick of her small hand, a red light flashed, and a crack appeared before them. This strange talk has some hidden abilities, but it's still too weak. You know, I once built a twisted world right under Wu Men's nose. Wu Qian said happily, with a hint of pride. Sun Kai reached out and touched Wu Qian's hair, smiling as he said, as expected of you, let's hurry in, Feng Xiao might be in danger. We are going to save Teacher Feng? Then let's hurry up. Once they entered, Wu Qian said, Teacher Sun, this strange talk has a different node, which is that driver over there. As long as we catch it, we can threaten the boss of this monster tail. Sun Kai was quite surprised. Wu Qian was so powerful that she could spot the weakness of this monster tail at a glance? No, it shouldn't be a weakness, it was just that Wu Qian had the help of the Wu Sec formation, and she herself was not weak. To be honest, Wu Qian could be considered a monster tail herself. So, Wu Qian decisively made her move and grabbed the driver, while Sun Kai also saw that Feng Xiao was in danger and quickly spoke out. Seeing Wu Qian actually grab the driver, the station master had a very ugly expression. Little girl, don't you know what the well water does not intrude on the river water means? There are many monster tails in the city, but they all do not interfere with each other, otherwise, if there were conflicts among monster tails, the consequences would be severe. Unfortunately, he did not know that Wu Qian was not a monster tail of this city, nor even of this world. I only know that you have captured my teacher. The station master glanced at Feng Xiao. His cheap son actually had such a powerful monster tail student? With your power, you don't need to care about a mere human, why save him? The station master was truly perplexed. For them monster tails, unless there are rules that restrict them, humans are merely their food. He could sense that the monster tail before him was very strong. If a conflict really arose, the outcome could be 50-50. This has nothing to do with you, let my teacher go, or else it will die. You wouldn't want him to die in front of you, right? Wu Qian's voice was very cold. At that moment, facing other monster tails, she was filled with a chilling presence. In her world, only her 3 teachers and those little friends were her warmth. As for others, she didn't care at all. The atmosphere was very tense, like a bowstring being pulled tight. But in the end, the station master still waved his hand. I will let him go now, but if you dare to attack him, even if I have to disappear completely, I will make sure you don't leave here. Feng Xiao glanced at the station master and turned to run. When he reached Sun Kai's side, he finally felt relieved. He was still alive. Teacher Sun, Teacher Feng, you two go out first, I will be right there. Wu Qian told the two, her hand still resting on the driver's head. Be careful, don't be reckless. Sun Kai said to Wu Qian, then led Feng Xiao out through the crack. Less than a minute passed, and Wu Qian walked out, the crack disappeared. Wu Qian, are you okay? Did that monster tail take action? Sun Kai hurriedly asked. Wu Qian smiled slightly, I'm fine, it didn't dare to act against me. If the driver dies, while they wouldn't completely disappear, it would still be a big trouble for them. Brother Sun, you don't know, I almost died just now. Feng Xiao looked terrified. If it weren't for Brother Sun and Wu Qian appearing, he estimated he would have been dead. I can tell this was my mistake, I didn't expect that just watching the monster tail would attract its attention. Then, Sun Kai's expression became heavy. Has Zhao Dakuan already? He didn't see Zhao Dakuan's figure and instinctively thought Zhao Dakuan had already died at the hands of the monster tail. But soon, Feng Xiao shouted in anger, Brother Sun, don't bring up that person, he fled at the critical moment and is no longer our companion. Sun Kai was taken aback. Zhao Dakuan ran away? Earlier, he noticed that Zhao Dakuan seemed a bit timid. He didn't expect him to seize the opportunity to run away just by watching the monster tail. I understand, from now on, let's act as if Zhao Dakuan doesn't exist. His life or death has nothing to do with us. Later, inform the other 2 teams. Zhao Dakuan leaving is a good thing, at least he didn't run away at a crucial moment. If they really encountered danger and Zhao Dakuan suddenly ran away, that would be a betrayal. At the same time, this also relieved Sun Kai of worry. He didn't have to think about whether Zhao Dakuan was the fake one. Sun Gu, should we hurry back now? It's already dark, and it's not safe outside. No, we are the safest now. Chapter 118, Capturing the Strange Talk. Feng Xiao was a bit puzzled. Safe now? Where is it safe? Only when he saw Sun Kai pointing at Wu Qian beside him did he realize. With Wu Qian here, they were indeed the safest. Feng Xiao had just witnessed Wu Qian's ability. She single-handedly suppressed so many strange talks at the delivery point. This showed that Wu Qian's strength was definitely not weak. It was just a pity that Wu Qian's presence lasted only an hour. Otherwise, if they could run around with Wu Qian, they would basically be guaranteed victory. Sun Kai told him that the times to summon Wu Qian were only 3 in total, and this time used 1, leaving 2 chances. Every time must not be wasted. Wu Qian has 50 more minutes. We must find other strange talks within this time for Wu Qian to subdue and to find the weakness of the strange talks. In this way, if we have enough strange talks, we can deal with other national champions. Feng Xiao understood, so that's how it is. Then how can we find the strange talks? Let's forget about that last one, let's look for individual strange talks, it's simpler this way. Feng Xiao thought of the first strange talk they encountered, the old lick dog. If Wu Qian encountered this strange talk, she could probably subdue it easily. The 3 did not waste time, they flagged down a car and returned to their place of residence. So, have you discovered any strange talks? Sun Kai asked Wu Qian. Wu Qian herself was a strange talk, so she would have some faint sensing ability towards them. I sensed quite a few strange talks along the way, the number of strange talks in this city is astonishing. Wu Qian was a bit shocked, she could hardly imagine so many strange talks gathered in one city. This was exactly in line with Sun Kai's guess, he had previously felt that there were many strange talks in this city, and now it was merely confirmed through Wu Qian. We spent 20 minutes on the way back, which means, Wu Qian, you still have half an hour left. Let's first check our residence to see if there are any strange talks. Their residence was where they rested, and it had to be ensured safe. Otherwise, if strange talks appeared while they were sleeping at night, they would have to wait to die. The 3 took the elevator to the upper floor. As soon as they stood in front of the main door, Wu Qian raised an eyebrow, a strange talk has approached us. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Kai heard a familiar voice, Teacher Sun, I'm Chen Duoduo's father. I wonder if you have time today? Sure enough, the person appearing here was Chen Duoduo's father again. He had previously suspected whether this person was a strange talk, and now Wu Qian confirmed that he was indeed a strange talk. This became interesting, did this mean that every person's workplace and residence had a strange talk? The strength of the strange talk at the workplace seemed somewhat random, but the one at the residence looked weak. Oh, I just have time today, but can I bring 2 friends along? When Chen Duoduo's father heard this, a happy smile spread across his face, of course, Teacher Sun coming will certainly make Duoduo very happy. Teacher Sun, please follow me. With Wu Qian by his side, Sun Kai felt very confident, they must resolve this strange talk, after all, it was too close to his residence. The 3 followed Chen Duoduo's father down the corridor, the deeper they went, the dimmer the light became. Finally, Chen Duoduo's father stopped, beside him was a door. Teacher Sun, please come in, Duoduo is already waiting for you. The smile on Chen Duoduo's father's face was quite strange. Sun Kai looked at Wu Qian, and Wu Qian nodded slightly. He felt reassured. He walked over with big strides. Upon entering the door, it turned out to be a very ordinary house. Looking at the style of the decoration, it was definitely from decades ago, the walls were peeling and flaking. In the living room, there was a somewhat worn-out table filled with various delicious dishes, but Sun Kai did not see anyone around the edge of the table. However, he saw a cloth doll sitting on a chair. Crack! Chen Duoduo's father closed the door, and the smile on his face became even more strange and twisted. Teacher Sun, please have a seat. His voice became a bit hoarse, like a saw constantly cutting through a tree, making people unable to help but frown. Sun Kai glanced at him, this strange tale was really impatient, ready to act as soon as he entered. But this also proved that this strange tale was very weak, it couldn't even see through Wu Qian's background. All the way, he was exploring the situation of this strange tale. So far, it seemed that the activation condition for this strange tale was to accept the other party's invitation and enter this room. Otherwise, just politely refusing would mean that he couldn't act at all. Strange tales not only have weaknesses but also have certain limitations. If strange tales had no limitations at all, this city would have been destroyed by them long ago. Sun Kai sat down with the 2 and then asked, Chen Duoduo's father, I wonder why classmate Chen Duoduo hasn't come out? And where's her mother? Chen Duoduo's father was sitting in a chair, and his face showed a desire he could hardly contain, but he still didn't act, only speaking in a harsh voice. Teacher Sun, Duoduo has always been here, didn't you see her? Sun Kai scanned the room, there wasn't a single person, where could she be? Wait. Sun Kai's gaze landed on the cloth doll, could this be Chen Duoduo? He had always thought that Chen Duoduo was truly his student, he didn't expect her to actually be a cloth doll. Then where is Chen Duoduo's mother? The expression on Chen Duoduo's father's face became even more insane. She has always been here too, didn't you see her? As he spoke, he reached out, picked up a ladle, and scooped out a round eyeball from the soup. She has always been watching you. In an instant, Chendwood's father could no longer contain himself, his face twisted, his neck stretching out long, and his head lunging towards Sun Kai. Sun Kai remained calm, sitting there. Just as Chendwood's father's head was about to touch Sun Kai, Wu Qian suddenly made her move. Who allowed you to approach teacher's son? With a stern shout, Wu Qian reached out and grabbed Chendwood's father's face, immobilizing him. No, it's impossible. You are a strange tale too? Chendwood's father was stunned. He never expected that the one following Sun Kai was an even more powerful strange tale than he was. Wu Qian completely ignored him, but Sun Kai asked, Wu Qian, can you kill him completely? Yes, this strange tale is very weak, it should have just recently become a strange tale. The conversation between the two sent chills down Chendwood's father's spine. Chapter 119, The Murderous Husband. Thud. Chendwood's father knelt directly on the ground, but since Wu Qian was holding his head, he could not bow. But his voice was filled with fear. Big shot, please don't kill me, I just became a strange tale and don't want to die like this. Becoming a strange tale was also a kind of special existence. For a man, no matter how he lived, he didn't want to die. Sun Kai and Feng Xiao exchanged glances, their expressions very strange. They had never seen such a cowed strange tale before. They never intended to kill this man, after all, they still needed to use strange tales to deal with other national fortunate ones. If they killed him, who would help them deal with the fortunate ones from other countries? Speak out your weakness. The man hesitated greatly, but after seeing Wu Qian's gaze, he immediately obediently said. My weakness is very simple, I am afraid of my leader. What kind of weakness is this, afraid of your leader? What kind of person counts as your leader? Sun Kai rubbed his chin, this weakness was a bit hard to handle. Brother Sun, I think we should establish a company, then bring him in so we can be his leader. Feng Xiao's suggestion was quite good, but he seemed to have forgotten a very important question. That is the weakness mentioned in the tale really true? Leaders are something that cannot be tried for the time being, but Sun Kai certainly cannot easily believe a bizarre tale. So, he and Feng Xiao began to take action, searching the room, and finally found the man's story behind a family photo. Bizarre tale, the wife killer. Roughly, the man was a small employee in a company, oppressed daily by his leader, often working overtime without overtime pay. The whole person was on the brink of collapse, and his wife only cared about asking him for money, not at all concerned about his situation at work. As for the imaginary daughter, money, he had no children at all. Living in a state of cold wars and domestic violence with his wife, the man eventually went mad. He used a kitchen knife to kill his wife, and to deal with her body, he put part of her in the sewer and part in the pressure cooker, with the dishes on the table being the best reflection. Later, when the incident was finally exposed, he was captured by the police, and on the way, he encountered a car accident. The other policemen were fine, but he was the only one killed in the crash. Such a bizarre tale was quite weak, even weaker than the previous old soft-hearted person. But in any case, it is a bizarre tale. As long as ordinary people encounter a bizarre tale, most of them will die at the hands of the tale. From this story, Sun Kai saw one thing. His weakness was not the leader at all, but his wife. But since his wife was already dead, the only thing that could make him afraid was probably his wife's belongings. They searched again and found a pendant in a box that had a sense of age, which had a photo of the two of them. When Sun Kai held this pendant close to the man, his body clearly showed fear and trembled. His fear just now was not fake, this thing is his weakness. Since they found the other party's weakness, this bizarre tale was equivalent to being under their control. When they walked out of the room, the door behind them disappeared, but the pendant in Sun Kai's hand still existed. With this thing, he could find the other party here anytime, not fearing that the other party would run away. Such a weak bizarre tale could not easily leave its own place. Teachers, my time is up. Wu Qian suddenly spoke, and Sun Kai then remembered that Wu Qian's existence time was only 1 hour. By the way, how is Wumen village doing now? Seizing this opportunity, Sun Kai asked about the situation there. Wumen village hasn't changed much, all the people in the village are dead, and Wu Hao and the others' revival will take some time. Thankfully, Teacher Du is with me. Wait, you said Wu Hao and the others can still be revived? Feng Xiao hurriedly asked. They are the focal point of the Wumen formation, of course they can be revived, but the Wumen formation's consumption is too great, and for now, they can't be directly revived, it will take some time. That's really great. Hearing that Wu Hao and others could be revived, Feng Xiao was very happy. What he experienced in Wumen village, he would never forget in his life. Soon, Wu Qian waved goodbye to them, and her figure disappeared from here. The two returned to their residence. Just as they were about to speak, a piece of information appeared in their minds. Cherry's country's national luck-bearer Davis is dead. The moment the sound appeared, Sun Kai and Feng Xiao's expressions froze. Brother Sun, did you see the information in your mind just now? I saw it. It seems this information is sent to everyone, but I didn't expect that once the national luck-bearer dies, there would be an announcement for everyone. Not long after, the other two teams called, inquiring about this matter. They also heard the news. No one expected that on the second day of arriving in this strange world, death had already appeared. However, their shock was still too early. Cherry Country National Luck Bearer Nasha dies. Cherry Country National Luck Bearer Kent dies. Cherry Country National Luck Bearer. A series of death announcements suddenly left the National Luck Bearers who were still alive in shock. What happened to the National Luck Bearers of Cherry Country? How could so many die all at once? To know that there are only 7 National Luck Bearers in a country, and 5 of them have already died, leaving only 2 alive. Sun Kai was very suspicious that those 5 people were together and got wiped out by a certain strange tale. Cherry Country, that's the country Chu Xiao discovered earlier, right? I didn't expect their luck to be so bad, having 5 people die all at once. Feng Xiao showed a look of gloating. After all, they were enemies, and he was hoping for even more of them to die. Don't forget, the rule we saw earlier, every country has a counterfeit. If the counterfeit died, that would be fine, but if this behavior was done by the counterfeit. Sun Kai did not continue, but Feng Xiao understood his meaning. If this was the counterfeit's behavior, it meant that they not only had to guard against strange tales but also this unknown counterfeit. I don't understand, is this counterfeit a strange tale? Or something else? I don't know, after all, we still don't know which one is the counterfeit. 5 people suddenly dying in Cherry Country could almost be called a total loss, and the citizens of Cherry Country were crazily cursing in the live broadcast. They saw clearly that their country's national luck bearers had completely brought about their own doom, and one foolish person who thought he was very smart. With such a team, using their heads to win? Many people from Cherry Country had already given up hope, preparing to wait for the arrival of a new strange tale world. Too many lice don't fear itching, that was their current mindset. Chapter 120, Mutual Pitfall. At this time, in an inconspicuous small hotel, Swede was sweating profusely. He knew his actions were equivalent to selling them out, but he really didn't expect there were strange tales in that bar. In fact, during the day, he felt something was wrong. He couldn't contact those people and subconsciously thought they were already dead. But until this moment, seeing the information appear in his mind, he realized that his teammates hadn't died last night, but had just died. It's just. Why are there not 6 dead, but 5? Who ran away? Swede was somewhat surprised, but one more person didn't affect him much. He picked up a bottle of beer from the table and drank it down in one go. As long as I keep enduring, I can definitely live to go back. I have studied many strange tale worlds, and almost every strange tale world has a time endurance to clear it. Swede felt very proud. He hadn't gone to the place arranged for him in the strange tale world, otherwise he would have discovered that this world had not only their country's national luck bearers. But seeing Swede like this, the people of Cherry Country were once again furious and cursed. At the same time, the support team from Cherry Country, after a hard time obtaining blood that could suppress ghosts from Xia Country, temporarily cleared some nearby troubles. When they saw Swede's smug little face, the anger directly used the first reminder opportunity. You idiot! This time, the weird story world is based on nations, and in the end, only one nation's destiny holder can win. You just killed your teammate, and now you have no choice but to wait for death. Hearing the voice that suddenly appeared in his mind, Swede's expression stiffened. What? This time's weird story world is actually different from before? It's a country versus country model? Swede was completely dumbfounded. If that were true, then his action of getting his teammate killed meant he was killing himself. Without the help of his teammates, just him alone, no, plus that person who escaped, just the 2 of them, how could they deal with other full teams? Swede's fists clenched, he shouted upwards, you all knew this model from the very beginning, why didn't you inform me at the start? You bunch of idiots, such important news, and you didn't make it public? I at hashtag UN%. We are being harassed by 3 weird stories, we just barely dealt with a bit. Do you think we don't want to tell you? We're on the verge of losing our lives, who has the time to care about you? This was very realistic. Compared to helping the destiny holder, the people of Cherry Blossom Country would rather save their own lives first. If they couldn't even save their own lives, how could they possibly think of helping their own destiny holder? Most importantly, the support team had no idea they had such a terrible destiny holder. To throw his own teammates as sacrifices right at the beginning, it was simply incredible. The precious reminder opportunity was used twice just like that, and both times it was to scold Swede. This was truly rare. It seemed that the support team of Cherry Blossom Country had also given up hope. As for the most critical piece of news, that the other surviving teammate was actually a fake, they had not informed Swede. They wanted Swede to experience the pain of being betrayed. On Sun Kai's side, he informed the other 2 groups about Zhao Dakuan's situation, and they all remained calm. It seemed that Zhao Dakuan's escape surprised them not at all. In fact, from the very beginning, Zhao Dakuan had been acting timid, looking like he didn't want to fight and wanted to return alive. Such a person would absolutely not be able to stand on the front lines of struggle like they did. Captain, we can temporarily ignore Zhao Dakuan. Losing him doesn't significantly affect our overall strength. By the way, Wang Bao and I discovered a weird story in the internet cafe today, successfully found its weakness, and tamed it. Sun Kai's eyes lit up. It was just as he expected. That person was remarkable, having tamed a weird story so quickly. Of course, what Sun Kai did not know was that the reason Chu Xiao could tame the weird story was crucially due to the rules he provided. If one didn't know the rules, who would dare to take the risk of taming a weird story? That would be deadly. We also discovered a weird story here and are currently gathering data on it. We should be able to take action in the next couple of days. Summer Lan added. This time, Sun Kai did not tell them that he had already tamed a second weird story. Because he didn't know if there were any fakes among the remaining people. Since internal issues had arisen, he had to hide some information, otherwise, if the fake took advantage of it, he wouldn't even know how he died. He strongly suspected that the 5 kills from Cherry Blossom Country were most likely done by someone inside as a fake. Because Sun Kai had no idea what was going on in Cherry Blossom Country, he couldn't understand how those people could be so foolish, getting killed the very next day. After ending the call, Wang Bao looked at Chu Xiao in confusion. Why not tell the captain that we discovered new rules? What do you want to say? Directly tell the captain that the one called Feng Xiao is a fake. In Chu Xiao's hand, there was a piece of paper, clearly written on it. The person beside the captain is a fake. They discovered this rule on the first day, but at that time, they could not be sure who it was. After all, there were 2 people besides Sun Kai, and both could not be fakes, right? Now, with Zhao Dakuan gone, there is only one person left next to Sun Kai, so this rule refers to Feng Xiao. I remember the World of Strange Tales said there are also fake rules among the rules. Do you think this rule is fake? Chu Xiao looked at the piece of paper in his hand, a slight smile on his lips. How would I know? I don't like to think, Wang Bao shrugged and said. Chu Xiao smiled slightly and continued to look at a map laid out on the table. On the other side, Xiao Lan and Hui also discovered something. Sister Lan, do you think what we saw is real? Hui's body trembled violently, her face filled with fear and anxiety, as if she had seen something horrifying. Xiao Lan handled it a bit better, but her face was also pale, and she couldn't say a word. After a while, she swallowed and said, "It should be real. We are just too lucky, there is actually such a strange tale next door." Not long ago, they had just finished a call with Sun Kai and had come out to the balcony to chat. Then, they witnessed a shocking scene before their eyes. A huge, round, unknown creature opened its mouth wide and swallowed one building in front of them. Chapter 121, The Pickle Country. That night, Sun Kai ordered takeout again, and outside the door was still the delivery guy from last time. Time flew by so quickly that this alone left other delivery guys with no way out. From placing the order to delivery at their door, it took less than 10 minutes, if the distance was short, it might even be under 5 minutes. Who could refuse such a fast delivery guy? Even if he was a strange tale, as long as he received a 5-star review, everything would be fine. Just when they were happily enjoying their dinner, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this hour? The 2 exchanged glances, hesitant to open the door casually. Last time it was the delivery guy, surely it couldn't be him again, right? They didn't speak, but the doorbell kept ringing, as if it would not stop unless they opened the door. Sun Kai took a careful look. The prompt did not appear, which meant there was no danger outside? Or did it mean that if there was danger, it wasn't something serious? Thinking of this, Sun Kai prepared to be cautious, ready to use his hero card and summon Wu Qian at any moment. Be careful, he warned Feng Xiao, then walked to the door and shouted, "Who is it?" The doorbell stopped, and a voice came from outside. "Sir, I am the building manager. Some residents downstairs reported that there is a water leak in your apartment, so I came to check." A water leak? Such a low-level excuse? Don't I know if my place is leaking water? Sun Kai's first reaction was that there was a new strange tale outside. Since he knew the other party was a strange tale, should he open the door? If he opened it, it would be easy to invite the wolf into the house. But if he didn't open it, could a mere door really stop a strange tale? It's known that some powers of strange tales are close to the rules. As long as a point is violated, what awaits could be death. Every choice made people feel extremely tangled. In the end, Sun Kai decided to stabilize the situation. "I don't have a water leak, you can leave quickly." After a while, there was no sound outside, and a young man cursed and left. He was the building manager from earlier, being forced to work late at night. He didn't want to come, and yet this family was so uncooperative. What a pain! As he was about to take the elevator down, a man walked over. "Isn't this the building manager? What a coincidence, there's a problem with the water and electricity at my home, could you please take a look?" "Of course, no problem, that's my job." "Thank you so much, my home is right inside, please follow me." Just when Sun Kai and Feng Xiao finished their takeout, a message appeared in everyone's minds. The national luck bearer of the pickled vegetable country, Li Xianhe, has died. For them, it's just one more death, there was no shock at all. But Sun Kai was different, he actually received an extra message. The national luck bearer of the summer country, Sun Kai, controls a urban legend. The wife-killing madman successfully killed a national luck bearer and gained 1 national luck point. The previous message said that the national luck bearer of the pickled vegetable country had died, and the next one told him that the wife-killing madman had taken out a national luck bearer. Anyone with half a brain could guess that the national luck bearer killed by the wife-killing madman was from the pickled vegetable country. The problem is, the wife-killing madman seemed to be on his floor, along with what the building manager just said. He had great reason to suspect that the building manager was the national luck bearer of the pickled vegetable country. This is too much of a coincidence? Sun Kai couldn't help but find it laughable and frustrating that such a coincidence happened to him. When he told Feng Xiao about it, Feng Xiao laughed so hard his stomach hurt. The people from the pickled vegetable country are all weird, they always think everything on Earth belongs to them, and that the ancestors of human civilization came from them. In short, everything is theirs. I don't feel sad at all about their people dying. Sun Kai knew a bit about the pickled vegetable country, indeed, it was a strange place. Putting aside the matters of the pickled vegetable country, he was most curious about the national luck points. What are they really for? Unfortunately, no matter how he asked, the urban legend world offered no answers. Everything in the urban legend world had to be explored by him slowly. This time, it was an unexpected turn of events. Sun Kai had no idea that the building manager outside was a national luck bearer. As a national luck bearer, isn't it basic not to go out at night? Oh, all the previous national luck bearers from the pickled vegetable country were dead, they had no experience. So it should be fine. He remained calm, but the other national luck bearers from the pickled vegetable country were not calm at all. After they came in, no one trusted anyone else. Ultimately, everyone acted alone, at most contacting each other once a day to ensure they were still alive. But no one expected to suddenly hear the news of a companion's death, which scared them greatly. Does anyone know where Li Xianha lives? There must be national luck bearers from other countries nearby. We must take this chance to eliminate those people. I know, Li Xianha is the building manager of an apartment, and he also lives in that apartment. Great, the 6 of us will act together now, let's go take them out. Clearly, the national luck bearers from the pickled vegetable country received a reminder from their support group, knowing this time the urban legend world was different, a confrontation of nations. It's no surprise, the pickled vegetable country is very close to the summer country, so they got the blood quicker. After solving their own urban legend issues, they naturally began to help their own national luck bearers. They knew very well that only if their national luck bearers succeeded could they benefit, their national luck would increase, and even the urban legends that had already descended would weaken. These were all recorded in historical data, although it was unclear why, the information was incomplete, but it was still quite good. Also, they seem to have not discovered the second rule: national luck bearers cannot directly harm other national luck bearers, and anyone who violates this rule has only one fate. Soon, Sun Kai thought of this issue as well. The news of death is known to everyone. If the people of Pickle Country know that one of their teammates has died, they will definitely send someone to investigate the situation. If their identity is discovered by the other party, there will certainly be a lot of trouble afterward. Feng Xiao, the people from Pickle Country might come over. I plan to trick them as much as possible, assuming they don't know the second rule. Pickle Country? How could their people? Oh, I see, so that's how it is. Feng Xiao is not foolish, he quickly realizes that the problem lies with the country's fate bearer who just died. On their side, they contact each other, so it makes no sense that fate bearers from other countries wouldn't do the same. Brother Sun, we must trick them to death. Let me handle this time. Chapter 122, Delivering Ourselves at Their Doorstep. The people from Pickle Country, though arrogant, have indeed discovered quite a lot. For example, there are many ghost stories in this city, and among their 7 members, for work in places where these ghost stories appear. Fortunately, these ghost stories are quite weak, and they are careful, managing to stay safe. The only regret is that they haven't found the weaknesses of these ghost stories. Thanks to the reminders from the support team of Pickle Country, they also know that this time it is a confrontation mode between fate bearers. Every fate bearer from other countries is an enemy. And what they have to do is only one thing: eliminate all the fate bearers from other countries. But they do not know about the second rule, and this rule can be said to be key to this world of ghost stories. The captain of Pickle Country, Kai Mingji, looks very gloomy. It was he who proposed that everyone split up to gather more information, and that way, if they encountered a ghost story, they wouldn't all be wiped out. In fact, his method was quite good under normal circumstances. Unfortunately, he never expected that on the second day, one of his team members would die. As the captain, he received information that others did not know. Li Xian had died at the hands of the fate bearer from Xia Country. This information is misleading. It makes it seem that his teammate died directly at the hands of the Xia Country fate bearer. Without knowing the second rule, this is a trap. Unaware of the rules, Kai Mingji believes this is a great opportunity. As long as they take advantage of this time to find the Xia country's fate bearer, even if they can eliminate one, it would be a good thing. At night, they spent the shortest amount of time to arrive at the apartment building, in less than an hour. Captain, the Xia country's fate bearer shouldn't have run away, right? Shouldn't, that information is only known by me as the captain. If I don't tell you, would you know who killed Li Xianhe? The others shook their heads. The only information they had was that Li Xianhe was dead, but no one knew how he died. I guess the Xia country's fate bearer should not know about this. The fate bearer from Cherry country who died before was very likely killed by a ghost story, and no one would know their situation. And this is our opportunity. Kai Mingji looked at them, his eyes full of coldness. Have you all brought your weapons? Everyone took out their weapons, such as kitchen knives and fruit knives, which all looked very sharp. From now on, keep an eye on the apartment. No one is allowed to go out. You go to the monitoring room, check the recent surveillance. Since it was night, there were hardly any people entering or exiting the apartment, and they easily controlled the area. They found the surveillance and saw Li Xianhe talking to an ordinary-looking man, then following him into a room, after which he never came out again. That's right, this man must be the fate bearer from Xia country. I can tell a Xia person at a glance. Kai Mingji was very certain that the other party was indeed the fate bearer from Xia country. The surveillance caught everything. How could there be a mistake? According to the surveillance, they found this floor, located on the 18th floor. A group of people rushed up quickly, searching for the room based on the surveillance footage. Soon, they found the door at the innermost position. Captain, this is the one, but how can we get them to open the door? In response, Kai Mingji had already thought of a way. He pulled out a set of red clothes, surprisingly the unique delivery outfit of this city. After changing, he directly pressed the doorbell. Soon, a man's voice came from inside. Who is it? Hello sir, I am delivering food. Your order has arrived, please open the door. Food? I never ordered any. But the address is indeed yours, why don't you open the door to confirm? The person inside seemed to hesitate, and after a few seconds, responded, all right. Seeing their captain's series of actions, the surrounding teammates all gave thumbs up, eager to give him a 666. Kai Mingji felt very pleased. Without his actions, how could they get the person inside to open the door? He gave his teammates a look. As soon as the door opened, they would grab their weapons and charge in. 6 people with 6 knives, even if they were to swing wildly, they could kill the opponent. Creak. The moment the door opened, Kai Mingji kicked it, and everyone rushed in like a swarm. Inside was only one man, exactly the person they saw on the surveillance. Chop him. Kai Mingji shouted loudly, bringing down the knife on the man. Thud. With one cut, blood spurted out, and his face was twisted with a sinister smile. Others followed closely. Even the women had to join in. If they didn't, they wouldn't be from the Pickled Cabbage Nation. After chopping for a while, they finally confirmed that the man was dead. They all wore expressions of fear and excitement. You see, in reality, they never had the chance to kill, nor could they kill anyone. But here, they could kill openly. After killing, they would be heroes of the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Kai Mingji clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention to himself, half of his body stained with blood, making his smile look somewhat terrifying. This time, everyone did very well. You are all heroes of the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Kai Mingji's words made the 5 people's faces flush, filled with excitement. But just as he was about to say something more, the 5 people's expressions suddenly paled, as if they had seen something incomprehensible. Kai Mingji's expression also froze, because he discovered that a hand was resting on his shoulder. You all chopped me so painfully, can I take my turn now? Kai Mingji trembled and turned around, seeing the man they had just chopped dead, standing behind him completely unharmed. The other party held a kitchen knife, the blood on the knife emitting a strong foul smell. It's a ghost story. Kai Mingji reacted quickly. Ordinary people couldn't be killed and resurrected by them, but a ghost story could. If a ghost story could be easily killed, it wouldn't deserve to be called a ghost story. He was the first to rush to the door, wanting to open it, but the door was already locked, impossible to open. Thud. The man showed a bloodthirsty smile and cut off one person's head, extending his tongue to lick the blade of the knife, speaking in a voice that filled with despair. So, who wants to die first, and who wants to die later? No matter what choice they made, only one outcome awaited them. The man himself didn't expect that someone would actually deliver themselves to his door. Chapter 123, Trap. Since learning that the Pickled Cabbage Nation was coming to cause trouble, Sun Kai and Feng Xiao had been closely monitoring the situation outside the door. Finally, at midnight, Feng Xiao heard the sound of several people walking outside the door. However, what was strange was that those people actually passed by their main entrance and continued walking forward. Strange, weren't they coming to find us? Feng Xiao looked puzzled. Sun Kai thought for a moment and then came up with a possibility, showing a peculiar expression. You said, is there a possibility that they went directly to find the wife-killing madman? Feng Xiao was just about to say, how could that be, but he quickly thought of something. The person who was killed, the country fortune bearer from Pickle Land, never actually entered their door, and based on their inference, this person should have been discovered by the wife-killing madman right after leaving their door and then taken to his little room, where he was directly killed. If that was the case, those people might have found the location of the wife-killing madman's door through surveillance and then suddenly pounced on him. This left Feng Xiao, who was prepared to trap the other side, momentarily speechless. Those people are really insightful. After thinking for a while, Feng Xiao tagged them with this label. However, after careful consideration, if he were one of those people, he might also be deceived. Strange tales, on the surface, really seem no different from ordinary people, and only when they are exposed can one realize the difference between strange tales and humans. Brother Sun, do you think they might be wiped out by the wife-killing madman? Just thinking about a country's fortune-bearer completely falling into the hands of a strange tale made Feng Xiao unable to help but laugh. Especially since those people were the ones who came to their door voluntarily, which made the curve of his lips grow bigger. If they go one by one, I think the possibility is very high, but don't forget, in every country's team, there is a fake. Although I don't know what this fake is, the others might die, but this fake might not. While they were talking, a new message appeared in everyone's minds. The fortune bearer of Pickle Land, Jin Suwei, is dead. The fortune bearer of Pickle Land. The message appeared 4 times in a row, indicating that the team from Pickle Land was down to just 2 people. As for Sun Kai's side, new information still appeared. His fortune value had reached 5 points. These 5 people were all killed by the wife-killing madman, and he was able to receive this unknown use fortune value. At this moment, on the side of the wife-killing madman, out of 6 people, only 2 remained. Kai Mingji and an inconspicuous teammate beside him. This is a trap targeting us. At this moment, Kai Mingji's mind finally figured something out. If they hadn't actively approached, they would never have been able to directly enter a strange tale's lair. Facing a strange tale, they had almost no power to resist. In just a short time, 4 teammates were killed, their bodies still lying nearby. And the 2 of them probably wouldn't live much longer. Quickly look for the opponent's weakness. Every strange tale has a weakness. If we find it, we can live. Kai Mingji, at this point, had a somewhat frantic expression as he shouted softly to the only surviving teammate. But he didn't notice that this normally inconspicuous transparent person was actually looking at him with a cold gaze. The wife-killing madman continued to approach, the kitchen knife in his hand dripping blood, which was very clear in this quiet living room. Kai Mingji's eyes were trembling. He didn't want to die here, but he couldn't find the strange tale's weakness. As he watched the strange tale get closer, he suddenly gritted his teeth, grabbed the inconspicuous person beside him, and pushed them towards the strange tale. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he rushed forward and arrived on the balcony. His idea was simple. Since he couldn't exit through the front door, he decided to climb down from the balcony. Facing the ghost head-on would only lead to death, but if he took this route, there might still be a chance to escape. However, the height of the 18th floor made most people hesitate. Just looking down was enough to make one feel dizzy. But Kai Mingji had no choice. If he didn't do this, he could only wait to die. The wife-killing monster was furious to see someone about to jump from the building. Wasting food was shameful. This human must go into his belly. Just as he was about to head to the balcony, the quiet little transparent figure suddenly blocked his way. I mean, how dare you, a weak ghost like a mere mosquito, act so arrogant? The wife-killing monster was taken aback. Did this human want to die first, daring to speak like that about him? He was very angry and raised the kitchen knife in his hand, ready to give the other a lesson they would never forget. But the next second, a mass of black mist appeared around the opponent, and the wife-killing monster's expression changed dramatically. The other party was actually a fellow ghost, and their strength was much greater than his. If it really came to a fight, even with the advantage of the home ground, nothing might change. He would die, while the other would be injured. Faced with a certain death outcome, the wife-killing monster wasn't an idiot. If he could submit to this human, Sun Kai, to survive, then he could also surrender to live. I don't know why you want to save him, you can take him away. You're clever, otherwise, I wouldn't mind swallowing you. The little transparent figure revealed a sinister smile and then turned around. But, the Kai Mingji who was originally on the balcony had already vanished. What the hell? The little transparent figure was instantly stunned, rushing over to see that there was no sign of Kai Mingji on the ground. Where did he go? While the 2 ghosts were talking, Kai Mingji had decisively climbed down from the balcony. For the first time, Kai Mingji was thankful for his habit of exercising, otherwise, an ordinary person couldn't possibly do this. He jumped directly onto the balcony of the 17th floor and quickly ran outside to escape. As for the situation with the little transparent figure, he had no idea at all. But at that moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. The people of Kimchi Country clearly knew that the little transparent figure was a ghost. Yet, they utterly couldn't remind Kai Mingji. It was as if the ghost world deliberately prevented them from speaking out about the imposter's identity. Damn it! Kai Mingji is our only national fortune bearer. If he dies, we will definitely lose this time. Why can't we remind Kai Mingji? This is clearly targeting us. Since we can't directly remind him, let's change our approach. As long as we make Kai Mingji aware of this, it'll be fine. The support team from Kimchi country was very anxious. They decisively used the second reminder opportunity in hopes of saving their only national fortune bearer. Chapter 124. Train soldiers for 1,000 days and use them for just one moment. Kai Mingji, from now on, do not trust anyone. This statement was quite vague and somewhat baffling, leaving Kai Mingji with a puzzled expression. His country's support team had previously helped them understand that this time the ghost world was different. But why did such a message suddenly pop up now? What does this confusing reminder mean? Why not explain it more clearly? Kai Mingji frowned. The reminder told him not to trust anyone, but the issue was he was already alone. All his teammates had died at the hands of that ghost, and he had no time to search for the ghost. In fact, under normal circumstances, there would still be a bit of time to look for the ghost's weakness. The thing was, they weren't following the normal process, and the speed will naturally be faster. He had no teammates left, so of course he couldn't trust anyone else. But just as Kai Mingji returned to his place, he found his phone ringing. When he opened his phone, the name displayed was Park Chung-jin. This was the name of the little transparent he had just abandoned, but hadn't he died at the hands of the monster tail? How was he still alive? Park Chung-jin was surprised but still answered the call. Captain, you scared me to death. I saw you go down from the balcony and followed you down. But you ran too fast, I couldn't call out to you. Park Chung-jin's words were filled with the relief of surviving a disaster, and Kai Mingji deeply understood that feeling. He instantly lowered his guard and also pushed aside the reminders from the support team. It's good that you're alive. Now, only the two of us are left in pickled vegetable country, and any actions we take next must be even more careful. This time we lost. Summer country has actually controlled a monster tail and deliberately set us up. We must take revenge for this. Kai Mingji's eyes were filled with fury. We need to control the monster tail too, otherwise, we won't be able to deal with them. Let's start with the monster tail near you. I remember the one on your side is quite weak. I will follow the captain's orders. In the darkness, a smile cracked at the corner of Park Chung-jin's mouth. That night was very thrilling for every national fortune bearer. Since the morning when Cherry Country suffered heavy casualties, that night another pickled vegetable country had also ended up with only 2 people alive. This made other national fortune bearers suddenly realize the cruelty of this monster tail world. Sun Kai and Feng Xiao were thinking about how to quickly locate the positions of other national fortune bearers. This time, if they hadn't unexpectedly encountered a national fortune bearer from pickled vegetable country, they would not have known of the other's existence. Currently, the only countries they knew of were Cherry Country and pickled vegetable country. After excluding their own summer country, there were still 4 countries they did not know about. Similarly, other countries would likely be in a similar situation. Brother Sun, I think we can change our perspective. Out of more than 100 countries in the world, the vast majority are foreigners. We can completely find other countries' national fortune bearers by looking for foreigners, since most people in this city are similar to those from summer country. Sun Kai's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good method that immediately reduced their potential targets significantly. With a general method in hand, the next step is to find someone we can confirm one by one whether they are national fortune bearers, or a monster tail. If it involves searching for people, it's very troublesome and carries the risk of exposure. But if we could control a monster tail, it might have a surprising effect. But where could there be such an easy monster tail? Sun Kai clapped his hands. He suddenly thought of the delivery guy from before, who was the best choice. Most national fortune bearers, to reduce their time outside, would most likely choose to order takeout. And at this time, if a delivery guy went, it wouldn't raise any suspicions. Even if there were doubts, who would think a monster tail would have anything to do with a national fortune bearer? But at this moment, a problem arose. How could he control that delivery guy? The hints only told him how not to get killed by the delivery guy, not how to directly control him. And he couldn't think of what the delivery guy's weakness was. Forget it, I'll see what to do next time I order takeout. On the 3rd day, all national fortune bearers from each team understood the first rule, which is that monster tails have weaknesses. Each of them was hiding their identities. Only in this way could they avoid being discovered by other national fortune bearers. They were all trying to figure out how to subdue the horror stories. But the horror stories were not so easy to conquer. Even the weakest horror stories, while they could survive in other ways, had weaknesses that were really hard to find. However, Jeed from Cactus Country was very happy. The powerful horror story he allied with actually gifted him the weakness of a weak horror story today. It can be said that he had inexplicably controlled a horror story, which was a wonderful stroke of luck. With the weakness, Jeed successfully controlled this horror story, which boosted his confidence dramatically. At this moment, his teammate and little brother also found him a fortune bearer. Boss, we have found a fortune bearer, and he is from Jip country. Jip country? Isn't that the bizarre country that claims everyone is a businessman? Jeet had a face full of disdain. In their cactus country, only strength mattered. What was money? It was only there to be taken away by them. Where are the people from Jip country? I will let the horror stories follow you and eliminate them together. Without knowing the second rule, most fortune bearers would think of a very straightforward approach, doing it themselves. In contrast, Xia country, aware of this rule, had always been very cautious. At this moment, the layout by Xiaolan finally had its effect. Captain, just now my private detective told me he found a foreigner who had just resigned a few days ago and then rented an apartment, never going out. Sun Kai raised an eyebrow. This behavior seemed eerily similar to hiding? But in the world of horror stories, hiding was not a way to survive. One had to find ways to take the initiative to live. Tell me the opponent's location. I have trained my soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for just this moment. It's time for the horror stories to appear. Horror stories were not immobile, but if they were fighting on enemy territory, their own strength would decline considerably. Unless they were powerful horror stories, they could ignore this gap. However, for any horror story, dealing with an ordinary person was definitely a piece of cake. Xiaolan immediately told Sun Kai the opponent's location. She also wanted to see how much power the horror story had away from its original place. This would determine whether she would have new ways to deal with the horror stories in the future. Chapter 125, News from the Goddess. Luosai was from Jip country, and this time he was lucky to be selected as a fortune bearer. He happily greeted everyone in the horror story world on the spot. As the saying goes, since he was here, he might as well settle in. Now that he was here, it was better to think about how to survive. After communicating with the other team members and electing a captain, he started his own method. His method was very simple, with one core word: hiding. He firmly believed that as long as he hid well, he could survive until the end. So he decisively found a way to take out a loan, then used the money to buy a large amount of supplies, piling them up in the rented apartment. He was already prepared to stay inside for a month without going out. But he could never have imagined his actions would be discovered by a private detective and reported to Xiaolan. Xiaolan then told Sun Kai, and Sun Kai had already come to see the old licking dog. Why is it you again? The old licking dog looked very displeased when he saw Sun Kai, but there was nothing he could do. The other party knew his weakness, making him unable to fight back. This time, I need you to do some work. I want you to help me kill someone. Sun Kai was very direct from the start, without any small talk. Kill someone? I can do that. Where is he? Bring him here. What I mean is, I need you to go to him, not bring him here. The old licking dog frowned. If he left his lair, his strength would drop significantly. If he encountered other horror stories, he would be in danger himself. If you don't want to do it, then forget it. But what about your goddess? As soon as he heard about the goddess, the old simp instantly changed his attitude. Isn't it just killing someone? No big deal. Tell me the address, I'll go right now. Sun Kai smiled. He knew the old simp would agree. As long as it was for his goddess, the guy might even be willing to die. Being a simp really has no future. Sun Kai gave him the address. The old simp thought for a moment and said, I remember this place. It's not far from me. It's okay if I eat this person, right? Monster tails eat people not just to satisfy hunger. The real reason is, they can get stronger by eating people. Of course, this is only the way for weak monster tails to get stronger. The strong ones don't care about this anymore. Eat if you want. The old simp let out a strange laugh. The sound was very harsh. Stop laughing. Go do the job. Come back and tell me when it's done. All right, boss, just wait. The old simp excitedly tidied up his plain security uniform, then ran out. After the old simp left, Sun Kai's eyes landed on a corner. There was an arrow and a line of text. His goddess is here. When he saw this line, Sun Kai was full of question marks. What was going on? Wasn't this the old simp's monster tail? Why was his goddess also here? Sun Kai walked over and saw a woman in a white dress crouching there. Her head was down, so he couldn't see her face. Ahem, are you the old simp? I mean, the old guard's goddess? After all, she was the guy's goddess. Sun Kai had to give him some face. But the woman didn't speak. She completely ignored Sun Kai. Sun Kai scratched his head. He was about to leave, but the moment he turned around, he suddenly thought of something and looked at her again. At that exact moment, the woman's head lifted just a little. Just then, he suddenly remembered something from the old simp's monster tale. He had met an eyeball that he couldn't take his eyes off. So maybe this woman was the same? Turns out, she really had the same trait. Sun Kai tried again. This time, the woman raised her head and showed her face. No doubt, to be the old simp's goddess, she was very pretty. But her eyes were completely empty. Clearly, her eyes had been dug out by the old simp and stuffed into his own eye sockets. But when the old simp was here, why didn't she appear? And the old simp had stayed here for who knows how long. Why didn't he notice her? The moment the old simp left, she showed up. Could it be that his presence was suppressing her? Sun Kai kept staring at the woman, talking to her non-stop. But she was like she had no mind of her own, like a walking puppet. Wait, is she going to dig out my eyes? Because she lost hers, even as a monster tail, she still wants to take someone else's eyes? The more Sun Kai thought about it, the more likely it seemed. But right now, he had no way to deal with her. He didn't know the old simp's weakness. Maybe she had the same one. Thinking this, Sun Kai took out a lighter and lit it. The moment the flame appeared, the woman's body trembled uncontrollably. Sure enough, her weakness was the same as the old simp's, it was fire. This made things interesting. He had never seen such a special monster tale before. It was a perfect chance to learn more about monster tales. He hadn't forgotten how he used his permissions to ask the monster tale world how to get stronger fast. And the answer from the monster tale world was, create monster tales and control monster tales. Controlling monster tales that he understood. As long as you knew their weakness. Can control ghost stories. But how to create a ghost story? Could it be that if he just makes up a story and spreads it out, he could create a ghost story? If that were the case, ghost stories would be too worthless. An hour later, Sun Kai heard a piece of news. The national fortune bearer of the Jeep Kingdom, Rose, is dead. Rose, this name is correct, after all, it was found by a private detective. And interestingly enough, each of them uses their real names for their work in this world. After a while, the old lovesick dog returned, and the moment he came in, the woman vanished. I already swallowed that person, do you have news about the goddess? The old lovesick dog asked impatiently. Oh, I do. Hey, I knew there was none, wait, what did you say? The old lovesick dog looked at Sun Kai in disbelief, thinking he heard wrong. Do you really have news about the goddess? Did she also become a ghost story? Hurry and tell me. Don't be anxious, although I have news of your goddess, you might not be able to see her. Impossible. As long as she is in this city, no matter where, I will meet her. What if I said she is right here? The old lovesick dog wore a face that said, are you kidding me? If his goddess was really here, how could he not know after all these years? I'm not lying to you, she really is here, it's just that you two don't know the situation, and can't see each other. Chapter 126, Friendliness. After Sun Kai's description, the old lovesick dog was sure this is his goddess. But soon, the old lovesick dog remembered something. No, wait, you've seen the goddess's photo before, are you lying to me? Do I have any reason to lie to you? Don't forget, your weakness is still in my hands. The old lovesick dog had nothing to say, Sun Kai knew his weakness and could easily control his life and death, so there was indeed no need to deceive him. But why can't I see her? Is it because she doesn't want to meet me? The old lovesick dog directly squatted on the ground and began to cry. Sun Kai shrugged, he thought this possibility was quite high, after all, it was the old lovesick dog who set both of them on fire, and even dug out the goddess's eyes to put them in his own eye sockets. Such behavior was enough to make any pervert gasp and say, this is even more perverted than me. Sun Kai couldn't be bothered to comfort him, as a seasoned old lovesick dog, if he couldn't overcome such a small difficulty, how could he win over the goddess? Stop crying, when you become stronger in the future, maybe you will be able to see her. Right now, you are just a weakling, understand? Really? The old lovesick dog's face was full of snot and tears as he looked up at Sun Kai. If you don't believe me, you will never see the goddess in your life. Hearing this, the old lovesick dog immediately wiped his face clean, declaring he must become stronger, only then could he meet his goddess. From the old lovesick dog's words, Sun Kai learned about the general strength classification of ghost stories. From the weakest ghost stories to the later small ghost stories, and big ghost stories. That's right, just these 3 levels. Weakling ghost stories are the level of the vast majority of ghost stories. Like the old lovesick dog, the wife-killing maniac, and the delivery guy, all belong to weakling ghost stories. This type of ghost story is the weakest among all ghost stories, with obvious weaknesses and many ways to escape. And small ghost stories are different, although they start with small, ghost stories at this level are somewhat famous. The delivery point where Feng Xiao used to work is a small ghost story. And real big ghost stories, there are only a few in the entire city, a ghost story of this level can alone become the ruler of a city. So do you know about a ghost story that delivers food every day? Sun Kai suddenly thought of something, that is, do ghost stories know each other? Sure enough, the old lovesick dog said, oh, you mean him? A ghost story that only knows how to deliver food. Weaker than me. Sun Kai knew that the three weaknesses only stemmed from the rumors. The old lickspittle was a bit stronger than the wife-killing madman, but unexpectedly, even the delivery guy couldn't compare to him. With such words, the old lickspittle surprisingly appeared to have the demeanor of a little monster tail. Can you call him over? I want to talk with him. This I cannot do. According to the rules of the big monster tail, monsters cannot easily contact or instigate battles with each other. If discovered, we might all be swallowed. At the mention of the big monster tail, fear filled the old lickspittle's eyes. Sun Kai immediately became curious. What is the big monster tail like? The old lickspittle shook his head repeatedly. I really can't say. If I do, I'll die a terrible death. Sun Kai remained silent, quietly pulling out his lighter. Even if you threaten me with a lighter, I still can't say. The old lickspittle was about to cry, which puzzled Sun Kai greatly. What did it represent that the old lickspittle dared not speak of any information regarding the big monster tail, even in the face of death's threat? Was the power of the big monster tail really that terrifying? Was this monster tail war truly just a struggle between them, the national luck bearers? For the first time, Sun Kai felt that this monster tail world seemed somewhat off. Although the old lickspittle couldn't help Sun Kai, he had his own methods to find the delivery guy. It was simple, just order takeout. In less than 10 minutes, the delivery guy appeared at Sun Kai's door. This time, Sun Kai opened the door but did not immediately take the delivery. Instead, he asked, "Hey, do you have time to chat?" Upon seeing the person who had previously tipped him, the delivery guy immediately smiled. Do you think we can talk for just a few minutes? I'm in a hurry to deliver to others." Sun Kai's expression turned a bit strange for a moment. If someone really received delivery from you and didn't give a 5-star review, it wouldn't be delivery but rather a death sentence. A few minutes is fine, and I'll give you a 5-star review afterward. Hearing about the 5-star review, the delivery guy's smile became even brighter. I wonder what you want to talk about, sir. The delivery guy was very curious. After all, normal people wouldn't proactively seek out delivery guys for a chat, right? Delivering takeout must be quite tough, right? A friend of mine used to do this, but unfortunately, he couldn't stick with it. Sun Kai spontaneously created a friendship out of thin air. It is indeed tough. This job is not as easy as many people think, making over 10,000 a month. It seemed that Sun Kai's words opened some switch inside the delivery guy, and he began to talk about various matters. Feng Xiao stood behind Sun Kai, looking at him with admiration. Brother Sun is really amazing, he can actually chat with a monster, and this monster is a wild one. After a considerable time chatting, the delivery guy suddenly realized he might have talked too long. I'm really sorry for bothering you for so long, I need to go deliver takeout now. The delivery guy showed a slight expression of apology and was about to leave. Before he left, Sun Kai called out, "Wait." He tossed a takeout bag over, which the delivery guy caught in his hands. This is? The delivery guy looked confused. Wasn't this the takeout he had just delivered to the other person? This is an order for you. I saw your face was pale last time, you looked really cold, so I added a meal. Don't overthink it, just consider it the concern of a stranger. I hope you'll be the one delivering next time. Sun Kai smiled slightly, closed the door, and then pulled out his phone, silently giving a 5-star review. The next second, a piece of information that only belonged to him appeared in his mind. Congratulations to the national luck bearer Sun Kai from the summer country, you've gained 100 points of goodwill from the monster tail, delivery guy. As long as the requests are not too excessive, he will agree to them. Sun Kai's eyes brightened. This was the first time he knew that there was a different way to deal with strange tales. Friendliness. In that case, they could choose to find the weaknesses of the strange tales and control them, or they could choose to become friends with the strange tales and boost their friendliness. This way, they could still get help from the strange tales, and the friendliness method was obviously much more reliable than finding weaknesses. To be honest, he just hoped that through this method, he could learn more about the food delivery guy. He never expected to accidentally max out the food delivery guy's friendliness, the surprise came too suddenly. Chapter 127, How did he do it? When Sun Kai told this matter to Feng Xiao was also in shock. Sun Gu, are you saying there's a whole new way to deal with strange tales? To become friends with them? It seems to be this way, but becoming friends with strange tales is very difficult. If it weren't for his desire to know the food delivery guy's story and find the other's weaknesses through it, he wouldn't have unexpectedly gained the other's friendliness. With this friendliness in hand, Sun Kai ordered another takeout, this time for themselves. When the food delivery guy arrived, Sun Kai directly stated his request, which was to contact him promptly if he encountered anyone ordering takeout, especially foreigners. As a strange tale, the food delivery guy was quite special, he didn't have a fixed location, and his presence could be found all over the city. But to see him, one had to place an order first. On the other side, the people of Jipu country discovered that one of their teammates had been killed, and their captain quickly realized that it was the work of Xia country. However, they did not know that if a subdued strange tale killed someone, it still counted against the national fortune bearers. They were not as foolish as Pickled Cabbage Country, which sent everyone over at once. As the captain, Tulls ordered 2 team members to go check the situation. Caution was a must. With so many national fortune bearers dead, the remaining ones became cautious as well. They all knew that if they were not careful at this moment, the next one to die would be themselves. After their search, they finally found in the surveillance that an elderly man in a security uniform had directly entered Rosai's room, and not long after, he came out. Without a doubt, Rosai was killed by this old security guard. So the question arose, was the other party a national fortune bearer or a strange tale? If it were the former, they wouldn't be worried. Instead, they could take the opportunity to look for him and eliminate him. But if the other party was a strange tale, then given how obvious this was, they could guess that this strange tale had already been controlled by the other side. The people of Jipu country suddenly began discussing the matter of this old security guard. On the other side, Xiaolan and Hui quickly changed their place of residence to escape from the nearby powerful strange tale. They still had some money left, enough for them to use for a while. For safety reasons, they decided to live just a few kilometers away from Sun Kai and his companions. This way, if they encountered danger, they could still seek help from their captain. After all, Sun Kai had a controlled strange tale on his side. But just as they walked into the newly rented house, they saw a person standing inside. Who are you? Xiaolan instinctively felt something was wrong, and she quickly shielded Hui behind her while twisting her arm slightly. During this time, under Xiaolan's influence, Hui was no longer the naive and sweet girl she was at first. She knew that in this place, people could die at any moment, and with one careless move, she might die too. She immediately realized that this person might be an enemy and that she had to seek help from their captain. Using Xiaolan to shield herself, Hui hurriedly took out her phone and sent a message to Sun Kai. Help! About changing their location, of course, they had talked to Sun Kai, otherwise, it wouldn't just be these 2 simple words. Hearing Xiaolan's words, the man turned around directly, and the moment he saw this person, both women were stunned for a second. The person they were very familiar with was Zhao Dakuan. But the Zhao Dakuan in front of them was like a different person from the one they initially knew. His appearance hadn't changed, but his aura was completely different. Xiaolan, Hui, we all know each other, so there's no need to be so wary of me, right? Zhao Dakuan said with a smile, sitting alone on the sofa. Xiaolan frowned. She had already known about Zhao Dakuan's escape. She thought Zhao Dakuan had found a place to hide, but she never expected he would find their location and come in early. No matter how you looked at it, it was abnormal. Speak your purpose. Xiaolan would not give him a good face. This person had already escaped and was no longer their teammate. Alright, since you put it that way, let me say my purpose. Actually, my purpose is very simple, that is, to return alive. The 2 women didn't speak. They felt Zhao Dakuan had just uttered a useless statement. After becoming national luck bearers, who wouldn't want to return alive? But this time, the world of the strange tales was quite special, with 7 countries fighting together, and in this situation, no one could guarantee they could return alive. What I mean, you probably don't understand. What I'm saying is, let me return alive. Xiaolan's expression changed. Now she understood. Zhao Dakuan's meaning was simple, let him return alive alone. The lives or deaths of others were none of his concern. Zhao Dakuan, you think too highly of yourself. Why should I let you return alive alone? Xiaolan sneered and subtly signaled Hui to prepare to escape. Just because of this. Zhao Dakuan pointed behind him, and at some unknown point, a black shadow had appeared behind him. The shadow took a human shape, with only 2 round red eyes on its face and a blood-red mouth filled with sharp teeth. This is a strange tale. Zhao Dakuan, you actually controlled a strange tale? Xiaolan looked incredulous. Zhao Dakuan's performance had been quite pathetic from the start. To cling to Sun Kai's thigh, he had even given up his own face. It's just a strange tale, why be so surprised? Zhao Dakuan acted casually, as if strange tales were nothing worth mentioning in his eyes. Xiaolan's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Facing just one Zhao Dakuan, they still had a chance to escape. But facing a strange tale, their chances of survival were too slim. Xiaolan, I think you have a bit of ability. As long as you can help me return alive, even if you die, I will take care of your family. Zhao Dakuan's voice was full of temptation. But Xiaolan remained unmoved. She even pointed above. What you say, the entire nation of Xia can see it. If I really agree to you, how will they see me? You don't need to worry about this. What they see now is just our 3-way chat. Xiaolan's complexion changed greatly. How could Zhao Dakuan know such things? No, how did he do it? The live broadcast scene could actually be changed? If the country's support team saw the false scene and made a wrong alert, what then? Is this person really Zhao Dakuan? Due to not knowing the rules of imposters, Xiaolan didn't think in that direction. The first thing that came to her mind was, this person in front of her was not Zhao Dakuan, but some strange tale disguised as him. Chapter 128 Strange Tale Eating Strange Tale. The strange tales now are so terrifying that even they, the national luck bearers, can disguise themselves and even affect the live broadcast scene. Incredible! Xiaolan's hands were trembling slightly. No matter how hard she tried to appear strong, once she realized she would die, anyone would feel fear. Right now, it seemed she had only one path to choose, which was to obey the other person's orders. But the other person was a ghost story. Can ghost stories really be trusted? If this ghost story world ends, would he really not kill her? Also, if the ghost story world ends, does he have a way to enter the real world? Xiaolan knew none of this. Her back was covered in sweat, and her thoughts were racing at this moment. But Zhao Dakuan did not give her so much time. 3 seconds left. If you don't agree, then you two will stay here forever. 3, 2. Just as Zhao Dakuan was about to shout the last one, a voice suddenly rang out. Zhao Dakuan, I didn't expect you to be the fake in our team. When he heard this voice, Zhao Dakuan's expression froze. It was Sun Kai's voice, but the issue was, the voice was coming from the balcony behind him. He turned around and saw Sun Kai standing there, radiating a faint glow. It was clear he was not an ordinary person. How did you get here? Zhao Dakuan could not believe it. He had known for a long time that Sun Kai was several kilometers away from here. Even if he took a taxi, it would take more than 10 minutes. Yet when he met the two girls, it had barely taken 5 minutes. How could Sun Kai have arrived so quickly? But soon, he seemed to think of something, and his face darkened. You used a hero card? He finally recalled that Sun Kai had a hero card, the effect of which made him incredibly strong, considered an extraordinary figure on the ground. The existence of this card was known to everyone in Xia country. At least you're not completely foolish. I was a bit curious if you, the fake, would hide away like an old coin, but I didn't expect you to jump out so quickly. Sun Kai strode over and stood in front of the two girls. At that moment, Feng Xiao hurried in, breathing heavily. He didn't have Sun Kai's hero card and had run up the stairs. If it weren't for the 2 physical rewards he had received, he would probably be lying on the ground by now. Brother Sun, who is it this time? Oh, how come it's Zhao Dakuan? Feng Xiao looked up and discovered that the person standing opposite them was actually Zhao Dakuan. Behind Zhao Dakuan, there was a dark ghost story, which surprised Feng Xiao greatly. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and thought of something. You're that fake? Brother Sun, get him. Feng Xiao despised this fake because he made it impossible for them to share all information. Otherwise, if the fake found out, they might get tricked into a deadly situation. Sun Kai looked at the ghost story behind Zhao Dakuan, realizing that this was what allowed Zhao Dakuan to become so arrogant. However, he had been prepared for a long time. Facing an ordinary ghost story, he didn't want to waste the chance to summon Wu Qian. He had already made preparations when he came here. Here we go. In an instant, a figure appeared on the balcony, holding a chainsaw, the notorious wife killer. And another person, slowly walking in through the front door, an old simp, and... Hello, this is the takeout you ordered. That's right, the delivery guy had also been summoned. Although ghost stories are weaker when they leave their territory, Zhao Dakuan's side was the same. Sun Kai didn't believe Zhao Dakuan's ghost story had its lair here. In fact, Zhao Dakuan's face was very grim. His ghost story lair was indeed not here, and he did not expect Sun Kai to have already controlled 3 ghost stories so quickly. Not to mention Zhao Dakuan, even Xiaolan and the 2 girls were stunned. The news they knew was that Sun Kai only had 1 monster story, right? How did 2 more suddenly appear? Xiaolan was sharper, noticing what Sun Kai and Feng Xiao referred to as fakes, which made her think of something. Could it be that there was an insider among their team from the very beginning? If Sun Kai knew Xiaolan's thoughts, he would surely nod in appreciation. Faced with 3 monsters and a Sun Kai using a hero card, Zhao Dakuan did not dare to gamble. Sun Kai, do you dare to move against me? Don't forget, the second rule. National fortune holders cannot directly attack other national fortune holders. If this rule is violated, the attacker will surely die. I won't attack you, but they might. With a wave of his hand, the 3 monsters beside Sun Kai decisively struck. The wife-killing maniac let out a mad laugh, directly activating the chainsaw in his hands, swinging wildly. The old simp looked slow, but his eyes were already missing from their sockets. The last delivery guy surprisingly took a fighting stance. He turned out to be a close combat type. The attacks from the 3 monsters made the opposing monster take things seriously. To avoid getting caught in the crossfire, Zhao Dakuan quickly hid aside. The battle of the 4 monsters was astonishing. Zhao Dakuan's monster was not weak, somehow holding its ground against 3. However, Sun Kai could tell that the opponent was only temporarily strong. It wouldn't be long before this monster got taken down. Although a big monster prevented monsters from fighting each other, in reality, monsters still died every day due to conflicts. As long as there wasn't a large-scale death, the big monster wouldn't care about these things. The reason the old simp had refused to help before was mainly that fighting solo was too dangerous. But now it was a group beating. He hurried over eagerly. Monsters eat people and can become stronger. Monsters eat other monsters and can become even stronger. Ah! In the end, the three monsters attacked, completely tearing apart Zhao Dakuan's monster, and they directly divided it. Without a monster, Zhao Dakuan had no means left. Sun Kai looked over. Zhao Dakuan, I want to know some things. You can tell me, right? But Zhao Dakuan had no reaction. He lowered his head, hiding his body in a dark corner. Then he let out a voice filled with resentment. Sun Kai, I remember you. You ruined my plan. I will make you wish you were dead. The next second, Zhao Dakuan's body directly collapsed to the ground, and all national fortune holders also received a message in their minds. Nation's fortune holder Zhao Dakuan has died. Sun Kai's expression changed, and he ran over to check. Zhao Dakuan was indeed dead, without a hint of a heartbeat. What did his words mean? I ruined his plan? Is he not Zhao Dakuan? Chapter 129, The Exposure of Xia Nation. Sun Kai told the three monsters to go back, then carefully examined Zhao Dakuan's body with Feng Xiao. Although they were not professionals, they could still notice something. Brother Sun, there is only a small card on Zhao Dakuan's body, nothing else. Feng Xiao handed the small card over, and Sun Kai took a look. This small card looked like an access card, with the words Blue Tree Group written on it. Does anyone know about this Blue Tree Group? Xia Lan immediately said, I know. This Blue Tree Group is one of the largest groups in this city. It said that their rise was very rapid, completing in a year what took others 10 years. A suddenly risen group, combined with Zhao Dakuan's strange behavior earlier, and the access card on him, all seem suspicious. The changes on Zhao Dakuan are very likely related to this Blue Tree Group. Xiaolan, pay attention to all the news about this group right now. Tell me tonight. Xiaolan nodded, then thought of something and asked, can you tell me about the fake? Zhao Dakuan was already dead, and Sun Kai naturally didn't care. He revealed the third rule they found in their residence. Xiaolan then realized that among their teams, there was actually a fake. No wonder Sun Kai actively hid the existence of the two strange tales. He must have been worried that the fake would find out. Having such a fake within the group indeed posed many problems. But fortunately, they had already successfully dealt with the fake, and now they no longer needed to worry about this issue. When the national fortunes of other countries saw the name Xia country, they suddenly fell silent. No one expected that they would end up in the same strange tale world as Xia country. If it were another country, they might not care, but Xia country was different. The reason was simple, because Xia country had one person. Sun Kai. He was the only national fortune bearer who had cleared 3 strange tale worlds since they began to descend. Facing such a powerful national fortune bearer, who wouldn't worry? Damn, why is it Xia country of all places? Jide from Cactus country looked very ugly. What, is Xia country very strong? A shadow appeared behind him, making it hard to see their face. Sir, the comprehensive national strength of Xia country is one of the best in our world. And one person named Sun Kai has successfully cleared 3 strange tale worlds, with each evaluation above S level, showing immense strength. Jide could look down on others, but not on Sun Kai. The other party had a clear trump card in hand, which was the hero card. As for the other trump card, Wu Qian, he didn't know yet since he entered this world with Sun Kai. And the Cactus country didn't casually waste a reminder chance to inform him of this matter. But even so, upon learning that Xia country existed among the opponents, Jide's first reaction was to unite with other national fortune bearers and kick Xia country out first. The threat of Xia country was greater than all other countries combined. If they didn't target Xia country first and waited for a fair competition at the end, they definitely wouldn't be Xia country's match. Jide could think of this, and other national fortune bearers could naturally think of it as well. They began frequent exchanges, but no one easily revealed their identities. At this moment, revealing one's identity might attract not a cooperating national fortune bearer but someone from Xia country. Sun Kai then directly contacted Chu Xiao and held a simple meeting. Our existence has been exposed. If I'm not mistaken, other national fortune bearers are likely beginning to contact each other to kick Xia country out first. Sun Kai said this right from the start, and Chu Xiao remained calm. When he heard about Zhao Dakuan's death, he knew this situation couldn't be avoided. Everything was due to the presence of Sun Kai and their Xia country team. Anyone would be wary of a person who cleared 3 strange tale worlds. Captain, the second rule should not have been discovered yet, right? I estimate it hasn't been found out yet, but I can't guarantee it. Maybe someone has discovered it and just hasn't publicized it. Chu Xiao pondered for a moment and said, Captain, I want to take a risk. Sun Kai immediately realized what he meant. He intended to use himself as bait to attract other national fortune bearers to strike at him. This way, those national fortune bearers would be directly eliminated for violating the rules. But this plan had a flaw. What if they let the strange tale attack you? Chu Xiao smiled slightly and said, Captain, I was just about to tell you something. I have also tamed a strange tale. As long as I am in the lair of the monsters, and the number of monsters does not exceed 3, it won't be that easy for them to take me down. If the captain is worried about my safety, you can assign your monsters to my side and protect me secretly. Xu Xiao and Xiaolan are both talents that Sun Kai has his eye on. Feng Xiao needs some training, but these two already do not need training. They can quickly adapt to the world of monsters and make the best choices. If in the future there is help from these two in the monster world, my chances of survival might become greater. Sun Kai was a bit hesitant. This risk was not small, one because he didn't know if those people would discover the second rule. And, how many monsters were in the hands of those who wielded national luck? But once successful, the rewards would be astonishing. Once so many national luck wielders died, their next actions could speed up and win this monster war completely. I understand. I will let the wife killer wait in the dark. He will temporarily obey your orders. I'm not very at ease with the old loyal dog. This guy has too many tricks. The delivery guy must order delivery to appear, which takes some time. Only the wife killer, he has been personally taught a lesson by Wu Qian, and deeply fears it, not daring to have any other thoughts. Xu Xiao nodded, having one monster increased his odds greatly. He told Sun Kai about the next plan and then ended the call. Are you really ready to do this? I always feel it's too dangerous. Wang Bao scratched his head, looking helpless. Xu Xiao's gaze was calm as he patted his shoulder. Wang Bao, you are actually a very capable person, you just got used to being lazy. But once you become a wielder of national luck, you are no longer alone. You must remember one thing. You are a person of Xia country. As for what comes next, you should notice, there has been no alert from above, which means they don't mind us doing this. Chapter 130, Xu Xiao's Wish. Wang Bao looked up at the ceiling, feeling even more helpless. Alright, you're more persuasive than I am, I will listen to you. Xu Xiao smiled, walked to the edge of the balcony, and looked at the tall buildings outside, a glimmer of nostalgia passing through his eyes. Do you know what I was doing right before I was chosen as a wielder of national luck? Before Wang Bao could answer, he continued speaking. In that last second, I was standing on the rooftop, preparing to commit suicide. Wang Bao's expression changed, a bit in disbelief. In his eyes, Xu Xiao was a successful person. How could he think of suicide? But at this moment, Xu Xiao had no reason to lie to him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Changqing's expression also changed, and he immediately had someone bring over Xu Xiao's information. After looking it over, he realized why Xu Xiao would do such a thing. It was because he had experienced many devastating events. His wife was tragically killed, and his son could not bear the rumors in school, fought with someone, and hit his head on the table corner, unable to be saved. His parents, unable to withstand these blows, both passed away that night. So many blows, placed on anyone, could be enough to make one collapse. If it weren't for the emergence of the monster world, bringing him here, he might have left behind only a corpse. It was precisely because of the emergence of the monster world that Xu Xiao suddenly had an idea. If he could clear the game, could he obtain the reward to resurrect others? This thought grew uncontrollably, and subsequently, he gave up on the idea of suicide. The only thing he wanted was to revive his loved ones. But he also knew that simply clearing the game would not yield good rewards, or sometimes no rewards. To gain a reward for resurrecting people, at least an S-rank clearance was needed. He had already learned from Sun Kai's mouth that this model was rather special and could very possibly yield rewards like resurrection. To complete the S-level clearance, he must achieve a performance in this world of weird tales that will make people take notice. This is why Xu Xiao is taking such a big risk, because he has a wish he wants to fulfill. But it seems that Xu Xiao has other plans, and at this moment, Sun Kai does not know. After hearing Xu Xiao's plan, Xiaolan showed a hint of admiration. I am not as good as him. If it were her, she wouldn't dare to take such a big risk. A careless mistake could really lead to death. Xu Xiao is really amazing. I would have been scared to death by now. Hui followed up and said, I don't recommend Xu Xiao's method, but this is his own decision, so I can't interfere. If he succeeds, it will be easier for us next, but we still need to be careful, especially you too, Xiaolan. Xu Xiao already has a weird tail in hand, which can be said to give him basic self-protection ability. But Xiaolan has none. If they encounter a weird tail, it could easily lead to trouble. Captain, I have already locked onto a weird tail and plan to go capture it, although I only have a 7 out of 10 chance. This implies that if she fails, she will have to rely on Sun Kai to save the situation. Since we are here, I will go with you. Xiaolan immediately showed a radiant smile. She truly admires Sun Kai, the captain. He is fair, very smart, and treats his team members exceptionally well. Such a captain is really hard to find, even with a lantern. The four then arrived at a dilapidated warehouse. According to Xiaolan's introduction, this used to be a warehouse for storing metal. But later, a dozen headless corpses appeared here, turning it into a mystery. Xiaolan found this place based on the news, discovering the weird tale here. Weird tale, headless corpse group. Have you encountered them? I have only seen them once. These headless corpses are somewhat stiff due to lacking heads. But they seem to have 5 senses and can accurately determine my location. The only uncomfortable thing about this weird tale is that they are very disgusting. When Sun Kai saw these headless corpses, he almost threw up. This is not just very disgusting, it is simply disgusting to the extreme. Each of these headless bodies has lost its head, their clothes in tatters, and many pieces of flesh keep falling off the ground as they move. On those bodies, one can clearly see white worms wriggling inside. Damn! Feng Xiao couldn't help but shout, this was simply testing his physical limits. Xiaolan managed to hold it in, but Hui directly threw up. No wonder you chose them, this weird tale seems to have no other special features aside from being disgusting. Sun Kai observed for a while and found that these creatures are indeed disgusting, but their actual combat power seems very weak. Of course, they are much stronger than ordinary people. Ordinary people could not withstand close combat with these corpses. Sun Kai originally thought that the delivery guy was very weak, but he didn't expect there to be someone weaker than him. Do you know their weakness? According to the news reports, they were beheaded by sharp weapons. If there are no surprises, their weakness is knives. As she spoke, Xiaolan pulled out a knife from a nearby corner and strode forward. The headless corpse group, which was originally advancing, suddenly stopped, their bodies trembling slightly. As Xiaolan got closer, they retreated, just like a group of little chicks. From now on, you must listen to me, understand? Xiaolan was full of spirit, holding the big knife and pointing at these headless corpses. They hurriedly swayed their bodies up and down, not having heads is such a hassle. It is clear that they are very afraid of this knife. The headless corpses have their own consciousness, they just cannot speak. Under Xiaolan's guidance, these strange tales quickly obeyed her commands. However, there are quite a few of these strange tales, and if they appeared on the streets during the day, many people would notice. With no other choice, Xiaolan could only wait until night to relocate these strange tales to a place near her home. And this relocation is not just a simple move, their old nest moves along with them. Normally, strange tales would never casually move their nests. But if they do move, it consumes their own strength. Usually, ordinary strange tales wouldn't do this. However, faced with Xiaolan's threat, the headless corpses can only obediently follow orders, or they would meet real death. The already weak headless corpses would become even weaker after moving. But strange tales are still strange tales, and with their own nest, they can balance out a weak strange tale that has left its nest. That way, Xiaolan and her companion would have basic self-defense capabilities. But just as the night came, and when Xiaolan was preparing to move with the headless corpses, a message appeared in the minds of all the national fortune bearers. Now announcing the temporary inserted rules. Chapter 131 Temporary Rules. Every 3 nights, a blood moon night will occur. Blood moon night will enhance the strength of strange tales, and the strange tales captured during blood moon night will retain their strength. If all national fortune bearers in a country do not capture strange tales, random penalties will be imposed. No one expected that the world of strange tales would suddenly add temporary rules, something that had never happened before. Xia Changqing furrowed his brows. In the past, all special strange tale worlds seemed to not have cases of adding temporary rules, right? Yes, leader, this is the first time something like this has happened. So what does this mean? Is it forcing them to capture strange tales? It is still unclear, but this rule doesn't pose a major issue for us. What we need to worry about is the 2 countries that have only 2 people left. But soon, national fortune bearers including the support team and Sun Kai noticed a hidden problem. That is, why did this rule appear only after the exposure of the summer country? Is it because the summer country is too strong? This rule is likely specifically targeting the summer country. After all, under normal circumstances, with Sun Kai's summer country team, they could mobilize a batch of strange tales against others. And the national fortune bearers of other countries are all newbies experiencing the world of strange tales for the first time, so the gap compared to Sun Kai is too large. In this way, the final probability of victory for the summer country is quite high. However, the appearance of this rule seems fair on the surface, but a closer look reveals that there is an issue. The emergence of Blood Moon Night strengthens the strange tales, and with no strange tales captured, there are penalties. This is basically forcing national fortune bearers from every country to capture strange tales. And once they control such powerful strange tales, they won't fear the summer country's team. It can be said that the emergence of this temporary rule equates to forcibly placing the national fortune bearers of other countries on the same level as the summer country. The world of strange tales is targeting us. Sun Kai gave a cold laugh. He had this feeling before and this was just confirmation. After all, he had cleared the world of strange tales 3 times, giving him a huge advantage over others. Brother Sun, although it's labeled as targeting us, as long as we can obtain more powerful strange tales, it will be easier to deal with them. Feng Xiao understood well that rules cannot be changed, even if this is a temporarily added rule. Tonight's Blood Moon Night. They must go out to conquer the strange tales. Xiaolan, you and Hui take the headless corpses back. No matter what happens on the way, do not get involved, and by the way, tell Chu Xiao that I'm responsible for tonight's strange tale. Sun Kai has enough cards to deal with the strange tales, but the others do not. He has long regarded these people as his own, as companions who will enter the world of strange tales in the future. At this moment, they cannot die. Xiaolan nodded. She was very self-aware, knowing that her presence at this time would only cause trouble, so it's better to go back and stay put. After watching the two leave with the headless corpses, Sun Kai turned to Feng Xiao. You too. Before Sun Kai could finish, Feng Xiao interrupted him first. Brother Sun, I'll go with you, I can't always be protected by you. I also want to contribute. At the very least, I can help you block the knife. Seeing Feng Xiao's serious expression, Sun Kai could no longer say anything to make him leave. Alright then, stick with me, and no matter what happens, you must remain calm. By the way, to prevent us from being swapped, let's set a signal, quietly do this action every few minutes. That way, we can know if the person beside us is really who they are. They agreed, and the action was simple, putting their hands into the right pocket of their pants. Generally speaking, this action would not attract attention and could easily be overlooked, thus, they would have a way to confirm if the person next to them was real. Sun Kai looked up at the sky, the blood-red moonlight fell, wrapping everything around in a layer of blood-colored film. It seemed that the entire city appeared very eerie. But strangely, ordinary people seemed unable to see this blood color, continuing as usual, without much fuss. It seems that only we, the national fortune bearers, can see this. If we encounter someone who frequently looks up, they might be a national fortune bearer. Sun Kai chuckled. If they met a national fortune bearer at this time, that would be. Just as Sun Kai said this, Feng Xiao quietly tugged at his clothes, pointing to a person in front who occasionally looked up. Brother Sun, do you think that person might be a national fortune bearer? Sun Kai looked over. It was a foreigner, who was looking up with a hint of fear in his eyes. At the same time, he was peering sneakily around, appearing as if he had no sense of security. It's possible, but we can't strike directly at him, so. The two kept following each other while ordering takeout. At this moment, the special feature of the delivery guy was revealed. The takeout he ordered could be specifically sent to a person rather than needing a specific location. In other words, Sun Kai could directly lock the delivery to himself. Within 10 minutes, the delivery guy accurately found his location and delivered the food to his hands. Sun Kai skillfully gave him a 5-star review, then said, "Hey buddy, did that person see us?" He saw. Go up and take him out. The delivery guy didn't ask why, he was a strange tale, and many had been eaten before. Only because his friendship level with Sun Kai was maxed out, he followed Sun Kai's orders without question. The delivery guy rode his electric bike, quickly passing by the foreigner, sweeping him up and stuffing him into his mouth. Despite the delivery guy's small mouth, he surprisingly swallowed the person whole in one bite. However, after waiting for a few seconds, Sun Kai did not receive any information appearing. Could it be that they got it wrong? That person was not a national fortune bearer? This was a bit awkward. Sun Kai was not a bloodthirsty person. If he were an enemy's national fortune bearer, that would be one thing, but the people of this city. He was not prepared for a casual kill. Feng Xiao seemed to realize this, scratching his head. Brother Sun, this is my fault, he looks too much like the fate carrier. Feng Xiao immediately took the blame on himself, and indeed, it was because of him that Sun Kai summoned the delivery guy to kill. Sun Kai waved his hand. It's our two mistakes, but since we have mistaken the person, we need to be more careful next. At that moment, in a part of the city, a person looked up. I finally found them, the fate carriers from other countries. Chapter 132, The Empire Where the Sun Never Sets. In this strange tale world, 7 countries participated: Xia country, Kimchi country, Cactus country, Cherry country, and Jeep country. And 2 countries that had never shown themselves, the Empire Where the Sun Never Sets and Durian country. Durian country, being a relatively weak country, chose the lowest profile after entering. They worked during the day and absolutely did not come out at night. They did not participate in anything at night. But the Empire Where the Sun Never Sets was different because this time a unique fate carrier among them appeared. His name was Charles. He was the youngest prince of the Empire Where the Sun Never Sets. When Charles was chosen to be the fate carrier, almost the entire population of the empire went crazy because Charles was extremely popular in their country. It could be said that Charles's popularity far surpassed those so-called first-tier stars. After seeing Charles become the fate carrier, many people worried for him, and the support team of the empire was particularly tense, on standby for alerts. After all, the queen of the empire was right next to them, watching them work. If something happened to Charles, they suspected that they might die a horrible death. After entering, Charles immediately established his position as the team leader and devised a series of plans. Charles was not a fool, he received elite education and was a national-level talent himself. On the first day, he discovered the first rule: strange tales had weaknesses. At the same time, he found that both his workplace and residence had a strange tale, but they were not very strong. Using his exceptional observation skills, he discovered some issues with these strange tales and successfully escaped. After the second day, he tried again and successfully captured one of the strange tales, while he still hadn't found the weakness of the other, leading to a temporary stalemate. For the past few days, he had been hiding his identity, wanting to find the identities of other fate carriers. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Any fate carrier who isn't a fool knows the importance of concealing their identity. Just before the arrival of the Blood Red Knight, he decided to capture the strange tale in his residence. Whether it was a coincidence, it was just when he was about to capture the strange tale that suddenly the Blood Red Knight arrived, causing the strange tale to gain strength. After capturing it, he possessed a strange tale much more powerful than the weak one. At the same time, this strange tale had a magical ability: it could create clones. These clones had no combat power, but the strange tale could place them all over the city as its eyes. Once a clone died, the strange tale could sense the location of its death, determining the position of the fate carrier. After all, he was able to let the strange tale control those clones, making actions different from ordinary people. If other countries' fate carriers discovered this, they would surely act immediately. If it were him, he would do the same. However, he also knew that his method had a flaw: killing a clone wouldn't trigger any death information in their mind. As long as the other side figured this out, you will know that what you killed is not the national fortune bearer, but a fake. However, the opponent cannot know that he has the ability of a doppelganger. They would only think they killed a native of the city. No matter how you look at it, he is bound to profit without any loss. Hanged Ghost, go to this place and kill the national fortune bearer you see. Charles pointed to a location on the map and instructed the shadow on the other side. In the next second, a shadow flew out of the window and quickly vanished. The doppelganger is not that powerful, the ghost can only control it remotely and know which doppelganger has been killed. But even so, that is quite good. At least Charles is very satisfied. The Hanged Ghost is very fast, it won't be long before it gets there. That national fortune bearer who killed the doppelganger shouldn't move too far. This time in the ghost world, our country of the rising sun will definitely be the winner. On the other side, after realizing the delivery guy killed the wrong person, the two prepared to leave. The new temporary rule requires them to subdue the ghosts of the Crimson Knight, and these ghosts would also become stronger due to the Crimson Knight, which is a trouble for them. Brother Sun, where do we find the ghosts? Feng Xiao asked. There are many ghosts in the city, but they can't be encountered just by wandering around. If the ghost density in the city were really that high, the people here would have been eaten long ago. The few ghosts they know of are all very powerful. If they encounter one during the Crimson Night, they might as well deliver themselves as takeout. The high school where Sun Kai works and the delivery point where Feng Xiao works are two places where it would be seeking death to go. The remaining other teammates encountered ghosts that were prepared for themselves. If they went over and stole their teammate's ghost, that would be completely backward. But if they can't find a ghost to subdue, they will have to accept a random punishment. Sun Kai was also lost in thought, wondering where to find a ghost at this time. A cemetery? An abandoned hospital? Or should they just go directly to the crematorium? No matter which option, the strength of the ghosts they encounter will definitely not be weak. If they know nothing about the situation and go directly, the danger is considerable. It's only the third day. If they use the opportunity to summon Wu Qian now, what will they do later? While Sun Kai was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed a shadow quickly approaching him from the front. That is a ghost. Sun Kai's face changed, and he shouted, "Run!" Feng Xiao naturally saw the shadow and knew that it was a ghost that targeted them, which must have been subdued by someone. The problem is, how did they get exposed? In fact, it was all because the ghost was too fast. From the moment the doppelganger was killed to when it arrived, it was less than 5 minutes. Just now, the two were considering their next target for the ghost and hadn't left the spot. In the eyes of the Hanged Ghost, they were the two closest people to the doppelganger's death, so it naturally selected them. Just 2 people, even if the big ghost knew, it wouldn't matter. But unexpectedly, it accidentally bumped into Sun Kai and them. Sun Kai pulled Feng Xiao to run, but the speed of the Hanged Ghost was too fast, and it wouldn't be long before they were caught. With their strength, they had no ability to fight back against the ghost. At this moment, all Sun Kai could do was summon Wu Qian. But Sun Kai was unwilling, he didn't want to waste the opportunity to summon Wu Qian. But seeing the Hanged Ghost so close and only a few meters away from Feng Xiao, he knew if he didn't summon now, Feng Xiao would be in danger. Just as he was determined to summon Wu Qian, an unexpected voice reached his ears. "Teacher's son, what's wrong? Are you practicing running?" This voice, Sun Kai was very familiar with, was the voice of the beautiful teacher at school, Teacher Li. He turned his head to look, and saw that Teacher Li was standing not far away, looking at them with confusion. But at this moment, he had no time to pay attention to Teacher Li. In his mind, Teacher Li was an even more powerful ghost story. Just as he was about to continue running, Feng Xiao suddenly grabbed his clothes from behind. "Brother Sun, there's no need to run anymore, the ghost story is gone." Sun Kai was taken aback, turned around, and indeed, the ghost story that had been chasing them had really disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared at all. Why did this ghost story suddenly vanish? He was sure that the ghost story had been sent by other national luck bearers. There was no reason it would let them go. Suddenly, Sun Kai's gaze landed on Teacher Lee. Teacher Lee must be a powerful ghost story. If the previous ghost story had fled out of fear of Teacher Lee's presence, then everything made sense. But one thing puzzled him: why had Teacher Lee helped him multiple times? What was it about him that made Teacher Lee care? Could it be that Teacher Lee was interested in him? Since Teacher Lee was playing dumb, Sun Kai decided to keep playing along with her. Teacher Lee, I didn't expect to see you out so late. This is my friend Feng Xiao. I brought him out for a night run. Sun Kai said with a smile, and Feng Xiao also nodded at the right time, confirming that what Sun Kai said was true. Oh, I see, then Teacher Sun, take care of your health. After all, your head hasn't recovered yet. Teacher Lee waved her hand with a smile and left there. As soon as Teacher Lee left, Sun Kai let out a sigh of relief. He had really worried that Teacher Lee would take action. Facing such a powerful ghost story, he could only summon Wu Qian to resist. Fortunately, Teacher Lee hadn't done that and had instead helped them. Brother Sun, was that just now really Teacher Lee you mentioned? She is so beautiful. When Feng Xiao saw Teacher Lee, he was completely stunned. This type of beauty was exactly his type. But he also knew that the other party was most likely a ghost story, so he figured there was no chance. Why not go give it a try? Feng Xiao quickly waved his hand. Forget it, trying would be disastrous. I still want to live a few more years. After the crisis was resolved, the two discussed what had just happened. Suddenly, a ghost story popped up as if it knew they were there, specifically targeting them. Brother Sun, I always feel that there's something wrong with the person who was eaten by the delivery guy. Feng Xiao thought for a while and finally remembered this matter. Sun Kai nodded slightly, his expression serious. I think so too, but that person was indeed eaten by the delivery guy. Wait. Sun Kai suddenly thought of something. As long as the ghost story eats people, it will grow stronger, although not by much. There would definitely be a change. So he ordered takeout again, called in the delivery guy, and asked him about what happened earlier. Bro, after eating that person, did you get stronger? It's actually a bit strange. I'm sure I ate him, but I feel no sense of becoming stronger at all. This made Sun Kai certain that the person the delivery guy ate was not a human, but some kind of thing that looked like a human. This thing was most likely created by a ghost story. Now it's clear that fake person was just bait, deliberately luring us to take action. Once the fake person died, the other side would know the location of the fake person's death, then send another ghost story to attack. One ghost story is responsible for spreading fake people as bait, while another serves as the main attacking ghost story. This is really impressive. Sun Kai realized that this time, in the ghost story world, it seems a rival has emerged. Previously, other national fortune bearers gave him the feeling of being each worse than the last. Unexpectedly, this time, a fortune bearer who controls two urban legends has appeared. Among them, the urban legend that disperses fake people is truly too useful. It can completely confuse and mislead, disguising itself as a fortune bearer, causing their intelligence to become chaotic. However, Sun Kai believes the opponent should have just tamed this urban legend. If they had tamed it from the start, they would have used this method long ago, instead of waiting until now. Brother Sun, this person should be our opponent. Having two urban legends alone almost catches up to you, Brother Sunday. Feng Xiao was somewhat surprised. Other countries' fortune bearers were all entering this urban legend world for the first time, and unexpectedly, someone like this appeared. How remarkable. Isn't this more interesting? Although we are enemies here, in reality, we, as humans, are natural teammates. What a pity. Sun Kai shook his head and continued searching for urban legends with Feng Xiao. After walking for a while, Sun Kai suddenly stopped, looking at a bar not far away. Do you think there could be urban legends inside? Feng Xiao looked over. Bars were a place he had tried before with others, and he felt there was nothing to it. I don't know, maybe there will be. Feng Xiao couldn't be sure. Anywhere in this city might have urban legends. Then let's go inside and take a look. The two entered the bar. Before they even stepped in, they heard the booming music inside. Looking around, the stage was filled with men and women twisting their bodies, each one ecstatic. This place is too noisy. Feng Xiao had to shout to be heard. Let's go to that corner, it should be a bit better. Sun Kai also shouted, and the two made their way to the far corner. The noise here was finally a little quieter. The two casually ordered a drink and sat there, observing their surroundings. What they were looking for was urban legends, but the heads of urban legends wouldn't be labeled with the words urban legend. This required them to discover it. After scanning around, they did not find anyone resembling an urban legend. Just as the two were about to leave, two scantily clad women suddenly approached. Hey handsome guys, you look a bit bored, why don't we go do something interesting? Feng Xiao was stunned by the huge curvy figures in front of him, momentarily unsure of what to say. Sun Kai remained relatively calm. After all, he had experienced more in life than Feng Xiao. Sorry, we have some matters to attend to, maybe next time. Saying this, Sun Kai turned to leave with Feng Xiao. But the two women seemed to have set their sights on them, even approaching to hug Sun Kai's arm. Sun Kai suddenly stepped back, dodging the two women, frowning as he looked at them. I said we have business. What could be more enjoyable than playing with us? As they spoke, the two women actually began to take off their clothes. Chapter 134, Urban Legend, Bar Dancer. Hey, what are you doing? Feng Xiao stood up from his seat. As a 20-year-old single dog, he had never witnessed such an exciting scene before. But the two women completely ignored him, seductively removing their clothes bit by bit. At that moment, Sun Kai placed a hand on Feng Xiao's shoulder, pointing to another direction. Look over there. Feng Xiao glanced over and immediately gasped. In his line of sight, many identical pairs of women appeared, and they were all in front of those men, taking off their clothes. He instantly understood, these two women were not human at all but urban legends. Their purpose in coming here was to seek out urban legends, and now the urban legends had come knocking. Feng Xiao became excited instead. Feng Xiao's gaze no longer wandered, instead, it fixed firmly on these two individuals. If someone didn't know the situation, they might really think he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. In reality, Feng Xiao was observing the other party, trying to find their weaknesses. The two women appeared young, at most in their 20s, with very curvy bodies that even their clothes couldn't hide their sexiness. But strangely, their faces looked like they were covered with a thin layer of mosaic, making it hard to see their features. Just looking at them gave a bizarre feeling that they were beauties. Brother Sun, these two women can't be bar girls, right? Feng Xiao whispered. Shouldn't be, bar girls wouldn't dress like this. You may not know, but in some deeper bars, there are even pole dancing performances. The clothes they're wearing are very similar to those. Feng Xiao was shocked, not expecting Brother Sun to know this too. Indeed, was it still his lack of experience? He looked around, there was no pole dancing performance on the bar's stage. What was going on? It was almost impossible to find the opponent's weaknesses from the surface. The weaknesses they had found before were mostly things the other party cared about the most. In other words, as long as they found such things, they could discover the weaknesses of the strange tale. Thinking of this, Sun Kai whispered, Feng Xiao, help me stall for a while, I'll go check it out. Looking at the two beauties whose clothes were almost half off, Feng Xiao swallowed hard. His voice trembled, Brother Sun, I'm afraid I can't bear it alone. It's fine, I believe in you. Then, Sun Kai smiled at the two women and said, excuse me, I need to use the restroom, let my friend keep you company for a while. Sure, but you have to hurry, otherwise, we might just eat him up, hee hee. The two women made shy sounds, but the meaning in their words sent chills down one's spine. Here, eat up was meant literally. Sun Kai nodded and quickly left. Others saw Sun Kai leave, but they couldn't find a decent reason to follow, and it seemed the same reason could only be used once. One person heard Sun Kai's words and tried to use the same reason, but the women didn't let him leave. Some were even afraid of this bizarre situation, forcibly leaving, and then the two women, originally with mosaic faces, cracked open from the middle, revealing a large blood-filled mouth and a long tongue. They lunged at the person, devouring him bite by bite, soaking the bar's floor with blood, and the surrounding people dared not make a sound. Eventually, some women's clothes went completely off, directly hugging the men's bodies. Not long after, the bar was filled with seductive music. Feng Xiao was dripping with cold sweat, the woman's clothes in front of him were almost completely off. If Brother Sun still didn't come back, he would have to bear it with his own body. He knew very well that if he really did that, it would feel good, but his fate would definitely be tragic. Handsome, let's play together. Finally, when the two women had shed all their clothes, they leaned close to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao's body stiffened, he dared not move. This was it. Just as the two women were about to make their move, a voice rang out. Ladies, please come with us, I seriously suspect you are involved in illegal activities. Feng Xiao, upon hearing this voice, was overcome with excitement. Just as he was about to say something, he froze. Because he saw Sun Kai dressed in a police uniform, looking upright as he stood there. What the heck, Brother Sun, what are you doing? Feng Xiao was completely dumbfounded, and so were the people from Shagua. They never expected Sun Kai to rush off and change into a police uniform. He really found a suit behind the bar. Sun Kai suspected that this suit might have been left behind by someone who played cosplay. Sun Kai didn't answer, but many people realized it. What are the most feared things in gambling and drugs? That would naturally be the police. Sun Kai went straight for the police uniform, targeting their weakness, and sure enough, when the two women saw him in this outfit, their faces turned pale. They all squatted on the ground, hands on their heads, in a very standard posture, as if they had done it countless times before. In fact, Sun Kai also breathed a sigh of relief inside. After experiencing Xiaolan's recovery of the monster, he realized that some monsters had weaknesses that could actually be traced. The headless corpses were so afraid of knives because their heads had been cut off. And what did these women who once worked as bar dancers fear? That would naturally be the police. It turns out, he was right. If you release the others, can you erase some of their memories? The woman nodded frantically, and then those ordinary people walked out stiffly as if they had lost their minds. Soon, only Sun Kai and one other person were left, along with a large number of women around them. Sun Kai frowned. Put on your clothes. The women trembled in fear, and in the blink of an eye, normal clothes appeared on them. For monsters, they can have as many of these things as they want. Feng Xiao quietly wiped away the nosebleed with a tissue. The sight of so many naked women gathered together had been too much for him. Speak up, tell me all your information. Soon, Sun Kai learned from these women's mouths their monster names and the ability they were given on the blood-colored night. Monster, bar dancer. They had only one ability, to create an area filled with a pheromone aura. As long as they were human, they could not resist the impact of this pheromone. Even monsters, as long as their bodies looked human, would fall for it. Sun Kai's eyes lit up. This ability was quite good and most suitable for team battles. Chapter 135, Punishment. On Sun Kai's side, he had successfully subdued a monster, which meant that the Summer Kingdom no longer needed to worry about being punished. As for the other 6 teams, the people from Cherry Country and Pickle Country were in a lot of trouble. Sweet had let down his teammates. Although one had run away, he didn't think the others would let him off the hook. In other words, if the others didn't go to subdue the monsters, he would have to do it himself. This made his previous actions look even more foolish. Damn support team, what use are you? A bunch of idiots. You are the real idiot. The support team decisively used up the last chance for a reminder. Sweet was so angry he nearly had a heart attack. He suspected he was the only one in history who had been scolded 3 times by his own team using 3 reminder chances. But no matter how angry he was, he had to keep finding ways to survive. Subduing a monster could very likely lead to death. He was not confident he could subdue a monster. So he had only one way, to bet that this punishment would not fall on him. Or rather, even if the punishment fell on him, it couldn't be death. As long as he didn't die, he would accept any punishment. Meanwhile, Kai Mingji from Pickle Country was hiding in a small hotel with his little brother, Park Chongjin. He didn't care at all about this temporary rule. Facing an ordinary monster, he had barely managed to escape. If he really encountered a monster enhanced by the blood-colored night, he suspected he could very well die at the hands of a monster. Whoever wants to die can go find the monster. I'm not going. Kai Mingji had already chosen to lay flat. He has self-awareness. If he really went to trouble the strange tales, it would be the same as seeking death. Similarly, many others made the same choice. A salted fish will always be a salted fish, and will not turn over just because an opportunity appears. However, not everyone made such a choice. Some knew this blood-red night was their opportunity. Once they subdued the strange tales, they would have the capital to fight against other nations' lucky ones, and for this chance, they were willing to risk their lives. Some country support teams even used reminders to tell them that if they sacrificed themselves for the nation, their families would receive the best care from the state. Thus, they were moved. Some succeeded, some failed, and just like that, the first blood-red night ended. On the first blood-red night, 3 countries did not subdue the strange tales. Now, these 3 countries' lucky ones will face random punishments. The lucky ones of Pickled Cabbage Country must live with a strange tale for 3 days. The lucky ones of Cherry Country must kill 3 other lucky ones within 3 days. For each one they fail to kill, a random body part will be erased from them. The lucky ones of Durian Country must complete the resignation of all their members within 3 days. After seeing this information, Sun Kai was somewhat surprised. It turned out that 4 countries subdued strange tales during this blood-red night. He understood the power of strange tales. With the help of the blood-red night, their strength had greatly increased. If he had not sensed the weakness of the strange tales, he would not have easily subdued them. I didn't expect that there would be many powerful figures in this strange tale world, revealing themselves only at this time? Sun Kai chuckled. Even if other lucky ones subdued strange tales, he still had confidence in himself. However, the information released by the Strange Tale World mentioned punishments for the 3 countries. The punishment for Pickled Cabbage Country was actually to make their remaining 2 lucky ones, possibly 1 real and 1 fake, live with the strange tale for 3 days, believing these 3 days would be unforgettable. Cherry Country had the same number of people as Pickled Cabbage Country. Their punishment was to kill 3 lucky ones. If they failed to kill even 1, they would lose 3 body parts. If it were limbs, they might still survive, but if it were internal organs, the result could only be 1. That is death. The last one is Durian Country. Sun Kai had not interacted with its lucky ones yet, but this punishment, is it sure not to be lenient on them? Compared to the other 2 countries, this punishment was significantly lighter. If Sun Kai knew that the people of Durian Country had been living quietly with money earned from work, he would understand how heavy this punishment was for them. Without a source of income from work, they would have to find other ways to earn money, which would increase their exposure risk. At the same time, their workplace had strange tales appearing. If they resigned, the danger would be great. You see, even Sun Kai himself couldn't resign. The people of Pickled Cabbage Country truly deserve it. I hope the strange tales wipe them all out. Feng Xiao was quite happy after seeing the news. These three countries probably have no chance, even if they are not eliminated for now. Facing these punishments, they will be overwhelmed. Sun Kai saw very clearly, the Blood Red Knight was forcing them to subdue Strange Tales, to provide them with a relatively fair environment to compete. Now, it had been confirmed that 4 countries had control of Strange Tales. If the person who controlled 2 Strange Tales last night were to control another one again, it would pose a significant threat to him. It can be said, the longer the dragged out time, the smaller the advantage for Xia country. They must quickly eliminate the other country's lucky ones. Only this way can we win this ghost story war. Feng Xiao, the only thing we need to do next is to be ready to support Chu Xiao at any time. I believe he should be taking action. Last night's Blood Red Knight, Chu Xiao and Xiao Lan's teams did not take any action because they trusted Sun Kai. Sun Kai did not disappoint them, he successfully subdued a ghost story. Chu Xiao, dressed in a sharp suit, looked at the sunlight outside and smiled slightly. Next, it's my turn. To attract other lucky nation bearers, it cannot be too obvious, but he must reveal some things. Only in this way can those lucky nation bearers flock over like moths to a flame. What can attract lucky nation bearers? That would certainly be rules. Since they came here, Sun Kai had learned of 2 rules in advance, and the 3rd rule was found by him. So far, they had not discovered more rules. Is it because there are none? Chu Xiao didn't think so, but where could the other rules be hidden? This was something Chu Xiao had been pondering. After the events of last night, he suddenly thought of something. Could the rules be hidden on some powerful ghost stories? Just as Chu Xiao was thinking, the doorbell rang. Chapter 136 New Rules. Wang Bao went over to take a look and shouted, "It's the captain's ghost story, the wife-killing maniac, outside. Let him in." The wife-killing maniac seemed more normal at this time, only during battle would he reveal his crazy demeanor. Sun Kai asked me to come over to help you, I will follow your orders for now. Seeing the wife-killing maniac so obedient to Sun Kai's words, Chu Xiao was somewhat surprised. After all, even if he controlled the ghost story's weakness, the ghost story would still not be so willing. But the wife-killing maniac's behavior puzzled him. He certainly did not know that the wife-killing maniac had been severely taught a lesson by Wu Qian. If he dared to disobey Sun Kai, Wu Qian would make him regret becoming a ghost story. Well, you just need to protect me in secret. If the ghost story doesn't show up, you don't show up either. The wife-killing maniac nodded and then left. Next, it's time for the plan to begin. Xu Zhao's first step in the plan was to expose himself, to let other lucky nation bearers see him. So he immediately posted some messages online, and the content was just one thing. Summer country, new rules. As long as they are lucky nation bearers, they should monitor the online situation every day. I believe they will soon discover this post. Sure enough, this post was quickly discovered by lucky nation bearers from the other 6 countries. They were somewhat confused about what this lucky nation bearer from Summer country was doing, as the post mentioned new rules. Could it be that he wants to share this new rule? How could this be possible? Summer country lucky nation bearers can be that kind. Especially Kai Mingji from Pickled Vegetable Country, seeing the word Summer Country, made his face tremble with anger. If it weren't for the lucky nation bearers from Summer Country, how would he have become like this? His hatred towards the lucky nation bearers from Summer Country was irreconcilable. He saw a precise location mentioned in the post and squinted his eyes. You say, is this a trap? Park Changjin said, Captain, I think regardless of whether it is a trap, we have to check it out. Don't forget, if we want to leave this room now, we must have a legitimate reason. As he spoke, Park Changjin looked at the woman sitting on the sofa with great fear. Yes, this woman is a ghost story, and she is a small ghost story. The other side was very strong. After the punishment descended, she appeared in their residence in an instant. But the small ghost story also has its own rules, she will not kill without reason. Once she violates her rules, she will eat the 2 without hesitation. One rule is that to leave this home, one must present a valid reason and actually do it. If one finds a random excuse and goes out without doing it, then when they return, what awaits them is the woman's wrath. If given a choice, they would rather leave, just to escape this place. Thinking of this, Kai Mingji swallowed hard and walked to the woman's side. Miss, an enemy of mine just sent a location, I want to go check it out, if that's okay? The woman's gaze was cold as she looked at him. What do you want to go out for? If possible, I want to kill him, if I can't win, I'll come back. Kai Mingji said this without hesitation. Fine, remember to come back before dark. Kai Mingji instantly breathed a sigh of relief. If he had this stunning beauty living with him before, he would have been overjoyed. But the stunning beauty before him was a real nightmare. Gotta go. On the other side, after facing punishment, Swede was eager to find an opportunity to eliminate other luckbringers. No matter if Chu Xiao was a trap or not, he had to go. If he lost his heart or brain, he would die on the spot. Why was he working so hard, if not to survive? As long as he could live, he would even sell his soul. Prince Charles received information from his teammate and learned about this matter. Interesting, it really is an open scheme. If it's to kill a luck-bringer from Xia, there's no need for this, but if it's a new rule. He pondered for a moment and said, let Dili go, he's enough on his own. Dili was his teammate, a member of the football team, very strong. If he took action against a mere person from Xia, it would be a piece of cake. Just to be safe, he decided to send the hanged ghost along with him. Other luck-bringers from different countries had similar thoughts. A luck-bringer from Xia wasn't important, what mattered was the new rule. So far, they only knew the first rule, which is that the nightmares have weaknesses. They hadn't discovered any other rules, which was quite strange. If they knew more rules, they would know what to do next. A post from Chu Xiao suddenly attracted all the luck-bringers to act. Soon, a crowd gathered at Chu Xiao's location. This was an open space, where Chu Xiao stood alone, wearing a calm smile. Facing these people, he actually extended his hand and said, welcome, luck-bringers from different countries. I am Chu Xiao, a luck-bringer from Xia. Were you the one who posted before? Kai Mingji was the first to step forward and ask, looking somewhat puzzled. At first, he thought it was Sun Kai, but didn't expect it was just an unknown rookie. Yes, it was me who posted. Fortunately, you all saw it, my efforts weren't in vain. Just as Chu Xiao was ready to continue speaking, he was interrupted by a hulking figure. Don't waste my time, just tell me the rules you know, and I'll make it quick for you. The big guy was very arrogant, his muscles bulging like a beast. The others didn't speak but stared at Chu Xiao, they were all here for the rules. But how could Chu Xiao really tell them the rules? At this moment, he had only one thing to say. I'm sorry, I tricked you. I don't know any new rules at all. Chu Xiao said with a regretful expression, even shrugging his shoulders. At that moment, some luck-bringers' faces darkened, they had been played. The hot-tempered big guy shouted, kill this damn Xia pig. But the awkward thing was, not a single person made a move, not even himself. Those who have survived to this day are no fools, and no one dares to guarantee whether there are any traps at Chu Xiao's place. If they rashly charge in, it would really be seeking death. Seeing that his words had no effect, the big man's face turned very ugly. There must be strange tales around him, I can summon one. Don't tell me none of you has one. As soon as this was said, the faces of 3 people immediately darkened. They indeed did not have a single strange tale on them. Chapter 137, Siege. However, there were 2 other country fortuners, and in a moment, 2 different figures appeared beside them with a wave of their hands. Seeing that there were only 2 strange tales, the big man recalled that 3 countries had been punished before, and he instantly showed a disdainful expression. You 3 are truly useless, you don't even have a single strange tale. The big man no longer looked at the 3 people, his gaze fell on the 2 individuals with strange tales. Let's go together, with the strength of our 3 strange tales, even if the opponent has 2, it's not a problem. That's right. The reason this summer country person is waiting for us here is probably that there is a complete strange tale strength, and possibly other strange tales. But we have 3 strange tales here, our strength can definitely suppress him. The 3 people all showed proud expressions, they were originally prepared to unite against the summer country, but unexpectedly this incident has led to cooperation. This summer country person has truly helped them. Summer country person, today is your day of death. With a wave of their hands, the 3 strange tales behind them rushed out immediately, bringing an imposing manner that was quite terrifying. In an instant, the sky around them darkened, a bone-chilling cold wind swirled in, and even the temperature dropped significantly. 3 strange tales can change the surrounding environment, this is truly an unexpected discovery. Chu Xiao looked around, his face showing no worry, as if these 3 strange tales were nothing at all. In fact, when the 3 strange tales came within 10 meters of him, a black membrane suddenly appeared, enveloping them. Then, a long black snake appeared beside Chu Xiao, this was the strange tale he had tamed. Most strange tales are related to humans, but Chu Xiao's strange tale is a snake by nature. This strange tale can create a dark area within a certain range, lowering the visibility of other strange tales while being unaffected itself. This was Chu Xiao's confidence, in this environment, his strange tale's strength is the strongest. The big man Deli's face changed, the opponent's strange tale actually had such a bizarre ability, instantly enveloping their 3 strange tales. But soon, he discovered that one strange tale had actually escaped this dark area and rushed towards Chu Xiao. Very good, kill him. The fortuner from Jipu country revealed a fierce expression, his strange tale was quite special, possessing a displacement skill. But this skill had a long cooldown and could only be used at critical moments. Indeed, one should never underestimate any strange tale, fortunately, I was prepared. Chu Xiao pushed up his glasses, his eyes showing no fear. Just as this strange tale approached Chu Xiao, the wife killer suddenly appeared, engaging the opponent in battle. Deli's eyes were cold, the opponent indeed had another strange tale, but this should be their limit. He did not believe that the summer country would give all their strange tales to Chu Xiao. There are no strange tales left beside him. If we 6 people act together, he definitely can't beat us alone. Deli knew that sometimes someone had to take the lead. He was the first to step forward, and the remaining 5 had no choice but to follow. Especially those 3 without strange tales, they were very clear. If they didn't do this, then there would truly be no part for them in the actions against Xia country. 6 people bypassed the area of the monster battle, running towards Chu Xiao. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes. These people had finally fallen for the trap. He had always wanted to know one thing: what would happen to the captured monsters once their captor died? But to make his performance convincing, Chu Xiao immediately pretended to be panicked and ran in another direction. Del's eyes lit up. Indeed, this Xia country person was now without monsters. Hurry and catch him, he is without monsters now. Seeing this scene, everyone else became excited, especially Swede. As one of the last 2 fated ones from Cherry Country, the other one had been unreachable, and he had to kill 3 fated ones to avoid punishment. This Xia country person must be killed by him. Let me kill this Xia country person, consider it a favor I owe you both. Swede said to Del and a person from Jeep Country. Which country are you from? Del asked. Cherry Country. Now Del understood why he was so eager to kill this Xia country person. Because his punishment required him to kill other fated ones, and now there was such a good target, how could he let this opportunity slip away? After a moment of thought, the 2 agreed. After all, killing someone had no real benefit, so it was better to do a favor. People from 6 countries saw through their own live broadcasts that they were about to kill a Xia country fated one, and their faces showed excited expressions. When they realized that their own fated one's enemy was even from Xia country, they were all stunned. Right now, no country wanted to encounter Xia country because Xia country had a very special person: Sun Kai. But now, with the fated ones from the 6 countries together, what did a mere Xia country count for? The 6 people caught up with Chu Xiao and surrounded him. Swede pulled out a knife, revealing a hint of ferocity. Rest assured, I will make sure the other Xia people accompany you down, one by one. As Swede laughed wildly, he walked towards Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao frowned slightly. He had thought the 6 would act together, yet only one person came forward. If he acted now, it would violate the rules and he would be killed by the rules. As long as he died, the others definitely wouldn't act recklessly, making his plan essentially a failure. He was prepared to trick all of these people into death. Moreover, he had a plan extending from this foundation. This person must not be allowed to act first. I didn't expect some fated ones to be so cowardly, allowing one person to act. What, do you think you can't beat me? You don't deserve to be called fated ones, your citizens will be ashamed of you. No matter who they were, everyone had face, and Chu Xiao's actions were like pushing their faces into the mud. These fated ones had mostly been ordinary people before. After becoming fated ones, they gained national attention, and they subconsciously became somewhat arrogant. Now they were actually mocked by a Xia country person, including Del. The faces of all 5 were very unpleasant. But Swede panicked. Don't listen to him, this person must be killed by me, don't forget our agreement. That's an agreement between you and those 2, what does it have to do with me? Kai Mingji sneered. He hadn't wanted to come, but his underling was too cowardly and refused to come, so he could only come personally. Chapter 138, Monster Unlocking. Not just Kai Mingji, but the other 2 without monsters had equally grim expressions. They had originally been in a tough spot for not having monsters at hand. Filled with anger at being looked down upon, now a person from the Summer Kingdom actually looks down on them so much. Can this be tolerated? No matter how much Swede talked, the others ignored him completely, all pulling out their weapons and charging at Chu Xiao. Swede grit his teeth and also rushed forward with his knife. He would not allow this person's head to be taken by others. He needed to take down 3 Luckbringers to free himself from the punishment this time. At the moment when the 6 people's weapons were about to reach Chu Xiao, their bodies suddenly halted, and a message appeared in the minds of all Luckbringers. The Luckbringers of the Sunset Nation, Delhi, the Luckbringer of the Pickle Nation, Kai Mingji, and the other 6 have violated the second rule: Luckbringers cannot directly attack other Luckbringers. Execution initiated. In an instant, the bodies of these 6 people dissipated like dust in front of Chu Xiao. At that moment, the live streaming rooms of the 7 nations fell silent. This scene was simply terrifying. 6 living people just vanished like that. With this, everyone knew the second rule, that Luckbringers could not directly attack other Luckbringers. These 6 people really died for nothing. Especially the last remaining Luckbringer from the Pickle Nation and the Cherry Nation, they were just imposters. Hearing that they had died, they burst out laughing immediately. Ha, our opportunity has come. These 2 imposters laughed out loud, showing their true forms. The Luckbringer of the Cherry Nation was a woman, and she tore off a layer of skin, revealing a curvaceous body and a face that outshone all women, incredibly seductive. The Luckbringer of the Pickle Nation also turned around and transformed into a man with a cold look, but strikingly handsome. At the same time, new information appeared in the Luckbringers' minds. Detected that 2 nations only have 1 imposter left, new mode activated. All weakened urban monster tails have been unlocked, free movement in combat, with no decrease in strength. When only one luckbringer remains in each nation, they activate a temporary talent. If the remaining one is an imposter, they recover their original form. The sudden influx of information surprised many people greatly. Some clever individuals already sensed that this information seemed to mention a third rule. Each country has an imposter. Xu Xiao was also digesting this sudden information, originally planning to proceed with the next step, but he had to put it aside for now. Two nations only have imposters left. It seems to be the Cherry Nation and the Pickle Nation. Were those two just idiots, not letting the imposter come over and choosing to die instead? Xu Xiao found it hard to believe, as this was the first time he had seen such foolish people. Although those who attacked him had died, the battle with the monster tails continued. The wife killer fought to near mutual destruction, forcing the opponent's monster to flee. After all, the human who controlled its weakness had already died, and it did not need to continue fighting. But the other two monster tails were different. Their controllers were not the ones who had died, but others. Since that person was not nearby, unable to timely command the monster to stop, the battle continued. The wife killer immediately joined in, resulting in a 2-on-2 fight. The final outcome was mutual destruction. All of this happened because the wife killer was too weak. If it weren't for Xu Xiao's monster tail helping, it might have died long ago. You've worked hard. Xu Xiao patted the nearly destroyed black snake, smiling as he spoke. Black Snake nodded slightly and then disappeared from sight. The wife killer was even worse off, with only one leg remaining, half the flesh missing from its face. Now that this matter is settled, I'll be heading back. After saying this, he did not wait for Xu Xiao to respond. Just walked away. What happened here? Xu Xiao immediately contacted Sun Kai, explaining everything clearly. Sun Kai didn't expect that so many things had happened in the middle. I know everything. Your contribution this time is significant. If we really win, your score should be high. Previously, scores in the Strange Talk world were based on individual completion requirements, but this time is different. Everyone's performance will determine their own score. After ending the call with Xu Xiao, Sun Kai recalled the information he had just seen. Firstly, there are only two fakes left in Pickled Vegetable Country and Cherry Country, which is certain, since there were only people from these two countries left. Secondly, all the weak Strange Talks in the whole city can move and fight freely, and their strength will not change. This is both an opportunity and a danger for national fortune bearers. Perhaps even when they are sleeping, they could encounter danger. At this time, if there are no Strange Talks to protect them, they wouldn't even know when they would die. Lastly, if a country's team is left with only national fortune bearers, they can actually activate temporary talents. And if there are remaining fakes, these fakes will restore their original forms. What does it mean by original forms? Could it be that these fakes are not human? Earlier, Sun Kai had suspected that there was something wrong with the fakes, and it seems now that they truly are a problem. This time's enemies might even include these fakes. Feng Xiao was also stunned by so much information, and it took him a while to look at Sun Kai. Brother Sun, why do I feel that this Strange Talk world is so complicated this time? Don't mention you, I feel the same. Sun Kai rubbed his brow. The complexity of this Strange Talk world is much higher than the previous ones. Not to mention the chaotic mode of the 7 nations' national fortune bearers, now even Strange Talks are getting involved. No wonder there are only 3 successful records documented, all the others failed. It's as if each time the Strange Talk world uses this special mode to wear down those successful national fortune bearers. Even Sun Kai himself doesn't dare to guarantee that he can pass smoothly. Speaking of which, it seems like it's been a while since he's seen the prompts. On the first day without prompts, he missed them. Now that the weak Strange Talks can move everywhere, the place they live is no longer safe, so they must gather all the Strange Talks together. Old Lick Dog, Delivery Boy, Wife Killer, and Bar Dancer. These 4 Strange Talks were all gathered with Sun Kai. Among the 4, only the Bar Dancer's outer appearance is somewhat decent, and under Sun Kai's command, the Bar Dancer, as a representative, wore a dress that was somewhat normal. It seems that due to the unlocking of all weak Strange Talks, the Delivery Boy no longer needs to order takeout to appear. Old Lick Dog even got to see his beloved goddess because of this unlock, and he was ridiculously happy. Chapter 139, Treating Teacher Lee to a Meal. Unfortunately, his goddess did not become a Strange Talk but rather an accessory of his Strange Talk, merely having an appearance, without any awareness. But Old Lick Dog doesn't seem to care about that, as he happily spends time with his goddess every day. Looking at the 4 Strange Talks in front of him, Sun Kai said, "From now on, you 4 will protect us closely, don't let any Strange Talk enter here." Yes. The 4 Strange Talks nodded simultaneously. After being subdued, they bear the brand of fear and will not easily betray. With the protection of 4 Strange Talks, Sun Kai and the others finally felt a bit of security, but it still wasn't enough. Brother Sun, what should we do next? Should we continue to subdue Strange Talks, or should we find a way to take action against other national fortune bearers? Feng Xiao had already noticed that this strange tale world was very unusual, either adding new rules or changing the patterns. It was as if they wouldn't stop until they finished them off. Sun Kai was also thinking that if he subdued the strange tales, encountering a powerful one would force him to summon Wu Qian. But he only had 2 summoning chances left. What would happen once those were used up? If he attacked the National Fate Bearer, it would be even more difficult, as the National Fate Bearer would definitely continue to hide their identity, not exposing themselves. In other words, without knowing the identity and location of the National Fate Bearer, they could not make a precise strike at all. We need a strange tale that can find other National Fate Bearers, but such a strange tale, we cannot lock onto. Sun Kai frowned. Such a strange tale was truly like looking for a needle in a haystack, and there was no way they could try their luck one by one. Yeah, if only there really was such a strange tale, we could go to them one by one and would eventually take them down. Feng Xiao sighed. He also wanted such a strange tale, but how could it be that easy to find? After thinking for a while, Sun Kai came up with an idea. Sometimes, we need to think from a different angle. Since we don't know where such strange tales are, why not find someone who might know? Feng Xiao scratched his head. Is there such a person? There may not be such a person, but how about the strange tales? The first person that came to Sun Kai's mind was Teacher Li. She must be a powerful strange tale. Even though he didn't know why she was so kind to him and saved him time and again, it meant he had a chance to ask her. If she really knew where such strange tales were, then this strange tale world could be declared over in advance. But to find Teacher Li, he had to go to school, yet his last experience made him realize that this school was simply a den for strange tales. If he went over again, he doubted he could make it out alive. Last time I didn't know the school's rules, I had to leave only after school. This time, I plan to go in 10 minutes before school ends, and I don't believe this won't work. With this thought, Sun Kai discussed a few things with Feng Xiao and took the killer with him to school. Now, there were strange tales everywhere outside, and he wasn't at ease without a strange tale bodyguard. Fortunately, this time, he encountered no strange tales on his way, arriving safely at the school gate. He didn't rush in but kept an eye on the time. With 10 minutes before school ended, he decisively walked over and swiped his face. Since he hadn't resigned and was the only male teacher in the girls' school, he easily entered the school. Looking at the laughter and joy of these students, who could have imagined this place was actually a nest of strange tales? Sun Kai still remembered the route to the classroom office from last time. He went straight to the office, where the female teachers saw him return and excitedly rushed over. Mr. Sun, have you recovered from your illness? Mr. Sun, do you have time tonight? Let's go out to eat. Mr. Sun, my stockings got caught, could you buy me a new pair, and I'll transfer you the money? These female teachers were very open, surrounding Sun Kai and giving him a full taste of what it meant to be surrounded by the scent of flowers. Ahem, I want to ask, where is Teacher Li? Sun Kai was a bit overwhelmed and quickly asked. But what he didn't expect was, as soon as he said this, the female teachers showed strange expressions. You're looking for Teacher Li? She is still in class, she should be back soon. Oh, okay, then I will wait for her here. Sun Kai hurriedly ran to his desk, waiting for Teacher Li to finish class and return. This time he didn't go online, instead paying attention to the situation around him. To avoid another incident like last time. Fortunately, after 10 minutes, nothing unusual appeared, and those female teachers began to pack up their things to go home. At this moment, Sun Kai saw Teacher Li walking in. Teacher Li! Sun Kai stood up and waved, calling out. The moment Teacher Li saw Sun Kai, a radiant smile appeared on her face, but the other female teachers showed terrifying expressions when they saw her smile. They did not dare to say a word and hurriedly left. Soon, only Sun Kai and Teacher Li were left. Teacher Sun, has your health recovered? Are you ready to come back to class? Teacher Li was very enthusiastic, pouring him a cup of tea, and sitting beside him. My health hasn't recovered yet. I came this time just to invite Teacher Li to dinner, I don't know. This was Sun Kai's first time inviting someone to dinner, and he felt a bit shy. He wasn't sure if Teacher Li would agree. After all, he always felt like he wouldn't be able to leave this creepy place if he discussed things here. Outside, even if the two had a fallout, he was confident he could escape. But to his surprise, before he finished speaking, Teacher Li eagerly said, no problem. Seeing Sun Kai's slightly dazed expression, Teacher Li lightly cleared her throat. I have no other plans tonight, I have time to go. That's good, shall we set off now? Wait for me to get ready, it'll be quick. After Sun Kai and Teacher Li agreed, he quickly ran out of the school grounds, only relaxing after he left the school. He was genuinely worried that another creepy student would appear in the school, that would be troublesome. Not long after, Teacher Li's voice came, sorry to keep you waiting. It's okay, I didn't wait long. To be honest, if Teacher Li weren't a creepy figure, just based on her appearance, she could be the dream lover of many people. The two took a taxi to the restaurant, while the wife killer kept following behind them. Teacher Li accidentally glanced back, and at that moment, the killer felt a suffocating sense of death coming at him, and he suddenly froze. Sun Kai didn't know that his bodyguard had actually lost track of him. Chapter 140, I'm such a big creep. Since it was an invitation to dinner, Sun Kai naturally chose a rather upscale restaurant. It is said that a meal here starts at 4 digits. Anyway, the money in this world cannot be taken away, so Sun Kai didn't feel bad about spending it at all. Teacher Lee, what do you think of this place? Teacher Lee looked around and smiled. It's great here, the environment is good, and there's someone playing the piano. To be honest, it was Sun Kai's first time coming to such a high-end place himself. I'm glad you like it, otherwise, I'd worry I chose the wrong place. No, whatever place Teacher Sun chooses, I like. This statement left Sun Kai unsure how to respond. He found that Teacher Lee was indeed overly nice to him. It felt like a simp? Hiss. Sun Kai inhaled sharply and quickly shook his head. How did this unrealistic thought come up? The other party was a creep, at least at the level of a minor creep. How could she possibly be his simp? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Next was some awkward small talk. Anyway, Sun Kai didn't know how to continue talking. But no matter what he said, Teacher Lee always managed to praise him with different words, making Sun Kai feel speechless. At this point, the waiter came to serve the dishes, and just as Sun Kai was about to pick up his chopsticks, Teacher Lee suddenly stopped him. Teacher Sun, wait a moment. What's wrong? Sun Kai was a bit puzzled. I want to go to the toilet, can you wait for me to eat together? Of course, no problem, I'll wait for you to come back. Sun Kai immediately put down his chopsticks. After all, he was treating someone to a meal, he wasn't foolish enough to eat first himself. Teacher Lee smiled apologetically and walked out. But in a place where Sun Kai couldn't see, her expression instantly darkened. Unknowing ghost stories, how dare you disturb the good thing between me and Teacher Sun? Suddenly, a mass of black appeared around her, floating in the air, and then it vanished in a flash. Then, the waiter who had just served the dishes suddenly clutched his heart and fell to the ground. Strangely, not a single person around seemed to notice his presence. Do not kill me. The ghost story couldn't hold on for 3 seconds and directly lost its reaction. Then, the figure of the ghost story disappeared. Unbeknownst to Sun Kai, a ghost story had just died nearby. A few minutes later, Teacher Lee returned. Sorry, Teacher Sun, for keeping you waiting. It's okay, let's eat. But just as Sun Kai continued to eat, Teacher Lee's voice rang out again. Teacher Sun, I'm sorry, I need to go to the bathroom again. Sun Kai was totally confused. Do ghost stories also have frequent urination? But since Teacher Lee had spoken, he couldn't refuse, right? It's fine, you go ahead, I'll wait for you. Teacher Lee quickly left her seat, hiding in the corner, her face filled with anger. Once again, another ghost story has come, you all should die. Soon after, a ghost story that had just entered without doing anything mysteriously died. Next, Sun Kai witnessed the terror of Teacher Lee. Of course, this referred to the number of times she went to the bathroom. In just 20 minutes of mealtime, she went to the bathroom 8 times, leaving Sun Kai in silent amazement. Amazing! After finally finishing the meal, Sun Kai felt he needed to take the initiative, otherwise, it seemed the other party wouldn't reveal their ghost story identity unless he spoke up. Teacher Lee, I want to. But before Sun Kai could finish, Teacher Lee stood up again, her expression suddenly turning very ugly. Teacher Sun, trouble is coming, stay here, I will definitely protect you. After saying something inexplicable, Teacher Lee quickly left the place. Sun Kai was filled with questions. What was going on with Teacher Lee? What trouble was coming? As he pondered this, he saw a red arrow appear in front of him, with a number that was continuously decreasing. Behind the number, there were also some words. Little ghost story approaching. Little ghost story? How could a little ghost story come here? Sun Kai was greatly surprised. If he encountered a weaker ghost story, he still had a chance to deal with it. However, for a little ghost story, he could only summon Wu Qian, but he only had 2 summoning chances left, so he couldn't waste them. At this moment, the best thing to do was to leave quickly. Thinking of this, Sun Kai stood up, ready to run. But when he reached downstairs and saw Teacher Lee's figure, he shouted directly, Teacher Lee, shall we leave together? Teacher Lee said nothing, but a woman in a red dress in front of her suddenly smiled. I never expected you to cross borders and actually have a meal with a man? What a surprise, Li Xian Xian. Teacher Lee's face was very cold, and her words were filled with chill, as if she were a different person from before. Let him go, this matter has nothing to do with him. That's not interesting. If it has nothing to do with him, why did you come to my territory to have a meal with him? Teacher Lee's long hair moved without wind, and an astonishing pressure enveloped her. You really won't leave? Are you sure you want to offend me? If the principal finds out about this, what do you think your fate will be? A few words from Teacher Lee froze the other person's expression. After a long while, the other person let out a cold snort. This time, I'll let you go for the principal's sake. If you dare to casually enter my territory again, I won't let you off. This woman glanced coldly at Sun Kai not far away, then swayed her waist and walked away. Once the woman left, Teacher Lee returned to her original demeanor, looking at Sun Kai with a hint of apology on her face. Teacher Sun, I'm really sorry to involve you in this matter. Teacher Lee, it's fine, but that person just now, who is she? Sun Kai thought Teacher Lee wouldn't tell him, but she surprisingly said, Teacher Sun, you should know something, right? Sun Kai was shocked. Could it be that Teacher Lee had already discovered? She continued, I know you must be aware, after all, they've started running around, and the city is so small, how could you not have encountered them? At this point, if Sun Kai pretended to be clueless, it would only make him look like he thought Teacher Lee was a fool. He scratched his head and said, Teacher Lee, you must be talking about the strange tales, right? I have indeed encountered them. Not just encountered, he actually had 4 strange tales at home. No, wait, 3, one strange tale had been following him closely, acting as his secret bodyguard. Wait a minute, bodyguard? Sun Kai turned around and looked around. At that moment, he finally noticed something. Where did the wife-killing madman go? Where is my enormous strange tale? Chapter 141, Forever Together. Actually, I'm not just talking about the strange tales, I'm a strange tale. When Teacher Lee said this, Sun Kai looked completely dumbfounded. How could she actively reveal her identity? You are a strange tale? Teacher Lee nodded and then did one thing to prove her identity. Her head completed a full 360-degree turn, and she was completely fine. Human necks, let alone 360 degrees, even 180 degrees would be impossible. Unless they were dead. Teacher Lee quickly turned back and looked at Sun Kai with some concern, as if worried that her actions would frighten him. Teacher Sun, you don't have to be afraid, I won't hurt you. Seeming to feel that this wasn't convincing enough, she actively said, every strange tale has a weakness, I can tell you my weakness. Now it was Sun Kai's turn to be confused. Teacher Lee, why are you so nice to me? I'm human, and you are a strange tale. Aren't strange tales supposed to eat people? This was something Sun Kai could never understand. He recalled that Teacher Lee seemed to have saved him twice. The first time was when classmate Zhou Lily tried to attack him at school. The second time was when he and Feng Xiao were chased by a strange tale. Meeting Sun Kai's gaze, Teacher Lee's face turned a bit red. Because I want you to be with me forever. Sun Kai immediately gasped, what kind of hellish joke was this? You are a strange tale, if I am with you forever, wouldn't that mean death? Only by dying could one possibly become a strange tale. But wait, being a strange tale isn't something one can just decide to become. Teacher Lee, I'm not saying that even if I died, I might not become a strange tale, right? Other people certainly can't, but you can. To become a strange tale, you must meet a few criteria. First, the other person must have a complete story, no matter what the story is. However, the more bizarre the story, the stronger the strange tale will be after it is formed. Second, it must have a certain level of fame, that is to say, your story must be known by a certain number of people. They just need to have heard of the story, with a minimum of 100 people. And the third point, which is the most important, is that to become a strange tale, one must leverage the power above the level of a minor strange tale. The first 2 points Sun Kai had already suspected, but the third point, he had no idea about. It turned out that the birth of strange tales was not so simple. Power above the level of a minor strange tale, this was something they simply couldn't attain. Creating strange tales seems simple, but in reality, there are huge pitfalls within. I am the little strange tale. Gaining my power, you can qualify to become a strange tale. So, will you accompany me? Teacher Lee extended a hand, his eyes full of hope, but... Teacher Lee, I'm sorry. Sun Kai shook his head in regret. He was the luck bearer of the Summer Nation. How could he follow a strange tale and stay here forever? Not to mention he wouldn't agree, the entire population of the Summer Nation would not agree either. Seeing Sun Kai refuse, a hint of sorrow flashed in Teacher Lee's eyes. Since you are unwilling, I won't force you. Then, when you come to school next time, I will use my means to make you my lifelong companion. Sun Kai thought, at worst, I just won't go to school in the future. But Teacher Lee seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. Teacher Sun, are you thinking that you can just not come back to school in the future? Sun Kai didn't speak but meant just that. You think well, but you have already left a position in the school. As long as your position remains, you can never leave the school. Only by truly resigning can you leave the school, so sooner or later, you will come back, and I will wait for you then. After speaking, Teacher Lee left, and Sun Kai did not achieve his goal, but he realized other things. He then realized that the strange tale world had left a big pit for them from the very beginning. If each of them does not resign, there will be big problems existing with their jobs. If that's the case, does it mean that if they don't resign, they may not even be able to return to the real world? This is too much of a pitfall. Carrying an inexplicable emotion, Sun Kai returned to his place and found that the wife-killing madman had actually come back. Brother Sun, are you okay? I called you many times, but I couldn't get through. I was so worried. Seeing Sun Kai return unscathed, Feng Xiao hurriedly said. Sun Kai looked, and sure enough, there were many missed calls on his phone, but he remembered clearly that he hadn't heard a single call on the way. Was it Teacher Li who did this? As for the wife-killing madman, he didn't even need to ask to know this was also Teacher Li's doing. He really didn't know what Teacher Li saw in him, wanting him to become a strange tale and accompany her. It was simply unimaginable. I'm fine, although tonight's goal wasn't achieved, I did learn some other things. Sun Kai told Feng Xiao about his experiences, and Feng Xiao was dumbfounded. He knew Brother Sun was very popular, but even a strange tale was enamored with Brother Sun. This was something he could never imagine. Oh no, I haven't resigned from my position either. What should I do? Feng Xiao then remembered that he had come with Sun Kai bringing Wu Qian, which is how he successfully got away. He hadn't resigned at all. Not just him, Sun Kai was the same, even Zhao Dakuan, who was still alive before, hadn't truly resigned either. However, Zhao Dakuan was already dead, so there was no need to worry about that. While the two were talking, messages appeared in their minds like a flood. The luck bearer of the Sunless Nation, Nais, has died. The luck bearer of the Sunless Nation. It appeared 5 times in a row, indicating that the Sunless Nation only had one luck bearer left. Then, is the remaining luck bearer real or a fake? Soon, the strange tale world gave them the answer. Detected that the Sunless Nation has only one luck bearer left, activating temporary talent. This way, everyone knew that the person who survived in the Sunless Nation was real and not a fake. People from other countries didn't know that in the live broadcast room of the Sunless Nation, the entire population of the Sunless Nation was dazed. Because the culprit behind the deaths of these 5 luck bearers was none other than their country's most popular Prince Charles. It was he who gathered these 5 people together and directly killed them. However, what puzzled Charles was that the 5 dead had no issues at all. The imposter he wanted to find was nowhere to be seen. What is going on here? Chapter 142, Token. Not everyone has such courage to directly design a trap and kill their own 5 teammates. In Charles's eyes, the luck bearer of the Sunless Country was enough with just him, the others were simply a burden. At the same time, he also knew from previous information that every team had an imposter, and he was worried about being backstabbed by the imposter. So he acted decisively, solving everyone first. This way, no matter how the imposter disguised themselves, it would be useless. But the results surprised him. Even in death, he could not see who among the 5 was the imposter. Forget it, anyway, they are all dead. Even if the imposter mixed in, it doesn't matter. This time, the final winner must be me. Looking at the temporary talent he had just obtained, Charles let out a boastful laugh. The luck bearers of other countries had no idea how crazy Charles was for directly killing his own teammates. It seemed that killing teammates brought no luck points as a reward. So far, only 2 people had obtained luck points, Sun Kai and Chu Xiao. That's right, after Chu Xiao used the rules to eliminate 6 luck bearers, he also gained 6 luck points. Through analysis, he quickly realized that this thing should only belong to Sun Kai. So he secretly asked Sun Kai, but Sun Kai also didn't know the purpose of luck points and could only set it aside for now. It seemed that the situation in the Sunless Country made people from other countries start to feel a crisis. Everyone desperately hid themselves and would never do anything out of line. Sun Kai, for now, had no good way, he could only continue to stay here. However, Sun Kai did not expect that on the 5th day after they arrived in this world, Teacher Li suddenly came to his residence. To be honest, her arrival startled Sun Kai, and he almost summoned Wu Qian. The 4 monster tails trembled upon seeing Teacher Li. The weakness was due to the gap between monster tails and minor monster tails being greater than expected. The 4 of them together might not even be a match for Teacher Li. Why have you come? Can't you resist wanting to attack me so quickly? Sun Kai's back was drenched in cold sweat. He had prepared to summon Wu Qian. Teacher Li shook her head and pulled out a piece of cake. Today is your birthday, I came to congratulate you. Anyway, you will go to the school sooner or later, I will wait for you there. Sun Kai was dumbfounded at that moment. To be honest, if she weren't a monster tail, any man would be touched by her actions. Feng Xiao glanced at Sun Kai with a strange gaze. When could he ask Brother Sun to teach him some skills for flirting? Others only flirted with girls, but Brother Sun had already started flirting with monster tails. This was completely on another level. Seeing that Sun Kai was silent, Teacher Li tilted her head. Aren't you going to invite me in? Come in then. Sun Kai had no choice. Since she said so, he could only let her in. Teacher Li was a minor monster tail. If she really acted, Sun Kai felt that his 4 monster tails might not be her match. After Teacher Li came in, she merely glanced at the 4 monster tails in the corner and pretended not to see them. She really started helping Sun Kai celebrate his birthday, only Sun Kai knew that today wasn't his real birthday. It was the birthday assigned to him by the monster tail world. Happy birthday to you. The cheerful happy birthday song rang out, and Sun Kai's lips barely managed to pull a smile. Being treated like this by a monster tail was a first in his life. Especially this ghost story, it has its eyes on his body, making him turn into a ghost to accompany her for a lifetime. How could this be possible? Until the song finished, and after eating the cake, Teacher Lee showed no signs of leaving. She can't really want to spend the night here, right? A little ghost sleeping next to me, who dares to sleep? Teacher Lee was always trying to talk to Sun Kai, while Sun Kai could only barely respond. As for Feng Xiao next to them, Teacher Lee completely ignored him. At that moment, it seemed there was some noise outside the door. Feng Xiao waved his hand, and the four ghosts immediately rushed out. It was obvious that a weak ghost had come running in from outside. This kind of situation had already happened several times in the past few days. Since the ghost release, many weak ghosts have been running around, and they can be encountered anytime and anywhere. The population of the city is rapidly decreasing. After all, weak ghosts used to be restricted and couldn't easily leave their habitat. Now that the restrictions were lifted, they were like wild horses running amok. Teacher Sun, you must have been bothered here all the time. Why not come to my place? I can guarantee you won't be disturbed by any ghosts. This time, Sun Kai did not directly refuse but contemplated the feasibility of this approach. Although Teacher Lee was interested in his body, she did not use strong tactics, simply suggesting to have a final word the next time he went to school. Before that, Teacher Lee probably wouldn't take any action. Moreover, as a little ghost, she could completely suppress weak ghosts, which made them usually not need to be so tense. Sure. Really? Then let's hurry and finish eating and go. I'll help you find a place to stay. Teacher Lee was extremely happy and immediately went to contact a new residence. When Teacher Lee walked aside to make a phone call, Feng Xiao quietly asked, "Brother Sun, is this okay?" "No problem, just right, we can ask her if there are any ghosts that can lock onto people's locations." Sun Kai had not forgotten this matter, it was just that the previous occasion wasn't suitable for asking. After Teacher Lee found a good place for them to stay, Sun Kai decisively asked, "Teacher Lee, do you know of any ghosts that can lock onto someone's location?" "Let me think. There seems to be one such ghost, but it isn't within my territory. If I go to another's territory, it will alert the little ghosts there." "Really? As long as you tell me the location, I can go on my own. Going on your own isn't safe. How about this, I'll give you something that represents my identity. If the other party's little ghost appears, they might give me some face. Of course, if it doesn't give me face, just say you are the principal's person. It definitely wouldn't dare to offend the principal." Sun Kai recalled the old grandmother he had seen before, a ghost so adored by Teacher Lee, which indicated the other's impressive identity. The city's most powerful ruler, the big ghost. At this moment, Sun Kai realized how fortunate it was for him to survive leaving school. That turned out to be the nest of a big ghost. Saying this, Teacher Lee directly took off a hairpin from her head and handed it to him. "This is my token, it has a part of my power on it. You can only take it out when a little ghost appears, otherwise, it would be a waste." Sun Kai just nodded, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw some handwriting on the hairpin. Rules. Chapter 143, The Second Blood Red Night. Only those who quit their jobs can return to the real world. On a blood red night, ghosts above the level of little ghosts will become weak. There were actually two rules. The first he already knew, if he didn't quit his job, he couldn't go back. The rule in front of him only confirmed this point. But the second rule caught Sun Kai by surprise. In the previous world of horror stories, wasn't it said that during the blood red night, all the monsters would become stronger? Why does the rule here say that monsters of small size and above will become weaker? Could this be a false rule? Sun Kai had long known about the truth of false rules. Sometimes, judging the truth of a rule isn't difficult at all, you just need to try it out. For others, this attempt might cost them their lives, but for Sun Kai, he doesn't need to pay any price. It's simple, there's a small monster right in front of him. "Teacher Lee, there's something I want to ask you." "You can ask. Did you feel anything uncomfortable during the blood red night a few days ago?" If it were another monster, it would definitely come at Sun Kai with a big fight. But Teacher Lee answered without hesitation, "At first, I felt my power had increased a lot, but by the second half of the night, my power decreased significantly, even dropping to the level of a weak monster." Sun Kai understood then, this rule wasn't entirely false, some parts were true. In other words, small monsters do indeed become weaker, but only in the second half of the night. If someone really believed in this rule and tried to capture a small monster right when the blood red night appeared, that would be certainly seeking death. But since he knew this, he could take decisive action against small monsters during the blood red night and capture them. If he had more than 2 small monsters, he would have enough confidence to quit school. If he didn't quit, he couldn't ultimately leave this world of monsters. Not just him, everyone else is the same. After Teacher Lee left, Sun Kai said to Feng Xiao, "When the next blood red night comes, we will go capture small monsters." "Ha? Isn't that too big of a jump?" Feng Xiao was a bit worried, he had just seen clearly that 4 monsters didn't even dare to approach Teacher Lee for a fight. The gap between both sides was too vast. If they really wanted to capture small monsters, the danger was very high. It's not that big. Now the two imposters from Cherry Country and Pickled Vegetable Country don't know what the situation is, and there's a high probability they are monsters. On the Sun Never Sets countryside, the last survivors were people, and they even obtained temporary abilities. Although we don't know what the abilities are, it certainly isn't good for us. The situations in these three countries are clear, but there are still three other countries where we don't know what's going on. We must gain enough power. Hearing Sun Kai's explanation, Feng Xiao nodded. He realized that the current situation was very unfriendly to them. Originally, they held 4 monsters, which should be the largest number. But with the sudden changes in these three countries, the current situation was also a bit different. Every nation's destiny holder was taking action, especially the teams from the 3 punished countries. Pickled Vegetable Country's punishment was to cohabit with monsters for 3 days, but now only 1 imposter was left, and they hadn't had any conflict as both sides stayed out of each other's way. As for Cherry Country's punishment, they had to kill 3 destiny holders to avoid losing 3 body parts. Even monsters don't want to lose their limbs, so this imposter was actively searching for the whereabouts of the destiny holders. As a monster, it had many means, and it really managed to kill 3 destiny holders before the second Blood Red Night arrived. The situation for Durian Country's destiny holders was much worse. Their punishment was to quit their jobs, but quitting wasn't so simple. When facing monsters, they had to. Most of them died, and the few who survived were discovered by the fakes from Cherry Blossom Nation, ultimately being killed. It can be said that Durian Nation is a tragedy. By the way, since the last 2 people died at the same time, and the fake was among them, they couldn't even use their strength and were eliminated. As a result, Durian Nation became the first country to be completely eliminated. In reality, Durian Nation had several Strange Tale cities appear, where some people were inexplicably sent and lived daily, closely interacting with strange tales. This matter quickly reached Xia Changqing's ears, and he frowned slightly. I didn't expect that this time the Strange Tale world would arrive not after the Strange Tale world ended. It will descend as soon as all the national fortune bearers of a country die? This situation had not appeared in the data, however. The previous temporary rules had already left him speechless, and with more unexpected occurrences popping up, he was not surprised. He felt that this Strange Tale world seemed to be very different from the past. Has it been analyzed why the Teacher Li is so fond of Mr. Sun? Xia Changqing looked at those elites. Since Teacher Li helped Sun Kai several times, he had noticed and immediately had people analyze the matter with full effort. After all, this was related to Sun Kai's life. He naturally cared. Team leader, after analysis by our multiple psychological experts, there is more than a 70% probability that Teacher Li has genuinely fallen for Mr. Sunday. Question mark. A question mark popped up above Xia Changqing's head. I had you analyze, and this is the result? Team leader, it's true. According to the psychological experts' analysis, to become a strange tale, there is a brutal experience behind it. To become a minor strange tale, this experience is even more brutal, meaning that Teacher Li's experience makes her somewhat obsessive. Once she likes someone, she will do so without hesitation. Of course, the experts also said that there's a 30% chance that Teacher Li might know some information about the Strange Tale world and national fortune bearers, and she might have other plans. What exactly it is, we are not clear. Xia Changqing nodded. No matter what Teacher Li's intentions towards Sun Kai were, they couldn't let her turn Sun Kai into a strange tale. Continue the analysis. I want to know the possible weaknesses of this Teacher Li. A few short days passed, and the second blood night descended. The round moon hung high in the sky, casting an uncomfortable blood-red light, while Sun Kai and Feng Xiao walked along the road with 4 strange tales. Chapter 144, Long-Awaited Reminder. Brother Sun, wasn't it said that minor strange tales only weaken their power in the later half of the night? Isn't it dangerous to go out now? Feng Xiao learned 2 things from Brother Sunday. One is caution, and the other is recklessness. Sometimes, Brother Sun was very cautious, more so than him. But at other times, Brother Sun was quite reckless, which often left him puzzled. What kind of person is Brother Sun really? I calculated the time. If we set out now and wait a few hours, we should be able to reach our destination soon. That will be the time for us to take action. Even during Blood Night, minor strange tales would not move casually. This could be seen from the incident where Teacher Li was targeted by another minor strange tale. The only ones that could run around were the weak minor strange tales. After 3 days, some low-power weak minor strange tales had already been swallowed, and now those brave enough to wander outside were considered relatively strong among the weak minor strange tales. But Sun Kai had 4 strange tales, and strange tales mostly existed alone, with no teamwork occurring. In this situation, Sun Kai had nothing to worry about. Indeed, they traveled to their destination without encountering any ghost stories along the way. Even if they met a wandering ghost, upon seeing there were 4 ghosts here, it immediately fled. Ghosts are not fools, they also have their own intelligence. This time, it wasn't just Sun Kai taking action. Chu Xiao and Xiaolan from the 2 groups were also in motion. Their target was not small ghosts, but weak only because of the ghosts. Sun Kai had quite a few ghosts on his side, but they still had too few ghosts in hand. Sun Kai advised them to act within their capabilities and not to endanger themselves while capturing ghosts. If they had the courage, they could also try to capture small ghosts. After spending some time, they arrived at their destination, the place where Sun Kai previously had a meal with Teacher Lee. Indeed, his target was that female ghost who targeted Teacher Lee. No matter what, Teacher Lee had helped him several times, and Sun Kai is a person who knows how to repay kindness and settle scores. Since this female ghost targeted Teacher Lee, he certainly would not let her go. However, he was unsure of where the female ghost was, only knowing that this was her territory. Unless small ghosts appeared, the female ghost would not come out casually. Let's first find a ghost and ask about the specific location of the female ghost. Sun Kai directly ordered the 4 ghosts to act and search for ghosts around them. Within 10 minutes, they caught a ghost. "You, how dare you help a human deal with me, you'll have a bad end." This ghost was furious, it never thought it would be caught by other ghosts and presented to a human one day. It was simply a disgrace to ghosts. "Calm down first, tell me where the small ghosts in this area are," Sun Kai asked. "Bah! Even if I'm swallowed by a ghost and my consciousness dissipates, I won't tell you a word." The ghost was quite tough, it was clear that it was an honest ghost. "Bar dancer, it's your turn." Facing this kind of ghost, words were useless, practical action was needed. The bar dancer stuck her long tongue out and licked her lips, then led the ghost into a small alley. Not long after, inappropriate sounds came from inside. The bar dancer walked out with a satisfied expression, dragging the ghost with one hand, and the ghost looked as if its body had been hollowed out. The small ghost is not far from this direction, inside an old house. The other side is a ghost, very strong. A ghost? Isn't that just a spirit? Facing a fully intact small ghost, Sun Kai certainly wouldn't take risks, but he was not afraid of a small ghost weakened to just the level of a weak ghost. After all, he had 4 ghosts by his side. 4 against 1, it's a sure win. Following the direction pointed by the bar dancer, they walked inside. However, as they walked, they felt the surrounding light dimming, and a chilling feeling suddenly appeared. "We haven't even arrived yet, and the environment has already changed, no wonder it's a small ghost," Feng Xiao whispered. Zhu Xiao had suspected before that ghosts could influence the surrounding environment. This fact was confirmed, and he shared this news with Sun Kai and the others. "This is still under the condition that their strength has been weakened. If in good condition, we probably wouldn't have made it in." They continued walking deeper. The blood moon in the sky seemed unclear, and an old house that looked like it had been around for dozens or hundreds of years appeared before them. This was a large courtyard, with a layer of crumbling walls on the outside, and a rusty iron gate creaking. In this dark and silent environment, it brought a hint of eeriness. Next to the gate, there was a big tree. The tree looked half dead, its surface bark seeming to have countless human faces intertwined in sorrow. On the tree branches, there were scattered leaves, occasionally one would fall down. Anyone who isn't blind could see that the old house in front of them definitely had problems. "Brother Sun, in such a big city, how can there be such an old house? It's clearly not right." Feng Xiao shrunk his head, looking around. If it were just him, he would never have come here, even if it meant death. It seems this little eerie tale is not simple, it actually has its own world. Sun Kai sighed, feeling as if he had entered the twisted world created by Wu Qian back then. When he turned around to look, the way they had come in had indeed disappeared, meaning they had no way to retreat. Just as Sun Kai was preparing to take them into the big iron gate, a line of words suddenly appeared above the gate. "Are you sure you want to bring 4 eerie tales inside? This delivery must receive a 5-star review." Sun Kai was stunned, this was a prompt that hadn't appeared for a long time. The key point was, this content suggested that he better not bring the 4 eerie tales inside? Why was that? And how did the latter part relate to delivery? After thinking for a while, Sun Kai thought of a possibility. Could it be that the 4 eerie tales would be swallowed by the other side? He remembered how the 4 eerie tales had trembled when Teacher Lee had entered the house. If they really fought with the little eerie tale, they might just be the delivery themselves. Of course, this delivery referred to themselves. Sun Kai was somewhat scared. If the prompt hadn't suddenly appeared, and he had really brought the 4 eerie tales in to deliver them to the little eerie tale, allowing the little eerie tale to regain some strength, he would have dug his own grave. Sure enough, he had underestimated the little eerie tale. Now there was only one way, to find the little eerie tale's weakness. Chapter 145, Don't Talk to Strangers. "Feng Xiao, you and the 4 of them stay here, I'll go in alone." Feng Xiao was taken aback and quickly asked, "Brother Sun, why? Didn't we agree to go in together? My intuition tells me that if I bring those 4 inside, terrible things will happen." Feng Xiao's face changed. He trusted Brother Sun's intuition greatly. After all, Brother Sun had relied on his instincts to conquer 3 eerie tale worlds. "Then what about me? I can also go in, Brother Sun. I am also a bearer of the luck of Xia Kingdom. The pressure of Xia cannot all fall on you alone." Sun Kai looked at him seriously. "Going in might be deadly, I might not even be able to protect you." Feng Xiao smiled casually. isn't it just death? I've been prepared for it long ago. I understand, then we'll go in together, don't forget what we agreed upon before. As he spoke, Sun Kai's right hand went into his pocket. Feng Xiao immediately understood that this was the action they had agreed upon to determine if the other was the real one. He did not say it out loud, fearing that the eerie tale might hear. Leaving the 4 eerie tales outside, Sun Kai and Feng Xiao walked inside. As soon as they entered, the two felt a flash in front of their eyes, appearing in another place. No, to be precise, they were indeed inside a large courtyard, but the house before them was not the old, dilapidated house they had seen earlier, but rather one that looked fairly new. Not only this house, but there were also other houses around and people. That's right, people. At least to them, these all seemed to be humans, except their clothes looked like the old-fashioned clothes from decades ago. Brother Sun, weren't we just in that dark courtyard? How did we end up here? I don't know, but this might be part of the process to tame the little eerie tale. We need to find the little eerie tale's weakness here. When dealing with ghost stories, separating actions is the most foolish behavior. A moment's carelessness means sending one's head to the grave. The two walked together, preparing to ask for some news here. Then, they locked onto a target, a little boy playing with pebbles by the roadside. Little friend, can you tell uncle what this place is? Feng Xiao squatted down, showing what he thought was his kindest smile. As a result, the little boy glanced at him and pouted. Mom said not to talk to strangers. Feng Xiao's mouth twitched. The boy was not wrong, but could he not say that in front of me? Look, we have already chatted, that doesn't count as strangers, right? The little boy was momentarily confused by Feng Xiao's words and finally said, yeah, we've talked, we're not strangers anymore. Seeing Feng Xiao persuading a little boy, Sun Kai revealed a smile. Not long afterward, Feng Xiao easily learned from the little boy what this place was. This was a big courtyard, and the residents were mostly relatives of workers, with many workers being minors. No wonder we haven't seen any adult men all the way here. Sun Kai was somewhat surprised. Sun Kai's target was the little ghost story, and he had seen what the little ghost story looked like. It was very enchanting. Little guy, do you know where the prettiest sister in this place lives? Once he mentioned this, the little boy became excited. Our courtyard's prettiest sister lives in that house. Following the direction the little boy pointed, they saw a brand new 3-story building. It seems that house is the key, should we go in? Feng Xiao asked quietly. Let's gather some more information, we will go in after an hour. One whole night had nearly 10 hours, while the latter part of the night had at least 5 hours. Spending an hour gathering information was a necessary process. Feng Xiao nodded, just about to say something when he heard a sharp voice behind him. What are you two sneaking around for? Are you human traffickers? Hearing the words human traffickers, people around immediately rushed out, each holding various weapons. There were stools, washboards, and even a woman pulling out her ancestral hammer. In just a few seconds, a circle of people surrounded them, all women and elderly men. Facing the fierce gazes of these people, Sun Kai swallowed hard. If he wanted to break out, he could only use the hero card, but wasting the hero card for the last opportunity here would truly be a waste. Sisters, we are not human traffickers, have you ever seen such handsome human traffickers like us? It must be said, sometimes being good-looking really has its advantages, and both Sun Kai and Feng Xiao were quite good-looking. Sure enough, when they saw how decent the two looked, some people put down their weapons. They had encountered human traffickers before, who were all not only ugly but also rather lewd. If you're not human traffickers, why are you wandering around our courtyard? A woman shouted. Actually, we came to find relatives, we just know she roughly lives here, but we don't know the specific information. Oh right, we just know she is very beautiful. If this were in modern times, no one would believe it. But in this era, the people were simple-hearted, and trust between people was quite high. As long as they weren't human traffickers or something, they would generally help willingly. Upon hearing Sun Kai say this, someone immediately replied, isn't the Hu family's girl the biggest beauty in our courtyard? Maybe they're looking for her. Yeah, that must be it, it's just that it seems the Hu family's girl went out to buy vegetables, you two should wait a while at her door. Then, the two of them arrived at the front door of the house, sitting on the steps and waiting. Feng Xiao felt a bit afraid. Brother Sun, this is the first time I realized that women are really terrifying. They just want to protect their children, there's no need to be afraid. It's a natural thing. Sun Kai said while looking inside through the window. Inside the house, there was nothing special, the furniture was very simple, but he always felt there were some discordant places inside. At this moment, a pleasant voice rang out. Who are you? Why are you standing at my door? The two turned around and saw a beautiful girl, as pure as a fairy that had fallen into the world, standing behind them. The girl looked about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a white dress, a white hat, and carrying a basket filled with vegetables. Feng Xiao glanced at Sun Kai, and Sun Kai nodded slightly. At the first sight of this girl, he recognized that she was the female figure from the previous ghost story involving Teacher Lee. Chapter 146, Not the Real One. Having found the main subject, the only thing they needed to do next was to find the other's weakness. According to the information they currently had, this should be the old house they saw some time ago. In other words, the woman in front of them might be how the ghost looked during her life. If that's the case, would they witness what happened to her in the past? Thinking of this, Sun Kai smiled and said, "Hello, we are reporters from the television station. This is my press card." Saying this, he took out his hero card from his body and directly put it in front of the woman. Before the woman could take a good look, he took it back. The woman glanced at their clothing. It was completely different from what she was used to, and it was clear they came from a big city, so she believed them. "Come in first." The woman opened the door and led the two inside. The interior was warm and cozy, filled with a faint warmth, completely different from the eerie and terrifying house they had seen before. The two sat down, and the woman poured them a cup of tea. "What do you want from me?" The woman looked at them with confusion, as she couldn't see how she was related to reporters. "Before that, I want to ask, are you single or married?" The woman slightly frowned but still replied, "I am already married, my husband works in the nearby coal mine." "Forgive me for being a bit forward, but I wonder how much your husband earns in a month?" Sun Kai, looking serious, began to ask the woman about various things in her home, and although the woman was somewhat confused, she thought they were reporters and shared the information. This way, Sun Kai gained some preliminary understanding of the woman. Her name is Ma Lan Lan. She grew up in this complex, and after becoming an adult, she married her current husband through a matchmaker's introduction. Although they spend little time together, their relationship remains strong, and their life is quite plain, with no dramatic events. However, Sun Kai keenly noticed that Ma Lan Lan seemed to be short on money, and this lack showed in various aspects. The vegetables she bought were all the cheapest ones, and there was no meat at all. Moreover, her dress, while seemingly clean and tidy, had patches of the same color sewn on in some places. If one didn't look carefully, it was easy to miss. After asking enough questions, Ma Lan Lan became somewhat impatient. "What exactly are you here for?" "Oh, our television station is preparing a program and needs to look for some outstanding married women. We heard about your situation, madam, so we wanted to come and give it a try." Ma Lan Lan was very surprised. A television program? In this era, being on TV is something everyone dreams of. If this really got on TV, it would be very impressive. Listening to Brother Sun calmly talking nonsense, Feng Xiao felt a deep admiration. If it were him, he would never be able to speak so smoothly. But until now, he still couldn't figure out how this woman became such a powerful urban legend. What exactly had happened in between? Ma Lan Lan showed a hint of hesitation. Can I have some time to think about it?" "Of course, we'll come back in a while, and I hope by then, Madam Ma can think it through." Sun Kai smiled slightly, stood up, and led Feng Xiao to the door. "Madam Ma, such opportunities are rare." As the two just stepped outside, Feng Xiao hurriedly asked, "Brother Sun, is this enough? Should I keep an eye on her secretly?" "No need for now, we can act separately, and gather as much information about this courtyard as possible." "Got it." The courtyard was not small, housing over 100 families, who all knew each other. Seeing the two wandering around again, no one chased them away. This made their movements easier, and they got some other people's opinions on Ma Lan Lan. Overall, others had positive evaluations of Ma Lan Lan, saying she was a good person. But who would have thought, such a good person would later become a minor legend? Half an hour later, Sun Kai arrived near Ma Lan Lan's door first, waiting for Feng Xiao to return. Suddenly, his eyes spotted a handkerchief on the ground, guessing it might have been dropped by Ma Lan Lan. He bent down to pick it up, and with a glance, he was instantly stunned. Because he saw on the handkerchief rules. At night, do not wander in the courtyard. If you meet anyone, do not speak. This was the first time Sun Kai had seen rules in an urban legend. Previously at school, he hadn't seen such clear rules. The courtyard at night? But I plan to find the opponent's weaknesses before dark. This rule seems not very useful. However, where there is one rule, there will naturally be a second. Sun Kai knew that to discover new rules, he had to enter the place where Ma Lan Lan lived. Only there could there possibly be new rules. At this moment, Feng Xiao also returned. "Brother Sun, I took a walk, didn't find anything." Feng Xiao's face showed a hint of shame. "It's okay, actually I didn't find much either." Sun Kai smiled to comfort him, his right hand slipping into his pants pocket. But after waiting for a while, Feng Xiao showed no reaction. Sun Kai was shocked. This Feng Xiao was not the real one. They had previously agreed that as long as one person made this action, the other had to do the same. Only in this way could they verify if the other was the real one. But this time, Feng Xiao did not do it. Sun Kai remained calm on the surface while worrying about Feng Xiao's safety inside. But he did not plan to expose this fake Feng Xiao immediately. After all, he only had one rule he had obtained. "Let's go inside." Sun Kai knocked on the door, and soon they were sitting in their previous positions. Madam Ma, I wonder if you've made your decision? Ma Lanlan's face showed a hint of determination. I've made up my mind, I want to join this project. Very good, but there is no contract prepared here, it will have to wait until next time. No problem, but when can I go to the TV station? Sun Kai casually chatted with her for a while and suddenly asked, Madam Ma, do you know where your bathroom is? The bathroom is at the very back on the second floor. Then excuse me, Feng Xiao, you stay here and chat with Madam Ma. No problem. After leaving the living room, Sun Kai immediately began to search the house for clues. The house had 3 floors, the first floor only had a living room, kitchen, and a small courtyard. The second floor had 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. Fortunately, the bedroom door was open, he quietly walked in, quickly searching for any possible signs of rules. Chapter 147, Do you understand politeness? Unfortunately, after searching for a while, he found nothing. Not only that, but he also discovered something strange. In these 2 bedrooms, one side had men's belongings, while the other had women's. From the subtle signs on the beds, it was clear that both rooms had been used by someone. This was odd, a woman named Malanlan lived here, so why were there signs of sleep in both beds? She couldn't possibly be so idle as to sleep in a different bed every day, could she? Sun Kai shook his head, he didn't head to the bathroom but looked towards the stairs to the 3rd floor. The second floor was bedrooms, so what was on the 3rd floor? However, when he reached the 3rd floor, he found a wooden sign up right there. In red paint, it had written just a few words. Do not enter. The handwriting gave a chilling feeling, and the 3rd floor seemed to have its windows boarded up, making the light very dim. Sun Kai leaned in to smell it, thankfully, it wasn't blood, just plain paint. Why is there such a sign here, who is it warning? It can't be warning her, right? Sun Kai's heart grew more vigilant as he carefully walked forward. Due to the lack of light, he could only widen his eyes, keeping his gaze fixed on his surroundings. Finally, he spotted a room, but the door was covered in red paint, along with a bunch of strange patterns. Sun Kai gently pushed it, and the door opened. Strangely, there was actually light coming from inside. He took a glance, and inside the room, white candles were placed all around, each one lit. In the center of the candles was a coffin, and a chilling feeling rushed towards him. This Ma Lanlan has issues, who would have so many fancy things at home? But she isn't in some ghost story now? Sun Kai looked puzzled, he carefully examined the surroundings, ensuring no hints appeared before stepping inside. As soon as he entered, the candle flames flickered from the airflow, making Sun Kai's shadow on the wall look extremely fierce. There isn't really a zombie in the coffin, is there? Sun Kai chuckled, then quickly fell silent. If this were reality, there definitely wouldn't be zombies, but in a ghost story world, it really was hard to say. After hesitating for a second, he decided to open the coffin to see, maybe inside were the rules he needed. Just as he was about to open the coffin directly, he saw a line of words appear on it. Didn't you knock before opening? Do you understand politeness? Sun Kai's mouth twitched, the hint came just in time. If it had come just a bit later, he would have already opened the coffin. The hint was very clear, he needed to knock before opening the coffin, no, knock on the coffin lid. If he didn't knock, something bad was likely to happen. Thinking of this, Sun Kai directly knocked 3 times before opening the coffin. When the coffin opened, he saw a man's corpse lying inside. He was already mentally prepared, so he wasn't scared, but who was this man? At that moment, he saw new writing on the inside of the coffin lid. Do not tell Ma Lanlan that her husband is dead. Sun Kai's eyes shifted slightly, this man was actually Ma Lanlan's husband? But didn't she say her husband was always working outside? What was going on? Was she deceiving herself all along? Or was it that she herself was unaware? But with the coffin right here, to say she had no idea seemed a bit fake. For a moment, Sun Kai felt a headache coming on. He checked, this corpse really was a corpse, but considering the hint that had just appeared, he suspected that if he didn't knock on the coffin lid, this corpse might just come back to life. Suddenly, Sun Kai thought of something. He had only entered one room, the size of which was the same as the bedroom below. Logically, there should be another room on this floor. Thinking of this, Sun Kai hurriedly came out and walked further in. Indeed, he saw another room. The layout of the room was identical, filled with lit white candles and a coffin in the center. According to the hints, he knocked 3 times and opened the coffin. But when he clearly saw what was inside the coffin, he was shocked and almost cried out. He saw that inside lay Ma Lanlan. What the hell? Here was Ma Lanlan, but who was the person downstairs? In an instant, Sun Kai felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Was it possible that he had been talking to something that was not human? He looked inside the coffin lid, and sure enough, there was a new rule. Do not tell Lin Tao that his wife is dead. Sun Kai's head was full of question marks. What was going on? Although he didn't know who Lin Tao was, from the context, this must be the name of Ma Lanlan's husband. But why did the 2 rules seem to oppose each other? One was to not tell Ma Lan Lan that her husband was dead, while the other was to not tell Lin Tao that his wife was dead. Could it be that one of these rules was false? Or did both rules turn out to be false? Sun Kai felt a pain in his head. He was at a loss for what to do next. No, I have spent too much time upstairs. I must go down and find the real Feng Shao to see the situation. Thinking this, Sun Kai closed both coffin lids and quickly went downstairs. I'm sorry, I had a bit of a stomach issue, Mrs. Ma. Just as he was about to call out for Mrs. Ma, Sun Kai suddenly froze. Because what he saw here was not Ma Lan Lan but a man who looked exactly like the person lying in the coffin. He was Lin Tao. Reporter son, are you feeling a bit out of place here? Actually, some outsiders are like this when they arrive. Come sit down and have some tea. Lin Tao was very warm, inviting Sun Kai to sit in a chair. And beside him, Feng Shao seemed completely normal. After the other left, Feng Shao quietly said, Brother Sun, did you discover something? Sun Kai glanced at him. You, a fraud, dare to inquire? But he still tried to put his right hand in his pocket. But what he never expected was that Feng Shao made the same gesture. What's going on? The Feng Shao before him was actually real? Sun Kai felt a bit uneasy and deliberately asked, I wonder how Xiao Dai is doing in Xia country. Brother Sun, what nonsense are you talking? Xiao Dai is at Wu Qian's place, she's not in Xia country. With this, Sun Kai immediately confirmed that the Feng Shao in front of him was real. After all, since they entered this world, they had not talked about these matters. There was no way to leak information. But why had the fake Feng Shao just now suddenly returned? Chapter 148, The Odd Couple. Sun Kai recalled Lin Tao's appearance and Ma Lanlan's disappearance, and he suddenly felt that there was a huge problem in this place. The problem was this couple. It seemed that neither of them knew that the other was dead. Wait, no. They weren't really dead. If they were dead, he wouldn't be able to see the two of them. Sun Kai's face turned serious. He realized that the complexity of this little creepy tale far exceeded those weak ghost stories. It was very difficult to find Ma Lanlan's weakness from so few clues. So, reporters, can I go with you two tomorrow? If you two don't mind, please stay at my house for a night? Sun Kai's eyes lit up. He was worried about not having a chance to interact with the other person, and unexpectedly, Lin Tao actually took the initiative to mention this matter. But he still asked, if we stay here, will we disturb you and your wife? It's fine, my wife has gone back to her family for a while, so I'm the only one here these days. Then thank you very much. Sun Kai thought to himself, if he remembered correctly, Ma Lanlan and Lin Tao seemed to have grown up in the same courtyard, which means Ma Lanlan's family was also in that courtyard. With such a short distance, how could Lin Tao not have any doubts? If he said there were no other implications, even Sun Kai wouldn't believe it. There were 2 bedrooms, and Lin Tao very generously let them stay in one of the rooms, even laying out a simple bed on the floor. After it got dark and after dinner, the 3 of them returned to the room to rest. Sun Kai pressed against the wall and quietly listened for a while. After confirming that Lin Tao had fallen asleep, he looked at Feng Shao. Feng Shao, tell me everything you experienced. Although Feng Shao was a bit confused, he still spoke out. However, Feng Shao's version differed somewhat from Sun Kai's. That is, in Feng Shao's eyes, the first person he encountered was Lin Tao. He had never seen Ma Lanlan at all. So, from the very beginning, the person beside him was not the real Feng Shao. Sun Kai felt a bit chilled. He had been too careless. After all, he never expected that the first person beside him had already been swapped out. If he hadn't verified it later on, he might still be unaware that Feng Shao had been replaced. And Feng Shao had never considered this issue until he saw Sun Kai make that move, and he followed suit. From Sun Kai's words, Feng Shao realized that the Sun Kai who had been by his side was actually a fake, and he was filled with regret. Brother Sun, this time the strange tale is really terrifying. If we're not careful, we could both be in trouble. Sun Kai nodded. That's right, the biggest problem this time is that you saw Lin Tao while I saw Ma Lanlan. But the strange thing is here, after I went to the 3rd floor to take a look and then came down, I saw Lin Tao and you. Isn't there some connection? We must obtain more information. Feng Shao glanced worriedly outside. Brother Sun, isn't it too dangerous to go out at night? No matter which strange world they were in, going out at night was extremely dangerous. No one knew when a strange tale might suddenly jump out and take your life. It is dangerous, but if we do nothing, we will only be in greater danger. Feng Shao of course understood this point. Right now, they had no other choice but to proceed this way. Alright, then let's go and take a look. Since they were searching for clues, splitting up was the best choice, but in such a peculiar place, splitting up at night really was asking for death. The 2 of them took the flashlight they found in the room and started to search everywhere. They began searching from the 1st floor, leaving no area unchecked. However, after searching the 1st and 2nd floors thoroughly, they found nothing. As for the 3rd floor, Sun Kai had already looked. There were just 2 coffins and 2 rules. Brother Sun, should we go to the 3rd floor? Feng Shao looked at the stairs leading to the 3rd floor, swallowing hard. From Brother Sun's description, he knew how terrifying the 3rd floor was. After all, it held two corpses' coffins. Not only that, but the corpses inside were Lin Tao and Ma Lanlan. This was simply ghostly. If the coffin contained corpses, then who was the Lin Tao he saw in the daytime? Sun Kai hesitated for a moment but decided to go back to the third floor to take another look. Perhaps they would discover something different at night. The two of them arrived at the third floor and once again saw the wooden sign that said, "Do not enter." But Sun Kai discovered that there was an extra bloody handprint on the wooden plaque. He remembered clearly that during the day, this thing was definitely not there. Moreover, Lin Tao had been with them the whole time, definitely having no chance to go to the third floor. Where did this bloody handprint come from? Feng Xiao didn't know about this, he only felt uncomfortable looking at the bloody handprint. "Brother Sun, let's hurry and leave." Sun Kai didn't mention this matter, but secretly paid attention, thinking that trouble might come soon. Arriving at the first room, Sun Kai pushed open the door. The candles inside remained unchanged, and the coffin was still there. Sun Kai knocked 3 times and opened the coffin. Lin Tao was still lying there. Seeing this scene, Feng Xiao was completely speechless. If Lin Tao's face hadn't been pale and his body devoid of any color, he would have suspected Lin Tao was a zombie. "Brother Sun, why did you knock 3 times before opening the coffin?" Feng Xiao asked curiously, having noticed this detail. "This is a custom from my hometown, meaning we treat this coffin as the dead person's house, so we naturally knock before opening it." "So that's how it is." The two checked again, even moving Lin Tao's body a bit, still finding nothing. However, when they reached the second room, both of their faces changed. Because the coffin in this room had been opened, and it was empty. "Brother Sun, I remember this coffin contained Ma Lanlan, right? Where did her body go?" Feng Xiao's voice was trembling. "I don't know. The third floor is so small, even if she came back as a zombie, she couldn't just suddenly disappear." Sun Kai thought of the bloody handprint on the wooden plaque earlier, and it seemed that this could very well be left by Ma Lanlan. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and called out in alarm. "Oh no, Lin Tao is in danger." The rules stated clearly not to let them know about each other's death. Once they knew, the outcome could only be bad. Even if it didn't result in their immediate demise, it would spark new problems. The two ran wildly to the second floor, trying to find Lin Tao, but unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Tao stood dazed at the bedroom door. In front of him was a pale-faced Ma Lanlan, standing there expressionless. Chapter 149, The Fourth Rule. Hiss. "Brother Sun, are we going to die?" Feng Xiao's face turned pale. He hadn't forgotten that one rule just mentioned was not to let the couple know about each other's death. Now that they had met, wasn't this the rhythm of doom? "We won't die just yet. The rules say they cannot know about each other's death. Right now, they have just met and are still unaware, we still have a chance." Sun Kai remained very calm. Rules are rules, and there wouldn't be any problems. Right now, Lin Tao and Ma Lanlan had just met, and aside from Ma Lanlan's pale face, she was no different from a living person. He didn't believe Lin Tao could instantly tell that Ma Lanlan was already dead. With this thought, before they spoke, Sun Kai shouted, "Madam, you wouldn't want your husband to know about what happened during the day, would you?" Upon hearing this, both Lin Tao and Ma Lanlan displayed astonishment. Lin Tao thought, "What did my wife do with reporter Sun during the day?" While Ma Lanlan thought, "Nothing happened during the day, why does that sound so strange?" Sun Kai deliberately said this, although he still didn't know what Ma Lanlan's weakness was, he definitely couldn't let himself break the rules. Ma Lanlan looked at Sun Kai, her gaze indifferent, completely different from how she had been during the day. "Reporter Sun, this matter has nothing to do with you, you should leave this place now, and I can pretend I saw nothing." Ma Lanlan seemingly didn't want to act against Sun Kai. This surprised Sun Kai a little. You know, in the 3 strange worlds he had visited, how many monsters wanted to get rid of him upon meeting him? Ma Lanlan was the first monster that did not want to harm him. For a moment, Sun Kai actually felt a bit unaccustomed. But Lin Tao completely ignored their conversation, staring blankly at Ma Lanlan. "Wife, didn't you go back to your family? Why are you back so late?" For the first time, Sun Kai was glad that someone could be this foolish. "Didn't you see what your wife looked like? If I don't come back, how will I kill you?" Ma Lanlan's gaze instantly shifted to Lin Tao, her face full of hatred, and blood tears streamed down her eyes. "Ha?" Lin Tao looked confused. His wife returning in the middle of the night was to kill him? What is going on? Sun Kai knew he had to separate the two, otherwise, once they realized each other was dead, then the problem would be severe. Thinking of this, he decisively used the hero card. Feng Xiao, adapt to the situation, there must be more rules here. He swiftly rushed over, directly picking Lin Tao up and turning to run. Seeing that the person she wanted to kill had actually run away, Ma Lanlan quickly chased after. In an instant, only Feng Xiao was left behind. Sun brother is right, currently, 3 rules are still too few, there must be other rules. Thinking of this, Feng Xiao immediately entered Lin Tao's room to start searching for the rules. After using the hero card, Sun Kai's body had greatly strengthened in all aspects, let alone a nearly 200-pound man. Even if he was twice as heavy, he could still hold him. "Reporter Sun, put me down, I want to have a good talk with my wife, she must be misunderstanding me." Lin Tao hurriedly shouted at Sun Kai, but unfortunately, Sun Kai didn't dare put him down at all. If Ma Lanlan caught up, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the house was this small, the only place he could run was outside in the big courtyard. And the first rule is related to the big courtyard. At night, do not wander in the courtyard, do not speak to anyone you meet. Wandering outside might encounter some beings that look human but are chaotic inside. He could not say anything, once he spoke, it would be violating the rules. But Lin Tao was still chattering, Sun Kai had no choice but to throw a big punch and knock him out. "Put him down." A piercing shout came from behind, but Sun Kai's footsteps did not dare to stop at all. If Ma Lanlan caught up, he and Lin Tao would both die. Now he realized, among those two opposing rules, one of them must be false. It was highly possible that Lin Tao was alive, and Ma Lanlan was already dead. After all, no one would dare to say Ma Lanlan was alive at this moment, with her legs off the ground, floating over. If anyone saw this, they might faint at once. Just then, Sun Kai saw a figure appear ahead, he silently prepared to go around it. But this figure seemed to be targeting him, no matter how he ran, there was always this figure ahead. As the figure grew closer, Sun Kai got a clear view of what it looked like. It was actually Feng Xiao? When Feng Xiao saw Sun Kai, he happily shouted, "Sun brother, when did you come out? Why didn't you tell me? By the way, I made a significant discovery, let's talk." At this moment, even without putting his hands in his pockets, he could tell. This Feng Xiao was a fake. If he answered just one word, it would probably violate the rules and die a horrible death. Sun Kai directly ignored Feng Xiao and continued running forward, but Feng Xiao actually followed him. "Sun brother, why aren't you talking? Who is this person on your back? Also, behind. Isn't that the horsewoman we saw during the day?" Hearing these words, Sun Kai could be certain that the Feng Xiao in front of him was the same Feng Xiao who had accompanied him to meet Ma Lanlan. If it were daytime, he could have chatted a bit with the other party, but right now, he didn't dare say a word. But just at this moment, he noticed Feng Xiao's expression gradually twisting, and his voice was getting sharper and sharper, the sound piercing his eardrums with pain. "Brother Sun, why aren't you talking to me? Why aren't you talking to me? Speak up, why won't you say anything?" If it weren't for the effects of the hero card, enhancing his body in every way, he would probably have already crumbled under that piercing noise, it was simply a noise weapon. But continuing like this wasn't a solution, the hero card only lasted for half an hour. If he couldn't find Ma Lanlan's weakness within that time, he would have to use his ultimate trump card. Summon Wu Qian. But to bring out his trump card for a weakling reduced to a ghost story just made Sun Kai very reluctant. Sun Kai continued to sprint wildly, running around the courtyard, with Ma Lanlan relentlessly chasing behind. Just when there were less than 3 minutes left on his hero card, he saw Feng Xiao standing at the door of Ma Lanlan's house, shouting at him. "Brother Sun, the fourth rule, at midnight, go to the graves of the two and offer incense. Good things will happen. What time is it now? It's almost midnight. Where are the graves? I don't know." Sun Kai nearly fell to the ground. Why shout so loudly when you don't know? Chapter 150, please shout her name loudly. Feng Xiao didn't know, but his hint knew. Before Sun Kai, an arrow appeared, pointing straight ahead 100 meters away, making a right turn. Without any words, he understood immediately, speeding up and running in the direction pointed by the arrow. Feng Xiao saw from a distance that Brother Sun actually made a turn? No, where is Brother Sun heading? Could it be Brother Sun's intuition had returned again? Sun Kai carried Lin Tao on his back, sprinting desperately, and finally saw two inconspicuous graves in a small grove behind the courtyard. There were no tombstones in front of the graves, so ordinary people couldn't possibly know whose graves they were. But the arrow in Sun Kai's eyes clearly pointed to these two graves, meaning this was Lin Tao and Ma Lanlan's graves. Now Sun Kai understood that, in fact, both of them were dead. But they didn't know about each other's life or death, so this ghost story was so strange. Wherever Lin Tao appeared, Ma Lanlan did not exist. Conversely, where Ma Lanlan appeared, Lin Tao was absent. As for why both of them appeared tonight, Sun Kai suspected it had a lot to do with him opening the coffin. Having finally arrived here, Sun Kai suddenly thought of something very important. The graves were there, but where's the incense? Without the incense, how could he offer it? Just as Sun Kai was about to run back to find the incense, he heard a voice behind him. Are you looking for incense? I have it on me. Turns out I've been dead for a long time. Lin Tao's voice carried a hint of relief. Sun Kai set Lin Tao down, who pulled out 2 incense sticks and a lighter from his body. After lighting them, he handed them to Sun Kai, offering incense to yourself is too strange, I'll trouble you, Reporter Sunday. Sun Kai didn't mind, taking the 2 incense sticks and inserting them in front of the 2 graves. At this moment, Ma Lanlan also appeared here, but her face was no longer cold and heartless, instead marked with tears. Lin Tao. Lanlan. The 2 looked at each other and immediately embraced. After some time, Feng Xiao finally arrived, and seeing the situation, he looked completely puzzled. Brother Sun, what's going on between the 2 of them? I don't know either, but for now, it seems we don't have to worry about life-threatening danger. Those 2 opposing rules are actually fake. Otherwise, at the moment they realized the other was already dead, both of them would have died for breaking the rules. Of course, it may also be related to the last rule, they burned incense, and these 2 opposing rules were unable to take effect. At this moment, Sun Kai realized something, their purpose during the day was focused entirely on the residents here. They did not come to the woods. If they had expanded their search a bit, they would have seen these 2 graves. After the couple talked for a while, they came to Sun Kai and bowed to him. Reporter Sun, thank you for helping us break free from our previous state. We have actually been dead for a long time, and what exists here is merely our final obsession. Yes, I must also thank you. If not for your help, I would have continued to misunderstand my husband. Even though he became part of a ghost story, I never forgave him. Although Ma Lanlan did not elaborate, it seemed a lot had happened between the 2 of them. But Sun Kai still had one question: how did they not know that the other was dead? After asking, he found out that Lin Tao was the first to die. He died in a coal mine accident. However, this was concealed by others. No one told Ma Lanlan this cruel truth. Although Lin Tao was dead, he always believed Ma Lanlan was alive. But Ma Lanlan was seriously ill, and as she faced death, she believed Lin Tao was alive, which created this contradictory situation. And Ma Lanlan stayed home for years without seeing Lin Tao return, leading her to think Lin Tao had changed his heart. Before her death, she was filled with resentment towards Lin Tao, resulting in the current situation. What is the situation with the coffin on the 3rd floor? But to Sun Kai's surprise, Lin Tao and the other person looked at him strangely. What coffin on the 3rd floor? Our house only has 2 floors, there is no 3rd floor, and we have no coffin. What? Sun Kai's face changed, shouting, impossible. We have been there several times, both of your bodies were in the coffin. Seeing that Sun Kai didn't look like he was lying, they decided to go back and check. But when they returned, they discovered that the house had truly become a 2-story bungalow. In an instant, Sun Kai felt the hair on his body stand on end. How could a good 3rd floor have turned into a 2nd floor? Not only that, he also thought of something. The fake Feng Xiao, who had been by his side, had disappeared without him noticing. There should only be one ghost story here, which is Ma Lanlan beside him. What was the situation with the fake Feng Xiao? Sun Kai looked at the Feng Xiao beside him, his right hand slipping into his pocket. However, this Feng Xiao did nothing. Sun Kai was shocked. When did Feng Xiao get swapped again? Could it be that the Feng Xiao he saw at the door was actually fake? If that's the case, then the rules he told himself were actually also fake? Everything is fake? Cold sweat broke out on Sun Kai's forehead. He realized that this time he was a bit reckless in taming the little ghost story. He really didn't expect this process to be so complicated. It seemed like it had ended, but in reality, it hadn't. No, I need to calm down, think carefully about what else might have been overlooked. Sun Kai closed his eyes, recalling everything that had just happened. Finally, he thought of something. A ghost story corresponds to only one ghost story. It is impossible for a second one to appear. All along, he had focused his attention on Ma Lanlan, firmly believing she was the center of this ghost story from the moment he first laid eyes on her. But he had forgotten that if Ma Lanlan was the ghost story, then what was the situation with the fake Feng Xiao beside him? There is only one truth. The fake Feng Xiao is the real monster. This Ma Lanlan is nothing but a fake. After he understood everything, he saw a line of words above the fake Feng Xiao's head. Now, please shout her name loudly. Sun Kai lifted the corner of his mouth and shouted at the fake Feng Xiao, Ma Lanlan. The fake Feng Xiao's body suddenly stopped, then its shape began to twist, and soon it transformed into Ma Lanlan. And beside her, Ma Lanlan's body directly turned into a mass of black substance, merging into this Ma Lanlan's body. As for Lin Tao, his expression was blank, losing any reaction. Chapter 151, Subduing the Little Monster. Now Sun Kai understood that from the very beginning, this was a trap. Ma Lanlan intentionally separated a clone to make them think this was the real Ma Lanlan, while the real her disguised as the fake Feng Xiao and the fake Sun Kai, always following the two of them. However, in the realm of rule monsters, rules are very important. Facing the rules, even Ma Lanlan could do nothing. Sun Kai discovered the rules and also found the real Feng Xiao, which made Ma Lanlan very unhappy. So she separated the two again and gave Sun Kai a fake rule, making him believe it was all completed. In reality, all of this was false. Only the first 3 rules were true. Sun Kai had seen Lin Tao's condition before. The old licking dog's goddess looked like this, so it turned out that Lin Tao was actually not a monster at all. His existence was also controlled by Ma Lan, like a puppet. Ma Lan held her head in pain, looking at Sun Kai with fierce eyes. Damn human, I will not let you go. Ma Lan seemed to want to eat Sun Kai, opening her mouth wide and lunging towards him. Unfortunately. Ma Lan. Sun Kai shouted again. This time, Ma Lan not only held her head but directly knelt on the ground, letting out a miserable scream. At this point, things became very clear. Ma Lan's name was her weakness. Of course, it was not just that, it was necessary to go through those processes and realize Ma Lan's true identity before this name became her ultimate weakness. In other words, a name is just a name, but when added with other elements, it becomes Ma Lan's death sentence. This also made Sun Kai realize one thing: the weakness of little monsters is not something simple. If little monsters are this troublesome, then what about big monsters? Are their weaknesses even more complex? Sun Kai always thought weaknesses were very straightforward, but this experience made him understand. The weaknesses of monsters are also this complicated. Stop shouting, I give up, I am willing to do anything for you. After Ma Lan shouted this, Sun Kai noticed the surroundings changing. The surrounding houses gradually disappeared, leaving only this old house in front of him, and Feng Xiao walked out of the old house with a confused look. Brother Sun, what's going on? Sun Kai did not speak, silently putting his hand into his pocket. Feng Xiao immediately followed suit, and now it was certain that this Feng Xiao was real. Ma Lan has been subdued by me. As soon as Sun Kai said this, he heard Ma Lan scream. Oh, I forgot I can't shout your name, sorry. Sun Kai shrugged, his apology lacking sincerity. After Sun Kai explained a bit, Feng Xiao finally understood what happened. On Feng Xiao's side, after Sun Kai took Lin Tao and Ma Lan away, he had been searching for rules in the room. But after searching for a long time, he found nothing, and when he walked out, this was the scene he saw. You came just in time, you shout her name to her. Okay. Feng Xiao faced Ma Lan and shouted, Ma Lan. My name, if I call you, do you dare? Fortunately, he quickly covered his mouth, otherwise, he would have instantaneously faced social death. There was no way around it, this scene caused him to instinctively shout this sentence. What was strange, however, was that Feng Xiao called out Ma Lan's name, but she showed no reaction at all. Sun Kai could be sure that only one person could control the weakness of the little legend, and no one else could. He guessed this was to prevent the little legend from being recklessly used by others, leading to chaotic scenarios. It was only weak because the legend had no such restrictions, it was likely just too weak. Well, if a name is your weakness, then I can't call your name, how about I change it to something else? Lady Ma? Feng Xiao's expression turned quite strange, not expecting that this was the kind of son brother you were. Ma Lan stood up, her face cold. You can call me whatever you want, but don't call my name, I don't want to remember that name. It was clear to see she loathed the name deeply, and Sun Kai was too lazy to know the specifics of the story. He only needed to know one thing: he had tamed a little legend, and that was enough. Then, Sun Kai led Feng Xiao and Ma Lan out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, four legends were obediently waiting there, but when they saw Ma Lan behind Sun Kai, each one trembled in fear. Facing the little legend, they were just too far behind. Tone it down a bit, don't scare them. Sun Kai glared at Ma Lan, and she had no choice but to rein in the might of being a little legend. Seeing a little legend submissive in front of Sun Kai, the four legends were convinced. Your strength will recover after the Crimson Night, right? Of course, although I don't know what this Crimson Night is about, no weak little legend dares to cause me trouble. Speaking of this, Ma Lan was filled with confidence. Who is stronger, you or Teacher Li? This was what Sun Kai cared about the most. He took such a big risk to tame a little legend for what? Wasn't it to confront Teacher Li when he decided to resign from school? With me, I'm strong, with her, she's strong. This explanation was quite simple. If he brought a Ma Lan over, he probably wouldn't be a match for Teacher Li. What if another little legend comes? 2 against 1, guaranteed victory. Saying this, Sun Kai gained confidence. He needed to tame another little legend so he could be sure about resigning. Resigning in the real world is so simple, but here, resigning feels like life and death. Sun Kai shook his head helplessly. They had already tamed a legend during the Crimson Night, so punishments had vanished. But other countries' sovereigns were still struggling to tame legends, aiming only for weak little legends. They didn't even dare to touch little legends. The two brought 5 legends back to their accommodation. Sun Kai contacted the other 2 teams. Xiaolan had already tamed a weak little legend. She said this was thanks to Hui, otherwise, she might have failed. But when it came to Chu Xiao, he was unexpectedly unreachable. Not only Chu Xiao, but Wang Bao was also the same. What did Chu Xiao say before about where they were going to tame legends? Sun Kai looked at Feng Xiao, as he had been the one contacting them. I remember he said something about going to the zoo? The zoo? It should be safe there, but the entire city is filled with legends, so the zoo might also have some. Lady Ma, Feng Xiao, let's go to the zoo. Chapter 152, Zoo Rules. The daytime zoo is very lively. But the nighttime zoo feels extremely desolate. Sun Kai stood at the entrance of the zoo, looking at the pitch-black zoo before him, a hint of contemplation on his face. What could be the reason for Chu Xiao to choose the zoo? I remember he said that the first strange tail he captured was a black snake, belonging to a non-human type of strange tail. Non-human types of strange tails seem to be a bit stronger, so he set his sights on the zoo. Sun Kai nodded, so that's how it is. But at this moment, Ma Lanlan's expression became serious. Are you sure you want to go in? What's wrong? Is there a problem inside? Although there are no big strange tails in the zoo, there are several small strange tails that are not weak. Only then did Sun Kai realize the seriousness of the problem. Chu Xiao and the others actually entered such a dangerous place. However, there are still 2 hours left until the bloody night ends. As long as they can bring the two out before dawn, there will be no problem. At this moment, the small strange tails are weakened due to the effects of the bloody night. Ma Lanlan is now only slightly stronger than the average weak strange tail. They haven't died yet, we must save them. Sun Kai was very determined. As of now, he hadn't heard any information about the death of the two, which means they were just trapped. Brother Sun is right, they are our companions, we must rescue them. Feng Xiao had the same thought. They were also the national luck bearers of Xia country, and they would be comrades in the future, so they naturally couldn't watch them die. Let's go. They arrived at the entrance of the zoo, where a notice was posted with the rules for entering, which was completely different from before. Zoo rules. 1. Night tours in the zoo require staff accompaniment. If there isn't any, please be careful. 2. The main road in the zoo is very safe, do not enter the small paths casually. 3. If you hear any strange sounds, do not be surprised, and do not approach out of curiosity. 4. Most animals sleep at night, except for a few nocturnal animals, do not panic when encountering them, and let the staff handle it. 5. Each animal exhibition area only allows viewing one type of animal. 6. You can only leave after completing one animal tour route. A total of 6 rules were clearly displayed in front of them. Brother Sun, it's the first time I've seen the rules laid out so clearly, I'm not even used to it. Feng Xiao scratched his head. Every time he had encountered strange tales before, they were always searching for rules everywhere. But this time? The rules were directly laid out in front of them. Don't forget, some rules can also be false. Out of so many rules, can you tell which ones are fake? Sun Kai's rhetorical question left Feng Xiao speechless. Before verifying, he didn't know which rules were real or fake. The first rule says to find staff for accompaniment, but where is the staff here? Feng Xiao looked around. Aside from the two of them and Ma Lanlan the little strange tail, there wasn't a shadow in sight. Sun Kai glanced at him and said quietly, the rule doesn't say that the staff must be human. Who says strange tails can't be the staff? Feng Xiao's eyes widened. It could be like this? But even if it's a strange tail, there's none here? Look, isn't one coming? Following the direction Sun Kai pointed, Feng Xiao saw a black shadow coming out of the zoo. With Ma Lanlan here, the two were not worried about safety. Only when the shadow came out did they clearly see what it was. This turned out to be a little panda. But the little panda before them completely lost its usual clumsy and cute demeanor. Its fur had turned black, appearing eerie. Even the way it looked at Sun Kai and the others carried a hint of coldness. The little panda climbed onto the iron gate, directly opened the latch, and with a creaking sound, the iron gate opened. Then, the little panda seemed indifferent to them, leisurely walking inside. Follow it. Since the little panda was the staff leading them in. At this moment, they absolutely cannot lose track. The first rule and the fourth rule are related to the staff. He doesn't know what might happen if they don't follow the red panda. The moment they stepped into the zoo, they felt an astonishing chill around them, as if the entire zoo had been placed in an ice cellar. BRR. Why is it so cold here? I should have worn a down jacket, Feng Xiao shivered, hugging his arms. Sun Kai's constitution is a bit stronger than his, but he also felt the cold. Not only that, in Sun Kai's vision, besides the main road, everything else was pitch black. Is this really a zoo? Ma Lanlan looked serious. There are many strange tales speaking around here, but they should be restricted by the rules and cannot come over freely. Sun Kai nodded. If that's the case, then the second rule should be true. Only the main road is the safest, the small paths are not safe. At present, he hasn't seen the small paths, but he thinks they shouldn't be far. After walking for a while, the red panda stopped, and there was a sign standing next to it. It clearly stated that there would be 3 tour routes next, and they needed to make a choice. The far left route featured flying birds, the middle one featured aquatic animals on the ground, and the far right one had ground animals. Just as they finished reading the sign, they suddenly found that the main road directly split into 3, becoming 3 main roads. Sun Gu, which way should we choose? Chu Xiao's first strange tail is the black snake, so he should choose a similar type of tail, so I choose. Just as Sun Kai was about to choose the right, he saw a line of text appear before him. Middle. Sun Kai paused for a moment and then said, middle. Feng Xiao lifted his foot, just about to walk to the right, but Sun Kai made a sharp turn, nearly causing him to twist his waist. After all, it sounded to him like Sun Ge should have chosen the right. The black snake is a ground animal, isn't it the most correct to choose the right path? Facing Feng Xiao's puzzled expression, Sun Kai only said one word, intuition. Feng Xiao immediately had no objections. Sun Ji's intuition is always spot on. So the three of them walked toward the middle road. When they reached this path, the other two paths disappeared. The red panda continued to move, wiggling its little bottom, always a bit faster than them. This time, they didn't walk far before Sun Kai finally saw the first small path. The small path was narrow and long, not knowing where it led, and there was no sign beside it. But the feeling it gave was filled with eeriness. Chapter 153, The Crooked Merchant Crocodile. Sun Ge, what if Chu Xiao and the others entered the small path? Feng Xiao suddenly became a bit worried. If they missed the small path and Chu Xiao happened to be in it, then they would have come for nothing. Chu Xiao is a calm person with a very clear goal. He wouldn't take the unknown risk of entering the small path. I guess he should still be ahead on the main road. Hearing Sun Kai's words, Feng Xiao immediately felt relieved. They directly ignored the small path and continued walking forward. Next, the small paths appeared from time to time, and sometimes two or three even appeared at the same time. Each small path was different. On some of the paths, they even saw the shadow of strange tales. Even Feng Xiao tilted his head in confusion. Sun Ge, do you hear any sounds? Sounds? No. It sounds like someone is calling for help. Could it be Chu Xiao and the others? Sun Kai shook his head with a smile. Tell me the third rule of the zoo. Feng Xiao was taken aback for a moment and then said, I remember it's that if you hear any strange sounds, don't be surprised. Oh, I see, this is another trick thing. At this point, Feng Xiao directly ignored the strange sounds he heard. After walking for a while, they saw the second wooden sign, which had 3 big words on it. Aquarium. Since they chose the tour route for aquatic animals, it was not surprising to encounter an aquarium. But Sun Kai remembered that there was a rule that no matter which exhibition area they were in, they could only choose to see one animal. This meant they only had one chance to choose, and if they chose wrong, they might not meet Chu Xiao and the others. This difficulty was high, as Chu Xiao's first ghost story was about a black snake, but he might not choose a snake. Moreover, except for a few types, most snakes were not aquatic animals. At this moment, the usually quiet Ma Lanlan suddenly spoke, a ghost story is coming. Sun Kai looked ahead and saw that at some point, a huge aquarium building had appeared. At the entrance, a dark shadow approached. As it got closer, Sun Kai clearly saw what this shadow was. It was actually a crocodile walking upright. The crocodile was dressed nicely, looking polite, but its mouth full of sharp teeth was a bit scary. Welcome, 3 guests, to the aquarium. We have the largest variety of aquatic animals in the country, bar none. The crocodile said proudly to them. Having seen many strange things, Sun Kai wasn't surprised at a talking crocodile. But for the audience in Xia country, it was a novelty that a crocodile could talk. What intrigued them the most was that humans could become ghost stories because of cruel things that happened to them. Then what about these animals? How did they become ghost stories? The crocodile was very enthusiastic, introducing them. What aquatic animal would you like to see? As long as we have it in the aquarium, you can choose, but each person can only choose one for free. Sun Kai immediately noticed what the crocodile said. Free choice of one? So, if paid, they could choose others? If I want to see more aquatic animals? The crocodile grinned, looking like it was ready to eat them. This aquarium accepts any form of trade. With just a small price, you can view other aquatic animals, guaranteed fare. Can you be more specific? What's the price? Sun Kai clearly saw the crocodile swallow, its eyes filled with desire looking at the two. Just one hand, and you can choose another. If it's both hands, I can decide to let you choose 3. The more you pay, the more aquatic animals you can see, even all of them. Feng Xiao stared intently at the crocodile, realizing that it definitely had bad intentions, wanting to find an opportunity to eat them. Sun Kai, however, was rather interested. I want to know, am I paying such a high price just to see some aquatic animals? This trade is unfair. Of course not, our trades are always very fair. The crocodile patted its chest, looking like a proper person. All the aquatic animals here are unowned ghost stories. As long as you go in to watch, you have a chance to subdue them. Think about it, if you can get a batch of ghost stories to become your subordinates, sweeping across the whole city would not be a dream. This is a rare opportunity. Aquatic animal ghost stories mean that taking one away means one less, and they are not unlimited. So, what do you think? Consider it as a discount for your first entry. With just one hand, I'll give you all another chance to watch. The crocodile looked like a victim, clearly showing the face of a cunning merchant. Feng Xiao was stunned. How could this crocodile be more articulate than himself? Is he really inferior to a crocodile? In this day and age, is even the animal world so competitive? Sun Kai remained calm. The crocodile's words might be true, but he wouldn't pay such a high price just to take away some weak monster tails. His goal was only the little monster tails. Let's put that aside for now. I'd like to ask if two men came here earlier and entered the aquarium? Without waiting for a response, Sun Kai spoke first. If you tell me, I will consider whether to pay first. Indeed, upon hearing there might be payment, the crocodile's eyes brightened. Yes, they chose the shark exhibit. You all. Before the crocodile could finish, Sun Kai decisively interrupted. We all choose the shark exhibit. Alright then, after you finish viewing the shark exhibit, make sure to find me to pay. The crocodile wore a pitiful expression, with tears streaming down the corners of its mouth. Without any action from the crocodile, a brand new path stretched out from under their feet, leading to a small door of the aquarium. You follow this path, and you can directly enter the shark exhibit. Feng Xiao had no doubts, and just as he was about to step onto the path, he was stopped by Sun Kai. Brother Sun, what's wrong? Isn't the path right in front? Feng Xiao looked puzzled, while Sun Kai's gaze turned cold as he stared at the crocodile. I truly didn't expect an animal monster tail to have such superb acting. You almost tricked me. Huh? What situation? Feng Xiao was completely confused, not understanding what had happened. But soon, after hearing Sun Kai's words, he felt a wave of fear. Chapter 154, Making a Choice. Feng Xiao, tell me the second rule. Without hesitation, Feng Xiao replied, the second rule of the zoo is that the main paths are very safe, do not casually enter the small paths. As soon as he spoke, Feng Xiao realized something, looking at the small path leading to the aquarium. No matter who made it, it was essentially a small path. Which means, once they enter the small path, there will be danger. Brother Sun, was it intentional? Feng Xiao looked at the crocodile in disbelief. Exactly. Do you really think monster tails are all good things? Don't forget how monster tails are born. Human monster tails come from various cruel experiences before becoming tails, so how do you think animal tails appear? Feng Xiao's pupils shrank, as if he thought of something. Could it be? Animal monster tails undergo various cruel experiences to become tails, and who could cause cruelty to animals other than humans? Do you think a monster tail that hates humans would calmly trade with us two humans and let us easily enter to find Chu Xiao in them? Sun Kai's words left Feng Xiao speechless. From the very beginning, Sun Kai had not believed in any monster tails. Even the seemingly inconspicuous panda nearby kept Sun Kai's attention. The reason it can't attack us is simply because the rules are protecting us, as we stand on the main path. Once we enter the small path, we will lose the protection of the rules, and at that point, it can attack us. Am I right, Mr. Crocodile? The crocodile, directly exposed, simply stopped acting. It burst into laughter. Humans, you're very clever, and you're not wrong. This path does not lead to the aquarium. As long as you dare to enter the small path, I will eat you all. Just eating one hand is too unsatisfying. I want to eat you whole. Feng Xiao was terrified. He found that despite being so careful, he still fell into the other party's trap. And Brother Sun, surprisingly, managed to discover so many things with just a few clues. Brother Sun is awesome. Broken voice. Brother Sun, how do we get into the aquarium? Are Chu Xiao and the others really inside the aquarium? Sun Kai didn't speak, he didn't know either. But at this moment, the quiet little panda spoke up. Crocodile, your chance is over, let them in. Humph. This time, consider it their luck, you can go in. The crocodile sneered, and the road extended directly to the entrance of the aquarium. But Sun Kai didn't rush in. He looked at the little panda. The crocodile's chance is over, what about yours? The little panda didn't answer, and Sun Kai didn't mind. This time, he directly led Feng Xiao and Ma Lanlan towards the aquarium. At the entrance, there were many different sections, including the shark exhibit that the crocodile just mentioned. But at this moment, where should they choose? Sun Kai deliberately waited for a while. He noticed that no hint appeared. He felt that the hint not telling him should have only one reason, which is Chu Xiao and the others were not in the aquarium. Since they are not in the aquarium, they must quickly pass through the aquarium. Thinking of this, Sun Kai directly chose the dolphin exhibit that looked the easiest. Sun Kai reached out and touched, and in front of him, a flash of light passed, and the three of them appeared in a place filled with seats, with a large pool in the middle. In the pool, several dolphins were happily swimming, but these dolphins had become monsters. They no longer looked as cute as before, each one appeared fierce, exuding a dark aura. Are we supposed to tame these dolphin monsters? How do we tame this? Looking at the dolphins that resembled a fierce gang leader, Feng Xiao suddenly didn't know what to say. Do you need me to take action? Ma Lanlan spoke up. With her strength, even facing several dolphin monsters, she could easily handle them. After all, she was essentially a little monster. No need, it's just the right opportunity to explore some things here. Sun Kai didn't let Ma Lanlan take action, instead, he directly found a seat and sat down. Feng Xiao also sat down, and just then, a black humanoid shadow suddenly appeared by the edge of the pool. Welcome, everyone, to watch our wonderful dolphin show. Are you ready? Ready. A thunderous voice surrounded them. When Sun Kai looked back, he realized that the empty seats around them were all filled with the same humanoid shadows. However, these shadows varied in size, not made from the same mold. Brother Sun, what is this thing next to me? Feng Xiao cautiously scooted a bit closer to Sun Kai, genuinely worried about bumping into the humanoid shadow next to him. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be made by this monster. Let's observe for a while. Next, under the guidance of this humanoid shadow, the dolphin monsters frequently performed various astonishing tricks, and the performance could be said to be quite spectacular. But in Sun Kai's eyes, he found it boring. I see, the strength of the monsters is weak, the process required to eat humans takes too long. It seems that only when the performance is almost over can we take action, truly uninteresting. Madam Horse, you can swallow them all. Ma Lanlan nodded and directly walked toward the dolphin monsters. The dolphin monsters seemed to sense the threat, they stood up in the water, staring at Ma Lanlan. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between them was considerable, and the battle ended in less than a minute. The dolphin monsters were devoured by Ma Lanlan there and then, and they found themselves back on the main road after a flash. The little panda was already waiting here. Upon seeing them appear, it continued to lead the way ahead. On the road, Feng Xiao quietly asked, Brother Sun, what would you do about the dolphin monster story if there was no Ma Lanlan just now? Very simple, just interrupt the other party's rhythm. The dolphin monster story needs the performance to end before it can act on the audience. So there is only one thing we need to do, to take control of the scene before the performance ends. We just need to avoid making the first move. Of course, at this time, we should also look for the other party's weakness. However, in such a weak story, the weakness should be quite obvious. Feng Xiao gave a thumbs up. Brother Sun is indeed impressive. If it were him, he would probably have to wait for the performance to end, but by then he would be finished. They continued walking, and the little panda stopped again. This time, there were no signs ahead, but two roads appeared directly. The little panda looked at them with cold eyes. Both roads are real. At the end of each road, there is one of your companions. Now, make your choice. Chapter 155, Not one will be given up. Sun Kai looked at the two roads in front of him, they looked the same on the surface, with no differences at all. Do you know I came here for them? Sun Kai was somewhat surprised. How did this little panda know these things? The little panda showed a human-like expression of disdain. In the whole zoo, besides you, there are only those two humans. Is there any need to ask? Sun Kai touched the tip of his nose, feeling a bit awkward. He was actually mocked by an animal story. Feng Xiao leaned over and whispered, Brother Sun, is what it said true? Is Chu Xiao separated from Wang Bao? Who do we need to save? There was a hint of worry in Feng Xiao's eyes. Although Chu Xiao had shown much more ability than Wang Bao in their group. If they just gave up on Wang Bao, Feng Xiao would feel guilty inside. Moreover, they had no idea who would be behind the two roads. This was a multiple-choice question with no accurate answers. Either they would choose Chu Xiao or they would choose Wang Bao, everything depended on their luck. I don't know what is true or false, but they must be right in front of us. If they die, we will receive their death information. As for who to save. Sun Kai's mouth slightly curved up, I will not give up on anyone. Feng Xiao, you and Madame Ma go left, and I will go to the right alone. It's your turn to shine this time. I believe you can save them, after all, you are a national champion who has already passed the level. Sun Kai patted Feng Xiao on the shoulder, smiled at him, and then raised his foot, ready to walk towards the right road. But just as his foot was about to step onto the right road, he suddenly stopped. This is your opportunity, right? No matter what choice we make, you will ultimately benefit. Feng Xiao was startled. What's going on? Did you forget about the crocodile thing just now? Its opportunity is that as long as we make a wrong choice, it will eat us. Similarly, this little panda is the same. If we make a wrong choice, our end will also be very miserable. If I'm not mistaken, no matter which side we choose, it's wrong. The only choice is. Sun Kai suddenly stepped into the dark area, and just as his foot landed, a wide path appeared beneath him. Feng Xiao was completely stunned. Brother Sun, how did you guess that? For the first time, Feng Xiao felt like his intelligence might be negative. After following Brother Sun for so long, how could their gap be so large? This could no longer be explained with intuition. As I said just now, that crocodile revealed too much. I believe Chu Xiao should have noticed it too, so he can pass this level and move forward. The crocodile exposed itself, and these workers will have an opportunity to test us. Once the opportunity succeeds, they can devour us, and if it fails, there will be nothing. Earlier, the crocodile's every move was to trap us, so everything it said was a lie. By the same logic, you can treat everything the little panda says as a lie, and then make the right choice. In fact, the Great Road has always been in front of us, just hidden away. As long as we make the right choice, the Great Road will reveal itself. Am I right, Mr. Little Panda? The little panda did not speak, but its gloomy face said it all. At this moment, many people from the summer country, even those from the support team, were applauding Sun Kai. Sun Kai's performance was truly outstanding. To discover so much useful information in such a short time, having Mr. Sun as the national fortune bearer is truly a blessing for our summer country. Xia Changqing sighed. Team leader, there is indeed danger over at Xu Xiao. Should we use the second reminder opportunity? The support team members asked Xia Changqing. In the live broadcast room they were watching, Xu Xiao's situation was precarious, and Wang Bao was not by his side, the two had truly separated. Continue to keep an eye on Xu Xiao's situation. Sun Kai has already gone over, notifying him now would just be wasting one opportunity. Xu Xiao is probing the opponent's weaknesses, this is his chance for us to analyze. Xia Changqing appeared calm on the surface, but the hands he had tucked under his sleeves were already clenched tightly. Every national fortune bearer is a hero of the country, but they are also filled with danger. If possible, he would rather be the national fortune bearer himself. But the choice of a national fortune bearer has no rules. Everyone, pay attention, if Xu Xiao truly sacrifices for the country, the results of your analysis will be the greatest wealth he leaves behind. Yes, team leader. Everyone stared intensely at Xu Xiao's live broadcast room, not missing a single frame. Meanwhile, after Sun Kai exposed the little panda's opportunity, the little panda let out a cold snort and without saying a word, directly dove into the nearby dark area, disappearing from sight. We need to hurry, we don't know how much longer Xu Xiao can hold out. Sun Kai shouted anxiously, this time he did not walk slowly but ran directly. Feng Xiao and Ma Lanlan closely followed behind him. They ran for less than a minute when their surroundings suddenly brightened, and they appeared in another place. It looked like a park, surrounded by lush green trees, and there was a fairly large lake in the center. In the middle of the lake, there was an island. Sun Kai spotted Xu Xiao, who was panting on the island. Xu Xiao is here, where's Wang Bao? Sun Kai frowned, he had previously thought Xu Xiao was always with Wang Bao, but he didn't expect the little panda had not lied to him this time. The two had really separated. Looking at Xu Xiao's condition, he seemed to be struggling. Sun Kai knew he had to help. But there was no connection from the island to the land, how did Xu Xiao get up there? Brother Sun, there's a small boat over there. Following Feng Xiao's direction, Sun Kai saw a small boat docked at the shore, seemingly waiting for them. Sun Kai knew that this small boat must be a trap, but he had no choice but to step inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to save Xu Xiao. Get on the boat. The three of them stepped onto the small boat, which swayed slightly. The two took up the oars and began to row. As for Ma Lanlan, her role was to deal with any possible monsters that might appear. As the boat moved toward the island, halfway there, Ma Lanlan suddenly said, monsters are approaching, and there are many. To make Ma Lanlan feel there were many monsters was astonishing to Sun Kai. In fact, without Ma Lanlan saying anything, Sun Kai had already seen them. Around them, there were. On the surface of the lake, a multitude of dark shadows appeared, all of them are strange tales. Chapter 156, listen to the captain's words. Oh no, this is bad, with so many strange tales, weakened Ma Lanlan can't hold them back at all. The members of the summer country support team changed their expressions dramatically. When they saw Sun Kai come to rescue, they were all very happy. If a potential national fortune bearer like Xu Xiao died here, it would be a loss for the country. But they never expected that this small boat would be so troublesome. You see, when Xu Xiao came over before, there was a small bridge and nothing happened at all. Don't panic, Sun Kai can still summon Wu Qian, even if he can't kill so many strange tales, he can at least protect his own safety. Xia Changqing's words calmed them down. Sun Kai is just too important for the summer country, important enough that they couldn't ignore any dangers surrounding him. But Sun Kai didn't do this, and while Wu Qian's strength was not weak, letting her deal with so many strange tales would likely be beyond her capability. At this moment, Sun Kai took out something from his body, it was a hairpin given to him by Teacher Li. Simultaneously, he made Ma Lanlan unleash the power of a small strange tale. With two small strange tales here, these weak minor strange tales were immediately scared away. If there were only one small strange tale, perhaps they would have fought back a bit. Sun Kai let out a sigh of relief, this was the third time Teacher Li had helped him. When it's time to resign at school, please be a bit lenient. With the interference of weak minor strange tales gone, the small boat smoothly arrived at the heart of the lake. At this moment, they finally saw why Xu Xiao looked so disheveled. In front of him was a severely injured black snake, and in front of the black snake was a giant python over 10 meters long. Madam Horse, it's time for you to make your appearance. Sun Kai waved his hand, and Ma Lanlan immediately charged forward. When the giant python saw Ma Lanlan, its expression slightly changed, and it let out a high-pitched sound. Strange woman, I have no conflict with you, why do you come to trouble me? But Ma Lanlan completely ignored it and went straight for the attack. She couldn't possibly say that she had already been tamed by a human, right? Does she not care about her dignity? Even weakened, a small strange tail is still stronger than a weak minor strange tail. The battle between Ma Lanlan and the giant python was one that others couldn't intervene in at all. Captain, you've come. Seeing Sun Kai appear, Chu Xiao smiled. He could no longer hold on and sat directly on the ground. What happened? Sun Kai and the other two rushed over. Nothing, just that my stamina and energy are drained. It's really not easy to contend with a small strange tail. After seeing that Chu Xiao was indeed fine, Sun Kai asked in confusion. How did you end up here? Where's Wang Bao? Wang Bao and I got separated automatically after entering here. I actually wanted to choose another route, but... A faint bitter smile appeared on Chu Xiao's face. I was a little tricked, but luckily nothing serious happened, just switched to a different route. Sun Kai nodded. No wonder Chu Xiao was on this route. He must have originally aimed for the rightmost route, but something happened, leading him unexpectedly to the middle route. Captain, actually I've always wanted to come to the zoo. I knew there were small strange tails here, and after you told me about the Blood Moon Night, I decided to come here. Only by taming the small strange tails can we win the battle to come. If we keep relying on weak minor strange tails, we will die sooner or later. Chu Xiao's mind was very clear, as he was always thinking about how to make a great contribution to raise his clearance rating. For this reason, he was willing to take great risks to do so. But this time, he miscalculated. Even if the power of small strange tails was weakened, he still wasn't a match. If it weren't for the fact that during this time his strange tails had devoured some unfortunate strange tails, making him much stronger, he would probably have been swallowed at the start. Unlike others, Chu Xiao chose to feed all the strange tails he encountered to his black snake. As a result, the black snake's strength indeed grew rapidly, and it was probably only a little short of becoming a small strange tail. But this one step blocked countless weak strange tails. If it hadn't been for Sun Kai arriving just in time, he might have become the opponent's snack today. It's good that you have this idea, but sometimes, if the risk is too big, consider another way. Sun Kai could see that Chu Xiao was capable, but he bore too much pressure. He forced himself to do this, otherwise, he might just collapse himself. Although he didn't know the stories behind Chu Xiao, his eyes revealed much information. Chu Xiao nodded. Captain, I understand. Feng Xiao patted Chu Xiao's shoulder and smiled. Listening to the captain is never wrong. Look at me, following the captain, I haven't run into any trouble. Chu Xiao glanced at Feng Xiao, and he remembered this person very well. In the last strange tale world, this person's urine had spread throughout Xia country. Some people even privately called him the urine hero. Although the other side did rely on strong connections to survive, some of his actions were quite noteworthy. He can be considered a reliable companion. There won't be a next time. I don't know what situation Wang Bao is in now, I'm a bit worried. Chu Xiao frowned. He had protection from strange tales, but Wang Bao did not. He once handed a strange tale to Wang Bao, but the next day, Wang Bao said that this strange tale had perished together with another. If he gave him another one, it would be the same. Later, Chu Xiao stopped giving them. After all, his strange tales weren't many, and he needed to feed them to the black snake. However, later, it seemed Wang Bao's luck improved, as he no longer encountered strange tales. Sun Kai glanced over. Due to the battle with the giant python, the black snake had taken quite a toll and was retreating steadily under Ma Lanlan's offensive. If it continued like this, Ma Lanlan's victory was not far off. But the giant python was slippery, diving straight into the lake and vanishing in an instant. The lake is its home turf. If I go in, I won't be able to beat it. Ma Lanlan admitted as she returned. If you can't win, then so be it, but I'm curious about one thing. What is it? Feng Xiao immediately asked. Logically, the norm shouldn't lead to a fight. Chu Xiao, did you do something? Chu Xiao thought for a moment and said, I let the black snake bite it. Does that count? Sun Kai's lips twitched. No wonder the other side was so angry, and no wonder your black snake could hold out for so long. The body of a strange tail is a manifestation of their power. You let the black snake take a bite, and the giant python's strength diminished, so of course, it had to fight desperately. But since Chu Xiao broke the norm, then what followed was a clash of their respective strengths. Chapter 157, The Rules Are Supreme. The giant python hid in the water. The only way for them to leave the central island was by a small boat, but... Sun Kai stared at the shattered pieces of the boat, lost in thought. With the boat gone, how would they leave here? This is troublesome, we can't get out. Feng Xiao's face looked a bit grim. If they were stuck here, hunger would eventually kill them. Lady Ma, can you fly? Ma Lanlan scoffed. I'm a strange tale, not a magical wishing machine. Whether I can fly, you should know yourself. Sun Kai raised his eyebrows. Was she that bold? Ma! But just saying one word, Ma Lanlan flinched. I apologize, I'm sorry. Beside them, Feng Xiao almost laughed aloud. Ma Lanlan was truly digging her own grave. Clearly aware that brother Sun had grasped her weakness, she still chose to confront him head-on. Just as Ma Lanlan said. She is a strange tale, and the strange tale is based on the original human subject, with some additional abilities. If it were a flying creature strange tale, it would definitely fly, but Ma Lanlan cannot. Ma Lanlan cannot fly, and the black snake cannot either. The only two strange tales here cannot do anything, so the three living people have to think of a way. Crossing over from the lake is impossible, the giant python is always watching us from the water. Xu Xiao spoke first. Building a boat to cross is not an option, the little boat from earlier is the best example, so... Are we left with only flying over from the sky? Sun Kai interjected. That's right, we must find a flying strange tale, otherwise, we can only stay here forever. But the problem is, there is no flying strange tale here. Sun Kai frowned slightly. At such a critical moment, the hint showed no reaction at all. Did he miss something? He carefully recalled the zoo's rules. Especially the fourth rule, which states that most animals sleep at night, except for a few nocturnal ones. If you encounter them, do not panic, please let staff handle it. Is a giant python a nocturnal animal? It definitely is. This means that if this rule is true, he can do it. Little panda, come out quickly. Sun Kai shouted loudly ahead. Feng Xiao and Xu Xiao looked at him in confusion. Why would he call for the little panda at this time? Could it be that it would actually come out? Brother Sun, what's the use of calling it? It won't. Wait, what? Feng Xiao was about to say that the little panda wouldn't appear when suddenly, the little panda blinked and appeared in front of him, startling him. That's right, it was the same little panda that had led the way before, and it really appeared. Why did you call me? The little panda still had a grumpy face, as if Sun Kai owed it a lot of money. Look, there is an animal blocking our way, you need to handle it. Sun Kai pointed at the giant python in the water and said to the little panda. The little panda's face became even more unpleasant, but due to the rules, it really couldn't refuse. The rules are quite unfair to strange tales. Giant python, do not violate the rules, quickly move out of the way. The little panda's tone was very harsh. Clearly just a weak strange tale, it daringly spoke to the small strange tale. And the giant python was even more unbelievable. After hearing the little panda's words, it actually said, "Fine, since you've appeared, I will step aside." Seeing the giant python really move away, Feng Xiao looked at Sun Kai in disbelief. Brother Sun, how did you know the little panda could drive it away? Xu Xiao reacted much quicker. The fourth rule has a little loophole. If we don't actively call for the staff, the giant python can keep dealing with us. But when the staff appear, the giant python must also follow the rules, of course, on the condition that this is indeed the rule. After hearing Xu Xiao's explanation, Feng Xiao suddenly understood. He scratched the back of his head, realizing that there was still a lot he needed to learn. Although he remembered all the rules, his understanding of them was still lacking. Just now, all he could think of was how to use a strange tale to deal with the giant python. He forgot the most fundamental thing that this world is. Rule strange tales. The existence of rules is supreme. Without the interference of the giant python, they quickly found a piece of wood and let Ma Lanlan and the black snake do the manual labor, directly pulling them to the shore. Phew, if only we could have captured that giant python just now. Feng Xiao felt a bit regretful. Capturing a small strange tale is not that simple. The weaknesses of small strange tales are no longer that obvious, they are more complex weaknesses. Although Xu Xiao really wanted to know how Sun Kai captured a small strange tale, he was even more worried about Wang Bao's safety. In front of them, a wide path appeared, and the group quickly walked over. Walking along the path, they vaguely saw that ahead seemed to be the exit of the zoo, but where is Wang Bao? Xu Xiao's face was very ugly. It was he who brought Wang Bao here, but now Wang Bao was lost, and he himself was fine. How can this be? No way, I have to go back to find him. Xu Xiao immediately prepared to go back, but was grabbed by Sun Kai's arm. Can you save him if you go back alone? What's more, I am the captain. If a team member is in danger, it's my job to save him. Although the zoo rules don't say what will happen if we go back, I don't recommend it. It's best to re-enter through the main gate. There's still a little time left, we have one more chance. Just as the two were talking, the silent Feng Xiao suddenly spoke up. Can I say that I heard Wang Bao's voice? What? The two suddenly looked at Sun Kai, and their eyes startled him. Really? What did you hear? I heard him calling for help, it seems like he is in danger. Although Xu Xiao was worried about Wang Bao's safety, his mind was still relatively calm. Are you sure the voice you heard is not related to the third rule? Feng Xiao shrugged. I don't know, I'm just saying what I heard, I can't guarantee whether it's true or not. Xu Xiao frowned tightly. At this moment, he could only take a gamble that this rule is fake. In this way, if he followed the sound, he might really be able to find Wang Bao. Captain, what do you think? Zhu Xiao couldn't make the decision and could only look to Sun Kai for direction. Sun Kai was also hesitant. If they lost this gamble, they would likely all be doomed. But if they started over, could they really find Wang Bao? All of this was an unknown. At this moment, Sun Kai saw a line of text appear before him. 2 meters to your right, yes, that's it, kick hard. The hint was very considerate, giving him an arrow pointing 2 meters to his right, and there was the dark area. Chapter 158, Is Wang Bao a fake? The dark area, it was a forbidden zone they could not step into. If they entered, they could be devoured by the haunting stories hidden inside. But this was the hint telling him to go there, so Sun Kai walked over without hesitation and then kicked down hard. In an instant, he heard a crack, as if he had kicked through a piece of glass. Dazzling light burst forth, and Sun Kai discovered that ahead was an unfamiliar place. It was as if his kick had directly shattered a layer of disguise. This is. Zhu Xiao's face changed. He felt very strange about the captain's action. But he did not expect that the captain's kick would actually reveal a place. What was going on? Feng Xiao exclaimed even more, wow. Brother Sun, did you just kick down a fake wall? After saying that, he felt something was wrong. This isn't some prank scene, where did the fake wall come from? He leaned closer to take a look and found that the place kicked out seemed like the space was shattered. The surrounding area was still the dark zone, but this broken spot seemed to connect to other places. Honestly, Sun Kai didn't know what was going on, but the hint seemed to hope he would go there. Otherwise, why would it ask him to kick down this path? Or was this a hidden route in the zoo? Let's go in and take a look, maybe Wang Bao is inside. As soon as Wang Bao was mentioned, Zhu Xiao walked over without saying a word. Once they entered, the opening automatically disappeared, and then a small panda appeared here. Strange, weren't they supposed to go out? Where is everyone? The small panda looked around, there was not a shadow in sight, and then it also disappeared from here. What is this place? Why does it look so broken? Seeing the scene before him, Feng Xiao couldn't help but say. They appeared in a place that seemed to be backstage of a performance, surrounded by mirrors and costumes visible around. However, the heavy dust on the ground, combined with the rust on the iron items, fully proved that no one seemed to have been here for a long time. Zhu Xiao looked around, slightly pondering and said. This looks like a makeup room for a performance stage, but weren't we just at the zoo? How did we end up here? Does this mean we've left the zoo? Sun Kai seemed to see something, going over to the edge of the wall where there was a group photo. It was a picture of many people standing at the entrance of the zoo. This should still be inside the zoo, but it's likely not one of the 3 sightseeing routes. It might be a hidden place that's not open to the public. Sun Kai's guess made sense, and he took the lead to walk over, opening the door to step into the corridor outside. By the way, they could see things thanks to the ghostly fire created by Malanlan and the black snake. The ghostly fire was not very bright, but enough for them to see the path clearly. Let's go outside and take a look. The group stepped outside, finding that this truly was behind a stage. However, the stage was covered in rust, and the originally colorful posters had all faded. In front of the stage, many seats were placed, most of them weathered, as if the plastic would shatter at a touch. Is this really a zoo? It seems quite different from what we saw earlier. Feng Xiao was somewhat surprised. This should be what the zoo looks like during the day. The zoo we entered has already crossed into the realm of urban legends. But this place feels more like an abandoned zoo. What's going on? Sun Kai also couldn't understand, asking what was guiding them to come here. At that moment, a huge sound came from ahead. They exchanged glances and immediately ran to check the situation. When they reached near the sound and hid, they saw a familiar figure. It was Wang Bao. Wang Bao is alive, that's great. Zhu Xiao finally felt relieved. Although he hadn't heard any news of Wang Bao's death, no one knew if he would be eaten by the urban legend in the next second. Just like him, if not for the captain's appearance, he would have already died in the giant python's hands. Just as Zhu Xiao was about to step out, Sun Kai held him back. Don't move, look over there. Following the direction Sun Kai pointed, Zhu Xiao saw the urban legend standing not far from Wang Bao. At this moment, Wang Bao's voice echoed, you should have already interfered with the livestream, right? I don't want the content of our conversation to be known by those people. The urban legend across from him looked like a very ordinary man. He smiled and said, you can rest assured on this point, we are all of the same kind, urban legends do not deceive urban legends. Upon hearing this, Sun Kai and the others all changed their expressions. Wang Bao was actually an urban legend? This meant Wang Bao was the imposter in their group? But if he was the imposter, what about Zhao Dakuan? Just as the urban legend stated, at this moment, Wang Bao's livestream showed him wandering alone. Feng Xiao almost couldn't hold back a sound. He never expected that Wang Bao would be the imposter among them. To know, after Zhao Dakuan died, all their information was shared, meaning Wang Bao understood their situation very well. He probably never thought that they would be here. That's good, you should know my purpose. As long as we can complete the deal, I will help you become a big urban legend. What do you want me to do? Help me get rid of another person, his name is Chu Xiao. If I'm not mistaken, there will be 2 more people coming to save him, all together to help me get rid of him. But you need to pay attention to a person called Sun Kai. This person is not simple, he might have hidden cards. The man laughed. No matter what hidden cards he has, he is no match for me. Clearly, the only person Wang Bao was wary of was Sun Kai. As for Xiaolan and Hui, he seemed to look down on them. After discussing for a while, the strange talk left, leaving Wang Bao all alone. At that moment, Sun Kai and others were getting ready to come out and deal with this imposter. But in the next second, Wang Bao sat down on the ground, wiping his cold sweat. Damn, you scared me to death. Luckily my acting skills are good, I fooled him. Who is this strange talk? I'm not familiar with him, and he brought me here, really treating me like a strange talk? Isn't it just that I accidentally created a strange talk, does it have to be like this? His words successfully made Sun Kai and the others stop in their tracks. What did they just hear? The Wang Bao before them was not an imposter, everything just now was a deception against that strange talk. Brother Sun, we can't believe this guy's words, he might be lying to us. Chapter 159, a person cannot, at least should not. Sun Kai pondered for a moment. There were still suspicions about Wang Bao, but what if Wang Bao really wasn't an imposter? What if they killed the wrong person? He had Ma Lanlan, this little strange talk, and He Shi, who was a fairly strong weak only because of being a strange talk. Even if Wang Bao truly was an imposter, according to the current rules, they hadn't all died yet, and the opponent couldn't regain his original strength. This also meant they were completely able to control Wang Bao. Thinking of this, Sun Kai directly walked out. Seeing Sun Kai come out, the others also stepped forward. When Wang Bao saw Sun Kai and the others emerge, he froze up entirely. Captain? How are you here? But when he saw Sun Kai and the others not speaking, he seemed to remember something. When were you there? Since you were talking to that strange talk. Slap. Wang Bao slapped his own face, as he clearly knew what he had just said. It was completely like the speech of a villain. If someone heard that, they would definitely think he was the imposter in the team. I can explain. No, you don't need to explain. Feng Xiao rolled up his sleeves, already prepared to make a move. I really didn't expect, you kid are the imposter in our team. Before, you acted so much like it, I didn't even notice. Wang Bao forced a smile, looking at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, you should know, I can't be the imposter, don't forget the rules we both saw. What rules? Sun Kai hurriedly asked. The content of the rules is that beside the captain, there is one imposter. Previously, there were only 2 people beside the captain, Feng Xiao and Zhao Dukuan. But Zhao Dukuan is already dead, so we suspected. Chu Xiao didn't continue, instead, his gaze turned to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao was not foolish and understood immediately. What the hell, you suspect I'm the imposter? If Feng Xiao was an imposter, let me wet my pants next time I go to the bathroom. Such a vicious oath absolutely wouldn't be said by someone who wasn't the real deal, and Feng Xiao used this method to prove he remembered things from the last Strange Talk world. This also indirectly proved that he indeed was the original. Chu Xiao frowned. Could it be that this rule is fake? Need I say? It must be fake. Feng Xiao said without hesitation. But Sun Kai suddenly spoke up, this rule is real. Ha? Sun Kai ignored Feng Xiao's confused expression, explaining, the phrase, beside the captain, there is an imposter itself has problems. It doesn't say there is only one imposter, but says there is one imposter. But what if there is more than one imposter? What does that mean? Feng Xiao felt his mind spinning a bit. Feng Xiao, think carefully. What is the third rule? Of course I remember this, among every 7 fortune bearers, there is one imposter. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xiao's face fell, and he realized something. The rule said that among every 7 fortune bearers, there is one imposter, not that each team has one imposter. This means that in a country's team, fortune permitting, there could be no imposters at all. But with bad luck, there could be up to 7 imposters. Of course, having 7 imposters in one team is quite an extreme probability. However, if there are 2 or 3 imposters in one team, many people would never have thought of that. They used to believe that there was only one imposter in each team. But when Chu Xiao and the others saw the rules, then that possibility truly exists. There really could be a second, even a third imposter in the team. Feng Xiao's identity, Sun Kai could be sure of. He had spent the most time with Feng Xiao, and if Feng Xiao really had an issue, the hint would have appeared long ago. Similarly, he could also verify that Chu Xiao was fine. After all, if it weren't for him arriving in time during the battle with the giant python, Chu Xiao would have been gone. As for Wang Bao in front of them, although he said it was just acting, there were indeed aspects about him that raised suspicions, especially what he had said earlier. Creating ghost stories. You have to know, the only ones who knew about the creation of ghost stories were Sun Kai and Feng Xiao. As a newly entered fortune bearer, how could Wang Bao possibly know about the creation of ghost stories? It even seemed like he had truly created a ghost story. This was quite incredible. Wang Bao, can you explain what creating a ghost story is about? Sun Kai looked at him. If Wang Bao made any sudden moves, he would let Ma Lanlan take action directly. Wang Bao did not speak, but instead, pulled out a white cotton candy? No, this soft white thing wasn't cotton candy, it was a ghost story. But this ghost story was too weak enough that the black snake could easily take it down. Wang Bao, even if you were single, you can't do this. Humans cannot, at least they should not. Feng Xiao's face was full of disdain, showing a look of not wanting to associate with him. Wang Bao was stunned, looking at the soft white thing in his hand, his expression darkening. Damn it! This is a ghost story. It's a ghost story, not a fly. Wang Bao almost went head to head with Feng Xiao. Did this guy's brain just contain white liquid? Wang Bao, can you explain what this thing is? This is your only chance to prove your innocence. Chu Xiao's expression was very serious. He had spent some time with Wang Bao and believed he was someone who could be molded. If the other party was truly an imposter, he would not show mercy. Seeing Chu Xiao being so serious, Wang Bao no longer dared to act recklessly. This is indeed a ghost story I created, however, it's not entirely mine. It all started when we entered the ghost story world. From Wang Bao's mouth, Sun Kai learned about his situation. On the first night they arrived in this world, Wang Bao and Chu Xiao stayed together. But Wang Bao found that after going to bed, when he opened his eyes, a black shadow appeared before him. This scared him. His first reaction was that this was a ghost story. He was just an ordinary person. Encountering a ghost story was almost seeking death. But strangely, the ghost story in front of him did not attack him, but instead said, "Human, do you want to create your own ghost story?" At that time, Wang Bao was completely confused, having no idea what the other party meant. It seemed like the ghost story had no intention of explaining. After asking that one question, it stretched out a tentacle and directly inserted it into his body. Ah! Wang Bao let out a scream, sitting up suddenly from the bed. Chu Xiao suddenly realized, so the first night you screamed was because you encountered a strange tale. I thought you were just having a nightmare. Chapter 160, it's here. Meeting with a strange tale was not something Wang Bao wanted to share, but the strange tale warned him not to tell anyone. Otherwise, his fate would be very miserable. To survive, Wang Bao kept this matter to himself. For the next 2 nights, every time he fell asleep, he encountered this strange tale, but he noticed the figure of the strange tale was getting smaller and smaller. By the 3rd night, it was almost only a tiny bit left. The strange tale you have created will be yours to take care of from now on. The next day, Wang Bao discovered that he had gained this white and soft strange tale, while the original strange tale had completely disappeared. Although this was a strange tale he created, he had no memory of what he did in the dream. He only felt a blood connection looking at the strange tale in front of him. Later, Chu Xiao got a black snake, capturing some weak strange tales to use for self-defense. But Wang Bao never expected that this little creature would actually swallow the strange tale that Chu Xiao had provided for his protection. It happened twice in a row, and he could only come up with excuses to cover it up. Until this time, he came to the zoo with Chu Xiao, but on the way, he entered this place. Before Sun Kai and the others arrived, he had already spoken to the strange tale and guessed what was going on, which led to his brilliant performance. This is how things unfolded. Brother Sun, I want to believe Wang Bao. I have spent the most time with him, please give him a chance, Captain. Saying this, Chu Xiao actually prepared to bend down. Sun Kai reached out to stop his action. I am not an unreasonable person. If Wang Bao truly has no problems, I would be very happy. But if he really is an imposter, the most dangerous one will be you, do you understand? Chu Xiao's eyes were determined. I know, if he really is an imposter, I will ask the support team to inform the captain. In other words, Chu Xiao was using his life to test Wang Bao. If Wang Bao truly acted, it would prove he was an imposter, and Xiao Changqing would definitely remind Sun Kai immediately, not allowing Wang Bao a second chance to strike. But if Wang Bao did not act, then it would be fine until the Strange Tales world ended, proving his innocence completely. Wang Bao's matters were set aside for the moment. The biggest problem now was how they would leave this place. Wang Bao, who was the strange tale that communicated with you just now? The other party claims to be the boss of the zoo's little strange tales. The specific identity is not very clear, and their only purpose is for me to help them become a big strange tale. Sun Kai's expression was somewhat puzzled. Why did it ask you for help? Can you help it become a big strange tale? Of course not, but it seems to trust me a lot. It even thinks I am an imposter, saying it's a transaction. Even Wang Bao did not understand the other party's situation, they would know even less. Now the only question was how to leave this place. Wang Bao, how did you get in here? The place I entered was up on the stage. I came in out of nowhere. The group returned to the stage. They searched the entire stage but found nothing. Suddenly, Sun Kai thought of the spot that just prompted him to kick. Could it be that they needed to kick here again? No, if it were really that simple, it would have been discovered long ago. The little strange tale being able to come here proves this place is still inside the zoo. But why is this place completely different from what we saw when we entered? Where is the Grand Road? Sun Kai carefully thought about these questions, but he also knew that one person's strength could not match that of many. He threw out his doubts. Soon, Zhu Xiao came up with an idea. Captain, we have always been walking on the main road, but no one has ever walked the small path. I wonder if there's a small path that could be the entrance to here. Sun Kai's eyes lit up. Just as expected of Zhu Xiao, his mind turns quickly. They had been walking on the main road all along, but no one would venture into the small path. Knowing there was danger in the small path but still going in, that wasn't bravery, it was simply foolish. So, do we need to find the small path, go back through it, and return to the main road we were on before? Feng Xiao scratched his head, shocked that a place in this strange world would be so complex. Survival is tough, Feng Xiao sighed. So they began searching for the small path, centered around the stage, and unexpectedly, they actually found it. The small path wasn't anywhere else, but in the corridor behind the stage. This corridor, though not very long, felt endless when walking through it. The one who noticed something wrong about the corridor was Feng Xiao. He quickly stepped back to tell the others. When they arrived at the corridor, they indeed found something was wrong. The surroundings felt very eerie, and faintly, strange sounds could be heard. Most importantly, the end of the corridor was completely out of sight. Brother Sun, I don't know if this is a small path, but it definitely has a problem. Whether this is a small path or not, we need to try it. After finishing, Sun Kai waved his hand. Madam Ma, you go ahead and scout the way. Ma Lanlan rolled her eyes but had no choice, she stepped forward first. Zhu Xiao told the black snake to stay close to Ma Lanlan, ready to act at any moment. As they walked on, they noticed the surroundings began to change. No longer a corridor, but transformed into a narrow, small path. We really came out. As long as we keep going forward, we can surely return to the main road. Feng Xiao was extremely happy. Unfortunately, he seemed to forget an old saying, joy often brings sorrow. After walking for a while, they stopped in their tracks. Before them, the small path was blocked. I'm going to explode right here. Who built this small path? How can it be blocked? Feng Xiao was about to lose it. He never dreamed he would encounter something like this. Sun Kai squinted, looking ahead. He could vaguely see that there seemed to be more small paths ahead. That meant the blocked part wasn't long. If they could rush past, they might directly enter the path ahead. The problem was, no one knew what dangers lurked in the dark area. Once they went in, they might not come out again, which would be like seeking their own death. Do we really have to go back? Sun Kai was unwilling to go back just like that. Just as he was thinking about whether to call the panda over, he saw a new hint. Close your eyes and rush over, a word, reckless. Sun Kai's eyes lit up. Just as expected, the most thoughtful hint would appear at a critical moment. I have a way to get through. The moment Feng Xiao heard Sun Kai, he was overjoyed. It's here, it's here. Brother Sun's intuition, it's here again. Chapter 161, Zhu Xiao's death. Brother Sun, what is the way? Feng Xiao asked impatiently. Zhu Xiao and Wang Bao looked at Sun Kai in surprise. They couldn't understand why the captain knew how to pass through. Sun Kai didn't explain, he simply said, wait, we just need to close our eyes and rush over. The three of them were full of question marks. Rush over with closed eyes? Are we sure this isn't a shortcut to the underworld? Though they didn't know what danger awaited in the dark area, that pitch-black place gave off ominous feelings, clearly posing a significant danger. Seeing that Zhu Xiao and the other two seemed to doubt him, Feng Xiao stepped forward directly. You don't believe Brother Sun? His intuition has saved us so many times. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Pay attention. Feng Xiao snorted coldly. Without saying a word, he closed his eyes and rushed into the dark zone. As soon as he entered, he felt as though he had entered water, moving with great difficulty. But he kept his eyes tightly shut and walked forward, trusting Brother Sun's instinct. In the eyes of Sun Kai and the others, Feng Xiao's figure became much fainter after entering the dark zone, moving very slowly, like an old man walking. The dark zone seems to have some issues. Is he encountering resistance? Zhu Xiao squinted and observed, saying this. Looks like it's not quite what we imagined inside. Wang Bao echoed, saying this too. Sun Kai remained calm. As long as Feng Xiao kept his eyes closed, there would definitely be no problem. In fact, this was true. Feng Xiao struggled onward, feeling as if he had been walking for several minutes, until the resistance around him disappeared, and he felt he was back on the small path. He squinted, not opening his eyes immediately, and when he realized he had indeed walked to the other side's small path, he knew he had succeeded. Brother Sun, I did it! Feng Xiao shouted over here, waving his hands non-stop. Although there was a dark zone blocking the way, the sound was not blocked. They heard Feng Xiao's voice. Seeing Feng Xiao really succeed, Chu Xiao and the others exchanged glances, full of disbelief. They looked towards Sun Kai, suddenly feeling that this captain was truly unfathomable. Such a strange method could be thought of. Is his instinct really that powerful? Sun Kai had no intention of explaining to them, also closing his eyes to walk in. Once inside, he felt the strong resistance around him, very similar to moving in water. However, he didn't pay it any mind and continued to walk forward, but as he walked, he felt as though he had bumped into something. Sun Kai was stunned for a moment. What was happening? In the dark zone there was something? Thinking of this, Sun Kai felt cold sweat break out on his back. When he watched Feng Xiao walk in, there was nothing there. Sun Kai had no choice but to think about moving left and right, to see if he could get past. But just as he was about to move, he thought of something. The hint told him, it wasn't just about walking with his eyes closed, the focus was on what came after. One word, reckless. In other words, if he really moved left or right, he might never reach the small path in front. Thinking of this, Sun Kai took a deep breath, biting his teeth, and directly charged forward. But the dizzy scene he imagined from the crash did not occur. He rushed through and quickly felt the resistance around him vanish. Brother Sun, you've made it. Sun Kai heard Feng Xiao's voice and finally opened his eyes. He turned back to see Chu Xiao and Wang Bao still in the dark zone. As for He Shi and Ma Lanlan, it seemed they were not affected by the dark zone. You were watching me all this time, right? Sun Kai asked. Yeah, what about it? Did you see if I bumped into anything? Feng Xiao was taken aback, shaking his head. Brother Sun, there's nothing in front of you. Sun Kai furrowed his brow. Could he have felt wrong? That's impossible. If he hadn't bumped into anything, how could he have stopped? Just as he was thinking this, a hint of terror appeared on Feng Xiao's face. Brother Sun, there's something inside. Sun Kai hurriedly looked over, seeing a dark shadow behind Chu Xiao. If one wasn't careful, they really wouldn't notice. But at this moment, warning Chu Xiao would only make him more panicked. It might even anger the thing behind him, a loss without gain. But doing nothing wouldn't work either. Madam Horse, can you lend a hand? Ma Lanlan frowned slightly. My strength hasn't recovered yet. The dark zone is outside the rules of the zoo, and there will be no protection from the rules inside. That thing could come over. Its power might be at the level of a little monster tail. This means, she is not an opponent. You and Black Snake go together, mainly to protect their safety. Faced with Sun Kai's command, Ma Lanlan had no way to refuse. Black Snake naturally had to protect the master, Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, with his eyes closed, had no idea what was happening around him, suddenly heard a shout. Chu Xiao, Wang Bao, hurry and run over. Hearing Sun Kai's slightly anxious voice, they knew something must have happened, so they used all their strength to speed up. But their actions seemed to anger the shadow behind them. The shadow instantly grew larger, trying to envelop them. At this moment, Ma Lanlan and Black Snake appeared to block the incoming attack. Ma Lanlan's body shook, taking several steps back. It really is a little monster tail, but the zoo's little monsters shouldn't enter here. Could it be an abandoned little monster? Ma Lanlan thought to herself, her actions not slowing down. Chu Xiao knew there was danger beside him and quickly moved his feet. But soon he found that the resistance was really not small. Even with all his strength, his speed only increased a little. On Wang Bao's side, the monster tail on his chest emitted a faint white light, instantly speeding him up a lot, quickly surpassing Chu Xiao. In the end, Wang Bao reached the narrow path first. He looked back and almost scared himself to death. 3 monster tails were fighting, and if they weren't careful, they would affect them. Chu Xiao, hurry! Wang Bao yelled, seeing that Ma Lanlan and Black Snake could no longer hold on. But Chu Xiao, without the monster tail on him, couldn't speed up at all. As Chu Xiao was less than a meter away from the narrow path, a shadow appeared behind him again, directly swallowing him whole. Sun Kai and the others' expressions froze, while the screen of Chu Xiao's live broadcast room also went black. The summer country's national luck bearer, Chu Xiao, has died. Chu Xiao died just like that, dying. Without any value. You all should die. Wang Bao's eyes were bloodshot. He charged back inside again. Chapter 162, the first rule is false. Sun Kai wanted to catch Wang Bao, but Wang Bao was too fast. Wang Bao, come back. But Wang Bao had already been consumed by anger, losing his rationality. He had been an orphan since childhood, mixing with people outside as he grew up. Whenever someone needed him, he would do anything. Fighting was just a routine, but he had never committed a crime. He had lived aimlessly until now, entering the monster tail world, and Chu Xiao, whom he viewed as part of the upper class, had never looked down on him. On the contrary, he had taken care of him and even given him 2 monster tails for protection. It was the first time he felt like he was seen as a person, not just a tool. Basically, whatever Chu Xiao said, he would do. He thought that with Chu Xiao's ability, clearing this monster tail world should be fine. He never dreamed that Chu Xiao would die here. Sun Kai furrowed his brows tightly. Chu Xiao was dead, and another person couldn't die. Just by Wang Bao's previous action, he concluded that Wang Bao wasn't a fake. A fake wouldn't rush in so angrily because of Chu Xiao's death. There's no other way. Sun Kai's eyes sharpened as he directly used his trump card. Summon Wu Qian. In an instant, Wu Qian appeared by his side. Before Wu Qian could ask about the situation, Sun Kai spoke first. Wu Qian, can you save that person? Following the direction Sun Kai pointed, Wu Qian saw Wang Bao heading inside and 3 monster tails that were fighting. I can. Wu Qian always spoke simply and directly. She moved in an instant, entering the dark area. Fortunately, Wang Bao did not walk far, and when Wu Qian placed a hand on his shoulder, she was ready to bring him back. Suddenly, the strange tail at Wang Bao's chest erupted with an astonishing light, transforming from its original small size into several meters tall. Of course, its appearance remained the same, white and chubby. Cotton candy, eat it for me, I want to take revenge for Chu Xiao. Wang Bao's eyes turned red as he stared fiercely at the shadowy strange tail. The strange tail called cotton candy did not hesitate, it jumped directly down from the sky and landed on the shadow. In an instant, it swallowed the opponent whole. Burp. It let out a satisfied burp and then transformed back to its original size, returning to Wang Bao's side. This scene left Sun Kai and Feng Xiao dumbfounded. Is this the power of a creative strange tail? Without the interference of the strange tail, they made their way onto the path. Captain, Chu Xiao is dead. Wang Bao lay on the ground, crying out in pain. I know, although Chu Xiao is dead, as his best friend, you can help him fulfill his last wish. Wang Bao suddenly looked up, remembering what Chu Xiao had said to him. As long as I can make a contribution, there's a chance to revive Chu Xiao. Thank you, Captain. Let him fulfill his own wish. He had never seen a reward like resurrection, but in this high-difficulty strange tale world, such a high reward might actually exist. After confirming that Wang Bao was okay, Sun Kai turned to Wu Qian. Has your strength been affected? No. This answer brightened Sun Kai's eyes. He had sensed that Wu Qian's strength should be at the small strange tail level. Even when this small strange tail was suppressed, she could completely dominate one on her own. The only regret was that Wu Qian's existence lasted only an hour. To avoid wasting time, Sun Kai decisively led them forward. He knew the path was dangerous. Occasionally, strange tails appeared behind them, but Wu Qian dealt with all of them. With her strength unaffected, she dealt with these weak strange tails with just one move. After clearing several obstacles, they finally reached the end of the path, and there lay the main road. I remember this place. This was the path where several strange tails used to linger. The exit is ahead. Feng Xiao shouted excitedly. In that case, let's quickly leave the zoo. The group ran swiftly. The zoo exit was right in front of them. But at that moment, a figure blocked their way. Looking closely, it was the panda. Panda, why are you blocking us? When did the staff not allow visitors to leave? Sun Kai walked over and said. The panda had a "I'm not pretending anymore" look and replied directly, of course, I won't stop you, but they won't listen to me. A large group of shadows surrounded them. Upon closer inspection, among them were their old friends, the crocodile and the giant python. Surrounding them was a swarm of weak strange tails. Of course, none of this was the key issue. The key was that all these strange tails had gathered on the main road. Seeing these strange tails showing their savage expressions, Sun Kai suddenly realized something. The first rule of the zoo was actually a lie. The main road was not safe at all, it had only been pretending, making them believe it was a safe place. There was no place in the entire zoo that was safe. Feng Xiao also realized this and cursed. What kind of broken rules are these? The first one is fake? Captain, the problem isn't just the strange tails in front of us, look over there, it's getting light. As soon as Wang Bao's words finished, the first ray of sunlight appeared in the zoo, which represented one thing. The blood-red night had passed. This time, no team received any punishment, which shows that they all successfully subdued the ghost stories. At the same time, the momentum of the crocodile and the python surged, and their strength was restored. Malinlan's strength also returned, but she had no confidence in dealing with the two little ghost stories. At that moment, she didn't know that Wu Qian was also a little ghost story in terms of strength. Seeing the expressions of Sun Kai and others, the little panda enjoyed it. Humans who enter our zoo will not escape. You will become our food today. Crocodile, python, go for it. The crocodile and the python didn't care and directly sent a bunch of weak little ghost stories rushing forward. Facing so many weak little ghost stories, Malinlan's expression became serious. The strength of the little ghost stories is very strong, but she knows very well that many ants can kill an elephant. With so many weak little ghost stories, they could wear her down. Just as she was about to take action, she witnessed an incredible scene. Wu Qian stood in front and shouted loudly. Wumen formation, rise. In an instant, a mysterious formation appeared on the ground, enveloping all the weak little ghost stories within it, accompanied by a flickering blood-red light. These weak little ghost stories let out tragic screams, and then melted one by one. Feng Xiao's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Wow! Now that we have Wu Qian here, can we not walk sideways?" Chapter 163, The Fox Hiding Behind the Tiger. Soon, Feng Xiao realized he was overthinking. After this move, Wu Qian was also gasping for breath. Killing so many weak little ghost stories at once exhausted her too. However, without these ghost stories interfering, their opponents were only the crocodile and the python remaining. In a 2-against-2 situation, it wouldn't be a problem. The crocodile and the python seemed not to expect that their little minions would die so quickly. They realized that this seemingly insignificant human girl, Wu Qian, was actually a little ghost story. Just as the battle was about to begin, a cold voice echoed through the arena, "Wang Bao, is this the collaboration you told me about?" In the next moment, an ordinary-looking man with a gloomy face appeared on the scene. At the sight of this man, the crocodile, the python, and the little panda all lowered their heads. Director! This man was the most powerful ghost story in the zoo's director. Unfortunately, his level was still a little ghost story, but his strength was at the top level among little ghost stories. Seeing the director calling him out, Wang Bao felt confident this time. "Ha, you believed me when I said collaboration? What kind of ghost story do you think you are? I suggest you visit a brain doctor." Wang Bao's mocking made the man's face distort with anger. "Since you took the initiative to tear up our collaboration, I won't let you go. If I eat you, I can become a big ghost story." The director could no longer hold back and directly attacked. This time, the ghost story marshmallow on Wang Bao's body appeared again. 3 against 3. In ghost story battles, they had no way to intervene, but just standing still was not Sun Kai's style. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out the hairpin that Teacher Li had given him. "Zoo director, if you don't let us leave, the principal will personally come to talk to you." The director looked at it and seemed to feel something. "This is the aura of a little ghost story from the school? How do you have her token in your hand?" The director furrowed his brows. No matter how powerful he was just a little ghost story. Little ghost stories are no match for big ghost stories. Among several big ghost stories in the city, the principal was the most protective. If he really attracted the principal over, his fate would be dire. He might not necessarily die, but it would be worse than death. The director stopped his actions, and the crocodile and the python naturally halted as well. The battle was temporarily suspended. Malalon had sensed this earlier. This was Teacher Li's hairpin. "I never expected that at this moment, she would have to rely on Mr. Li's things to survive. You don't need to worry about this. If you don't step aside, the principal will come for you sooner or later." Sun Kai mentioned the principal 3 times in just a few sentences, and for the first time, he felt how exhilarating it was to use someone else's power. No wonder so many people throughout history have enjoyed doing this. The director's expression was extremely ugly, but he truly did not dare to offend someone connected to the principal. The other party had a token from the school teacher, enough to prove his extraordinary relationship with the school teacher. And once the school teacher turned to the principal for help, perhaps the principal would really agree. "Let them out." With a cold grunt, the director disappeared without a trace. Seeing their boss leave, the 3 little panda supernatural beings quickly disappeared as well. Sun Kai let out a sigh of relief. He never expected the principal's intimidation to be so terrifying. Was this the power of a great supernatural being? Without needing to take action, just a name could intimidate a powerful little supernatural being. Once they left the zoo, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They had been running around all night. Apart from Chu Zhao's death, everything else had gone relatively well. Just as Sun Kai was about to speak, his phone rang. Someone was sending him a message. He opened it to find a message from Xiaolan, and it contained an unfinished sentence. "Who is fake?" In the next second, the message was retracted, and a new one quickly arrived. "Captain, I'm sorry, I accidentally pressed it." Sun Kai narrowed his eyes, and after a moment, he replied with a sentence. "Oh, no problem. How are things on your side?" "We are both fine. Everything was safe last night." "That's good. Let me know if there's any danger." After putting down his phone, Sun Kai's expression immediately darkened. Something happened on Xiaolan's side. "Huh? What's going on?" Feng Xiao and Wang Bao were a bit confused. "Just now, Xiaolan sent me 3 words who was fake. What do you think the complete sentence would be?" The 2 weren't stupid and quickly filled in the sentence. "Who" clearly referred to Hui. And the only recent connection to the word fake is an imposter. The complete sentence is that Hui is an imposter. If this sentence didn't seem problematic at first, then the retraction and the new conversation content clearly indicated an issue. This clearly indicated a problem. They speculated that Xiaolan must have been controlled by Hui and was temporarily still alive. After all, they had not heard any information about Xiaolan's death, it was likely that Hui was worried that Xiaolan was dead and they would notice. This meant that there were indeed two imposters within their team. One was Zhao Dakuan, and the other was Hui. Having not rested all night, they originally planned to go back to catch up on sleep. But since something had happened on Xiaolan's side, they naturally couldn't sleep. Coincidentally, Wu Qian was there. Her time of existence was only 1 hour and couldn't be wasted. The group took a taxi directly to where Xiaolan and the other person lived. On Xiaolan's side, there's only a headless corpse group supernatural being, which is very weak and can't stop us. They all knew this news. So they decided to charge right in. But once they got there, they realized the two were not here. It seems that Hui must have guessed we discovered her identity and took Xiaolan away. Sun Kai frowned, thinking about how big the city was and how they could find one another. At that moment, he remembered something. His original goal was to find a supernatural being that could determine the location of the national fortune bearer. But for some inexplicable reason, he ended up capturing a little supernatural being instead. Madam Ma, take us to find a supernatural being that can know the specific locations of some people. Fortunately, Ma Lanlan also knew where this supernatural being was and quickly led them there. Before long, this supernatural being was easily captured. In hand, there is a little talking ghost. Facing these weak little ghosts, it is too easy. But this ghost is quite strange. It looks like a radar, just that it has eyes and a mouth on it. Can you lock onto the location of everyone in the city? In response to Sun Kai's inquiry, the radar ghost obediently said, yes, as long as you provide me with some information, I can lock onto their location. Let me think, there is one or more ghosts protecting the target, does that count? Chapter 164 Hidden Imposter. Those who are still alive with fate, including the imposters, surely will have one or more ghosts beside them. As long as we lock onto this target, we can definitely find the fate wielder and the imposter. The radar ghost began to search according to Sun Kai's request, and after a few minutes, it said, I have found some targets. There are more than 50 people. Sun Kai was taken aback. More than 50 people? Their total of fate wielders isn't even that many, let alone that many have already died. Brother Sun, is it possible that besides us fate wielders, the natives of this world can also subdue ghosts? Feng Xiao leaned over and said softly. Sun Kai nodded. This possibility is indeed quite high. The weakness of weak little ghosts is quite obvious. If someone can really find them, it wouldn't be surprising to subdue them. With so many targets, unless they interrogated each one, otherwise, it would be too difficult to find the fate wielder and the imposter. You list out the stationary targets. The radar ghost obediently marked nearly 20 stationary targets on the map. Sun Kai handed the map to Wang Bao, saying, these targets are for you. Your ghost creating ability has reached the little ghost level, right? Wang Bao nodded. He had already felt that the ghost on him had become very strong, as if it had suddenly grown up. Captain, if we find them, how do we judge if they are fate wielders? This matter is very troublesome. Fate wielders can't reveal their identities, as they are supposed to kill people. If they ended up killing innocent people, Wang Bao's conscience would not be at ease. It's very simple, say some rules unexpectedly. As long as they are fate wielders, they will have some reaction. Wang Bao thought about it. This is indeed the case. If someone suddenly said rules in front of him, he would definitely have some reaction. Sometimes, the body's natural reaction is uncontrollable. For fate wielders, the most important thing is the rules. Wang Bao left on his own to handle these stationary targets. And for the remaining moving targets, Sun Kai and Feng Xiao, accompanied by the radar ghost, started looking for them one by one. They began their search from the nearest places. In less than half an hour, they found the first target. Unfortunately, this person was not a fate wielder. They had just unintentionally encountered a ghost and subdued a fortunate one. The ghost was so scared upon seeing Ma Lanlan that it almost passed out. In its eyes, the little ghost was too strong, making it not have any thoughts of resistance. With this, Wu Qian had even less time left. Wu Qian has only one more chance to summon. If she goes back like this, it would be wasting an opportunity. Thinking of this, Sun Kai arranged for Wu Qian to do something else, then continued to search for people with the team. They kept searching and found about 15 people by the end of the day. If these people didn't run around, they would have finished finding everyone in a day. Based on currently known information, including imposters, there are still 19 fate wielders alive. That means, so far, 30 have already died. However, Sun Kai is currently unaware of how many imposters have died. The total number of imposters is 7, Zhao Dakuan is one of them. There are still 6 left. Both the Pickle Country and Cherry Country have been confirmed as fakes, but the situation in Durian Country is unclear to him. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't. In other words, the number of fakes is still not small. Their existence is the greatest threat. Among the 15 people searched today, a few are from Cactus Country and Jeep Country. The moment their identities were confirmed, Sun Kai directly had Ma Lanlan take action. Their weakness against the urban legends was simply unable to defend themselves. As a result, the total number of survivors instantly dropped to 15 people. Cactus Country and Jeep Country each lost 2 people. Similarly, Wang Bao had gains on his side, eliminating the remaining few. This led to the situation now. Aside from the complete destruction of Durian Country, the other countries have all turned into the last one standing. Detected that only one lucky person is left in Cactus Country, temporary talent activated. Detected that only one lucky person is left in Jeep Country, temporary talent activated. So now, 3 countries remain with 1 lucky person each, while 2 countries have 1 fake each left. But this total number seems a bit off. The total number of fakes is 7, excluding Zhao Dakuan and these 2 obvious ones. After that, there are still 4 left, subtracting these 3 with 1 lucky person each leaves only 1 left. Not long ago, they received information from a lucky person that a fake from Durian Country had been eliminated. Therefore, the total number of fakes should have fully appeared, but now the question arises. What about Hui? She is not a fake, why did she attack Xiaolan? In fact, not only Sun Kai, but also Xiao Changqing was filled with confusion. He could see the scene between Xiaolan and Hui. At first, the 2 were harmonious, but suddenly Hui attacked Xiaolan. Xiaolan could only barely say 3 words before being defeated by Hui. Of course, Hui did not directly attack, otherwise, she would violate the rules. What Hui used was urban legends. But this is precisely what is so strange. Hui has never subdued any urban legends. Where did her urban legend come from? Even those who had been watching Hui's livestream said she had never subdued any urban legends. Luckily, Hui did not go all out and merely place Xiaolan under house arrest. Team leader, according to our analysis, we have found something strange. The method of urban legend used by Hui is almost identical to Zhao Dakuan's. An elite said to Xiao Changqing. Xiao Changqing frowned slightly, recalling that while these 2 urban legends looked different, their attack methods were indeed very similar. But how is this possible? Zhao Dakuan should be dead. We suspect that Zhao Dakuan is not a fake, but has been possessed by a certain special urban legend, and Hui is in the same situation. Neither of them is a fake. The fakes from Xia Country have not been found yet. With this statement, Xiao Changqing's expression turned extremely cold. A fake is still hidden in Xia Country's ranks. Just thinking about this made him feel a chill in his heart. This fake is too good at hiding. Sun Kai was the first to be ruled out. If he were a fake, then this world of urban legends would no longer be worth playing. As for the others, anyone could be it. This time, Xiao Changqing didn't even dare to trust Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao, Wang Bao, Xiaolan, and Hui, who among these 4 is the fake? Xiao Changqing pondered for a moment and said, use the second reminder opportunity, this time only give Sun Kai a reminder. Chapter 165 3 Major Urban Legends. 2 days and 1 night of non-stop rushing around had left even the physically strengthened Sun Kai feeling a bit overwhelmed, let alone the others. On the night of the 7th day, the 3 of them just collapsed into sleep. On the 8th day, the energy of the 3 was replenished, fully revived. At this moment, they began to discuss how to rescue Xiaolan. Since Hui didn't want to expose her identity, they pretended to know nothing, ensuring Xiaolan's safety. However, in secret, they were constantly using radar to track each other's positions. But Hui was very clever, constantly changing her location. Even the radar was unable to lock on her recently. In radar's terms, it meant the opponent had entered a special place, the stronghold above the minor ghost level. Only in this way could it not be tracked. After all, it was just a weak minor ghost. In the entire city, there are only a few special places. The first is the school, where there is a major ghost principal, no ghost dares to approach casually. The second is the Blue Tree Group, behind which there is also a major ghost, seemingly related to money. This information is provided by Malanlan. The third is the hospital, where there is a very frightening major ghost. Even minor ghosts do not dare to approach lightly. These are the 3 major ghosts in the city, each with incredible strength. Malanlan told them that in the past, this city was extremely chaotic. Ghosts swallowed each other, even affecting the city, which once fell into severe decline. If this continued, sooner or later the city would have no people. Once humans disappeared, some weak ghosts would eventually be consumed. At that time, it would be the strong ghosts devouring each other. The 3 major ghosts felt this situation was untenable, so they set various rules for the ghosts, barely ensuring the city could operate. But one day, the rules arrived. These ghosts were forced to act according to the rules. As long as they did not break the rules, everything was fine. With the rules, ghosts could not act recklessly, which allowed the city to gradually develop and flourish today. So, Captain, you suspect Hui took Xiaolan to a major ghost stronghold? Wang Bao looked at Sun Kai and asked. That's right, if Hui is a fake, she herself is a ghost. If she enters the major ghost stronghold, I wouldn't be surprised. The school is unlikely, after all, there are no teachers living quarters there. The hospital is similar, I suspect she might be at the Blue Tree Group. Sun Kai's reasoning was very logical, both of them thought the same. At this moment, a reminder message suddenly came into Sun Kai's mind. Sun Kai, this is information only you can hear. We suspect a fake from Xia country still exists. Hui and Zhao Dakuan are not fakes, they are just possessed by a certain ghost. Hui is indeed at the Blue Tree Group, she has already contacted the group chairman, but we do not know the content of their conversation. Xia Lan is on the 18th floor of the group building. If it weren't for the long time spent in the ghost world, he might have actually shown a shocked expression. But this time, his expression was very calm, without any change. Inside he was still very surprised, Zhao Dakuan and Hui were actually not fakes, just possessed by a certain ghost. He had no visual of Hui here, so he naturally didn't know such detailed information. The reminder from the support team came just in time. He also learned about Xia Lan's true location, saving him a lot of effort. Changqing Xia told him that there was still a fake in the team, meaning among the remaining 4 people, at least one person was a fake? No wonder he would tell this information only to himself. Once everyone knew, it would form a chain of suspicion. At that time, let alone unity, they would end up fighting amongst themselves. We definitely need to go to the Blue Tree Group. But before that, we need to strengthen our power. How to strengthen? Wang Bao and Feng Xiao looked at Sun Kai with curiosity. The only way to strengthen oneself is to capture the strange tales. But at this moment, the weak ones, because of the strange tales, are already cannon fodder. The only ones with power are the minor strange tales. However, capturing minor strange tales is very difficult, unless it's on a bloody night. Trying to capture minor strange tales at other times is akin to courting death. Sun Kai said with a serious face, create a strange tale. The 2 of them were stunned, their eyes instinctively turning to the cotton candy slowly moving not far away. This strange tale was created by Wang Bao, however, he didn't even remember the creation process. It can be said that he was simply a tool, the real creator was the strange tale he saw in his dream back then. But Sun Kai knew the method to create strange tales, he even had a minor strange tale at his side. With this, he had gathered all the necessary elements. Brother Sun, can creating a strange tale really work? This one Wang Bao doesn't even know how it came about. Wang Bao scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. No matter what the situation is, we have to give it a try. Sun Kai didn't forget that before entering this strange tale world, he had asked with his authority, there are only 2 ways to quickly become stronger. Creating strange tales and capturing strange tales. As for capturing strange tales, a minor strange tale is already his limit, a major strange tale is simply not worth considering, that's seeking death. Right now, the only way is to create strange tales. Teacher Li had told him the method of creating strange tales. Sun Kai decided to create a strange tale right now. But a strange tale requires a story, and it also needs a core, so what kind of story should be created? Just as Sun Kai was pondering, Wang Bao suddenly said, Captain, how about we create a strange tale based on Chu Xiao? Sun Kai was taken aback, he didn't know much about Chu Xiao's situation. Once Wang Bao finished speaking, Sun Kai realized what Chu Xiao had gone through. Under such circumstances, he would likely collapse too, right? After thinking for a while, he said, Chu Xiao's story is incredibly cruel, this should meet the basic requirements for a strange tale. The second part is to spread his story, letting more people know. The last step is to use the power of the minor strange tale. Madam Ma, this is up to you. I understand. Ma Lanlan didn't care at all about their creation of a strange tale. The strange tales created are all weak, she didn't look up to them at all. The 3 of them began to act, with Sun Kai creating the story, and the 2 responsible for spreading it out. To make the strange tale of Chu Xiao stronger, they spread his story all over the city. At this moment, the 4 strange tales of the old lickdog played a role, they themselves were strange tales, making it very easy to spread the strange tale story. Chapter 166, Strange Tale, Chu Xiao. That night, the 3 of them stood nervously in the room. Ma Lanlan extended her hand, her power surged, beginning to condense into the shape of a person before them. A black aura surged, slowly taking form. In a short while, a man wearing glasses and a suit appeared before them. Chu Xiao? Sun Kai called out, and Chu Xiao slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Sun Kai and the others, he clearly showed a shocked expression. Did I not die? Did you bring me back to life? You haven't come back to life, you just became another form. Can't you feel it yourself? Feng Xiao's expression was a bit strange. It was then that Chu Xiao felt that his body seemed quite different from before. With just a thought, he found his body turned into a pitch-black thing and then regained human form. Chu Xiao wasn't stupid, his IQ was quite high. Suddenly understood something. Have I turned into a weird tale? Did you create me? That's right. When the captain said to create a weird tale, I suggested using you as the prototype. After all, we cannot be sure that even after clearing the game, the reward will definitely be resurrection. Wang Bao stepped forward and said. Chu Xiao nodded, indicating understanding. Although it's not really resurrection, after becoming a weird tale, there isn't much difference from being human, and he feels his power. Have I directly turned into a little weird tale? Chu Xiao couldn't believe it. Yes, you've jumped straight to the top, becoming a little weird tail. It's really enviable. Ma Lanlan's voice carried a hint of jealousy, knowing that she too had risen from a weak weird tail step by step. And Chu Xiao, because the story had a wide reach, suddenly resonated with many people, and his power instantly reached the level of a little weird tail. It looks like our plan was successful. With Chu Xiao's combat power, we can head to the Blue Tree Group. As soon as Sun Kai finished speaking, Chu Xiao had a face full of surprise. What are we going to do at the Blue Tree Group? Feng Xiao took the initiative to explain the situation, and only then did Chu Xiao realize that Hu Yi had actually captured Xiaolan, and it's very likely she's at the Blue Tree Group. I didn't expect there to be a fake among our team. Captain, please give the order. Chu Xiao looked at Sun Kai with a readiness to take action. We will still split into 2 groups as before. This way, the chance of exposure is the smallest. You are now a little weird tail, and Wang Bao also possesses a little weird tail. Your strength will not be weak. Feng Xiao glanced around and suddenly realized he seemed to be the weakest, feeling a bit anxious. Brother Sun, should I also go and capture a little weird tail? Sun Kai smiled. Feng Xiao, you don't need to rush. I was originally planning to help you capture a little weird tail. Have you forgotten? We each need to resign to go back. Feng Xiao suddenly understood Sun Kai's meaning. He wanted to help him capture the express station. As for Teacher Li, Sun Kai planned to go back later. Right now, his strength wasn't at its peak. The group arrived at the express station, and this time, they didn't need any means, they easily saw the existence of the express station. The other party seemed to know of their arrival, standing guard. The station master stood at the door, looking at Feng Xiao, and said lightly, I knew you would come back sooner or later, you rebellious child. This time, Feng Xiao didn't need to be so humble but shouted arrogantly. You are a weird tail, I am human. We have nothing to do with each other. No, wait, soon you will be captured by me, so hurry up and call me Dad. The station master glanced at him, his gaze falling on the 3 little weird tails, his expression extremely serious. This express station is a little weird tail, and they are merely part of that little weird tail. 1 against 3, they clearly cannot win. So? The station master immediately knelt on the ground and shouted at Feng Xiao, Dad. Feng Xiao was stunned. He had just said that on purpose, he didn't expect the other party to back down so easily. Not just Feng Xiao, Sun Kai and the others were also speechless. Indeed, as expected of Feng Xiao's stepfather, this shameless manner is just like him. Next, it was very simple, Feng Xiao captured the other party. This way, they had 4 little weird tails on their hands. At the same time, Feng Xiao successfully resigned from the express station. Sun Kai was not satisfied, he wanted to capture more little weird tails, but when they found a little weird tail afterward, no matter what method they tried, they could not succeed. It was as if one person could only capture 1 little weird tail at most. Captain, this should be our limitation. If we really could capture little weird tails infinitely. As long as someone gets a little ghost story first, they basically win. Chu Xiao's words were very right. Sun Kai thought for a moment and simply gave up. By the way, Chu Xiao is not a ghost story they captured, but their companion, in other words, he is at full friendliness, similar to a delivery guy. But besides Chu Xiao, they couldn't capture other little ghost stories this way. Which little ghost story would agree to coexist amicably with humans? For little ghost stories like this were already quite strong, they acted separately and headed toward the Blue Tree Group. All the way, Sun Kai kept thinking about the imposter situation. Among the remaining people, who could be the imposter? Feng Xiao had always been by his side, he didn't believe Feng Xiao was an imposter. But Feng Xiao was not with him sometimes, if someone swapped him midway, he wouldn't be able to notice. At this moment, even the method of putting his hand in his pocket wouldn't work. Can I get a hint, telling me whether Feng Xiao is real or fake? Unfortunately, no hint appeared. But this also made Sun Kai breathe a sigh of relief, the lack of a hint basically proved that Feng Xiao should be fine. This way, the problem lay with the remaining 3 people. Wang Bao, Xiaolan, and Hu Yi. Before, he thought Hu Yi was the imposter, but Xia Changqing's reminder told him that Hu Yi was just possessed by a ghost story, not an imposter. So, the final choice was between Wang Bao and Xiaolan. Wang Bao had some suspicion, there were issues with his performance at the zoo. As for Xiaolan, on the surface, she seemed to have no problems, but sometimes, it was precisely because there were no issues that it would seem problematic. No matter who the imposter is, I won't let him go. Before long, the 2 arrived at the entrance of the Blue Tree Group building. You 2, non-company personnel are not allowed to enter freely. They had just reached the door when they were stopped by the security guard. Unfortunately, there were 2 little ghost stories in front of them, with just a wave, the security guard was dazed and let them in. Ordinary people really have little power to resist against ghost stories. Chapter 167, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Brother Sun, where are we going to find Hu Yi and Xiaolan? After entering the Blue Tree Group, Feng Xiao quietly asked. To the monitoring room. The two easily arrived in the monitoring room, looking at hundreds of surveillance screens, examining each one carefully. Suddenly, Feng Xiao pointed to one screen and said, "I see her, it's Hui." In the surveillance footage, Hui came out of a room. She had actually changed into an OL uniform, dressed just like the previous Xiaolan. The place where Hui appeared is likely the room where Xiaolan is held. I'll go deal with Hui, you go rescue Xiaolan. By the way, be careful of anyone, even me. Feng Xiao nodded seriously, he understood brother-son's meaning. The place they were in had a big ghost story. Once someone switched a person, it would be hard for them to notice. They would definitely need to act separately. Once they split up and then met again, it would be difficult to determine if the other was the real person. Sun Kai had just looked. The room where Hui appeared was on the 18th floor, and it seemed she did indeed come from the place where Xiaolan was held. The two moved quickly. Generally, in such situations, taking the elevator up would be the fastest method. But this was the lair of a big ghost story. If something really happened in the elevator, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. They decided to take the stairs. 18 floors were quite high, but both had enhanced physical abilities and could barely manage. Soon, the two arrived on the 18th floor. They gasped for breath. Running all the way up was truly not an easy task. Son. Brother son, I never imagined I would do something so crazy. Feng Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead, a faint bitter smile on his face. Climbing 18 floors in one breath is something only a madman would do. It's okay, there will be even crazier things in the future. Hui should be right up ahead. I'll go find her, you go save people. Feng Xiao nodded, quickly running towards the room where Hui had come out, while Sun Kai went in the opposite direction. Ma Lanlan followed behind him, looking serious. This big monster from the Blue Tree Group should still be sleeping. If we really wake it up, none of us can escape. Is the big monster not restricted by the rules? Of course it is, but we've already come to its territory. If we provoke it, then the rules restrictions on it will lessen. The rules are not just a one-sided suppression of the monsters. If there are really some reckless people who provoke them, then when eaten by the monsters, the rules won't react at all. Sun Kai understood right away. In other words, they needed to resolve this without a violent fight. They walked forward and soon arrived at a spacious room, where Hui was sitting in a chair, her long legs draped over the desk, her face filled with seductive charm. Sun Kai, you took too long to come, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hui's voice was sweet and cloying, like a girlfriend acting cute to her boyfriend. But Sun Kai showed no expression, as this was not his first time experiencing a similar scene. It seems you intentionally exposed your whereabouts? Or did you know from the moment we entered? Sun Kai calmly asked for some information. Is this even a thing to think about? That Captain Xia knows I'm making a move, would he not alert you? If he can't even do that, then he's really useless. Hui pouted, her eyes filled with disdain. Sun Kai showed no reaction, he knew the least about Hui among all of them. After all, she was a woman, and she had been with Xiaolan from the start. Their communication was basically just sharing information at night. But in his impression, Hui was a quiet girl, also rather timid. But the Hui before him seemed like a different person, just like Zhao Dakuan. Could it really be that she was possessed by a monster? Sun Kai lowered his gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Hui still smiled mischievously and said, your companion Feng Xiao should be going to save Xiaolan, I've prepared something fun for him. Sun Kai's expression changed, there was danger on Feng Xiao's side. But before he could make any move, the door behind him slammed shut, and instantly, the surrounding light dimmed, the ceiling lights flickering. Hui's figure vanished, her voice echoing from all directions. Sun Kai, you're dead, the others are nothing to worry about. Without you, the Summer Nation is like a toothless tiger, easy to slaughter, ha ha ha. Hui laughed wildly, the flickering lights around becoming faster and faster. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack. All the lights went out. Sun Kai stood frozen, the surroundings silent, even Ma Lanlan made no sound. But soon, the lights came back on, and Ma Lanlan was standing in front of him. He didn't know when she had appeared. You have some skills, but that's about it. Ma Lanlan scoffed, waving her hand and sending a monster flying away. If it could withstand Ma Lanlan's attack, it meant the opponent was also a minor monster. At this moment, without any small monsters in hand, one would really become cannon fodder. Hui's monster figure gradually faded away, and the surroundings fell into darkness again. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Kai could hear the sounds of battle around him, but he could see nothing. Now, he could only rely on Ma Lanlan. Hui was restricted by the rules, unable to attack him directly, otherwise, it would violate the rules, resulting in death. But he quickly thought of something. If Hui didn't attack directly, there was no need to blame the monster for dealing with him. What other means could there be? Suddenly, he heard Moranlan shout, duck. Sun Kai did not hesitate and directly dropped to the ground. He felt as if something was flying over his head. If he hadn't ducked down in time, that thing would have gone straight through his head. Hui really made a move on him. But she wasn't erased by the rules? What was going on? Miranlan's voice came again. She set up some traps, here she can see while you can't. Sun Kai immediately understood that as long as it wasn't a direct attack, even using traps and other means could still deal with the luck bearer. He had considered these possibilities before, however, compared to the monster, these traps were still far too inadequate. There's really no way now. Sun Kai used the last chance of the hero card, and instantly a faint glow emitted from his body, extremely eye-catching in this dark environment. Chapter 168, I'm fine. Sun Kai's hearing was greatly enhanced, he could even judge the positions of the two monsters fighting through sound, as well as Hui's location. So you're here. Sun Kai smiled as he picked up a flower pot from the side and smashed it forward. The flower pot hit a computer monitor directly, and after being struck, the monitor flew out at a high speed, crashing heavily onto Hui. Pooah! Hui spat out a mouthful of blood, her face full of disbelief. How could Sun Kai know her location? Wasn't he supposed to see nothing at all? Then, it seemed Hui thought of something, her expression darkened as she squeezed out a few words. Hero card. Using the hero card, Sun Kai's own strength surged wildly, becoming a real Superman on land. Such strength was nearly useless against monsters. But against humans, it was a hit each time. From the way Hui attacked him, Sun Kai realized that as long as it was an indirect means, even separated by a distance, it could still harm the luck bearer. Just like earlier, when he used the flower pot to hit the monitor, and it was the monitor that truly damaged Hui, this way, it wasn't a direct attack. Hui immediately left her original spot, planning to use her traps against Sun Kai again, but Sun Kai could determine her position by sound. After she stopped, Sun Kai threw another flower pot, this time it smashed into the water purifier instead of the monitor. Because Hui was squatting next to the water purifier. The bucket filled with pure water was struck and tilted over, crashing heavily onto Hui's head. Bang! Water splashed everywhere, and Hui's figure collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Miranlan's voice sounded, a mere newly born little monster dares to fight me? The next second, the surrounding light returned, and Miranlan swallowed the monster in front of her, licking her red tongue as if very satisfied. You're still alive, what a pity. Looking at Sun Kai, Miranlan said lightly. Sun Kai glanced at her, did she become arrogant again? Should he warn her? But after thinking about it, Sun Kai decided to let her go this time. After all, Miranlan played a significant role this time. Sun Kai went to Hui's side, looking at the unconscious Hui, deep in thought. If Hui was really possessed by a monster, how could he make her return to normal? Miranlan, do you know what kind of monster can possess a person? There was a little ghost tail by my side, and Sun Kai directly asked. Is it a possession ghost tail? I remember there are not many, most are weak because of their level, as their combat power is very poor, they can only possess humans, almost useless. In Ma Lanlan's eyes, such ghosts aren't even qualified to be her little brothers. Sun Kai scratched his head, are they that weak? Then can you help me with a favor and get the ghost off Hui? Sure. Ma Lanlan squatted down, placing one hand on Hui's body. Just as she used her power, she felt something was wrong. Ah. No, it's not inside her. On the other side, after Feng Xiao and Sun Kai split up, he brought the station master to a door. He tried it, the door was locked. Son, it's up to you. Feng Xiao winked at the station master behind him and stood aside. The station master still had a cold demeanor, even when called son by Feng Xiao, there was no change at all. For ghosts, what's face? As long as they can live, it doesn't matter if they're called son, even grandson would be fine. The station master walked over and kicked the door, which was meant to withstand an adult, was easily kicked open by him. Feng Xiao went inside, it was a storage room, and not far away, Xiaolan was tied up tightly, leaning against the wall. Xiaolan, how are you? Feng Xiao hurried over, wanting to help Xiaolan untie the ropes, but the station master stopped him. Dad, don't go over. Why? Feng Xiao frowned. Because she is not human at all. What? Feng Xiao was shocked, but he thought the unconscious Xiaolan suddenly opened her eyes. I didn't expect my disguise was so good, and I was discovered by you, you are not an ordinary little ghost. Xiaolan stood up, and the ropes on her body fell off by themselves. Even Feng Xiao, no matter how foolish, understood that Xiaolan was a fake in their team. But if she was a fake, what was Hui's situation? It can't be that two fakes are fighting each other internally, right? The station master's expression was very serious, he could feel that the ghost in front of him was very strong, almost at his level. Xiaolan slightly raised the corners of her mouth, and with a turn, she transformed into another form. A sexy, perfectly S-shaped beauty. When the audience in many live broadcasts saw Xiaolan's new look, they expressed, I'm good. Thumbs up. Let alone those viewers, even Feng Xiao couldn't help but cover his nose, feeling like he was going to have a nosebleed. After all, my original form is more comfortable, it's a pity I'm not the last national fortune bearer, otherwise I could restore my original powers. Xiaolan had a hint of regret on her face. Fengsha was startled. He could tell from the station master being so serious that the opponent's strength was formidable. With such powerful strength, it's not even all of its powers? Then what level of ghost is Xiaolan? Could she be a big ghost? But aren't there only 3 big ghosts in the city? Fengsha knew that this information needed to be told to Brother Sun, but when he took out his phone, he found there was no signal. I say Fengsha, you are at least a national fortune bearer, how come you don't know this little ghost has a special space? If I remember correctly, didn't you stay in this station master's special space for a night? Xiaolan immediately mocked upon seeing Fengshao's actions. Fengsha had long developed tough skin, a mere mockery, he didn't take it to heart at all. The only thing he could rely on now was the station master by his side. Son, this person is up to you. Dad, don't worry, I can definitely win against her. Without any need for words, the station master directly engaged in battle with Xiaolan, and Fengsha could only hide on the side, thinking of how to break the deadlock. He had tried earlier, the door could no longer open. This has now become a separate space. To leave, the only way is to kill Xiaolan. Is there any way to deal with her? Fengsha pondered deeply. Without Brother Sun here, he could only rely on himself. Chapter 169, The Ruler of the Great Horror Tales. At first, the station master held the advantage and pressed Xiaolan. But Xiaolan seemed to gradually recover, starting to gain the upper hand. Fengsha was very anxious. If the station master got eaten, he would be next. Once Xiaolan attacked, he wouldn't be able to stop her. Wait, Xiaolan attacking? Xiaolan should still be in her status as a national fortune bearer, meaning she couldn't directly attack him? In other words, if Xiaolan went after him directly, it would go against the rules. That time, Xu Xiao had directly exploited this rule to trap 6 people. However, in the current battle, he worried that if he got too close, he wouldn't be killed by Xiaolan, but by the station master instead. For a moment, Fengsha was caught in a dilemma. But soon, the station master could barely hold on. If this continued, he would die, and he would be doomed too. No, I must think of a way. Xiaolan is a national fortune bearer, but also a counterfeit, so what is her weakness? Fengshao's eyes lit up. As long as it's a horror tale, it must have a weakness. A horror tale without a weakness cannot exist. This is the first rule. So what could Xiaolan's weakness be? In the current situation, he certainly couldn't guess, but he could take a gamble. Xiaolan, if I let the station master fight to the death, how much fighting power do you think you will have left afterwards? Xiaolan kicked the station master aside and looked at Fengsha. What do you want to say? Very simple, let's gamble. I know that you horror tales have a normal process, we will gamble on whether I can find your weakness. Xiaolan sneered, do you think you can find my weakness just because of you? So, what's your answer? Do you want to bet? If you win, I will let it be directly devoured by you, and I will too. If I win, then you must listen to my words. Xiaolan did not speak, she was in deep thought. She was very confident about her weaknesses, they wouldn't be easily found after all. The weaknesses of minor horror tales were proportional to their strength. The stronger they were, the less obvious their weaknesses became. If the station master really fought her without holding back, then she would also get hurt, which would bring huge trouble for the upcoming final battle. Okay, I accept your bet. The next second, the figures of Fengsha and Xiaolan vanished from this place. On Sun Kai's side, when Ma Lanlan was about to capture the horror tale inside Hui, she was shocked to discover. The horror tale inside Hui was not a weak minor horror tale, but a major horror tale. No, to be precise, this was the avatar of the major horror tale. In Ma Lanlan's hand, she was holding a black orb, which was the horror tale inside Hui. At this moment, the black orb shouted in an angry voice, "Cunning girl, you sure have some guts to dare attack me." Cold sweat broke out on Ma Lanlan's face. She never expected to have directly captured the avatar of the major horror tale this time. This was nearly the same as facing the major horror tale itself. Master. Master, I didn't know it was you. Ma Lanlan lowered her head, her voice trembling. Hee, you came to my territory and said you didn't know? Do you think my true body is sleeping and doesn't know anything? The avatar of the major horror tale was very angry, but just as it was about to shout again, Sun Kai grabbed it with one hand. You are the major horror tale? Human Sun Kai, I advise you to let me go, otherwise, if my true body knows, you will die a horrible death. Clearly just an avatar, yet with an extremely arrogant attitude. Sun Kai ignored it and looked at Ma Lanlan. If this avatar dies, will the major horror tale know? Ma Lanlan shook her head. I don't know, I can only judge by the aura from it that suggests. It is the avatar of the Overlord. Overlord? Is it that big monster behind the Blue Tree Group? Yes. Sun Kai stroked his chin, looking at the black orb in his hand, unsure how to handle it for a moment. If he let Ma Lanlan swallow it, maybe the Overlord would wake up the next second. Facing a big monster, even through formal procedures, Sun Kai wasn't sure he could find its weaknesses. After all, there are only 3 big monsters, enough to prove their power. At this moment, a hint appeared. If you look again, it will eat you. Alright, there's no need to explain anything. Sun Kai directly handed the black orb over, saying, eat it. What? Ma Lanlan and the black orb were both shocked. If the overlord wakes up, we will all die. Ma Lanlan looked very scared. She wasn't afraid of other little monsters, but the big monster was on a whole different level. The black orb shouted even more, it dares. Once my true form wakes up, you all will die. Ma Lanlan, follow my command. This time, Sun Kai offered no explanation and shouted Ma Lanlan's name. Immediately, Ma Lanlan clutched her head and let out a scream. This pain was simply unavoidable. After all, this was her weakness. I'll eat it, I'll eat it. Ma Lanlan grabbed the black orb and shoved it into her mouth. Wicked girl, you won't have a good death, ah? After swallowing it, Ma Lanlan looked as if she was waiting to die. But after a while, she discovered that nothing happened. You know, eating it was fine? Ma Lanlan looked at Sun Kai in surprise. Sun Kai simply replied, if it could really connect with its true form, it wouldn't need to intimidate us like this. This shows it's feeling insecure. Ma Lanlan nodded in sudden realization. Sure enough, after becoming a monster, her brain was not as good as before. At that moment, Hui on the ground woke up. Where is this place? How did I get here? My clothes are drenched. Hui looked completely confused. When she saw Sun Kai standing nearby, she excitedly shouted, Captain, how did you get here? Where is this? I'll explain later, we need to rescue Feng Xiao first. Sun Kai hurried into the room and saw Feng Xiao lying on the ground, panting heavily. Beside Feng Xiao, Xiaolan was also sweating profusely, her clothes disheveled, glaring angrily at Feng Xiao. This scene looked quite off. Feng Xiao, what are you doing? Sun Kai's expression was a bit strange. If he didn't trust Feng Xiao's character, he would really think Feng Xiao was up to something shameful. Lying on the ground, Feng Xiao flashed a bright smile at Sun Kai. Brother Sun, I did it. What did you do? This vague statement left Sun Kai feeling perplexed. I successfully subdued her. Feng Xiao pointed at Xiaolan, saying with pride. Sun Kai twitched the corner of his mouth. You probably didn't subdue her, but rather seduced her, right? I really didn't see that you had this ability, kid. Chapter 170, Another Imposter. After some explanations, Sun Kai finally learned that Xiaolan was actually an imposter. Because the station master couldn't beat Xiaolan, Feng Xiao took a gamble with her, finding her weakness through formal procedures. In Xiaolan's story, Feng Xiao faced many dangers but managed to solve them one by one. In the end, relying on strong luck and a bit of strength, he found Xiaolan's weakness and successfully controlled her. By the way, it seems imposters don't count against the number of little monsters. This means a national fortune owner can control one little monster while having an additional imposter. However, Feng Xiao's success truly came down to luck. He thought so too. Brother Sun, to be honest, I thought I was going to die in there. I didn't expect to discover her weakness at a critical moment. Feng Xiao scratched the back of his head. A shy expression. Success is your strength, you did very well, Feng Xiao. Sun Kai placed his hand on Feng Xiao's shoulder, praising him. This time, Feng Xiao, with no one's help, used only his own power to subdue the imposter Xiaolan. You must know, Xiaolan's strength has now reached the level of a minor horror story. This made Sun Kai a little curious. If he remembered correctly, the other dead imposters didn't seem to be this strong. Xiaolan didn't want to explain, but when Feng Xiao glared at her, she could only obediently say. Every time a national fortune bearer dies, we can restore part of our strength. If I am the last one alive in the team, I can regain all my power. In Xiaolan's words, her strength had almost reached the level of a major horror story. She could say she had no rivals among minor horror stories. Logically speaking, the strength of imposters shouldn't differ too much, which means the strength of the other imposters is also this strong? Only then did Sun Kai realize, there was actually a hidden rule in this. That is, when a national fortune bearer dies, the strength of the imposters will restore part of its power. Now with Hui saved, and Xiaolan subdued, they had completed their purpose for coming here. But Sun Kai suddenly thought of something. Where are Wang Bao and Xu Xiao? He had previously mentioned splitting into 2 groups, but they had already solved things here, and the 2 of them hadn't shown up at all. What was going on? Sun Kai pulled out his phone and began to contact Wang Bao. But no matter how he tried to contact him, no one picked up. Wang Bao's side is unreachable, maybe something happened. Feng Xiao's face changed. Wang Bao possesses a created horror story, and Xu Xiao is also a minor horror story. How could they get into trouble? Typically, wild minor horror stories act alone. With their strength, even if they couldn't win, they could still escape. Maybe we got something wrong. Sun Kai's gaze became deep, saying, the imposters in the team are not just Xiaolan alone. Feng Xiao immediately realized something, his expression darkening. Wang Bao is the second imposter? But didn't he rush into the dark area for Chu Xiao, wanting to fight that minor horror story? Feng Xiao found it hard to believe. If everything was just an act by Wang Bao, he would be too terrifying. You should have seen the scene when I first entered the horror story world, right? Feng Xiao nodded, as it was the first time in hundreds of years that a horror story world had arrived. Everyone was paying close attention, and he was no exception. At that time, Lu Yun, who was with me, initially behaved just like an ordinary woman, but later it was confirmed that everything she did beforehand was all acting. She fooled everyone, so could Wang Bao also be like this? Sun Kai looked up at the sky, pondering a question. Currently, the number of reminders for Xia country is down to the last one. If Wang Bao really is an imposter, Xia Changqing did not remind him. It should be that he felt like he would discover this soon, so there was no need to waste this last reminder. This world has not ended yet. This last reminder opportunity might change the final outcome. Sun Gu, since Wang Bao is an imposter, where would he hide? Also, Chu Xiao might have been controlled by him. As the person who knows Chu Xiao best, Wang Bao should have grasped Chu Xiao's weaknesses. Once a horror story knows the weaknesses of a fortune bearer, it's basically impossible to resist. Normally, a national fortune bearer can only control one horror story, but if Wang Bao is an imposter, this restriction might be different. If I were him, the first thing I would do is to unite the imposters from the other two teams and kick all the other national fortune bearers out. In fact, Wang Bao was indeed doing just that. He knew that his identity as an imposter would eventually be exposed. Taking advantage of the fact that he was in the same group as Chu Xiao, he directly found Chu Xiao's weakness and controlled him. Chu Xiao never expected that Wang Bao was actually a fake. Wang Bao, it's my blindness that I didn't see your true identity. Chu Xiao's face was full of anger, but because of his weakness, he couldn't take action against Wang Bao. Wang Bao wore a trace of a rebellious smile, leaned back in the chair, and looked at Chu Xiao. Yes, you are indeed blind, I showed it so obviously, yet you didn't notice. Wang Bao shrugged. Chu Xiao frowned. When exactly did Wang Bao show it so obviously? Was it when the weakness truly vanished? He indeed had some doubts, but he believed in the rules too much, thinking the fake was right next to the captain and didn't think much. Now it seems the rule is indeed true, but at that time, they all were by the captain's side. That means anyone could be a fake. I'm not talking about when you gave me the weakness, but when you created the weird tail. There was a strange expression on Wang Bao's face. Do you really think this thing is a weird tail I created? Wang Bao held up a cotton candy, which was still so plump and white, completely harmless. At that moment, Chu Xiao suddenly understood some things. You know, many weird tails have their own consciousness and can even talk. Yet the cotton candy had clearly reached the level of a small weird tail, but looked so silly, completely unlike a small weird tail. Is it your avatar? Chu Xiao guessed. No, to call it an avatar is to belittle it. To be serious, it is a collection of all my power. A collection of power? Chu Xiao didn't understand the meaning of these words, but Wang Bao had no intention of continuing to explain. At that moment, the door was knocked. Come in. Soon, two handsome men and beautiful women walked in from outside. They were the two fakes from Pickled Cabbage Country and Cherry Country. To be honest, if it weren't for your actions, I really wouldn't be able to tell you are one of us. Chapter 171, Everyone is Acting. After the two fakes came in, they looked Wang Bao up and down with obvious surprise on their faces. In their feeling, Wang Bao was just an ordinary person, completely unlike a weird tail. Wang Bao had no intention of explaining. He put the cotton candy beside him, with Chu Xiao standing behind him, and holding two small weird tails in his hands. He was not weaker than the others at all. Let's sit down first. I've finally found you two with great difficulty. The two fakes were not worried about their safety, which shows they were full of confidence in their own abilities. After they sat down, Wang Bao spoke. The reason I invited you two here is for one thing, we are of the same kind, so naturally, we have to drive those humans away. I don't know if you have any opinions? The two fakes exchanged glances, and the man said, this is natural, humans are our enemies, expel all the humans, and in the end, we will decide who the final winner is. That way, no matter who wins, the victor will be us weird tails. As he watched the three fakes in front of him discussing how to deal with other luck bearers, Chu Xiao was very anxious. He wanted to tell the captain about what was happening here, but unfortunately, he couldn't do anything. I've already become a weird tail, my live stream room should have disappeared. They still have ways to cover the live stream room. The support team definitely can't see the situation here. I hope the captain can discover Wang Bao's problem early. They absolutely cannot succeed. At this time, the one acting was not just Wang Bao. The only luck bearer from Cactus Country, Jide, originally allied with a small weird tail, but after he activated his temporary talent, he decisively betrayed. With a quick backstab, he successfully turned the small weird tail into his subordinate. His temporary talent is to control ghost stories. Of course, this temporary talent has limitations. First, the ghost stories he can control must be below the level of minor ghost stories. Secondly, the ghost stories must be less than 5 meters away from him. Lastly, controlling them requires 1 minute of time. Only the ghost stories he has allied with meet these 3 conditions. If not them, who else? With the minor ghost story in hand, he prepared to use the same trick again, but the other minor ghost stories were not easy to deal with. After one failed attempt, he never tried again. Instead, he went to stir up trouble with weaker ghost stories to feed his minor ghost story. He hoped to cultivate an incredibly powerful ghost story this way. If he could nurture a major ghost story, he believed he would be invincible. Captain Turs of the Jeep Nation also activated his temporary talent. But his talent is different, it is called body exchange. Do not misunderstand, this temporary talent is very pure, so pure that he only needs to have friendly interactions with female ghost stories in bed. He can capture female ghost stories. Of course, the premise is that he must satisfy the female ghost stories. If they are dissatisfied, he will be eaten by the female ghost stories. With years of experience as a playboy, he successfully captured a minor female ghost story and started his plan. He wants to conquer all powerful female ghost stories in this city. He believes that as long as he forms an army of ghost stories, he can sweep through the entire city. Lastly, there is Prince Charles of the Sun Never Sets Nation. This prince is the first person to activate a temporary talent. To activate his temporary talent, he personally killed one of his teammates. One can say he has been criticized by many in the Sun Never Sets Nation. But this does not affect his goal. He wants to be the only winner in this ghost story world. Charles's temporary talent is quite powerful. It is called daylight immortality. In other words, as long as the sun is in the sky, no matter what, he will not die. But at night, he is just like an ordinary person. Once he understood the effects of this talent, he began to seek out ghost stories everywhere, since he wouldn't die during the day. If one attempt fails, he will try 2, if that fails, he will try 4. He fully utilized his talent and successfully captured a minor ghost story. However, when he wanted to capture a second one, he found it impossible. With no options left, he could only cultivate a powerful ghost story to deal with other nation bearers. In just a few days, the number of ghost stories in the city drastically decreased. Even during the Blood Red Night, they did not stop their actions. On Sun Kai's side, he has been searching for Wang Bao's whereabouts, but they have hidden too well and he has been unable to find them. Likewise, the radar ghost stories are not strong enough and cannot lock onto their location. Looking at the only 2 remaining teammates in front of him, Sun Kai said, although I don't know what the other teams are up to, based on the delivery guy's description, the number of ghost stories in the city has obviously decreased a lot recently. They must be on the move. Feng Xiao nodded. The 3 teams have all activated temporary talents, which we do not have, but I believe victory will eventually come to us. Feng Xiao has a lot of trust in Sun Kai's instincts. It was this intuition that saved them many times. Captain, are you really going to give me a minor ghost story? I'm worried I can't control it. Hui's timid voice spoke up. Standing behind her was a familiar figure. It was the bar dancer, whom Sun Kai had made devour many ghost stories and successfully evolved into a minor ghost story. Since everyone only has one minor ghost story quota, he let Hui take control of it. Hui, you are already a nation bearer, no longer the student you once were, do you understand? We can help you for a short while, but I can't always help you. When we're not by your side, what will you do? Hui fell silent. She certainly knew that if it weren't for the captain's appearance this time, she might have been completely taken over by the strange tale, turning into something neither human nor ghost. Zhao Dakuan from before was a very good example of this. Captain, I understand. I will work hard. Sun Kai smiled slightly. There were only 3 of them left as the living national luck bearers of Xia country. If another could join them, the pressure on him would be much less. The current situation is already quite clear. 7 countries have entered this strange tale world. Durian country has been completely wiped out, and the 2 imposters, Pickle country and Cherry country, have already restored their original strength. The remaining 3 countries are Cactus country's Jide, Jeep country's Tulls, and the Prince Charles of the Sun Never Sets country. I never expected that this time a prince would actually be chosen. Some of this information did not come solely from Sun Kai's strange tales, a part of it was told to him by Teacher Lee. By the way, Teacher Lee has been coming to visit him often these days, always bringing some information. Although she was a bit surprised that there were so many little strange tales besides Sun Kai, she seemed unconcerned, always asking after his well-being. This made Feng Xiao, a single dog, bear pressure that he shouldn't have at his age. Chapter 172, The Death of the Delivery Guy. Honestly, if Teacher Lee wasn't part of the strange tales but a person from the real world, Sun Kai might really have given in. Such a wonderful woman, where could one find her? Unfortunately, they were people from 2 different worlds, destined not to be together. Back to the main topic. Currently, they knew of 4 imposters left. 1 from Pickle country and 1 from Cherry country, 1 from Wang Bao, and 1 from Xialan. Their Xia country team actually had 2 imposters. The key issue here was that Xia Lan had no idea that Wang Bao was an imposter just like her. She had always thought Wang Bao was a human. This showed how superb Wang Bao's acting skills were. He even fooled Xia Lan. If nothing unexpected happens, Wang Bao has probably teamed up with the other two imposters. It's just that their recent whereabouts are unknown to Teacher Li. Sun Kai's expression became serious. He had no idea what would happen if the three imposters gathered together. And the teams from other countries were all acting independently, with no room for cooperation at all. After all, from the very beginning, the teams from the 7 countries were in enemy relationships. 3 enemies who have activated their temporary talents. This is also a considerable challenge for us. However, we are not completely without chances. Just the number of little strange tales we control has reached 4, if I'm not mistaken. Simply in terms of the number of little strange tales, we are definitely the most. Sun Kai's little strange tale was Gue Girl Malanlan. Feng Xiao's little strange tales were Xia Lan and the station master. Hu Yi's little strange tale was the bar dancer. Other teams have at most one little strange tale. In this aspect, they completely crush them. The current problem is that they don't know what the talents of those 3 national luck bearers are. If they have very strong talents, it would be quite dangerous for them. Sometimes, the unknown is the most terrifying. Brother Sun, how about I go probe and find out what their talent really is? Feng Xiao volunteered. He had 2 little strange tales and could fully handle a one-on-one. No, Wang Bao can unite the strange tales. Why can't we? We can temporarily unite to kick out the imposters. No matter who the final winner is, they are all humans. But will they cooperate with us? Chu Xiao originally tricked each person from their countries. Feng Xiao was a bit doubtful. If they don't want to cooperate, then forget it, but if they do cooperate, then this is also an opportunity. The final discussion resulted in first contacting the 3 fortune bearers to see if they had any ideas for cooperation. Naturally, this task was assigned to the delivery guy. At first, Jid and Tulls had smooth talks. They agreed to cooperate with Sun Kai. It's not that they were wary of Sun Kai. After all, they both had their talents, mainly because they also didn't want to be defeated by a few imposters in this world of strange tales. If they lost to a few imposters, they would lose face completely. However, when the delivery guy arrived at Charles's place, Charles directly had the little monster swallow him, not giving him a chance to speak at all. On Sun Kai's side, when the delivery guy hadn't returned, he already knew what had happened. Charles, I thought that as a prince, you would have a broader view. It seems I was thinking too much. Sun Kai's expression was very calm, but Feng Xiao could see that Sun Ge was very angry right now. Among several weak monsters in the strange tales, only the delivery guy was different. He was always following Sun Kai because of his full friendliness. Sun Ge, this damn prince is so arrogant. We absolutely cannot let him go. Feng Xiao had a good impression of the delivery guy. He had always been the one delivering food and had never been late. The death of the delivery guy ignited his anger. I won't let him go, but before that, I will first solve all the imposters. As a result, the current situation was that Sun Kai had united with Jid and Tulls, forming one force. Wang Bao and the 3 imposters became another force. And Charles, alone, was a separate force. That day, Sun Kai met Jid and Tulls. Jid was a smiling tiger. The other party was from the Cactus Nation, a country he was somewhat familiar with. The black forces thrived, and even the officials couldn't suppress them. How could such a person possibly be an ordinary harmless person? As for Tulls, he was a bearded man who looked a bit silly, but who could survive to this point? Which one was a fool? Hui. I never expected to see the great hero Sun Kai from Summer Country here. It truly is our honor. Jid stood up, smiling and extending his hand. Sun Kai shook his hand indifferently. If she dared to attack him directly at this moment, it would be seeking death. The second rule was not just a decoration. Mr. Sun Kai, your Summer Country's strength is truly impressive. Even now, several people are still alive, but there is only me left from my people. Tulsa's expression was somewhat melancholic. If he knew that the remaining few people from Jeep Country were all taken down by Sun Kai, he wouldn't know if he would still say such things. You guys aren't bad either. Only one Durian country was completely wiped out, right? Sun Kai sat down himself, and Ma Lan Lan stood behind him. Upon seeing the enchanting Ma Lan Lan, Tulsa's eyes lit up. He thought it was such a pity that such a beautiful female monster was not the one he encountered. It seems like one person is missing. Didn't the people from the Sun Never Sets country come? Jid looked around, realizing that only the 3 of them were there, along with the 3 monsters behind them. The information from the world of strange tales was enough for them to know which opponents were still remaining. They just didn't know what the opponents looked like in their names. The people from the Sun Never Sets country refused cooperation and even killed the monsters I sent over. Sun Kai said lightly, but the coldness in his eyes was evident to both of them. That's not surprising. The Sun Never Sets country has been dreaming of their past, and it seems they are still not awake. Tulls shrugged. As a person from Jeep Country, he knew very well how arrogant the people from the Sun Never Sets country were. But no matter how arrogant, history is history. The glory of the sun never sets kingdom has long passed. The sun never sets kingdom, this is one of my most disliked countries, if they dare to come over, I'll be the first to curse them to death. Jide seemed to have a strong opinion about the sun never sets kingdom. Let's not talk about the sun never sets kingdom for now, our goal is only one, which is to deal with the remaining 3 imposters. 3 imposters? Besides the pickled cabbage country and cherry country, which one is left? The two looked at Sun Kai. The last one is the imposter from our Xia country, his name is Wang Bao, he is in control of 2 little weird tales. Chapter 173, Dead Loop. On the 10th day of entering the Weird Tale world. Adding temporary rule, all little weird tales are unlocked, and they will attack the national fortune bearers, except for the captured little weird tales. All weak little weird tales will enter a state of madness. The sudden appearance of the temporary rule made Sun Kai frown. Eliminate the little weird tales they have captured, and the other little weird tales will attack the national fortune bearers? Moreover, weak little weird tales will fall into a madness state. What does this mean? Just as he was thinking this, he heard a deep growling sound coming from not far away. He looked over and saw that at some point, the old lickspittle and the wife-killing madman had only whites of their eyes left. Their bodies twitched and twisted, their expressions were incredibly grim, and then they bit into each other. They tore at each other's bodies mouthful by mouthful, swallowing them down like crazy dogs. Brother Sun, what's going on with them? Feng Xiao looked surprised. The information just mentioned that weak little weird tales will enter a madness state, is this the reason? Hui said weakly. You're right, this should be the madness state, they can't distinguish between friend and foe, just like mad dogs. Sun Kai told Malanlan to separate the 2 weird tales. After trying for a while, he found that they indeed had no self-awareness. Right now, they would treat everything in front of them as their attack target. Wait a minute, there are a lot of weak little weird tales in the city, if all these weak little weird tales go crazy? Sun Kai immediately came to the bedside, looking outside. At this moment, outside, demons were dancing wildly, all kinds of strange weird tales were popping up. Screams filled the city, ordinary people really had no power to resist against the weird tales. Feng Xiao walked over and saw the situation outside, his eyes widened. Holy crap, this is even more exaggerated than movies, with so many weird tales appearing, wouldn't all the people in the city be doomed? One must know, a city's population is at least in the millions, but they couldn't withstand such rampant weird tales. It probably wouldn't be long before these weird tales could devour all the people in the city. In this way, they as national fortune bearers would be easily discovered. It seems that the weird tale world thinks our speed is too slow, they are trying to speed us up. Sun Kai had a faint cold smile on his lips. With this special mode, he always felt that Xia country or himself was being targeted. Logically speaking, Xia country's current power is the most massive, as long as they proceed steadily, the probability of winning is not low. But the emergence of this temporary rule has greatly reduced Xia country's advantage. Weak little weird tales will indiscriminately attack the humans in the cities, and when they have eaten enough, they will turn into little weird tales. When little weird tales encounter national fortune bearers like them, they will actively attack. This is simply a dead loop without an answer. Once the humans in this city are almost dead, their existence will be easily exposed. In this way, his previous cooperation with the other 2 became empty talk. What Sun Kai did not know was that Wang Bao and the 3 imposters also had the same troubles. These weak little weird tales that fell into madness, and unlocked little weird tales. It's not just them, it includes the imposters as well. Wang Bao just stepped outside and happened to encounter sudden rules appearing, being targeted by a group of weak little urban legends. If it weren't for the 2 little urban legends by his side, it really would have been a headache. These sudden rules are really troublesome, it seems I must hide for a while and not go out casually, it would be terrible to run into some troublesome little urban legends. Wang Bao clearly understood that in his city, there are definitely a few powerful little urban legends. These little urban legends are basically second only to the 3 big urban legends. If he were to encounter one, even fighting 2 against 1 would be quite hard. As an urban legend, Zhu Xiao could no longer receive information, but seeing the changes around, he guessed a bit. Is it possible that new sudden rules have appeared? How interesting, all your previous plans have gone to waste. Zhu Xiao sneered, he was the happiest that Wang Bao couldn't carry out his plans. Wang Bao glanced at Zhu Xiao, want to get information from me? Don't worry, I won't tell you. Wang Bao ignored Zhu Xiao and took out his phone to contact the other 2 imposters. The plan is temporarily shelved, what we need to do now is to try to improve our strength while avoiding being targeted by urban legends. Although they were also urban legends, due to their identity as national fortune bearers, they too could be attacked by other little urban legends. In this regard, the world of urban legends treats everyone equally. It seems we must endure this period, it's really troublesome. The 2 imposters had no objections. For a while, the entire city fell into chaos. Sun Kai and the others all gathered together, waiting for the chaos outside to pass. As for the old persistent dog and the wife killer, since they had been with him for a while, Sun Kai did not kill them but had Ma Lanlan control them and put them in the bathroom. He believed that once the world of urban legends ended, they would return to normal. Suddenly, Sun Kai thought of something and looked at Hui. Have you quit your job? Hui replied, my assigned profession is a painter, it's a freelance job, so I don't need to quit. Sun Kai's mouth twitched slightly, others had to put in quite a bit of effort to resign. Yet, here at Hui's side, she didn't need to do anything, no need to quit at all. Why is the gap between people so big? This made him start to suspect that the world of urban legends was deliberately targeting old folks like him. The difficulty of his resignation was absolutely the highest, without exception. That was the place with the great urban legend principle. Inside, there were countless little urban legends and weak urban legends. And Feng Xiao, as a national fortune bearer who has cleared it once, was also assigned a high difficulty. Little Urban Legend Station Master. As for those newcomers as resignation places, at most, it was just a weak urban legend. Hui didn't even need to quit. The disparity in treatment was quite obvious. It was as if the world of urban legends wanted to eliminate those of them who had cleared it before. A day's time, and the sounds outside hadn't stopped at all. No matter where those people hid, they would be discovered by the urban legends. After all, urban legends didn't have real bodies. As for the little urban legends that accidentally wandered into Sun Kai's place, they all became Ma Lanlan's food. At this rate, who knows how long it will take for the city to quiet down. Feng Xiao looked out the window, his eyes carrying a hint of calm. A city with millions of people, it shouldn't be possible for everyone to be eaten in one day, it'll take at least 2 or 3 days. Suddenly, the doorbell outside rang. Chapter 174, National Fortune Value Unlock. Upon hearing the sound, the 4 little urban legends immediately entered a state of battle. Sun Kai signaled with his eyes, Ma Lanlan went up to check the situation. Ma Lanlan walked over, opened the door directly, and her expression instantly darkened. Li Xianxian. How did you get here? Standing outside the door was Teacher Li. Not good, Teacher Li is a little monster, she will take action against us. Feng Xiao's expression changed, recalling this matter. But Teacher Li quickly said, the principal has helped me negate the rules, I won't act according to the temporary rules for now, you can rest assured. Sun Kai noticed that Teacher Li indeed showed no signs of aggression and asked. What brings you here? I want to tell you that the whole city is very chaotic, only the territories of 3 big monsters can be stable, I don't want you to just die, will you come with me? Teacher Li's eyes were filled with affection, her words sincere. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Li, but I cannot go. Sun Kai shook his head, refusing Teacher Li's invitation. This time it was not because of Teacher Li's identity as a monster, but because Xiaoguo cannot do without him. If he really went to school with Teacher Li, Xiaoguo would only have Feng Xiao and Hui left, winning this monster war would be very difficult for the two of them. Teacher Li's gaze dimmed a little, making one feel reluctant. No matter when, I am willing to wait for you. Teacher Li looked at Sun Kai seriously, then laughed. TSK, I really didn't see it coming, how did you turn this Li Xianxian into a clingy dog? Teach me? Ma Lanlan moved over, raising her eyebrows and asking. Ma Lanlan. Sun Kai called out, and Ma Lanlan immediately let out a scream. Sun Kai sat down again, his mind recalling some information that Teacher Li had revealed earlier. First, the temporary rules can actually be negated, but it seems only the big monsters have this ability. Secondly, the big monsters seem to be able to ensure that the monsters within their territory are not affected by temporary rules. The lair of the big monsters is so powerful? The last point is something he thought about for quite a while. That is, the city might be destroyed. Otherwise, Teacher Li wouldn't be so eager to find him, wanting to take him away. Perhaps Teacher Li thinks that if he continues to stay outside, he might not even become a monster. For 3 consecutive days, the sounds in the city have almost disappeared. There wasn't a single figure on the streets, not even the monsters could be seen. The crazed state not only made monsters target humans, but they also turned on each other, resulting in the weak were the few monsters there were, and now thousands of little monsters were wandering throughout the city. When humans encounter them, there is only one outcome, death. At this moment, Sun Kai prepared to start moving. We are now searching for the traces of those fakes while devouring the little monsters, at least to strengthen the monster we have. Feng Xiao, you have 2 little monsters, enough for self-protection, this time I will take Hui with me. Feng Xiao nodded, after all, he had 2 little monsters, which made any group he joined stronger. Good, then let's split up, the locations have been marked, they probably wouldn't dare to move freely in these days, they are likely still nearby. If you encounter fakes, take action directly, if you meet Jiden tours, first stabilize them and then strike secretly. Sun Kai did not treat these 2 as true partners, merely temporary ones. Because of the sudden temporary rules, his cooperation with the 2 was just verbal. He believed the other side thought the same, and Sun Kai didn't mind sending them away first. And if we encounter Charles? If we encounter Charles, beat him to death. Two groups moved separately. Sun Kai cautiously walked on the street with Hui. The bustling streets were now deserted. After walking for a while, Ma Lanlan suddenly said, "There are little monsters ahead. You and the dancer go in, finish quickly." Ma Lanlan and the bar dancer charged forward together, 2 against 1, and the result was predictable. Along the way, they encountered several minor grudge spirits, all of which were taken down by Ma Lanlan and the bar dancer. After defeating the minor grudge spirits, their strength improved a bit. Suddenly, Sun Kai had a thought: if they ate all the minor grudge spirits, how strong would Ma Lanlan become? Would she turn into a major grudge spirit? But now he didn't have that much time. He had figured out some rules. The grudge spirit world started by unlocking the weak grudge spirits, then later unlocked minor grudge spirits. If this continued, unlocking the major grudge spirit would just be a matter of time. Once they didn't settle the score before the major grudge spirit was unlocked, the final outcome would be mutual destruction. At this moment, Sun Kai finally understood why there had only been 3 successes in so many special modes. It was simply because there were too many traps in special modes. A small mistake could lead to disaster. Finally, the two arrived at the place where Wang Bao had been, but unfortunately, he was no longer there. He has escaped. In such a big place, it won't be easy to find him. Sun Kai felt a bit disappointed. At that moment, new information appeared in his mind. National Fortune Point Exchange unlocked. You can use 1 National Fortune Point to lock onto any National Fortune Bearer's position for half an hour, including imposters. Sun Kai showed a trace of surprise. National Fortune Points? He had always found it strange. What was the use of National Fortune Points? There had been no explanation before. He didn't expect to unlock the National Fortune Points exchange at this moment. Moreover, National Fortune Points could be used to lock onto others' positions in real time for half an hour. Suddenly, Sun Kai understood, this was likely to prevent someone from hiding and not coming out in the later stages. At this point, most National Fortune Bearers would generally have National Fortune Points in their possession. With this, everyone could lock onto each other's positions. A fight for the old silver coin had transformed into a direct confrontation. I want to use 1 National Fortune Point to lock onto the position of the imposter Wang Bao from the Summer Country. For others, Sun Kai could afford to wait a bit longer, but for Wang Bao, he absolutely wouldn't let him go. Not just because he was an imposter, but also because Chu Xiao had regarded him as a friend, only for him to stab Chu Xiao in the back. He didn't even spare Chu Xiao, who had already turned into a grudge spirit. Later, Sun Kai realized something: when creating grudge spirits, it was Wang Bao who proposed to create grudge spirit Chu Xiao. It seemed he had already thought of controlling Chu Xiao back then. Otherwise, why would he be so decisive in controlling Chu Xiao when rescuing Hui, and directly ran away? Chapter 175, Beware of Falling Objects from High Places. Before his death, Chu Xiao was a tragedy, but Sun Kai absolutely wouldn't allow him to remain a tragedy after his death. National Fortune Bearer Sun Kai from the Summer Country uses National Fortune Points to lock onto the position of the imposter Wang Bao. In Sun Kai's eyes, he could clearly see a bright light point. The light point was a considerable distance away from him. This light point seemed to ignore all obstacles and could be seen clearly by him. Wang Bao, let's see where you can run. Sun Kai let out a cold laugh and quickly ran towards Wang Bao's position with Hui. The news about National Fortune Points was not just heard by Sun Kai, others had also heard it. But not everyone had National Fortune Points in their hands. National Fortune Points could only be obtained by killing enemy National Bearers. As for killing one's own National Bearers, it was impossible. Charles had killed his own teammate to activate his talent but received nothing from it. Gideon was in a similar situation. But he was lucky, having eliminated a National Fortune Bearer from another country, he obtained 1 point of National Fortune value. And Tu Ersi had 2 points of National Fortune value in hand. Originally, Chu Xiao also had several good points, but unfortunately, he became an urban legend and could no longer use them. Tu Ersi did not hesitate and directly locked onto Sun Kai's position. Among everyone, the one he feared the most was Sun Kai. This distance is really far, it seems he cannot pose a threat to me for now. Tu Ersi felt relieved. On the other hand, Ji, after some thought, locked onto another target, which was Feng Xiao. He had known Feng Xiao's information for a long time. As one of the few who passed through the urban legend world, he was basically famous. As a result, upon this lock, he suddenly discovered that Feng Xiao was not very far from him. If I take him out, I can get new National Fortune value. Ji revealed a sinister smile and took his little urban legend out. On the other side, Wang Bao saw this message and instantly turned pale. He was fully aware that Sun Kai had a lot of National Fortune value in hand. He also knew that Sun Kai would definitely lock onto him. Fortunately, he had killed a few National Fortune Bearers before, holding some National Fortune value. He used a bit back then, locking onto none other than Sun Kai. After locking on, he saw the light point representing Sun Kai getting closer to him. Damn it! Wang Bao's face turned dark. If he had to say who he least wanted to encounter, it would definitely be Sun Kai. He had witnessed Sun Kai's abilities. This person was extremely troublesome. He decisively prepared to leave this place. The locking time was only half an hour. As long as he survived for half an hour, he could change places, and Sun Kai would definitely not be able to find him. Unfortunately, he had thought too well. He would encounter wandering little urban legends while escaping. After a round of battle, it would take some time. On Sun Kai's side, he immediately closed the distance again. Of course, Sun Kai would encounter similar situations, but overall, the distance between the two sides was decreasing. However, half an hour quickly passed. Without hesitation, Sun Kai used another 1 point of national fortune value. After all, he did not have many other things, just plenty of national fortune value. Wang Bao, to know Sun Kai's position, could only continue using national fortune value. But his national fortune value was only a pitiful 3 points. An hour later, he could no longer lock onto Sun Kai's position and could only run around aimlessly. 2 hours later, Sun Kai stood in front of him. Sun Kai, do you really want to kill me to the last man? Wang Bao's face looked very ugly. He never expected Sun Kai to be so persistent with him. Release Chu Xiao, and then come to meet your death. Sun Kai's expression was cold and fierce, showing no mercy to Wang Bao. Heh, such bravado. I don't believe you dare to kill Chu Xiao. Wang Bao waved his hand, and the cotton candy in his hand was thrown out, transforming in midair into a giant piece of cotton candy. Chu Xiao stood beside it, looking utterly helpless. Captain, don't mind me, I'm no longer human, it doesn't matter if you kill me. Though he said that, his body started moving on its own. Ma Lan Lan and the bar dancers rushed up directly. The battle of 4 little urban legends was astonishing and immediately caused quite a stir. Sun Kai knew that such a huge commotion would likely attract nearby urban legends, but he still didn't want to let Wang Bao go. Wang Bao's face was extremely grim. He felt that Sun Kai was truly mad. Now the whole city was filled with little urban legends. If they were attracted over, they would all be dead. Sure enough, within minutes of battle, the first little urban legend appeared here. The 4 little urban legends attacked at the same time, instantly annihilated, and they fought together again. Sun Kai, as long as you don't continue to attack me, I can guarantee to return Chu Xiao to you. Wang Bao shouted loudly. But at this moment, Chu Xiao's voice also came through. Captain, don't trust him, he has already mastered the weakness and can't transfer it. Only my death or his death can lift the control. Wang Bao shouted anxiously, Chu Xiao, may you die a horrible death. Since a national fortune bearer cannot directly act against another national fortune bearer, Wang Bao could only curse Chu Xiao in anger. He had no way to take action himself. If he wanted to act personally, it would have to come to that moment. But as he continued to curse, Wang Bao suddenly noticed that something seemed off. After thinking for a moment, he felt a jolt of alarm in his heart. Where did Hu Yi go? He remembered clearly that at first, Hu Yi had appeared in front of him, but now she had vanished. Of course, he had no idea that Hu Yi was currently right above him. Wang Bao was standing at the edge of a building, and Hu Yi was on the 5th floor, holding a potted plant. She aimed at the potted plant on the floor below and let go in an instant. Crack! The sound of the battle of the strange tale was drowned out by the sound of the potted plant. The plant that was hit fell straight down, hitting Wang Bao right on the head. At that moment, Wang Bao's head was split open and blood flowed as he lay on the ground. Captain, I did it! Hu Yi waved happily at Sun Kai. When he found Wang Bao, Sun Kai had already observed the surrounding terrain, thinking about how to eliminate Wang Bao using indirect methods. He knew that it would be extraordinarily difficult to take down Wang Bao directly with a strange tale. After all, Wang Bao also had 2 minor strange tales at his side. So he instructed Hu Yi to leave quietly and execute Plan B. The result proved that he succeeded. This also warned everyone one thing: do not stand under windows for no reason, beware of items falling from above. Fake Wang Bao of Summer Country dies. At the moment Wang Bao died, the cotton candy deflated like a punctured ball, quickly withering away and eventually disappearing. At the same time, Chu Xiao stopped his movements, realizing that he could control his own body again. Chu Xiao, welcome back. Sun Kai said with a smile. Captain, thank you for helping me regain my freedom, but I am no longer human. A hint of bitter smile appeared on Chu Xiao's face. Don't give up, perhaps the reward for clearing the level can bring you back to life? Chapter 176, Leaving Without Pain. On the other side, Feng Xiao was searching for the fake with 2 minor strange tales, unexpectedly running into Jide. Isn't this brother Feng Xiao? Oh, it's brother Jide. The two greeted each other warmly and then immediately made the same movement at the next second. They jumped back, and the strange tales behind them rushed out instantly. I didn't expect it, we are actually like-minded people. The two's eyes narrowed, they both thought the same thing: take advantage of the other's moment of relaxation to launch an attack. Unfortunately, Feng Xiao had long known that people from other countries were unreliable, so he was prepared from the start. I really didn't expect that your brain is pretty good. Jide had a smug expression on his face as he pulled out a cigar and started smoking. Even though he saw that there were two strange tales beside Feng Xiao, he didn't care. In his view, with Feng Xiao's ability, he could at most only tame weak ones, and it was impossible to tame minor strange tales. How could two weak minor strange tales possibly be his opponent? However, reality quickly dealt him a heavy blow. When the battle began, he found his minor strange tales were actually blocked. Jide's expression changed as he shouted incredulously, "Impossible, you also have minor strange tales?" You have to know, if it weren't for him activating a temporary talent to control the minor strange tales he allied with, he wouldn't even be able to deal with a single minor strange tale. Although he had not experienced the process of taming weak minor strange tales, he had subordinates who had. If it weren't for luck, finding the opponent's weakness, he might have already died. If weak minor strange tales were so troublesome, then how about the even stronger minor strange tales? Jide couldn't imagine that Feng Xiao would have two minor strange tales. He subconsciously assumed that Feng Xiao only had one minor strange tale. But Feng Xiao revealed a brilliant smile. "Yes, I not only have one little monster, but also two." Impossible. Reality quickly slapped Jide in the face as he saw Xiaolan and the station master fighting with all their might, pushing Jide's little monster back step by step. Jide was afraid. He didn't want to die. "You hold them off for me." Jide immediately gave orders to the little monster and turned to run. As long as his talent was still there, he could find new monsters. As long as the Green Mountain remains, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Feng Xiao was stunned by Jide's actions. Watching him run out, Feng Xiao decisively told the station master to entangle this little monster, while Xiaolan chased after him. Don't come over here." Jide screamed in despair, then his face turned pale, and he became a corpse. "Jide, the fortune bearer of Cactus Kingdom, is dead. Luckily, Brother Sun told me to be alert, otherwise, I would have fallen into your trap." Feng Xiao shook his head. Without Jide's restraint, the little monster he controlled quickly regained its freedom. But this freedom was very short-lived. Affected by the temporary rules, it began to attack Feng Xiao. But its mouth shouted, "Don't kill me, I can provide you information." Feng Xiao raised an eyebrow, telling Xiaolan and the station master not to kill this little monster just yet, but to restrain it. Then he asked, "What do you know?" "You have to promise not to kill me, then I will tell you." Feng Xiao didn't have much time to waste with it. After all, it was just a little monster. What could it know? "Kill." Before the last it could be said, the little monster became afraid. "Don't kill me, I'll talk." From the little monster's mouth, Feng Xiao learned some things. It turned out that in this world, there had once been fortune bearers. One of the fortune bearers was devoured by it while it was still a weak little monster, gaining some memories. From then on, it learned one thing: besides this world, there were other worlds. According to that fortune bearer's memories, that world was the real reality, while theirs was just like a game. Although it didn't believe this itself, the memories of the fortune bearer always influenced it. Years later, it finally became a little monster. When a new fortune bearer appeared, it discovered it immediately. It secretly controlled Jide, hoping to use the fortune bearer to go to the real world. But it didn't expect that this time, the rules were so strange. With only Jide left in Cactus Kingdom, he unexpectedly gained a temporary talent, reversing the control over it. The little monster was dumbfounded at that moment. "Is that all?" Feng Xiao looked at it with disdain, thinking it was something more. He already knew about the past fortune bearers. In Brother Sun's first monster world, there were two past fortune bearers. But the past fortune bearers had no effect on him now. Knowing this information was of no use. "I also know one more thing: the three great monsters all want to become the only ruler of the city, only then can they leave this city." "What does that mean? Can't they leave on their own?" "Of course not. Since the city's rules came into being, the great monsters have been restricted and cannot move in their own territory. But once they become the only big monster in the city, they can do so." Feng Xiao looked at it with some confusion. "How do you know these things? Aren't you just a little monster?" "When I was still a weak little monster, I accidentally overheard a conversation between the three great monsters. That's how I knew this." "Maybe it was because I was too weak, they didn't care at all." "Alright then, seeing that you provided this information, will you let me go?" The little monster's face brightened. "No, I will let you leave without pain." The little monster's expression stiffened, and it yelled in anger, "You're unreasonable." In the next second, the station master and Xiaolan acted, directly ripping it apart and swallowing it. Feng Xiao murmured, "Who would reason with a horror tale? Really out of their mind." "Exactly, got the national fortune points. Let's first lock down the location of that fake from Pickled Cabbage Country." In the next second, Feng Xiao realized the opponent was a distance away, and he immediately rushed over. Wang Bao died, and hearing that Jide also died not long ago, now they had not many targets left. Now there are still two fakes alive, two national fortune holders alive. Looks like it's time to find an opportunity to resign. Sun Kai couldn't guarantee what would happen if he didn't resign after the world of horror tales ended. There was a high possibility he would be left in this world. Thinking of this, Sun Kai looked at Hui. I plan to take out 2 more people and then resign from school. You keep the bar dancer, I'll just take Madame Mine Chu Xiao with me. Leaving a bar dancer for Hui was to ensure her safety. Many little horror tales were wandering around, and if they encountered Hui, without the protection of little horror tales, she would definitely die. Captain, I can also help. Hui knew that it would be very dangerous for Sun Kai to resign this time. After all, there were big horror tales present there. No one knew when the big horror tale would strike. Chapter 177, Hui's Identity. It's okay, your safety is very important too. The first thing to solve is the last 2 fakes. As for Xiaolan, her weakness was fully controlled by Fengxiao, and it would be very easy to kill her. Sun Kai had long stopped considering her as a fake. Sun Kai thought for a moment and decided to lock down that fake from Cherry Country. Unexpectedly, upon this lock, he found the opponent right beside him. Not good. Sun Kai's face changed. Just as he wanted to act, a figure instantly appeared behind him. With slender nails, she directly slashed at Sun Kai's neck. Die. Xu Xiao's face changed drastically, but it was too late for him to save him. Ma Lanlan was the same. They could only watch wide-eyed as the opponent's nails were about to cut Sun Kai's throat. Just at this critical moment, no one expected Hui to suddenly sigh. I thought I could hide until the end, but you've ruined it. In the next second, everyone, including Sun Kai, was dumbfounded. Because Hui used her fair little hand to directly grab the fake's wrist, her nails were less than 3 centimeters away from Sun Kai's neck. The fake from Cherry Country was a stunning woman, looking at Hui in disbelief. You're not human, you're a horror tale too? She was very shocked. According to the information she knew, all the fakes should have already appeared. How come there was another one here? Hui looked completely different from before. Her gaze was icy, radiating an unapproachable noble aura. You don't need to know so much. As soon as her words fell, Hui struck and instantly killed the opponent. Fake from Cherry Country, Desi, is dead. At this moment, Ma Lanlan, Chu Xiao, and the bar dancer all stood in front of Sun Kai, blocking Hui. The bar dancer was originally under Sun Kai's control, just temporarily used by Hui. Now that Hui was in trouble, the bar dancer naturally had to protect Sun Kai. Sun Kai stared blankly at Hui. No matter how he calculated, he never expected Hui was actually a fake. But this doesn't make sense. There were a total of 7 fakes that should have already appeared. Without mentioning the 2 fakes from Pickled Cabbage Country and Cherry Country, his summer country also had Wang Bao and Xiaolan. The remaining 3 were 1 in Jeep Country, 1 in Durian Country, and 1 in Cactus Country. This information was all verifiable to him. So what was the situation with Hui? Hui? Who exactly are you? Sun Kai looked at her seriously. Hui sighed helplessly. I knew that once my identity was exposed, there would be so many troublesome things. Captain, can we pretend we know nothing? You are still my captain, and I am still Hui. Sun Kai sneered. What do you think? You can't even tell me your true identity. How can I treat you as my team member? You saved me just now, so I won't turn on you now. Go ahead, but the next time we meet, we will be enemies. Sun Kai was clear about the grudges. The other party had just saved him, and he wasn't going to attack immediately. He had 3 little monsters on his side, and it was easy to deal with a fake. If I tell you, would you still be willing to be my captain? I can consider it. A smile appeared on Hui's face. That's good. Actually, I am one of the 3 great monsters in this city, the monster doctor who occupies the hospital. Sun Kai was full of question marks. Hui was a great monster. How is this possible? Can you explain it in more detail? I don't understand. Okay, I'll make it simple. I don't want to be a monster anymore, I want to be a person. But even as a great monster, this can't be achieved. So, I have been secretly watching you guys, but unexpectedly, the avatar of the Overlord has too much autonomous consciousness and has been trying to trouble you. It even brought Hui over and killed her. This little girl is someone I quite like. To let her live, I had to become human myself. I abandoned most of my power and fused into her body, which is now me. Sun Kai seemed to understand something. His face changed. Are you saying that Hui was possessed by the Overlord's avatar at that time and was already dead? Although it's a cruel thing to say, I have to say this. She didn't completely die, but she was only a hair's breadth away from death. If it weren't for me, she would truly be gone. Sun Kai recalled what happened with Du Xiao Dai before. She was possessed by a female ghost, causing her own consciousness to be suppressed and even determined dead by the monster world, unable to return to reality. Now, since the monster world didn't deliver news of Hui's death, it meant that Hui really hadn't completely died. If the other party is a great monster, then her ability to annihilate little monsters in seconds is fully explained. So how should I address you? Doctor or Hui? Just call me Hui. I have merged with her, I am Hui. Looking at the girl in front of him, Sun Kai's expression was somewhat complex. To be fair, she could be considered Hui's saving grace, but this way of saving was hard to put into words. Most importantly, Hui's family should be watching the live stream here. When they see their daughter has turned into another person, will they really accept it? Sun Kai didn't know if Hui's words were true, but at that moment, he saw a line of text over Hui's head. There is not a single lie in her words. With the prompt's approval, Sun Kai could only believe. I understand now, you are still Hui, still my team member, but about her relationships in reality, you'll have to handle it yourself. Of course, I chose this path, so I will also accept everything about her. Hui nodded. Out of nowhere, his teammate had turned into a great monster, which left Sun Kai somewhat bewildered. After thinking for a while, he recalled a question: why did you choose Hui? Well, first, I am an Oriental, so I wouldn't choose a foreigner. Secondly, I am a girl, if I don't choose a girl, should I choose a boy? This made a lot of sense, and Sun Kai couldn't even argue back. In this way, it seems that only Hui among everyone can meet her requirements. By the way, how much strength can you show now? Under normal circumstances, I would be at the top among the minor strange tales. If I go all out, I should be able to fight with the major strange tales, but I know I would definitely lose. After all, I have given up the vast majority of my power, and now I am also human. Sun Kai could understand that humans and strange tales were different. It was quite impressive that Hui could achieve this. Chapter 178, I Am in Love. Now among the remaining imposters, only one from the pickled vegetable country was still alive. Sun Kai directly locked onto the other party, but halfway there, he saw new information. Imposter Jin Yaohua from the pickled vegetable country has died. His first reaction was that Feng Xiao had taken the other party down. After all, the strength of the imposters was not that weak, only Feng Xiao had two minor strange tales. With a 2-on-1 fight, victory was guaranteed. Sure enough, Feng Xiao sent a message saying he had taken down Jide and the imposter from the pickled vegetable country. With this, the remaining enemies were only TURs from the Jeep country and Prince Charles from the Sun Never Sets country. At this point, he had to resign. Otherwise, if these two died, he would really not be able to go back. Hui, we are going to school. Huh? Didn't we agree that I would hide alone? That was before, this is now. You're a major strange tale, do you still fear the principal? Sun Kai could see that Hui probably also wanted to go to the real world, but since she hadn't done anything to harm him, he chose to turn a blind eye. Moreover, if Hui hadn't acted just now, he might have been dead. The opponent had appeared too suddenly, perhaps he didn't even have time to react to the hint. But previously, when he was pushed from behind in Woman Village, the hint had appeared instantly. He guessed that hints could only appear when he was able to respond. If he couldn't even respond, no matter how many hints he received, he would still die. Facing Sun Kai's teasing, Hui pouted, if I were in my peak state before, I definitely wouldn't fear that old lady. But now, I'm not a strange tale, how can I compete with her? The principal shouldn't know you are a major strange tale, right? I think this is our chance, you just need to act at the critical moment. Alright, since I have already become a member of the summer country, what else can I do? Hui shrugged helplessly. After making the decision, Sun Kai let Feng Xiao find a place to wait temporarily. He then took Hui and the three strange tales to the school. After a while, they stood at the school gate. Other places were dead silent, but only inside the school could still be heard the sounds of students attending classes. It was as if the school was not affected by the surroundings. Master, can you open the door? Sun Kai walked over and handed a cigarette to the security guard. When the guard saw it, he smiled and said, oh, it's Teacher Sun. Of course, no problem. But who are they? Following the direction the guard pointed, there stood Hui and the others. Oh, they are all my friends who want to visit the school. Can you make an exception? This time, he stuffed an entire pack of cigarettes into the guard's hand. Indeed, this pack of cigarettes worked wonders. Hey, no need to mention it. Opening a door? It's a small matter. The guard cheerfully opened the door and let them in. As soon as they entered, the surrounding environment became dark, the guard disappeared, and the sounds of students reading also vanished. Even all the people and strange tales around Sun Kai were gone. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels walking slowly reached Sun Kai's ears, and Teacher Li's figure appeared in front of him. Teacher Sun, you finally came. Teacher Li wore a faint smile on her face. Yes, I am here. Sun Kai remained very calm. Even if he had no one around him, he still wasn't worried about his safety. He believed that once she noticed his disappearance, Hui would definitely take action. Teacher Sun, you still have a chance. As long as you agree with me, I can get the principal to step in and turn you into a spooky tale. Teacher Li still hadn't given up on him. For a long time, Sun Kai had a puzzling question, and this time he finally couldn't help but ask it. Teacher Lee, I really want to know, why are you so fond of me? We seem to have only met a few times, right? Teacher Lee rested her cheek on her left hand, her right hand supporting her left arm below, looking thoughtful. Well, it was probably love at first sight. When I was still human, I never experienced what love felt like. But the moment I saw Teacher Sun, I knew I had fallen in love. Teacher Lee's face became rosy, her watery eyes full of affection. Sun Kai's mouth twitched slightly. Is that all? He always thought Teacher Lee might have some other purpose, but at this point, there was no need for her to hide anything. Sun Kai guessed that Teacher Lee probably didn't have a good life when she was alive and might have lacked love, making her so yearn for it. This wasn't surprising. Which spooky tale didn't have its own strange story? Teacher Lee, you have helped me many times. I don't want to take action against you. I want to ask for your help to let me resign. What Sun Kai said was heartfelt. Teacher Lee had never acted against him, and had helped him many times. If he acted against her, he would truly be an ungrateful person. Then, Teacher Lee's response was, okay. I know this puts you in a difficult position. Sun Kai was dumbfounded at that moment. What did he just hear? You said, what? I said okay, since you said so, I can only help you. Teacher Lee's expression was a bit shy, her hands cupping her face, her eyes sparkling, entirely like a woman in love. Sun Kai's expression was very strange. He remembered very clearly that when he initially rejected Teacher Lee, she said she would settle things at school. But this? He had no idea what to say. You really want to help me? But what if the principal takes action against you? For a moment, Sun Kai was strangely concerned about Teacher Lee's safety. The principal was a big spooky tale, while Teacher Lee was just a small one. If she went against the principal's wishes, what would happen? It was truly unpredictable. Thinking of this, Sun Kai quickly said, forget it, I'll go directly to the principal. Teacher Lee doesn't need to come. It's fine, the principal is my grandma. She won't do anything to me. Wow, the truth was out. No wonder he found it strange before. The principal was too good to Teacher Lee, even going against temporary rules for her. He didn't expect the principal to be Teacher Lee's grandma. Grandma was a big spooky tale, and she was a small one. This family was really incredible. By the way, where are my companions? They were taken to the principal's office by Grandma. They should be receiving her guidance now. Just as Teacher Lee finished speaking, a loud explosion came from the direction of the principal's office. Old lady, you're still the same as before, so long-winded. The voice was Hui. Doctor, I really didn't expect you to abandon your identity and powers as a big spooky tale to become a human. To describe your current situation in one word, it's throwing yourself into the net. Chapter 179, Sun Kai's Resignation. Not far from Sun Kai, Hui and the principal stood on either side, both bearing an astonishing presence. Even Sun Kai, an ordinary person, could feel the suffocating atmosphere in the air that made it hard to breathe. The principal still looked like a kind old lady, but at this moment, her gaze towards Hui was filled with desire. It was an expression that wanted to swallow Hui whole. The power of the great monster story is, for her, simply a shortcut to becoming stronger. In the city, the three great monsters are restricted by rules and cannot leave their places. But the doctor used this method to leave the confined place, paying a huge price. If she could swallow the doctor's power, then she could leap to become the most powerful monster in this city, without a doubt. She only needs to wait. Whenever she swallows the ruler, she can completely control this city. At that time, she would not just be the principal, but the lord of the city. Old lady, you still can't forget about the position of the monster city lord, huh? What's so good about monsters? How can they compare to humans? Hui looked at the principal with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Our paths are different. You want to be human, while I want to be the city lord, so why not just hand your power over to me? With a wave of her hand, many figures appeared around them, all unfamiliar faces of the school's teachers and students. As the territory of the great monsters, those who exist here are naturally all monsters. Sun Kai saw some familiar faces. They were all the teachers from the classroom office. But at this moment, they had all transformed into terrifying monsters. So there's no way to talk this out? Hui looked at Sun Kai. Captain, what do you think? I think we can have a good talk. Principal, I came here to resign. Sun Kai looked at the principal, wearing a smile. The principal glanced at Sun Kai with indifferent eyes. If my granddaughter hadn't wanted to keep you, you would have been dead by the time you arrived. Sun Kai certainly knew this. When he was trapped by a female student, it was Teacher Lee who saved him. Grandma, Sun Kai wants to resign, just agree to it, okay? Teacher Lee also stepped forward to speak. Seeing her granddaughter like this, the principal sighed. I regret not killing this man back then, but it's not too late now. Once he's dead, I believe you will eventually return to your original self. Teacher Lee's expression changed, and she reached out to block Sun Kai behind her. No, you can't kill him. Ha, my dear granddaughter, if I want to kill someone, can you stop me? The principal laughed loudly, and Teacher Lee's face changed dramatically as she pushed Sun Kai towards the school gate. Sun Kai, hurry and run. Being the principal's granddaughter, she understood just how powerful her grandma was. Where do you think all these monsters in the school came from? Aren't they all captured by her grandma when the rules were not established? Do you really think the monsters here are just students and teachers? Of course not, they were forced by her grandma to become this way. Because, in her lifetime, grandma was the principal of a girls' school. Want to leave? Who can leave in my territory? The principal laughed arrogantly, and the teachers and students around suddenly blocked Sun Kai's way. They were surrounded. Captain, we're in trouble now. Xu Xiao looked around at so many monsters, his face turning very pale. Even if Hu Yi can hold off the principal, the three of us are no match for all these monsters. Ma Lanlan looked around with a serious expression. For the first time, she felt her strength was too weak. I know, I will find you a helper next. Come out, Wu Qian. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qian appeared beside Sun Kai. He used the last chance of summoning. As soon as Wu Qian arrived, she saw a sea of monsters around them and her expression slightly changed. Teacher's son, how did you end up in the monster's lair? I can't help it, I didn't want to come here, but I had to resign to go back. Sun Kai shrugged. All of this was because the monster world was trapping him. Others had smooth resignations, but he was different. He had to come to the great monsters to resign. It's really a trap. This might be the last time. Can you handle the principal with Hu Yi? If I were on my own, I might struggle a bit, but with her, it should be fine. Wu Qian saw Hu Yi not far away, feeling a strong power from her. Although this power was much weaker than the principal's, at least it could hold on for a while. During this time, she could use some methods she had prepared earlier. Kill them. With the principal's command, the strange stories rushed towards Sun Kai and the others. At this moment, Ma Lanlan, Xu Xiao, and the bar dancer stood behind Sun Kai, protecting him from the strange stories. What Sun Kai didn't expect was that Teacher Lee was also helping him deal with these strange stories. Teacher Lee, you. Sun Kai's expression was somewhat complicated. He was already surprised that Teacher Lee was willing to help him resign from the principal's side. He didn't expect that now, standing against the principal, she was still willing to help him. After all, I am my grandmother's granddaughter, and I have a little authority here. Teacher Lee winked playfully, and indeed, the power of those strange stories rushing in was instantly suppressed. This move made the principal very unhappy. Good granddaughter, are you trying to go against me? Grandma, you can do whatever you want with others, but not Sun Kai, he is my man. Teacher Lee was not afraid at all, looking at the principal. Good. Very good. Since you are so disobedient, I will destroy you and find a more obedient granddaughter. The principal was completely enraged, wanting to attack Sun Kai. But at this moment, Hu Yi blocked her path, and the two began to fight. Hu Yi's power was only a fraction left. It was basically impossible for her to battle the big strange story for long. But she could hold on for a while, and this moment gave Wu Qian a rare opportunity. Wu Qian sat cross-legged on the ground, closing her eyes, seemingly preparing for something. In the entire scene, only she and Sun Kai were unaffected. After a while, Wu Qian suddenly opened her eyes, lifting her hands high. In her eyes, a red sun was reflected. Wu Gate Array, open. In an instant, light beams appeared from all directions of the city. The beams gathered in the air, enveloping the entire city. At the same time, the sun in the sky turned blood red, and the whole world seemed to become a different place. Chapter 180, The Principal is Dead. All of this was the work of Sun Kai and Wu Qian. When Wu Qian was summoned for the second time, Sun Kai had her set up a large Wu Gate array in the city. Of course, this array was a one-time use. But with this array, Wu Qian could unleash her strongest power and pull the entire city into the twisted world she created. In this twisted world, Wu Qian's power would receive the greatest boost, and her current strength had already reached that of a big strange story. However, after using the Wu Gate array, a trace of blood leaked from the corner of Wu Qian's mouth. Such a large Wu Gate array was too much pressure for her. If she hadn't gained a deeper understanding of the Wu Gate array, she might have died the moment the array appeared. In that instant, all the strange stories in the city felt a chilling sensation, as if they were being stared at by something. Hu Yi looked at Wu Qian, not expecting this little strange story to burst forth with the power of a big strange story. Especially this array, it was simply terrifying. But thinking of this as their combat power, Hu Yi became happy. Old lady, let's see how you deal with this. The principal's face was quite unsightly. She did not expect that Sun Kai still had such a trump card. Teacher son, I can't keep this state for too long. Once I deal with the opponent, I might go back early. Wu Qian told Sun Kai about these drawbacks, then rushed over to fight with the principal. The battle of the three great monsters was astonishing, with explosions heard from time to time, and others couldn't see their figures at all. Teacher Lee, I just want to resign. I won't harm the principal's life, but if she doesn't agree. Sun Kai was giving Teacher Lee a warning in advance. He didn't want to create conflict with her over this matter. But he didn't expect Teacher Lee to say, "It's okay. Actually, I've always known that the principal isn't my real grandmother. I'm just the most pleasing monster she found." Sun Kai was somewhat surprised. He didn't think there was such a relationship between the principal and Teacher Lee. With this, he no longer felt any guilt. As long as the principal died, who would dare to oppose his resignation? At this moment, in the distance at the Blue Tree Group, a gigantic eye suddenly opened. Is this the power of that old woman? It seems there's also the power of that little girl from the hospital, and who else? Could it be that a fourth great monster has appeared in the city? And the rule restrictions on my body seem to have disappeared? Is it because there's one more great monster? Such an interesting thing, how can I miss it? As soon as the voice fell, the big eye disappeared from there. On the other side, Tulls and Charles also noticed the huge beam of light at the school. Naturally, they had to go check it out. Feng Xiao also saw the change there and immediately made a decision to go take a look. If Brother Sun encountered danger, he had to help. Thus, the school became the center of the entire city, attracting everyone and monsters. With the help of the Wu Gate Array, Wu Qian's strength suddenly increased greatly, plus the brief power of the great monster from Hui. The two kept pressuring the principal in battle, and the crucial point was that the principal couldn't leave the school, which meant she could only fight her opponents. Damn. You all should die. At this moment, the principal had disheveled hair, looking like a devil, with a fierce expression on her face. Wu Qian's face was cold as she used the power of the Wu Gate Array to severely injure the principal. And what Hui had to do was assist Wu Qian and prevent the principal from escaping. For the first time, she felt how delightful it was to be a support. Around Sun Kai, those teacher and student monsters were desperately trying to get close to him, while Ma Lanlan's three monsters had become somewhat faint. This meant they had all suffered serious injuries, and if they continued like this, they would eventually die at the hands of these monsters. Teacher Lee was almost the same. To protect Sun Kai, she was truly exhausting herself, her body was nearly transparent. Teacher Lee, you don't have to do this. Sun Kai wanted Teacher Lee to step away from him, but she did not agree. Without Teacher Lee's help, they might have already been eaten by the surrounding monsters. At this moment, Hui suddenly shouted, "No, I can't hold on any longer." Hui immediately withdrew from the battle circle. She sat on the ground, gasping heavily, using the power of the original great monster was tormenting for her. This was still because she had just recently become human, and as time passed, the monster's power within her would become weaker and weaker until it disappeared. Seeing Hui unable to fight, a glimmer of hope appeared in the principal's eyes. I don't believe you can keep holding on. As long as you can't hold on any longer, Sun Kai is dead for sure. The principal let out a villainous laugh, which sounded very harsh. Wu Qian's expression was indifferent as she directly extended her wrist in front of her, then she took a bite. Blood sprayed out, directly falling at her side. At that moment, the sun in the sky twisted beyond recognition, almost like a twisted donut. Because at this moment, Wu Qian finally used the biggest bug in the distorted world, which was to accelerate time. This time, she accelerated time for herself. Swish! Her figure flickered slightly, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, while the laughing principal's expression froze. It can't be. The principal reached out seemingly trying to grab something, but her eyes dimmed, and she eventually fell to the ground. The principal is dead. Without the principal, the attacking faculty and student spirits crazily ran toward the outside. Of course, the little spirits were an exception. Without the principal's protection, they were affected by the temporary rules. With this, the pressure on Ma Lanlan and the other spirits instantly decreased by more than half. In a school, it was obvious that there were more students. But once they left the school, what awaited them were the temporary rules, and they could be said to be weak because spirits are a tragedy. At this time, the nearest Feng Xiao finally arrived here. When he saw Sun Gu being attacked, he immediately rushed in, directing Xiaolan and the station chief to help. With Feng Xiao, this fresh force, they began to counterattack. After a fierce battle, they finally cleared away the little spirits around. Sun Gu, are you okay? Where's the principal? The principal is dead. What the hell? So impressive, who did it? Sun Kai pointed in Wu Qian's direction, but Wu Qian's figure had already disappeared. She returned to her own world ahead of time. It was Wu Qian who did it, she has already gone back. So it was Wu Qian, she really is amazing. Just as Feng Xiao was about to continue praising Wu Qian, a voice full of authority sounded. I never expected that old hag would actually die. Was it you who did it, doctor? Chapter 181, The Principal is alive again. Everyone looked up, gazing at the sky. There was an eyeball larger than an adult, floating in mid-air. What is that thing? Sun Kai instinctively asked. Hui's eyes were full of vigilance, saying, "It is one of the three major spirits, the ruler of the Blue Tree Group." Ah? It is the ruler? Sun Kai always had a preconceived notion, thinking the ruler would be a domineering humanoid spirit, but unexpectedly, it was just a giant eyeball. The appearance of the ruler shocked all spirits. Whether weak spirits or little spirits, none could move in front of the ruler. The gap between them was simply too vast. Hui was barely holding on, knowing the situation in front of her was troublesome. Sun Kai had already used up his last trump card, her strength was completely exhausted, and now no one could stop the ruler. However, she was very puzzled. How did the ruler come out? Had the rules binding the major spirits already disappeared? Sun Kai's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Wu Qian was his last trump card, used on the principal. He never thought that as a major spirit, the ruler could appear. This was out of his plan. It could be said that the appearance of the ruler would completely ruin all his plans. The remaining people from Xia country were all here. If the ruler eliminated them all, then Xia country would be utterly defeated. Seeing this situation, Xia Changqing also broke out in a cold sweat. It was over this time. To be honest, when he saw Sun Kai's trump card take down the principal, he thought they had secured victory this time. But unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, the ruler actually appeared. Team leader, according to our calculations, the probability of Mr. Sun surviving is almost zero. An elite said this with a sorrowful expression. Xia Changqing knew this meant that their great hero Sun Kai would be completely trapped in the spirit world. All the advantages they had built up with great difficulty in Xia country all would be lost. Now, we can only use a method that isn't really a method, using the third reminder opportunity, to let Feng Xiao and Hui provide Sun Kai a chance to escape. Xia Changqing gritted his teeth, helplessly making this choice. Among the three, Sun Kai's value was undoubtedly the highest. He was also the only one who had cleared the monster story world 3 times. It was only by keeping Sun Kai alive that they could make the best choice. But Feng Xiao was also a national fortune-bearer of Xia country, and Hui had fused with a great monster. Faced with this situation, as the team leader, he had to do this. Thus, the voices of the three appeared in their minds. Feng Xiao, Hui, please help Sun Kai, give them a chance to escape. Hearing this, Sun Kai's expression changed, but Feng Xiao reacted first. Yes, it doesn't matter if they die, but brother Sun cannot die. Thinking of this, Feng Xiao immediately stood up, pointing at the big eye and shouting, "You above there, that crap eye, looking at your daddy, you call yourself the overlord? He too Everyone else looks somewhat human, but you look like a human dog. No, saying you're a dog would insult dogs. You are just a dogskin swallow, you know? Really don't know where your dad dug you out from, it's incredibly smelly, I can smell the stench from far away, tsk, gross." To be honest, Feng Xiao's words left everyone stunned. No one expected he would point at the big eye and curse for several minutes without repeating himself. Hui's gaze toward Feng Xiao changed. This person was truly brave. Cursing at a great monster, in all of history, there has only been this one warrior. The big eye seemed stunned by the curses. After all, since it became a great monster, no one had ever dared to scold it like this. Human, seeking death. The big eye was furious, its eye turned red, aiming directly at Feng Xiao. Was it preparing to launch a big attack to obliterate him? It could be seen how angry it was now. Feng Xiao's expression remained calm. Even if the big eye was aimed at him, he did not show any fear. As long as brother Sun was okay, he would. Brother Sun, why aren't you running? Feng Xiao saw Sun Kai still standing in the same place and was dumbfounded. Brother Sun, hurry and run! Feng Xiao shouted loudly. Sun Kai smiled bitterly and shrugged, letting Chu Xiao explain. The Overlord's power has already enveloped this place, none of us can escape. Only then did Feng Xiao realize that none of them could run away. Forget it, before I die, at least I cursed the great monster, so I won't be losing out. Just as Feng Xiao closed his eyes, preparing to wait for death, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. He saw Teacher Li suddenly exuding a powerful presence, her expression extremely painful. Teacher Li, what's wrong? As Sun Kai prepared to approach, Teacher Li suddenly retreated swiftly, shouting, "Don't come over, it's Grandma, Xia." Teacher Li's long hair flew wildly, and her expression suddenly changed, filled with a sinister look. I never thought I would actually lose. If it weren't for leaving a backup plan, I might really be dead. This voice was undoubtedly the principal's. Hui immediately understood and shouted, Teacher Li is the principal's backup body, she must have left something in Teacher Li. Then what about Teacher Li? Sun Kai asked. The principal has appeared, Teacher Li is probably no longer here. Hui could only tell Sun Kai this cruel reality. Sun Kai was stunned, the Teacher Li who had always helped him, was just gone like that? His fists clenched tightly, for the first time in his life, he wanted to take down someone. No, it's a monster. But now, he had no combat power around him to deal with the great monster. He couldn't do anything. At this moment, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a giant countdown appearing in the sky. 3 minutes remained on the countdown. The principal seemed to feel. Sun Kai and the others no longer felt threatened, their eyes focused on the big eyeball. Supreme Being, your presence here means that the rules no longer apply, right? That's right, as expected of the old lady, still hanging on. The big eyeball stopped its attack on Feng Xiao and turned to the principal. At that moment, their gazes were only on each other. After all, beneath the Great Terror, everything else was insignificant. They directly ignored the others and began to communicate, while the countdown in the sky was getting closer and closer to 0. A hint of hope appeared in Sun Kai's eyes. He could tell this was a hidden message that only he could see. Did this mean that once the countdown ended, something would happen? And could this event save him? Thinking of this, Sun Kai looked at the principal with eyes full of murderous intent. Chapter 182, The Ruler of Terrifying Tales, Feng Cece. Seemingly feeling that they had talked enough, the big eyeball once again locked its gaze on Feng Xiao. I want this person's life. You have no objections, do you, old lady? The voice of the big eyeball was cold, and Feng Xiao's harsh insults left a deep impression on this human. He was the first to dare to insult it like this. It must make him die a horrible death. Of course, no objections, do as you please. The principal naturally didn't mind giving the big eyeball a little face. After all, he was just an unrelated human. Her gaze then turned to Sun Kai, her expression cold, using Teacher Li's face. I really don't know what method you used to charm my dear granddaughter so completely, but it doesn't matter, she is gone, and all of this is your fault. If it weren't for Wu Qian killing the principal, then the principal wouldn't have used this last resort to resurrect her. In this way, Teacher Li might not have died. She wanted Sun Kai to feel guilty, to die with that emotion. It must be said, the principal was indeed well educated, understanding the principle of killing one's spirit. Sun Kai's face remained expressionless, but his fists were already clenched tightly. He was not a god, he was just an ordinary person. He could not know that the principal would leave a backdoor regarding Teacher Li. If he had known, he might have chosen a different approach. But at this moment, saying more was useless. At this time, only 5 seconds were left on the countdown in the sky. The big eyeball began to gather energy, its eye turning bright red. The principal waved her hand, and the surrounding teachers and students turned into terrifying tales once again. Feng Xiao wore a bitter smile as he looked at Sun Kai. Brother Sun, I wonder if we will report to King Yin together after we die. Zhu Xiao saw no possibility of survival, these were two great terrors. As someone who has died, I can clearly tell you that there is no underworld. After death, one knows nothing. Hui didn't know when she had come to their side. I didn't expect to die like this on my first day as a human. I should have stayed a great terror, at least I could have survived a bit longer. Hui also felt hopeless, she was no longer a great terror. Sun Kai looked at the faces of the three people, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Don't give up until the last moment. No sooner had he finished speaking than the big eyeball erupted with dazzling light, a red beam rushing towards Feng Xiao. At the same time, the principal waved her hand again, and endless black mist fell from the sky, enveloping all the remaining people and the terrors. The entire nation of Xiagu felt despair. In such a situation, who could turn the tide? Their great hero Sun Kai had no way out. I didn't expect to die so quickly, I truly disgrace countless predecessors of time travelers. Sun Kai closed his eyes, preparing to wait for death, and he didn't see that the countdown in the sky had already reached 0. In that instant, a voice full of surprise reached everyone's ears. Dad, is that really you? Crack, crack. The sky above the city suddenly shattered, and a figure abruptly appeared next to Sun Kai. Where did this strange talk come from? How dare you interrupt my meeting with Dad? Go away. A voice with a hint of childish reprimand made the black mist vanish in an instant, and the beam of light disappeared as well. In that moment, the place became incredibly silent. Sun Kai was dumbfounded. What just happened? And this voice, why was it so familiar? He opened his eyes and looked ahead. A cute little girl stood in front of him with a smile. Cece, what are you doing here? Sun Kai opened his mouth wide, thinking he was seeing things. That's right, standing in front of Sun Kai was Feng Cece from his first Strange Talk world. Not just Sun Kai, but everyone else was stunned. Why would a character from the first Strange Talk world appear here? And if they were not mistaken, Feng Cece alone seemed to have suppressed two big Strange Talks? What was going on? Dad, don't you know? The city you are in this time isn't far from my city, of course, due to the rules, I initially didn't know you were here. Otherwise, I would have come earlier. It seems that the aftermath of the battles in this city was too strong, leaking a hint of Dad's aura, that's why I found out you were here and rushed over immediately. Sun Kai blinked, and after a while, he finally reacted. So this city was actually in the same world as the first Strange Talk world, Kuei City. He had no knowledge of this at all. Most importantly, Feng Cece's strength was actually so powerful? Even two big strange talks were not her match? Beside him, Feng Xiao was stunned when he saw Fang Cixi appear. Everyone in Xia country knew that this little girl was the key character in the first strange talk world. But he never imagined that Fang Cixi could be this strong. She actually forcefully came to this city to save them. Zhu Xiao naturally recognized Fang Cixi's identity. As a strange talk, he could sense the suffocating pressure coming from her. She was too strong. Stronger than the big strange talks. Impossible, how could she come here? The rules shouldn't allow it. Seeing Fang Cixi appear, the principal and the overlord trembled all over. To be clear, as big strange talks, their power was also very strong in the strange talk world. Only one possibility could firmly suppress them. The strange talk lord. What puzzled them the most was that such a powerful strange talk lord would actually call Sun Kai a human dad? What was going on? Sun Kai finally understood what the countdown the hint gave him meant. It was the countdown for Fang Cixi to come over. Previously, he had no feeling in the first strange talk world, but now he realized how strong Fang Cixi really was. Cixi, weren't you affected by the rules? No, not really. This time the rules are not the same, it just doesn't allow you to leave, but it doesn't prohibit other strange talks from entering here. Sun Kai guessed this must be one of the rules they hadn't found. Can you deal with those two big strange talks? Sun Kai pointed at the principal and the overlord. Fang Cixi glanced at them and disdainfully said, just two big strange talks, if I tell them to lie down, they won't dare to stand up. Then let's get rid of that big eyeball first, then control the principal. I want to ask her something in person. A small task. Fang Cixi didn't do anything, she just glared at the big eyeball, and in an instant, its body started burning with blue flames. Lord, please spare me, Lord, please spare me. The big eyeball kept begging for mercy, but Fang Cixi didn't give it a chance at all. Kill it on the spot. Chapter 183, The Final Touches. Seeing the big-eyed one almost killed, the principal trembled with fear. Just as she was about to run away, Fang Cixi reached out her hand and grabbed her at will. The principal could not move at all. All right, Dad, you can ask anything. If she doesn't tell the truth, I will destroy part of her power. Fang Cixi smiled sweetly, but in the principal's eyes, her smile was the grin of death. Sun Kai walked over and looked at the principal. Is Teacher Li still around? The principal wanted to say she was still there, but not far away was a ghost tail lord. If she lied, she would be exposed quickly. She is no longer here, she became my spare body. The moment I revive, I will erase all of her. Sun Kai clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Is there any way to bring her back to life? There is no way. When a person dies, they might become a ghost tail, but once the ghost tail dies, there's nothing left. Sun Kai did not look at her and turned away. Cixi, make your move. Okay, Dad. With a wave of her hand, the principal's body gradually faded away. Feng Xiao knew that Sun Gu must be suffering right now. After all, Teacher Li was indeed quite good. Sun Gu, take care, Teacher Li must have been mentally prepared long ago. As an outsider, Feng Xiao saw clearly that Teacher Li couldn't be unaware of the risks of helping Sun Kai. She must have known but still chose what to do. For the first time, Feng Xiao realized that sometimes ghost tails were more reliable than humans. Especially when he recalled the last time he and Sun Gu were out, almost assassinated by a female killer. Thinking of this, his face darkened. I just feel it's a bit of a shame, but with the principal dead, I guess I've avenged her. Suddenly, Sun Kai thought of something. Cixi, can you check if the principal has any other means of resurrection? Dad, resurrection in ghost tales is not that simple. If it can be revived, it's probably a special ability of its own. I've checked, she is already dead. With Fang Cixi's words, Sun Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next steps were simple. They casually found a ghost tail to be the principal and resigned Sun Kai. In this way, their goal was finally achieved. Finally, it's time for the finishing touches. Resolving the other two national luck bearers means our victory. But before that, Sun Kai looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan seemed to know her final fate as well, and she said expressionlessly, when I became a fake, I had no choice. I know, so just commit suicide, this is the most dignified way I can offer you to die. Xiaolan nodded, and her figure gradually faded away. Then, Sun Kai looked at Chu Xiao. If the final reward is not related to resurrection, I will let Cixi take you back to her city, where she will take care of you. Fang Cixi's strength was at the level of a ghost tail lord. If Chu Xiao lived there, probably no one would dare to provoke him. Captain, that's enough. If there is really a resurrection, you don't need to give it to me. Anyway, when I go back, I have no family. Chu Xiao's words left Sun Kai silent. Knowing Chu Xiao's story, he naturally understood that when Chu Xiao was alive, he too was better off dead. Cixi, can you help me take care of Uncle Chu Xiao in the future? Of course, no problem. Over there, Uncle Chu Xiao can do whatever he wants. At that moment, Sun Kai suddenly thought of something. By the way, Cece, Lu Yun, that's your mom, how is she now? Previously, Lu Yun was left in Kuwait City because she did not pass the level, the live stream was closed, and no one knew her situation. But Cece would surely know. What Sun Kai did not expect was Fong Cece's pout. She is not my mom, she's just a woman whose name I know. Dad, after you left, she lived alone in the city, but I don't like her and cut off all her paths to rise up. If I remember correctly, she was still washing dishes before I came. Sun Kai's expression suddenly became a bit strange. Washing dishes? With Lu Yun's acting skills, if it weren't for Fong Cece's interference, she probably would have quickly climbed to a leadership position in some corporation. But Fong Cece clearly didn't want her to have such a good life, which is why she kept secretly obstructing her. This is truly so interesting. For a woman like Lu Yun, Sun Kai felt not a shred of pity. Had she consulted him from the beginning, he wouldn't have minded letting Lu Yun succeed. However, she hid all the rules from the start and even tried to kill him later. Could Sun Kai endure that? Knowing Lu Yun's situation made Sun Kai feel great. As for the last two, Tulls and Charles, they were quickly found. Seeing so many people and strange stories near Sun Kai, Tulls turned and ran. But no matter how fast he ran, it was all in vain in front of Fong Cece. With just a wave of her hand, Tulls floated right in front of Sun Kai. Dad, let your strange stories attack, I cannot kill this person. Sun Kai guessed that Fong Cece could kill strange stories but could not kill the nation's luck bearers. It must be a rule limitation. Without needing Sun Kai to say a word, Chu Xiao acted directly and killed Tulls. In the end, only Prince Charles was left. When he was found, he was dumbfounded. The number of strange stories on the other side was just too many. This is impossible. So he also made the same move, but the result was surprisingly similar. He was caught by Fong Cece and brought to Sun Kai, while the little strange story was instantly defeated. Charles, do you know why I kept you until last? Charles, in a fit of rage, yelled at Sun Kai, do you know who I am? I am Prince Charles of the Empire. If you dare to kill me, the Empire will not let you go. I previously sent a strange story to contact you, but you let the strange story be eaten. I have never forgotten this grudge. I give you one last chance, put me down, then kill yourself. Watching the cross-server conversation between the two, Feng Xiao was a bit speechless. It was a wonder they could still communicate. However, Sun Kai didn't want to say much. Charles had no intention of regretting at all. Xu Xiao, do it. Xu Xiao nodded, walked over, and directly cut Charles's throat. Charles's eyes widened. He seemed shocked that the other truly dared to kill him. Sun Kai waited for a moment, but unfortunately, no information appeared. What was going on? At that moment, he heard Feng Xiao's exclamation. Damn, how did he come back to life again? Sun Kai looked. The Charles who had his throat cut by Chu Xiao actually came back to life. If not for the blood everywhere on the ground, he would have thought he was seeing things. Chapter 184, SSS rating. What is going on? Why did the killed Charles come back to life again? Chu Xiao didn't believe it and killed him once more, but not long after, Charles came back to life again. Now Charles became arrogant and shouted proudly, did you see that? I possess an immortal body. I advise you to let me go, otherwise, I will ensure you can never leave here. Charles knew that his talent could only guarantee he wouldn't die during the day. Once nighttime came, he would really die. But that didn't stop him from seizing the opportunity to scare the others. If they truly believed he was immortal, who knows how the outcome would turn out. Sun Kai frowned. He had already guessed that this must be the other's talent, but this talent was too overpowered, right? Immortal body? How does one handle that? Just as Charles was feeling triumphant, Fong Cece's words made him fall into an icy abyss. I have never heard of that before. Is there such a talent as being immortal? As far as I know, there is a similar talent called surviving the day. But this talent can only ensure you won't die during the day. At night, you will die just the same. I wonder if that's you. Charlie turned pale, and Sun Kai could see that Fong Cece had definitely hit the mark. With that, they just needed to wait until night fell and then take care of Charlie. They tied Charlie up and found a spot to sit down and chat. The whole of Xia country could see that they were destined to win this bizarre world, and everyone was celebrating early. Xia Changqing had a beaming smile. Earlier, he had been terrified, thinking that the Xia country's team would be completely wiped out. Fortunately, the appearance of Fong Cece saved everyone. This also made him realize that the bizarre world was not completely separated, some actually existed in the same world. Such a situation had never occurred before. At that moment, an elite came to Xia Changqing's side. Team leader, we received a message from the Sun Never Sets Kingdom, saying that we cannot harm Prince Charlie, or they will declare war. Xia Changqing's gaze sharpened, and he waved his hand. Our Xia country never initiates war, but we also do not fear war. If they dare to come, they shouldn't think about going back. Their own country has so many bizarre beings, do they still have the ability to wage a cross-country war? Xia Changqing did not look down on them, but it was the impact of the bizarre world on reality that was too great. If it weren't for the recent smuggling of many blood samples capable of suppressing ghosts from Xia country, the situation in those countries would be worse. But the blood could only temporarily suppress ghosts and could not deal with them. After a while, things would return to normal. Sun Kai and the others chatted for a long time until it got dark, and they came before Charlie. This time, Charlie was afraid. He knew these people were truly going to kill him. Sun Kai, please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'm a prince. I can become a king in the future. Charlie was crying and sobbing, completely losing his princely demeanor. If I become king, I will make you a prince of the sun never sets kingdom. How about that? Sun Kai was a bit speechless. How did Charlie think he could continue living? This bizarre world was clearly a model of multi-country conflict, allowing only one country's team to win. If Charlie did not die, they could not return to the real world. Charlie, don't forget, this is no longer the real world, but a bizarre world. Your actions are being watched by the people of the sun never sets kingdom. Sun Kai felt that he should at least leave the other party a little dignity. Unfortunately, Charlie didn't care at all, he just wanted to survive. Seeing Charlie like this, Sun Kai shook his head. Xu Xiao, do it. This time, Charlie would not come back to life. Congratulations to the Xia country's Luckers team for successfully clearing the special mode of the bizarre world. Points will be awarded based on individual performance. Xia country's Lucker Sun Kai, with the greatest contribution, received an SSS rating, awarded 1 opportunity to bring a person back to the real world, 30 points in constitution, and a random temporary talent, effective once in each bizarre world. Xia country's Lucker Feng Xiao, with the second greatest contribution, received an A-level rating, awarded a contract for minor bizarre beings, customizable. Xia country's Lucker Hui, with the smallest contribution, received a C-level rating, awarded 5 points in constitution. The Xia country's Luckers team won the final victory, awarded Xia country's luck increase of 50%, increased lifespan of citizens by 5 years, constitution increasing by 5 points. The reward includes all Luckers. Do the Xia country's Luckers wish to return to the real world now? This reward was immensely generous. Sun Kai cared more about the first reward. The opportunity to bring someone back to the real world? Isn't that referring to Du Xiaodai? Xu Xiao is no longer human, the only person he wants to bring back is Du Xiaodai. Feng Xiao also realized this and said excitedly, can Xiaodai go back? When in Wumen village, Du Xiaodai helped him many times. Feng Xiao has always remembered this debt of gratitude. It should be so, I'll give it a try. I want to use this opportunity to bring Du Xiaodai back to the real world. Xia Nation's luck bearer Sun Kai, using the chance to bring someone back to the real world, target locked, Wumen village Du Xiaodai, lock complete, transfer successful. At this moment, Du Xiaodai, who was in Wumen village teaching Wu Qian and others, suddenly felt something pulling at her. She left behind one sentence before disappearing. I'm going back, you all take care of yourselves. Du Xiaodai blinked and found herself back on the original street, where she used to go shopping with her girlfriends. No one noticed Du Xiaodia's return. After all, her live streaming room had long vanished. Does this mean I can be considered a luck bearer now? Just as Du Xiaodai thought this, she saw the information in her mind. Detected the return of the original luck bearer. The identity of the luck bearer is granted again. Du Xiaodai was completely stunned. On the other side, Sun Kai knew that Du Xiaodai should have returned, and he said to Feng Xiao and the others, we should go back too. Wait, brother Sun, I'm studying what my reward is. Does this mean I can casually contract a minor ghost story? What about Xu Xiao? When Feng Xiao said this, Sun Kai realized that it was a good opportunity. Xu Xiao is their teammate, and if he can really become Feng Xiao's support, it will be a great help in the upcoming ghost story world. Xu Xiao, are you willing to contract with Feng Xiao? I have no issues, as long as Feng Xiao doesn't mind me being too weak. Xu Xiao smiled slightly, his expression warm. Chapter 185, Targeted. Soon, Feng Xiao and Xu Xiao completed the contract, and from then on, Xu Xiao, just like Wu Qian, had the chance to be summoned by Feng Xiao. Shishi, I am leaving. If you have anything to say in the future, let Xu Xiao pass on the message. Sun Kai reached out to touch Fang Shishi's head, his eyes showing a hint of reluctance. To be honest, this time, Fang Shishi truly saved all of them. Without Fang Shishi showing up, they would have really been doomed. Most importantly, Fang Shishi still acknowledged his identity as her father. This was not just playing house. Daddy, I don't want you to go. Fang Shishi's eyes were filled with tears, a face full of reluctance. Be good, Shishi, since Daddy was able to come back here a second time, maybe there will be a chance in the future, we will see each other again eventually. Sun Kai comforted her for a while, waved goodbye to Fang Shishi and the others, and then chose to return to the real world. In the next moment, the three of them vanished from this place. Sun Kai and Feng Xiao appeared at the headquarters of the support team, while Hui Yi had someone come to pick her up long ago. Mr. Sun, Mr. Feng, welcome back. Xia Changqing immediately welcomed the two. Leader Xia, I didn't expect we could come back alive this time. Sun Kai said with a smile. I almost scared myself to pee, okay? That big-eyed monster stared at me for so long, my legs were a bit weak. Feng Xiao's words made Sun Kai laugh. According to convention, after the three of them sat down and chatted for a while, Hui was brought over. However, different from others, there were two fully armed soldiers following Hui the whole time. Because they all knew, Hui was not the original Hui, but had merged with a great ghost story doctor. Miss Hu, may I ask if I can trust you in Xia Nation? When Xia Changqing came up, he immediately asked her with a serious face. Hui already knew that she was originally a big mystery tale, and once she came to this world, she would definitely face some doubts. I am Hui, a true citizen of the Summer Kingdom, and I share nothing with the world of horror tales. Hui responded to Xia Changqing with a serious expression as well. In the next second, a smile appeared on Xia Changqing's face. Then Miss Hu, from now on you, along with Mr. Sun and Mr. Feng, are among the most important destiny bearers of our Summer Kingdom. As long as the Summer Kingdom exists for a day, no one will dare to harm you. Xia Changqing had seen her performances all along. Even being fused with big horror tales, she still played a significant role in the fight against the principal. If she hadn't entangled with the principal, Wu Qian wouldn't have had the time to mobilize the Wu Gate formation. This means that Hui's presence is essential. Even after coming here, Hui hadn't done anything outrageous. The Summer Kingdom is a nation full of inclusiveness. As long as you don't harm the Summer Kingdom, everything can be discussed. By the way, Team Leader Xia, did you send someone to pick up Xiao Dai? Xia Changqing was momentarily stunned, then he reacted, you mean Miss Du? She's already back? Regarding rewards, only the destiny bearers themselves would know. Xia Changqing truly didn't know that Du Xiaodai had returned. Yes, one of the rewards this time is to bring someone back. She should have returned a little earlier than us. Xia Changqing didn't dare waste time and immediately sent someone to fetch Du Xiaodai. In less than an hour, Du Xiaodai was brought over. Xiaodai, you finally made it. Seeing Du Xiaodai, Feng Xiao happily ran over, ready for a hug, but the result? Du Xiaodai directly dodged, causing Feng Xiao to faceplant on the ground. Sun Kai twitched the corner of his mouth, directly ignoring the howling Feng Xiao on the ground, and approached Du Xiaodai. Xiaodai, welcome back. Brother Sun, I knew you must have helped me come back. Du Xiaodai was very excited, she had guessed this point on her way back. Except for Sun Kai and Feng Xiao, no one else would remember her. Are you considered a destiny bearer now? Sun Kai had just thought of this matter. Du Xiaodai had been misjudged by the horror tale world, thinking she was dead, and could only stay in Wu Gate village. If she came back, did that mean she would become an ordinary person and no longer be a destiny bearer? But upon hearing this, Du Xiaodai immediately sounded helpless. After I returned, I was assigned the identity of a destiny bearer again. So, that means as long as you were originally a destiny bearer, no matter what happened in between, upon returning, you will still become a destiny bearer? This identity, it's like a sticky plaster. Sun Kai shook his head with a smile. In that case, next time we will have 4 people, that's a good thing. Feng Xiao rubbed his nose and got up from the ground. Yes, it's indeed a good thing. I wonder how the other destiny bearers are doing. Thinking of this, Sun Kai finally had the chance to check the situation of the destiny bearers from other countries. As a result, he found that more than a dozen horror tale world screens were blacked out. This meant that almost 70 or 80 countries' teams had been completely wiped out. This made Sun Kai's heart chill. The difficulty this time was indeed too high, even for him. If it weren't for Feng Xixi's appearance, he probably would have ended up in trouble. And others, they didn't have such good luck as him. He briefly looked at the live streams of the surviving destiny bearers and found that their locations were largely similar, all in a world filled with horror tales. Only the horror tales they encountered were different from those faced by him and his group. He speculated that so many of them might be in the same horror tale world, battling in different cities.